Chapter 1. From the very moment of her birth, Mirabelle Beresford perceived herself as a unique and chosen child of destiny. First and foremost, wisdom, which typically should be absent in the instant of birth, was bestowed upon her. Yet, even as she entered the world, she possessed a profound and rich understanding. This extraordinary phenomenon, akin to the ancient wizards who cast off their old bodies to transfer memories into new forms, was something Mirabelle experienced without the aid of any magic, leading her to believe her existence was indeed remarkable. She referred to this as the inheritance of the world, the mundane existence of the ordinary muggles, characterized by their unremarkable lives, seemed trivial in comparison. Mirabelle, of noble lineage, would connect the memories of these muggles with her own identity. She believed that her current self was entirely the same as the essence of her past, a true victor in life, extracting and trampling upon the memories of the world, stripping it of knowledge, experience, and wisdom. The inheritance included the humble lives of muggles, but also encompassed invaluable knowledge, the tales of the Harry Potter series. Although she had only perused 5 of the 7 volumes, Mirabelle was still able to surmise the impending resurrection of Voldemort. How dare the lowly mudblood claim the title of Dark Lord? Ah, noble Mirabelle, so knowledgeable, a true winner of life. The Empire has chosen Mirabelle Beresford, elevating her above all. The Beresford family, a pure-blood lineage, represented not merely purity of blood, but also a form of aristocracy. Unlike other pure-blood families that might trace their ancestry back to a muggle-born, which over several generations, the Beresford family has maintained its pure lineage since the era of ancient wizards, tracing both paternal and maternal lines back to that epoch, truly a bastion of pure blood in a family system that places great value on lineage. The Beresford family stands as a prominent figure among its kindred, akin to royalty in Muggle terms. Mirabelle was born into this esteemed family. With an exceptional memory, she could turn any book she read once into mere remnants of necessity. Her physical prowess was equally remarkable. She could best even an adult man in combat. Yet, what was even more formidable was the magical gift inherited from her pure-blood parents. As a natural witch, she would embark on her magical education at the age of 11. Thus, within the noble household of Beresford, the young girl underwent rigorous education, bordering on oppression. However, she transformed the humiliation inflicted by her parents into a source of empowerment, turning everything taught to her into her own strength, building upon her pain. Her parents, delighted to witness their daughter being educated so impeccably, were equally pleased to have a suitable heir for the family. Yet, they remained oblivious to the cold gaze with which Mirabelle regarded them. Mirabelle would never forget the humiliation she endured. She would forever remember the despicable beings she was forced to call parents. She would eternally recall the disgrace of being trampled upon by those she deemed beneath her. The education imparted by certain parents further distorts the already warped image of Mirabelle. The notion of do not trample upon others unless you possess the right to do so is deeply embedded in her heart. If one were to inquire, what is the most beautiful thing in the world? Mirabelle would respond without hesitation, it is me. And if asked, what is the greatest work of art? She would proclaim, what else could possibly compare to me? This reflects a profound self-indulgence and extreme narcissism, yet she does not deny her statements. Her waist-length golden hair sparkles even in the night. Her fair skin remains unblemished, soft to the touch, akin to that of an infant. Her sharp, golden eyes possess a fierce will reminiscent of a cat. Her lips are shade of cherry, complemented by perfectly aligned white teeth. Her legs are supple, slender, and elongated, akin to those of a pianist. Though only 11, the young girl already exudes a captivating charm, wielding an enchanting allure that captivates the hearts of boys. The sole imperfection appears to be a slightly protruding feature, yet considering her age, it is only natural. These elements contribute to her growth, with nothing to impede such infatuation. There are no adversaries, no setbacks, and no failures to be found. Should she encounter an obstacle, her self-indulgence may come to an end, and she might evolve into a more refined individual. She may come to believe herself chosen by fate, merely a fortunate girl who happens to possess everything. Amidst all the distorting circumstances, the warped family dynamics, and the skewed perceptions, her heart permits her to become a queen, demolishing walls when faced with barriers, and clearing away obstacles without hesitation. Finally, on the eve of her 11th birthday, the distorted reality reaches a critical juncture. Holger, the family's house elf, observes Mirabelle, a girl shrouded in mystery. It is commonplace for house elves to be treated as slaves, often oppressed, and rarely shown kindness, especially within haughty aristocratic families. The Beresford family is no exception, treating Holger as a mere worn-out tool, discarding him when it no longer pleases them. However, Mirabelle does not impose oppression upon Holger. Rather, she demonstrates an unusual degree of respect towards him. Holger perceives the girl's character as exceedingly proud, particularly when compared to other girls. This leaves Holger perplexed, prompting him to ask, "Sister, why are you so kind to Holger?" With a subtle smile, Mirabelle replies, "That is because you are better, Holger." Better? Holger is taken aback by the unexpected praise, shaking his head in disbelief. Truly, those who wield wands to cast powerful magic far surpass a head of pure blood. If you wished, you could eliminate everyone else in the manner. Wait, eliminate everyone? That sounds terrifying. Holger is merely hypothesizing. But in truth, Holger, you are remarkable. Those in such positions are often oppressed by the incompetent. Mirabelle gazes at Holger with her golden eyes, gently placing a soft finger upon his brow. Though merely 11 years of age, the child's movements evoke a sense of whimsy. With a mysterious smile, she continues, "Holger, a house spirit, cherishes the virtue of labor, yet yearns for freedom and aspires to serve a greater master." Listen closely, Holger, the master's sock pillowcase is now to be given. Holger's gaze fixates on the girl's feet. A spirit must unconditionally obey its master's commands to resign from servitude is a grave step. However, if the master's clothing is surrendered, it signifies dismissal, in other words, liberation. Now, Holger's master is the Beresford family. If the girl offers the clothing, it implies freedom. What comes next depends on one's own choices. But Holger, if you wish to pledge loyalty to a deserving master, don that pillowcase and renew your oath to the Beresford family and to Mirabelle Beresford. A spirit clad in garments not belonging to its master serves as proof of servitude. For instance, pillowcases, sheets, and towels. When Holger dons the pillowcase, it symbolizes a renewed allegiance and a re-establishment of the contract. But Holger began, yet Mirabelle interrupted, "Tito guarantee, there is no one who understands value better, nor anyone more deserving. There will forever be indifference. I shall provide the tasks desired, and become the master wished for." Listening to Mirabelle's words, Holger could not divert his gaze from her enchanting eyes. Strange, they shimmered with a golden hue. Ensnaring his attention with an almost spellbinding allure, the single sock was casually placed in Holger's hand, and after a brief moment, "The master has given a sock." Holger felt bewildered by the notion of freedom. From within, the desire for free will surge should he leave the estate or obey, or perhaps rebel. The girl stood with her arms crossed, smiling as if she possessed profound insight into the unfolding events. "Now, you are free. Holger is free. Holger is a free spirit." Holger longed for the truth of freedom, yet it did not equate to the desire to remain as a house spirit. The girl understood his thoughts. She recognized herself and deemed herself exceptional. There existed an enigmatic something that, regardless of its nature, compelled Holger to submit, a dominion bestowed by a ruler, a mysterious charm that inspired an urge to obey with but a single utterance. Every whisper sweetly melted his heart, akin to an aphrodisiac, as her golden eyes deprived him of his capacity for thought. Most importantly, they pierced through the will of others and drew them into her domain. "Swear your allegiance." Ah, what a delightful child. Yes, she adorned him with a brand new pillowcase. Her hand caressed Holger's cheek. This gesture melted Holger's heart, filling him with an intoxicating euphoria. Yet, that hand soon withdrew, leaving Holger with an expression of reluctant acceptance. Mirabelle smiled at Holger. "So, shall I issue a command?" "Holger, teach me magic, specifically the method of using a wand." Holger was taken aback by the command issued. Regardless, the girl has been trained by the elves. This has never been done before. Holger's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Elven bodily structures are entirely different," he said. "Comparing them to those foolish beings is meaningless. If one could fly with a broom, there would be no reason to accomplish it otherwise. Indeed, magic can be wielded with a wand, despite the differences in bodily structure." Holger elucidated the principles of wandless magic, while Mirabelle transformed those principles into her own understanding. After a year, Mirabelle had mastered wandless magic, and only then did Holger comprehend. The world, how could such a thing exist? Wandless magic is indeed something many wizards utilize, but can only unleash a few auxiliary spells. Just as one might nibble at a melon, one could call Voldemort without a wand, but elves excel in wandless magic, and Mirabelle learned this from them. After her 11th birthday, Mirabelle received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, and the wheels of the story began to turn. From this moment onward, everything would change. The long battle between Harry Potter and Voldemort commenced. 4 years after Voldemort's resurrection, she still lacked sufficient authority and knowledge. As it stood, any action she took seemed destined to be crushed by Dumbledore or the Death Eaters. Mirabelle had no doubt about her own extraordinary talent, yet no great talent, leader, or revolutionary is born great. Only through proper preparation and ample growth can one truly become a remarkable ruler. Thus, the next 4 years would serve as her incubation period to enhance her knowledge and power. Moreover, she would be prepared for the return of the Dark Lord. A single competition would determine who was worthy of standing at the pinnacle of the magical world of struggle for power. The strong would rise, and the weak would perish. To establish that ideal world, Voldemort was an obstacle. He must die, no matter the cost. As Mirabelle pondered the Dark Lord she had yet to meet, ambition surged within her. Voldemort, a mudblood, should stand at the world's apex. And she, Mirabelle Beresford, Diagon Alley Street filled with an array of magical items required by wizards and witches. This alley is hidden from muggles. One must access it through the back of the Leaky Cauldron, where a revealing spell has been cast. If one is a wizard, they can easily reach it using flue powder from their fireplace. Mirabelle Beresford, the pure-blood daughter of the Beresfords, was no exception, as she could fly directly from her home to the alley. She ventured down the street to gather supplies for her studies at Hogwarts, heading without hesitation to Ollivander's wand shop. The shop was quite dilapidated. As she entered, a bell chimed, and an elderly man appeared. "Welcome. Are you here to purchase a wand?" "Ah, I've heard that the wands here are of exceptional quality." "Indeed. Many wands have been passed down from my shop into the hands of their masters, accompanying them through the rest of their lives." "Very well. Let us begin with the measurements. Will you be using your right hand for the wand?" "Why, yes." Mirabelle extended her right arm. The proprietor with silver eyes retrieved a measuring tape from his pocket, meticulously measuring various lengths from shoulder to fingertip, elbow to shoulder, knee to armpit, and around her head, assessing from every conceivable angle. During this process, the tape hesitated ever so slightly as it drew near her face, causing it to crumple, yet the shopkeeper seemed utterly oblivious. Every wand from Ollivander's utilizes a powerful core. Each one is unique. Dragon heartstring, unicorn hair, phoenix feather. The key lies in finding the one that suits you. For instance, even if one were to wield another wizard's wand, it could never yield the same potency as one's own. The shopkeeper spat as he spoke, presenting a wand to Mirabelle. Red pine with phoenix feather, 23 centimeters, exceptional durability. She gently waved the offered wand. A flicker of light escaped, perfectly aligning with her grasp. The shopkeeper swiftly reclaimed the wand from her hand and presented another. Yew with double unicorn hair, 21 centimeters. Light and supple. Mirabelle lightly waved it, promptly returning the wand to the old man. He seemed to share her sentiments, quickly offering yet another wand. Holly with hound hair, 18 centimeters. Ideal for fire magic. She wielded the wand. It radiated warmth, enveloping the room in a sweltering embrace akin to midsummer. The old shopkeeper nodded approvingly. Excellent. However, Mirabelle felt a lingering dissatisfaction. "It's missing something." "Excuse me." The previous wand was quite fitting. As she spoke, flames erupted from her fingertips, startling the elderly man. Here was a girl who had yet to learn magic, and she had no wand. "Do you understand? A mundane wand will not suffice. I require a wand of significance. Well, if that's the case, then the remaining options. Are there none? Well, but the shopkeeper reluctantly procured an item from the shelf, but a remarkably large wand, unmistakably distinct from the others, appeared as though it could serve as a blunt instrument. Dusting off the rugged wand, he presented it to Mirabelle. Vampire hair, 72 centimeters. Sturdy, heavy, flexible, the most powerful, and quite violent. A troublesome piece since the shop opened, it has never fallen into anyone's hands. Considering Mirabelle's stature, she grasped the wand, which could only be described as colossal, infusing it with her magical energy. Then, accompanied by a repulsive sensation, a tremendous destructive impulse surged within her. Unexpectedly, disregarding Mirabelle's intentions, it sought to unleash magic on its OW. As Mirabelle watched the wand dance in her hand, her lips twisted into a smile of genuine delight. I love it. It must be this strong to be my wand." This was the wand Mirabelle had envisioned, one capable of challenging authority. Her rebellious spirit shimmered with excitement. With a beaming smile illuminating her face, Mirabelle gathered her magic in her palms, attempting to wield her reckless power to subdue the wand. Lightning flashed, and sparks flew. For the first time since its establishment, Ollivander's wand shop witnessed a frenzied competition between witches and wands. The battle concluded swiftly, the lightning finally subsiding, and the magical vibrations became palpable. The victor was clear. "Well, the fellow has made his choice. Let us proceed with the purchase." The triumphant contender was a young girl. The master forcibly twisted the long unseen wand. The proprietor was filled with awe. However, a customer is a customer, and business is business. Hence, as is customary, the price must be adjusted. 10 galleons. Very well, I shall buy it. After completing the transaction, the girl departed the shop, leaning on a wand proportionate to her stature. The elder shopkeeper bid her farewell, harboring a sense of foreboding. Even with the selection of that particular wand, she did not feel entirely at ease. One could only hope that such a wand would not be wielded for malevolent purposes. Convinced that her expectations would be dashed, yet continuing to pray, Mirabelle ventured beside the Lehan bookstore after acquiring a sturdy cane. She needed to procure all the necessary materials for school. With a single stride, she made her way to the cauldron shop to purchase a pot for her potion-making class. The accumulation of her purchases proved somewhat cumbersome, yet she felt powerless to change the situation. Such was the nature of school. Along the path, she spotted a broom shop but dismissed it, as it was of no necessity. She also stumbled upon a prank shop delightfully named Chewing Gum Jokes, specializing in magical trickery, which piqued her interest considerably. After gathering all the supplies she could utilize, she proceeded to a pet store to acquire a companion. While owls were the most sought-after pets, Mirabelle found herself intrigued by one that resembled a top hat. Of course, it would be quite useful for the delivery of correspondence among wizards. Yet Mirabelle hesitated to send letters home, aware that should anything occur, an owl would fly back from the other side. Upon entering the store, the witch seated behind the counter greeted her. "Welcome, dear. Are you in search of a pet?" she inquired. "Yes. Do you have anything noteworthy?" "Oh, what about that rabbit disguised as a top hat? It just arrived." Mirabelle approached the cage to observe the rabbit, which indeed transformed into a top hat before reverting to its original form. It was undeniably an adorable creature, but could she truly take it home? Mirabelle retrieved her admission letter from her pocket and perused the school's regulations. It appeared that only cats, toads, owls, and mice were permitted at Hogwarts. Although the notion of a rabbit transformed into a top hat was amusing, the school did not allow rabbits. In such circumstances, a mouse, known for its portability, seemed to be the ideal choice. A mouse could access areas that were otherwise unreachable, proving to be exceedingly convenient. She sought a lively specimen. "How about that one?" the witch suggested, pointing to a cage containing a yellow mouse. Its size was astonishing, making it hard to believe it was merely a mouse. It was larger than a head. With its yellow fur and round eyes, adorned with rosy cheek patterns, it resembled a Pikachu. Recently arrived. This electric mouse emitted up to 100,000 volts from its cheek pouches. Mirabelle envisioned a mouse exploring the castle freely, unlike the cats that would chase it. Then, the witch directed her attention to a black mouse in another cage. This one was roughly the size of a hand and dashed energetically within its confines. "Well, this will do," she decided. After handing over 3 galleons, the witch retrieved a mouse from the cage. The mouse began to thrash wildly, clinging to the witch's hand before finally being taken outside. The mouse continued to wreak havoc in Mirabelle's grasp, but she fixed her cold golden gaze upon it, causing it to cease its antics. They locked eyes for about 10 seconds, and the mouse timidly averted its gaze. Once it had calmed completely, Mirabelle smiled with satisfaction. "A remarkably clever mouse, indeed," she mused, quite astonished. Peter fell silent. Mirabelle had a mouse named Peter tucked away in her pocket as she departed from the shop, leaving only the uniform robe behind. Outside the Malkin's clothing store stood an imposing figure towering over 2 meters. His hair was disheveled, his beard resembled twisted wire, and his eyes sparkled like golden insects. He emanated a rather unkempt aura, perhaps resembling Hagrid, the guardian of the forest. Mirabelle displayed no interest in Hagrid and simply walked into the shop. Inside, 2 boys were engaged in conversation. Harry Potter was in good spirits, delighted to encounter what he considered a proper wizard of similar age for the first time in Malfoy's clothing store. However, after conversing, he quickly realized his distaste for wizards. The boys spoke to Harry with an air of arrogance, oblivious to his sullen demeanor. "Hey, look at that. Hagrid, the forest keeper. I've heard he's quite the savage, if you're willing to believe it. They've built him a hut on campus, and he lives there," one boy said, his pale face twitching as he spoke with rapidity. The words were disparaging towards Hagrid, further inciting Harry's anger. Hagrid was the one who had rescued Harry from the Dursleys and introduced him to the enchanting world of magic. The mere insult made Harry feel an overwhelming urge to confront the boy. "What about your parents?" the boy continued with a sneer. "Dead?" Harry felt a rush of indignation at the callousness of the question. "Oh, right. But were your parents the same kind? Wizards and witches?" I suppose? As the boy spoke, Harry wished to hasten the end of the conversation. However, matters took a turn contrary to his desires, escalating into a more troublesome situation. Hey, is she from Hogwarts too? One boy addressed a girl who had just entered the shop. Upon seeing her, Harry sighed. She possessed hair that shimmered like moonlight and striking golden eyes that stood out even in the dimly lit store. Her features were perfectly balanced, making her perhaps the most beautiful creature Harry had ever seen at the age of 11. Unlike Aunt Petunia, who had a long neck and was rather plain, this girl radiated beauty. Hey, are your parents the same? The boy asked. If you're asking about purebloods, then yes. It was evident that the girl was a pureblood witch. Much like Harry, the boy spoke with pride, perhaps feeling a sense of superiority. Well, that's good. After all, magic must come from pure lineage, he claimed, believing that she should be accepted into Hogwarts. Do you think so? It seems like they only find out about Hogwarts when they receive their letters. He expressed a belief that admissions should be limited to esteemed wizards. Harry could sense the girl's thoughts were aligned with the boy's, as she nonchalantly hummed in agreement. She pursed her lips and shared her own theory. It doesn't matter about muggles. We should let more talented individuals in. That's how true progress will flourish. What we truly need are those without any real ability, yet they cling to their pure blood status. Harry felt dizzy from the girl's coarse words and pressed his forehead with his hand, though her views were diametrically opposed to those of the boys. There was no denying that they reflected a dangerously elitist ideology. Conversely, when harsh words surfaced, they could be even more radical than those of the boys. What do you mean by wanting to expel pure-blood families? If talent, whether from muggles or pure-bloods, should be afforded equal opportunity, then competence alone should determine who is deemed worthy, irrespective of lineage. Bloodlines hold no significance, only those of true merit shall bask in glory, while the inferior shall inevitably face obsolescence. Is this not a perspective that resonates with beauty and correctness? Both schools of thought are fraught with trepidation. Harry is inclined to embrace this line of reasoning. Two philosophies, aligned in their essence. Upon hearing these words, Harry pondered, is this truly the entirety of wizardkind? Such notions seem utterly ludicrous. A grave misconception indeed. But it is possible. He conveys this to Harry, yet to the boy. The golden-haired girl appears as a mysterious and perilous rival. Her once pallid complexion has turned even more ashen as she swiftly vacates the shop. Having spoken, she dons an expression of ennui and approaches the counter. Midway through her transaction, she turns and, with a smile, inquires of Harry, "What troubles you, Harry Potter? Is it your height that concerns you?" Clearly, she has noticed his gaze upon her. Harry, flushed with embarrassment, averted his eyes, suddenly realizing that she had addressed him by name. Well, given the narrow alley, it is indeed a rarity. Every encounter is known to Harry, as they approach him with the reverence reserved for a hero. The glimmer in the girl's eyes is reminiscent of a sword's edge, yet it starkly contrasts with what he has witnessed before. The fabled hero seems to be somewhat bashful. The girl appears to have procured an entire wardrobe, neatly stowing her robes in a bag. It seems she has adjusted their length, as if prearranged with the shopkeeper. As she passes by Harry, she bids farewell. "Goodbye, Potter. See you at Hogwarts." This marks Harry Potter's inaugural encounter with the Golden Girl, Mirabelle Beresford, on the first day of the new term, September 1st, within King's Cross Station. Mirabelle observed a multitude of muggles. A blue tie was elegantly knotted around the collar of a crisp white shirt, complemented by a waistcoat. Knee-length white stockings concealed her legs, which were revealed by a vintage pleated skirt. Draped over her shoulders was a black robe, not worn like a cloak with sleeves, yet curiously, regardless of the wind's force, it remained steadfast upon Mirabelle's shoulders. Clad in her new uniform, Mirabelle inspected the picturesque surroundings as she clutched a piece of paper in her hand. Her destination was Platform 934 at King's Cross Station. The current location, nestled between platforms 9 and 10, assured her that she had indeed arrived at her destination, to Hogwarts. Platform 934 was certainly a unique platform unlike any other. It could only be described through Muggle standards, for wizards would undoubtedly recognize it. Mirabelle, burdened with luggage, approached the gate without hesitation, slipping through the wrought iron archway marked 934. A crimson steam locomotive awaited her, with the Hogwarts Express sign indicating an 11 o'clock departure. Cats of various hues darted about, while owls hooted nearby. Students clad in uniforms, resembling their parents, engaged in conversations about their anxieties regarding the start of term. Incidentally, Mirabelle's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Beresford, regarded the notion of being nobles in such a place as absurd. Most importantly, Mirabelle had been instructed to leave. In contrast, her devoted house elf, Horg, accompanied her using concealment charms, remaining silent and unnoticed. Now, sister, be mindful. Do not be lazy in showing your loyalty to the Beresfords, she thought. Undoubtedly, Horg was a loyal servant to Mirabelle. However, he had not disclosed his presence to the Beresford family, continuing to feign allegiance while attending to the grand estate. Even so, the content of his duties remained unchanged, as if the couple had never noticed their own negligence. The elf, more capable than anyone, possessed a keen understanding of how to cut corners. Mirabelle collected Holger's luggage and boarded the train without a glance back, as Holger vanished without uttering a word. Upon moving towards the rear of the train, she found an empty seat in the fifth carriage. Ideally, she would have preferred a spot at the back of the queue. But alas, the inn was already occupied. It wasn't long before the train set off, and the scenery outside began to flow by. The station soon faded from view, revealing delightful fields all around, yet Mirabelle quickly grew weary and opened her bag. She retrieved a recently purchased book, intending to browse through it. But after flipping through about 10 pages, she soon lost interest and closed it. Since her acquisition, she had already read all the textbooks and reference materials. Moreover, her retention was remarkable. She possessed an instantaneous memory, able to remember everything after a single glance, rendering revision unnecessary. Although this was an advantage, it proved to be a complete disadvantage in terms of entertainment. After all, regardless of how captivating a story might be, once read, she would retain every detail perfectly. In other words, once she encountered a narrative, she could never again immerse herself in its enjoyment. For Mirabelle, who cherished watching films and narratives, this ability was nothing short of a nuisance. Reluctantly, she placed the book back into her bag when she heard a knock, and the compartment door swung open. "Is there space in here?" A short boy with a round face entered, glancing around. Mirabelle let out a soft sigh, gesturing towards an empty seat, and silently crossed her arms while gazing out of the window. She decided to pass the time by appreciating the scenery. "Oh, thank you," the boy timidly said as he took a seat, but Mirabelle did not respond. To be honest, she had not the slightest interest in him. The boy, skilled in conversation, remained silent, not wishing to disturb the quiet. Occasionally, he stole glances at Mirabelle, contemplating saying something, yet her aloof demeanor dissuaded him. A comfortable silence lingered until the clock struck 12:30, at which point an irritating click echoed through the compartment. The door opened to reveal a jovial, elderly woman. "Would you like anything from the cart? Is it lunchtime already?" she inquired, prompting Mirabelle to turn towards the trolley. A selection of treats lay before her: jelly beans, chocolate frogs, and pumpkin pie. They appeared quite appealing to the palate, yet hunger was undeniable. It seemed reasonable to purchase a drink and a pie. "One pumpkin pie and a bottle of pumpkin juice, please," she said, handing over some coins. As she tore open the pie's packaging and took a bite, she first noted the texture. The flaky, buttery crust crumbled pleasantly in her mouth, mingling with the rich pumpkin filling. As she chewed, the deep flavor of pumpkin combined with a buttery aroma tingled her tongue. Next, she opened the bottle of pumpkin juice and took a sip. The sweetness of the pumpkin spread through her mouth, and the coolness of the drink helped her forget the heat. It was simply blended pumpkin juice, seemingly enhanced with apple juice to make it more palatable, offering a sweet yet slightly tart sensation. Finally, she picked up the chocolate frog, unwrapped it, and took a bite. Contrary to its appearance, the inside revealed ordinary chocolate. The sweet flavor enveloped her senses, bringing a sense of tranquility. The chocolate frog was indeed a delightful treat that suited her taste. Her lunch, albeit slightly sweet, was quite satisfying. She wiped her mouth with a napkin, savoring the pleasant afterglow, but the boy began to fidget, as if something troubled him. Nothing was more irksome than watching someone anxiously rummaging through their bag or peering around with tear-filled eyes. Before long, with a voice choked with emotion, he called out to Mirabelle, "Oh, have you seen a toad? My pet went missing." Startled, Mirabelle returned her gaze to the window, contemplating whether the boy had indeed lost his pet. With a mere murmur of acknowledgement, he dashed off, crying out as he began searching for the frog. "Should I have brought at least one book I haven't finished reading?" Mirabelle mused, closing her eyes, longing for sleep. If time could not be occupied, slumber seemed the simplest choice. However, the compartment door swung open once more, disrupting her descent into dreams. "Hey, has the toad returned?" the boy exclaimed. A girl from the same grade, with unkempt, tousled chestnut hair that seems to have been neglected, is quite bothersome. Her complexion is somewhat flawed, yet undeniably attractive, and her prominent front teeth resemble those of a squirrel. The first impression that Mirabelle had was of Hermione Granger, a freshman at Hogwarts. It was astonishing to discover the myriad of magical creatures in the wizarding world. If one were to choose a familiar, it would undoubtedly be an owl, as they are remarkably convenient for delivering messages. Having grown up in a non-magical household, Mirabelle was genuinely taken aback to learn that owls could carry letters. The arrival of a letter at her home, delivered by a snowy owl from the magical school, filled her with a sense of longing for Hogwarts, prompting her to make a resolute decision to attend. What is the name of this girl who introduced herself as Hermione? Mirabelle was momentarily stunned. Was this the Hermione from the Harry Potter series? Despite her Muggle background, she was a prodigy, more diligent than anyone else, consistently achieving high marks. In fact, she was often the first to uncover answers to the mysteries surrounding Harry and his friends. Harry, on the other hand, was merely following the path that she had paved. In many ways, one could argue that she surpassed Harry. Mirabelle Beresford, it is a pleasure to meet you, she said, realizing they were seated in the same compartment. She recalled the self-assured manner in which Hermione spoke. Yet, Mirabelle thought she could forgive such arrogance. After all, one must speak with confidence. The theory of Mirabelle is characterized by an exceptional eloquence. It prompts one to ponder the reasons behind such an air of superiority and inherent arrogance in discourse. This self-importance manifests in the assertion of being above all. One must embark on a journey of self-discovery to confront their own issues. How indifferent it is. Even a mere frog can be found, yet one fails to recognize their own dilemmas. Even the cicada is located. Thus, the question arises. Mirabelle placed the empty bottle down and sighed. What a trivial provocation. The girl seemed to truly believe it was a bother. From the very beginning, she had been scrutinized, with nothing but pessimistic tidings. Realizing there was no alternative, Mirabelle retrieved a black mouse named Peter from her pocket. For your first task, Peter, she instructed, catch a frog for me. She released the mouse, crossing her legs and maintaining a poised stance. Moments later, Peter returned, a frog clamped in his mouth, and dropped it onto the table. Creepy, the boy exclaimed, before leaping onto Mirabelle's crossed legs. She rewarded him with his favorite treat, cheese, and gently stroked his throat. A gesture of satisfaction after a task well executed. The urban legend claims that mice adore cheese, and while it is said they truly relish it, is Peter genuinely a creature of the magical realm? His taste appears to align with that of ordinary mice. Observing the astonished Neville, she glanced at the dazed Hermione. Evidently, she had successfully silenced the noisy girl. Mirabelle once again shifted her consciousness to the view outside. She heard the voice of a boy but chose to disregard it, relishing the scenery. Yet, Hermione intruded once more. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she shouted furiously, "Wait, thank you. But why the response? Are you meddling?" As Mirabelle listened to the piercing sound, she exclaimed in astonishment. Hermione's cheeks flushed with anger, and she turned to leave. After bidding her farewell, Mirabelle leaned back and closed her eyes. During the 4 years of Voldemort's resurgence, Hermione, Harry Potter, and Ron Weasley would work together to overcome various challenges. However, true fear was wielded by Dumbledore. Throughout those years, power accumulated alongside the vigilant monitoring of actions. Dumbledore's manipulation and reactions could also be inferred to some extent through his psychological maneuvers. Yet, if it were possible, he wished for Harry and Hermione to remain at home. In such a scenario, the story would unfold much like it did in the books, though Dumbledore's actions would remain unpredictable. Mirabelle must confront Voldemort and Dumbledore in order to navigate her circumstances, while Voldemort faces Harry in 3 encounters. The knowledge of the world is confined to 5 volumes. With the 6th revealing Dumbledore's demise, the female protagonist consistently perceives Dumbledore and Voldemort as her hypothetical adversaries. Congratulations on being accepted into Hogwarts. The welcoming feast for the new students is about to commence, but before taking their seats in the Great Hall, they must first determine their respective houses. In a room just outside the main entrance of Hogwarts, a witch clad in a flowing emerald robe, with raven black hair, addresses the first-year students while explaining the division of the houses. Tall and weathered, her face is lined with wrinkles, exuding an air of bitterness. This is Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of the school. She surveys the students, calmly elucidating the process, her voice resonating clearly. The sorting ceremony is a profoundly significant ritual, for the houses of Hogwarts become akin to family. There are 4 houses in total: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each boasting a glorious history and having produced remarkable witches and wizards. The commendable conduct of students will earn their house points, while rule violations will result in penalties. At the end of the academic year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the esteemed House Cup. Hence, every student should take pride in belonging to their house. With her explanation concluded, McGonagall exited the room. As the students prepared for the ceremony, a ghostly apparition appeared, evoking surprise among the students, though Mirabel remained unperturbed. Following the ghost's appearance, McGonagall returned, leading the first years to the Great Hall. The hall was a magnificent expanse, leaving Mirabel, a girl of noble birth, in awe. 1,000 candles floated in midair, illuminating 4 long tables. Golden plates and goblets adorned the tables, where hundreds of upperclassmen were already seated, their gazes fixed upon the newcomers. At the head of the 5th table, which included the school's headmaster, Dumbledore, the teachers gathered. The ceiling above was a marvel, resembling a star-studded sky, as if enchanted to mimic the real heavens. While admiring the enchanting scene, McGonagall suddenly produced a 4-legged stool and placed upon it a rather tattered wizarding hat. Indeed, it was merely a shabby hat, known as the sorting hat, which would determine to which house each student would belong. It sang a whimsical yet dreamlike song about the 4 houses: Gryffindor, for those of courage and chivalry; Hufflepuff, for the patient and diligent; Ravenclaw, for the clever and resourceful; and Slytherin, for those who are cunning in every circumstance. The essence of the song suggested that a student's character might change depending on the house they enter, implying that those with similar dispositions would unite as members of the same house. When names were called in alphabetical order, the students were to sit and don the hat. Albert Hannah, a girl with golden braided hair, rushed to the stool, placed the hat upon her head, and after a brief moment of silence, the sorting hat declared, Hufflepuff. The table of Hufflepuff on the right erupted with cheers and applause. A girl named Hannah sat shyly at the edge of the table, feeling bashful. Names were called one after another, as students approached the tables designated for their respective houses. Each time a table erupted with cheers, the applause of upperclassmen resonated. It was believed that the sorting of students into houses was rather biased, determined by their personalities. Perhaps the number of students accepted held significant weight for the house. Mirabel Beresford. The name Mirabel was called, and she walked forth. In that instant, the clamor subsided like a deceitful whisper, and the hall was enveloped in silence. All eyes could not divert from the girl gracefully making her way to the chair. The sound of her footsteps resonated clearly, each intricate movement captivating the audience. What silence? Why has everyone fallen mute? Each person pondered, yet none spoke. They were all consumed by the peculiar aura emanating from the girl. Professor McGonagall swallowed hard. What was this daunting sensation? Was it truly the essence of a first-year student? The knowledge of what students could become lingered in the air. Certainly. Some students possessed an allure that could be described as captivating, setting them apart. For instance, like Professor Dumbledore? What was happening? McGonagall was the only one to think of him. Dumbledore found himself instinctively leaning forward, fixated on the girl, or more precisely, on the illusion of the girl that had haunted him for 50 years. It was entirely relevant, including her lineage. Yet, from Dumbledore's perspective, he saw the visage of that malevolent sorcerer, and an unsettling chill coursed through him. He wanted to believe otherwise, but something within him denied it. What is happening? Seeing Tom Riddle, Voldemort's likeness in a girl, Mirabel sat upon a chair, adorned with a hat. As an eerie silence enveloped the hall, it was merely a chair, a wooden piece, unremarkable in appearance. Yet, for a fleeting moment, all who beheld it would mistake the chair for a throne. Even the simplest act of sitting instilled within her the sensation of regal grandeur. The sorting hat emanated a voice laced with bitterness, a sound only Mirabel, donning the hat, could perceive, though none could fathom the hat's anguish. It was in great torment. More than ever before, troubled by unprecedented events, Mirabel's overwhelming self-esteem has given rise to psychological barriers. A wall of narcissistic love stands between her and the outside world, yielding only to her own heart. The notion of a closed heart surgery arises, akin to a cerebral procedure that unveils the thoughts of others. The girl understands, perceiving the underlying ideas. She is acutely aware of her confidence, reaching unprecedented heights. Yet, the trials of the sorting hat do not conclude here. It ought to discern anything beyond mere thoughts, to penetrate the essence of others and assign them to the appropriate house. However, the hat sees through Mirabel's talents, transforming even the notion of talent into a pejorative term, an overwhelming ability that exposes its limits. The hat finds itself unable to gauge Mirabel. As if confronted with an insurmountable wall, it is hard to believe, feeling as if the enchanting girl embodies some enigmatic creature beyond comprehension. Firmly convinced of the correctness of her thoughts, undoubtedly she is a monster, an extraordinary monster of talent. Ultimately, the hat reaches a conclusion. Mirabelle's intellectual prowess is immeasurable. The sole criterion it cannot assess is her self-esteem. Perhaps this is why Mirabelle naturally aligns with Slytherin. As anticipated by her perspective, the answer is rather mundane. An entity like the hat cannot measure its own self-worth. From the very beginning, Mirabelle held a firm belief, and indeed, it came to fruition. She tossed her hat onto the chair designated for Slytherin. A chorus of cheers should have erupted, yet silence prevailed, completely engulfed by an atmosphere of sheer normalcy. Mirabelle smiled mysteriously at the Slytherin student who was gazing at her quietly. "What is the matter, senior? Am I welcome?" she teased, her tone playful. As she picked up a nearby goblet, a third-year student swiftly seized the wine bottle and poured it into her cup. There was no directive to act thus, nor any obligation to do so. Rather, it was a gesture deserving of respect. Consequently, the wine flowed effortlessly into the goblet, and she naturally took a sip. Observing this scene, the Slytherin students couldn't help but think of the new student among them. The groupings were completed smoothly, and it was finally time to welcome the newcomers. Harry's memory of the grouping results was identical, so there was no need for explanation. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, as students eagerly served themselves, bringing the delicacies to their lips. Mirabelle's table was adorned with an array of dishes, prominently featuring a succulent roast beef, elegantly arranged on a platter. To be candid, Mirabelle holds a fondness for British cuisine. Yet this particular roast beef stood out as something extraordinary. The meal commenced with Yorkshire pudding, served with a rich gravy as an appetizer, followed by the main attraction, the roast beef. A delightful resilience met her teeth as she took a bite, the flavor of the meat unfurling within her mouth. Ah! The roast beef, despite its shortcomings, ironically epitomizes the stagnation of British culinary culture. A sprightly bean sprout caught Mirabelle's attention. At first glance, the dish appeared to harmonize seamlessly with the shredded meat, presenting no dissonance. She hollowed out the bean sprouts and filled them with the shredded meat. The shredded meat seemed to be quite ordinary. Yet, with one bite, the aromatic essence of the bean sprout and meat erupted in her palate, the two distinct flavors merging effortlessly to create a novel taste sensation. She relished this flavor, capable of etching memories. And she felt that there are still many wondrous and delectable dishes to discover in her homeland. As Mirabelle savored the blissful ambience, a contented nod accompanied the delightful flavors wafting from her mouth. Regardless, the exquisite meal left her thoroughly satisfied. In a moment of indulgence, Mirabelle took a sip of wine and dabbed her lips with a napkin. Just then, a timid voice from the girl beside her broke the silence. A lively girl with striking blue eyes and short, light brown hair, her countenance bore no marks of distinction. When sorted into houses, one could discern a certain essence or atmosphere, an intangible quality that felt reminiscent of something extraordinary, much like the world of Harry Potter. Ah, Edith Renault. Hailing from a lineage of purebloods that has endured for 3 generations. If one is to speak of the exceptional, then she certainly fits the bill. Descended from the illustrious Beresford family, a noble lineage that has maintained its pure bloodline for 15 generations, it is no wonder that from an early age, she was molded into a figure embodying dignity. The Beresford family is among the most esteemed in the British magical community, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Black family. Generations of unwavering pure-blood heritage have necessitated a rigorous upbringing for their children. First and foremost, they were encouraged to procreate abundantly, historically. Siblings have never numbered fewer than 5, and were subjected to a Spartan-like discipline. Subsequently, the most talented among them was chosen as the head of the family, while the remaining siblings were relegated to servitude, all to preserve the bloodline for future generations. Thus, through this method, only one chosen heir would carry forth the lineage, while the rest were cast aside. The selected patriarch was expected to study governance and economics, with an unyielding obligation to emerge victorious. The current head of the family, Mirabelle's father, Heathcliff Beresford, was equally relentless in his pursuit of victory, a formidable dark wizard. Yet, when faced with a transgression, regardless of the true culprit, he would ensure conviction through any means necessary. In the absence of evidence, he would fabricate, and in certain instances, resort to bribery. This cursed family, driven by the desire to win, has orchestrated countless tears and suffering. Is the Beresford family superior to the Malfoys? If one were to pose that question regarding the family, one might conclude that they are indeed more formidable than the Malfoys. Mirabelle answered the question with a fearless smile, as if the response were a matter of course. It was, in essence, an overwhelming victory against the boy's opponent. Oh, Mirabelle, truly confident. Edith inquired about such confidence, her brow glistening with sweat. Then Mirabelle, with a smile, offered a fair self-assessment. Upon hearing the response, Edith was convinced. Ah, how arrogant this girl is. She seemed even more self-assured than before, and that confidence appeared to possess a certain power. During the idle chatter, a ghost silently materialized at the table, surveying the students with bloodshot eyes, gaunt and hollow. The ghostly figure, resembling a specter, spoke to the freshman in a haughty tone. I have heard that the Slytherin newcomers have won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, all thanks to the efforts of the upperclassmen. Whether they will seize the glory for the 7th year remains to be seen, and this year's outcome is entirely dependent on that. In response, Mirabelle, after listening to the ghostly Baron's words, scooped up a spoonful of vanilla ice cream and brought it to her lips. As the cool sweetness melted on her tongue, a delightful sensation filled her mouth, which she savored before swallowing. The chilling pain that accompanied it was oddly pleasurable. Mirabelle considered it the true joy of consuming cold treats. Though she felt somewhat full, she believed she could indulge further. Hey, Mirabelle, what class are you most looking forward to? Flying, of course. There is something romantic about soaring freely through the air. Nothing particularly special, but I have some interest in potions since my parents specialize in it, though I've never had the chance to study it. Once she finished her ice cream, she set down the spoon and craved more delicacies. Regardless, she anticipated the endless opportunities that the coming 4 years would bring. As the welcome feast concluded with Dumbledore's warning, do not venture into the Forbidden Forest or use magic in the corridors. If you wish to join the Quidditch team, please contact Madam Hooch for 2nd years and above, applicable to freshmen. And if you wish to die, venture down the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. The entire student body joined in singing the school song before being guided to their respective dormitories. As Mirabelle traversed the stone steps leading to the dormitory, her mind wandered to the upcoming lessons. How could she outsmart Dumbledore and acquire the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts? The tardiness rate for the first class exceeded 40%. The reasons for this phenomenon lay in the myriad of intricate and whimsical features within the school. With 142 staircases, ranging from the impractically wide to the narrow, and those that led to commonplace areas on Fridays, alongside staircases that vanished with every other step, the variety was astounding. For instance, there was a door that would only open if scratched, and a wall that appeared to be a door yet was nothing but a solid barrier. The portraits often engaged in mutual visits, serving as landmarks, while the mischievous Peeves delighted in tormenting students, further contributing to the issue of lateness. However, Peeves now faced the most malevolent of students. The poltergeist tumbled clumsily, his head striking the ground with a thud, before he could utter a cry of pain. A girl approached him, seizing his head with a firm grip. The fact that this seemingly invisible trickster could be so easily caught was bewildering. Hey, ghost. Have the courage to throw some trash, she teased. For the lady I adore, I shall bestow a reward. Ah, but why touch? She inquired. Mirabelle Beresford, a first-year Slytherin, held Peeves firmly by the head. Her ability to grasp the poltergeist was due to enchantment. Indeed, her hands could make contact with the mischievous spirit. But wielding magic was an entirely different matter. It was her magical prowess that allowed her to gather the energy needed to grasp Peeves effectively. Mirabelle, wielding her staff, instinctively knew how to harness magic, thus employing a cunning trick. However, she was under no obligation to graciously impart such knowledge. Delightful, isn't it, little imp? Recently, she had discovered the perfect spell in the library, an excellent test subject. What was that incantation again? An exorcism spell, reputedly designed to dispel spirits. A spell to banish ghosts. Such magic necessitated proximity, nearly face-to-face, which is why it was seldom studied. The imp, frantic to flee, found its head firmly grasped, rendering it immobile. In its terror, a merciless phrase accompanied the utterance of the spell's name. Experience. Depart, spirit. A white flash seared the imp's head, causing its body to convulse. Indeed, even the ghost was vanquished by the imp, yet the effect was overwhelming. Mirabelle, undeterred by her initial failure, was determined to refine her approach. Convinced she would devise a method to obliterate the creature without fail. The imp writhed in desperation, striving to escape. Ah, stop. Very well. If the mischievous spirit were to vanish with the incantation, that would indeed be amusing. Help, help. It will prank again. An experiment. Originally intended to be an exorcism spell. What might its power be when cast at point-blank range? Yet the imp's pleas ignited another thought in Mirabelle's mind. Could it truly vow never to oppose her again? A vow. A vow. Would it unconditionally obey? Just as the imp signaled its agreement, Mirabelle tightened her grip with her empty left hand. She recited the incantation. The white light intensified, engulfing the imp's body in flames. Ah, hey, stop. Is it truly vanishing? Now, a choice. Disappear or obey. Obey, obey. What did you say? So cease. Hearing the imp's tearful voice, Mirabelle smiled with satisfaction. Finally, she released it, discarding it like refuse. As she spoke, she stepped upon the convulsing head on the ground. Very well, that shall be your first command. Clean up the mess you left behind. Mirabelle lifted her long robe and turned her gaze toward the corner, where the figure of Edith Reiniger trembled, revealing only her face. Mirabelle offered a bittersweet smile, speaking in the same tone as before, infused with a hint of warmth. What troubles you, Reginald? Do not hide in such a place, hurry along. We have potions class with Professor Snape. To the dungeons, swiftly. Mirabelle truly showed no mercy, beginning to feel a pang of sympathy for Peeves. Humph. All because of the teasing. The potions class was a joint session with Gryffindor. Mirabelle Edith ascended the staircase to the dungeon and stepped into the cell. The headmaster, Severus Snape, the administrator of Slytherin House, was nearby as the classroom was in close proximity to Slytherin. The walls were adorned with glass jars containing various specimens preserved in alcohol. In that chamber, Snape stood at the lectern, and upon confirming that all students were present, he commenced taking attendance. However, as he approached Harry, his voice faltered momentarily before he uttered, in a pleasantly soft tone, "Ah, Mr. Harry Potter, the new star." The Slytherins erupted into laughter, mocking Harry. No sooner had the words left his lips than he suddenly shouted, "Potter," pointing an accusatory finger at Harry. What do you obtain when powdered daffodil bulb is added to an infusion of wormwood? Caught off guard by the unexpected query, Harry was unable to respond, his eyes darting around in search of assistance. Most of the students, in truth, could not answer the question, given that they had yet to attend the lesson. Hermione was one of the few exceptions, raising her hand, yet Snape did not even glance her way. It was evident that relying solely on one's name accomplished nothing. As Mirabelle listened to the conversation, a sudden thought struck her. If memory served her correctly, Snape was an ardent supporter of Slytherin. Thus, if Hermione, a student of Gryffindor, raised her hand while a student from Slytherin was present, points would likely be awarded based on their responses. Mirabelle was displeased with the scores. Yet one matter lingered in her mind. At the year's end, when Dumbledore awarded the House Cup to Gryffindor, or more precisely, to Harry, she found it rather vexing. The disdain for failure that consumed Mirabelle was palpable. However, what if the original process, which elevated Slytherin's score, had taken place? Granting Gryffindor their rightful points would have resulted in Slytherin's victory in the acquisition of the House Cup. Alternatively, what if they were awarded more points than deserved, thereby compelling Gryffindor to triumph? That would indeed be intriguing. Should the former be the case, it would reflect a fair assessment, demonstrating Dumbledore's impartiality. Conversely, if it were the latter, it would suggest that an emotional inclination drove Harry to such lengths, illustrating the disparity involved. How amusing to find ways to pass the time in the otherwise mundane school life. In such a scenario, would there be a vigorous pursuit for points? Mirabelle quietly raised her hand, capturing Snape's gaze with his glimmering black eyes. Oh, do you comprehend, Beresford? Indeed. The amalgamation of daffodil bulbs and powdered mugwort creates a potent sedative known as the draught of living death. However, should one desire a more profound effect, it is essential to incorporate crushed valerian root juice, thus ensuring the efficacy of both components. Mirabelle smiled, and Snape responded with a grin. Perfect, Beresford. 5 points to Slytherin. Just as anticipated, Snape's inclinations leaned towards Slytherin. Perhaps it was the secret behind Slytherin's 6 consecutive victories in the House Cup, ruthlessly deducting points from all houses except Slytherin, while generously awarding points to his own. It was clear this increased Slytherin's chances of winning the House Cup. Of course, the other house administrators should be able to do the same, but aside from Dumbledore, no teacher favored that house as much as Snape did, especially McGonagall, who, even for her own house, would mercilessly deduct points. This could explain Slytherin's victories thus far. Well, Potter, let me pose another question. If one were to search for a Bezoar, where might one find it? Did you not consider the textbook opened in class, Potter? Mirabelle chuckled, teasing the poor teacher. The question was something learned in the 5th year, a trap of sorts. Given the nature of the question, one might think of a location, albeit an absurd one. A response that would never yield the correct answer, as Bezoars are found in specific regions. When Mirabelle raised her hand again, Snape, in a fit of delight, ignored Hermione and called upon her instead. Oh, does Beresford know? Indeed. A Bezoar is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, although it resembles a dried organ. It is primarily a principal antidote. Very well, 5 points to Slytherin. However, The teacher was addressing Harry, warning him about the rudeness of raising his hand to the teacher, stating that further infractions would result in point deductions. Snape, in a foul mood, shot another glance at Harry. This question also requires a skillful response. From knowledge of the original story, it is clear that he despises Harry, yet such hatred seems oddly comforting. Lost in thought, Mirabel suppressed a laugh. Potter. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Hermione likely knew the answer, so why not ask? Responding to Snape's question, Harry calmly corrected her, disregarding Hermione. Yet, this had the opposite effect. He had already forgotten Snape's previous remarks. Unbeknownst to him, those words had created a justification for Snape to deduct points. Snape merely uttered one word to Hermione, "Sit," before breaking into a grin. Potter, have you not heard that rudeness towards the teacher results in points being deducted? Gryffindor. 5 points off. What? Well, does Beresford know the answer? Alas, this time she did not raise her hand, but her name was guessed. How could the teacher possibly know these questions? Mirabel flashed a grin, albeit an unappealing one, in response to a rather challenging inquiry. The plant known as aconite, or wolfsbane, bears the same name despite its various appellations. It is also referred to as aconite in the language of Muggles, synonymous with skull. Thus, the answer remains unchanged. Very well. Slytherin earns an additional 5 points. With a malicious smile adorning her face, she engaged in a sinister internal dialogue, reveling in the malevolence of their shared thoughts. The two exchanged approving thumbs-ups, affirming their mutual understanding. Edith, who was observing, was left astounded, exclaiming that she had witnessed a dreadful collaboration. By the way, mate, why write it down in a notebook? No sooner had she uttered the words than the sound of a quill scratching on parchment resonated through the air. The subsequent lesson continued to mercilessly target the favoritism displayed towards Gryffindor and Slytherin. Snape instructed the students to form pairs to concoct a simple potion for treating boils, all the while keeping a watchful eye on them. Aside from Malfoy, who seemed particularly fond of the task, Mirabel, Edith, and Pierce managed to blend their ingredients flawlessly. Indeed, it was true that Neville failed to mix his potion adequately, resulting in a liquid that failed to cover the cauldron's contents. After sending him off to the infirmary, covered in boils, Snape accused Harry and unjustly deducted points, stating, "How could you not pay attention? 1 point off." Consequently, Slytherin's score soared, surpassing Mirabel's memory by 15 points, while Gryffindor's score plummeted by 6 points, originally a deduction of 2 points. To rectify this disparity, a total of 21 points would need to be accounted for from some source. However, this singular aspect could lead to a critical miscalculation. In such a case, from this moment forth, Dumbledore would have to relinquish hope. How far can Gryffindor go together, Dumbledore, to combat poison with poison, if the opposing side consisted of Gryffindor supporters? Then it would be prudent to leverage Snape's ardent Slytherin allegiance. It was believed that the tedious incubation period would yield no errors, but that assumption was misguided. Anticipating the end-of-year festivities a year hence, Mirabel proceeded to her next class. There were no lessons on Friday afternoons. Mirabel was seated at the table in the lounge of the study room, engrossed in her reading. Before her lay a collection of books borrowed from the library, a stark contrast to the industrious Hermione. Yet, the quality of her reading material surpassed that of her peers. The book Mirabel was currently perusing consisted of content typically studied in the 6th or 7th grade, clearly placing her ahead of her classmates. If this continues, the only course of action may be to restrict access to the shelves. Mirabel resolved to regard the next 4 years as a period of accumulating power in a discreet manner. However, she understood that merely participating in the conventional school curriculum would not suffice to achieve her aspirations. To put it plainly, her expectations of the school's offerings were not particularly high. From the very beginning, she sought to amass a considerable collection of books, aiming to engage in self-directed learning through their pages. The realm of magic, after all, had ample room for improvement and was remarkably versatile. Depending on how the knowledge was applied, it could be transformed into various practical uses. She meticulously organized the insights gleaned from her readings, diligently jotting down her thoughts in a notebook. Her goal was to optimize her existing magical abilities, enhance their applications, and increase their efficiency. In doing so, she aimed to develop original spells rooted in her newfound understanding. These were tasks typically reserved for first-year students, often deemed unattainable. Yet Mirabel held a steadfast belief in her capabilities. Despite the commonality of such pursuits, she was resolute in her conviction that she had every reason to succeed. With a sense of pride, she embraced the power she possessed. It felt as natural as inhaling air or breaking a pencil. The belief in her potential was instinctive. This overwhelming self-esteem propelled her forward. If harnessed effectively, the magic of knowledge could indeed be replicated. She held in disdain any notion of magic as mere fiction, for she understood its true essence. Her quest for magical knowledge and its application led her into uncharted territories. She was aware of the world's mystical heritage, preserved solely in the tales of magic passed down through generations. Drawing from these stories, she had begun to craft her own spells. Certain curses, such as the Cruciatus and the Soul-Sucking Curse, were forbidden, yet she recognized the necessity of such prohibitions. Hypnosis and subjugation could only be achieved through fear. With her left hand flipping through the pages of a book and her right hand swiftly taking notes, her gaze darted about, organizing her thoughts while she murmured softly to herself. In theory, the potency of a fire spell could be increased by approximately 10%, though the complexity would correspondingly rise. Nevertheless, she was undeterred. Having reached a satisfactory point in her studies, she closed the book and returned it to the library. Naturally, she merely intended to return it. She picked up another unread tome before departing. In truth, her interest had completely shifted to the restricted section. Yet it was still too early for her to venture there. Even if she attempted to sneak in, she would likely be discovered. If she were to attempt a covert entrance, it would be wise to ensure that prying eyes were at a considerable distance, perhaps under the cover of darkness. Maybe waiting until Halloween to solidify her foundation would not be a bad idea. The path of ambition was one she intended to traverse with purpose. For now, her focus was on concealing her sharp fangs and diligently honing her claws in preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. The long-awaited flying lessons were on the horizon. Well, she questioned whether training was even necessary. After all, she excelled at Quidditch, and if she could represent the Quidditch team within the year, she would undoubtedly aid Slytherin in triumphing in their matches. On Thursday morning, Malfoy's triumphant voice inadvertently caught the attention of Mirabel. He politely elaborated to those around him about what an exceptional broomstick rider he was, yet Mirabel remained indifferent to such matters. Instead, she focused on savoring her breakfast. English cuisine is often praised, yet breakfast can be quite flawed. As the esteemed writer W. Somerset Maugham once remarked, if one wishes to enjoy good food in England, one should partake of 3 breakfasts. Mirabel found this sentiment particularly fitting. She had once soared through the skies on her broomstick, playing Quidditch with her neighbors. Naturally, she had always been the star seeker, the first to spot the golden snitch, never once missing the quaffle. Initially, she pierced her fork into a hard-fried egg and took a bite. Although she felt the absence of soy sauce, it was still satisfactory. She relished the rich flavor of the egg, followed by the sausage. When she bit into the crispy surface of the bacon, its juices burst forth, filling her mouth with delight. After swallowing, she lifted her cup and took a sip of milk tea, allowing herself a moment of tranquility. Ah, the essence of breakfast. Years ago, while soaring high on her broomstick, she had encountered a Muggle helicopter approaching. The Muggles appeared to be peculiar creatures, seemingly unable to fly unless encased in their massive metal contraption. She swiftly evaded the helicopter, narrowly escaping at the last moment. Did she think it would collide with her? It seemed to have ceased its movement. Next, she picked up a slice of toast slathered with strawberry jam and began to chew. Regardless of how rough English food may be, the taste of the bread remained consistent. The sweetness of the strawberry jam complemented the bread exquisitely, a delightful combination. However, the true enjoyment of a splendid breakfast was accentuated by the essential noise surrounding her. Mirabel rose from her seat, a dark line etched across her forehead, and walked to the seat 2 places behind Malfoy. Grasping a handful of hair, she yanked it. "Foy!" Beresford exclaimed. "What?" "Malfoy, if you must boast, do so elsewhere. When dining, one should be free from any disturbances. The sound of spitting while speaking or the jesting manner of eating." Mirabel considered an affront to the sacred art of culinary wisdom. Even if the Emperor were to forgive, she would never forgive herself. Mirabel compelled Malfoy to confront her, her golden eyes narrowing sharply as she spoke with a fierce glare. "Shut your mouth and eat. If you cannot manage that, perhaps it would be better to perish," she declared. Malfoy continued to speak, yet those eyes were indeed serious, exuding an unwavering resolve that showed no mercy towards those disrupting the meal. Should he dare to refuse her command, Malfoy would find himself utterly diminished, like shattered stained glass. Her gaze remained unyieldingly stern, urging him to silence and return to his seat to relish yet another elegant morning. At 3:30 p.m., the long-anticipated flying training session commenced. Students from Gryffindor and Slytherin congregated on the school's lawn, engaging in lively conversation about their favorite Quidditch teams and preferred brooms. Mirabelle Edith is no exception, engaging in trivial discussions. Hey, is that Mirabelle's own broom? The number 7 broom. A favorite, designed as the Silver Arrow. Silver Arrow? I have never encountered such a name. It is an antiquated broom handcrafted by an artisan named Leonard Jux, though it has been discontinued. The artisan's father appears to be familiar with the craft and is willing to recreate it using contemporary techniques. While conversing, Ms. Hodge, who is responsible for guidance, made her presence known, standing before the students. She had short white hair and eagle-like yellow eyes. As soon as the students arrived, they began to shout, "What is the commotion? Stand beside the broom quickly." Hearing these words, the students hurriedly gathered next to the broom. Mirabelle Edith stood beside the broom, prepared for what lay ahead. The broom, a rather unimpressive and inexpensive model known as Meteor, was released by Universal Thick Base Company in 1955, quickly gaining a reputation for its poor quality. Such substandard craftsmanship invariably leads to a higher incidence of accidents, and consequently, Universal faced bankruptcy. It is perplexing why such a dreadful broom was adopted as the standard for schools. Perhaps it was merely due to its affordability. With her right hand placed firmly on the broom, she called out as instructed by Hodge. Yet, Mirabelle seemed devoid of motivation, as if the excitement of a 3-year-old had begun to wane. Each failure to take flight resulted in a reprimand. Gently, the broom fell into Mirabelle's grasp, and her performance appeared lacking. Among the students, only Malfoy, Harry, Mirabelle, and Edith managed to lift their brooms safely. Even Hermione struggled unusually. Once the brooms were retrieved, Hodge delivered a lecture on the proper way to ride a broom, circling the students to observe their grip. Upon completion, it was time to commence the flying training. At the sound of the whistle, the students were instructed to kick off the ground vigorously. They were to hold the broom steady, ascend approximately 2 meters, curve slightly, and then take off. Go. Hodge counted, 1, 2, ah. Before he could finish, Neville erupted in a panic, leaping into the air. Perhaps it was the anxiety of being left behind that caused his distress. Hodge shouted for him to calm down, but had he remained composed, he would have taken flight from the outset. Neville soared about 6 meters high before relinquishing his hold on the broom, plummeting earthward like an unrestrained bungee cord. He landed with a resounding thud on the grass, face down, and began to cry. Having broken a bone, he was still conscious, a resilient boy indeed. He broke a bone. 115 bones, to be precise. Hodge rushed over, scooping Neville up in his arms and hurrying towards the infirmary, offering some cheerful encouragement along the way. He paused momentarily to sternly admonish the students, warning them that if they returned to see Neville in such a state come Halloween, they would face expulsion. The bone, he exclaimed. All right, I'll take him now. What transpired after Hodge's departure was vividly etched in Mirabelle's memory. Malfoy seized Neville's remembrall, which glowed red when one forgot something, and Harry quickly pursued to reclaim it. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that silly Potter face? He'll surely be expelled. Malfoy's triumphant laughter echoed after McGonagall left. Meanwhile, the surrounding Slytherin students joined in, creating a cacophonous symphony of derisive laughter. Hermione and Ron felt disheartened but remained silent, anxiously awaiting Harry's fate. Mirabelle, determined to quell Malfoy's laughter, stood firm against the Slytherin students. Malfoy, seemingly delighted at the prospect of Potter's expulsion, reveled in his moment of triumph. What? If expelled from school, those who fly together will also face expulsion. The most severe reaction was that of Professor McGonagall, who appeared both furious and elated. All eyes were fixed upon Mirabelle, who crossed her arms in astonishment and remarked, "Indeed, if Harry is found to have violated the rules, Draco should also be apprehended." Yet, McGonagall did not do so. Why then was only Potter taken away? The sensation of injustice lingered. A sensation? Ah. The first time riding a broom, soaring 16 meters with a meteor broom that had a flaw, catching a falling ball without a single scratch, could that truly be done? Pointed out by Mirabelle, Draco groaned. He wished to assert himself, to showcase his abilities. However, for some reason, under the piercing gaze of Mirabelle's golden eyes, those lies remained unspoken. Anything beyond the truth seemed to carry an unbearable weight of guilt. He felt ensnared in a web of anticipated illusions. He would make an excellent seeker, a rare gift, one that appears only once in a decade. Professor McGonagall must have recognized this. So why was only Potter taken? Draco pondered. Yet Potter was not expelled. Rather, he had become one of Slytherin's greatest adversaries. How could this be? What sort of nonsense was this? Potter was being treated as a seeker? And yet, even in their 7th year, there were better seekers to be found. Harry, a Gryffindor, Slytherin's nemesis. Speaking of which, Mirabelle laughed joyfully. as if she could sense that Harry's talent had not been underestimated. Indeed, every talent and ability deserves respect. It is precisely because of the reverence for merit that the evaluation of excellence holds greater significance than anything else. Do you recall what was said at the clothing store? Ah, yes. Those who truly wait for their talents to be recognized will attain glory. Only those deserving shall endure. Potter's talent captured Professor McGonagall's attention. Seizing the opportunity to use him as a stepping stone, Draco's complexion turned pale, as if Mirabelle's words had startled him, leaving him frozen in place. Mirabelle leaned in close and whispered, "In reality, the Malfoy world revolves around the power of bloodlines. Do you not realize how utterly impotent such notions are? It's a deception, a lie, a falsehood. Admit it. You've been expelled. You should be." Malfoy screamed as he fled from Mirabelle. Upon returning to her original position, Edith greeted her, drenched in cold sweat and wearing a bewildered expression. Although they had known each other for some time, she had grown accustomed to that astonished face. How heartless, Mirabelle. Utterly inept, yet still soaring. If you were to hone your skills, you should become a representative of the Academy by your second year. Edith was taken aback by Mirabelle's remarks. What? Do you genuinely admire Malfoy? She pondered, yet it struck her that Mirabelle was indeed just Mirabelle. Well, mediocre. Even if you become a seeker, you'll only be a mediocre one, relying on abilities that can be acquired through practice. Oh dear, Edith sighed, utterly exhausted and nearly at a loss. A morbid fear gripped her. She wished to understand her friend's motives, yet she was certain of the reasons. After Hodge returned and resumed training, Mirabelle expressed her disdain for mediocrity, for the efforts that yield only the mundane, a display of skill akin to empty juggling. Leaving aspirations in the dust. On October 31st, Halloween, the Great Hall was resplendently adorned, with jack-o'-lanterns illuminating the space and tables laden with pumpkin dishes. As for Mirabelle, she longed to savor the delightful cuisine, yet fate had other plans. The festivities would be curtailed due to an unforeseen upheaval. In other words, the restrictions meant that if one did not dine early, they would have to wait until the following year. The pumpkin casserole was indeed peculiar, but still delightful. However, the pumpkin desserts truly shone. Among them, the hot cakes were exceptionally popular, with their sweet, tender dough. Bit by bit, she sampled several pumpkin dishes, quietly assessing their flavors. Pumpkin pie, hot cakes, pudding tarts. There was an abundance of sweets, yet Mirabelle was thoroughly content. A dinner dominated by sweetness, indulging in such treats occasionally was not amiss. After her meal, she quenched her thirst with red tea and dabbed her mouth with a disposable napkin. Have I not eaten much today? Mirabelle mused. Indeed. It feels as though I have overindulged. Why does my stomach feel swollen? Edith sighed, comparing Mirabelle's slender frame to her own fuller figure. Since arriving at the school, the meals had been delicious, and she sensed she had gained a bit of weight since her initial days. Nevertheless, Mirabelle's appetite remained unchanged, as she was actively consuming her intake. Consuming? Magic consumes energy. Each practice saps energy. Thus the food's energy dissipates swiftly. The magical brain establishes a theory and unleashes it through mental prowess. In other words, even when perception occurs and magic is cast, the brain bears an immense burden, to the extent of becoming so fatigued that it cannot function normally. Sugar serves as the primary energy source for the brain. This explains why Mirabelle has an affinity for sweets, as they allow her to release magic in a state of perfection. It is a purely simple pleasure. However, her physique tends to gain weight, which seems rather unjust. Edith, while rubbing her slightly relaxed stomach, lamented about her recent attempts to eat less in an effort to diet, though the results were not particularly favorable. Considering this, it is no wonder that Mirabelle, who gains weight no matter how much she eats, feels a pang of jealousy. At that tense moment, Chilo suddenly burst into the hall, his headscarf askew and his normally pale blue face now tinged with fear. He moved forward, approaching Dumbledore's seat, and announced in a trembling voice, "A giant. Oh, this is something we should definitely inform you of." After uttering those words, the responsible Chilo fainted, leaving behind only a seed of confusion. The remaining students were, of course, thrown into chaos. The atmosphere was overwhelmed by fear and screams, rendering the place uncontrollably noisy. Some screamed in terror, others shouted in confusion, while some embraced their nearby friends, and others vowed to vanquish the giant. The collective psychology bewildered not only the first-year students but also those in higher grades, leaving them unsure of who was saying what. The Slytherin house was no exception. Draco was in tears, panicking, while Edith anxiously glanced at Mirabelle. Yet, Mirabelle remained composed, with a gesture that felt as relaxed as usual. She brandished her wand and conjured sparks to force the Slytherin students into silence. Then, with all her strength, she struck the tabletop, drawing everyone's attention, and calmly stated, "This is quite unbecoming." Her voice was soft, and her words were directed solely at the first-year students, who had spent only a brief time at the school. Strangely, no one dared to oppose her. Her words silenced not only the first years but also the seventh years. However, only Malfoy managed to muster the courage to speak, charging towards Mirabel. "But, a giant has entered. What is happening? It's just a mindless pile of muscle." Mirabel absently toyed with her wine glass, disregarding Malfoy's trepidation. "Do not worry," came the calm voice, one that instilled an unwavering confidence. It possessed an enigmatic power that led one to believe in the extraordinary. If one comprehended the situation, silence would prevail, for the clamor would render dinner utterly dreadful. With that, Mirabel, as was her wont, took another sip of her drink. Vanity lingered within, acknowledging the fearsome nature that loomed beneath. Her imposing demeanor mystically captivated every member of Slytherin, soothing their restless hearts. "Oh, dear girl, there is nothing to fear," she reassured, yet the belief felt compelled. "Hey, is there a toothless boar? A clawless beast? What are the venomous fangs known as wands? Their malevolent grasp? When enveloped in overwhelming dread, one might seek the reassuring presence of another. What is there to fear, truly? Where does fear reside? There exists but a singular objective, to render the feeble into mindless creatures, equating them to mere shadows." The overwhelming allure of Mirabel has reached its zenith, as she forcefully imposes her ideals upon others. The essence of leadership lies in the ability to intimidate and captivate. Yet, amidst this effete, a serene and lucid voice resonates powerfully across the Slytherin table, penetrating ears without hesitation. It is imperative to discern whom one is truly contending with. The weaker beings must adhere to the rules. Transgressions should be met with consequences. As the words linger in the air, Slytherin rises. What has become of this formidable creature? The magic of disarmament and paralysis is at play, wielded with skill. There is no need for fear within these hallowed halls of learning. It is time for the students to stand firm. Head students, escort the younger ones back to their dormitories. Those capable of defending must unite to safeguard the institution. Do you grasp the enormity of the situation? Among the upperclassmen of Slytherin, each holds a wand, unyielding in their resolve. There is no room for fear. Instead, a profound sense of security and pride occupies their hearts. The choice being made is the right one, guided by the correct principles. This illusion has dispelled any lingering hesitation or trepidation. The teachers, startled by the sudden surge of morale, attempt to quell Slytherin's fervor, but their resolve cannot be extinguished. Even the thunderous applause of Dumbledore cannot douse their fighting spirit. The commanding presence of the faculty falters, if only for a moment, overshadowed by that golden-haired girl. Mirabel faced the Slytherin group, their eyes glinting with menace, as if awaiting her command. "Very well, let us witness the power of a wizard." Slytherin nodded, moving in unison like soldiers following their officer, and the prefect charged into the hall. Fear permeated the air like magic itself. The destination was clear. A foolish giant had invaded the castle, and their intent was to trample, destroy, and obliterate it, united in their purpose. McGonagall observed the scene, swallowing hard. What remarkable leadership! What an impressive sense of presence at such a young age. With merely a few words, she had quelled Slytherin's anxiety. It was frightening, yet also an opportunity. If the students could regain their composure, perhaps all would be well. "Prefect, escort the students back to the dormitories." Responding to McGonagall's directive, the prefect sprang into action. Under their guidance, the students began to move, gradually exiting the hall. However, they were unaware of Mirabel's presence. "So simple." Mirabel murmured softly as all the Hogwarts students made their way back to their dormitories. Mirabel shouted, yet she had no dormitory to retreat to. This was because she intended to put her prior plans into action. The reason for her agitation was singular: to divert the teacher's attention. It was merely a form of amusement. Perhaps it would be wise to swiftly banish the bookshelf. The objective was to prohibit certain books, and then return to her dormitory with an expression of innocence, fulfilling her aim. Mirabel escaped the clamor of the hall and entered the library, stepping into the realm of forbidden tomes. Where could it be? As she perused the shelves, she meticulously searched for her desired item. Some books were prone to shrieking at the slightest touch, and a mistake in selection would spell disaster, forcing her to retreat. Fortunately, she soon discovered the book she sought. With a gentle smile, Mirabel lifted it, then turned its pages to confirm its status as a forbidden volume. Undoubtedly, it was. Mirabelle departed from the library, employing concealed magic to cloak her presence, and made her way to the ground. If her conjecture was accurate, Slytherin should have rushed into the girls' restroom. Inside the lavatory, a fierce battle ensued among the towering Slytherin upperclassmen. They cast spells, shielding one another's backs, desperately protecting their house. As one invoked a spell, another would conjure a protective charm, while yet another darted behind the toilets. "Over there, Gryffindor. Quick, escape," she urged, grasping the trembling hand of Hermione Granger, attempting to lead the helpless first-year student to safety. However, the giant soon detected her presence and raised its club. Just then, Harry Potter lunged at the giant. Seizing its head, "Harry, run, Hermione," she exclaimed in alarm. Harry had intervened to assist Hermione, despite the biting words of Ronald Weasley, who had not joined the fray. Harry's bravery allowed for a moment of reprieve. Hermione seized the opportunity to dash into the restroom. Yet, the giant pursued closely behind, flinging Harry aside, while Ron endeavored to prevent the giant from leaping out of the lavatory. Even worse, outside the restroom were other female students. "Hurry, over there," Harry shouted in panic from within the bathroom. Slytherin was also eager to cast spells, but it was too late. The giant raised its club towards the girls who had not even attempted to flee the scene. A definitive swing from the giant foretold impending tragedy. Hermione quickly shielded her face with her hands. Simultaneously, the targeted girl slowly raised her hand. Then, with one hand, she caught the club. A bizarre sight unfolded before them. A girl of merely 135 centimeters, effortlessly blocking a club over 4 meters in length. The bewildered giant grasped the club with both hands and exerted all its strength, yet the club remained unmoved. An incomprehensible spectacle to the outside world. Yet a marvel crafted by the Golden Girl. Mirabelle Beresford, who gathered the Slytherins together, was unable to comprehend what had transpired. Yet, what she accomplished was the silent application of magic, a form of enchantment that served to weaken or soften objects. It was a most convenient spell, rendering even the hard floor as soft and fragile as a cushion. Mirabelle wielded it with her bare hands, diminishing the colossal force to its utmost limit. The giant stood as a powerless beast, its club resembling a mere sponge. Mirabelle squinted in boredom, lightly leaping to seize the giant's head. With a forceful thrust, she slammed it to the floor. This was her first application of a spell known as Descend, designed to make the target plummet. The spell's potency was such that the giant's head struck the ground with sufficient force to shatter the floor beneath. Mirabelle raised her hand once more, unleashing a powerful strike. A magical blow that sent her adversary soaring away. Mirabelle wielded her magic in silence, uttering not a single word and even refraining from using her wand. From Harry's perspective, the bewildering scene unfolded as a young girl appeared to single-handedly assault a giant. The giant, sent tumbling through the air in a graceful arc, rolled 2 or 3 times before regaining its footing on the ground. Mirabelle exerted all her strength to stomp down on the giant's head, establishing a palpable hierarchy. What transpired next? Did she feel a sense of pride in her own prowess? She licked the ground and hurried to rise. The giant remained prostrate, flailing its legs. It desperately attempted to rise, but its feeble body could not surpass the girl. A girl, half the height of the giant, toyed with it as one would with an infant. Thus, the dynamic between the strong and the weak was rendered easily comprehensible. The strong trample, while the weak scarcely offer resistance. Then, as the giant comprehended the nature of power, Mirabelle seized its head and forcefully lifted it to her line of sight. Oh! Even the lowly creature seemed capable of grasping the emotion of fear. The giant trembled with increased trepidation. The giant's strength, its sole and greatest weapon, had been vanquished. What it once took pride in was mercilessly crushed. Being a creature of brute strength, it was acutely aware of the disparities in power. When a predator realizes it is destined to be devoured, it inevitably becomes the prey. The giant was devoid of any fighting spirit. Mirabelle gazed at the giant, suddenly contemplating its release. Do you know what to do? The giant regained its freedom but turned to attack Mirabelle once more. It struggled to rise, only to kneel again. And unexpectedly, its tongue brushed against Mirabelle's shoe. Like a cobbler meticulously polishing leather, it licked away the dirt from the shoe with a sense of caution. Who could have anticipated such a threat? It was merely the tragic failure of one who succumbed to fear. A clear juxtaposition of victor and vanquished unfolded before all. The students of Slytherin were exhilarated by the wizard's decisive triumph, their emotions reaching a crescendo. Victory equated to dominance. The Slytherin students exhibited a pronounced inclination towards the ideology of the chosen people. They believed that Mirabelle's victory over the giant was far more formidable than slaying it. Having captured their hearts, Mirabelle spoke to the Slytherin student, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Well then, it's time for the teachers to do their job. Let the points be deducted and the class dismissed. There were no complaints. The Slytherins silently heeded the girl's words, voicing no objections as they returned to their dormitory. Later, while heading back to the dormitory, Harry called out, "Mirabelle Beresford, isn't it? Ah, we've crossed paths a few times in class. But is this the first time we're speaking? You seem rather impressive, Harry Potter." Mirabelle instinctively responded to the anxious Harry, conveying that she was more perilous than Malfoy. Desiring to draw closer. Even now, despite Mirabelle's assistance, Harry felt a greater fear towards her than anything else. Witnessing that overwhelming brutality only served to bolster the turmoil within Harry's mind. "Thank you for your help," he murmured. "I appreciate it." Mirabelle turned around and spoke briefly. Mirabelle left after answering Harry. When Harry regained his senses, Mirabelle had already distanced herself. The presence of Mirabelle Beresford instilled in Harry an overwhelming sense of dread. Firstly, there was a need for fresh blood from relatives, a young sacrifice, preferably a pure maiden. The ritual was to be conducted on the night of the full moon, involving the placement of 6 roses, soaked in the blood of the sacrificed, into a chalice at the stroke of 3 in the morning. In the Slytherin girls' dormitory, where everyone was asleep, only a single blanket stirred, Mirabelle's bed. She pulled the duvet over her head, illuminating her surroundings with magic, and read a book stolen from the restricted section. Although she had successfully pilfered it, if the book were to remain absent from the restricted section for too long, suspicions would inevitably arise. Therefore, to return it promptly, she needed to read its contents swiftly and memorize them. Fortuitously, Mirabelle possessed an extraordinary memory. She could retain everything she read, thus eliminating the need for duplication. The tome, quite substantial, detailed the entire procedure of the ritual, the necessary tools, and how to procure them. It enumerated both the failures and successes of those who had previously attempted the ritual, along with their respective advantages and disadvantages. It provided insights on how Voldemort survived after his demise, suggesting that the quickest method to deal with him had turned to decay. However, it must be said that this method was a step inferior to Voldemort's demise. The ultimate goal was world domination, a confrontation with Voldemort that was assured. Yet, if the century's greatest wizard, Dumbledore, were to face the decayed Voldemort, victory would be elusive. To put it plainly, it was a gamble with little chance of success. In light of this predicament, Mirabelle recognized the necessity for a countermeasure, which happened to be the ritual described in the book. Squeak. Peter? Hearing the sound beside her bed, she looked to see her pet black rat standing there. Since entering the school, she had scarcely seen Mirabelle, but the reasons were evident. Until now, Peter had been suppressing the rat population in Hogwarts. In this enchanted castle, no creature understood the structural vulnerabilities better than the rat. They were often found in the most obscure of places. Therefore, Mirabelle contemplated that if she could control the rat, allowing it to familiarize itself with the surroundings, it could infiltrate the expanse of Hogwarts. With a plan in mind, she acted immediately. Empowered by magic, Peter was released within the school, tasked with the covert operations of the rat. At first glance, Hogwarts appeared tranquil, yet behind the scenes, an intense struggle for dominance was underway among the rats. Squeak. Half of the school was under their control. Well done, Peter. Then he led one half to suppress the other. With a flick of the fingers, magic was unleashed as a reinforcement spell was cast upon Peter, the wild black rat, possessing a liveliness that surpassed that of ordinary mice, proved to be an exemplary choice for the role of a mountain general. Empowered by the spell, even the most common of mice found themselves unable to withstand its presence. As it darted forth, the black rat vanished into the darkness of the night, leaving behind an eerie silence. Should the measures proceed smoothly, there would be scarcely a corner of the school untouched. The dynamics, encompassing both teachers and students, are not easily grasped. Ideally, one would stay attuned to Dumbledore's movements. A soft thud marked the conclusion of her reading as she tucked the book beneath her bed linens. Stifling a yawn, she buried her face into the pillow. All seemed well, and she hoped for a successful end to the year. Lost in her musings, Mirabelle eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. Quidditch, the most popular sport in the wizarding world, is said to have originated in the 11th century in the Quidditch marshes of England. In this magical realm, children are filled with enthusiasm and excitement for the sport. Hogwarts is no exception. The stands for the Quidditch match were packed to capacity, with some students even resorting to telescopes for a better view. The Battle of Destiny was about to commence. Today's match featured Gryffindor versus Slytherin. For 6 years, Gryffindor had lamented Slytherin's cowardly and brutish displays. This year, they would seek retribution. "Jordan," exclaimed Professor McGonagall, seated in the commentator's chair as she reprimanded the bias towards Gryffindor. Despite the fervor of the spectators, the tension in the air was palpable. Mirabel and Edith later made their entrance into the audience. The seats were already filled to capacity. Mirabel had risen late, owing to a special holiday. It was a break solely dedicated to Quidditch, hence the day off. Edith, holding a megaphone and a cheering flag, along with a stick, radiated enthusiasm, yet Mirabel appeared rather disinterested. She had only awakened shortly after 3 in the morning. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, as Edith tugged her along, Mirabel observed that the outcome of the match was already known, rendering it unnecessary to watch. However, Edith remained oblivious to the result and was thus compelled to attend. When Edith resolved to rise and witness the match, several students leaped from their seats. "Sister, see you soon. Sister, how do you feel?" The current Slytherin students, aged 2, 3, or 4 years, knelt before Mirabel, their heads bowed. Ever since the catastrophic event transpired, an unusual proliferation of peculiar numbers had been a source of concern for Edith. Regardless of their status, Mirabel's idolized image of Slytherin emerged like mushrooms after rain. Revered as kings or queens. "What? No seats? Hurry and make room. Sister, bring your classmates." "Oh, thank you." Half awake, Mirabel allowed Edith to occupy a seat beside her. Surrounded by boys, a plethora of items, such as recently purchased beverages and candies, were present. Did these fellows consider it shameful to dedicate themselves to a girl of such tender age? Edith pondered this, but remained silent. "Sister, have a drink. Sister, wave the fan. Sister, massage my shoulders." There was nothing more exasperating than this. She even contemplated asking Mirabel to shoo them away, but feared that doing so would only deepen her frustration. With a sigh, Edith ultimately acquiesced, having grown accustomed to it. The match commenced, yet Edith felt there was nothing noteworthy to discuss. As Mirabel was aware, the match concluded with Gryffindor's victory. Harry Potter's broom had an unexpected mishap but ultimately succeeded in capturing the golden snitch. To Mirabel, the match failed to stir her heart, as she already knew the outcome. However, it was reassuring to confirm that Harry was indeed the target of Quirrell's intentions, so it mattered little. December 25th, Christmas Day, celebrates the birth of Jesus Christ. Originally a Muggle festivity, Hogwarts nevertheless regarded it as a day of significance. On this sacred day, all classes were suspended, allowing students to return home. Naturally, those who remained at school to enjoy Hogwarts Christmas festivities had their reasons, yet Mirabel decided to return to her parents' home. She particularly desired to spend Christmas Eve with her family, but returning home might raise suspicions. Furthermore, certain items needed for the rituals were prohibited by law, and there were also a few items that were inaccessible at Hogwarts. It was necessary to gather them from Hogwarts. Some even mentioned the house elf, Pork. In preparation for the ritual, she resolved to make a trip home. The residence of Mirabel, belonging to the Beresford family, stands majestically in the Albanian countryside. A grand estate situated on a parcel of land not depicted on any Muggle map in relation to the Republic of Albania. More accurately, it is a magnificent mansion. The garden is encircled by a 5-meter-wide moat, encompassing an area of 500 square meters, adorned with a plethora of trees and blooming flowers. Each plant is unique to the magical realm and serves as an ingredient for various potions. At the periphery lies a private garden, a swimming pool, and even a Quidditch pitch, devoid of any pests that might plague a typical garden. Hellhounds, trained for protection, roam the grounds, ready to consume and eliminate any intruder who dares to tread upon their territory. Beyond the meticulously maintained gardens stands a mansion that resembles a castle. An array of maids lines the entrance, graciously making way for the daughter of the Beresford family. As Mirabel approached the grand threshold of the imposing door, the gathered crowd bowed their heads in unison, greeting her with a warm welcome home. Upon her arrival, 2 maidservants swiftly rushed to the door, flinging it open. Once inside, she was met by the awaiting butler. Mirabel entrusted her luggage and continued on without looking back. Upon entering the living room, she found her father, mother, and brother already seated there. At the sight of Mirabel, her strong brother with golden hair wore a serious expression, one she had grown accustomed to. As the eldest son of the family, he felt overshadowed by the brilliance of his sister, leading to a deep-seated resentment towards her. Mirabel seated herself, disregarding the gaze directed at her, and called out to her father. "How is school?" she inquired. "All is well," replied her father, Heathcote Beresford. a man of imposing demeanor with silver hair slicked back. His prominent brows framed a long, dignified face, and his attire bore a striking resemblance to the regal garments of the British monarchy, adorned with exquisite ruffles at the collar and sleeves. Her mother, Mavis Beresford, was a striking beauty with waist-length golden hair and captivating blue eyes. She was dressed in a deep crimson gown, modestly open at the neckline, and held a delicate folding fan in her hand, known for her penchant for elegant designs. "Have you encountered young Malfoy's son?" Mirabelle recounted to her father the occurrences involving Malfoy at school. "Ah, Lucius, known for his expertise in child-rearing." Her son, however, merely laughed at the mention of Malfoy. The primary reason for their mutual disdain stemmed from the fact that both families were of pure bloodlines, which had led to conflicts of interest for many years. Particularly during the era of Voldemort, Malfoy's allegiance to that dark faction had caused great disdain in the eyes of Heath Scott, further compounded by the fact that Lucius Malfoy had once been a Death Eater. Heath Scott sought every possible means to convict him and win the case. Yet the only one he could truly bring to justice was Lucius Malfoy. Love, it seemed, must be accompanied by sacrifice. Everything must be meticulously chosen, and it was permissible to be selective. One ought to love only the most exceptional, the one destined to be the head of the family. For only through success could the family's status be maintained. Do you not agree? Simon, the disinherited eldest son, replied with a dejected expression, "As you say, sir." Although he was the eldest of the household, he was permitted to refer to Heath Scott as father. Meanwhile, Mirabelle had the liberty to contact her parents, as she had been designated as the future head of their household, while the Beresfords poured their affection solely into her. Simon, having lost the battle for the title of head of the family, was destined to serve Mirabelle. The vanquished and the weak are mercilessly trampled, even by their own offspring. Speaking of which, Mirabelle received an owl from school. What did the letter say? Although it extolled her academic excellence, it also lamented the lack of cooperation. Despite the complaints from school, Heath Scott's face was still amused. Mirabelle discerned the true intent behind the Fade and revealed a faint, icy smile. Indeed, the daughter of Beresford's leader must always emerge victorious. It is the immutable law of the family. From the perspective of her lineage, Mirabelle, possessing an inherent disposition for cruelty, could be aptly described as a true prodigy. Hitherto in a foul mood, Heath Scott poured wine into a glass and placed it before Mirabelle. At merely 11 years of age, she had already been entrenched in the Beresford family's traditions, having undergone magical training since the tender age of 3. Drinking wine was as commonplace for her as sipping any ordinary beverage. Mirabelle savored a sip of the offered wine, relishing its flavor. And what of that living boy? Harry Potter? What sort of boy is he? Quite remarkable, considering he has been raised by Muggles for 11 years. His adaptability is commendable, particularly in regards to his natural talent with a broom. However, when it comes to Voldemort, if asked whether he is capable of defeating him, one might say he is still somewhat uncertain. As she spoke, she took another sip of her wine and set the glass down. Her brother, Sidney Beresford, swiftly seized the bottle and filled her glass once more. He seemed to take great pleasure in attending to Mirabelle's needs, behaving like a well-trained butler. "Please, take your time. Sister, you have become more considerate. Thank you." The brother, who inherited their father's silver hair and their mother's beauty, was indeed outstanding. Although he paled in comparison to Mirabelle, his magical abilities were remarkable and his intellect was sharp. Had he not been physically frail, he would likely have been considered a strong candidate for the position of head of the family alongside Mirabelle. Nevertheless, she believed that even with a strong body, he would still falter, for he had already completed his training. Mirabelle's brother naturally implies that she holds him as her closest kin. This signifies that from the very moment of his birth, he has been enveloped by an aura of authority. Consequently, Mirabelle's existence alongside Sidney has become absolute. And at such a tender age, he has evolved into an impeccable servant. In the face of Mirabelle's aspirations, his presence is undeniable. However, her brother Simon relishes the chaos of the situation. He kicked a chair over, expressing his frustration vocally. "Accepted. Why must the head of the family be a woman?" "Father, why?" "Simon, sit down," came the response, a matter of dignity. Admitted. Mirabelle had forgotten a year, only to utter the same lines. Having once ambushed Mirabelle and subsequently being bested by the 10-year-old girl, Heathcote roared, silencing Simon. Embarrassment and anger were etched on Simon's face as he rose and departed. Mirabelle gazed at the silhouette before her, pondering the ritual that employed the blood of kin. After her parents concluded their conversation, Mirabelle ascended to the second-floor room and secured the door. The interior of the chamber was remarkably austere, adorned with a minimalist decor. Mirabelle's abode is fundamentally resplendent, with its interiors characterized by an elegance that is meticulously crafted to dazzle. The rationale is straightforward. Should it shine too brightly, it risks resembling the ostentation of a nouveau riche. Yet, its intrinsic grace remains concealed, and upon closer inspection, one discovers gold and jewels scattered throughout the room, albeit subtly. Holger, perhaps? In a secluded chamber, a loyal servant is summoned, responding to the deep murmurs emanating from the fireplace, as if the smoke itself were beckoning him forth. One might surmise that he anticipates Mirabelle's return to issue further commands. Like a faithful hound, he kneels before her, ready to heed her slightest request. From his pocket, he retrieves a slip of parchment and presents it to Holger, detailing an array of potions, body parts of magical creatures, and the names of rare tools, all meticulously listed. Holger squints at some perilous contraband items, pondering the feasibility of gathering the requested items within a span of 3.5 years. 3.5 years? Is it achievable? The question lingers. Can he accomplish it? Holger, however, silently nods, determined not to betray his mistress's trust. If she asserts that it must be done, he will procure anything necessary and unveil the means to surmount any reasonable challenge. It is an honor to serve one such as Mirabelle. Sister, I have something for you, he announces, reaching into the pillowcase he wears to retrieve an object, a miniature display case. At first glance, it may appear to be a mere toy. Yet Mirabelle comprehends its significance. It is indeed a treasure, one of the few extant relics. Perfect, Holger. It is merely a miniature display case. But when employed with 2 specific spells, it reveals its true worth. It can swiftly shrink and transform. However, it requires the spell for rapid shrinking to activate. Once the true identity of the cabinet vanishes, it serves as a distant transport mechanism for decorative items. During Voldemort's heyday, it was a prized possession, a means of escape from peril, yet with his downfall 14 years past, it has faded into obscurity. The usage is remarkably straightforward. First, one must invoke the rapid shrinking spell on any object, rendering it akin to the true display case, and then transport it over great distances. Afterward, you may soar from anywhere to your desired destination. Hogwarts, shrouded in enchantments, remains impervious to intrusion. Its hidden pathways, unveiled solely to those possessing unique knowledge, circumvent the Ministry of Magic's regulated network of chimney flights, thereby evading surveillance. It is now a treasure of immeasurable worth, existing in only a handful of locations across the globe. The notion of breaching Hogwarts was not entertained. However, reality diverges from expectation. Like all entities, Hogwarts possesses its own exceptions. It is understood that the barriers against intrusion are confined to certain types of magic. In other words, magical beings such as goblins, who wield similar forms of sorcery, may attempt to infiltrate. Mirabelle was taught by the house elf, Horg, the art of wielding a wand to perform magic. This implies that Mirabelle, utilizing the elf's magic, can evade certain assaults. She has already mastered the ability to cast spells without a wand. However, no matter how talented she may be, limitations persist. Just as one cannot soar without wings, all beings have their constraints. The mere fact that she can harness elf magic within her being is a marvel in itself, something even Dumbledore and Voldemort could not achieve. Yet, even miracles have their boundaries. Mirabelle still requires further study of advanced spells, such as the demonic fire forgiveness charm, which can be cast without a wand. This necessity arises from her contemplation on how to contend with Voldemort, necessitating her to surpass her peers. After the Christmas holidays, life resumed its usual rhythm. Gryffindor triumphed over Hufflepuff in a Quidditch match, yet it was merely a contest between their respective houses, devoid of any significant concern. Snape continued to favor Slytherin, while Mirabelle adeptly capitalized on this favoritism to accumulate numerous points. The cumulative score had already surpassed 70, with the margin nearing a critical threshold. She had returned the book she had borrowed from the restricted section, a task that proved remarkably simple as she merely needed to place it back in its rightful spot in the library. After all, a student had previously trespassed into the restricted section during the Christmas holidays. Of course, it was Harry Potter, leading to suspicion being cast upon that intruder. Mirabelle, having spent the holidays at home, had no reason to be suspected. The past few weeks had been rather mundane until a sudden change occurred. One morning, as she walked through the corridor, she noticed a gathering of students engaged in animated conversation. Curious, Edith Mirabelle approached the circle, casually grabbing a Slytherin nearby to listen in. "Hey, what's happening?" "Oh, Beardford. Good news. The infamous Harry Potter has just lost Gryffindor 150 points. 150 points. Upon reflection, Mirabelle found the incident rather amusing. If her memory served her right, Harry, Hermione, and Neville had been wandering about at midnight and had been penalized for it. The reason being Hagrid's illegal act of keeping a dragon. The keeper of keys and grounds indulged in his personal interests, caring for a creature that he himself could hardly sustain. However, Filch and McGonagall apprehended them, with even Neville, who had been trying to intervene, caught up in the mess, resulting in a deduction of 50 points. In summary, Hagrid was the cause of the trouble, while Harry and Hermione were the victims. If left unchecked, Hagrid could face imprisonment in Azkaban for his transgressions and would consequently leave the school. Gryffindor now languished at the bottom of the points leaderboard, and it seemed inevitable that Slytherin would claim the House Cup. So, what of it? Mirabelle, losing interest, turned to leave, prompting Edith to hastily follow. To be honest, she was not particularly concerned with Potter's predicament. If such trivial matters were to be a source of worry, she would rather focus on the significance of the upcoming end-of-year exams. Yet, now she knew that Quirrell had finally moved. She recalled that after the end-of-year exams, Dumbledore had once approached her for a personal challenge. The only concern weighing on her mind was that Harry might feel disheartened, powerless in the face of the situation. If only Potter would not falter due to this deduction. In reality, Mirabelle's journey to the hiding place of the Philosopher's Stone was not as fortuitous as she had hoped. She remembered the three-headed dog guarding the stone and the various methods to overcome it, thus approaching the mirror was no simple feat. But that was the extent of her knowledge. The Mirror of Ariste will forever grant Mirabelle access to the Philosopher's Stone. Ultimately, the most intricate aspect of the mirror set by Dumbledore lies in its mechanism, which only allows those who genuinely seek the stone to obtain it. It is a matter of desire versus intent. Mirabelle, fortunate in her aspirations, yearns to utilize it, believing that she is destined to possess the stone from the very beginning. In essence, Dumbledore's safeguards are impeccably designed, effectively shielding the stone from malevolent entities like Mirabelle and Voldemort alike. Thus, upon reflection, it becomes evident that the protection of the stone is not absolute. No matter how diligently Voldemort strives, he cannot acquire the stone unless Harry is present. Ironically, if Harry were absent, Mirabelle and Voldemort would revel in their success. Well, let the chaos ensue. Regardless, Harry finds himself disheartened. In such circumstances, it is prudent to leverage a bit of strategy. With this in mind, Mirabelle resolves to take action. Harry's companions have been deducted 150 points, yet their ordeal continues. As punishment, they are commanded to enter the Forbidden Forest at 11 o'clock, to rendezvous with Hagrid at his hut. Even for Hagrid, who is well acquainted with the forest, it remains a perilous place. Any misstep could lead to encounters with dangerous creatures, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. This illustrates just how twisted Filch's notion of punishment truly is. Look over there. Do you see that glimmering silver object on the ground? Unicorn blood. A unicorn in the forest has been harmed for the second time this week. Let's ensure we locate that wicked being, shall we? The punishment entails protecting the unicorn hidden somewhere within the Forbidden Forest. Somehow, they managed to persuade the frightened Malfoy, one of the latecomers, and Harry's friends split into two groups to commence their quest. Harry and Hermione team up with Hagrid, while Malfoy and Neville accompany Hagrid's pet, Fong, into the woods. However, Malfoy and Neville do not fare well together. When Malfoy playfully startles Neville, the latter panics and releases a burst of red sparks, signaling an emergency and halting the search. Hagrid is compelled to cooperate with Hermione and Neville, assigning Harry and Fong to manage Malfoy. After 30 minutes, Harry and Malfoy venture deeper into the woods and encounter something extraordinary. A pure white unicorn lies on the ground, akin to a lifeless corpse, as a figure drinks its blood. The hooded entity appears to be fearful. The darkness makes it difficult to discern, but its face is smeared with unicorn blood, and even in the shadows, its eyes shine brightly. Malfoy is horrified by the sight and bolts away at full speed. Left behind is Harry, paralyzed by fear. The dark figure, having noticed Harry, advances towards him. What happens next? As the figure draws near, Harry's scar throbs painfully, piercing his mind like an alarm. The hooded figure approaches him relentlessly. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Harry attempts to scream, but no sound escapes his lips. His throat throbbed with a numbing pain induced by fear. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. At last, the figure in the black robe drew close to Harry's eyes. Enough, you filthy and vulgar creature. Accompanied by a sound akin to chimes, a taunting insult resonated in the air. Suddenly, a flash of gold erupted. It struck something. followed by a resounding bang that sent the figure crashing against a tree. Harry endured the agony, his gaze drawn to the voice of assistance. Standing by the tree was a beautiful girl, illuminated by the full moon. Her golden hair shimmered in the moonlight, while her golden eyes stood out against the night. Gazing down at the shadow with a look of disdainful denial, Harry recognized her as the brightest, strongest, and most formidable student he had ever encountered, the one he feared the most. Yet, she appeared to be drawing closer. Mirabel Beresford. Truly a calamity, Potter, to encounter such a situation. Mirabel crossed her arms and spoke in her usual calm voice. Much like Malfoy, he was a despicable Slytherin. However, if asked to choose sides, Harry would undoubtedly side with Mirabel. After all, Harry could not fathom himself screaming and fleeing like Malfoy. When it came to dealing with such enigmatic matters, no one was more reliable than Hagrid. So, should one express joy at the encounter? Mirabel's words went unacknowledged, seemingly to her satisfaction. In an instant, she moved from the treetop towards the figure clad in black and seized them by the neck. Harry understood what had transpired. Of course, given her age, she was familiar with even the most basic manifestation of magic, not to mention that Mirabel wielded the common enchantments of her kind. Humph, a greeting, do you know? A response devoid of basic civility. Harry perceived the gravity of the situation. Mirabel struck the astonished Harry with her black robe, while inserting her other hand into her pocket to retrieve her wand. It was thick enough to be regarded as a staff, the heaviest of its kind, and remarkably sturdy. How could such an object be concealed? Mirabel swung the over 70-centimeter-long non-standard wand towards the face of the black-robed figure. Voldemort narrowly evaded the blow. Yet Mirabel did not relent in her assault. Swiftly, she redirected her wand towards the black robe, uttering the incantation. Hellfire. Fire. Aguameni. Water. The collision of Mirabel's dark robe and the water heart mutually neutralized each other. The scale of the magic was evidently something a first-year student could unleash. Even with Harry's assistance, the most proficient witch, Hermione, could not conjure such hellfire, yet Mirabel had already attained that level. Oh, is there still some skill to behold? What of it? Fierce flames, armor of protection, shield, explosion, magical barrier. Mirabel's wand unleashed spells in rapid succession, but the black robe shielded against them. Initially, she recited the incantations, yet soon she ceased even that, casting spells with astonishing swiftness and silence. In the blink of an eye, the black robe fortified its defenses. Yet even those proved insufficient. The protective barrier creaked ominously, on the verge of collapsing under the force of Mirabel's magic. If her assault persisted in this manner, the outcome of the battle would be unmistakable. What's wrong? Avada Kedavra. Since the onset of the confrontation, it was the first time the black robe unleashed an offensive spell. However, the magic failed to incapacitate Mirabel. Mirabel's figure vanished faster than the speed of magic, suddenly appearing behind the figure cloaked in black. She swiftly seized the wand in her hand, a fortunate choice amidst a grave error. The black-robed figure was startled by Mirabel's sudden emergence, retreating hastily. However, with the wand now in Mirabel's possession, any action taken by the cloaked figure became utterly meaningless. In a duel between wizards, the loss of a wand is so devastating that it can lead directly to defeat. With a cold smirk, Mirabel addressed the man in the robe, almost guaranteed victory. Well, do you wish to witness an intriguing spell? She inquired. Do you know what the final curse is? It was a spell of repetition. By casting it on the wand, one could replicate the magic previously performed. Harry clearly heard Mirabel's words, which caused the cloaked figure to hold its breath. Was there some form of magic that instilled fear? Harry surmised that the spell of repetition was particularly daunting. Do you not agree? Mirabel sneered. Potter, the matter lies in the nature of the magic employed. Within that wand resides a curse that inflicts torment more excruciating than death itself, a spell strictly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic from being used against sentient beings. Upon hearing this, Harry understood the gravity of the situation. Why was the cloaked figure so terrified? He realized what was about to transpire. Typically, if one were to feel a sense of dread, it would indicate the presence of an uncastable spell. At the very least, it would be a magic that an 11-year-old first-year student would wield. Yet, Mirabel raised her wand without the slightest hesitation. Scream like a pig. The black-robed figure immediately fled. But Mirabel's incantation was even swifter. Once a decision was made, there was no turning back. Harry, Mirabel, and even the cloaked figure sensed the inevitable conclusion in that moment. However, immediately following was the rustling of grass, accompanied by Hagrid's booming voice. Harry. Clearly, upon witnessing the black figure's flight, he charged forward. Mirabelle heard a sound, clicked her tongue, and withdrew her wand. How amusing it had become, yet. Mirabelle interrupted the spell, allowing the figure in the black robe to escape unscathed. Harry called out, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the darkness vanished, leaving only Mirabelle and Harry behind. Ah, well, Beresford Potter. If you wish to know about that hooded figure, wait until the punishment is over and head to the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. Clearly, there was something that needed to be discussed, and it could be presumed that it would be quite troublesome if Hagrid were to catch wind of it. When Mirabelle spoke unilaterally, she vanished like a wisp of shadow, leaving no trace behind. Harry was momentarily taken aback, but when Hagrid and Hermione arrived, he finally regained his composure. He then turned his thoughts inward. The girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor? Is that where the black-robed figure was seen? It was not until after midnight that Harry returned to the school, having completed his punishment. With a mixture of skepticism and anticipation, he ventured into the girls' bathroom. He should have gone directly to the dormitory. Wandering around the school at night, especially in the girls' bathroom, could lead to expulsion. Yet, he felt compelled to uncover the true identity of that dark figure. A sense of urgency enveloped Harry's mind. Why had he accepted Mirabelle's invitation despite knowing the dangers? Is it Beresford? He whispered under his invisibility cloak, but received no reply. Instead, the scurrying of a mouse echoed in the silence. Peering around, Harry noted the dim and gloomy bathroom. The mirror was cracked, and the walls bore stains. The stone washbasin was chipped, and the wooden doors of the stalls were marred with peeling paint and scratches. It was a restroom that had evidently seen no maintenance for years. Even so, Harry felt an inexplicable pull towards the bathroom. Who was there? A voice echoed from the innermost part of the room, prompting Harry to respond. But he panicked and fell silent. It was Mirabelle's voice. Emerging from the restroom was a ghostly girl with glasses, her hair braided, and her face dotted with blemishes. She tilted her head curiously as she approached Harry. Though clad in an invisibility cloak, she seemed oblivious to its presence. Perhaps ghosts, too, possessed a certain awareness. As he stood there, the voice that he had been searching for finally reached him. Potter, Beresford? Harry recognized Mirabelle from their encounter in the woods, where she had appeared just as suddenly. She glanced in his direction, a smile gracing her lips. A lovely invisibility cloak, Potter. If one looks closely, they might even miss it. Can you see it? Harry's initial thought was quickly dismissed. Even Snape can see it. Perhaps it's merely a sensation akin to Peeves. Convincing himself, Harry removed the cloak. Tell me, Beresford, what of the black-robed figure that killed the unicorn? He implored, eager to understand the power of unicorn blood. However, Mirabelle offered no immediate response. Certainly, she would provide an answer soon enough, but the boy needed to be persuaded. Such a level-headed explanation required a measure of patience. The blood of a unicorn is the blood of life. It can even sustain those on the brink of death. But there is a price to pay. What price? Drinking the blood of a unicorn is said to incur a curse that lasts for eternity. Even a mere sip could lead one to exist in a state akin to death, much like a zombie or ghoul. Harry swallowed hard at the thought. The mere notion of being eternally cursed filled him with dread. Would it be preferable to simply perish? As Harry contemplated this, Mirabelle continued. But what if there were a way to cast off the cursed old body? What if one could create a new body? Ah. The dreamlike notion of restoring all powers and granting eternal life, could one not come to relish the curse if they lived long enough? Harry was taken aback by her words. The school now concealed such a wondrous artifact. Once hidden within Gringotts, Hagrid had brought it to the school. The world's only legendary Philosopher's Stone, said to bestow immortality and even transmute stone into gold. The Philosopher's Stone. Who desires the Philosopher's Stone? The answer is evident. Surely, one knows the name that has awaited the resurgence of power for so long, the name that guards life while waiting for opportunity. Harry understood what Mirabelle was implying. A chill coursed through his veins at the thought, as if an eagle had seized his heart. The wound on his forehead throbbed painfully, and cold sweat began to beat upon his brow. Had he just glimpsed Voldemort? Mirabelle dared to respond, yet her smile undoubtedly conveyed agreement. A three-headed dog stood guard. Unless Hagrid imparted the wisdom to outsmart it, the challenge would remain insurmountable. Thus, one could rest easy. Hagrid could say anything. There was nothing to fear. The Philosopher's Stone was protected by that formidable three-headed beast, and only Hagrid knew how to control it. Hagrid could always betray Dumbledore and reveal secrets. To the visibly relieved Harry, Mirabelle responded with a cryptic smile. Do you truly believe that? Hagrid would undoubtedly betray Dumbledore, even at the cost of his life. But if Potter were to betray, it would be worth saying. Well, Hagrid is far more reckless than one might think. Of course, he is loyal. However, he is not suited to be a guardian of secrets. His thoughts are rather superficial, his temper easily flares, and he quickly loses his composure. Even the slightest insinuation or trickery can be readily accepted, and crucial information might be divulged in a torrent. In that regard, while he may be trustworthy as a friend, he is entirely unreliable in the stewardship of significant responsibilities. Well, trust is subjective. For now, simply conveying certain truths should suffice to shake Harry's sense of justice. He ought to approach the Philosopher's Stone with a burning sense of mission, claiming to protect it. Mirabelle no longer felt the need to take action. Instead, she would sip tea while observing Harry's endeavors, believing that if he ultimately succeeded in capturing the stone, it would signify victory. She decided to return to her dormitory to reflect quietly. Wait. Why the knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone? Why reveal it? Harry urged Mirabelle, who turned away, as if the story had reached its conclusion. Then, Mirabelle offered Harry a fearless smile and softly spoke. The only one who understood the truth was united in the goal of protecting the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort's grasp. To safeguard the stone, indeed. With high hopes placed upon Harry Potter. After uttering these words, Mirabelle vanished. A rat awaited at the fourth-floor door, ready to relay information back to Mirabelle, utilizing concealment. The rat scurried throughout the school, for wherever it went, Mirabelle would always be delayed. Everything was set in motion. The final examinations were remarkably straightforward, as they consisted solely of first-year questions, allowing for completion without any difficulty. For Mirabelle, who received special education from Beresford, the examination material was often already known. There was no reason to falter. Whether in writing or practicing magic, she encountered no errors. From the pallor of the teachers' faces, it was evident that Mirabelle had surpassed her peers, particularly in practical magic. Professor Flitwick held a pineapple, requesting the application of the Tarantella charm upon it. It was deemed simple. Merely a pineapple caused all the objects in the classroom to dance the Tarantella. The examination was graded on a scale of 100 points, yet only assessed against first-year standards. Initially, a benchmark was established, and achieving even a fraction of it resulted in a score of 100, with further marks awarded based on proximity to that benchmark. Should one exceed that standard in magic, scores could surpass 100, potentially reaching 120 or 150 points. In the first-year exam, only Mirabelle and Hermione were likely to achieve scores above 100. Oh, it is finally over. A respite from the rigors of study and examination. After completing the assessments, Edith stretched her body, as if liberated. The pressure of preparation had evidently taken its toll, evidenced by the dark circles encircling her eyes and the weariness etched upon her cheeks. Edith typically undertook extensive preparations for her reviews, a method she referred to as the three-hit fish strategy. Well, she believed she could secure a good score. The only failure would be in her own expectations. How did Mirabelle fare? A foolish question, of course. Everything went splendidly. While, with an air of confidence, Edith bestowed upon Mirabelle a rather lackluster smile. While Mirabelle boldly proclaimed her perfection, in terms of abilities, Edith was undoubtedly inferior. Indeed, her theoretical knowledge was quite subpar. Yet a single magical skill was sufficient to elevate one to the highest echelons. That skill was transfiguration, a discipline even Professor McGonagall held in high esteem. And Edith possessed a remarkable aptitude for it. However, when questioned about the renowned feat of transfiguration used to vanquish wolves in the late 15th century, she could conjure no response. Mirabelle, wielding that enormous wand capable of casting spells with remarkable speed, was it not half her height? Well, that posed no issue. Mirabelle's wand is quite peculiar. Typically, a wizard's wand measures between 20 to 30 centimeters in length. Even Hagrid's wand, belonging to the giant category, is 41 centimeters. Thus, one can comprehend the oddity of Mirabelle's wand. Upon first encountering the staff, Edith exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow." By the way, Edith's wand consists of a feather from a Pegasus and a branch from a white birch, measuring 28 centimeters. According to the shopkeeper, it is light, supple, and obedient. In summary, it is rather an inadequate wand. After completing her examinations, what does Mirabelle intend to do? Well, after finishing her tests, she plans to return to her room to rest. Mirabelle responded to Edith's question with a casual demeanor. Today, she must appear to be resting, refraining from any extraneous activities. After all, if events unfold as anticipated, it would be the day Harry seeks the Philosopher's Stone. Well, even if the process aligns with the original narrative, Mirabelle would still feel the repercussions. In an extreme scenario, Quirrell might obtain the stone while Harry could remain utterly inactive, despite the potential for action. Ultimately, the outcome of the intrusion and theft would remain unchanged. The only situation that could result in Mirabel encountering an issue would be if Dumbledore, Harry, or Quirrell swiftly retrieved the stone. Should such a scenario arise, it would indeed be prudent to make every effort to steal the mirror. However, such concerns seemed unfounded. As the school's mice inadvertently overheard Harry discussing the hidden chamber at midnight, Dumbledore had been summoned by the Ministry of Magic and would not return to London until after midnight. Thus, all that could be done was to wait, with the chances of victory hinging on that moment. At the Slytherin table, a variety of Italian dishes lay before her: pasta, pizza, and risotto. As one might observe, Mirabel gradually placed a generous portion of pasta on her plate, her spirits high, exceeding her usual intake. Edith, sensing the tension, appeared to be buzzing with curiosity. "Do you enjoy Italian cuisine, Mirabel?" "Oh, I truly relish the culinary delights of Italy," she replied, contemplating that even if half the dishes were from different nations, there should still be a delightful gastronomic experience. First, she scooped up some risotto with her spoon, the soft, sticky rice soaked in the sweet and tangy essence of tomatoes, each bite bursting with rich flavor. It seemed to contain finely chopped celery, leaving a refreshing aftertaste. When pondering rice, one often thinks of the exquisite dishes from China, renowned to be among the most delectable in the world. Yet, sometimes, a change in flavor is not amiss. Next came the pasta. She twirled the slightly thicker noodles with her fork, enveloping them in the accompanying sauce before savoring them. The rich taste of melting cheese combined with the pasta heightened the overall flavor, making it utterly irresistible. Why does a dish laden with cheese and butter evoke such a ravenous appetite? One can be certain that dishes crafted by those known as Muggles will forever remain a secret. Then there was the pizza. Bacon, tomatoes, calamari, and parsley adorned the freshly baked dough, interwoven with cheese. Just the sight of it made her throat tingle in anticipation, while the aroma wafted through the air. Yet, one must not rush. A single bite could scorch her tongue with its heat. Therefore, she took a moment to savor each mouthful, relishing the experience. She pondered why tomatoes and cheese complemented each other so magnificently. If memory serves her correctly, there was a cartoon character who once expressed such sentiments. Cheese enhances the flavor of tomatoes, and tomatoes elevate the taste of cheese. This synergy was undeniably accurate, a harmonious blend of flavors. It became the finest harmony, bringing joy to the palate. Indeed, one must indulge in this, for it is quite substantial. Consider, for instance, a dish known as vegetable salad, featuring tomatoes adorned with mozzarella cheese. At first glance, it appears to be a simple creation, just tomatoes and cheese, but such simplicity can be deceptive. Much like the stir-fried greens of China, which seem uncomplicated, the selection of ingredients and the art of cooking transform an ostensibly simple dish into something remarkable. One ought to enjoy the tomatoes and cheese together. With a fork, one spears the mozzarella-laden tomato and places it into the mouth. It becomes evident that the pairing of tomato and cheese is rather harmonious, the flavors blending seamlessly. It is not overwhelmingly delicious, yet it offers a refreshing quality that one could enjoy endlessly. It is understood that mozzarella cheese, on its own, possesses little flavor. However, when paired with tomatoes, its rich softness comes alive, complementing the tomatoes beautifully. Upon finishing the salad, Mirabel took a sip of water, exhaled contentedly, and wiped her mouth, readying herself for the significant events of the evening's match. She mused that if only she had a wand, she could wield advanced magic. Then, should she return to the common room? Was Edith there? It seemed she hadn't eaten much. Never mind, she thought, dieting. She didn't feel she had gained weight. Yet she understood the pain of being unable to indulge in more meat. No matter how much she ate, weight seemed to accumulate. After their conversation, Edith left her seat and returned to the Slytherin dormitory, with little else to occupy her time. All that remained was to await Harry's next move. According to the news relayed by the rat perched on his shoulder, Quirrell had made his move and was stepping into the hidden chamber. Would he somehow acquire the Philosopher's Stone? Or would Harry, driven by memory, be eager to retrieve it? Regardless of the outcome, Mirabel knew that her actions would bring about change, and the conclusion would be unique. If she were to be the one to ultimately possess the stone, it would be a matter of great significance. How would Voldemort and Potter struggle, and who would emerge victorious in the end? At 2 a.m, all the students were asleep. Yet, certain 11-year-old boys and girls were diligently working to protect the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the school. They had plunged into a perilous whirlpool to thwart the dark ambitions of the Dark Lord seeking to resurrect himself. They lulled the three-headed dog to sleep, evaded the traps laid by demons, and sought out the true key among countless others. Harry's closest friends sacrificed themselves to navigate the chess room, while Hermione, surrounded by flames, remained calm and urged Harry to proceed. Harry, too, bravely faced the fear of the Dark Lord's looming presence, daring to venture further into the depths alone. Everything was done in the name of safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone from the Dark Lord's clutches. However, unbeknownst to them, the entire battle was being witnessed by a mouse. Since the secret door had opened, the mouse had been following closely, waiting. The mouse keeping watch over Harry would relay what it observed like a game of telephone to the other mice in the school, ultimately passing the information to Mirabelle's pet, Peter. Mirabelle was well aware of the situation. A network of mice had been established over the course of a year. It was a given. Yet Mirabelle possessed the unique ability to comprehend the language of mice. However, in this world, there existed a convenient spell known as the Art of Openness, which allowed one to discern the thoughts and memories of adversaries. By employing this enchantment, it was effortless to grasp Peter's intentions and ascertain the circumstances surrounding Harry and others. Peter, is Dumbledore nearby? Squeak. Not yet, but prepare yourself. From her recollections, Dumbledore would return to the castle after Harry retrieved the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, this was of little consequence. They must at least wait until the stone was secured. Peter, mobilize all the mice in the school to thwart Dumbledore. Block the castle's entrances and have Peeves converse with you. If necessary, do not hesitate to utilize the tools procured from the prank shop. Squeak. Very well, let us proceed. After Peter attempted to interfere with Dumbledore, Mirabelle departed, leaving behind the invisibility cloak, ordinary version for the mice, though she thought it prudent to execute a few tricks as well. After all, their adversary was the greatest wizard of the century. There was no reason to be overly cautious. She vanished from the scene, instantly transporting herself to the fourth-floor corridor, where she pushed open a door and entered. Closing the door behind her, she pointed her wand. Quickly, restrain. She cast the locking spell to secure the door completely. Of course, Dumbledore would promptly counter with a disarming charm, but it would merely be the beginning. Cerberus, O three-headed dog, lend me your aid. With drool dripping, the fearsome creature aimed to bite at Mirabelle, who swiftly produced a flute. Then, softly, a melodious tune resonated, soothing the three hounds into silence. It was well known that the dogs were vulnerable to music. Thus, even upon hearing the enchanting melody, they would gradually succumb to slumber. Seizing the moment of their defenselessness, she swiftly pointed her wand at the tip of their noses. Soul binding. With a casual flick, she invoked the forbidden mind control spell upon her adversaries. If applied, the girl would not hesitate to cast the immediate spell sending them to Azkaban. In doing so, she would launch an attack against Dumbledore. However, this alone became the greatest weakness of their music, compelling Mirabelle to amplify her spellcasting. Earplugs. She cast the sound-blocking charm, rendering the three-headed dog incapable of hearing any sound. Thus, even amidst the music, Cerberus would remain oblivious and eventually drift into a deep sleep. This meant that the three-headed dog no longer possessed any vulnerabilities. Even Dumbledore would find it challenging to maintain his composure. Long Cave. Flock of birds. As the incantation was uttered, a multitude of serpents and a flock of vividly adorned birds materialized, creating a formidable defense on the floor. Should Dumbledore dare to open that door, he would ultimately be besieged by 3 dogs, a serpent, and a bird. Even if the esteemed professors of Hogwarts ventured in, Mirabelle would remain vigilant, erecting an impenetrable barrier. The time required for such a task would not exceed 20 minutes, ideally around 10. However, if one were merely to eliminate Quirrell and seize the Philosopher's Stone, the time would surely suffice. In a fleeting moment, Quirrell muttered a phrase and vanished, instantly transporting himself to the hidden chamber where the stone lay concealed. Kill, 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 echoed through the innermost chamber, a chilling scream reverberating through the air. Many of the wizards, upon hearing that harrowing cry, were so terrified that they fled in terror. After all, it was the roar of Voldemort, the once feared tyrant of the wizarding world. Yet Harry did not flee. He grasped Quirrell's arm. The wizard who had succumbed to Voldemort's servitude, desperately resisting to prevent him from reaching the stone. The disparity in their abilities was glaringly apparent. Harry could never hope to vanquish Quirrell. Yet, an unseen force shielded him. Quirrell was bewildered as to why he could touch Harry. For upon contact, his skin would melt. His flesh would ignite, and an excruciating agony would engulf his mind. Realizing this, Harry summoned his strength, pushing through the pain that threatened to overwhelm him. Kill it. Do something, you fool. Voldemort's voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. The visage of Voldemort, a face of terror, was insidiously entrenched in the back of Quirrell's head, continuing to scream. Upon hearing that voice, Harry fought to maintain his consciousness. The scar on his forehead throbbed with an unbearable pain, and his vision dimmed. Yet he held on, fueled by his love for his school, for every cherished moment within its walls. Should Voldemort return, all would be lost. Everything would be obliterated, friends Hermione and Ron, the stern yet benevolent professors, and every member of Gryffindor, including Hagrid. All would vanish, leaving behind nothing but despair. This place felt like home to Harry. How could Voldemort dare to destroy it? The mere thought ignited a spark within the 11-year-old boy. Yet ultimately, his awareness began to fade, and he could perceive nothing. Quirrell's screams and Voldemort's cries faded into silence, leading him into a deep slumber. In that final moment of consciousness, Harry was certain he heard a voice, a high, bell-like tone belonging to a girl. A golden light surged forth, striking Quirrell with a force that propelled him away, distancing him from Harry. Quirrell, once a creature who had drunk unicorn blood in the forest, was now confronted by the formidable presence of the golden-haired girl. Hello, Professor Quirrell. It seems that Potter has found himself in quite a predicament. Mirabelle Beresford, a timid girl, even as a newcomer, left Chilo utterly bewildered. The way she effortlessly cast the spell of forgiveness made one question whether she was truly an 11-year-old child. That frightened golden-haired girl stood in his way. Chilo felt himself retreat a step, beads of unpleasant sweat forming on his brow. Mirabelle disregarded the brazen presence of Voldemort and addressed him. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Voldemort. Her companions from the Harry Potter saga intervened, yet were met with Voldemort's insipid remarks. As Mirabelle emitted a low, guttural sound, she pondered the utility of Harry as an ally in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. He had indeed provided valuable information and assistance on one occasion, serving, in a sense, as a comrade. Potter's contributions were undeniably significant. He had navigated through the ruse and successfully acquired the stone. However, that was the extent of his involvement. Did that child offer any further assistance? Certainly not. His objective had been the Philosopher's Stone from the very beginning. Mirabelle wore a frosty smile as she extracted a wand from her pocket. In response, Chilo took a step back, creating some distance. It became clear that this was to be included. A good witch from a pure-blood lineage. Would following her bring the benefits of the magical stone? Would that be a delightful prospect? Mirabelle did not respond to Voldemort's invitation. Perhaps silence was regarded as a form of response, prompting Voldemort to continue his discourse. It is a pity, had she chosen to become one of his followers, she would have grown even more formidable. She would undoubtedly make an exceptional Death Eater, far more suited to serve the Dark Lord than Bellatrix. What do you think? Even as a young lady, there would be no reason to decline such an invitation. Mirabelle smiled faintly at Voldemort's invitation. However, her voice gradually grew louder, ultimately collapsing under the weight of its own intensity. The laughter of the girl resonated throughout the room, echoing defiantly against the fearsome Dark Lord who haunted the wizarding world. Hee. Ha ha. Never had she shown such a reverence towards the Dark Lord, treating him with an arrogance that bordered on disdain. What is so amusing? The whimsical Voldemort could hardly comprehend. The ultimate pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone was an entirely different matter. Let me enlighten you. She was merely contemplating the Philosopher's Stone. Mirabelle's smile transformed into a sinister grin, revealing her canine teeth. Puzzled, Chilo thought to himself and promptly readied his spare wand. Mirabelle suddenly appeared, as if from nowhere, into the entire world. How could one follow a failure? With a staff crafted from over 70 centimeters of vampire wood, she struck Chilo upon his abdomen. With a graceful flourish, she pointed her wand and proclaimed the incantation. Shatter. The two strikes collided, neutralizing each other. Yet, once again the assault commenced. Chilo was swifter this time. Glacial waters. Mirabelle employed a freezing spell to encase Chilo's water magic in ice. Subsequently, she struck the frozen water with her staff, shattering it into fragments, and hurled the icy shards back at Chilo. Taken aback by the reverse application of the spell, Chilo inhaled sharply. Mirabelle seized the opportunity. The tip of her wand erupted in a crimson flash, and Chilo's wand was wrenched from his grasp. Although it was merely a fundamental offensive spell, this incantation was revered for its ease of use and efficiency. Particularly in battles between sorcerers, the act of stealing a wand proved exceptionally effective. With unwavering determination, an 80 victory was assured. Disarmed, Chilo retrieved another wand from his sleeve for a final strike. This was the very wand he had lost in his earlier confrontation with Mirabelle in the forest. The weapon he now wielded was merely a secondary, reserve wand. Remember what you have forgotten, Professor Chilo. Recollect. Time reversal spell. The incantation invoked the last spell used by Chilo's wand, the time reversal spell. Chilo's most recent enchantment was the piercing curse, which had been insidiously catalogued as a curse of mercy. It struck Chilo's body, severing the nerves throughout his being. Ah! Ha! Screamed like a pig. The tormented professor was brought to his knees, his head trampled beneath the foot of the Dark Lord, the fearsome Voldemort. A sight of grotesque despair lay there like refuse on the roadside. His face, twisted by regret, was insufferable to behold. Years later, the memory of that perverse pleasure lingered on. Now, one dared to trample upon a figure of dread, a name that could scarcely be uttered. Ah, Voldemort. What does it feel like to be licked by the shoes of such a girl? Ah, the days of Kukuko have come to an end, Voldemort. The world shall forge a new path, and the archaic notions of pure blood supremacy will be discarded. There is no place for them. Truth be told, the sound of resentment was almost amusing, yet one could not toy with Voldemort without caution, for if one played too long, Dumbledore would intervene. In such a scenario, Mirabelle lifted her wand, declaring the swift completion of her mission. With that humiliation, she etched her soul with the name, Mirabelle Beresford, a name destined to obliterate the pretentious old wizard and usher in a new world. A colossal creature, more than 10 meters in length, composed of resplendent flames, emerged from the raised wand. 9 beautiful yet fearsome necks extended from its torso, with vertically split eyes and sharp fangs. It was a dragon-like monster known in myth as the Hydra. This highest grade of attack magic, termed Evil Flame, required extensive training and magical prowess to wield. Should an inexperienced sorcerer attempt its use, the flames would spiral out of control, leading to self-destruction. Yet Mirabelle unleashed it effortlessly. The monster lunged toward Chilo. Ah! Chilo screamed as he rolled, his skull engulfed in flames. The demonic fire was cursed, once released. It would not cease until the opponent lay scorched or the caster extinguished it. But Voldemort suffered more than Chilo. After all, the visage was marred by burns, rendering the pain rather inconsequential. The piercing scream was soon eclipsed by the melodious laughter of Mirabelle. Aha! Indeed, a pang of torment, Voldemort. Aha! Voldemort. As Mirabelle well knows, fragmented his soul into objects known as Horcruxes, thereby ensuring his eternal demise. Yet, it remains a suffering worthy of sacrifice. In a bid to evade his agony, Voldemort abandoned Kiro's body, left with naught but a remnant of his soul. Voldemort's heart bore the weight of such humiliation, and without uttering a single word, he fled in disgrace. The self-proclaimed Dark Lord endured a second humiliation, having been struck for the first time by Harry. Mirabelle squinted in astonishment as the target of the attack vanished, taking with it the malevolent flames. What? Voldemort has disappeared? Has he fled? She exclaimed in despair. Oh no. Master, please do not abandon me. With Voldemort gone, she was left with nothing but a sense of desolation. She looked around, akin to a forsaken dog searching for its owner. In such a dire situation, to be abandoned in the face of her terror was a fate from which she could never hope to be rescued. Desperately searching for her master, she caught a glimpse of Mirabelle's gaze, which was filled with dread. She felt utterly forsaken. Well, at least be merciful enough to grant me a burial, rather than prolong my suffering. Mirabelle pointed her staff, attempting once more to unleash the flames of the malevolent spirit. Chilo's initial reaction was to kneel down, consciously prostrating himself as a sign of reverence. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded with the 11-year-old girl in a manner that was profoundly sorrowful. Please, spare my life. I shall serve you. I will do as commanded. I'll take care of the chores and even polish your shoes. So, I beseech you, grant me mercy. His heart revealed a deep-seated subservience. Indeed, a man who had once succumbed to the fear of Voldemort had become a slave in this manner. Frankly, such actions were devoid of any merit. In reality, he had nowhere to turn and possessed no grand skills. Yet, he was a type of traitor, one who yielded to fear and altered his allegiance. If faced with a different kind of terror, he could easily switch his loyalty once more. However, unbeknownst to him, Mirabelle revealed a contemptible smile. Indeed, a certain magic was perfectly suited for such a man. It became clear that Voldemort's slave had now become a mere tool. A mere instrument, a pet. He could only survive in servitude. Chilo's face cracked into a smile at Mirabelle's warmth. Yet that expression would soon be stained with despair. Ultimately, at this juncture, Chilo still failed to comprehend the true nature of the girl named Mirabelle. She reveled in inflicting pain, admiring the contorted expressions of suffering. Chilo never anticipated that he would find himself twisted and yet so drawn to such a fate. He looked up to see Mirabelle holding a badass wing, which she set ablaze. The flames morphed into a brilliant blue and were absorbed into her claws. Mirabelle's nails turned azure, extending into tendrils. Chilo gazed at the writhing blue claws with an unsettling dread and timidly spoke. What are those claws? Hee. These are the claws of a betrayal spell, crafted from a knowledge unknown to you. These blue claws will burrow deep into your flesh, taking root and transforming into parasites. Should you refuse to obey or attempt to sever a claw, it will shift from blue to purple and then to red. The color of the nails signifies your obedience. She explained. This thought both relieved and terrified Chilo. He realized that any inkling of rebellion would render the azure claws irrefutable evidence against him. It was a simple yet profoundly terrifying magic. Chilo, still sweet in demeanor, was oblivious to the sinister implications. The claws, stained a deep crimson like blood, marked the last remnants of his shattered body, each piece of flesh grotesquely contorting. He was rendered a mindless, helpless insect. What ugh! Chilo finally grasped the gravity of his misjudgment. Some occurrences in this world truly made one wish for death itself. This was undeniably one of them. To die and be transformed into a mere insect was far more cruel and tragic than being struck down. Mirabelle seized Chilo by the neck, causing him to flinch as her claws mercilessly pierced his arm. Claw of the slave. A blue claw withdrew from the wound in Mirabelle's finger, forcefully penetrating the muscle to reach Chilo's index finger. Chilo could no longer oppose Mirabelle. Strictly speaking, he could, but even in defiance, it would ultimately culminate in a final error. If that was the case, he had no choice but to devote himself eternally to Mirabelle. Such a crude and coercive magic of subservience rendered even the spell of soul forgiveness seemingly inconsequential. What must the master do now? Shall we conceal this for the time being? Mirabelle retrieved a miniature display cabinet from her breast pocket and cast a swift transformation spell, restoring it to its original form. She intended to utilize the shelf that Holger had purchased. Grasping the tearful Chilo's head, she propelled him into the wardrobe from behind. It led to a villa located on Magnolia Crescent, originally constructed by her father, yet now lying unused. The concealment was exquisitely perfect. Chilo, following instructions, hid within the wardrobe and subsequently vanished from sight. His laughter was absurdly honest, yet one could be certain he longed to escape Mirabelle's presence as swiftly as possible. Mirabelle restored the display case to its original miniature size, allowing it to fit into her pocket. If the Philosopher's Stone were handed over to Chilo, it would indeed be easier to bring it outside, but transferring it would also risk unleashing the stone's power, potentially breaking the curse. Chilo had painstakingly acquired the chess piece. Yet surrendering the stone would mean losing both it and the chess piece. Should one attempt to lift the curse through conventional means, it would transform into a worm more swiftly than the curse could be dispelled, thereby instilling a concern for betrayal. However, the Philosopher's Stone was an exception. Utilizing the stone might allow for the curse to be lifted more rapidly than one's body could shatter, potentially even restoring the body that had transformed into a worm. This was the rationale behind giving the stone to Chilo. Well, it was inconsequential. Once she departed, everything would be resolved. After all, she would have the last laugh. As she spoke, she glanced at her watch. Only 4 minutes had elapsed, with 6 minutes remaining until Dumbledore's anticipated arrival. Even if Dumbledore were to arrive at double the expected speed, he would still be delayed. With a faint smile, Mirabelle approached Harry, who lay unconscious, and took the Philosopher's Stone from his hands. Her objective had been achieved. A formidable battle had been fought. She could afford to linger for another couple of minutes. Tom was drawing near Mirabelle. Upon hearing a voice from behind, her thoughts momentarily halted before she turned around. An elderly wizard clad in emerald robes stood before her. His blue eyes sparkled behind crescent-shaped spectacles, and his hooked nose curved repeatedly. Silver whiskers, cascading down to his waist, were entwined in his belt. Hadn't he been less than 5 minutes? He had blocked the city gate, set traps everywhere, and even summoned Peeves to hinder her. The room was filled with snakebirds. And even the three-headed dog had been brainwashed, its weaknesses eliminated. He had taken every conceivable measure. He did not underestimate Dumbledore. He had thoroughly assessed Dumbledore's capabilities and, based on that, had predicted a 20-minute window, which he had further reduced to 10 minutes. In this situation, the time had been cut down to half. How could this be? A disillusionment charm? One could use spells here. Dumbledore was indeed capable of removing the anti-disillusionment charm that enveloped the school. But if he accomplished that, Mirabelle would be aware. yet there were no signs whatsoever. She felt a sense of dread as she broke through the traps that had been set. She was quite worried about Harry. Upon her return, she was astonished to discover that Voldemort had been defeated. But upon reflection, she realized the assessment had been flawed. She had planned to evaluate the situation thoroughly, but it seemed she had underestimated it. Misjudging the opponent's capabilities as merely half of 14 was an absurd error. Well, she admitted it. No wonder Voldemort instilled fear. He was respected by many wizards and witches. Handing over the Philosopher's Stone was indeed something Mirabelle should possess. After all, she was in the presence of the greatest wizard of the century, Albus Dumbledore. What transpired during her entry had been a terrifying experience. The castle gate was obstructed. Traps lay in every corner, and the soles of shoes were sticky. The creature known as Fluffy blocked the way, causing the door to jam. Furthermore, the three-headed dog could even hear the faintest of melodies. As a reward, a bird pecked at the spectacles, leaving them wrinkled. Dumbledore spoke with an air of indifference, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet, there was humor in the content. Even Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, stumbled repeatedly, spending a dragon egg to learn how to bypass Fluffy, while the old wizard managed it effortlessly. "May I inquire what you intend to do with that magical stone?" Mirabelle asked. The excessive words only prevented the stone from falling into the wrong hands. No lies were spoken. The denial of facts kept the stone from Lord Voldemort. However, thereafter, there was an attempt to pocket it for oneself. Dumbledore calmly responded to the haughty remark, maintaining his composure. "Ah, Mirabelle, you must be quite aware of the fear Voldemort instills." Thus, it was decided to name him Voldemort. It was known that neither Voldemort nor his teachers had ever mentioned his name, yet it seemed he had been discovered. Well, it was particularly desired to remain hidden. Hence the predicament. In the midst of their exchange, Mirabelle pondered how to escape. Could she use apparition? Or perhaps employ the disarming charm for a sudden ambush? Yet both methods would likely be swiftly dealt with by the deeply experienced old wizard. Well, I did save the stone from Voldemort's grasp. That was quite sufficient. So, may I ask what the intention was behind setting those traps? Quirrell was the only Death Eater present. Yet it was possible that other Death Eaters might come to his aid. Thus, it was reasonable to consider countermeasures, was it not? Of course. Indeed, quite clever. Is the reason for sealing the castle gate the same? It was said that the headmaster had briefly left the school. Dumbledore had returned to Hogwarts. Or at least that is what Harry believed. It was a trap that Quirrell had unwittingly sprung, yet Mirabelle had taken advantage of it. She had never anticipated Dumbledore's return, so she had sealed the gate without hesitation. Despite Dumbledore's blue eyes piercing into her heart, there was absolute confidence that he could read her thoughts. He would always uncover the truth behind matters. Is there still a chance? Finally, she had secretly pocketed it, hadn't she? To say one was not bewitched would be a deceit. Such were Mirabelle's thoughts. A magical stone to protect against death, a means to attain what all desire, eternity. Just a single reason was sufficient to justify such an act. Conversely, it was entirely normal to be tempted. However, Dumbledore did not seem to share that sentiment, gently shaking his head and covering his eyes. Foolish, truly foolish. The magical stone is not as wondrous as one might think. The young ought to understand just how dreadful eternal life can be. Dreadful indeed. Mirabelle was taken aback by Dumbledore's words, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It was rather peculiar. The notion that what is deemed best for one could simultaneously be perceived as detrimental for another, much like the best of things in relation to Voldemort. For instance, what is considered the best for Mirabelle may not hold the same merit for Harry Potter, and vice versa. Yet, Dumbledore asserted that immortality was the worst of all. Mirabelle found herself perplexed by such a common, yet short-sighted perspective. Could it truly be that one might regard eternity as the most dreadful of fates? Indeed. Did this imply a desire for the immortality that the Philosopher's Stone promised? Mirabelle's words caused Dumbledore's eyes to widen slightly. Upon witnessing this, Mirabelle was engulfed in doubt. As anticipated, the man sought experiences intimately tied to life itself. The question arose, why is it that everyone contemplates the most dreadful aspects of immortality? Naturally, one tends to envision their worst habits. In such instances, one inevitably seeks out the most adverse outcomes, often accompanied by regret. It seemed to validate a point, as Dumbledore, with an air of fatigue, remarked, how foolish. Such a foolish experience. Denial, is it? What do you think? Dumbledore regarded Mirabelle with a wariness akin to her own towards him. A frightened girl, he pondered. No matter how one attempts to deceive their own heart, donning a mask or speaking casually, they inevitably tread into the depths of their own soul. Forcing open the guarded recesses, one delves into the essence of Dumbledore. Is it due to the striking similarity in their natures that he can see through her? Mirabelle, desiring to defy fate, would undoubtedly find joy in it. She was still quite young. If such power were directed correctly, she could become the most formidable witch. Mirabelle harbored a peculiar interpretation of Dumbledore. While Dumbledore possessed a profound understanding of Mirabelle's psyche, it seemed that within a mere year, she had mastered the art of occlusion, yet maintained a delicate balance. Even with the ability to read minds, she could discern thoughts that were not readily apparent. This was attributed to her youthful demeanor, which mirrored a foolish belief that Muggles ought to be governed, reminiscent of Grindelwald's ideology. It evoked memories of a time when she struggled to believe that if certain great wizards ruled over Muggles, the world would undergo a transformation. Presenting the Philosopher's Stone, she believed it would bring joy, yet it undeniably would provoke discontent. Having transformed into this state, she found herself with no choice but to surrender the stone willingly. Even if she were to engage in conflict now, victory seemed certain, yet she was reluctant to reveal her trump card. She acknowledged a grave error in misjudging her opponent's capabilities and stepping into a realm she ought not to have entered. Consequently, she resolved to conceal any semblance of defeat. Mirabelle cast the magical stone aside, while Dumbledore, with his wand pointed at it, unhesitatingly unleashed a spell. A thunderous explosion ensued, utterly shattering it. A beam of light struck the Philosopher's Stone directly, reducing it to fragments. Countless shards scattered across the floor, causing nearby mice to flee in panic. Dumbledore then summoned the wind, gathering each piece back into his hands. "Let us depart," he said, "and take Harry with us." Although it was a fortunate moment, it revealed Dumbledore's lack of self-awareness regarding his own powers. Thus, it was best to utilize this opportunity wisely. There were no punishments such as expulsion, and instead, there was a semblance of comfort in the situation. Mirabelle lifted her robe and began to walk down the stairs beside Dumbledore. Her ambition remained unquenched. "Please forget one thing. Let everyone remember the fleeting moment of their brush against one another." As a flicker of hesitation flashed through Dumbledore's mind, was it shattered? Mirabelle's actions ought to be suppressed, or she should be expelled from school. Unlike Voldemort, the school does not resort to killing, nor does it harbor forbidden creatures like Hagrid. Certainly, theft is a crime, yet the institution's long-standing history reveals that when a handful of students, perhaps 10 or 20, have interacted with school property or other items, the consequences were merely admonishment. Teachers impose punishment with the intent of reform. Firstly, if such reasons were grounds for expulsion, James Potter would have been expelled 10 times over. Nevertheless, Mirabelle poses a danger. This is unrelated to the severity of her offenses. Even if she appears well-behaved now, she could still succumb to malevolence. Mirabelle listened. Yet Dumbledore's ambition remained undiminished. He was perplexed as to why it was so. Should evil be stifled in its infancy? What a foolish teacher, Albus Dumbledore. However, Mirabelle was merely a first-year girl. Dumbledore firmly believed that every villain should be afforded a chance at redemption. His sense of responsibility and compassion as an educator hindered him. Should they be punished? Yet, should punishment take the form of annihilation? This was a conundrum, especially for one who bore a striking resemblance to a younger version of himself. Gifted, yet prideful, he had dared to dream foolishly. It was his duty to guide his students along the righteous path. Apart from the comatose Harry, he whispered quietly in his own room. He knew not what would unfold. Until the very end, there were no answers, only questions of what was right. Tom Riddle had also succumbed to darkness, thus birthing the most malevolent wizard in history. The casualties were grave. Even James and Lily lost their lives. Dumbledore pondered. What kind of wizard had he saved? Once again, a girl was traversing a dark path with no apparent way out. Should he surrender? If he relinquished hope, who could possibly lead her back to the light? Yet, still, there lingered a chance. Once more, he would guide a student toward the correct direction. Would the tragedy of Voldemort repeat itself? To abandon the very notion that had led to his sister's demise due to the folly of ambition was the only redemption he sought. He could not allow his students to tread the same treacherous path. Was this the way he had faced his sister for the first time? Did he truly believe so? Ariana. Dumbledore's voice was laced with bitterness. He wondered if his deceased sister could hear him. He was certain she knew not. The battle for the Philosopher's Stone had concluded 3 years prior, and now the day of the end-of-year feast had arrived. A multitude of students had taken their seats in the hall, buzzing with excitement. The House Cup now belonged to Slytherin. The hall was adorned in Slytherin's green and silver, with a massive banner depicting a serpent, the emblem of Slytherin, hanging behind the long tables. But when the feast came to a close, would Slytherin retain the House Cup? Mirabelle was not taken aback by the revelation concerning her inheritance. What is the matter, Mirabelle? Mirabelle has contributed the most points. Victory is still premature, Renagel. Have you not heard the rumor? Rumor? Did Harry Potter protect the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the school? The fact that Harry fought to safeguard the stone has spread throughout the entire school. Naturally, Dumbledore promptly regulated and kept it confidential. But a secret implies that it is widely known. Perhaps the gossip originated from Harry's closest friends, Ron or Hermione, yet astonishingly, few dared to question it. After all, incidents such as Harry's injuries and Quirrell's disappearance coincided. Consequently, Harry has suddenly transformed back into a hero, once again embraced by the entire school. Now, he is loathed by none. The protector of the Philosopher's Stone, a courageous hero. Such events are bound to be celebrated. Ultimately, one can gain points for such deeds. Really? Ah, that surprise-loving old man must be delighted. Based on the scores, Slytherin is in first place. So far, Mirabelle has accumulated 126 points, elevating Slytherin's standing beyond its deserved level. Yet, one must not let their guard down. That old weasel could turn around and allow Gryffindor to win as well. Well, in any case, let us await Dumbledore's command. While we ponder this, Dumbledore raised his voice. Another year has passed. Let us first listen to the old man's ramblings. Then enjoy a hearty meal. A year has gone by, and the hopes of students are more congested than ever as the new academic year commences, with some are having cleared their minds. To this end, let us conduct an inter-house competition. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 308 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 598 points. With this announcement, Slytherin rose from their seats, thundering cheers echoing as they stomped the floor. 7 consecutive years of winning the House Cup. An overwhelming victory with an unprecedented advantage this year. The first years were elated to have earned the House Cup in their inaugural year, while the 7th years were moved to tears, having witnessed their school secure the cup for 7 years running. A splendid graduation ceremony. There was nothing more to ask for. However, amidst all this, Mirabelle remained seated, arms crossed, awaiting her moment. Well, Slytherin, well done. But we must consider the recent events. The words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over the triumphant Slytherins, leaving the hall in silence. Oh, Dumbledore cleared his throat and softly spoke. The final points would be awarded at the last moment. First up, Mr. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor showcased the finest chess match Hogwarts has ever seen, earning 60 points. As the words fell, the cheers from Gryffindor erupted like fireworks. Well, you know. However, the points awarded were 10 more than what Mirabelle had anticipated. Mirabelle furrowed her brow as she received Hermione Granger's announcement. Gryffindor was awarded 60 points for employing impressive magic while surrounded by flames. A cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, and the sound of students' footsteps filled the air. Once thought to be at the bottom, they had triumphed and ascended to 2nd place, yet still trailed Slytherin by 170 points. Understanding the emotions in the room, Dumbledore smiled as he announced yet another score. Thirdly, Harry Potter was awarded 120 points for his extraordinary courage and remarkable spirit. Only 50 points remained. The deafening roar of cheers resonated throughout the hall, causing the very room to tremble as if in an earthquake. Dumbledore raised his hand to quell the commotion, softly stating that courage manifests in many forms. Facing an enemy requires immense bravery, yet confronting a friend demands courage as well. Therefore, he decided to award Neville Longbottom 50 points. The cheers erupted once more, the sheer enthusiasm shaking the entire hall as every student rose to their feet. Ultimately, they could not dethrone Slytherin from the top spot, but managed to tie. This year, Slytherin would dominate the House Cup. All students, save for Slytherin, rejoiced in celebration. In a bid to undermine Harry's adventurous spirit and create a sense of disparity, the scores were evened out, reflecting an intentional decision by the headmaster. On the other hand, the faces of Slytherin twisted in defeat, while Mirabelle's heart surged with conflicting emotions. Truth be told, Dumbledore's actions to ensure Gryffindor's victory pleased her, yet she believed that since their goal involved the Philosopher's Stone, he should have penalized them instead. However, Dumbledore showed no such sympathy. Furthermore, he deducted points from Mirabelle, equating Harry's score with her own loss. Dumbledore deliberately avoided exposing Mirabelle's actions to the entire school and, by elevating Harry's score, imposed a punishment that Mirabelle could comprehend. Truly infuriating, Mirabelle gazed at the beaming Dumbledore on the stage, pondering the revised evaluation of him. After all, He was the only rival worthy of his attention. Despite employing mental occlusion, she should still be able to fathom his inner thoughts, much like one could discern the language of hands. Once she finished the meal before her, Mirabelle suppressed the fury that churned deep within her chest, a result of indignation, humiliation, weakness, and naivety. Thus, she resolved to patiently await and accept her circumstances, treating them as sustenance. Fortunately, the skin of her neck remained intact, tethered together, endowed with vitality. She then swallowed her rage, transforming it into a lesson learned, one that would make her acutely aware of the catastrophic errors that could stifle her essence. Indeed, such humiliation would inevitably be repaid by Albus Dumbledore. Upon the announcement of the examination results, Mirabelle triumphed over Hermione, securing the top position in her class. With an impressive score of 126, she garnered admiration from her peers, earning the title of the best student of the year. If Harry Potter was the hero of Gryffindor, then Mirabelle was the anti-hero of Slytherin. Some students even seemed exhilarated by the notion of designating the two as rivals, yet Mirabelle remained indifferent. At last, the time came to return home, and she began to pack her belongings into her travel bag: clothes, wand, textbooks, a flower pot, and a bottle. Mirabelle gazed at the bottle, clicking her tongue in contemplation. Within it lay numerous crimson shards, fragments of the Philosopher's Stone. When Dumbledore shattered it, the mouse, which had been patiently waiting on the floor, collected the pieces, though some fragments remained untouched by Dumbledore's retrieval. Mirabelle suppressed the humiliation within her as she stowed the spoils into her bag. Ultimately, this was all she could attain. Yet, she must now endure this humiliation, in the hope of one day achieving victory. Even her pin-up anger would serve as sustenance. Thus, she departed, marked by failure. Deep within the magical realm lies a secret village, nestled in the depths of the earth, devoid of sunlight, an abode despised by light. The path to such a village is shrouded in cavernous darkness. A shadow traverses this terrain. This year, 12-year-old Mirabelle Beresford, guided by the flickering glow, walked with her golden hair shining even in the dark. Her attire, a plain uniform, was complemented by a practical sports jacket, lending her an unremarkable appearance. Without hesitation, she navigated the dilapidated path, crushing the skulls that rolled along her way. In the distance, a few bats clung to the cave ceiling. Among them was a fierce vampire bat, eager to attack intruders, particularly those of her kind, yet it refrained from assaulting the girl. This was because it desired, like its dozens of brethren, to become yet another skull upon that road. Mirabelle ultimately arrived at an expansive clearing, disregarding the bats that gazed from a distance. Upon reaching this place, she found a village, both damp and desolate, shrouded in an absence of sunlight. Only a handful of races resided there, all belonging to the realm of shadows, creatures that could extend their arms and venture forth. Most notable among them was the entity that once inhabited this land under the guise of the Night King, a name synonymous with terror, now transformed into a will of fear: vampires. The Night King, Nosferatu, Kane, Dracula, symbols of dread and embodiments of nightmares. These legendary beings. Merely the mention of their names sends shivers down the spine. They are infinitely close to decay. Even in destruction, they rise anew from the ashes, the monsters of monsters. Once, they were true Dark Lords, but now they have become mere tales, rare accounts recounted by the weak. Even the collective memory of Mirabelle's world scarcely recognizes them, the once mighty descendants of the Dark Lord, now nearly forgotten. Gideon Lockhart's autobiography has been exploited by a writer named Eldred Wapple, transforming him into a convenient assassin, rendering the authority of such legends into mere emptiness. This marks the conclusion of that which once swept through the night. Mirabelle murmured with a tone of disdainful pity, perceiving the manner in which the vanquished sought to evade the public gaze. The name Voldemort, shrouded in terror, bore an ambiguous significance even in its existence. While Voldemort commanded the dark creatures, for reasons unknown, he had never employed a vampire. The village elucidated the rationale behind this. It became apparent, and she felt an urge to articulate it. She knew the village harbored no such necessities. After observing the village for a moment, darkness manifested itself. A pallid-faced man with gaunt cheeks appeared, his sharp fangs protruding ominously from his mouth, signaling a certain nature. Yet, his expression betrayed no ambition, evoking memories of the oppressed. A vampire, perhaps? Regardless, was he a sorcerer of his own notorious name? The man regarded Mirabelle with lifeless, fish-like eyes, reflecting only resignation and disappointment. There was no fury directed at the intruder. He merely slumped his shoulders, as though he had surrendered all hope. Mirabelle uttered some scornful remarks. Killing them is nothing to boast about. The more mice are slain, the more resilient they become. There exists a truth devoid of deception. Once, Western vampires symbolized terror itself. In the realm of the mundane, these creatures continue to inspire creativity, depicted as monsters feared by many, a pitiable entity that transcends mere ridicule or anger. They possess formidable strength, conquerors of life itself. But what has led to such a dismal state? Pray tell, what is the purpose behind it all? The secret is said to be infinitely close to decay. A single arm with sharp fangs. Could it be offered? After all, it will regrow eventually. Want it? Mirabelle aspires to transcend the confines of mortality. The most formidable among her pursuits is the esoteric art of dark magic, particularly the intricate practice of soul splitting, which she finds captivating. However, this act of tearing apart the soul fundamentally undermines the essence of existence itself. Moreover, the transformation that Mirabelle undergoes renders her appearance grotesque, a distortion she cannot bear, for she is akin to the finest work of art in the world. Furthermore, the soul fragment is inherently vulnerable. Should the soul vessel be destroyed, immortality would undoubtedly be forfeited. Conversely, the soul vessel possesses its own weaknesses, making it susceptible to destruction from potent magical assaults, such as the flames of demons. Mirabelle's thoughts proliferated, yet she swiftly deemed them to be the most foolish. The soul weapon fractures the soul. Each attempt to escape the weakening of the soul diminishes it further. After several repetitions, one may be reduced to a mere husk devoid of even a soul. Mirabelle contemplated the exclusion of the soul vessel from the list of candidates. Thus, she yearned to diminish decay in any possible manner. The scarred soul, the lost existence, sought to attain an eternity befitting a callous sovereign. Such would be the most desirable state. Mirabelle has discovered the key to the vampire's existence. The reason for venturing so far lies in the pride of the fangs, which cannot be easily surrendered. Mirabelle smiled gently in response to the weary vampire's retort, a hint of mockery in her expression. That smile, so tender, brought a sense of relief, revealing that he had not entirely lost his dignity. If he were to obediently relinquish his fangs, it would signal an alarming concession. Indeed, as a superior species, shedding the last vestige of pride would be a grave mistake. Mirabelle anticipated such a reaction. Vampires. What is the reason for this? Are they prepared to live in isolation for eternity? Even a clan that has been exalted as the Night King, can it truly suffer such a devastating defeat? The reputation of vampires has diminished due to another dark force, the Dementors and Voldemort's Death Eaters. The terrifying shadow of their existence has permeated society. Indeed, vampires possess numerous vulnerabilities. They are repelled by garlic, water, sunlight, and crosses. They can be vanquished by ordinary wooden stakes, purified by silver, and terrified by holy scriptures. It is no wonder they inspire fear. Yet, they are among the clans closest to decay. The allure of eternal life, however, piqued Mirabelle's interest. Regardless of the arduous journey one must endure, being transformed into a vampire simply means becoming one of them, which suggests that the risk involved is far greater than that of a Horcrux. If that is the case, could it be possible to discern or perhaps create a decaying being? This is why Mirabelle contemplated the significance of sharp fangs. There is no excuse, yet there is no alternative. The currents of the era have already surpassed her. Such is the nature of things. What if the tides of the age were to return? What? The currents of the era may indeed resurface, summoning it forth. They aim to eradicate outdated concepts and establish a new world order. Do they wish to restore the glories of yesteryear? Amidst a girl's nonsensical ramblings, there lies an extraordinary power. It exudes a compelling allure, inviting belief. The vampires, typically endowed with captivating, bewitching eyes, now find themselves enchanted by a mere girl. The vampire instinctively swallowed hard. At this stage, it feels like a daydream. Yet it is beyond their control. In this manner, there is also a form of compensation. Compensation, one might say? It seems like nonsense. Just moments ago, they wore a look of profound melancholy. Mirabelle smiled faintly, wielding her wand to cast a slicing spell. In an instant, her right palm split open, crimson blood oozing from her hand. Do you comprehend? A vampire. The most exquisite and talented maiden's blood in the world, a true delight to behold. To consider oneself the best in the world is fair, yet cannot be denied. Even if a vampire suppresses their instincts with reason, their eyes are still veined with red, and their throat parched with thirst. The tongue hangs limply, and in a fleeting moment, they are ensnared by that deep crimson liquid. It beckons to be consumed. A pact with the devil. An invitation to reverse the enchantment. What shall be done? Continue this prideless, tragic existence? Or shall their dignity be entrusted to pave the way for what is yet to come? It matters not how one declines. It is merely a tale, until one is compelled to accept it. A concession, the girl proclaimed. If one is willing, they may forcibly tear it open, ripping away its venomous fangs, and engage in such a transaction. This is done out of a certain respect for the vampire race. How bold this assertion is. How utterly unique. Yet, a fierce sense of self-respect reminds one of the vampire, who calmly surveyed the dark night. The girl was once the Night Queen. In her awareness, the vampire had already extended its tongue to consume the blood that had been offered. It lay like a dog, eagerly accepting the crimson drops that fell before it. Seeing this, Mirabelle said triumphantly, "Has the transaction been successful?" After a considerable time, the vampire, whose stomach was filled for the first time with fresh blood, nodded slightly and severed its own arm with its claws. It then extracted its venomous fangs and presented them to the girl. Mirabelle quietly accepted, using her magic to chill the drink, nodding in satisfaction. Filled with joy, she expressed her gratitude for the collaboration. After obtaining what she desired, the young girl turned away, as if she were no longer involved. However, as she approached the edge of the village, the vampire called out in a panic, "Wait, wait. Please tell me your name." "Mirabelle Beresford. If one is intrigued by the new world, do not hesitate to seek her out." With that, the girl departed the hidden village. Observing her retreating figure, the vampire sensed the impending arrival of a new era. Unquestionably, the tide of change was approaching, a wave that could surpass even Voldemort himself. A revolutionary tsunami would mercilessly sweep away any opposition, obliterating the so-called Old Order. Anticipating its arrival, the vampire bowed in the direction the girl had taken. The fallen vampire awaited the resurgence of the new age, having been persuaded. On both sides of Milan Crescent Street stood ordinary houses, among which was a striking white mansion. This grand residence, exceeding 20 feet in height, was particularly conspicuous yet unintentional in its prominence. The roads seemed to naturally allow for passage without notice. If one felt at ease in the grandeur of the neighboring mansion, it could only be attributed to Harry Potter. Indeed, it was a wizard's villa, shielded by an anti-Muggle charm. Just like the Leaky Cauldron in London, it stood proudly in the heart of a Muggle town. It attracted no attention whatsoever. Originally, Heathcote Beresford, the head of the Beresford family, had constructed this villa out of anger towards the Muggle town, but soon grew weary and abandoned it. Yet now, two individuals were exploring what was supposed to be an empty mansion. What could they possibly know? Mirabelle Beresford, the current head of the Beresford family, sat cross-legged in the living room chair, taking pride in her posture. After sipping the tea prepared by the servant, she murmured, "It tastes good." The magical skills of the servant were quite decent, though more practice seemed necessary for brewing black tea. Indeed, the servant was a young man swathed in bandages, named Quirinus Quirrell, who had once been a teacher at Hogwarts, recently instructing defense against the dark arts. However, at the end of the school year, he had faced off against Mirabelle over the Philosopher's Stone, was defeated, and subsequently cursed into servitude. He knew only his master, who had already lost his physical form. If he were to attach himself to another, he would become a shadow. In such a state, he could only be a monster. Quirrell was a Death Eater, which explained his attempts to uncover some weakness of Voldemort, yet the results were quite uninspiring. After all, the young man had just become one of Voldemort's followers, and it seemed he possessed no significant information. If one were to claim they were not disappointed, they would be lying, despite their hopes. Mirabelle sighed and took another sip of the unpleasant tea brewed by the servant. "Well, there is no helping it. I might as well utilize my knowledge." "Knowledge? Ah. The teacher of Voldemort's hand, skilled in cunning legalities, perhaps? The residence shall be utilized for a certain ceremony. As a precaution, measures will be taken to deceive the Ministry of Magic." "Ah, what?" Mirabelle speaks of something that seems self-evident, yet it poses a formidable challenge. Each underage which possesses a unique aura, and the use of magic instantly attracts the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Should one cast spells outside of sanctioned areas, officials will swiftly pursue the source. However, a modicum of understanding about the ministry reveals the daunting difficulty in erasing such traces. It has been entrusted to be accomplished within a year. What will happen when it is achieved? Mirabelle expressed her concern for Chilo with a fleeting glance, revealing a cold smile that betrayed her fear. Upon witnessing this, Chilo experienced a moment of clarity. Failure meant death. In certain respects, the girl was more ruthless than Voldemort himself. If deemed a useful tool, one could be discarded without a second thought, akin to tossing a broken toy into the trash. Chilo understood that the completion of the task was imperative. After all, if abandoned, The outcome could hinge upon the whims of a mere insect, a gamble where one's life was at stake, laden with insurmountable expectations. With a fervent declaration, Chilo surged towards the mansion, soaring back home through the chimney. A year of grace. Moreover, she must fulfill her master's desires and devise a means to deceive the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, she would persevere, embracing her affinity for insects. Chilo dashed forth, determined to undertake the formidable task at hand, striving to earn the recognition of that esteemed sister at all costs, her sole chance for survival. Returning to her parents' home, Mirabelle glanced back, bemused by the despair etched on the maid's face, tilting her head in surprise. Deceiving the ministry to evade detection was akin to a test, and she did not expect Chilo to accomplish the task alone. She contemplated how she might contribute. It was merely a swift evaluation, a measure of capability. If even a modicum of attention from the ministry could be garnered, it would suffice. Even in success, a mere light punishment would be the resolution. Attempting to offer a reassuring smile, Mirabelle felt puzzled, for she had inadvertently cornered Chilo. Well, motivation is key. If it could elevate her spirits, there was nothing better than that. Mirabelle steeled herself and walked towards the living room, where her father and her brother were seated. So, Mirabelle, how did you fare? Her father inquired. See for yourself, she replied, opening her bag and placing the exam paper, marked with her grades, upon the table. As her father picked it up, his expression initially stiffened, gradually crumbling into a flush of embarrassment. Momentarily regaining composure, he cleared his throat and tightened his features once more. An exemplary student in all subjects, contributing a remarkable 126 points to the academy. Well done, my daughter, he exclaimed. By the way, how did Malfoy's son perform? In total, he scored 427 out of 500, which is reasonably acceptable, with a contribution of 32 points to the academy, she responded. Ah, I see, he chuckled. An overwhelming victory for you, my daughter. It was worth noting that due to Mirabelle's exceptional performance, she had astonishingly achieved a score of 970, a perplexing figure resulting from practical combat points, as she already possessed abilities equivalent to a seventh-year student. Hermione ranked second with 614 points, but Mirabelle claimed that despite being Muggle-born, she was a fierce warrior to behold. Had I been born into a pure-blood family, receiving the same education, I could have surpassed Mirabelle, she mused. It is indeed painful to witness the monopoly over the House Cup, yet it is futile to dwell on it. By the way, Mirabelle, what do you desire? Anything you wish to buy, she replied. Honestly, I crave traditional Chinese cuisine, but, as expected, it is quite costly. Furthermore, Mirabelle had already mastered the art of apparition. So when she truly desired something, she could simply obtain it. As for the upcoming semester, she was determined to join the Quidditch team. Will Malfoy's son be present? I should think so, she mused. Another cup of tea? Chilo's brew is usually delightful. After all, tea is a universal delight. Well then, I should join the team and crush Malfoy's son. With the skill of the silver arrow crafted by Leonardo, he stands no chance. Her father, being a Slytherin like Malfoy, could only feign positivity, which would merely amuse him. Is that so? Very well, then. From Mirabelle's perspective, Malfoy was indeed insignificant. A spoiled boy such as he could never pose a true threat. In contrast, Hermione and Harry Potter from Gryffindor were formidable adversaries. Naturally, Hermione was exceptionally intelligent, while Harry exhibited explosive talent. Both were rivals to Mirabelle, yet she pondered what would transpire if they continued to grow at their current pace. Their futures appeared luminous. At this juncture, Mirabelle automatically dismissed Ron as the least useful, though, to be fair, he had climbed to great heights when truly challenged. In her first year, she had misjudged Dumbledore's capabilities, leading to failure. However, that very failure had fortuitously allowed her to accurately perceive the heights she needed to overcome. A low peak. Yet when she was determined to scale, Mirabelle, steeped in doubt, took a sip of her tea. As she soared through the air towards Diagon Alley, she glanced at the paper in her hand and sighed. It was the list of required textbooks for her first semester, but it was disheartening. Among them were the absurd works of Gilderoy Lockhart. She could not fathom how such trivialities were deemed suitable as educational material. What troubled Mirabelle even more was the prospect of visiting Flourish and Blotts. The book signing events were exasperating, and the long queues of young witches made it exceedingly difficult to procure the book she needed. At long last, having gathered all the required tomes, Mirabelle ventured into the shadowy depths of Knockturn Alley, hoping to discover something intriguing. Morgan and Burke's remained the prime destination for acquiring illicit wares. Mirabelle hesitated as she traversed the filthy alley, eventually stepping into the squalid shop. There, seemingly already present, stood a familiar figure with a pallid complexion, a pointed chin, and golden hair, none other than Draco Malfoy. He appeared to have noticed Mirabelle's entrance, raising his voice with a derisive exclamation. "Pa!" Beside him stood a boy, already grown, unmistakably a son of Lucius Malfoy. "So, that must be Lucius Malfoy? Beresford, what brings you here?" he asked, his tone lacking in warmth, as he searched for an answer. Ignoring Draco, Mirabelle attempted to approach the counter, only to find her path obstructed by Lucius. He regarded her with an appraising gaze, while Mirabelle met his scrutiny with a defiant smile. Lucius instinctively endeavored to project an aura of intimidation, yet in comparison to Dumbledore, he felt like a child frightened by shadows. Instead, he found himself consumed by Mirabelle's ambition. "The daughter of Beresford, I presume?" "I have heard of your talents as a witch," Lucius remarked, his tone dripping with condescension. "It is said that you possess remarkable intelligence, befitting your lineage." Sparks flew between them, an atmosphere thick with tension, as if they were poised to draw their wands at any moment. At first glance, it seemed they were glaring at each other on equal terms, yet Lucius was genuinely taken aback. He had heard the tales, though a girl, she was an audacious one, exuding a peculiar sense of menace. However, as he faced her directly, he swallowed hard. "What? Is she truly the same age as my son?" It was as if the girl's appearance contradicted everything else about her. He realized he had stepped beyond the boundaries of control. Had his father not taught him how to speak to his elders? If he truly understood his father, he would know there was no reason to be courteous. TCH. Lucius clicked his tongue, contorting his face in displeasure. Naturally, as it was said, the Beresfords would always show deference to the Malfoys. After all, Hestia had not yet relinquished her ambition to see Lucius imprisoned in Azkaban. With serpentine vengeance, she eagerly awaited Lucius's downfall. That loathsome family still regarded Lucius as a Death Eater, a cursed clan far worse than the Weasleys. Lucius turned to leave the shop, as if he had more to say. Draco followed him, leaving Mirabelle alone with the shopkeeper. "Ah, sister, have you found anything?" The shopkeeper, a hunchbacked man named Boggins, stroked his dark hair as he spoke to Mirabelle. "To be honest, I merely came to inspect the merchandise. I found nothing of interest and was about to head home. Since the commotion has occurred, it wouldn't hurt to purchase something." With that thought, Mirabelle picked up a peculiar mask resting against the wall. The eerie stone mask was riddled with cracks, a perfect gift for Chilo, especially after the magical stone competition had left Harry scorched. Concealing one's true identity, a two birds with one stone solution. "Oh, you fancy that mask, do you? The perfect dish for hiding one's identity. What a curious hand it possesses. Oh, the silver hand, nearly indistinguishable from a real one, is lauded as a mere prosthetic." Following Harry's encounter with fire, Chilo lost his face and one arm. In such circumstances, products designed to replace prosthetic limbs are sought after. A slightly elevated price was paid for the item, after which the shop was exited. In terms of utility, it is indeed an excellent place for back-to-school shopping. Now, one awaits the delivery date. The sole concern lies with the competent Professor Lockhart, should he meet an untimely demise. Expulsion from the school is a distinct possibility. While fond of him, it would be prudent to take decisive action. For the time being, Lockhart's book serves merely as a distraction. Upon completion, one discovers its peculiar charm. To one's astonishment, is the man more suited to be a storyteller than a wizard? On the express train to Hogwarts, Mirabelle was engrossed in a book, swayed by the delightful vibrations. She was reading one of Lockhart's works, titled A Vampire's Voyage on the Banshiri, chronicling the adventures of the illustrious Lockhart as he sailed the world aboard a vampire's ship. Mirabelle, possessing a keen memory, knew full well that the protagonist was not Lockhart himself, but rather another individual whose memory had been erased, making the narrative quite entertaining. Certain passages were crafted from imagination, while others were embellished to present a cooler image, and some scenes lacked vivid description. As she perused the pages, the sound of a compartment door opening reached her ears, accompanied by the voice of a female student. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" No. Thank you." Without diverting her gaze from the book, she turned a page. She sensed two students entering the compartment, but their presence was merely an inconvenience. It mattered not who entered. However, it seemed they were reluctant to remain silent, as one voice, laced with pressure, began to speak. "Hey, look, it's that filthy Granger again," she heard. She reluctantly lifted her head from the book. "Are you even going to say hello?" "Huh? Wait a moment," said Millicent, who perhaps shared the same compartment, prompting her to introduce herself. It appeared that the speaker A student named Millicent was quite adept at articulating her opinions. Mirabelle, feeling a sense of inevitability, placed the book upon her lap. The two girls instinctively gasped and retreated a step. Clearly, they were taken aback, for a book obscured the face of the individual before them. Oh, Beresford? They had not anticipated this revelation, as they had long believed that she was nowhere to be found. Not a single student had any inkling of Mirabelle's presence. The most outstanding student of Slytherin, renowned as the most beautiful girl in the entire school, possessing a unique aura that set her apart from her peers. The overwhelming impression she left during the Halloween festivities remained vividly etched in their memories, deeply resonating within their hearts. The sentiments associated with Slytherin could be categorized into three distinct types: respect, admiration, and fear. There existed a pure form of respect and admiration for her formidable capabilities. Others were utterly captivated, blindly believing themselves to be the followers of Slytherin's leader. Conversely, there were those who trembled at the sight of such prowess, denying the severity of her dominance. The two female students seemed to fall into the latter category, just as they resolved to turn away in haste. It was already too late. They had leapt into the lion's den. The hem of their robes was seized forcefully, yanking them back into the confines of the compartment, where they were compelled to take a seat. Millicent remarked to a young girl that she was quite an accomplished student, yet Mirabelle's response was utterly devoid of significance. Mirabelle appears to surpass the bounds of her appearance, resembling a remarkably fit young man. Upon seeing her face, one might hastily flee, which is quite impolite. One might mistake her for a beast or something of that sort. And yet, a beast would be preferable. Millicent, be silent. Millicent's words were abruptly interrupted by a student, whose face was flattened by another Pekingese. The student appeared quite intimidated by Mirabelle. In truth, one should be afraid, as without profound respect, one would resort to any means. However, this student evidently did not comprehend that. He resembled a genuine Pekingese, his expression a blend of terror and an oddly captivating charm. What should one do? Remain composed. You must be aware of Mirabelle Beresford, a second-year student from Slytherin. And what of it? Millicent Bulstrode is also a second-year student, alongside Pansy Parkinson, both from Slytherin. Indeed, they are second-year students. Millicent Parkinson certainly recalls names, yet she struggles to remember the roles associated with them. The weight of Malfoy's belt is indeed more substantial. Blaise Zabini. Perhaps? She mused. Oh, Hermione Granger. Ah, Granger. They hastily defended Mirabelle's inquiry. Initially, they had heard of Granger's name, particularly regarding her lineage. In the magical realm, few possess bloodlines that surpass that of the Baronsthorpe family. Do you know of Hermione Granger? Oh, indeed. But why refer to her as a mudblood? The term mudblood is the most egregious insult, one that is even taboo within the wizarding world. It signifies a form of racial contempt, akin to the derogatory term for individuals of African descent. Consequently, while Hogwarts students might use such language, it would be frowned upon among Slytherin students. Hermione, a Muggle-born who excels academically, becomes an especially easy target for such slurs, and Mirabelle has often overheard Slytherin speaking in this manner. So, a Muggle's blood? Why does she bear Muggle blood? Is it because Muggles can wield magic just like wizards, and thus she was chosen for the same? So, the magically adept Muggle-born Granger appears more like the chosen one. Does she? How so? Well, Millicent found herself unable to refute Mirabelle's words and let out a soft sigh. In the end, it seemed she merely spoke without truly grasping the profound significance of the phrase mudseed. Ultimately, did she genuinely comprehend it? Was she merely echoing the words like a parrot, influenced by the discourse around her and shaped by the thoughts instilled by her parents? Mirabelle lowered her eyelids, donning a countenance steeped in sorrow. Once more, she found the pervasive notion of pure blood superiority within the magical realm to be exceedingly bothersome. Even children grasp the true essence of the words, carelessly spouting such muddy sentiments. How long must one endure until this ideology is wholly eradicated, even if deeply entrenched? How many years would it take to alter such mindsets that govern the magical world? With a renewed awareness of the complexity of the pure blood ideology, Mirabelle opened her eyes. At that moment, Millicent and Pansy exchanged puzzled glances, sensing something amiss. Could they comprehend this? Do you believe, Mrs. Beresford, that Muggles are tainted by their blood? What a heavy burden, both good and ill. In response to Parkinson's inquiry, Mirabelle articulated her thoughts, only to be interrupted. There was more to divulge. The fundamental premise stood in stark contrast. In any case, a respectable proponent of pure-blood ideology would assert that those deemed unworthy should be collectively purified alongside the world. Severing the rotting branches and eliminating the source of decay would, thus, pave the way to a new world. Presently, let us trace back to Salazar Slytherin, who left behind a worthless legacy rooted in this ideology. A basilisk, a serpent that slays muggles, was ensconced within the Chamber of Secrets. Such entities are deemed necessary in the newly conceived world. They would trample upon every piece of flesh, crushing ideologies beneath their weight. A Slytherin student denied and dismantled the very thoughts that Slytherin espoused. What could be more delightful? With such thoughts, Mirabelle indulged in a brief, warlike smile. Sydney Beresford emerged as the most captivating member of this year's new students. With exquisite silver hair cascading to her waist and bright blue eyes reminiscent of a clear sky, her striking beauty led many to mistake her for a mere girl. Yet her most significant attribute was her sister, Mirabelle. After all, during the sorting ceremony, she had suddenly become rather intimidating, silencing all in her vicinity, and when she spoke, even the entire Slytherin house fell silent, as she merely uttered a few gentle words. Her brother also became the center of attention. Most hoped to follow in their sister's footsteps and join Slytherin, yet unexpectedly, he ended up in Hufflepuff. Naturally, some students sighed in relief. As it proved, he was at least not as radical as his sister. Following the sorting, a welcoming feast was held. An array of delectable dishes lined the tables as students eagerly discussed their hopes and anxieties for the new year. The spotlight shone on the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Though seemingly lacking in fans, the female students were abuzz with excitement. Slytherin House was no exception. Professor Lockhart, the author of a certain book, was to become their teacher. For reasons unknown, Edith's heart raced with anticipation. What is it, Edith? Are you also a fan of Lockhart? It is as if one can scarcely believe that it is truly possible to witness such a phenomenon. The experience is nothing short of enchanting. As I immerse myself in Edith's narrative, I reach for the neatly arranged sandwiches upon the table. The sandwich, a quintessential British delicacy, ranks among the most beloved foods worldwide. This simple yet versatile culinary creation can be found across the globe, varying in form and flavor according to the culture of each nation. Mirabelle first picked up a sandwich filled with chicken and took a delicate bite. The bread softened the slightly persistent flavor of the chicken, creating a harmonious blend. The allure of the sandwich lies in its versatility, as it is delightful regardless of the ingredients. However, Mirabelle particularly relished sandwiches that struck a perfect balance between meat and vegetables, finding them the most enjoyable. If given a choice, she preferred it with a single crusty bread. Mirabelle has a preference for the locally popular soft types. Indeed, that impression seems accurate, Edith. The protagonist of the book, Lockhart, exists in reality alongside the exaggerated fictional elements that draw inspiration from him. Oh, Professor Lockhart truly exists. So it must be based on personal experiences, right? Hence the embellishments. Well, the class will ultimately validate this. One can savor a bacon lettuce sandwich on French bread. It appears to be a favorite. However, the sandwiches often wastefully contain excessive meat or cream, prompting a desire to take action. That is another matter. But that child named Sydney is Mirabelle's brother, correct? Yes. The siblings are both exceptionally beautiful. What remarkable genes do their family possess? Absolutely. Sydney resembles their mother, while the brother bears a striking resemblance to their father, exhibiting a serious demeanor. As Mirabelle noted, her son Simon evidently embodies that slender, attractive type. His face could easily be mistaken for that of a villain with a notably dark complexion. However, in reality, he is the most delicate and fragile member of the Beresford family, making such judgments based on appearance quite misleading. Moreover, he is also the most shameless and selfish. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupts. What are they discussing, Edith? Oh, Percy Weasley, the youngest sibling, is flying a car and has jumped into the willows, stirring up rumors everywhere. Malfoy is delighted to spread the news, claiming it is the reason for his expulsion. It is common knowledge where these rumors originate, as it is well known that Harry Potter's friends flew a car to school. Under normal circumstances, being expelled from school would be considered strange, or rather, a natural outrage. If Edith were to engage in such behavior, I believe she would ultimately find herself packing her bags. However, the boy, Harry Potter, the hero of the magical world, admired by Dumbledore, would face punishment, while his friends would be exonerated. I wonder how Mirabelle feels about this? An exoneration of 10 galleons, perhaps? Starting tomorrow, 10 galleons will be present in class, without incident. Draco Malfoy appeared to be the only one pleased at the prospect of Harry being expelled. Most students believed that Harry would be forgiven, and indeed, he would be. After all, the significance of the boy's name was immense. More precisely, while expulsion from the school seemed inevitable, there was no doubt that the outcry from the entire wizarding world would inundate Hogwarts. And Dumbledore's office would undoubtedly be filled with a barrage of furious correspondence. Even if Harry's exploits were dismissed following a few mobile sightings and a reckless drive into a hedge, that could not negate his achievements. After indulging in a dessert of treacle tart, they arrived at the Slytherin common room, led by older students. The atmosphere in the dungeon's lounge still carried a foreboding scent. But once accustomed to it, it transformed into a rather inviting space. As she surveyed the common room, Edith patted Mirabelle on the shoulder and flashed a smile. "So delighted to see you again, Mirabelle." "Oh, likewise, Edith." Mirabelle's smile, however, was both feigned and sardonic. "Good morning, Mirabelle." "Good morning, Edith." After a restful night's slumber, Mirabelle exchanged pleasantries with Edith while making her way to the Slytherin table in the Great Hall. The commencement of the morning was, without exaggeration, contingent upon how comfortably one could navigate the day ahead. This was precisely why Mirabelle believed breakfast to be more crucial than anything else. In other words, it was the engine of life, its very heartbeat. What was the first lesson of the day? Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. How exhilarating it was to begin with such a subject. Edith had a fondness for McGonagall, as did the Gryffindor house, but most notably, she relished the suffocating atmosphere of tension that accompanied it. McGonagall was an exceptionally skilled teacher in the art of transfiguration. Was there a more daunting combination? Consequently, Edith's initial experience of the new term was as gloomy as the day itself. If only her class could be enjoyable, but that weighed more heavily than anything else. Don't be disheartened. Just think of your favorite flying lessons. She sliced her bacon and eggs with a knife, spearing them with a fork and placing them into her mouth. Typically, it would be enjoyed with gravy or hollandaise, yet the bacon seemed to possess an unnecessary saltiness. The buttered toast was crisp on the outside while retaining the original softness of the bread within. The house elves of the school appeared to be as impeccable as ever in their service. After swallowing her bite, she poured milk down her throat and took a deep breath. Basking in the tranquil light, there was bliss in understanding the culinary culture that animals would never experience, a privilege reserved solely for humankind. Closing her eyes, she buried her consciousness within herself and savored the afterglow, relishing Mirabelle's early morning secret joy. However, the thought of being expelled for stealing a car was indeed alarming. How could one anticipate the feeling of seeing one's father witnessing the car drive away? A resounding and utterly absurd noise reverberated through the hall, shattering the remnants of Mirabelle's brilliance. The sound was so intense that even the floorboards trembled, and the plates on the table rattled as if caught in an earthquake. Last night, a letter from Dumbledore arrived, leaving my father in a state of utter embarrassment. He was reminded of the responsibilities of raising a child. The mere thought of a mistake could lead to Harry's demise. It was a complete loss of composure. My father's governmental position was being scrutinized, and it was all due to this blunder. Now, a slight infraction of the rules, and the horse would be brought home. After what seemed like a furious outburst, the rage finally subsided. The students in the hall redirected their attention to the source of the commotion, witnessing Harry and Ron nearly topple over. Clearly, the uproar had been triggered by that very letter. How astonishing, that howling missive. If memory serves, its volume surpassed that of an ordinary howl by hundreds of times. Therefore, if it were opened hastily, would it not explode? What was Mirabelle to do? Mirabelle offered no response, silently rising from her chair. She then reached into her bosom, retrieving a formidable staff that was proportionate to her height. This staff, designed for use alongside a bludgeon, was said to be crafted from the wood of a vampire tree. Mirabelle approached the Gryffindor table, and then Edith caught sight of it, a colossal, dark apparition resembling a bear claw flickering behind Mirabelle. Edith even perceived the sound of fearful breaths, whispering in trepidation. "Wait, Mirabelle, what are you doing with that wand?" "I intend to eliminate that scoundrel," Mirabelle replied. Edith pondered the gravity of such actions, yet Mirabelle seemed entirely capable of following through. Determined to prevent her friend from becoming a criminal, Edith clutched Mirabelle's leg tightly, convinced that if she let go, Ron would indeed perish. Mirabelle was now poised to unleash an aggressive spell upon Weasley. "Release Edith. You are disrupting breakfast, you wretched fiend. Because of your resistance, you are a menace." The disturbance of their meal was utterly unacceptable. Why was the boiling point over food so low? After much effort from Edith, Mirabelle regained her composure and postponed the execution of Ron. The delay was terrifying. But there was no choice but to wait for the anger to dissipate with the passage of time. Incidentally, from that moment on, Ronald Weasley would suffer from mysterious, bloodthirsty attacks whenever he ventured within a 30-foot radius of Mirabel. In McGonagall's Transfiguration class, they transformed beetles into buttons. It was a trivial task, yet it appeared that most students had forgotten the lessons learned during the holiday, with only a few managing to execute the transformation successfully. It goes without saying that Harry Potter was among the majority who could not accomplish it. During the subsequent break, students seized the opportunity to rest. Many second-year students were particularly eager to practice flying, as they would be participating in the Quidditch matches this year. As they observed the students, Mirabel and Edith strolled outside, gazing at the brooms. The latest model, the Firebolt 2001, was certainly superior to Potter's Firebolt 2000. Malfoy had gathered his friends, proudly showcasing his broomstick. The newest racing broom, the Firebolt 2001. Harry, as an exception, had acquired the Firebolt 2000, which left him quite disappointed. The mood seemed to darken as he reflected on possessing a broom inferior to the Firebolt 2000, when he suddenly noticed Mirabel nearby, boasting, "What do you think, Beresford? Is it not akin to Potter's?" Oh. Mirabel cast a disinterested glance at Malfoy's hand, which indeed held a splendid new broom, gleaming with a brilliance befitting its owner. By the way, had she brought her own broom? Would it resemble the Weasley family's, still relying on the school's broom after 2 years? Certainly, it was her broom. As Mirabel spoke, she presented a broom to Malfoy. This unfamiliar yet exquisite broom was adorned with silver embellishments. Its contours were more refined and sharper than that of a typical cleaning broom, with a tail tapering to a pointed tip, embellished with golden letters spelling Silver Arrow, the hallmark of its creator, Leonardo. At first glance, one could discern its high quality. It rivaled the Nimbus 2001, and if Malfoy's perception was to be trusted, it appeared to be a masterpiece with even greater attention to detail than the Nimbus. The Silver Arrow was a reproduction of a broom, yet it had been reimagined for personal use. Typically, only properly registered brooms could be ridden, and selfish enchantments for enhancement were permitted. At best, one could merely maintain it according to their flying habits. However, the Silver Arrow was an exception. Each broom was handcrafted by a skilled artisan, ensuring that no two were identical. Consequently, brooms bearing Leonardo's mark were classified as Silver Arrows and sanctioned for use. Undoubtedly, it was a broom designed by Leonardo Yux himself, aptly named the Silver Arrow. In essence, it was a broom of exceptional performance, capable of being restricted in usage. Due to its handcrafted nature, regulations were lenient. Of course, when it came to performance, the narrative shifted entirely. Beyond the traditional technology of the Nimbus, it incorporated cutting-edge advancements from the yet-to-be-revealed Firebolt technology, effectively remaking the Silver Arrow. Much like the Firebolt, this new generation of competitive brooms could rightfully be referred to as the Silver Arrow too. Isn't that a remarkable broom, the Nimbus 2001? Oh, Miss Beresford, isn't the Silver Arrow something? Malfoy interjected, his melancholy momentarily interrupted. It was evident that he was concerned about the students flying during recess. At that moment, Mirabel's Silver Arrow seemed to catch the light, drawing nearer with an enigmatic smile, clearly well-versed in the allure of the Silver Arrow. Ah, the delicate design, the comfortable grip, and the sharp tail reminiscent of an arrow were delightful to behold. It was a truly beautiful broom, one that many in her year had learned to fly with. Regrettably, it had been discontinued. Had it been available in the current market, it would undoubtedly have topped the sales charts, surpassing the Nimbus series. Is it truly a splendid broom? Edith inquired, her curiosity piqued, casting a sidelong glance at the despondent Malfoy. Despite its excellence, it was still an older model produced years ago. One could hardly doubt its competitiveness against the current Nimbus offerings. Malfoy nodded confidently in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it is the finest broom. Everyone desires a Silver Arrow." Its popularity had rendered it scarce, often leading to long queues at stores. Without question, it remained one of the most sought-after brooms still in use today. By the way, Miss Beresford, shall we ride again later? Ah, that would be delightful. Thank you. I eagerly anticipated after class. Edith observed as Hodge appeared before the students, a smile illuminating his face, and she let out a wry chuckle. It was evident that he had a fondness for the Silver Arrow. His eyes sparkled with the delight of a child who has discovered a treasured toy, eliciting a suppressed smile from her. On the other hand, Malfoy glared at Mirabel's Silver Arrow with a bitter expression, clearly defeated. Humph. It's all determined by the performance of the broom, he muttered angrily as he walked away. Yet everyone understood that this defeat stung. Just moments ago, he had boasted about the superiority of his broom, now rendered silent. Edith mumbled to herself as she picked up her beloved number 7 broom. It seemed to her that this broom was the only one worth having. I truly adore it. Oh, is that the broom in question? Ah, there's no mistake. I prefer it, as it offers a certain sense of stability. Should one not utilize a broom that suits them, only to be entranced by the latest trends? It's not that simple. The Clean Sweep Company had crafted the world's first mass-produced racing broom. Unlike competition brooms like the Silver Arrow, which were meticulously handcrafted by artisans, the demand for brooms had outstripped supply, leading to the disappearance of such handmade models from the market. In their place emerged modern brooms, such as the Comet 260, manufactured through magical mass production, with the Clean Sweep series leading the charge. This line of brooms, commencing with model number 1, gradually improved in performance with each iteration, offering unparalleled stability and remarkable turning speed, ranking among the best in the industry. Edith pondered why Malfoy was so aggressive towards Mirabel. It was clear he felt a deep sense of disappointment. She found herself intrigued by the mindset of such a male. Was Malfoy destined to become a masochist? The mere thought of such a crude notion made her cheeks flush with warmth as she watched the students soaring through the sky on their brooms. The afternoon brought the much-anticipated potions class with Snape, where they were instructed on the effective use of herbs such as lavender and sage, as well as how to synthesize them. During the lesson, one of Malfoy's lackeys botched a potion, producing a foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. Yet he faced no significant punishment. If it had been Harry Potter, points would have surely been deducted by now. After completing the lesson, they finally arrived at the moment for defense against the dark arts. As Mirabel Edith approached the classroom, she pondered why Harry's 2 friends were there, looking quite fatigued. It occurred to her that Gryffindor must have the defense against the dark arts class in tandem with Slytherin. Given Harry's evident frustration, the lesson seemed to be rather dreadful. Hermione had overestimated Lockhart. Did you see the class, Harry? She must have thought, eager to impart some wisdom. Shouldn't the elf have snatched the wand and hidden beneath the desk? Wake up, Hermione. Edith furrowed her brow at the words she overheard, casting a skeptical glance at Harry. Could the boy who had vanquished a vampire and a werewolf truly be thwarted by an elf? How absurd. Regardless, she couldn't help but chuckle when recalling the words spoken by Mirabel at the welcome gathering. Before long, as they passed each other, Harry seemed poised to say something to Mirabel but ultimately said nothing and walked away. He had contemplated asking about defeating Quirrell but found himself at a loss for words, as the atmosphere surrounding Mirabel rendered conversation challenging. Upon reaching the classroom, everyone took their seats. Lockhart cleared his throat and brandished a book. The cover depicted Lockhart himself, and he gestured towards it while speaking, pointing to the photograph of his own visage. Gilderoy Lockhart, 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Forces Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, he proclaimed, bursting with pride. Yet, his smile did not render the wolves of Cardiff any less ferocious. It was meant to be a humorous quip, yet the laughter from the students was sparse, many casting pale glances towards the instructor at the front. Nevertheless, Lockhart seemed oblivious to the lackluster response and commenced speaking in an arrogant tone. Of course, everyone has read my books, right? So, I thought we might begin with a simple test. Do not fret. It is merely a perfect assessment to gauge how much of my literature you have absorbed. As he distributed the test papers, he elaborated further. Regrettably, apart from Hermione Granger, not a single Gryffindor achieved full marks. Unsurprisingly, the same was true for Slytherin. Upon gazing at the examination paper before her, Mirabel instinctively felt the urge to tear it apart. After all, the contents revolved around trivial matters such as Lockhart's favorite color, his clandestine ambitions, and the specifics of his birthday. Moreover, she loathed the fact that it was printed on both sides. A surge of frustration coursed through her. She yearned to confront Lockhart directly, to expose him for who he truly was. Mirabel hardly clenched her fist when she was intercepted by Edith, who urged her to remain calm. After uttering those words, Mirabel momentarily regained her composure, clicking her tongue in frustration. She then forced herself to suppress her discontent, seizing a quill and immersing herself in the task at hand. It was easy to strike, yet difficult to be correct. Thus, the notion of reevaluating the previous year lingered. Since then, the storyline had remained unchanged. Reflecting upon it, she perceived it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once utilized, it must be obliterated. 30 minutes later, Lockhart retrieved the test papers and perused them, shaking his head in disapproval. Incorrect, 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 deliberately so. What is the issue? Why did you not mention that your favorite color is lavender? It seemed that few students had read Vampires and Slow Travel. She had not written about the vampire that exclusively consumed lettuce. Was Edith harboring a secret ambition to become the most renowned in the world? Did she wish to appear as though she were a notable follower? Indeed, regardless of how one perceived it, it was a rather attention-grabbing matter. Yet it had never been vocalized. Lockhart, astonished, shook his head again and then took hold of one answer sheet. However, Miss Beresford recalled the name of the first Muggle ship, the Nebuchadnezzar. She was also aware that the birthday celebrant would be delighted to receive magical and non-magical harmonies. Furthermore, it was splendid, absolutely marvelous. 10 points to Slytherin. While receiving 10 points was a cause for joy, there would still be complaints. Following that, Lockhart conducted a lesson filled with activities, yet nothing was accomplished. Typically, one would assume the first attempt would yield results, but for the boys, it seemed inapplicable. Nearly 50 students believed that those remaining in the room would be in such a state named Lockhart this year. As the absurd lesson concluded, Mirabelle rose from her seat and approached Lockhart. "Excuse me, Professor Lockhart?" "Oh, Miss Beresford. What is it?" In truth, she wished to delve deeper into the slow-paced year of Yuji and the War of Illusions, lamenting the restrictions placed on the bookshelves that forbade browsing. Thus, if he were agreeable, could she borrow the esteemed Professor Lockhart's name? With his signature, she could access the forbidden tomes and gain a more profound understanding of their merits. Oh, Yuji's slow-paced year, right? That book delves into intense emotional attachments. Interesting, isn't it? With Lockhart's signature, she employed a moderate tone to please him. In truth, it was far from a compliment. Rather, it was sheer impudence, yet he seemed utterly oblivious. Regardless, one would assume that even the ignorant grasped the grave dangers of forbidden literature. One might even ponder why such books were permitted for lower-year students. Unless there were substantial reasons, browsing prohibited books was an act that could easily lead to expulsion. Mirabelle sought to utilize Lockhart's influence. He, however, signed on behalf of the two finest students of Granger without even confirming the title of the book Mirabelle had borrowed. Even had he taken the time to verify, he would have discovered that the tome in question bore no relation to the Battle of the Mindscape. Rather, it was far more sinister, a forbidden book containing malevolent spells, aimed at fulfilling dark ambitions. Now, the girl had been legally permitted to delve into its pages. One can be certain that Lockhart would take note of the perilous consequences. What grave actions had been set in motion? What toll would it exact? I dare say, the extent of the devastation is beyond imagination. Mirabelle acquired a tome concerning the art of manipulation, containing numerous ancient forbidden techniques, some of which were employed in the creation of countermeasures. This knowledge ultimately fell into nefarious hands. Trick or treat. The jubilant voices of the students echoed through the hall as Dumbledore chuckled merrily when he waved his wand. The table was adorned with pumpkin pie, pumpkin pasties, and chiffon cake biscuits. Today, October 31st, marks a Halloween worthy of commemoration. Due to the grand festivities of the year, the anticipation among the students was particularly heightened, with excitement soaring beyond the usual levels. "Hey, Mirabelle, have you heard that Malfoy has become the seeker for the Quidditch team?" It seems he gifted a Nimbus 2001 to his teammates to secure his place on the team." While savoring her biscuit, Mirabelle offered a selfless response to Edith's words. The manner in which Malfoy integrated into the team was of equal significance. Ultimately, regardless of how exceptional the broomstick may be, it serves no purpose if it is not the sole means of joining the team. Mirabelle believes that Malfoy will never be able to defeat Harry Potter as he does now, providing Slytherin with an immediate advantage. However, what are your thoughts on this year's Quidditch Cup, Mirabelle? If Malfoy were to play as a chaser rather than seeking the position of seeker, he should be able to succeed. Yet, he is determined to pursue the seeker role. This implies that, should everything go smoothly, Gryffindor will emerge victorious. Unless something akin to past events occurs. In his first year, Harry Potter demonstrated remarkable talent and led the team to progress. Nevertheless, he fell into a stupor during the finals, and the Quidditch Cup ultimately ended up in Slytherin's possession. If that were the case, Gryffindor would have triumphed. A point on which Mirabelle is quite certain. Would it be better for Mirabelle to join the team? Surely, they would win, wouldn't they? Training seems to be a waste of time. If that is the case, studying magic would be more meaningful. Is she already strong enough? What further studies does she intend to pursue? Is she planning to conquer the world? If that were the case, it sounds rather humorous, so please refrain from saying it. In truth, it is no jest, but a serious matter, though Mirabelle appears to regard it as quite normal and ordinary. Edith smiled wryly as she took a bite of the pumpkin cookie. Mirabelle sliced the chiffon cake and placed it on a plate, saying little. As she contemplated, she savored the soft dough in her mouth. She was eager to take action. Upon arriving at school, her intention was to eliminate the basilisk. Knowing that the creature resided within the Chamber of Secrets, she pondered if sending a mouse into the chamber could help her ascertain its coordinates, thus revealing its location. However, the endeavor proved to be far from simple. Each time she dispatched a mouse to explore the chamber, it returned in failure, merely lamenting its inability to uncover anything. Despite her commanding the mouse to seek out the creature, it could not succeed. It seemed that, apart from the official entrance, access to the chamber was exceedingly difficult. Although she was aware of the magical barriers and other methods, no mouse could breach the chamber as confines. Or perhaps Tom Riddle had some hand in this. Regardless, she realized she had underestimated the chamber. Acknowledging this, she resolved to cease her investigations with the mouse and instead focus on waiting patiently. Lacking the coordinates of the chamber, she found herself unable to use apparition. Strictly speaking, it was impossible. However, if she were to attempt a stable form of apparition, her body might split apart. Thus, all she could do was wait for an opportunity to present itself from the other side. Between the intervals, it was said that 4 instances would arise. The first involved Argus Filch's pet, Mrs. Norris, being attacked. The second occurred in Gryffindor when Colin Creevey was assaulted. The third involved nearly headless Nick from Hufflepuff nearly losing his head. The fourth instance saw Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw come under attack. Indeed, the fourth was distinct from the 3 preceding it, primarily due to the precise location being known. Aside from the fourth instance, the memories recounted in the book did not accurately depict the sites of the attacks. Even if a mouse were present at the scene of an attack, it would ultimately be devoured by the basilisk, and such information would reach Mirabel. If she pursued the attacked individual, it would be futile. Moreover, even if she fortuitously encountered them and managed to escape, it would hold no significance, as she would never see Mirabel again. On the other hand, the fourth instance was perfect in its clarity. The location was well known, situated near the library, specifically at the time of the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. If she were aware of the precise location, she could set a trap to prevent the creature from fleeing, making it easy to ambush. Regardless, her urgency to eliminate the basilisk was paramount. Mirabel was indifferent to the number of student sacrifices. Even if it meant risking her own life, she would not hesitate. More importantly, she was determined to crush the creature, ensuring it would not escape her grasp. After all, this year seemed destined to continue in the same monotonous waiting as the last. This thought left her somewhat disheartened. The chamber had been opened. The heiress enemy was at hand. The events unfolded following the conclusion of the Halloween party, as students returned to their respective dormitories. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, a peculiar object caught the attention of many students, causing them to stop in fascination. Words were inscribed on the wall. A puddle lay on the floor, and there was Mrs. Norris, a cat hanging from a flashlight stand, motionless. As Harry Potter stood there, the remnants of the Halloween party faded, enveloping the students in a hushed silence. Suddenly, the jubilant voice of Malfoy echoed through the corridor, shattering the stillness. Heir of Slytherin. Beware. A bloodline tainted. Malfoy's exclamation resonated through the halls, just as Argus Filch, the caretaker, burst in, alarmed and eager to discern the commotion. Upon spotting Harry, Filch began to shout, exclaiming that a second-year student had accomplished such a feat, yet his bloodied appearance suggested otherwise. Perhaps a quarrel had ensued. Harry appeared to be the target of Filch sire. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Ms. Granger, the headmaster's office is open upstairs, he called out. Thank you, Gilderoy. Dumbledore admonished Filch while cradling a cat in his arms, with Lockhart nearby. Harry's 2 friends accompanied him as they departed the scene. The remaining students fell into silence for a brief moment, but it was not long before a tumult of whispers erupted, speculating on the events that had transpired. Edith wore a concerned expression as she raised her voice to Mirabel, asking, "What does it mean that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened?" "Well, it surely must be something significant," Mirabel replied. Mirabel certainly comprehended the significance of the Chamber of Secrets, yet she was disinclined to elucidate. In contrast, Malfoy grinned widely and declared, "Tell me. I would relish an explanation." He spoke of a chamber left behind by the illustrious founder Salazar Slytherin, the Great Slytherin, who believed that blood deemed impure was worthy of learning magic, had imprisoned a monster within this chamber to eradicate those with tainted blood. A monster? Indeed. Only Slytherin's heir could wield the power to command this creature. And now, the chamber has been unsealed. From this moment forth, the enemies of the heir shall be obliterated, and Hogwarts shall be left with but a select few pure-blood wizards. As he spoke, Malfoy cast a smirk in Mirabel's direction. He boasted of his pure lineage. Yet he embodied the very traits that could render him an adversary to the heir. Was this not a blatant denial of Slytherin's ideals? Beresford, in denying pure blood, ought to reconsider, should he not? If one were to acknowledge pure blood and express remorse, perhaps forgiveness could be granted, do you not think? Despite Malfoy's threats, Mirabelle remained unfazed. Instead, her face bore a chilling smile as she regarded Malfoy. It was refreshing to see a cunning fox that thrived on its own cunning. What? Malfoy, do not jest. Why would one believe that such trivial notions could be flattered? In this moment, it would be rather convenient to tear it to shreds, revealing the corpse beneath. Upon hearing her words, Malfoy inhaled sharply, a sense of genuine fear coursing through him, as he contemplated the betrayal of Slytherin's monster. If they were to truly encounter it, they would undoubtedly revel in the thrill of attacking the creature. One thing was certain, the legacy of Slytherin was intertwined with Slytherin's very philosophy. To rend it asunder with one's own hands would indeed be a gratifying endeavor. Mirabelle spoke, sensing fear and bravado. Malfoy, his complexion pale, took a step back and fled. After bidding farewell, the two began their descent down the stairs to the dungeon. Heading towards the dormitory, Edith seemed to have made a resolution, her voice slightly elevated. Hey, Mirabelle. Regarding the conversation about Malfoy, even if it's true, it should be expressed that way. If Slytherin wishes to achieve success, the notion of pure bloodlines must be set aside. It's all right, Edith replied with a bitter smile. Her friend was indeed wavering, ever confident, arrogant, and selfish, retreating from reflection and flattery. The haughty demeanor, as if proclaiming dominion over her own world, showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it only intensified. Edith found herself envious of that visage. As for Mirabelle, she was undoubtedly mistaken, belonging to the absolute worst category. Yet, on the other hand, Edith mused about how liberating it would be to express oneself as freely. She wondered if she could ever be so overwhelmed or entirely deceived by her own circumstances, and how much pride she could derive from it. In contemplating this, even a hint of jealousy began to fester. Mirabelle, despite her Muggle heritage, would still exhibit such traits. Of course, even with Muggle parents, still. Indeed, but Mirabelle, isn't she rather different? Edith remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Certainly, Mirabelle possesses remarkable strength. However, the pure-blooded Slytherin students will always have their opinions. The primary reason for this, I suppose, is the fear of being abandoned by their peers. They masquerade as purebloods, mock the Muggleborns around them, while internally grappling with their own fears of being discovered. Edith opened her mouth, intending to speak, yet no words emerged. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath to regain her composure and posed a question to Mirabelle, laden with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. She was aware of the implications behind Edith's inquiry. Regardless of who posed the question, Mirabelle's response remained resolute, guided by her own principles. Without hesitation, she uttered a thoughtless remark, a weakling ensnared in their own humble thoughts. Truly disconcerting. Edith offered a sorrowful smile before turning away, heading in the opposite direction of the dormitory. My apologies, I must return to the restroom, she said, dashing off, while Mirabelle made no attempt to stop her. It seemed that Edith was troubled by her earlier question. Mirabelle's response did not meet her expectations, yet she had no intention of altering her perspective. First and foremost, she questioned whether their relationship could indeed be termed friendship. Pondering this, she gently shook her head, attempting to return to the dormitory. However, sensing a new presence, she halted in her tracks. Professor Dumbledore? How long have you been here? From a corner, Dumbledore regarded Mirabelle with his affectionate blue eyes. She was fond of those eyes, as they appeared to see through everything. Glancing in the direction where Edith had fled, he softly inquired, "Shall I pursue her?" Though framed as a question, the true intent behind his words bore the weight of an order. Mirabelle abruptly interrupted Dumbledore with a single statement. Deeply pained, she should have understood the gravity of the situation. Even if she comprehended, she would still pursue the matter, as it was evident to her. Edith's suffering and troubles were solely her own. Naturally, she feigned pursuit, attempting to soothe her own wounds. One should be capable of extending a helping hand and assuring that everything would be all right, promising protection. In reality, this approach serves merely as a strategy to augment one's pieces on the chessboard. However, Mirabelle still yearned to utilize such tactics. Each individual's strength remains constant. Concern, injury, and mutual support characterize their way of life. Is the desire to support one another as friends genuine? Only the self-reliant weak can receive support. If one stands on the sidelines, they must be a self-sufficient, strong individual. Uttering words to those who can follow is utterly futile. Mirabelle remarked that Dumbledore reminded her of himself, as if he had traversed the expanse of time. Dumbledore, once a wizard who took great pride in his talents, had never encountered anyone with whom he could stand on equal footing, and it was this gift that fostered a profound sense of isolation within him. This was perhaps why he felt an intense attraction to Grindelwald, as it marked the first time he stood at a similar height. Friendship, as he believed, was the most treasured of all possessions, and Mirabelle was invaluable to him. Losing her would be too late. The potential within the girl was boundless, presenting her with choices, whether to align with Voldemort or herself, Gryffindor or Slytherin. Conversely, she could aspire to become one of history's greatest heroes, akin to any illustrious figure. Thus, Dumbledore wished for a life as distorted as his own. "Headmaster, please refrain from meddling," she said dismissively. However, Dumbledore's words failed to resonate with Mirabelle, who merely hummed in boredom as she retreated to her dormitory. Dumbledore longed to understand the true nature of her feelings. He wished to believe that nothing in the world was inherently malevolent, and he sought to experience a semblance of affection. Yet, observing the actions taken thus far, the reality seemed quite the opposite. Even a friend named Edith could not bridge the emotional gap Dumbledore hoped to fill. Currently, the only connection Mirabelle perceived was with Edith. Yet even that bond was fragile and fleeting. Did the girl truly possess affection? Dumbledore pondered, shaking his head slightly. If one could not believe in oneself, who would believe in them? Following a particular incident, the relationship between Mirabelle and Edith had grown distant. Until now, they had nearly always performed together, but suddenly, their interactions ceased, and even the desire to converse vanished. Neither the Quidditch matches nor Slytherin's losses, nor the sacrifices inherited, could shake her heart. There were no arguments or disputes. It was merely that Edith had stopped speaking to Mirabelle. Thus, the fade of friendship that had once existed between them evaporated in an instant. Although they brushed past each other in the corridors, there was no exchange. Mirabelle did not respond to Edith's occasional glances. Edith lacked the courage to compromise, while Mirabelle had no desire to reconcile. This awkward state of affairs persisted for nearly 2 months, culminating just before the arrival of Christmas. As Mirabelle traversed the corridor, a slender boy with flowing silver hair approached from the opposite end, easily mistaken for a girl. This was Sidney Beresford, a freshman from Hufflepuff and Mirabelle's younger brother. He halted before Mirabelle, his tone somewhat stiff, and slowly began to speak. "Sister Sidney, what is the matter? Are you aware of the dueling club taking place tonight?" "Oh, I am indeed aware of the dueling club," Mirabelle replied, though her interest was rather tepid. She knew that the event would be overseen by Gilderoy Lockhart, and the duel would likely be interrupted. However, Sidney seemed blissfully unaware of this and appeared quite enthusiastic. "Really? How about you, sister? Are you looking forward to it?" "Well, it might be amusing to see the fruits of your studies," she replied. "Thank you, but I doubt it will meet expectations." To be honest, she had not intended to attend, but she now found herself hesitating. I am indeed curious about my brother's progress," she mused. After all, understanding the capabilities of a loyal pawn was of great importance. Following his promise to join the dueling society, Sidney had diverged from her, heading to class. "Everyone gather now. Can you hear that? Can you see it? All right. Professor Dumbledore has granted permission to commence the dueling club, just like I have experienced countless times. It is essential to train well in case one needs to defend oneself," Lockhart proclaimed, addressing the students in the hall. Standing on a golden stage, he spoke theatrically, employing exaggerated gestures. He introduced his assistant, Professor Snape, who, as he stated, knew very little about dueling. As the training commenced, having received approval, Lockhart boldly assisted in executing a brief demonstration. However, he cautioned the younger students, forewarning them about the potion's master. To their surprise, Lockhart possessed an uncanny ability to irritate others. Snape's face contorted like that of a grotesque demon, and if he were in a position of authority, he would surely curse Lockhart. One could only assume this was the case, as Lockhart's incompetence rendered him a foolish spectacle. The outcome was as one might expect. Lockhart was swiftly brought down by Snape's disarming spell, resulting in an opening knockout. Despite this, Lockhart continued to assert he had been defeated, perhaps comprehending his standing when Snape glared at him, leaving no room for excuses. The demonstration had sufficed. Now, it was time for each to pair up. "Professor Snape, may I ask for your assistance?" Lockhart inquired as he and Snape mingled among the students to facilitate the pairings. Clearly, the students could not choose their preferred partners, which led to Harry and Ron being separated in their attempts to team up. As they glanced back, they realized they had been assigned to 2 different groups. Weasley, you shall duel Finnegan. Potter, you will face Malfoy. Let us see how the famous Potter handles this. Let Harry and Malfoy engage in a duel, then observe Hermione, the most astute among Gryffindor, a rarity in her year who can be matched by few. Conversely, the upperclassmen are evidently more seasoned in dueling, yet Snape seems to favor the Gryffindor students, defeating those from Slytherin. In such circumstances, only one stands competent, Miss Granger. It should be Miss Beresford who duels. Should she triumph over Gryffindor, then Mirabel would be the finest among Slytherin. Upon hearing Snape's nightmarish list of duel partners, Hermione's visage paled, while Mirabel, in contrast, beamed with delight. No other student in their year could rival Mirabel, save for Hermione, the solitary exception with potential worth relishing. Well, the outcome was indeed predictable. The fish, to pass the time, except for Granger, shall engage in battle. The honor of such a duel lies with Hermione and Mirabel, marking the second year's most formidable contest. The disparity in skill levels among students was quite pronounced. The sudden display of prowess captured the attention of those around, and the anticipation grew accordingly. Facing one another, they bowed, adhering to the formal traditions of dueling. One would understand the significance of such traditions, especially considering that even the Dark Lord Voldemort upheld them. Hermione bowed slowly, and Mirabel followed suit with grace. Despite appearances, she hailed from a family of renown. Yet, the act of bowing conveyed a mutual acknowledgement and respect. Of course, if it were Malfoy or Weasley, a worthy adversary would prompt a proud girl to lower her head. When Mirabel bowed, it signified an acknowledgement and appreciation for her opponent. Mirabel also recognized Hermione's remarkable abilities. After counting to 3, with a deft maneuver, she aimed to disarm her opponent. 1, 2, 3. Once Lockhart concluded the countdown, Mirabel and Hermione both drew their wands. Hermione possessed a significant advantage in wand length, her wand measuring approximately 25 centimeters, allowing for swift and agile movements. In contrast, Mirabel's wand was an imposing 72 centimeters, resulting in slower initial actions. Nevertheless, with astonishing speed, she drew her wand simultaneously with Hermione, casting spells to disarm. The two red flashes collided, neutralizing each other. Certainly, had Mirabel been earnest in her spell casting, she could have overwhelmed Hermione, but that would not have been entertaining. It was a precious opportunity, and to squander it would be a loss. Glancing at a first-year student, Sydney was seen attempting to snatch a wand from the youngest Weasley sibling, only to have the encounter end before he even registered it. Sighing in sympathy for her brother, she turned back to enjoy the spectacle. Animagus, transform into a bird. Wingardium Leviosa, levitate the floor. Suddenly, the ground began to float, thwarting Hermione's spell intended to transform her wand into a bird. Instead, the levitating floor morphed into a bird itself, leaving her wand intact. In a moment, Hermione launched an attack against Mirabel, who responded with delight. Obliviate, attack, Orchideus, flowers. Manipulating a bird created from the transformed floor, she attempted to seize Mirabel's wand. However, Mirabel summoned flowers from the ground, which rapidly grew and ensnared the bird with vines. Further vines sprouted, aiming to assault Hermione's wand. Fiendfire, incinerate. The magical flames blazed fiercely, consuming the attacking vines. Upon witnessing this, Mirabel smiled deeply. After all, the girl was an exceedingly delightful companion. Even in a game, without a worthy opponent, time would languish. Haha. Well done, Granger. Splendidly executed. Indeed, I have learned much. Your strategy is quite astute. No sooner had she spoken than Mirabel took measured steps closer to Hermione, striking down with her wand. Hermione's wand was instantly lifted along with her right hand, revealing her vulnerability. Mirabel pressed her wand against her chest and grinned, refraining from further attack. Look, you've already lost. She taunted slyly. Just attack directly. Lockhart's advice echoed in the air, suggesting that disarming one's opponent was indeed a sound strategy. Granger, with a contemptuous smile, she puffed out her cheeks, exuding confidence. Then, in a fit of irritation at the wand's simplicity, Hermione leaped toward Mirabel's wand. However, Mirabel swiftly seized her by the collar, effortlessly tossing her to the ground. It is essential to understand the necessity of adaptability in all matters. Rigidity is not the answer. Hermione charged again, but Mirabel remained composed. Grasping Hermione's arm, she executed a gentle twist, causing her body to defy gravity momentarily before crashing down once more. This was magic, the art of utilizing one's opponent's strength against them. With unwavering confidence, Mirabel knew she was formidable even without her wand, capable of overpowering her adversaries. Hermione, rubbing her backside, blinked back tears from the impact. She awaited Hermione's next move, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Expecting the girl to hurl a rough stone, she saw in her a typical headstrong spirit, yet Hermione had adeptly transformed herself with agility. Most importantly, she never relinquished her core strength, even in such circumstances. Despite her lack of combat experience, battling an opponent like Mirabelle was thrilling and exhilarating. However, the joyous atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by Lockhart's voice. Stop. Stop. Clearly, Mirabelle and Hermione were engaged in a rule-defying duel. When the fun escalated, Mirabelle appeared pleased to be interrupted, while Hermione seemed relieved, as if she had narrowly avoided a true defeat. Nonetheless, she found solace in having prevented her wand from being seized. Mirabelle gently tapped Hermione on the shoulder and whispered in a voice barely audible. There are no restrictions on finding a duel, Granger. Following this, nothing particularly captured Mirabelle's attention, as events unfolded almost entirely according to her knowledge. Malfoy summoned a snake, which Harry promptly repelled using a serpent's tongue, leading to suspicions regarding Harry Potter's connection to Slytherin. Naturally, the pandemonium of the dueling club could not persist indefinitely and was soon brought to a close. After the club's conclusion, the majority of the students regarded Harry as the heir of Slytherin. Harry denied this notion, yet he undeniably possessed the extraordinary ability of Parseltongue, the language of snakes. A skill thought to be exclusive to those of Slytherin lineage, a gift bestowed solely upon those of certain bloodlines. Consequently, Harry stood as the only student capable of speaking this language, which only intensified the suspicions surrounding him. Furthermore, as if to accelerate the speculation, Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had engaged in a dispute with Harry, became a victim, and Harry was the first to discover this grim occurrence, as if some unseen force were orchestrating these events. In light of these incidents, Harry found himself shunned and avoided by the entire school. Nevertheless, his two friends believed in his innocence. With their assistance, Harry embarked on a quest to uncover the true heir. His plan involved utilizing Polyjuice Potion to transform into a Slytherin and extract information from Malfoy, who he suspected to be the heir. To initiate this transformation, he would need a strand of hair specifically from Goyle or Crabbe, Malfoy as companions, ensuring that he could engage in conversation with them. Harry and Ron grimaced at Hermione's explanation, their distaste for the task at hand evident upon their faces. Regardless of the necessity, the thought of procuring a hair from Crabbe was far from appealing. However, the pressing question remained, whose hair would Hermione transform into? Harry inquired with curiosity, but who was needed? As if anticipating the question, Hermione announced with a flourish, retrieving a vial from her pocket containing a single, exquisite strand of hair, shimmering like spun gold. Whose hair is this? Mirabelle Beresford. How does one acquire such a thing? Hermione uttered the name with trepidation, her complexion paling as she inquired about how to obtain the hair. Extracting the hair seemed as arduous as plucking Severus Snape's. Hermione proudly stated that she had been anticipating this question. Do you remember during the duel when, by chance, the robe appeared as if it were made of fur? The Christmas holiday seems like a return home. Even a slight suspicion, if threatened, would lead to an investigation because everyone is fearful. But is it feasible? Beresford and Malfoy appear to have a good rapport, yet it is of no consequence, as Malfoy is intimidated by Beresford. If one were to stare menacingly, much could be revealed. Harry's friends decided to collect Crabbe and Goyle's hair. The method was ludicrously simple. Place a chocolate cake laced with sleeping potion in a conspicuous location, enticing them to consume it. Even if left on the stair railing, where they would undoubtedly feel comfortable, they would certainly fall asleep after indulging. After extracting the foolish hair, they hastened back to the bathroom where Hermione awaited. All right, understood. The hair was then placed in a glass. They prepared 3 glasses for the concoction. Soon, the liquids began to bubble and change color. Harry's transformed into a snot-like khaki liquid resembling Goyle. Ron's morphed into a deep brown liquid akin to excrement. However, the liquid meant to transform Hermione into Mirabelle was a useless, gleaming gold. Despite its luminescence, it exhibited an assertive character, a true manifestation of Mirabelle's essence. Shall we drink it? It merely appears so, and smells. Do not be lazy. Drink up quickly. Harry and Ron, upon observing the vile and repulsive transformation of the liquid, recoiled in disgust. In contrast, Hermione remained unfazed and even urged the two to proceed. The hue of the drink was challenging to articulate, but it certainly exuded a foul image, sinister in nature. Choose anyone. Not at all. Beresford appeared quite enchanting from an external perspective. The two, grumbling, entered the same room while pinching their noses to consume the potion. The taste, better left unmentioned. After the transformation was complete, they removed their ill-fitting garments and donned the attire Hermione had prepared. As Harry fully transformed into Goyle, Mirabelle had already disguised herself, and Hermione seemed to have succeeded. She truly resembled Goyle. Would Beresford be so amiable? Indeed, upon gazing into the mirror, that thought did not cross their minds. In the midst of their conversation, Ron, disguised as Crabbe, whispered in astonishment at the disguise. While observing his reflection, Ron stroked Crabbe's flattened nose, making various expressions. Simultaneously, Harry and Hermione, striving for authenticity, contorted their faces and endeavored to emulate the genuine article. Hey, can we adapt to Beresford? The two let out a hum directed at Hermione, who turned to seek their confirmation. Observing Mirabelle truly revealed her affection. As a young lady, Mirabelle's demeanor was utterly refreshing. Indeed, Beresford appeared even more captivated. What is so amusing? Hermione's expression grew more serious. Ha ha ha. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. It was a misstep. There was a semblance of familiarity, as an overwhelming sensation began to surface. Strangely, within the guise of the false Mirabelle, one could entirely sense the allure of the genuine curse. Of course, possessing an extraordinary beauty, one would think such a trait alone would suffice to attract admiration from men, yet something essential seemed to be lacking. No matter how hard she pondered, there was no resolution. Let us go. However, regardless of Hermione's deliberations, she yearned for an answer. For the moment, deceiving Malfoy would suffice. Leaving the other matters for later consideration, the urgency was paramount. Every second was precious. Resolutely, she leapt from the bathroom and headed directly towards Slytherin House. Hermione seemed to recall the place, her steps light. The only dilemma was the password for the room. For reasons unknown, she had an inkling that the slogan revolved around pure blood. Ascending the stairs leading to the dungeon, she took a turn. Thus far, all seemed well. However, there, she unexpectedly encountered a female student. Mirabelle? A second-year Slytherin with a distinctive brown hairstyle. Hermione recognized her face. Among the many students, she was the only one who feared Mirabelle, and the sole friend of that golden-haired girl. She likely knew Mirabelle better than anyone in Hogwarts. Edith Renagel. Oh, Edith, she remarked. What brings you here? Shouldn't Slytherin students be heading home for the Christmas holidays? Well, I just remembered something urgent. So I returned to the school for a while, Edith replied, her eyes filled with suspicion, though she seemed hesitant to pursue the matter further. Hermione slipped past her, evading her gaze, and hurried toward the dormitory. As Goyle and Crabbe followed Mirabelle, Edith's eyes sharpened with scrutiny. Perhaps she found the unusual combination rather unsettling. After that piercing gaze, Hermione reached the dormitory door, calling out the pure blood slogan before stepping inside. The only one left behind was Edith, who continued to watch the direction Hermione had departed, her gaze unwavering. She murmured to herself, feeling that Mirabelle's words resonated most harmoniously. What did Edith say? Harry's friends even breached school regulations to infiltrate Slytherin, but ultimately gleaned nothing of value. The only information obtained pertained to Malfoy's inheritance. It was perceived as good news. The notion of Malfoy's legacy. However, if Malfoy was indeed involved, who else might warrant suspicion? In truth, there was another contender, Mirabelle Beresford, whose belief stood in stark contrast to the idea of pure bloodlines. Yet Harry's trio miscalculated. If the creature controlling Slytherin was indeed the target, their primary focus should have been on Gilderoy Lockhart and Draco Malfoy. From that perspective, their efforts were utterly futile. The moans of the myrtle echoed, waiting for the potion's effects to dissipate, alongside Mirabelle and Hermione. Many of their insights were thanks to Hermione's meticulous preliminary research. If they had been able to locate Slytherin's dormitory, it would have saved valuable time. After all, Hermione was the only one who had completed the investigation. However, this did not imply that her every action was flawless. Hermione committed two grave errors. Soon after, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Following the sound, they saw the girl Edith Renagel approaching the entrance to Slytherin's dormitory. Mirabelle, shall we converse? What about? The restroom was seldom frequented. Nevertheless, Edith had entered because of her friendship with Mirabelle. Hermione's initial mistake ultimately rendered Mirabelle a target for deception. Mirabelle Beresford stands out regardless of circumstances. Her appearance complemented by a distinctive aura. No matter how diligently Hermione attempts to emulate her, she only captures a fraction, particularly that haughty, self-assured demeanor. The investigation into this matter clearly indicates a poor choice on the part of the selectors. One might wonder about the reasons behind such a decision. Moreover, I am intrigued by how they could possibly collaborate. Hermione is indeed an intelligent girl, yet her resilience in the face of unexpected challenges is rather limited. At least her wit surpasses the ordinary, and compared to Ron, she possesses a sufficient degree of adaptability. However, she lacks the innate decisiveness that Harry embodies. Thus, when ensnared in such a predicament, one is left with a profound sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, I find myself contemplating a phrase that Mirabelle might utter. Oh, it matters not. Edith, everything hinges upon one's choices. Mirabelle has a phrase she often employs to deftly deflect intrusive inquiries. Even when bombarded with numerous questions, she succinctly responds, how exceedingly mundane, thereby skillfully navigating the conversation. The selfishness of Mirabelle and the power of the situation. Yet Hermione failed to notice that she had once again committed a grave error. This mistake was articulated through Edith's lips, immediately leading to repercussions. Reflecting back, what had transpired? Mirabelle. Hermione inhaled deeply, hastily glancing into the mirror. The reflection revealed a stunning blonde beauty. In other words, the transformation potion had not yet run its course. However, this action was also a fatal blunder. After all, confirming one's appearance subtly affirms the words of others. What was said? What happened? The performance had concluded, and in truth, during the dormitory conversation, Hermione had hardly paid attention. Now, with confirmation attained, it became clear that Edith had begun to harbor suspicions. This was yet another cause for a critical mistake. Indeed, it was because of this that Edith started to doubt the current situation. Mirabelle had called out the surname, Reinegger. Mirabelle had always referred to Edith by her first name. In reflection, Hermione recognized her error. Consider this. Mirabelle had never used the surname. She always addressed Edith by her first name. The only recourse now was to ensure that Edith remained oblivious to her true identity. The false Mirabelle had been exposed, yet Edith still did not know who she was. In such a circumstance, escape was no longer an option. After all, transforming into another was a blatant violation of school rules. If Snape or McGonagall discovered this, there would undoubtedly be a loss of over 100 points, and in the worst-case scenario, expulsion from the school. However, Ron, not discerning the atmosphere, raised his voice in anger. What are you doing, Hermione? That hurts. Ugh. Fool. Hermione panicked, as Ron had inadvertently revealed her name, but it was too late. Edith stared in astonishment, her eyes widening, as if she had come to a realization. I understand now, Hermione Granger. Well, upon calm reflection, the only second-year student Mirabelle could impersonate was one of the two. Harry Potter? Oh no, fleeing was now futile. She released her grip over Ron's mouth. Now transformed, it felt as though fate was entirely in her grasp. To avoid losing points or facing expulsion, she could only hope that Edith would not report her. I am so sorry. But why? To seek the heir of Slytherin, to prevent further casualties. Edith was perplexed by Hermione's words. Targeting the brief window of the Christmas holidays meant that Hermione had already identified the heir. Otherwise, it would have been inefficient. After all, most Slytherins, including Mirabelle, had already returned home. Even if the heir were among them, the likelihood of students mingling was minimal. Ah, I thought Malfoy was the heir. Malfoy? Edith waved her hand dismissively at Hermione's assertion regarding the heir of Malfoy. Indeed, he was a pure-blood supremacist, yet in reality, he was not as radical as one might presume. To be more precise, he lacked the courage to sully his hands. In essence, he was merely boasting. Malfoy did not possess the audacity to commit murder. Generally arrogant, he was, in truth, a coward. However, his family had been Slytherins for generations, and they took pride in that heritage. Norris felt elated at this revelation. Yet it was erroneous, was it not? This should have confirmed Hermione's sharp rebuttal of Edith, leaving her momentarily silent. Regardless, Malfoy was innocent, and thus Hermione had to concede her error. Hermione spoke to Edith, who shrugged in surprise. Although she had erred this time, she had still managed to find the Slytherin heir. We should inform the professor about this matter, she exclaimed, even if it were a regular violation of school rules. Edith would not mind, for instance, wandering about at midnight. However, in this case, disguising oneself as a Slytherin to enter the dormitory was something that could not be overlooked. If such an incident were to occur again, it would pose a serious problem and could undermine the trust among the Slytherin students. To prevent such a situation from arising again, the best course of action would be to report it to the teachers as soon as possible. School rules were well known. Were they not? Edith sighed, attempting to head to the bathroom, but Hermione quickly seized her, halting her in her tracks. If they were to inform the teachers, they would likely face expulsion from the school. It was imperative to prevent that from happening. Wait, this is not a trivial matter. Oh, I apologize for pretending to be your friend. So, just wait a moment. Edith turned to face Hermione. To be honest, she did not particularly like the girl. Hermione, a Muggleborn, was extraordinarily skilled and even held the favor of the professors. Even Mirabelle acknowledged her and regarded her as an exception. It seemed that Mirabelle thoroughly enjoyed the dueling club battles from start to finish. Edith was certain that it was because of Hermione that she lost a friend. The thought of it stirred a wave of dark jealousy within her. Now awaiting her fate of expulsion, the destiny of her expulsion was now in her own hands. If she desired to be expelled from school, it would be an effortless task. But was that truly enough? Was that what she genuinely wanted? She did indeed like Hermione. But it was overshadowed by jealousy. Would she truly feel joy in being expelled from school? Liking her, what difference would it make to kick Malfoy? What joy could possibly stem from that? What difference did Voldemort make? None at all. The thoughts that Mirabelle holds in contempt for the feeble-minded. Cowards are meant to be this way. Gritting her teeth, she faced Hermione. It matters not. Even Mirabelle acknowledges her existence. In doing so, she seeks the essence of that power, aiming to enlighten Mirabelle. She claimed she would pursue it. Well, that is a topic for discussion among the teachers. Oh, is that truly so? However, conditions must be met to assist in locating the heir of Slytherin. Hermione gazed at Edith with astonishment at the suggestion, her expression seemingly questioning the rationale behind it. Edith spoke of Slytherin, a pureblood family of 3 generations from the Reginald lineage. It is understandable why one would bother to partake in the search. Why? It is of no consequence. HM? All Slytherins are pure-blooded. In fact, about 30% possess mixed blood or Muggle lineage. Thus, if that monster remains unchecked, Slytherin could easily become a victim. Conversely, due to Slytherin's nature, it may be purged as an impurity. Hermione nodded in agreement with Edith's assertion, casting a glance at Harry. Harry calmly nodded in consent. Very well, Edith. Let us join forces to uncover the monster of Slytherin. You may now refer to me as Granger. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You can call me Hermione. Edith and Hermione forged an alliance, accepting a truce. The interests of the Gryffindor and Slytherin students aligned. Harry extended his hand. HM. Slytherin is surprisingly decent. One might assume all Slytherins are akin to Malfoy. Indeed, there are many radical individuals, Mirabelle included, though her radicalism diverges in direction. They reached out, dispelling their mutual animosity. Slytherins and Gryffindors were once adversaries, yet now united. They now understood the stakes of sacrificing for the sake of their shared school. If conflicts were to be resolved, cooperation must not be refused. Otherwise, they would remain mired in ignorance, bound by bloodlines. The students of Slytherin and Gryffindor, who had long bickered, stealthily allied for the greater good of their institution, for the protection of their school. The Christmas holidays had come to an end, and months had passed. Strangely, after Justin's petrification, the incident ceased abruptly, seemingly returning to the tranquility of yesteryears. The students breathed a sigh of relief, though some remained fearful and suspicious of Harry. As for Lockhart, he appeared to baselessly believe that the harm had subsided thanks to him. As time elapsed without any clues, Harry fortuitously stumbled upon a diary. This diary, belonging to one Tom Riddle, was shrouded in mystery and bore an inscription that hinted at a connection to the past. Even more unexpectedly, Tom Riddle was the very student who had put an end to the monster's reign 50 years ago, the one responsible for unleashing it. Through the diary, Harry uncovered a significant truth. Now, he knew who had released the monster 5 decades prior. Fortunately, that name was familiar. Hagrid. Harry gathered his 3 friends in the library to discuss the revelations. The events observed unfolded a narrative. At the tender age of 13, Hagrid encountered a colossal, furry creature at school. It launched an attack on Tom Riddle, who had reproached it, and subsequently fled. Perhaps Riddle had misidentified the true culprit. Or perhaps another monster had also struck. Nonetheless, there appeared to be no doubt regarding the existence of a creature within Hagrid's care. After all, it was evident that Hagrid cherished and wished to retain such beings. Over the years, he had unlawfully harbored a dragon, and ultimately, Harry and Hermione lost points for merely petting it. How many monsters inhabit Hogwarts? Ron urged Hermione to remain silent. He, too, believed that Hagrid posed no threat to anyone. Yet, he pondered whether Hagrid was captivated by the creature's affection, which might have led to his expulsion. Edith intervened, seeking clarification. Was the creature indeed furry, with numerous legs? It was indeed long and hairy, its grotesque legs writhing. Upon hearing Harry's description of the monster, Edith lowered her gaze pensively. Undoubtedly, it was a monster, capable of aggression. However, Edith suppressed her discomfort toward it, contemplating the possibility of it being Slytherin's creature. "What is it, Edith?" Hermione inquired nervously upon hearing Edith's thoughts. They could entertain the notion of Hagrid being the instigator. Edith discreetly nodded toward the girl beside her, elucidating her thoughts. "Harry is deemed the heir of Slytherin for his ability to converse in the serpent's tongue, correct?" "Indeed. But does the mere ability to speak the language of snakes suffice to label one as the heir of Slytherin?" Harry found the topic intriguing, though he feigned disdain. Nevertheless, it weighed heavily on Edith, who felt compelled to articulate her thoughts. Furthermore, Harry had indeed heard a sound during Halloween, had he not? "What of it?" "I heard nothing," he retorted. The significant point was that he had only perceived a singular sound. Did that sound not proclaim a murderous intent? Shortly thereafter, a crime ensued. Under such circumstances, it was indeed plausible that the voice belonged to the monster. Up to this moment, Hermione was the only one who comprehended Edith's perspective. Her face a mask of disbelief as she covered her mouth, gazing intently at Edith. Conversely, Harry frowned at the topic, recalling his less than pleasant memories associated with it. Even Ron reached for his wand. Should Edith regard Harry as the perpetrator, she would be prepared to cast a spell. The voice, intelligible only to Harry, reinforced the notion of the monster being akin to a serpent. Returning to the earlier discussion, was Hagrid's pet indeed a serpent? It was clear now. Yet it was also a creature with legs. Certainly, if it were a monster, it would only reveal itself through the sounds Harry alone could hear. In other words, Hagrid's creature embodied both aspects. After digesting this information, Harry seemed to grasp the implications. "Oh, why had I not noticed this sooner?" Only those who speak the language of serpents can perceive the sound. However, Ron, with remarkable patience, lifted his gaze and even let out a hum as he rose from his chair. Understood. After all, the intention was to frame Harry as the culprit. A Slytherin. Indeed, Ron merely predicted the identity of the monster, eager to cast Harry as the villain. Hermione was deceived by the circumstances. Ron, essentially a rival to the Slytherin students, harbored an unwavering animosity towards them, much like Malfoy, who loathed Gryffindor simply for their affiliation. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped his wand and pointed its tip at Edith. He would truly attack, but the wand was flawed, having been ruined on the very first day of school, now reduced to a mere piece of junk reinforced with tape. Edith held her breath, bracing herself, as a potentially explosive object was aimed at her. However, at that moment, a pale arm rushed in from the side and seized Ron's wand. "Worse than a toy wand, Weasley. Is this the best your family can provide? A broken wand?" A pale arm clutched the wand aimed at Edith. She turned towards the arm and recognized a friend who had distanced themselves since that incident, or more accurately, had been unilaterally avoiding her. Mirabelle Beresford stood there, her expression as nonchalant as ever. She waved a flawed product around her, and as she spoke, she lifted her wand and shattered it. The shards of the wand fell to the ground in vain. Once again, she sought another wand, hoping to borrow one from the school. Mirabelle, having comprehended the shattered wand, departed immediately, leaving behind the sunken Ron. When Mirabelle departed, Edith gazed at her face for a moment, struggling to discern the true intentions hidden within those golden eyes. Perhaps it was merely Edith's imagination. Yet there lingered a subtle distinction that only she could comprehend, a hint of near anger reflected in her gaze. Moments after her departure, Edith suddenly took notice. Could it be that she was incensed by Ron's wand being pointed at her? In a flurry of panic, Edith cast her eyes towards the direction Mirabelle had left. But it was too late. The opportunity to inquire about her true intentions had vanished. Yet what if? Fear paralyzed Edith, preventing her from pursuing Mirabelle, leaving her to ponder aimlessly. Nick, who had been nearly decapitated by Justin, had suffered his attack 4 months ago. Hogwarts was gradually regaining its vibrancy, as no new assaults had occurred during that interim. Rosita had once said that forgetting and smiling far outweighed the sorrow of remembrance, and the students were striving to banish the terror of the air. The perpetrator remained elusive, yet there was a shared belief that it would strike again. Most students held this conviction without substantiation. Nevertheless, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Edith continued their quest to uncover the true identity of the heir, even during Easter, which was no exception. As usual, the four gathered in the library and circled around a desk, exchanging thoughts. "Has Hagrid fared any better?" Ron inquired. "He is at a dead end now. He was engrossed in the investigation of the creature's identity. Thus far, 2 candidates emerged: the furry creature Harry had glimpsed in a diary, and the serpent that Edith speculated about. After all, the serpent was merely a figment of Edith's prophecy, while Harry had actually laid eyes on the furry being. In other words, at least the existence of the latter was a confirmed fact. If the furry creature was indeed the Slytherin monster, then Hagrid would be most knowledgeable about it. Do you think we should ask Hagrid why he was expelled from the school? Harry suggested willingly. For Hagrid, the memory of his expulsion was perhaps the most poignant of all. In truth, whenever Harry and the others attempted to inquire, Hagrid would deliberately divert the conversation, going to great lengths to avoid the subject. Let us follow the lead Edith mentioned regarding the serpent, Hermione urged. Come on, just speculating? We should take a closer look at the furry creature Harry described. Ron's assertion was not unfounded, yet something had piqued Edith's interest. Hermione, flipping through a book, sighed in exasperation. Harry recounted the furry creature he had seen, while Edith offered her conjecture. Hermione believed the latter's possibility to be greater. Edith could not fathom why Hermione felt this way, but when Hermione heard the word serpent, it seemed as though something lodged itself in her mind. Yet, she could not pinpoint what it was, akin to losing a puzzle piece just before completion. Well, it would be best if the monster remained silent, Hermione remarked, shifting the conversation to the upcoming Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Edith, filled with frustration, countered Harry's remarks, to which Harry responded that they would wait until the match. Slytherin had already lost to Gryffindor, and should Gryffindor continue to advance, Slytherin would forfeit the trophy. Conversely, if Gryffindor were to lose to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, Slytherin would still retain a chance to win, albeit a faint one. After all, Harry's prowess had reached a level even Mirabel acknowledged. As they conversed about various topics, Hermione glanced at her watch and rose to her feet. It was time for class. Oh, is it already that hour? She exclaimed. See you later, Edith. Hermione, along with Harry and Ron, departed the library, with Edith trailing behind. They were headed to a joint class with Ravenclaw. Navigating through the seemingly endless corridors and ascending the intricately adorned staircases, they made their way to the classroom. Along the route, Edith heard an eerie sound reminiscent of something crawling. She looked up and scanned her surroundings, yet nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Conversely, some students had already entered the classroom, and she could even see the silhouettes of others nearby. Nevertheless, the unsettling crawling sound echoed in her ears once more, causing Edith's heart to race. Her imagination? Her immediate thought was of Peeves and his mischievous antics. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion from her mind. Peeves had been soundly reprimanded by Mirabel in their first year, and he hardly dared approach anyone since. Then she pondered the possibility of a prank by Malfoy. But that did not seem plausible either, she mused. Unable to articulate it well, she felt a profound chill within her. Something inside her was crying out. Overwhelmed by chaotic mischief. Whatever that may be, it would be dreadful to leave this place. Acting on instinct, Edith bolted from her position. Regardless, the teacher would be present where they were meant to be. She ran with all her might down the corridor, even as she gasped for breath. However, the crawling sound persisted, seemingly following her. In a moment of panic, Edith turned and raced toward the window. Given the circumstances, even if it meant losing points, she could afford to pause. She approached the window, aiming for the storage area where first-year flying lessons took place. Surely, there would be many brooms there. If she could reach one, she might escape. If the air were to attack, it would unveil the entire school's existence. That was her thought. Then, she reached the window and placed her hands on the frame. The scene behind her reflected like a mirror in the glass. What she saw made her utter a desperate groan. Behind her loomed a colossal serpent. A long, forked tongue extended from its mouth, and its massive body measured 15 meters in length. Its slick, green skin glistened, complemented by vertically slitted yellow pupils. The moment she laid eyes upon it, Edith felt her body paralyzed. From her fingertips to her toes, her senses gradually faded, and even her consciousness began to slip away. As events unfolded, Edith was left in a state of profound disbelief. After all, there were no misjudgments. Yet, it was a realization that came too late. From this moment forth, the desire to reveal the truth to Hermione grew ever more intense. Mirabel herself understood the weight of the name she whispered in hushed tones. Was it a plea for assistance? Consciousness seemed to have departed Edith, her body rendered immobile, as if transformed into stone. Gradually, she collapsed to the ground. The school was as chaotic as the month of April, perhaps even more tumultuous. The creature, which had been presumed subdued, stirred once again, instilling the greatest fear among the students. The victim, a Slytherin. The assumption that only Slytherin students would be targeted, due to the creature's association with their house, was swiftly overturned. As a result, even Slytherin students found themselves engulfed in a paralyzing panic. What was happening? Why should Slytherin be attacked? Why would a Slytherin heir turn against their own? It was unthinkable to remain in such a school. They longed to return home. Terrifying cries echoed, leaving everyone astonished. The turmoil weighed heavily on Edith's silent and petrified form. No one dared to approach the stone-like Edith, who lay on the floor, as the crowd maintained their distance. Even when teachers attempted to draw near, the frantic students only expressed their astonishment. However, a voice cut through the chaos, a girl who commanded attention. "Calm down, you fools." The clear voice, oddly soothing amidst the uproar, reached the ears of the students. It brought a momentary stillness, allowing a semblance of composure to return. The power of that voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, akin to a king's roar that quelled the pressure. In that school, only one person could wield such influence. "Make way." The voice's owner, Mirabel, forcefully pushed through the surrounding students, kneeling beside the prostrate Edith. After assessing the situation, she confirmed that Edith was not yet deceased. The gaze of the Slytherin monster, the basilisk, was exceedingly perilous. To meet its eyes directly meant instant death. However, if one could avert their gaze, the danger diminished, allowing for a temporary reprieve from death's grasp through petrification. Edith had seen the reflection of the basilisk's eyes in the window, which had spared her life. Yet the pressing question remained: why had she become its target? Beresford. What was this? It was quite simple. The monster attacked even non-purebloods, with Slytherin being no exception. Mirabel calmly responded to Malfoy's question, which was laden with fear. Upon reflection, it is perplexing to comprehend why Edith was attacked. One might consider the implications of pure bloodlines. If examined closely, the clues have been present from the very beginning. During the inaugural ceremony at Mirabel, I first encountered Edith and vividly recall our exchange. "Hello, madam," I said, surprised when I was sorted into a house. "Is it a special lineage?" "Ah, my name is Edith Rainagel," she replied, hailing from a pure-blood family that has persisted for 3 generations. Her initial tone was tinged with apprehension as she alluded to her esteemed heritage. In retrospect, it seems utterly absurd, a desperate pretext for discrimination based on blood status. The bias against those of mixed lineage within Slytherin is prevalent, often derogatorily referred to as mudbloods. Perhaps Edith was acutely aware of this reality, which compelled her to introduce herself in such a manner. Even within Slytherin, there are students of pure blood, yet those individuals certainly would not proclaim it so brazenly. They often feign purity while mockingly belittling those of Muggle descent, harboring a secret dread of being exposed for their own dubious lineage. The more I reflect, the more the implications become evident. Such an overt plea for validation must be a torment to maintain. Nevertheless, Mirabel, with a merciless stroke, severed the veil of Edith's concealed sentiments. This act widened the chasm between us, rendering our connection distant. What audacity! Did Edith truly believe herself to be of untainted blood? How laughable! To assert such a thing while being scorned. The arrogance of her claim was abruptly interrupted when Malfoy ceased his boastful tirade. Without warning, his head was severed from his body. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming aura of impending death, leading him to believe his demise was imminent. Panic engulfed him, compelling the belief that if he continued his taunts, the threat would become reality. Malfoy felt it keenly. Mirabel did not cast a glance at the stiff Malfoy. Instead, she gently lifted Edith's writhing form and whispered, "What a contemptible mindset for a weakling." Embracing Edith, she glared at her surroundings, and then, as if nothing had transpired, departed the scene in silence. In that moment, her demeanor conveyed a warning. Any attempt to approach would be met with dire consequences. And those who met her gaze instinctively touched their necks in fear. A week later, the much-anticipated day of the Quidditch match arrived. Students gathered eagerly in the stands, while the players awaited their turn. Despite the excitement, Hermione remained ensconced in the library, engrossed in her own research, utterly oblivious to the festivities. The reason for her preoccupation was clear. The identity of the Slytherin monster had been revealed. Edith's suspicions were indeed correct. The book she was perusing depicted a colossal serpent, known as the basilisk, a monstrous creature capable of snuffing out life with merely a glance. Hermione spent an inordinate amount of time seeking answers. If only she had heeded Edith's initial suggestion to consider the serpent as the answer, the quest to confront the monster might have reached a swift conclusion. Yet, a part of Hermione remained skeptical, suspecting that Edith, a Slytherin student, aimed to mislead. How ironic it was that the very fact of Edith's attack ultimately persuaded Hermione of the truth. "Oh, what is Gryffindor doing?" she pondered as the Quidditch match commenced. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly called upon by a voice nearby. The speaker was a Ravenclaw student, older than Hermione, whom she recognized as Penelope Clearwater. Adorned with a prefect badge, she must have been patrolling the library. Her expression was one of eagerness, clearly excited about the match. "Prefect, did you hear? The Slytherin monster is a basilisk," Hermione exclaimed. The prefect gasped at Hermione's unexpected revelation. "Is that true? We must inform the teachers immediately. If we know its nature, handling the situation will be far more manageable. We ought to alert Professor McGonagall at once and mobilize the entire school. If gazing directly at it results in death, our chances of survival will certainly improve." "Right, let us go," Hermione replied, handing the prefect a hand mirror. "Be vigilant of the corners where the basilisk lurks. If it waits around a corner, we can avoid making direct eye contact. However, if we use this mirror to check the turn, even if it is indeed present, we will merely be petrified." "Understood. I will take every precaution," said the prefect, and then they both hurried towards the stadium, holding the mirror firmly in both hands. Hermione ventured alone from the library. Upon reaching the first corner, she attempted to use the mirror to peek around. Yet, a voice suddenly interrupted her. As if it had been waiting for this moment. "Don't look, Granger." The voice sounded remarkably familiar. As anticipated, it was Mirabel, arms crossed against the wall. Wearing the same fearless smile, she offered a wry grin to Hermione, who appeared frustrated by the interruption, then gestured with her thumb towards the Ravenclaw prefect. "Do you wish to be like that girl?" she mused. Upon hastily glancing at the supervisor, who lay motionless on the floor, it became evident, just as Mirabel had indicated. Though she had certainly been moving moments ago, now she resembled a lifeless body. Hermione, not one to be oblivious, grasped the implication. Her complexion turned pale as she muttered, "Perhaps. Over there in the corner." Now that she knew, she was urged to close her eyes. Without hesitation, Hermione complied, crouching down. After confirming, Mirabel too shut her eyes, facing the basilisk from the corner. Although her vision was obscured, she felt no trepidation. The suffocating pressure of its presence, the palpable aura of impending death, and the chilling sounds of slithering serpents all indicated the enemy's existence. It was a relief to finally confront the foolish legacy of Slytherin. Hiss. The hissing echoed like a sound emanating from the serpent's mouth, but Mirabel, fluent in Parseltongue, deciphered some of its words, even without understanding fully. The intent to kill was unmistakable. Did it seek to slay? Hiss. The opponent's obstructed vision shifted, intensifying the menacing pressure. The wind tousled her hair as the overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth. Clearly, it seemed to have identified its adversary and lunged forward. However, Mirabel remained undeterred. With a slight movement of her body, she evaded the basilisk strike and, in response, swiftly twirled her wand. Clouds of mist. She cast a spell to obscure the opponent's vision, shielding the basilisk's eyes. The conditions had shifted to a darkened battle, each party concealed from the other. The basilisk still sensed, even with its sight obstructed. Then, she sealed it, gaining the upper hand for the first time. Mirabel extracted a bomb purchased from a prank shop, launching it based on the sound of its signal. It detonated at the tip of her nose, releasing a putrid stench that drove even the serpent-like creature, Mirabel, into a frenzy. The mischievous partner favored by the Weasley twins, the dung bomb, caused an unexpected upheaval. Suddenly, the serpent creature, sensing its surroundings and overwhelmed by the noxious odor, became agitated and remained motionless. This serpent-like being, endowed with acute visual and olfactory senses, lacked the organs to perceive heat. Consequently, the creature was on the verge of discovering Mirabel's presence. Mirabel will forever remember the moment of emptiness. Over there, she activated an unspoken incantation of the blade spell, casting it upon the colossal serpent. In an instant, the wand transformed into a gleaming sword, effortlessly slicing through the basilisk's scales, causing blood to surge forth. As the creature let out a deafening scream, Hermione recoiled in fear. The air was filled with guttural roars and hissing. Where to aim? Mirabel targeted the serpent, which was charging in the wrong direction, and again used her wand to strike. 1 blow. 2 blows. A flurry of 3 strikes. The basilisk's body became drenched in its own blood, staining the corridor crimson. Yet, Mirabel showed no mercy. She leapt from the creature, casting spells repeatedly at its face. Hisses. A one-sided battle ensued. In truth, the distinction between Mirabel and the basilisk was not as great as one might think. What set them apart? The basilisk had not consumed anything for nearly 50 years and was exceedingly weakened. Initially, the serpent had underestimated Mirabel, believing her to be merely a student of the same caliber and not taking her seriously. With its vision obscured and body torn, it ultimately found even its most vital weapon, its eyes, severed. Peter, Mirabel's pet mouse, which had been watching the spectacle, leapt onto her shoulder, letting out a shrill cry. Then, Mirabelle smiled, confident in her victory, her golden eyes gleaming. No longer needing to shield her sight, the Serpent King's eyes were now blind. Humph! A repulsive basilisk. How dare it claim the title of Serpent King? Only a Slytherin could lay claim to such a title. Mirabelle cast her gaze downward upon the serpent creature, a malevolent grin spreading across her face. A gruesome corpse lay before her, its shattered eye reflecting a sense of disorientation, as if it were attempting to flee. Observing such a scene could lead one to ponder the victor of this encounter. Yet, Mirabelle remained unwavering. Had she possessed the ability to comprehend the serpent's tongue, she would have discerned its desperate plea for mercy. The essence of its intent, manipulated by the inheritor, was something Mirabelle could surmise. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, she did not relent. She continued her assault with unwavering resolve, devoid of any hesitation or compassion. This was rooted in her past battles against Voldemort, whose swine-like screams had once brought her immense satisfaction. She craved nothing less than the complete annihilation of her adversaries. The stronger the opponent, the greater her sense of superiority and admiration for their clumsiness became. Witnessing the serpent's downfall, its astonishment mingling with pity, filled her with unrestrained elation. More importantly, it ventured into one of Mirabelle's many cherished passions. Mirabelle can indeed disregard the existence of such a creature, shamelessly racing forth as the basilisk. Within this arena unfolds a one-sided spectacle of slaughter, a tormenting display. Thus, she declares, waving her wand. Blood mist stains Mirabelle's form, scattering throughout the corridor. She cries. Her torso is torn apart, exposed flesh gouged by the staff, eliciting agonizing screams. Screams. Incinerate her body with fire spells. Deliver electric shocks into her maw. Encase her in ice and shatter it. Strike, kick, tear, knock down, and strike again. This will extinguish the breath of a foe whose will to fight has been sapped, while continuing to unleash horrifying assaults that prolong their suffering. And perish. Hermione still lies there, trembling. Yet the object of her terror has shifted. Previously, she was indeed frightened by the basilisk, lying in fear. Now, she is petrified by the twisted harm inflicted upon her, a deeply wounded girl. The overwhelming ferocity frightens Hermione, bringing forth tears. The girl is the true monster, a heart with an unfathomable chasm of blackness. The creature of Slytherin is undoubtedly the basilisk. Mirabelle Beresford is truly the quintessential Slytherin monster. Ah, the laughter of the creature in its enchanting maiden form resounded, a joyous, heartfelt mirth that overwhelmed and pounded upon the fleeing Serpent King. It was relentless, unyielding, a sovereign of the domain. After 8 agonizing minutes, the serpent finally breathed its last, liberated from its torment. Throughout this interval, the creature's laughter mingled with the anguished cries of the serpent, never ceasing. What could a mere 12-year-old girl accomplish? It is hard to believe, yet the truth remains Millerwa was victorious over the serpent. Upon receiving the report, McGonagall rushed to the scene, where she beheld the blood-stained corridor floor and the mercilessly dismembered carcass of the Serpent King. Its eyes had been gouged out, fangs extracted, scales scattered across the ground, and its flesh and innards partially lost. Even its bones lay stripped bare. Merely defeating it would never suffice. Relentless assault would render it a mere grotesque relic. The very form of the serpent bore witness to the Creator's cruelty. What of Granger? She was in the infirmary, trembling beneath the covers, still shaken from the harrowing events. With a heavy heart, Dumbledore traversed the bloodied floor, casting his gaze upon the serpent, a creature that had claimed the lives of many students. Yet he could only feel a profound sense of sorrow. Let Slytherin be awarded 200 points in recognition of Beresford's achievements. Madness, truly, thought McGonagall. Indeed, in some manner, she had vanquished the beast and saved the school. If assessed through the lens of sentiment, the students would be satisfied. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned the blood from the corridor floor, transforming it into a crimson sphere that was cast out of the window. He believed it prudent to have Hagrid bury the serpent's remains in the Forbidden Forest, regardless of how many creatures had attacked the students. At the very least, it deserved a gravestone. McGonagall was terrified. That girl ought to be expelled from the school immediately. But what would expulsion achieve? If she transferred to a school like Durmstrang, the problem would persist. If we abandon guidance, the girl would willingly plunge into the depths of darkness. One could easily imagine her becoming a second Voldemort. If she were to nurture such thoughts, she could evolve into a greater calamity. Dumbledore conveyed this to McGonagall, his blue eyes shimmering behind his glasses. The school, he assured, could manage to contain the situation. At the very least, Mirabelle did not continue to hurl herself into madness, maintaining an appearance of calm, even if only once. It was clear that her fury stemmed from the serpent's harm to her friends. At first glance, it seemed she only considered herself, yet perhaps, deep down, that demon girl still cherished her friendships. Dumbledore sought to believe. Professor Minerva McGonagall covered her eyes with her fingers, wiping away tears of gratitude. She felt a profound shame for her short-sightedness, for the cowardice that almost led her to abandon her responsibilities as a teacher. Do not blame yourself. It is the same for all, the great wizard, Albus Dumbledore, remarked, a smile breaking across his face in recognition of McGonagall's commendable efforts. The time had come to bury the remains of the slain serpent. It was unimaginable how the students, if left unattended, would react to the shocking scene. With the body of the basilisk in his arms, Dumbledore and McGonagall exited. The Slytherin monster was dead, and the entire school erupted in excitement. With an additional 200 points awarded to Slytherin, the tension among its students reached a boiling point. Quidditch had awarded the trophy to Gryffindor. Yet McGonagall's contribution had salvaged some pride. However, this joy was fleeting. As a new victim had emerged, Ginevra Weasley of Gryffindor had been abducted to the Chamber of Secrets. Indeed, it was the monster that McGonagall had personally executed. Yet, the heir who controlled it remained at large. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger's friend Ron altered the course of events. The trio, accompanied by their mentor Gilderoy Lockhart, ventured to the restroom to mourn moaning Myrtle and to resolve the predicament. Hermione had surmised that the restroom was the entrance to the chamber. Lockhart, despite being ineffectual, had written a memoir filled with fabrications, stripping others of their successes. Hermione was left in shock and speechless. Nevertheless, he could still prove somewhat useful. After several minutes, Ron proposed an idea and exerted force to pull. Harry spoke in Parseltongue to the tap, which was engraved with the likeness of a snake. The tap glowed, and the basin began to rotate. After the table was moved aside, a thick pipe appeared, potentially leading to the entrance of the chamber. At the end of the pipe, Ginny must surely be found. All right. No more foolishness. This is reckless, they declared. Go. As an observer, Lockhart was kicked forward into the pipe. Harry and Ron deemed it a splendid idea, especially Harry, who had never sought help from that incompetent teacher whose bones had crumbled away. After relinquishing Lockhart, Harry and Ron jumped into the pipe without hesitation, while Hermione, clutching her skirt, followed closely behind. The four of them tumbled down as if sliding down a chute, dark and deep, even plunging into the dungeons, continuing their descent. As they slid, a rat rolled through the pipe, narrowly missing Harry. Suddenly, they reached the end of the slide, and Hermione landed on the ground with a thud, landing on her backside. As she rubbed her sore rear and stood up, Harry and Ron, having arrived earlier, nervously scanned their surroundings. At the end of the pipe lay a dark tunnel paved with stone. Could this be the chamber? With such thoughts in mind, Hermione stood beside Harry, awaiting their next move. A peculiar tunnel lay before them, its damp floor and oppressive darkness accentuated by the sticky walls. Upon closer inspection, numerous animal bones littered the ground, making each step feel uncomfortable. The fluorescent flickers illuminated the path as Harry directed the tip of his wand ahead, leading the way. Following closely were Hermione, Lockhart, and Ron, who pointed his cane at the retreating Lockhart. His own wand had been shattered by Mirabelle, but fortune smiled upon him as he had borrowed a cheap wand from McGonagall as a substitute, which he now wielded. Harry, over there, the basilisk shell, he exclaimed, spotting the shed skin of a serpent measuring over 6 meters in length. Yet, the mere presence of this hollow shell signified the demise of the Serpent King, for its master had been cruelly slain by Mirabelle. The memory of that horrific moment caused Hermione to lower her head, her face pale. Lockhart, upon catching sight of the snake's skin, was taken aback, stumbling back and landing on the ground with a thud. What a sight! He gasped. Ron, astonished, forced himself to stand with the aid of his cane, though he feigned bravado. Lockhart quickly regained his footing, delivering a punch to the unsuspecting Ron and snatching away his wand. A careless act could indeed cost one their life. Regaining his confidence, a radiant smile returned to Lockhart's face. Game over. I shall take this home and inform everyone that the girl has been saved, he declared, envisioning the chaos that would ensue upon the discovery of the mangled corpse. It's useless. The monster is dead. Who would believe that? I do, Ron replied, casting doubt on Lockhart's exaggerated claims. Such a reputation could indeed be fabricated, so let us assume the monster is real. As he threatened the trio, he gradually distanced himself, pointing his wand at Harry and the others. Hermione reached into her pocket, grasping her wand and whispering to Harry and Ron, Lockhart is about to cast a spell. We must prepare our defense. In that brief moment, they had the opportunity to disarm him and reclaim the stolen wand. Heeding Hermione's advice seemed the most prudent course of action. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Harry nodded slightly, clutching the wand hidden in his sleeve, gripped by the fear of what might happen if Hermione failed. Yet, a palpable sense of uncertainty loomed. They had no choice but to trust her and wait for that crucial moment. On the other hand, Ron was not so reassured, harboring doubts about Hermione's capabilities. He recalled how Lockhart had stolen countless memories, including those of the original heroes of the tales he falsely chronicled. The Vampire Slayer. The Yeti Conqueror, Lockhart had erased the memories of those who had truly faced such adventures. Would the memory charm truly thwart him? Ron pondered, bracing for the inevitable. Lockhart's wand emitted a brilliant light, which was intercepted by Hermione's transparent barrier. Yet, the memory charm he unleashed seemed as potent as a web of lies, causing Hermione's protective spell to creak under the strain. It was futile. The barrier was breached. Ron sensed a shift and rushed towards Harry and Hermione. Simultaneously, Lockhart's magic pierced through the barrier, striking Ron directly. His body was hurled backward, crashing to the ground. Harry's heart was seized by the sight. Yet he remained resolute in his purpose. His friends had risked their lives to create this opportunity. It could not be squandered. Disarm. The tip of his wand emitted a crimson flash, snatching Lockhart's wand from his grasp, while Hermione also cast a spell. She unleashed a disarming charm even more potent than Harry's, sending Lockhart crashing against the wall. It seemed the force of her magic severed Lockhart's consciousness. And with a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground, tumbling like a broken doll. Ron. Hermione dashed towards Ron, disregarding the fallen Lockhart. It appeared that Lockhart's Oblivion spell had affected Ron, but was he safe? Now, they could only hope that Lockhart would cast his spells correctly as before. Fortunately, it seemed that was the case. Ron, do you recognize me? Do you know who you are? Ah, it's a bit hazy, I think. Ronald Weasley? Ron, I know. My best friend, Harry Potter. Oh yes, Harry. Harry Potter, Dog Bowl? Hermione's heart ached as she heard the response, tears streaming down her face, while despair washed over Harry's expression. Ron's memories were muddled. They were not entirely lost, but still severely impaired, fueled by a surge of anger. A dark fury swirled within Harry, compelling him to vanquish Lockhart swiftly. Why? How had this occurred? In his thoughts, Harry stood frozen. Ron Weasley. Mirabelle sat in the Slytherin common room, clicking her tongue thoughtfully. She had been apprised of Harry's current predicament through the incessant relay of information from the mice she had trained. When Harry's friends ventured into the Chamber of Secrets, a mouse stealthily slipped inside, one under Mirabelle's control. Furthermore, this year had seen an enhancement in the efficiency of their communication, as the will of the mice was now intricately linked to her direct pet, Peter. Through a bond forged by a pet contract, Mirabelle gleaned Peter's intentions. In other words, anything the mice observed within the school was swiftly conveyed to Mirabelle via Peter. Harry's insights, shared with Mirabelle, were indeed intriguing. Alas, it was merely a stroke of luck. But Ron's memory loss rendered it utterly inconsequential. Mirabelle sighed, disheartened by the failure of her plan. According to the available information, Lockhart had lost his memory. The true story revealed that, through Ron's broken wand, the forgetting spell had backfired, causing him to forget as well. However, Mirabelle introduced a clever twist. By completely shattering Ron's wand, she was able to entice him into acquiring a proper wand, thereby ensuring the effectiveness of Lockhart's forgetting spell. Mirabelle had her sights set on two objectives. One was to directly confront that incompetent teacher from Azkaban, and the other was to initiate the memory erasure of either Harry or Hermione. Firstly, Gilderoy Lockhart's expedition to Azkaban was nearly successful. Only a few sins would be exposed, and the memory charm would be cast solely on the students who, despite their efforts, could not escape the confines of Azkaban. She harbored a strong desire to personally obliterate the inept teacher, yet if she shattered him within the Chamber of Secrets, it would result in her expulsion from Hogwarts. Subsequently, if either Hermione or Harry were to fall victim to the memory charm, it would signify a monumental triumph for Mirabelle. Once their memories were lost, they would regress to a state akin to that of infants. In such a scenario, she would have the perfect opportunity to instill her own existence within them, transforming them into loyal servants like Sydney. Mirabelle intended to manipulate the amnesiac Hermione or Harry as mere pawns in her game. While it was regrettable that Hermione would lose some knowledge, she believed that, within a mere 2 years, it would be possible for her to regain her former self. If she actively imparted magical knowledge, she could achieve even greater feats. In that case, she would become an invaluable asset. As for the Muggle aspect, it bore no detrimental consequences. Initially, it would symbolize the ideal world she advocated. Harry, on the other hand, was the boy who lived, chosen by fate. Acquiring him would grant her a formidable card in the battle against Dumbledore and Voldemort, particularly in suppressing Dumbledore's actions, making him the ultimate weapon. However, the thought of Ronald Weasley losing his memory held no significance. Truth be told, brainwashing the multitude of followers of Slytherin would yield no difference. For instance, transforming 100 followers into 101 seemed utterly meaningless, bordering on valueless. Was there truly no way to relinquish her ambitions? She observed the futility of attempting to do something to Hermione and Harry, much like Lockhart had. One day, Mirabelle resolved to quietly withdraw from their presence. Adopting a sidelong stance, the basilisk had departed, yet Tom Riddle still lingered. Once a top student at Hogwarts, he had ultimately transformed into the Dark Lord. How would the two confront him? Mirabelle pondered this and chuckled softly. Harry and Hermione left Lockhart and Ron behind as they continued towards the tunnel. She had initially intended to bring them along, but later decided that the air of Slytherin would suffice. If a confrontation arose, she realized she would be unable to protect Ron, nor could she safeguard herself. Hence, she resolved to leave them behind, allowing only Harry and Hermione to proceed. Lockhart was now bound by Hermione's spell and had already instructed Ron on how to release him, or more precisely, without magic, he could not be freed. It was simply unbelievable. How could Professor Lockhart be such a fool? Oh, how could one consider him a good wizard? The imbecile, the inept, the useless. Merely a pretty face. Damn it. Hermione, though visibly angry, knew she had to remain calm and brace herself for what was to come. Harry reassured Hermione, who blushed as she continued to yell at Lockhart. Even Harry could not forgive Lockhart for his actions. Had circumstances been different, I would have relished the opportunity to strike that haughty, handsome visage with a fierce blow. Yet, contemplating the perilous situation ahead, I deemed it essential to maintain my composure. The serpent, known as the Serpent King, had inflicted numerous victims. The adversary's strength could rival that of Mirabelle. This is precisely why Harry needed to ensure Hermione remained calm. Alas, the frustration was palpable. After traversing a convoluted passageway multiple times, they finally arrived at a narrow chamber. The seemingly entwined serpentine columns extended towards the ceiling, their eerie glow casting an unsettling light throughout the space. Swallowing hard, they exchanged a glance and cautiously stepped into the room. As they moved, wand pointed towards the unseen threat. A shadow materialized at the chamber's center. A figure clad in black robes with fiery red hair emerged, strikingly familiar to Ginny. Ginny, Harry exclaimed upon recognizing her, rushing to her side, casting aside his wand, and lifting her in his arms. Her freckled face was pallid, devoid of life, resembling a victim of petrification. What could have caused such a ghastly appearance? Harry's countenance turned ashen as he desperately shook Ginny. Ginny, don't you dare die. Please, stay with us. Harry, you must leave her be, Hermione interjected, her voice steady amidst the chaos. Shaking her could lead to dire consequences, as basic first aid knowledge suggests that if a person is unconscious without apparent injury, one must first suspect a cerebral condition. Such actions could rupture blood vessels and result in fatal harm. While Muggle wisdom may apply in the wizarding realm, the anatomical structure remains unchanged. Everything will be all right. Hermione's words offered a glimmer of hope, allowing Harry to regain his composure, albeit only momentarily. They needed to act swiftly, for they were unaware of when the air might strike again. As Harry attempted to locate his wand, he realized it was no longer in his grasp. Had he thrown it aside in haste? Casting his gaze around, he spotted a tall boy with dark hair sitting nonchalantly against one of the columns, toying with a wand of his own. Tom? Tom Riddle? Hermione turned to respond to Harry's whispered inquiry. The very Tom Riddle he had seen in the diary. A specter seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of reality. Is that truly Tom Riddle? Harry pondered aloud, wondering if it had been 50 years since their last encounter. Tom Riddle smiled knowingly at the bewildered Harry. Memories, he elucidated. The diary preserves recollections from 50 years past. His fingers twirled Harry's wand with an unsettling ease, scrutinizing him intently. Hermione perceived a glimmer of delight in his gaze, a familiar spark that sent a chill down her spine, reminiscent of something she had encountered recently in a more sinister context. Just wait a moment. Harry Potter, Tom Riddle mused, as if anticipating the unfolding events. We shall converse later, but for now, you must return my wand. Harry's request was met with Tom's refusal. As he spoke, he absently stroked his wand. Speak now. Harry Potter. It is done. Tom's demeanor and tone were fitting for the situation. From his position, Harry viewed Tom Riddle's diary and recalled the image of that courageous model student. However, Hermione seemed to have grasped the reason behind it, even before Harry did. Pointing his wand at Tom, she shielded Harry. "Hermione, that is very dangerous," Harry exclaimed. Hermione met Tom's gaze. Undoubtedly, the shape of his face was identical, and the color of his eyes mirrored one another perfectly. One could never forget those cruel, merciless, and chilling eyes, as if they had found a long-sought prey. The eyes of a brutal predator were unforgettable. They resemble whom? Harry's question prompted Hermione to recall the events that transpired during a Quidditch match. She had crouched in fear of the basilisk, yet out of curiosity, she had dared to open her eyes just once. And what she beheld was a hellish landscape that seemed to belong to another world. It would have been better had she seen the basilisk's eyes, but instead, she saw the eyes of that girl. The most unforgettable were those golden eyes, conspicuously bloodstained, the eyes of a predator, just like a man's eyes. As she laughed while tearing through the basilisk, it was Mirabelle Beresford. Dear readers, thank you for your support. If you find this book somewhat enjoyable, kindly add it to your bookshelf, encourage updates, and leave numerous comments. Thank you. Tom Riddle was said to be the instigator of a series of events involving Ginny Weasley. It was rumored that she had inadvertently obtained Tom's diary, which contained a myriad of writings. It detailed occurrences at school, moments of being teased by her brothers, and the burdens of learning with antiquated materials. There were also faint expressions of affection, worries about the illustrious Harry Potter potentially liking her forever. In response, Tom was understanding, sympathetic, and kind, winning her trust. Yet, that devil ensnared Ginny within a trap. The more she poured her heart into the diary, the more she felt a sense of camaraderie, and the more of her essence she invested into it, the stronger Tom became. Conversely, he ultimately amassed enough energy to manifest physically. He manipulated events, leading an innocent girl to precipitate a series of calamities. "This cannot be forgiven," Hermione proclaimed, raising her wand and elevating her voice. There was nothing more to be heard. The heretic must be vanquished immediately. With such resolve, she cast her spell without hesitation. Sandstorm. "Oh dear, impatient girl," Tom remarked, effortlessly deflecting the blue orb emitted from Hermione's wand with a mere flick of his own. Yet the assault was unrelenting. A flurry of 2 or 3 more beams hurled towards Tom. However, they were all repelled with a simple wave of his wand. Futile. Or perhaps Harry Potter wishes to take action. "Could you enlighten me on the power that vanquished the formidable Dark Lord?" The name of the Dark Lord, Voldemort, has become known. It is astonishing to ponder how an infant, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, managed to triumph over a wizard. Harry comprehended that Tom Riddle had been a wizard for half a century. In other words, he was a contemporary of Voldemort. Why would he concern himself with the wizards that followed? Tom provided an answer. "Do you understand? Voldemort is now a reality, and Harry Potter speaks." As Tom conversed, he waved his wand and inscribed Tom Marvolo Riddle in the air. With another flick of his wand, the letters rearranged themselves. Harry and Hermione gasped as they recognized the letters. At that moment, everything became clear. Why had the Chamber of Secrets been opened? Why target Muggle students? Why instill doubt and fear in Harry regarding Voldemort? Voldemort, the boy who would eventually murder Harry's parents along with many other wizards. "Harry, allow me to explain. Twice he attempted to kill, and both times he failed. How did he survive? If only we could speak long enough, perhaps friends could endure longer. The first time, he lost his power. The reason he could not kill was that his mother sacrificed herself to protect him. His mother, an ordinary Muggle." Harry spoke with a trembling voice, striving to contain his fury. His mother thwarted the killing curse. He had seen the true remnants of Voldemort, a wretched husk, nearly devoid of life. And that hideous remnant had been trampled by Millicent Bulstrode. Now, even first-year girls had triumphed over that filthy wreckage. Upon hearing the insult, Tom's face soured. Yet he quickly masked it with a fearful grin. So, it was indeed true. His mother died for him. Of course, a powerful curse can be countered. After all, he was not particularly special. What was so extraordinary about him? But knowing was sufficient. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Harry and then kill Millicent Bulstrode. Tom aimed his wand at Harry, and Hermione followed suit. Harry now stood defenseless. With no other option, he had to protect himself. Hermione, overcoming her fear, confronted the young Dark Lord. "Oh, do you wish to fight? You, who trembles at the mere mention of Voldemort's name?" As Tom had said, Hermione shook with fear. The name of the Dark Lord is taboo in the wizarding world. Even Hagrid, with his formidable stature, dared not speak it, trembling as he covered his ears. "Hermione, a Muggleborn, was no exception. Just mentioning Voldemort's name made her legs quiver. Nevertheless, to save her friends, she had to thwart Voldemort. A thunderous explosion. Futile. It radiates like a beacon, yet it remains functional. Nevertheless, it matters not. Merely engage in provocative assaults against the self, terrified and tormented, a form of reproach. What a dark sorcerer. What has become of youthful beauty? Could there be a more terrifying nightmare than this? In that moment, the memory of Mirabelle, stained with blood yet continuing to cackle, evokes a profound dread. The bellflower hangs inverted, petrified. Tom counters Hermione's spell with his own. The incantations collide. Hermione's spell is shattered. While Tom strikes unimpeded towards her, Hermione swiftly evades, preparing for another assault. Glacier, she cries, flames roaring fiercely. She conjures fire to shield against the frigid air, and Tom chuckles with satisfaction. The disparity in their levels of power is evident. One of Hermione's frequent spells is thwarted. Tom casts a spell upon the perturbed Hermione, a mere incantation, a silent one. Unable to grasp the nature of the impending attack, Hermione rolls away in desperation. I'll cave. Shattered to pieces. Hermione retaliates, vanquishing the serpent summoned by Tom. As they exchange spells, Tom unleashes another silent incantation, striking Hermione's shoulder, which she fails to dodge. Something must be done. Even if Harry wished, he remained powerless without his wand. Clenching his teeth, he felt compelled to assist his friend, a girl, fighting alone. What to do? Anything, even the slightest help for Hermione. He thought, scanning his surroundings, but all he could find were stones. Should he throw a stone? Yet, Harry doubted its efficacy. At worst, it would hit Hermione. Without a wand. Damn it, how foolish. Why did I throw it away? As Harry grew frantic, a flurry of magic flared between Hermione and Tom. Yet Hermione found herself in a desperate situation. Tom toyed with her, effortlessly poised to triumph. If only I could retrieve Ron's wand. It was utterly disheartening to be unable to fight. Overwhelmed by helplessness, Harry clenched his fists. He had to battle. He longed for the strength to save Hermione. It seemed as if the universe responded to his thoughts. Was it mere coincidence? Flames erupted from a nearby pillar, and something soared towards Harry. A phoenix. Its fiery plumage glimmered as it bore a golden, peacock-like tail. It was one of the most exquisite creatures in the world, adorned with golden talons and a beak. Fawkes, Dumbledore's pet, flew in with something in its beak. The Sorting Hat? The Sorting Hat bestowed upon Harry by Fawkes serves merely to discern the appropriate house for a student, imbued with magic for the purpose of enrollment. As it fell into Harry's hands, he felt an unusual weight. Intrigued, Harry reached inside the hat, wondering how it had come to be there, and revealed a dazzling silver sword. The moment he grasped it, an understanding washed over him. It was a sword of mysterious power, capable of confronting Tom Riddle himself. It appeared simply as a sword, yet it was a weapon meant to assist his friends in their direst need. Harry recognized it as the legacy of Gryffindor, perfectly matched to combat the basilisk. The hat was a testament to the will of great wizards, a sword of courage. It could only be wielded by those who truly belonged to Gryffindor. Hey, Harry exclaimed, gripping the sword with both hands, interrupting Hermione and Tom's quarrel. Rising to defend his injured friend, he swung the sword fiercely, parrying Tom's spells one after another. Of course, such feats could not be accomplished with an ordinary sword. Only Gryffindor's blade could transform a sacred act into reality. The sword that Harry possessed? He knew it was brought by Fawkes. Harry could not articulate his thoughts to Hermione. Yet he trusted in the weapon gifted by Dumbledore's loyal phoenix. In that moment, he poured all his strength into the sword. His resolve was unwavering, his thoughts shifted. And without hesitation, he advanced upon Tom. Hey, Harry's swordsmanship was merely amateur, yet the sword's performance compensated for his lack of skill. With a powerful swing, the blade sliced through the air like butter, narrowly grazing Tom's nose. Tom wore a relaxed smile as he evaded the strike. A fine sword, Harry Potter. It would be safe if it landed, he taunted. The sword danced through the air, yet Riddle remained agile, grinning foolishly as he deftly dodged each attack. Was this a child's game? Pah. No matter how good the sword, it merely represents a crude, primitive Muggle fighting style, Tom sneered, wielding his wand. As he extended his wand, Harry instinctively raised the sword. Suddenly, a blast of magic sent Harry tumbling to the ground. Without the sword to defend himself, he would have been rendered unconscious by a single blow. Even a sword capable of slaying dragons would be futile if it could not strike, no matter how sharp. A sword is still just a sword. Even a child's wand could outmatch it. Tom unleashed a series of incantations without a verbal cue. But Hermione's protective barrier thwarted his spells. Harry's sword cleaved through the barrage of magic. The one attack managed to breach their defenses. Despite their 2-on-1 advantage, they found themselves on the back foot. Victory was within reach. Hermione diligently sought a way to extricate herself from the dire situation. Feeling disheartened by the precarious state of her health, she had exhausted every spell at her disposal and had done everything she could, only to find herself outmatched in every aspect by her opponent. No matter how valiantly she wielded her magic, Hermione knew she could never vanquish Tom. She pondered her experience in the dueling club against Mirabel. Back then, her opponent had played, and their interactions had been cordial, but this time was different. As Hermione recalled Mirabel, the girl's voice echoed in her mind. She had taught her that in all matters, one must be adaptable and not rigid. Professor Lockhart had merely suggested seizing the opponent's wand, which seemed a sound strategy, Granger thought. Any means to disarm the wand. Hermione squinted, as if steeling herself, and began to gather as much magic as she could into her wand. A surge of power gathered, albeit still nascent. Yet it brimmed with residual magic that rivaled the might of an experienced sorcerer. Was it a gamble? Perhaps futile. Yet she had no intention of surrendering. With a shout, she activated her magic. Simultaneously, she hurled her wand. What? Hermione's wand soared into the air, spinning, as it unleashed a whirlwind of enchantments indiscriminately upon everything around it. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Tom's movements faltered for a moment. Yet his reaction was swifter. He swiftly countered Hermione's spinning wand with a nonverbal spell. However, seizing the opportunity, Hermione leapt in, aiming for the gap. Tom, taken aback once more, realized it was too late. He quickly regained his footing, pointing his wand at her. Meanwhile, Hermione grasped Tom's arm, yet it was merely the hand of a girl. Her wand was lost, and her strength paled in comparison to his. Even unarmed, he was formidable enough to secure victory. Hermione twisted Tom's arm. Recalling Mirabel's movements from the dueling club, she knew the name of the technique Mirabel had employed, yet she only remembered the physical actions, paying dearly for it. She executed the muggle trick Mirabel had taught her, though she hadn't thought it possible. She seized Tom's arm, reaching for the wand, grasping the wrist. And with all her might, she twisted outward and then through. The true essence of Mirabel's use of technology lies in a form of self-defense, enabling even the weakest girl or child to overpower an adult. Tom Riddle's intentions are utterly devoid of any semblance of muggle trickery. How absurd! To think one could triumph using muggle tactics. In an unexpected counterattack, Tom finds himself on the ground, groaning in humiliation, yet still, he makes a mistake. Hermione wraps her arms around Tom's waist from behind, halting his movements. Naturally, her age and physique are inferior, yet she manages to continue restraining Tom. Such a futile and reckless act would yield little victory, if any at all. Harry. Knowing. In response to Hermione's shout, Harry swings his sword forward. Tom hastily attempts to retrieve his wand, but it is nowhere to be found. Struck by muggle methods, his wand has been flung far away, leaving him unable to escape. As the girl holds him tightly from behind. Get off, you fool. With a diagonal slash from shoulder to hip, Harry's sword cleaves into Tom. Crimson blood gushing forth from his body. Harry hesitates to kill, still concerned for Hermione behind him. Simply severing Tom's body in two would suffice. Yet it successfully inflicts deep anguish. Tom coughs up blood, his body swaying, blood streaming down his face. Nevertheless, he does not fall, for he belongs to the world. How foolish, such a thing. The Dark Lord, reduced to this at such a young age? It is hardly believable. As Tom retreats, Hermione whispers to Harry, "What? Why does he bleed so grotesquely? How could the Dark Lord Tom Riddle expose himself to such disgrace? Surely, some blunder must have occurred, some foolish act." Staggering, Tom distances himself from Harry, and then, with a push of his hand, the diary that had once lain on the ground appears and falls into his grasp. Tom despises this place, yet he has no choice but to retreat. With a bewildered mind, he scarcely contemplates the answers. A part of him remains calm, even as he mutters to himself. Despite the chaos, he knows what actions to take. He will forever remember this humiliation. Tom, consumed by a fervent hatred, directed his gaze towards Harry and Hermione before vanishing from sight. An ethereal enchantment cloaked him in a guise of invisibility, utilizing Dumbledore's signature skill of retreat. He experienced the utmost humiliation. The light had vanquished him and his companion, yet it could not quell the seething fury within him. This intolerable rage, intertwined with a profound understanding of power, distorted his visage as he awkwardly bowed his head, eventually stepping on his own pride before achieving a semblance of calm. Fueled by wrath, Tom fled the scene. The self-proclaimed heir of Slytherin, reduced to a mere shadow of the Dark Lord, had been bested by a boy and a girl. As Tom disappeared from Harry's side, he entered the tunnel, gravely wounded, yet not mortally so. After all, he was merely the manifestation of the remaining soul within the diary. Should the diary, the very essence of his being, be destroyed, Tom Riddle would perish. This meant that Ginny's stolen soul would finally be returned. Tom walked slowly, a pleasant smile adorning his face, though he was acutely aware that the disgrace of failure would soon become apparent. Ultimately, the incident resolved none of the pressing issues. The basilisk lay dead, and Tom was forced to retreat, but that was all. The essence of Tom remained intact, and Harry's friends had yet to save Ginny. The case remained unresolved. Although he had lost the battle, the contest itself was a victory for Tom. For now, he would conceal his humiliation and retreat, which was the wisest course of action. With a deep sigh, Tom raised his gaze and began to walk. Suddenly, he became aware of a blood-red arm protruding from his chest. What? Foolishly, Tom looked down at the arm that extended from his torso. It was a slender limb, its skin pale and flawless, yet marred by blood, tightly clutching Tom's heart, the diary. Following the source of that arm, he turned to behold the figure of a golden-haired girl, stained with blood. It was Mirabelle Beresford, another vengeful enemy who had slain the basilisk. The demon roared with a mocking expression. "Mother!" Tom spat blood, wearing a demonic countenance. Yet it was too late. Harry's wand slipped from his weakened grasp, clattering to the ground. The malevolent flames, ignited by the diary, engulfed both the book and Tom's body, staining his consciousness crimson. Tom was powerless to resist. The once great Dark Lord, unable to counterattack, vanished without a trace. Edith awoke in the infirmary, surrounded by white walls. She stared at the ceiling for several seconds before sitting up forcefully, as if recalling something. What happened to the pursuing Slytherin monster? What transpired afterward? I can almost recall the moment I gazed into the window, reflecting the serpent-like eyes, considering the complete absence of memory regarding what transpired thereafter. It is only natural to assume that I had been petrified. Such pain. As I abruptly arose, every joint in my body ached, and I cried out. It is self-evident. After all, Edith had only recently been turned to stone, and it was not until Sprout Snape perfected the potion that she was finally restored. Given my sudden movement, the pain must have been excruciating. I forced myself to shift. Raising my head, I saw the familiar yet distant face of my friend, Mirabelle, who stood with her arms crossed, gazing down at Edith. While it seemed she had made a special trip to see me, her expression conveyed not a trace of concern or worry, but rather an ephemeral spark of interest. It is difficult to articulate concern. It felt more like a fleeting curiosity. Mirabelle, what happened after I was petrified? Mirabelle smiled faintly at the question posed by the timid. The basilisk had been dealt with, and the puppeteer behind the scenes had been overthrown by the efforts of Potter and Granger. Thanks to this, Gryffindor was awarded an additional 400 points, securing victory in this year's House Cup. Mirabelle, having vanquished the basilisk, amassed a commendable total of 200 points, supplemented by her daily class contributions, bringing her score close to 400. Nevertheless, she still finds herself trailing this year. Indeed, after such blatant favoritism, the loss of the Quidditch victory would render any hope of recovery futile. Disappointment looms. This year's House Cup is destined for Gryffindor. It is true that Mirabelle has indeed defeated the basilisk, yet she remains, after all, quite inexperienced. Edith chuckled with a hint of resignation. In the end, she accomplished nothing. Despite her fervent attempts to prove her worth, the outcome was as expected. Ultimately, Mirabelle, as proclaimed, triumphed over the basilisk, with the mastermind being thoroughly dealt with by Potter and his companions. Was it merely a fade? The thought blurred her vision with despair. Mirabelle softly murmured, "If one believes so, it must be true. How can one tainted by the thoughts of the defeated ever become a champion?" Acknowledging her Muggle lineage, she harbored no desire to conceal it. As Mirabelle spoke, she narrowed her eyes slightly and cast a faint glare at Edith. Edith sensed a hint of anger in her gaze. Is that what she meant? A weakling ensnared in humble thoughts, a lamb frightened by the scrutiny of those around her. Merely a fragile soul. Indeed, such an arrogant girl could be swayed. In such moments, it would have been splendid if she could utter a kind word. Yet even that seemed beyond her. Mirabelle, who considered herself supremely above all, failed to recognize her true worth. She even believed herself to be in the wrong. Such a flawed way of existing, yet she denied it, embracing a facade of strength. This very spectacle, dazzling and enviable, is precisely the reason for her demeanor. Thus, what can one say? After all, the gaze of a contemptible swine determines superiority based on superficial criteria. Such weakness, arising from trivial matters, is indeed lamentable. Mirabelle's unexpected words caused Edith to widen her eyes. If interpreted in a roundabout manner, it suggested that Edith was regarded more highly than students of pure bloodlines. This sentiment is quite rare for a girl of such extreme self-indulgence. Mirabelle gazed into Edith's eyes, articulating each word with clarity. Be strong, Edith Reinhagel. Edith's thoughts were momentarily halted by the suddenness of her words, yet they swiftly resumed their course. Was it perhaps an attempt at encouragement? There was no hint of kindness. A manner of speaking reminiscent of Mirabelle, yet it still felt like a clumsy effort to uplift. The very thought made Edith suppress a smile that threatened to break forth. Could Mirabelle truly be so awkward? How rude. She lacked the finesse one might expect. With a roundabout and rather inelegant form of encouragement, it seemed futile to speak thus to a girl who believed herself devoid of flaws. Disdainfully, she furrowed her brow slightly, her lips curling into a hollow expression. It was peculiar, for in such moments, she appeared like any other normal girl her age. Well, it was time to go. Watching Mirabelle turn away swiftly, Edith instinctively let out a reluctant sigh. Mirabelle then turned her gaze and paused. Edith spoke with a lively tone. Thank you, Mirabelle. Mirabelle expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Edith before turning away and swiftly exiting the infirmary. Edith, recognizing her friend's demeanor, managed a wry smile, fully aware of the awkwardness that had unfolded. If only she could conceal her own embarrassment effortlessly. Would a minute suffice? Apologies for the intrusion. After Mirabelle's departure, Dumbledore stepped in to take her place. The elder, renowned as a wizard, stood before Edith, adorned with a warm smile. How is your health? Although it could not be said that she was entirely well, she should certainly attend the year-end gala. Edith gazed up at Dumbledore with a skeptical eye. Even a friend of Harry Potter like Edith found herself perplexed. Why indeed was the headmaster here? It was only natural to summon the victim, yet for some reason, she felt that this was not the case. That is splendid, Dumbledore replied with an approving nod, his hand brushing against the folds of his robe, revealing a concealed yellow-wrapped sweet. He placed it in his palm and then extended it towards Edith. What is this? She inquired, recognizing the lemon drop with a hint of sympathy. A delightful treat, Dumbledore smiled, placing the confection into Edith's hand. It was a surprising tale that the great wizard's favorite delicacy was mere candy. Moreover, upon closer inspection, it was an entirely muggle product, devoid of any magic. It should be shared with friends. Dear Beresford, was it specifically for me? Dumbledore cleared his throat, and Edith raised her eyes to discern his true intentions. Naturally, there was but one reason for Dumbledore's visit, Mirabelle's friend. There were other matters to discuss. About Miss Beresford. When the headmaster pronounced her name, Edith was taken aback. Did you know that Miss Beresford vanquished the basilisk? Indeed, he nodded. Do you know how she achieved this? Dumbledore's eyes glimmered, and as he crouched down, Edith's gaze was drawn to his luminous blue eyes, which made her own seem dim in comparison. The cheerful expression he wore moments ago had transformed into one of solemnity. The battle between Beresford and the basilisk had been one of unimaginable brutality. For nearly 10 minutes, she fought valiantly, bringing the defeated basilisk to its demise. Hermione's testimony had indeed corroborated the event. Dumbledore closed his eyes, reminiscing about that moment. It was a matter of the past, one that had left the basilisk utterly dismembered, devoid of any trace of its former self. Yet, from another perspective, it also served as evidence of Mirabelle's condition. A glimmer of light could be seen amidst the unfathomable darkness. Light? Edith pondered. If such cruelty could inflict harm, it would inevitably release the goodness that resided within that child. What appeared simple was, in truth, quite complex. Even when viewed from one side as black, a shift in perspective could reveal it to be white. Mirabelle's cruelty, though seemingly shrouded in darkness, can be perceived in a different light if viewed as a manifestation of rivalry in school or as a means of avenging a friend. Dumbledore remained deeply concerned about Mirabelle, aware that the girl lacked emotional warmth. The answer lies in the carcass of the slain basilisk. The young girl continues to traverse the path of shadows, yet the possibility of her walking a different path has begun to emerge, albeit subtly. At the very least, her perceived friend is angry. The only willingness to accept her, even in the slightest measure, is a hope to maintain their friendship. Should Mirabelle find her way back to the light, it is likely that only this girl can facilitate that transition. Only Edith Reinagel can hold Mirabelle's hand and guide her back to the right path. This underscores the necessity of protecting the girl, much like Harry, who must do everything within his power to steer her in the right direction. For now, There seems to be no other option but to remain vigilant for a while longer. One can only hope that a glimmer of light may become Mirabel's guiding star, which is all Dumbledore can presently do. The year-end gala has concluded, marking the close of yet another year. As Mirabel had predicted, this year's House Cup was exclusively claimed by Gryffindor. Speaking of Lockhart, it appears he has cast Oblivion charms on the students. And only after his malevolent deeds were exposed did he decide to send himself to Azkaban. The first victim of this debacle, Ron Weasley, has been hospitalized at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, with Hogwarts covering the expenses. According to the attending healer, due to the relatively minor injuries, he should be able to return to school within a year. Ron's friends have proudly patted their chests over the report. Additionally, in recognition of their achievements, Harry, Hermione, and Mirabel were bestowed with the Hogwarts Special Achievement Award. Of course, neither Harry nor Hermione felt elated by the accolade, and Mirabel showed little interest in such matters. Ultimately, Dumbledore felt humbled by the fact that they did not take satisfaction in the award. Upon returning home, Mirabel flew through the chimney to the villa on Crescent Street to check whether the items ordered by Chi Lo had been completed. Mirabel is preparing for the final Flag Day, but the watchful eyes of the Ministry of Magic obstruct her path. This poses a significant dilemma, as any underage use of magic would instantly draw the Ministry's attention, resulting in expulsion or even imprisonment in Azkaban. Therefore, this year, Mirabel enlists the help of Chi Lo to devise a cunning plan to deceive the irritable Ministry. Do you remember the items ordered a year ago? Of course, sister. In response to Mirabel's inquiry, the masked attendant nodded. The mask concealed a face disfigured by the battle against Harry Potter, marred by bruises. His left arm, a silver prosthetic, moved clumsily, while his right arm bore the curse of a claw, still retaining its brilliant blue hue. The mask, the arm, and the claw were all gifts from Mirabel. A suppression charm had been cast over the entire villa, rendering any trace indiscernible. Even the casting of spells or rituals would attract attention. Quite well. Mirabel expressed her admiration for Chi Lo with a tone of awe. Indeed, the command presented a rather reasonable challenge, one that, even if accomplished, would prove futile. It stands to reason that if it were easy to deceive the Ministry of Magic, the wizarding world would be rife with criminals. Thus, to effortlessly bypass the watchful gaze of surveillance, one should possess the capability to do so. Yet, Chi Lo succeeded. A remarkable feat. It may sound deceptively simple, but the ability to identify suppression spells is equally intricate. One must have adhered to a rather complex procedure and employed advanced techniques. Of course, one could lie, but merely glancing at his fingers would reveal the truth, for if a loyal servant were to deceive, the color of his nails would ultimately change. The fact that his claws remained a vivid blue indicated that Chi Lo had never been faithful. Clearly, a reassessment is in order. Well done, Quirinus Chi Lo. How underestimated he had been. What an honor. The moment Chi Lo received Mirabel's praise, his heart brimmed with joy. Being valued, even slightly, consumed Chi Lo's thoughts, as if it held more worth than anything else. Naturally, a heart overwhelmed by such feelings may experience confusion and fear. Nevertheless, a sweet and irresistible charm renders such matters inconsequential. Typically, attraction is a gradual process, akin to love at first sight. Yet it occurs only in rare instances. Genuine affection requires interaction, understanding, and mutual attraction. One cannot simply fall in love from a mere touch or a fleeting smile. Such sentiments act as a key to prevent intrusion, growing more formidable with age. Generally, a single word can fill one's heart with joy. Yet, Mirabel possessed the unique ability to transcend this process entirely, generating attraction effortlessly. She bypassed all barriers, including the keys to one's heart, casually piercing through defenses and declaring her territory. It felt akin to following the soldiers of a tyrant, a boy's admiration for a hero, imposing such a force. Mirabel embodied the essence of a tyrant. Just as Salazar Slytherin once possessed a serpentine tongue, she bestowed upon the dark wizard a remarkable gift. That ability, please. Continue to wield it, Chi Lo, with high hopes. Aha. Once more, Chi Lo found himself captivated by the emotions of his heart. Bowing his head in reverence, he immersed himself in the joy of dedicating everything to his sister. The fulfillment of expectations had become his reality. In this moment and place, Chi Lo, a loyal servant bound by a cursed claw, was born anew. By the way, he wished to offer some reward, but what might she desire? To serve his sister was the greatest joy he could envision. Truly, he was utterly overwhelmed. Harry sat on the low stone wall along Muggle Crescent, his face flushed with anger as he rummaged through his bag. The cause of his discontent was evident. During the summer break from Hogwarts, he was forced to reside with his relatives, the Dursleys, who could hardly be deemed affectionate. They were ardent proponents of normalcy and harbored a deep disdain for magic, with Harry being no exception to their scorn. He had never received birthday wishes or any semblance of a gift. Christmas had come and gone without the joy of cake or any fond memories of kindness. To exacerbate his plight, they even insulted Harry's parents. On one particularly dreadful occasion, Marge Dursley, the aunt, visited and venomously declared that Harry's eyes were a failure, just like his parents. Harry finally reached his breaking point and cast a spell on Marge. Although the outcome was satisfying, it left him in a precarious situation. With no Muggle money to speak of, how would he survive the fortnight leading up to the start of term at Hogwarts? Having already used magic in the presence of Muggles, how could he possibly return to Hogwarts? Yet, lingering on the roadside was not a viable option either, as Muggle authorities would undoubtedly return him to the Dursleys. Harry was in search of his invisibility cloak and could only imagine how much fun the Weasley family must be having in Egypt. The Daily Prophet reported that they had won the Daily Prophet-esque Grand Lottery. He vividly recalled Mr. Arthur Weasley's lonely smile, expressing hope that this trip would lift his son's spirits. He even saw the photographs sent back by Mr. Weasley, showcasing the Weasley family, including his best friend Ron. With Scabbers perched on his shoulder, his ideal family, a dream he had conjured countless times. However, the reality of his situation was starkly disheartening. Suddenly, Harry lifted his gaze. Sensing a watchful presence, he illuminated the tip of his wand and directed it toward the source of the gaze. A dark, enigmatic figure emerged, resembling a dog, its eyes glinting with an eerie light. Harry was taken aback by the sight, instinctively taking a step back. Then, a clear voice called out from behind him. "What are you doing, Harry Potter?" It was the voice of a girl he recognized. Turning around, he was met by a familiar figure from the magical world, her golden hair shimmering in the moonlight and her eyes radiating a mysterious allure. Her skin was fair and translucent, unmarred by blemishes. Her limbs were long and slender, accentuated by a cinched waist. The only flaw seemed to be her bosom, which was inconsequential to her overall appearance. Her attire was reminiscent of the Muggle world, consisting of a white, long-sleeved blouse tied with a ribbon, paired with a flowing, pure white chiffon skirt. In such a scenario, even Uncle Vernon would mistake her for a witch. "Beresford, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, glancing at the spot where he sat. Sitting where? On that stone wall along Muggle Crescent? Nearby stood a strikingly magnificent mansion, its grandeur evident, though the nameplate read Erefor. Harry was startled by the thought. He gazed once more at the opulent residence nestled against the stone wall. He was indeed seated at the estate of Beresford. "Do you understand?" Harry nodded silently, astounded that he had casually chosen to rest in such a luxurious abode. Slowly rising to his feet, as if recollecting something, he directed his gaze towards the spot where the dark object had been moments ago. Yet, there was nothing left. What was it? The dark object that had been there just now. Mirabelle once cast her gaze in the direction Harry indicated, but soon her interest waned, and she diverted her eyes. A fleeting glance at Harry followed. "What is the matter?" "I heard about 4, Elderberry Lane, running away from home, wishing to return there?" Her curiosity seemed piqued, and a smile graced Mirabelle's lips. She then unlocked the estate and swung the door wide open. "Well, here we are. Please, come in. What would you like to drink?" "Ah, perhaps just tea." For a moment, Harry hesitated at the invitation, but he quickly followed Mirabelle into the abode. After all, at present, he had no assistance nor a place to go. In such circumstances, relying on someone was indeed a wise choice. Upon entering the estate, Harry was taken aback by its vastness. From the exterior, it appeared grand, yet the interior was even more spacious. It reminded him of the Weasley residence, where the wizarding home seemed to expand beyond its outward appearance. The crimson floorboards contrasted beautifully with the white walls, while the polished marble-like flooring was adorned with a deep red carpet. Near the windows, a collection of silver armor gleamed, giving the impression that it might spring to life. A table draped in a red cloth sat in the hall, candles flickering atop it. Though reminiscent of Hogwarts Castle, it undeniably resembled a fortress more than a mere mansion. Strangely, despite the opulence of the estate, it felt eerily devoid of life. Where are the Beresford's parents? He wondered. The main residence, a villa constructed by the father, suggested that the Beresford family must indeed be of considerable standing. In the Mirabelle Hall, he gestured towards the opposite side and said, "Take a seat there, porter." "Yes, sir." Harry replied respectfully, hastily taking a seat. Upon witnessing the situation, Mirabelle snapped her fingers. Then, behind her, appeared a man adorned with a mask. He resembled a butler. Dressed in a somber black uniform, it exuded an unsettling aura. He gazed at Harry for several moments, his expression obscured by the mask, rendering it difficult to discern his true feelings. Allow me to introduce the enigmatic butler, whose name is Sirius. Sirius. Oh, my. Initially, the butler, referred to as Sirius, appeared taken aback, seemingly bewildered by the mention of his name, but when called upon a second time, he responded in a flustered manner. Mirabelle sighed and resolved to disclose the reason for the summoning, albeit reluctantly. However, it turned out to be merely a burdensome task, to brew 2 cups of tea. Very well, sister, replied Cerberus, bowing respectfully before vanishing from the scene. It was a form of magic akin to apparition, though Harry remained unaware of this. He merely observed as Cerberus mysteriously disappeared, employing a spell reminiscent of apparition that allowed for instantaneous travel to great distances. Some enhancements have been made, he mused. Enhancements? Potter questioned. It is difficult to describe apparition as elegant, which raises the question of why the spell was improved. Even apparition produces a sound. It seemed quite natural. Yet Harry found it utterly absurd. To his knowledge, he had been utilizing such magic since his first year, implying that the spell had undergone improvements long before. Mirabelle cheerfully spoke to the astonished Harry. So, why leave home? There are still 2 weeks until the summer vacation ends. Harry hesitated, pondering whether he should confide in her, one of the most formidable members of Slytherin. Despite his concern, he noticed his vigilance waning as he gazed into her golden eyes. Compelled by an impulse to unburden himself to her, a torrent of anger and anxiety surged within him, and before he realized it, he had revealed everything. Words flowed from him like a rapid tongue twister, without even confirming whether Mirabelle was truly listening. He felt a deep rage towards the Dursleys. Frustration over the insults hurled by his parents, and indignation regarding his own happiness. Mirabelle, with an exuberance akin to a malfunctioning faucet, listened intently as his emotions poured out. Earlier, the butler had served a rather weak cup of tea, which seemed to indicate that he had mastered the art of brewing. Mirabelle murmured, "It's been a year. And he still excels at making tea." Ultimately, once Harry had expressed all his feelings, Mirabelle finally took a breath and opened her mouth. "I understand, Potter. You're right." "Really?" Harry smiled at her affirmation. At that moment, having a companion who could offer such validation felt immensely gratifying. For instance, if Hermione were present, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Harry, there is nothing more irritating than witnessing a helpless insect whispering in a controlled manner." He spoke of his parents' incompetence, but he was truly the one feeling powerless. As Mirabelle took another sip of the tea she had earlier described as delightful, she observed him again. She found his actions to be so intricate that they required the most elegant of words to describe. It was well known that despite his rather unfavorable character, he was one of the most handsome boys at Hogwarts. When they had first met, Harry was merely 11 years old and indifferent to the opposite sex. But now at 13, he had begun to notice them. He found himself oddly captivated by Mirabelle's movements. In terms of protecting his parents' dignity, his anger was reasonable. There was no room for sympathy towards those who were snobbish. The only fault lay in his own laxity. Was he being lazy? Would he use magic? Oh, how warm it felt. He should have been thoroughly hurt. Mirabelle placed the teacup on the table, a faint smile gracing her lips. That elegant smile, however, could not conceal the underlying cruelty that she had sought to hide from the very beginning. A pig should be trained, Harry Potter. Teach it the rules. Teach it that it is merely livestock, and make it obedient. This perplexed Harry, who was utterly bewildered, while Mirabelle merely laughed. "Do you truly believe that?" she inquired, probing whether he genuinely felt that burden. Harry was struck at his core, compelled to speak, just as Mirabelle had suggested. He felt indebted to the Dursleys, constantly oppressed, and acutely aware of that feeling. In response to his silence, Mirabelle continued, "I can see through your heart, Potter," yearning to repel the oppression he had endured. He longed for a lavish meal to counter the abysmal fare he had suffered. Each time, he wished to vent his anger through the guise of a pig. "Oh, it feels splendid, Harry Potter. Power and the ability to do so." Every word uttered by Mirabelle pierced Harry's heart, infusing it with a perilous sweetness. To deny this would be a fallacy. If one claims to have never envisioned it, that would be a falsehood. Yet, should one dare to conjure such a scene, an overwhelming sense of superiority and a peculiar satisfaction would infiltrate the mind. Magic embodies a force employed for such matters. Why is this so? It is the arduous pursuit of power. What is the issue with wielding such influence? However, That singular negative aspect looms large, particularly in its elitism. It is akin to a desire to stand taller than others, to possess power that eclipses all. The yearning to drown in superiority. To bask in the envious gazes of others, how difficult can it truly be? Every utterance from Mirabelle is imbued with a perilous sweetness, akin to an aphrodisiac. It is an exquisite temptation, a comprehension that transgresses moral boundaries. Even as the mind grasps the implications, the heart remains captivated. Harry's thoughts gradually veer off course, reminiscent of prolonged immersion in a hot bath. It feels delightful, Potter, to wield such power at will, trampling upon the hearts of others. It is a genuine ecstasy, forever beyond the grasp of the ignorant hypocrites. A unique pleasure that, no matter how refined the wine, cannot be savored. Yet, the heart queries what the mind knows, Potter. A pure heart, unshackled by morality, will reveal its true desires. Mirabelle leaned in, and Harry's emerald green eyes met her golden ones in a captivating reflection. Harry found himself unable to look away. The cherry-hued lips of Mirabelle, with each subtle movement, ignited a tantalizing itch within Harry's nostrils, stripping him of his senses and leaving him in a state of disarray. Harry found himself grappling with the urge to resist. Even as the desire to submit surged within him, he sought to convey his thoughts, unencumbered by concerns of the magical world's regulations. Would anything be done about it? Oh, indeed. Even in the face of confusion, understanding would emerge, and support would be unwavering. There was no need to fret over any matter. He would relinquish everything, as fate decreed. Mirabelle cradled Harry's face with a tender smile, as if she held a profound affection for him. Leaning in, the fabric of her clothing parted slightly, revealing a subtle fissure at her chest that ignited Harry's reason once more. The girl's invitation was exquisitely sweet, tinged with concern, and almost impossible to dismiss. Harry found himself ensnared by her allure, contemplating the wishes he had longed to express. He pondered the torment that would ensue should he yield to the dark desires lurking within his depths. Just as Harry began to falter, a resounding knock at the door jolted him back to reality. Hush! Mirabelle, blocking the final step, clicked her tongue and fixed her gaze on the doorway with unabashed delight. What kind of fool? Truly, a complete imbecile to knock at this hour. After finishing the remaining half of her red tea, she snapped her fingers to summon the butler. Open the door. Let us see which fool it is. Following her directive, Syllabus approached the entrance to greet the rude midnight visitor. Who on earth? She mused, as she prepared to open the door to a short, stout man. He wore a yellow-green top hat, his hair a patchy white, and his face adorned with numerous wrinkles. Perhaps he was forcing himself to blend into the Muggle world, but his attire was peculiar. A pinstriped suit, a bright red tie, and purple-pointed boots. A truly bizarre ensemble. Mirabelle acknowledged the presence of those guided into the hall by Sirius. Her father had met the most esteemed figures in the magical realm on several occasions, including Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. It has been a while, Sister Beresford. You look more exquisite than ever. Who would have thought that the Minister of Magic would pay a visit to the vicinity of Sirius Black so late? The mere utterance of the name Sirius Black caused a twitch in Cornelius Fudge's face. A notorious criminal, Black was imprisoned in Azkaban for the murder of 12 Muggles. A pretext spun by the Ministry of Magic to mask the true reason behind his incarceration, his betrayal of Harry's family. His name resonated throughout the wizarding community, and even the Muggle world recognized it, confirmed by their own media outlets. Furthermore, it was believed that Voldemort still had his sights set on Harry. Well, what is it? We have yet to locate Sirius. However, perhaps he may be found here, Fudge said, choosing his words carefully while glancing at Harry. He was keen on maintaining secrecy regarding Sirius's whereabouts, hence his vague responses. Sensing something amiss, Mirabelle ceased her inquiries. Well then, Harry? Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. He introduced himself succinctly before taking a seat recommended by Severus. He brought the cup of tea to his lips, only to grimace and set it down on the table. It appeared that even the Minister of Magic had a penchant for tea. I'm afraid things have become rather complicated, he said shyly. It's like escaping from my aunt and uncle. What if something were to happen? But I'm grateful to be safe. I'm glad that Sister Beresford is keeping watch over me. Fudge smiled, attempting to ease Harry's concerns, but Harry remained unperturbed, realizing the gravity of violating the wizarding world's regulations. Fudge, however, seemed indifferent to such matters. By the way, Harry, do you have any plans for the last 2 weeks of summer? Would you consider finding a room at the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley? It seems like a splendid idea, he suggested. Harry hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, contemplating the potential complications of staying near Mirabelle. If Fudge were unaware, Harry was certain that his desire for adventure would be ignited. Fearful yet fascinated, Harry mused about the enchantment of it all. It was all too easy to be lured into forbidden realms and led astray, much like the serpent offering the forbidden fruit to Adam in the garden. Meanwhile, Mirabelle, witnessing Fudge's presence, realized she had squandered an extraordinary opportunity. Her disdain for the man in the top had quietly intensifying, even amidst the rain. The Hogwarts Express would not cease its journey. The new school year was commencing, and many students, brimming with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, boarded the train to Hogwarts. Mirabelle munched on cake in her compartment, the jarring motion vibrating around her. Outside, the rain fell heavily, casting a dark shroud over the landscape. Opposite her, a Slytherin classmate, Edith, was stuffing her mouth with pumpkin pasties. They were the only two in the compartment, as the other students inside were too intimidated to approach Mirabelle. Mirabelle, having grown weary of the saccharine sweetness, exclaimed. The menu of the train, subject to change at any moment, was indeed flawed. Yet she had become fatigued by the incessant consumption of desserts. A rarely utilized train, which had never been known for its delightful cuisine. Instead, its offerings were akin to those of a subpar cake shop. Nonetheless, one cannot sustain oneself solely on sweetness. Desserts, after all, are but a complement to the main course. The train lacked any substantial fare, and Mirabelle's frustration was palpable. By the way, are you aware of this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor? It is someone by the name of Remus Lupin. It seems he possesses a rather unassuming presence. The question remains whether he can endure the entire year. Edith's concerns were valid, as they prompted anxiety among nearly all the students. Indeed, ever since Edith had enrolled, each Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher had mysteriously vanished within a year. The first year it was Quirrell, and the second, Lockhart. Both had disappeared within the span of a year, leading to the subject's unfortunate reputation as the cursed class. Having finished her cake, Mirabelle nonchalantly twisted open a plastic bottle, offering a dismissive reply. She then sipped the tea within, soothing her throat. Feeling a sense of contentment with the only beverage available on the train, pumpkin juice, she resolved to bring along a bottle of red tea. Oh, it could not possibly be worse than Lockhart. The memories of Mirabelle reveal that Lupin is an exceptional teacher. As Harry matures, he is able to master one of the advanced spells, the Patronus Charm, largely due to Lupin's guidance. Upon reflection, one might expect more from teachers than what has been experienced thus far. It seems there is a burgeoning interest in Hogsmeade. What delights await there? It must be delightful. Hogsmeade is a village accessible only to students in their third year and above, and it stands as the sole fully wizarding location, devoid of Muggle influence. The sweet treats familiar in the Muggle world are replaced by unique confections, magical tools, and prank items in the wizarding realm, a veritable feast for the senses, which Mirabelle yearns to experience. She often complains that the train only sells sweets, even though she has a deep fondness for them. As she spoke, the train began to decelerate. Observing outside, Edith realized they were nearing their destination. They should still have about an hour until they arrive at Hogwarts. Naturally, the special train is as slow as ever, even hindered further by the rain. Regardless, it seems they are on the brink of reaching Hogwarts, perhaps sensing something amiss. Edith surveyed her surroundings with a serious demeanor. Looking around, she noted that the compartment was filled with students, all curiously peering about. Eventually, the train would come to a complete stop. Even the lights within would extinguish. What could be the reason? Was there some activity organized by the school? As she pondered, a flickering glow illuminated the tip of a wand, and she exited the compartment. She soon encountered Hermione, Ginny, Ron, and Harry, who had just come from the adjacent carriage. Clearly all on the same train. Hermione recognized Mirabelle and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Beresford, do you know what is happening?" Mirabelle undoubtedly understands the reasons behind such phenomena. However, she is under no obligation to impart this knowledge, nor is she that type of girl. The answers will soon reveal themselves without the need for instruction. In such cases, one seeks to conserve the necessary energy for explanations. Corrections will manifest swiftly. Perhaps one only needs to inquire to gain understanding. Mirabelle pointed towards the vehicle's entrance with her thumb. Suddenly, a dark shadow seemed to stretch towards the ceiling. Cloaked in a tattered robe, its face was obscured by a hood, and the only visible arm protruding from the cloak was a chilling, ashen hue. The arm was marred by filthy scabs, resembling something putrid and decayed. What is that? Edith trembled, gripping the hem of Mirabelle's robe in terror. As she gazed at the figure, Mirabelle reflected that, despite her memories revealing the nature of this creature from their first encounter, she still felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. A Dementor, the soul devourer, the most loathsome creature on earth. It was the very guard of Azkaban. At that moment, the Dementor emitted a rasping sound, drawing in a slow, chilling breath. An icy wave surged towards Mirabel and the others, freezing their spines with an unbearable dread, as if joy would never again be within reach. Ginny shivered. Ron screamed, Hermione froze in place, and Edith collapsed to the ground. The worst of all was Harry, who fell from his chair, convulsing on the spot. Though described in the tomes of memory, experiencing it firsthand was far more harrowing than she could have anticipated. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, Mirabel glared at the Dementor with palpable disdain. She could not fathom why it felt so unsettling. This creature regarded every soul as sustenance, meaning that even Mirabel could be seen as its prey. Her hatred for it surpassed everything else. Forgive me. Just as Mirabel was about to stand firm, she felt the weight of despair pressing down. Even the most wretched beings could invoke such fear. Edith, let go of my hand. Mirabel unfastened Edith's robe and took a step towards the Dementor. Her countenance bore no trace of fear or trepidation. There was no need to cower before those foolish, lowly creatures, akin to swine or hounds. Would a hunter ever fear the prey that they pursue? No, forever shall Mirabel stand resolute. By whose decree is the grotesque visage of such wretched beings allowed to be unveiled before the sovereign of filth? Mirabel spoke with an air of arrogance and disrespect. Yet the Dementor was compelled. Instead, it emitted a faint groan, attempting to draw nearer to Mirabel. However, Mirabel would never condone such rudeness, even amidst conversation. She could not abide the absence of respect. Humph! What a need for education! With a swift motion, she drew her wand, the massive troll wand, and waved it aside. In an instant, a silver arm materialized, severing the Dementor's limbs. The only spell capable of dispelling a Dementor was the Patronus charm. Yet, Mirabel had uniquely evolved this charm into an aggressive variant. Originally intended to merely repel an opponent's Patronus, she imbued it with offensive capabilities. Thus, it transformed into a blade of slaughter, capable of vanquishing even a Dementor. Aware that Dementors would appear in their third year, she had certainly prepared a strategy. Only Mirabel could conjure a spell to slay a Dementor. Lowly creatures can indeed feel pain, can they not? How delightful. Mirabel gazed upon the writhing Dementor, now bereft of an arm, a sadistic smile playing upon her lips. It did not perceive Mirabel as sustenance. Rather, she regarded all others as mere prey. The sole sovereign of this dominion. The right to consume, to slay, to trample upon, who cared? Who was there to heed? There were no exceptions. What did she wish to sever? The chest? The abdomen? Or perhaps the neck? Ah, did it truly believe that instinctual beings were afraid? Very well. Let it fear a little more. Let it cower further. Such a sentiment would be far more delightful. Mirabel was utterly convinced of her superiority. Inching closer with each deliberate step, her tongue flicking out to moisten her lips, much like a predator taunting its prey. This scene evoked a haunting nightmare from Hermione's past. Mirabel exuded an air of danger, reminiscent of the way one might mock a basilisk. Her typically serene faade merely concealed the mask of her true nature. The golden-haired girl reveled in tormenting others, urging them to reveal their authentic selves. Let us behold that dangerously exquisite visage, unshackled from the confines of reason. The Slytherin monster brandished her wand, her laughter growing more sinister. Her golden eyes sparkled with a fierce light, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. There was no way to intervene, no aid for the Dementors. Then, the unstoppable girl brandished her wand with reckless abandon. A hand reached forth from the side, seizing Mirabel firmly. Stop, it commanded. Killing the Azkaban warden would be troublesome. The arm belonged to a man clad in a tattered, patched robe. His light brown hair was streaked with gray, and his pallid complexion suggested an ailment. Yet, the strength in the grip that held Mirabel was undeniable, and the reproachful gaze contained a profound power. It was none other than Remus Lupin, who would be responsible for the defense against the dark arts class that year. Mirabel gazed intently at the man's face for several moments before emitting a weary sigh, promptly retracting her arm. She deemed it a rightful act of self-defense. Ah! Even if she were to tear off his arm, it could be justified, yet to kill him would render her defense moot. The situation had only just begun to grow intriguing, but when her curiosity was abruptly interrupted, it became truly irksome. Mirabel, feeling a sense of tedium, tucked away her wand and assisted Edith in rising from the floor. As for the Dementor, that wretched creature, Lupin had spoken at length about it. Yet his interest had waned. He informed the Dementor that it had failed to conceal the cloak belonging to Sirius Black and bid it to depart. The Dementor appeared irate. Its arm having been severed, Emotionless, it cast a glance towards Mirabelle, who sensed its fear, prompting it to turn away and leave. Chocolate frogs? Relax. Edith was reluctantly compelled to consume a chocolate frog, while Mirabelle savored her own. Warmth spread through her limbs, restoring her to a normal state. Shortly thereafter, Edith took a bite of the chocolate, her complexion improving significantly. A glance at Harry and the others revealed they too had received chocolate bars from the Ragged Man, their appearances brightening considerably. "Do you know how to deal with Dementors?" a boy inquired, astonished as he observed Mirabelle relishing her chocolate. He addressed her, acknowledging the fundamental knowledge she possessed, stemming from her father, Heathcote Barrenford, a renowned expert in counterdark magic. Her mother, Mavis Barrenford, served as the deputy headmistress of Durmstrang, specializing in the dark arts, thus imparting upon Mirabelle an education steeped in such knowledge, which bordered on abuse. Following this, the train successfully traversed its journey and arrived at Hogwarts. The first-year students were sorted as usual, and new faculty members were introduced. At the forefront was Remus Lupin, responsible for the defense against the dark arts. Additionally, the care of magical creatures was entrusted to the gamekeeper, Hagrid, although Mirabelle voiced her concerns regarding the selection process. While Hagrid indeed possessed a fondness for animals and an aptitude for taming them, she questioned his suitability for teaching. Ultimately, Mirabelle perceived the anticipated lessons as a potential waste of time. Nevertheless, another bustling year was about to commence. Mirabelle realized, to her surprise, that she was actually looking forward to it. With a bitter smile, she observed the bustling atmosphere at the Slytherin table during breakfast the following morning. As she gazed at the circle of hearts, Malfoy pretended to faint, seemingly amusing those around him. There was no need to consider whom to imitate. It was a parody of Harry Potter, who had been rendered unconscious by the Dementors. Unsurprisingly, Harry was despised by the Slytherin students, having brought the Gryffindor trophy home for 2 consecutive years. If the matter of disgrace were to be discussed, Slytherin would willingly partake. Malfoy, too, trembled with fear at the mention of the Dementors. Edith muttered in disgust as she took a seat. Upon witnessing this, Mirabelle's lips curled into a smile. "Feeling good, Edith? What do you think of Porter? Is it like that? It seems you two get along splendidly." As Mirabelle cheerfully poured milk over her breakfast cereal, she remarked that, indeed, during the period from Christmas until the end of the term, Edith and Harry had developed a close relationship. The Slytherin's discovery of the monster's identity was a shared struggle, yet it was difficult to assert that there was no connection whatsoever. Well, if imitation brings joy, let us cease our chatter. It is of no consequence, Mirabelle thought, dismissing the matter. As for Mirabelle, since Malfoy honestly detested ghosts, she did not mind the idea of silencing him forcibly. However, when Mirabelle was rebuffed by Edith, she chose not to meddle further and instead grabbed a nearby bacon and egg. With a fork, she pierced the poached yolk, allowing the creamy filling to ooze forth, staining the white with yellow. A bite taken from the egg would release its rich aroma, enveloping her senses. Yet, she pondered why only Harry had fainted. Surely he was not so weak, at least not weaker than others. The weak and the strong, at least, aside from the psychological structure, which seemed stronger than any other in the field. So why? The Dementor is a creature that siphons away joy, ecstasy, and other emotions, leaving only the most dreadful experiences in one's mind. If Harry Potter's life was indeed so tragic, it would be natural for him to succumb. As Mirabelle munched on crisp cornflakes, she elucidated that the Dementor's mental prowess held little significance. With scant joyful experiences, it merely became a threshold for fainting. From her perspective, the pampered and blissful life of Malfoy had yet to be significantly affected. Conversely, Mirabelle believed that had he undergone the same ordeals as Harry, he might have succumbed to madness or fainted. How might one avert such a fainting spell? The swiftest method would be to employ the Patronus Charm, a form of quite advanced magic. The Patronus Charm? Is that what Mirabelle used on the train? Mirabelle smiled fearlessly at Edith's question and took a bite of the buttered bread. After moistening her throat with tea, she spoke. That enhanced aggressive guardian spirit. Originally a form of magic. Did you just mention advanced magic? Because there is little to be accomplished. Mirabelle spoke with an air of pride, wiping her mouth with a napkin, indicating that the meal had come to an end. It seemed she had indulged more than usual today. As for Edith, although somewhat taken aback, she appeared to have acclimated to the situation. One wonders if she too had considered doing the same. However, such a feat is fraught with difficulty. Unless one could employ the standard Patronus Charm, delving into the complexities of the modified version would be nearly impossible. Mirabelle scooped up the dessert pudding with a spoon, elaborating on the challenges Edith faced in mastering the Patronus Charm. Mirabelle employs an evolved and refined version of the Guardian spell, a technique that remains unparalleled outside of her own mastery. In a certain sense, it can only be processed through Mirabelle's unique consciousness, entirely devoted to her singular magical abilities. Now, let us discuss the Guardian spell. If you are inclined to know, I shall share, but might you wish to pause for a moment? Is there something on your mind? After savoring the dessert pudding, I dabbed my mouth with a napkin. Mirabelle took a breath, moistening her throat with warm tea. For Slytherin, long plagued by a streak of defeats, there was a glimmer of good news, while for Gryffindor, it served as the catalyst for nightmares. Indeed, in recent years, Marcus Flint had fervently declared his desire to triumph over Gryffindor. Though she initially intended to disregard this, the continuous losses of the house had become increasingly tiresome. She yearned to decisively vanquish Gryffindor. As she spoke, a smile graced Mirabelle's lips, filled with the assurance of her impending victory. I had intended to publish this in the afternoon, yet the word count exceeded 1,500, hence I decided to post it directly. I kindly ask for your encouragement to update. Add it to your bookshelf and leave a review. Thank you. In the third year, a new course was introduced, Magical Biology. The unforgettable first lesson of Hagrid's Magical Biology, unfortunately, ended in failure. Edith pondered that the course itself was flawed. It was quite understandable that Hagrid, renowned for his love of creatures, would bring forth a being that could lead to his own downfall. After all, it seemed rather ill-advised to introduce a creature known for its sudden attacks. Hagrid presented a proud creature known as the Hippogriff, which demanded a bow from those who sought to ride it, much like a certain emperor. Mirabelle did not bow her head. She merely persisted in riding, but ultimately, the eagle horse sustained a broken knee, thus proving that common sense is applicable. According to Mirabelle, she would bow to any creature, including living beings. It was evident that she harbored little interest in the lesson. As per usual, the issue stemmed from Draco Malfoy, who disregarded Hagrid's words and insulted the eagle, resulting in an attack. It was entirely self-inflicted, yet the reality of the student's injury was denied. Whenever Hagrid brought a creature that could cause harm, he was deemed the culprit. Rumors circulated throughout the school that Hagrid might soon be dismissed. Hey, do you think Hagrid will be fired? Edith remarked as they headed to a Defense Against the Dark Arts class on Friday afternoon. Several days had passed since then. Yet Malfoy's arm remained bandaged, and he was still groaning in pain. In response, Mirabelle acted as if nothing had transpired. It is quite serious, Malfoy's abrasion. If teachers were to be dismissed solely due to student injuries, most would last but a year. Is Malfoy still bound in bandages? If Pomfrey treated him and he has yet to heal, then even the term fragile would be an understatement. Mirabelle indicated that Malfoy's injuries had fully healed. This was merely an act to elicit sympathy from those around him, aimed at making Hagrid feel remorseful about the injuries he had sustained, while feigning that he had not yet recovered. Such behavior, devoid of purpose, was merely a source of trouble, bolstered by the support of his father, the son of Lucius, whose injuries had significantly impacted the Ministry of Magic, posed a considerable issue for the ministry. Well, one could only ponder what might transpire with Hagrid. It is hoped that this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class would proceed smoothly. As the doors swung open, the classroom came into view, where students had already gathered, eagerly anticipating the lesson. Mirabelle Edith occupied a window seat when Lupin entered the room. "Hello, class. Oh, just take your wands and follow along," he said, beckoning the students to enter the classroom. The lesson was to be a practical session on defensive magic, utilizing their textbooks. If one were to speak of it, it would be reminiscent of Gilderoy Lockhart's Dueling Club, albeit with a different vibe. Regardless, it promised to be quite intriguing. With this thought, the students clutched their wands and trailed behind Lupin into the classroom. The room was filled with mismatched old chairs, and a creaking wardrobe sat in the corner, clearly housing something that was stirring ominously within. The students, gripped by trepidation, could only imagine it was a boggart, though Lupin reassured them that there was nothing to fear. A hint of anxiety lingered in his voice. Boggarts preferred dark places, he explained, like drawers, the gaps beneath beds, and within lockers. Now, let us address the first question. What exactly is a boggart? It transforms into whatever one fears most. A simple inquiry, to be sure. Malfoy, with an air of pride, answered Lupin's question, while the Gryffindors appeared less certain. Precisely, Lupin affirmed. The boggart has yet to take form in the darkness. It knows what terrifies those outside, and thus cannot change. What does a boggart look like? Lupin continued. Well, Edith, no one truly knows what a boggart looks like until they encounter one. Once it is out, it morphs into your deepest fear. Meeting a boggart signifies recognizing your own appearance within your fears. However, by that time, the boggart has already transformed. Thus, one cannot ascertain its true visage nor behold it. But there is an advantage, he added. To defeat a boggart, one must confront it alongside someone else. Do you know why? Because it can only mimic what it knows. Ah, Daphne, you have so much insight. What do you think a boggart should transform into? A flying dragon? Or perhaps a crawling zombie? Lupin elaborated. The boggart will be befuddled and make foolish transformations. He continued to explain, employing a gentle tone to soothe the student's nerves. The spell to vanquish a boggart is quite simple. But it requires mental fortitude. You must confront the creature with laughter, transforming it into something amusing. All right, let us practice with our wands. On the count of 3. Say together, ridiculous. Lupin called, urging the class to chant in unison. Pleased with their collective response, he smiled and began to elaborate further. Very good. However, mere incantation is not sufficient. Well, Edith, can you do it? Indeed. But first, unless you truly attempt the exercise, you shall not master the technique, Lupin remarked, summoning Edith to take the lead. In Slytherin, where formidable individuals like Mirabelle Malfoy congregate, Edith finds herself remarkably close to the realm of common sense. It is hardly surprising that she has been chosen for this tutorial role. What instills fear? Ah, the basilisk. No wonder some students are taken aback merely by its name. After all, for an entire year, this creature has terrorized the entire school, leaving numerous victims in its wake. Particularly for Edith, who has been a direct victim of this calamity, an enduring sense of dread lingers in her heart. Ah, the basilisk. Its most dreaded feature is undoubtedly its gaze. By the way, Edith, what is your favorite animal? Ah, rabbits. Splendid. Then let us proceed. First, when the cupboard is opened, the boggart will transform into the basilisk. There, she raises her wand and begins to chant. Quite amusing, indeed. Now, let us focus on the beloved, round eyes of the rabbit. The basilisk, which fears the gaze of its adversary, should soon morph into those endearing eyes. One can easily envision the round-eyed basilisk that Lupin described. Edith gasps in surprise, and laughter ripples through the crowd. What of the boggart lurking within that cupboard? Clearly, laughter is indeed the boggart's nemesis. Should Edith succeed in vanquishing it, a mimicry of the creature will reveal its true form. Can one fathom what they fear the most, and how to render it amusing? With that thought, the room fell silent. Perhaps each individual was contemplating their deepest fears. Mirabelle, much like her students, pondered deeply. What instilled the most fear within her? A few candidates emerged, all utterly repugnant, yet undeniably evoking a profound dread. Firstly, there was the thought of undercooked, filthy food, a shameful emblem that Britain boasted to the world. She had endured everything. For Mirabelle, who loathed incompetence, the humiliation she feared was far worse than death itself. She would rather perish than expose her own clumsiness. Then she contemplated Albus Dumbledore. If one were to claim that the age-old wizard's power had not posed a threat, it would be a deception that had transpired 2 years prior. Yet it was impossible to forget, as the feeling of defeat lingered in her heart. In that moment, a multitude of images flooded Mirabelle's mind. The smile directed at her, the voice of someone who called themselves a friend, the silhouette of a gifted young girl, narrating dreams of the future, a young body, trampled by both incompetence and malice, rendered a cripple. And then, she would rather endure pain with her own hands than reveal such suffering. Lost in thought, Mirabelle pressed her forehead with her hand. Foolishness, utter terror, the sting of a lost event, the sensation of merely mimicking a monster, forever unable to transform. Just as these thoughts circled in her mind, Lupin appeared to commence the lesson anew. He raised his wand, prepared to open the cupboard. Is everyone all right? On the count of 3, we'll open it. 1, 2, 3. As the counting concluded, sparks erupted from the wand. It struck the cupboard handle, forcefully flinging it open. Suddenly, a massive snake slithered out, hissing ominously, causing the students to shut their eyes in unison. To their dismay, even if viewed as a tangible entity, it would petrify them. Edith nearly screamed, but quickly regained her composure, raising her wand. How absurd! Upon uttering the incantation, a crack like a whip resonated, transforming the serpent's eyes. What should have been fearsome yellow orbs morphed into gentle, rounded pupils, a sight both disconcerting and tragic. Its eyes moved like those of a creature caught in confusion. Laughter erupted among the students as the boggart serpent remained frozen in place, seemingly at a loss. Next, Blaise. The second student chosen was a young black boy named Blaise Zabini. As he approached, the boggart morphed into a savage beast, entirely black with bear-like claws. A mask shrouded its face, adorned with a terrifying grin, accompanied by guttural, labored breaths. How absurd. The whip-like sound echoed again, and the boggart, as if struck by a tempest, collapsed into the floor. Following Zabini's lead, a slender, dark-haired student stepped forward. His name was Theodore Nott, one of Slytherin's most renowned purebloods. As he stood before the boggart, it transformed into the goat-headed demon, Baphomet. How absurd. With a crack, Baphomet shifted into a mere sheep. Just a sheep. A sheep, stripped of its fleece, appeared quite pitiable. After a satisfied nod, Lupin called out another student's name. Mirabelle, come forth. Upon hearing her name, she approached. For some reason, the mimicking creature ceased its movements. Unable to transform from the sheep, its body swayed chaotically, as if it were aware of what it ought to become. It was at a loss. This was due to Mirabelle's mental affliction. She had entrusted her heart to no one, permitting none to enter, allowing no heart to read her own. The mimicking creature, adept at reading and imitating the thoughts of others, found itself at odds with Mirabelle. Her heart was filled to the brim, leaving no room for even a fleeting chance of telepathy. Nevertheless, the lesson continued. Mirabelle, with a disinterested click of her tongue, willingly conveyed her thoughts to the shape-shifting creature. The creature immediately transformed into that form, gleaming blue eyes, crescent-shaped spectacles, a curved key-like nose, and long silvery hair resembling the distinguished appearance of the school principal, Albus Dumbledore. Only Remus, along with the students, was startled by the principal's unexpected manifestation. How amusing. With a crack, the incantation commenced. Dumbledore's beard elongated, and the boggart, embodying Dumbledore, became ensnared in its own whiskers and tumbled down. Draco Malfoy, witnessing the fallen foe principal, smirked with glee. In his mind, he must have envisioned himself triumphantly vanquishing the boggart. The boggart, sensing his thoughts, morphed into something entirely unforeseen, a stunning girl with golden hair and eyes. Elegantly dressed, she appeared almost too beautiful, as if her inner malevolence was inversely proportional to her outward charm. She wore a white shirt, a vest, a blue tie, and a deep blue skirt that gracefully concealed her legs, complemented by knee-high white socks. A black cloak billowed around her like a cape, easily swept by the wind. Undoubtedly, it was Mirabelle Beresford. The counterfeit Mirabelle emerged with a mocking grin, her golden eyes peering down at Malfoy. Goo 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 goo. How delightful. Malfoy flushed, taking a step back from the malevolent imitation of Mirabelle. Yet he quickly regained his composure and raised his wand. There's no need to fear. Shape-shifting creature. Truly, all it does is become a ridiculous figure and laugh. A sharp voice suddenly pierced through the determined Malfoy. Huh. Dear Malfoy, do you wish to be embarrassed? The voice drained the color from Malfoy's face once more. Indeed, the real Mirabelle was within. The false one stood before him, caught between two Mirabelles. Malfoy trembled with dread. If he attempted to escape, he risked an attack from the imitation. However, if he sought to eliminate it, the true retribution awaited him behind. No matter how hard he tried, despair enveloped him. There seemed to be no way out. Unsurprisingly, Remus, with a troubled expression, dispatched a lifeboat. Look, over there. He directed the shape-shifting creature towards himself, prompting its transformation. The boggart instantly morphed into a silvery sphere that floated towards Remus. With a humorous charm, he turned it into a cockroach, which appeared utterly repulsive. Now Millicent. The boggart, grasping Millicent's thoughts, transformed into a colossal centipede. As Millicent cast her spell, it donned roller skates, causing its numerous legs to wobble uncontrollably. All right, Pansy. Pansy Parkinson's fear loomed like a white beast, its outline reminiscent of a grotesque fusion of a cat and a rabbit, with lifeless, crimson eyes. Upon sighting Pansy, the white creature tilted its head, as if beckoning her to sign a pact. At the very moment Pansy cast her spell, a magical surge transformed the beast into a mere bee. Well, that was confusing. Daphne, a student by the name of Daphne Greengrass, was then called forth. As she stepped up, the boggart morphed into a colossal figure clutching a bouquet, towering over her. It resembled a creature from folklore, known as Frankenstein's monster. How comical. As Daphne cast her spell, the monstrous figure instantly shrank into a tiny puppet, frantically glancing about. The terror associated with Frankenstein's monster dissipated due to its diminutive size. Subsequently, the students took their turns, and the boggart's transformations began to slow considerably. It was evident that it was utterly exhausted. All right, one last time. Edith, it's your turn. Finally, it was Edith's moment. She raised her wand with determination. The boggart, which had transformed into a serpent-like creature, swiftly morphed into a snake and collapsed to the ground. All the students chuckled at the sight, and the boggart, as if having lost its essence, erupted into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. Thus, the eradication of the boggart was splendidly accomplished. Well done. Each Slytherin earned 5 points for facing the boggart. Edith garnered 10 points for having faced it twice. Upon returning to the dormitory, all were expected to read the chapter on boggarts and submit a summary as today's assignment. Let the lesson commence. After the class was announced, students excitedly chatted as they exited the teacher's room, their discussions naturally revolving around the encounters with the magical creature. Edith appeared quite satisfied with the enriching experience of the lesson, her voice resonating with joy. The defense against the dark arts class had indeed been the most engaging thus far. It was true, the previous lessons had been lackluster. As Edith put it, this was undoubtedly the finest class. Moreover, the instructors had been rather disappointing up until now. By the way, why was Mirabel afraid of Dumbledore? It was said that she believed victory was unattainable against him. Ultimately, one must overcome a formidable barrier, yet she felt utterly defeated, unable to even glimpse the bottom line. With a frown, she candidly answered Edith's inquiry. A sense of humbling indignity churned within her. To truly reach the pinnacle, one must embrace their vulnerabilities. Without an awareness of one's weaknesses, overcoming them is impossible. Nevertheless, the feeling of frustration was indescribable. Upon realizing her own anger, she instinctively clenched her fists. Yet, at the same time, Mirabel held deep respect for Dumbledore. In terms of respect, he was a truly great wizard in his own right, which was part of the reason she admired him. Deep-seated disdain prevails. The capacity for forgiveness exists. Yet one remains complacent in a position akin to that of the headmaster of Hogwarts. At the pinnacle of the magical realm, endowed with enviable gifts, one becomes complicit in the corruption that plagues this world, a most lamentable state of affairs. Thus, one must inevitably surpass Dumbledore. For those who stand at the apex must always be deemed the finest. That year, during the Christmas season, an incident transpired amidst the quarrel between Edith and Mirabel. Within the Slytherin dormitory, an extraordinary scene inadvertently captured the attention of the students. A second-year girl sat upon a chair, her legs crossed, gazing disdainfully to the side, while a fifth-year boy bowed his head before her, tears streaming down his cheeks. Senior students, who ought to embody exemplary behavior for their younger peers, found themselves in a most peculiar tableau. Marcus Flint, the captain of the Quidditch team, was lowering himself before a mere 12-year-old girl. However, this scene did not evoke a sense of natural order. Ambition knows no age, and Mirabel Beresford was wholly committed to her aspirations, rendering discussions of seniority utterly meaningless. How many times must one utter the same sentiments? Marcus Flint. He continued to silently bow to Mirabel, who made no attempt to conceal her disdain. Flattery, intended to appease the girl, would only backfire. All he could do was demonstrate sincerity. Marcus felt as though a colossal hand pressed down upon him, compelling him to maintain his posture. Regardless of the number of times he pleaded, he would remain in line, enduring the humiliation. His ulterior motive was clear: to recruit Mirabel into the team. Under normal circumstances, the prospect of integrating a formidable girl into their ranks would be appealing. Yet now, desperation drove him to seek her assistance in the fierce competition against Gryffindor. He had been brought to such a low point that he could scarcely fathom the situation. As captain, Slytherin had a storied legacy of triumph, having claimed the trophy for 6 consecutive years. Yet, Marcus's glory was tarnished, despite having won the trophy that year. The direct confrontation with Gryffindor had resulted in a devastating defeat. Even a victory was only secured due to Harry Potter's downfall during the battle over the Philosopher's Stone. This year, despite the team being equipped with Nimbus 2001s, they faced utter calamity. The championship cup was perilously close to slipping away, and it seemed inevitable that it would be lost. They had to strive with every ounce of their being to secure a win. During Snape's training sessions, they sought to seize Gryffindor's pitch, even going so far as to involve Malfoy for the sake of the Nimbus 2001. The hope was to bring victory to the entire team, no matter how sullied the means. Yet all that remained was the shameful outcome of a cowardly defeat. Please, join us, Marcus implored time and again, bowing his head in desperation. Without warning, Mirabel's shoe struck his cheek, sending him sprawling. Marcus, with his frail legs, was propelled backward, colliding with several chairs in the common room, which subsequently crashed against the wall, causing a portrait to tumble to the floor. Get away. Can't you hear me? It was as if she had kicked a mere piece of refuse, devoid of any sense of guilt. Mirabel felt no remorse whatsoever. A true tyrant. Even the upperclassmen could be brought to their knees, attempting to bend to her will. She crossed her legs once more, casting her gaze down upon the fallen Marcus. Mirabelle's single blow inflicted tremendous damage, with blood streaming from the broken teeth and mouth, staining the floor a deep crimson. Madame Pomfrey could heal any dental fracture. Yet in the Muggle world, it would leave a lifelong scar. Oh, for heaven's sake! Beresford lent his strength to Slytherin House. However, Marcus, who thought he had learned his lesson, once again approached Mirabelle and bowed. At least he knew the girl would readily agree. Nevertheless, for the sake of victory, he sought power, for Slytherin was the most reviled house in the school. Should Slytherin lose the match, the other 3 houses would mercilessly mock them. If they won, there would be nothing but derision. Therefore, he yearned to achieve at least a magnificent victory to avoid the scorn of the other 3 houses. Regardless of their weakness, they would proudly declare their triumph. He desperately wished to defeat Gryffindor. Harry Potter. He longed to surpass Oliver Wood. He cast aside shame and pride, humbly pleading. What would it be like to be solely focused on victory? He squinted appreciatively, placing his foot on the floor, while Marcus's fingers pressed against it. With a slight exertion, his 4 fingers bent into an arch, causing a dull ache in the joints. If Mirabelle were to apply more force, his fingers would bend painfully in the wrong direction, resulting in excruciating agony. He reconsidered. He would accept the trial. Such broken fingers. If he raised his voice in pain, would it help? What was he to do now? If he wished to stop, he must wait. He considered it a form of bravado. If the girl said she would do so, she would indeed follow through. He nodded. But ultimately, she mercilessly snapped his fingers. Madame Pomfrey would mend the broken digits, yet the suffering was surely unimaginable. Marcus swallowed hard, looking up at Mirabelle. To be honest, he wanted to flee, to give up, to escape this place. However, the thought of the mocking faces from the other houses made him feel he had to stay. Thus, Marcus resolved to gaze directly into the golden eyes of the girl and declared, "I agree." He promised that if he persevered, he would join the team and bring victory to Slytherin. Mirabelle gazed expressionlessly into Marcus's eyes, and for the first time, she smiled. That enchanting smile captivated Marcus, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. The girl was distant, yet the demon within admired Marcus's unwavering resolve. Well done, Marcus Flint, for your tenacity in the face of victory. Therefore, let a commitment be made in its name, ensuring that the elixir of triumph shall be bestowed. The clarity of his voice resonated warmly, even amidst the unbearable pain coursing through his fingers. Marcus could hear the sound of his own fingers breaking, the agony so intense that it rendered him nearly unconscious. Nevertheless, he refrained from crying out until the very end. Marcus fell to the ground, still smiling, harboring the belief that Slytherin would triumph the following year. In his final moments, he heard Mirabelle's heartfelt words of praise. Proudly, "Marcus Flint, you have earned this." Time rushed forward, and soon it was October. In the chilly locker room corner of the Quidditch pitch, Gryffindor Captain Oliver Wood shouted to his team. His voice brimmed with the spirit of battle, imbued with an unusual sense of tragedy. "Gentlemen, this is our last chance, our final opportunity to claim the Quidditch Cup." Oliver paced before his teammates, the weight of the moment palpable. After this year, they would leave, never to have another shot at glory. In the span of 7 years, Gryffindor had only tasted victory once, an illustrious triumph. He longed to depart the school adorned with that coveted crown. As he spoke, Oliver paused, clenching his fists. The anxiety etched on their faces flickered, replaced by a grim determination as they faced the looming threat to their crown. This year's Quidditch Arena was filled with formidable opponents, as if conspiring to thwart their championship aspirations. With the changing academic year, the dynamics of the teams shifted as well. Some were weakened by the departure of stalwart players, while others grew stronger with the arrival of fresh talent, like Harry, who had joined Gryffindor 2 years prior. This year, both teams experienced such transformations. Cedric Diggory, the new captain of Hufflepuff, stood out as the most remarkable of the 4 houses, a figure of undeniable prominence. Cedric Diggory was a wizard of exceptional skill, charm, and character, making him a popular figure at school. Yet, in addition to Cedric, there was another player to be wary of, casting a shadow over the upcoming Quidditch match. Then, the worst of fears materialized. Mirabelle Beresford has officially declared her allegiance to the Slytherin team. Oliver was utterly confounded by the sanguine and bitter remarks. None of the students at the school were familiar with Mirabelle's name. She was both feared and revered, labeled as a tyrant, a demon, and a basilisk slayer. Her overwhelming magical prowess was unparalleled, even surpassing that of 7th-year students and teachers, who would find themselves laughingly trampled in battle. the meticulously arranged beauty, akin to that of a deity, effortlessly captivated others, enchanting them into becoming her loyal soldiers. Regarded as the most beautiful girl in Slytherin, she ultimately decided to partake in the Quidditch matches. However, the news was entirely erroneous. Beresford had no interest whatsoever in Quidditch, while Marcus had long recognized her talent. Her temperament led him to believe she could follow in his footsteps. Surely, if any means were employed, regardless of their efficacy, if the news were indeed true, a formidable adversary had emerged. Yet, Oliver reminded himself that she was merely a third-year female student. His teammate Angelina Johnson was calling out to console the despondent Oliver. However, upon hearing her words, Oliver exclaimed in disbelief, gazing incredulously at Angelina. A mere third-year student would undoubtedly excel in broomstick riding. And Harry, upon hearing Angelina's statement, Oliver retorted, "Indeed." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he lifted his head, appearing somewhat calmer. "Yes, that is correct. Beresford is undoubtedly a strong opponent. But we are the best, the top team in the school. 3 excellent chasers, 2 formidable beaters, and our seeker always brings victory to the team. Not to mention the goalkeeper, who will fend off everything." Oliver bellowed as loudly as he could, and his teammates fervently nodded in agreement. Fear was absent. This was arguably the finest Quidditch team in recent years. Even in the long history of Hogwarts, it was rare to witness such a band of heroes. Without a doubt, Gryffindor boasted some of the most formidable members in its history. "That's right, Oliver," Fred shouted. "This will be our year." Angelina followed closely. "We will definitely win," Harry declared, summoning his courage. Mirabel was undoubtedly filled with trepidation. Perhaps no student understood the nature of such power better than Harry. With the broomstick in hand, Harry triumphed. For the sky was his domain, a thought that lingered in his mind. Even if Mirabel were his adversary, she wished for defeat. Such was the indomitable spirit of Gryffindor. This transformed into a resonant masculine voice that reverberated throughout the locker room. After a meal, one could still pen a chapter, completing the ambitious task of 15,000 words. As October drew to a close, Halloween approached. The school organized a weekend excursion to Hogsmeade. Numerous students congregated in the snow-laden village, as if they had just stepped from a Christmas card, exploring the shops according to their own interests. Mirabel Edith also arrived in Hogsmeade, accompanied by a rather unexpected companion. She was aware of their close proximity, yet did not anticipate walking alongside Granger. Mirabel's gaze fell upon the peculiarly emaciated Hermione. Mirabel neither reproached nor scrutinized. Edith sensed something and, as if to protect Hermione, opened her mouth but refrained from speaking. Harry had not received permission from home, and Ron was still in the hospital. Oh, St. Mungo's Hospital? Harry, Ron, and Hermione had always been companions, yet here they were. Harry was under the watchful eye of Sirius. As the teacher wished to leave the school, while his relatives harbored a deep-seated prejudice against Muggles and had always detested magic. As for Ron, he had not yet returned from the hospital due to the effects of Lockhart's memory charm. It was a potent spell that had dire consequences, fortunately. The memory charm was strong enough that the healer mentioned he would have to remain hospitalized for another year before he could return to school. Well, that is unfortunate. Thank you, Mirabel. Edith expressed her gratitude, appreciating Mirabel's unreserved acceptance of Hermione. In truth, Mirabel had no reason to refuse, as she had always found Hermione's excellence rather irritating. Initially, they planned to begin their outing at Honeyduke's. Honeyduke's, a confectionery renowned for its delightful sweets, is a hallmark of Hogsmeade. The decision to head there had already been made by Mirabel. More precisely, it was the primary reason for their visit to Hogsmeade. They traversed the snow-laden village, passing various shops along the way. Given the biting cold, Edith felt a sense of melancholy as she glimpsed the Three Broomsticks pub. Mirabel, if we're buying sweets at Honeyduke's, why are we heading in that direction instead of towards it? She inquired, her thoughts trailing towards the warmth of butterbeer. Of course, it was limited to the chilly days. Butterbeer, a specialty hot beverage at the Three Broomsticks, is referred to as beer, but it is certainly not actual beer. It is a sweet drink made from milk, butter, egg yolks, and sugar, named so because its froth resembles that of beer. Although it is a specialty of the Three Broomsticks, Mirabel was well aware of what the drink entailed. All right, she concluded, and then Hermione whispered to Edith. Casting a glance at Mirabel's retreating figure, she attempted to lower her voice, as if hoping Mirabel would overhear. Hey, Edith. What? Do you wonder why we are so close to Beresford? Hermione posed her question. Mirabel and Edith, much like Harry and Ron, are often inseparable. Yet the combination of their characters is rather perplexing. On one hand, Edith embodies a sense of normalcy and wisdom, while on the other, Mirabelle is rather eccentric. Edith, a student of Slytherin, is considerate, kind-hearted, and possesses a sound moral compass. She is so close to understanding the essence of Slytherin that she realizes why it holds such significance. Conversely, Mirabelle lacks manners and empathy. Her moral values are quite chaotic and self-serving. She perceives others merely as pests, ruthlessly eliminating them while shrieking in delight. Such thoughts align with Slytherin traditions. Yet her existence mirrors that of an arrogant Slytherin student. Honestly, it is difficult to ascertain how they coexist. While I can empathize with their feelings, the extreme nature of their pairing resembles that of Harry and Malfoy holding hands. Their values and tastes align perfectly, suggesting the potential for friendship. Nevertheless, they continue to exist as companions, embodying a paradox. Hermione remains intrigued. Indeed, within Mirabelle's thoughts, there exists a scarcity of positivity. Mirabelle is undoubtedly a tyrannical ruler. However, the standards are based solely on the capabilities of the officials rather than merely on lineage. Mirabelle's heart transcends all, including the so-called pure bloodline. For someone like Edith, being governed by Mirabelle and Slytherin is a source of happiness. It would be prudent to advise Harry to remain composed. Why? Although aware of the circumstances, Mirabelle has acknowledged Senior Flint and accepted the invitation to join the Quidditch team. Edith, instead of worrying about Mirabelle, is concerned that Harry might suffer a devastating defeat. Contemplating the prospect of completely vanquishing Harry, the pillar of Gryffindor, Mirabelle was undoubtedly determined to proceed. Upon hearing certain words, Hermione's complexion turned pale. Sensing that her friend was shrouded in darkness, for something had befallen her companion. After returning from Hogsmeade, the Halloween festivities at Hogwarts were nothing short of spectacular. Intricately carved jack-o'-lanterns adorned the hall, while hundreds of bats fluttered about. Orange ribbons danced through the air, mimicking the patterns of a tempest, and an array of Halloween-themed pumpkin dishes left everyone in awe. The chorus of Trick or Treat began, with students clad in costumes, eagerly receiving sweets. After all, it was Halloween, a perfect occasion to indulge in various confections. Soon after, the much-anticipated day of the first Quidditch match arrived. The atmosphere was palpable, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. The winds howled fiercely, the rain fell like gunfire, and the thunder roared as if a cannon had been fired nearby. All the trees swayed violently, and in a mere moment, umbrellas were turned inside out. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Gryffindor and Slytherin was about to commence. During the match, the Slytherin Seeker, Mirabelle, unexpectedly uttered a phrase. As the Seeker, she was compelled to act against Marcus's wishes. Draco Malfoy, the original Seeker, had lamented, "Oh, I truly hope my arm heals soon." Consequently, he was absent from the match, leaving little to be desired. With a reluctant heart, he gazed at the plaster cast encasing his arm, seated alone on a bench, enveloped in an eerie melancholy. In truth, the injury had long since healed. However, Mirabelle was resolute in her desire to win, determined to play regardless. The team's morale was a fragile thread, heightening the chances of defeat. As the banners signifying the match unfurled ominously, what spell was cast? Something akin to telepathy. With a snap of her fingers, a current of numbness surged through the minds of the Slytherin team, accompanied by a clear thought. It was a sensation of liberation, as if a wall that had long been recognized was suddenly demolished. Mirabelle's voice resonated in the minds of each team member. "Can you hear me?" "Well, The player Mondrian was startled by the sudden voice echoing in his mind. The spell Ipeoe sensory dialogue was typically taught only in the 6th year, a magic that allowed one-sided telepathic communication, intercepting the thoughts of others. It was an ineffable delight to instantaneously relay commands. "Can you hear me?" The match would proceed, with the telepathic connection transmitting orders to the team. As the commander for this round, Flint pondered whether Marcus could comprehend it. Mirabelle's words echoed like a captain's proclamation of change. In response, Dryan cast a glance toward Marcus. Yet Marcus's expression revealed no trace of hesitation. For the sake of victory, pride had already been cast aside. Everything was entrusted to Mirabelle. With that thought in mind, once Marcus's determination was acknowledged, Dryan's teammates also came to accept the reality. To compete against the finest team, Gryffindor, in Hogwarts over the past 2 years, there was no alternative but to place their hopes in Mirabelle. Thus, Marcus, in his unseemly guise, became a focal point of attraction. Consequently, to reward their diligent efforts, Mirabelle cast a satisfied glance and continued speaking. "Any competitor who divulges strategies and tactics will be severely reprimanded, for there is one hope, that in this contest, the brutish display deemed cowardly will be utterly eradicated. Mirabelle's words left the entire Slytherin team gasping in disbelief. One of Slytherin's defining characteristics is their propensity for crude fouls. Although they faced severe criticism from their own house, such tactics propelled the team towards victory, regardless of the disdainful remarks made. The ultimate goal remained the same, the pursuit of triumph, driven by an obsession with a violent style of play. Mirabelle announced the abolition. What a foolish decision. The aspects should remain consistent. Shouldn't beautiful athletes, who value chivalry like Gryffindor, naturally emerge? Nevertheless, Mirabelle's expression remained unwavering. With a fearless smile, she spoke clearly despite the rain. She asserted that if one wins, it must be a complete victory. The shattered confidence, the broken nose, the trampled self-esteem, these only signify a victory for those who can still stand. There should be no excuses for defeat. If one loses, it is due to foul play. Had the game been fair, victory would have been theirs. If they possessed the skill, they would triumph, and if given another chance, they would prepare such excuses and ensure others did the same. The girl, with a beautiful yet cruel smile, declared, "What is complete victory? What constitutes true failure? There is not an ounce of excuse, not a glimmer of hope, nor a trace of mercy, only a crushing defeat. This is the essence of victory. Is this not the true path to winning?" As the girl spoke with clarity, the players held their breath, as if enchanted by her words. Indeed, if one could vanquish Gryffindor in a single stroke, what immense satisfaction and superiority would that bring? So why not pursue it? Let us honor the chivalric spirit in a manner befitting Gryffindor, adhering to the beloved sportsmanship, and commit to an irrefutable fair competition. On this stage, in this manner, let the final failure be sculpted. Only then will the elixir of victory be truly delectable. Athletes, chivalry, where is it? The girl exuded no spirit whatsoever. She showed not a shred of respect for her opponent, only a cruel determination, solely wishing to wound the other's heart. Is there any dissent? No. Regarding Mirabelle's challenge, 5 players, aside from Marcus, voiced their agreement and rose to their feet. They now understood. An irresistible tactic. They were to transform into formidable adversaries. Very well. Let us proceed. With that, Mirabelle grasped her favored broom, the silver arrow. Simultaneously, the Slytherin team member mounted the Nimbus 2001 and soared into the air. The rain danced as they each ascended to their designated positions. Gryffindor 2 took their places, with Mirabelle facing Harry directly. "Hey, Potter, are your glasses wet?" "Beresford," Harry replied, his voice muffled by the downpour, yet calm against the golden-haired girl's serene face. The moment had finally arrived. Ever since Harry entered the school, a lingering fear had nestled within him. He had longed to know if he could indeed win. His opponent now stood before him, the Slytherin tyrant manifesting as an adversary. He chastised his withering heart as he glared at Mirabelle. Very well, let this be an empty Quidditch match. In the realm of magical prowess, there was little chance of victory, but if it came to a battle, defeat was certain. His expression reflected admiration. Only those who possess confidence in their own skills can truly exhibit such expressions, believing that regardless of whom they face, defeat is inevitable. Yet, possessing extraordinary talent instills an unwavering assurance. The whistle sounded, heralding the commencement of the match, and the players moved in unison. It mattered not if they believed they could be vanquished. Understandably, Hogwarts was ranked first, with only one other contender in sight. As Harry gazed upon the field, he realized that Slytherin had taken the lead. Swift and fierce, it was as if the tempest had never ceased. Rapid and precise, akin to a colossal creature. It mirrored the quintessential Slytherin style as it pursued Gryffindor. It appeared as though these movements were orchestrated by some invisible force. A sense of shame washed over him. Even if victory were attainable, there was no doubt that a remarkable rider stood before them. The opponent's prowess was undeniable, far surpassing mere talent. It seems they have already triumphed. Yes, they have prevailed, Potter. Indeed, they have won. Harry's gaze was fixed upon Mirabelle, entirely oblivious to Gryffindor's predicament. Harry was earnest, and the girl was equally serious, delivering lines that were both humorous and gravely sincere. Surely, victory was assured. He was convinced that no matter what transpired, they would emerge defeated. Just like a hiccup after a sip of soda, or Professor McGonagall's penalties for rule-breaking, he harbored not a shred of doubt regarding the impending loss, as if it were simply destined to occur. How proud, how arrogant, how audacious. The crux of the match. What dilemma? Can a foggy pair of glasses truly obscure one's vision? Can one spot the golden snitch soaring in the wake of another? Upon hearing Mirabelle's words, Harry inhaled deeply. After being informed, he glanced around, and in that fleeting moment, perceived a golden shadow behind Mirabelle. Simultaneously, a chill crept down his spine. If what had just been said were true, it would imply that Mirabelle had indeed spotted the golden snitch. It was as though she meant to share the revelation, yet deliberately overlooked it. What could be the reason? Surely to keep the advantage concealed. For crushing flawless talent bore no significance. Mirabelle Wendy smiled, embodying a blend of arrogance and selfishness, yet also exhibiting a certain degree of generosity, particularly towards those who performed well. Harry was undoubtedly one of them. However, it brought a sense of joy to their opponents in the realm of competition. It was imperative to address those spectacles first. If one were to ask Granger, she would surely advocate for taking some action. What a disgrace! Harry even endeavored to seize the golden snitch with all his might. A voice echoed, "Don't touch it," taunting him mercilessly, yet Harry gritted his teeth in response. "Request a timeout. Come back, Harry." Captain Oliver called out to him, and Harry cast a glance at Mirabelle before promptly departing. As it was, in such a state, the chances of victory were slim. Though his face flushed with anger, he hesitated not in executing the best course of action to triumph. Indeed, even without the heroic aura, that fellow was worthy of admiration. Mirabelle coldly smiled as she walked onto the field. Marcus's teammates had already gathered there, and upon seeing Mirabelle's arrival, their expressions were filled with respect. An 80-0 score? The gap was indeed staggering. Oh, victory was within reach, a match that had become thoroughly one-sided. The Gryffindor team struggled to cooperate, while the Slytherin team found unity through Mirabelle's mental prowess. The stark contrast between the two teams was manifested in the unprecedented differences they created. At one point, Gryffindor's only desperate attempt was for the Seeker, Harry, to catch the golden snitch. But was Mirabelle truly unconcerned? Shouldn't she have been able to seize the snitch perfectly as soon as Potter spotted it? Do not utter such words, Flint. I am still very much looking forward to the fight. Even with her foggy glasses, she remained a formidable opponent. Mirabelle's assessment of Harry is remarkably sincere, devoid of any pretense. She eagerly anticipates the forthcoming match against him. In a sense, Mirabelle is also an admirer of Harry, even if only as a Quidditch player. Well, if one were an ordinary fan, one might contemplate how to overpower the opponent. According to the directives, there should be no concerns, only the aspiration for victory. Oh, believe. There is absolutely no error in that sentiment, Mirabelle. No clouds overshadow Mirabelle's path. Only the glorious road to triumph lies ahead. Hence, those who stand by Mirabelle will undoubtedly believe in her. Absolutely. Continue the match. Let us go. With the sound of a whistle, the players returned to their respective positions. Mirabelle ascended once more, confronting Harry. With these glasses, I can see more clearly, Potter, she remarked. Ah, thanks to Hermione. Harry's spectacles, now enhanced, provided improved visibility due to Hermione's waterproof charm. At this juncture, the Gryffindor Seeker had been revived, yet Mirabelle's expression remained unchanged. After all, she had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. There were still errors to rectify. Only then could she relish the battle with Harry. Thunder rumbled as Harry's gaze fixated on the ceiling of the Great Hall. It was imperative to consider what his eyes beheld. Surely he was distracted by the black dog. Sirius Black, lurking nearby. Mirabelle gazed intently, murmuring, "Wait. Porter, what?" 5 seconds would suffice. Maintain your focus. When asked for clarification, Harry spoke. Suddenly, the surrounding sounds faded, enveloped in darkness. To comprehend the unfolding situation, he glanced downward, only to behold the horrifying silhouettes of over 100 Dementors surging into the stadium, along with Mirabelle's descent. As he beheld the visage concealed beneath the Dementor's hood, Harry's consciousness began to wane, and a voice echoed in his mind, a desperate plea from the mother of that infant, imploring for Harry's life and denouncing Voldemort. As Mirabelle Dove, she unleashed her magical prowess, frustrated by Dumbledore's prohibition against attacking students. The Quidditch match seemed to offer a peculiar sort of thrill. Harry was particularly susceptible to such influences. According to Mirabelle's calculations, once the Dementors appeared, Harry would require 5 seconds before succumbing. If the Dementors were not vanquished by then, Harry would faint, and Slytherin would automatically claim victory. Yet Mirabelle desired no such hollow triumph, reliant on the defeat of others or mere happenstance. Those filthy beggars again. 5 seconds felt far too brief. If Harry were to lose consciousness, he might awaken only halfway, and the Firebolt 2000 would shatter into pieces. In such a scenario, to prevent this calamity, a span of 5 seconds or longer was imperative. In the realm of Mirabelle, there exist pests that are more valuable than mere filth. creatures that seek to tarnish the triumph of Mirabelle, a matter from a bygone year. They cunningly employed the capable instructor Lockhart to retrieve a book from the forbidden shelf, acquiring a tome entitled Time Turner, which meticulously delineates a method to reverse the flow of time. Upon glimpsing a fragment, Mirabelle unconditionally believed in the possibility. Indeed, the Time Turner exists. If so, it implies that its creator has at least attained the pinnacle of temporal magic. Mirabelle, with her humble demeanor, permits the extraordinary to unfold. Her overwhelming self-esteem serves as a pillar, perfecting the realm. The invincible magic of this space reigns, even over the world. Time stands still. In this moment, everything halts. Harry, on the verge of fainting, rushes into the arena, alongside the flustered Dumbledore and the players. Neither the Dementors nor the audience, not even the Tempest, stirs. The magic invented by Mirabelle after her research on the interdimensional converter constitutes the ultimate taboo of manipulation between realms. Now, the world solely belongs to Mirabelle, who can freely shape her own universe. In the suspended moment, Mirabelle unleashed a spell designed to combat Dementors, the Attack Patronus charm. This charm evolved from the original Patronus, revealing a magnificent apparition behind Mirabelle. The Guardian, with cascading silvery hair and a serene visage, possessed delicate limbs and an ethereal grace. It was indisputable that the Patronus could alter its appearance based on personality, memories, and thoughts manifesting in various animal forms. Yet, Mirabelle summoned a guardian that embodied the essence of a youthful maiden. "Enjoy to your heart's content, lead us," she exclaimed, invoking the name of the soulless guardian and directing it towards the heart of the Dementor. With a swift motion, the slender arm of the silvery maiden pierced the belly of the Dementor. The obstacles in her path, their stances, movements, and very existence, evoked a primal instinct. In this moment of dread, the repugnant creatures that obstructed Mirabelle's journey were nothing more than vermin. The assault from the Patronus was relentless, its graceful form dancing as it struck one Dementor after another. In this halted world, the malevolent beings, incapable of resistance, were mercilessly torn apart. Would one truly believe such a scene if witnessed? A silver-haired girl, scarcely 10 years old, appeared to be dancing upon the remnants of the Dementors. As the body of the Dementor shattered and disintegrated, a golden-haired girl began to sing. The so-called most malevolent creature on Earth was utterly crushed without a trace of resistance. All perish. Ha ha. Every foul insect that stood in the way is obliterated. As Mirabelle's voice grew more fervent, the dance of the girl intensified with passionate fervor. Once she confirmed that all the Dementors had been vanquished, Mirabelle recalled her Patronus, allowing a brief moment of respite for 8 seconds before declaring the world would begin to flow once more. In that instant, comprehension of the events that had transpired eluded her. In the fleeting moment of Mirabelle's 8 seconds, the Dementors were sent reeling as if struck by a powerful vehicle. Gripping Harry's arm, he felt himself on the brink of losing consciousness due to the presence of the Dementors. Mirabelle, the tyrant of Slytherin, now stood in opposition to Harry, forcefully pulling him upright. A resounding crack echoed through the air, and the sudden impact widened Harry's eyes in astonishment. "Hey, hold on. There are no more Dementors." Harry paused for a few seconds, recalling that the match was still in progress. He glanced around in disbelief, confirming that the game had not yet concluded. Relieved, he exhaled slowly, attempting to regain his composure, yet his body seemed unresponsive, his fingers completely numb. Wood called for a second timeout. "Don't forget to eat chocolate. When faced with Dementors, the body turns icy. The best remedy in such a scenario is indeed chocolate, while the reason behind its efficacy remains a mystery. Witnessing the effects of mundane chocolate devoid of magic elucidates that it warms the spirit, bringing joy to both body and mind, serving as the most effective defense against Dementors. Anything would suffice, as long as it contained proteins, carbohydrates, or sugars, all of which could yield similar results." Mirabelle returned to the field to collect the chocolates distributed by Hodge to the players. Even she was affected by the Dementors. After consuming the chocolate, her physical condition slightly improved. However, it did not restore her to a state of perfection. She was merely in a better condition than before, yet still not at her optimal state. Was she able to move? It was of no concern. She swallowed the chocolate and inquired about her teammates. Then Marcus, swaying his body, asserted emphatically that it was evident there was a rebound within him. Continuing the match could prove perilous. He had hoped to widen the score gap, a greedy ambition that should have been fulfilled. If they could hold on for 3 more minutes, they would complete the match. Understood. Mirabelle resolved to take flight once more. After a brief interlude, Harry returned, ready for the final confrontation of the match. His complexion remained pale, yet he appeared considerably more recovered than before. With no further obstacles in sight, it was time to engage in battle. Harry fixed a sharp gaze upon Mirabelle, who was jesting amiably. However, that very look brought Mirabelle a sense of comfort. The thought of those piercing green eyes twisting about in the future evoked an exhilarating thrill within her. As the whistle blew to signal the resumption of the match, Harry's attention shifted from Mirabelle, scanning the field frantically. The speed of his transitions was one of his strong suits. Looking ahead, he saw nothing but torrential rain. Suddenly, a bludger soared past, prompting him to deftly maneuver his body to avoid it. A glance to the side revealed no sign of the golden snitch either. As usual, Mirabelle wore a fearless smile, brimming with confidence in her impending victory. Harry averted his gaze, vowing to shatter that expression. Behind him, he caught sight of Fred striking the bludger, while a glimmer of gold flickered in the distance. Before Harry could contemplate further, he transformed into a whirlwind, his body bending as he soared through the air like a bird. Simultaneously, Mirabelle pursued him, flying alongside. Faster, faster, faster. Harry concentrated solely on the task at hand. Accelerating swiftly, he was determined not to lose. Until now, he had always triumphed. If this direct confrontation turned into a protracted struggle, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Confident in himself, Harry noticed Mirabelle's smile deepening beside him. The silver arrow effortlessly outpaced his Nimbus 2000. What was that? An arrow shot forth at an astonishing speed. Harry could hardly believe his eyes as it hurtled towards its target. The Nimbus 2000 had reached its maximum velocity, yet he was certain it was the fastest it could go. But why had Mirabelle appeared so suddenly? He pondered the astonishing speed of her retreating figure. In reality, the entire event transpired in mere seconds, with the distance being no more than 5 meters. Yet for Harry, those few seconds felt interminable, as if Mirabelle's figure was receding into infinity. His senses stretched out, yearning to grasp something. However, his trembling hand could barely reach Mirabelle's back. Those once confident emerald eyes were now wide with despair. In an instant, Harry's vision sharpened. The golden-haired girl had seized the golden snitch. The Gryffindor players sat in the stands, stunned by the downpour, unable to utter a single word as the entire arena fell into a paralyzing silence. Wood continued to stare at the scoreboard, as if his very soul had vanished, while Harry gazed into the void. What just happened? Why is the scoreboard displaying a disheartening score of 240-0? Unable to confront the harsh reality, it feels like a certain nightmare. I wish to believe that upon awakening, I would find that the match had not yet commenced, and I could chuckle, dismissing it as merely a frightful dream as I stroll towards the hall. However, reality is merciless. No matter how long I wait, I cannot awaken from this dream. Has Hogwarts truly been the finest team in recent years? As the best team, one should not succumb to defeat. Yet, we have lost. For a singular reason, the inclusion of a member from Slytherin. Is this truly the case? It seems that the efforts to surpass have been effortlessly trampled upon. To illustrate, the world is replete with countless occurrences, some so brutally overwhelming that one feels utterly powerless. Natural disasters, calamities, ordinary individuals find themselves ensnared, left to lament their helplessness before ultimately surrendering. Is this truly the case? I could not respond to Wood's call. McGonagall, feeling despondent as she surveyed the muddy pitch, found herself at a loss for words, while the cheerleaders remained silent, save for the raucous cheers of the Slytherin supporters. We lost. Harry, taken aback, gazed blankly into the void. He desperately pondered the questions at hand, yet nothing transpired. Was it anger? The same conditions applied to our adversaries. Thanks to Hermione, our visibility was superior to that of our opponents. Had Dementors been involved? Yet they were repelled by Mirabelle. Even as we consumed chocolate and took a moment to rest, our physical condition indeed deteriorated, but so did that of our adversaries. Did they resort to violent means? When? When did the opposing team employ such tactics? Slytherin typically resorts to underhanded methods, yet this time, they did not, and they exhibited greater chivalry. I must concede that the match was undeniably fair in every aspect. Where was Mirabelle? Oh, I see. We lost because we encountered a disaster named Mirabelle Beresford, a calamity against which ordinary individuals are powerless. In short, there is no recourse. It is neither right nor wrong. We were simply caught in an unavoidable disaster. Confronting Mirabelle would be futile, thus there is no shame to be felt. The footsteps did not cease. Everything was equally trampled upon. If fortune favored us, we had no choice but to surrender. With such thoughts, Harry struck himself in the face. Admit it, such notions are of no use. With these thoughts, I truly defeated that girl. I would become a coward, even among the ranks of the defeated. Why then? Does Harry accept this? He acknowledges defeat because of Mirabelle. Justifiable reasons are sought. Any form of farce is acceptable. Was it not coerced? The painful humiliation of being a loser weighs heavily. Accepting defeat shatters Harry's heart. He can no longer face that girl. He wishes to be a coward. Harry's emotions echoed in a heartfelt shout. Have I not practiced enough? Lacking sufficient strategy. Insufficient desire to win. The broom's difference. The position of the golden snitch. What is this? The reasons remain the same. The facts may have been lost, yet it does not imply that the odds of victory are nil. Harry Potter is ensnared. Praised by Dumbledore for his impeccable mental strength, yet his heart is fraught with yielding. It is a reckless or selfish force that pierces the soul. Even when it is rife with contradictions, Harry's true strength resides within his heart, intricately linked with Mirabelle. This is why he embraces failure, yet never relinquishes hope. What? Did one truly believe that a shattered heart is merely an ambition gone awry? The joyous voice of a girl reverberates in Harry's ears, rekindling his determination and lifting his spirits anew. Although he won with such an overwhelming advantage, it must seem peculiar to the boy whose eyes have regained their luster. Yet simultaneously amusing. Perhaps it is mere imagination, but the voice dances joyfully. He is lost. Indeed, an indisputable failure. Yet he is willing to concede. Harry gazes intently at Mirabelle, those eyes that could be deemed a complete failure. To acknowledge this is more significant than the defeat itself. The performance of the broomstick and the resolve to win were both lacking. If only they had been sufficient, the chances of victory might have materialized. What a grotesque excuse. Potter, self-justification of a loser. A failure who continues to wail, again and again. If one were to cease their lamentations, even a failure would be reduced to merely an ordinary dog. Mirabelle gazed at Harry with an expressionless countenance. Harry, in turn, stared back at Mirabelle, his face etched with unwavering determination. Did this moment linger for mere seconds? Ultimately, it was Mirabelle who shattered the silence with a heartfelt laughter. Ha 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 ha. Mirabelle Beresford halted, confronted by the mocking laughter of Voldemort. It was a laughter that seemed to revel in sheer enjoyment. Mirabelle smiled with a deep sense of satisfaction, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Eventually, her laughter ceased, and with an expressionless face, she addressed Harry. How amusing, truly amusing, Harry Potter. Acknowledging one's own failures is tantamount to accepting defeat. Look at you, the living boy, the protagonist, Dumbledore's favorite. Until now, every time Mirabelle gazed at or spoke of Harry, the filter of perception was invariably switched on. Harry's evaluations always paled in comparison to Hermione's, and he believed this to be justified. Most importantly, the surrounding environment or relational dynamics were particularly influential. His mental state rendered him distinct. He became a source of trouble for those around him, acting recklessly. Yet his heart was braver than any other, embodying a unique strength. Admit it, Harry Potter, the proud failure. You are allowed to roar in defiance. For you have earned that right. Without hesitation, she extended her heartfelt admiration towards Harry. No longer shall we judge through the lens of the archetypal hero. From this moment forward, one must embrace the capacity for self-critique. Since your roar is so formidable, perhaps it is time to attend to that broomstick of yours. Rather than relying on a domestically purchased competition broom, one ought to prepare an appropriate international broom. Harry felt her words to be undeniably true. He remarked that the Nimbus 2000 was sufficient, yet a superior broom was indeed necessary. A specialized broom, of the caliber used by national teams. Or a custom broom, like Mirabelle's Silver Arrow. If one believes they have eliminated all factors contributing to their defeats, then they must confront adversities head-on, ready to embrace any challenge that may arise. Mirabelle, wearing a satisfied expression, contemplated her departure. Yet, there are always some imbeciles who disrupt the pleasant mood. Malfoy, brimming with delight, bounded onto the pitch to mock Harry. Well done, Potter. I have never witnessed such a disgraceful defeat. Alas, if only your arm could move. You might have put up a fight. Malfoy jeered, grinning at Harry, with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. The only sight visible was a thoroughly defeated Harry. For some inexplicable reason, Malfoy had overlooked Mirabelle. Observing him, her golden eyes concealed a fierce glint. How tragic it is to witness such a dismal defeat. The members of Slytherin chorused in laughter. Subsequently, Crabbe and Goyle took notice of Mirabelle, blushing as they stepped away from Malfoy. However, Malfoy remained oblivious, continuing his exuberant taunts directed at Harry. I have never encountered a player so grotesque. How embarrassing it must be. Malfoy's voice dripped with a dangerous and icy tone. A stark contrast to the otherwise subdued atmosphere. Mirabelle halted Malfoy's speech, even restraining his movement. Accepting the pride of a defeated foe, she permitted the insult. When Malfoy found himself under the piercing gaze of her cold, golden eyes, he was rendered utterly breathless. Mirabelle, as ever, instilled a sense of dread. Yet, paradoxically, it was not merely fear, but a feeling akin to a sharp blade poised at the nape of one's neck. Very well, Potter. Anticipating the rematch. With a final smile and a wave, Mirabelle exited the field. Then, Marcus Slytherin withdrew, leaving only the shattered remnants of Gryffindor, Harry Malfoy. Harry clenched his fists, watching the golden-haired girl recede into the distance, resolute in his determination. Victory was still within reach. He would surely pursue it. On the third Christmas night after Mirabelle's entrance to Hogwarts, we find ourselves in Devon, a county nestled in the southwest of England in the heart of the Cornish Peninsula. The only county in England boasting two coastlines. Within Devon lies a locale known as Exmouth, situated at the western edge of the UNESCO World Heritage Site, the Jurassic Coast, where a humble cottage visible to Muggles stands. The cottage's master, having reached the venerable age of 667, is none other than Nicholas Flamel, the world's oldest living man. He is renowned as the first alchemist to successfully create the Philosopher's Stone and was once a partner of Albus Dumbledore. As the power of the stone, which has granted him a prolonged life, draws near its end, Flamel, weary of his existence, resolves after conferring with Dumbledore to destroy the stone and chooses to end his life, intending to perish alongside his beloved wife, Perenelle. What should have been a slow descent into death for this man was thwarted by an unforeseen malevolence. On that fateful night, Nicholas and Perenelle were celebrating what would be their final Christmas together. The dining table was adorned with a splendid array of festive dishes, including roast chicken and cake, alongside countless ostentatious decorations that would rival the grandeur of a Hogwarts Christmas feast. Yet, for Nicholas, the splendor was of little importance. He felt a profound sense of contentment as he embraced the final Christmas of his life, save for one lingering regret, his ailing pet, who lay weakly on the floor, having received insufficient nourishment. Despite his desire to heal the creature, even his ancient magic could not restore it completely. The only sorrow that weighed upon Nicholas was the thought of embarking on the journey of death and solitude. However, this blissful moment was abruptly disrupted by an unannounced presence. Without warning, two figures materialized within the room, their arrival accompanied by an unsettling silence, devoid of the usual sound of apparition. One was a man, his face obscured by a mask of inquiry, while an arm, reminiscent of a prosthetic limb, emanated an enigmatic glow, instilling an aura of dread. The other was a young woman with golden hair and matching eyes, whose beauty could only be likened to that of a goddess. Yet her countenance radiated a malevolence that was entirely at odds with her appearance. "Who are you?" Nicholas exclaimed, instinctively reaching into his pocket for his wand. But it was too late. His frail, aging body could not muster the speed to confront Mirabelle. "Disarm him." The command rang out, followed by the darkness that enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Mirabelle's wand emitted a striking red flash, targeting Nicholas Perenelle. His weapon was swiftly disarmed, causing his wife to feign as if her strings had been cut. Once Nicholas lost his ability to act, Chilo promptly subdued him. "What is the purpose of this?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "Do not be surprised. Mischief shall ensue again." With lightning speed, the girl, who had seized control of the situation, addressed Nicholas without a hint of remorse. "First and foremost, it is a pleasure to meet you. The illustrious Saint Nicholas Flamel, reduced to this. What is your true intention?" Mirabelle cast a twisted smile at Nicholas, who in turn contorted his wrinkled face in anger. Those who are utterly consumed by thoughts of death are indeed difficult to deal with. He had made a step forward, yet still respected the achievements attained. The ambition to create the Philosopher's Stone was his sole purpose. What? Currently, he was diligently working on the alchemical process. Yet progress remained elusive. He had successfully completed an analysis of 90% of the fragments, but the remaining 10% proved insurmountable. It could potentially be completed within 4 or 5 years, yet time was a luxury he could not afford. Thus, he sought the collaboration of the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. In her first year, Mirabelle acquired fragments that could bring her closer to the completion of the Philosopher's Stone. However, as one would expect from the pinnacle of alchemy, the journey was far from smooth. Mirabelle contemplated the notion of utilizing Nicholas's memories as a shortcut. While she held great respect for the sanctity of his recollections, her eagerness to delve into them clashed with the ethical considerations, compelling her to seek a means to intrude. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed a collaborative endeavor with Dumbledore. Observing the memories, she witnessed Nicholas's interaction with Dumbledore, which only deepened her smile. With a glimmer of mockery in her narrowed eyes, She chuckled softly. A deceiver, Nicholas Flamel. Ah. Mirabelle arrived at a sudden conclusion, disregarding any progress made along the way. Nicholas opened his eyes. Chilo fully comprehended the validity of Nicholas's words, yet from Nicholas's reaction, it appeared that Mirabelle was indeed correct. What? Nicholas Flamel, born in 1330, is now 667 years old. In the Muggle world, he secured a position as a publisher, while in the wizarding realm. He is renowned for being the first to forge the Philosopher's Stone. He is also famously associated with the alchemical collaborations with Albus Dumbledore, is he not? Well, what is it? It seems as though Dumbledore collaborated in the creation of the stone. Only an ignorant child would be deceived by such nonsense. Hey, Chilo? Mirabelle joyfully sought the approval of the attendant, yet Chilo appeared quite perplexed. Evidently, Chilo was one of the uninformed. Mirabelle gazed at the figure with a sigh, resolving to impose punishment at a later time. The history of Albus Dumbledore dates back over a century, precisely 113 years, surpassing even that of Nicholas Flamel by 15 years. Nowadays, even a child of 10 can comprehend subtraction. 667 minus 113 equals 554. Yet, during Dumbledore's 554 years, how did he endure? The answer is simple, the Philosopher's Stone. Only through such means could one live for 550 years. It is evident that, having lost the Philosopher's Stone, he is gradually succumbing to mortality. Nicholas flushed at Mirabelle's words, and Chilo nodded in agreement. Indeed, there lies a significant dilemma. The ages simply do not align. Even assuming Dumbledore developed the stone at the tender age of 0, Nicholas would have surpassed 550 years old by then. How could he have survived without the stone? Such a prospect is hardly feasible. Based on his appearance, one might estimate Dumbledore to be in his 60s, suggesting that the Philosopher's Stone was completed 457 years ago. So why would such actions be mistakenly attributed to a collaboration with Dumbledore, achieving the monumental feat of the Philosopher's Stone? Nicholas Flamel's name is indeed well known in the magical community, yet it does not carry the weight one might expect. Books scarcely mention him, and even Hermione initially did not recognize his name. Mirabelle pondered whether this was a deliberate oversight. From this moment forward, she could only imagine that Dumbledore might have initially sought contact in a similar manner, in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore once remarked that such pursuits often led one to the worst of habits. Mirabelle surmised that Dumbledore once sought matters related to immortality. Dumbledore remarked that the worst aspect of immortality was merely longevity. In that regard, it was evident that the most dreadful aspect was indeed the pursuit of immortality itself. Dumbledore asserted that such pursuits fostered the worst habits. Indeed, he harbored a disdain for anything pertaining to immortality, yet on the other hand, he nurtured creatures like the phoenix. Ultimately, a profound yearning for immortality overshadowed his fear of death. It was known that Dumbledore was willing to sacrifice certain lives driven by his desire for immortality, which he deemed paramount. The outcome of such endeavors led to an unexpected collaboration. From that moment forth, one could only imagine the possibilities that might arise from such an alliance. Perhaps, but it certainly stood out. In light of this, the name of the wizard Dumbledore would serve as an excellent guise. Should a joint research initiative be publicized, the world's attention would naturally shift, and it would merely be regarded as a commendable endeavor. As for Mirabelle's conjecture, what could Nicholas say? A mere glance at his pale countenance revealed the truth. Observing this, Mirabelle spoke up again. In return, Dumbledore had acquired the elixir of life, which explained why he remained vibrant even after living for 113 years. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed his creation, from which Dumbledore subsequently benefited. Was her guess incorrect? In truth, regarding Mirabelle's speculation about Dumbledore's encounter with Nicholas, there were both correct and incorrect elements. One crucial detail remained. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed a part of Nicholas's creation. Any further conjectures held little significance. From the expression on Nicholas's face, it was clear that the essential part of her guess was accurate. If so, then pursuing the truth further seemed futile. What purpose does immortality serve? To dominate the world? Initially, one would eradicate the pure bloods, led by Voldemort, and subsequently dismantle the corrupt ministry of magic. But what follows? Once the current regime is dismantled, how would one establish a new ideal order? A devilish endeavor. Even if everything proceeds smoothly, would the new order endure after death? The answer is negative. One could easily become lost. Leadership must be executed with greater efficacy. An absolute ruler is required. Has the girl gone mad? Despite the question of her sanity, Nicholas had already provided the answer. Mad. If one were to possess a modicum of rationality, they would conceive such thoughts, such distorted ambitions? The girl wishes to reign over the world eternally. Humph. If she desires to be understood, she alone can comprehend herself. Avoiding Nicholas's taunts, Mirabelle seized him by the neck, compelling him to meet her gaze. To employ the magic of mind reading, known as the mind spell, it was essential to establish eye contact. Naturally, Nicholas immediately attempted to use a mental block, yet he failed to activate it effectively. As he beheld her piercing golden eyes, it seemed he discovered a flicker of defiance. The technique of absorbing magical stones was at play. Suddenly, an irresistible allure enveloped him, accompanied by a debilitating headache from the forced invasion of his memories. Caught in this struggle, Nicholas's consciousness gradually succumbed to darkness. As the unconscious Nicholas slumped in his chair, Mirabelle snapped her fingers, restoring the house to its original state and gently caressing her pet lying on the floor. She then departed the dwelling. Minutes later, Nicholas's wife awoke, her memory fully intact regarding her fear of visitors, bewildered by the energetic pet that roamed about. With Christmas approaching, most students returned home for the holiday, including Mirabelle. In the library, Harry and others gathered to converse, much like years past. Seated at a table alongside Harry were Hermione and Edith, their attention drawn to a broomstick resting on the table. Was it a Christmas gift? Harry nodded enthusiastically at Edith. Each year, he received several presents, including gifts from Hermione, the Weasleys, and friends from school. This year, Harry had accumulated a collection of gifts, none particularly extravagant or beautiful. Yet, there lay the broomstick, a firebolt. Who had given it? He was unaware, as there was no accompanying card. Harry had received an extraordinary Christmas gift, and he was elated. However, the value of such an item raised questions. Who would spend 500 galleons on a broom for Harry? The thought astonished him. It must be the finest broom in existence. Who would bestow such a precious gift upon Harry without revealing their identity? Amidst Harry's excitement over the magnificent broom, Hermione remained skeptical. Of course, if the gift were truly given with good intentions, that would be wonderful. However, Hermione merely wished to shield her best friend's happiness from potential shadows of doubt. If one genuinely cared for a friend, they would not shy away from sharing joy openly. Such was the nature of friendship, unlike that of Crabbe and Goyle who lingered by Malfoy's side. Consequently, Hermione felt compelled to inquire further, hoping to bring Harry joy while raising some questions. Could it be Dumbledore? He also gifted the invisibility cloak, didn't he? That item originally belonged to your father. Could Dumbledore truly spend 500 galleons on a student? Hermione mused. While she considered Dumbledore a plausible benefactor, Edith suggested he was the most likely candidate, though Harry dismissed the idea. Surely, the headmaster should be fair to all students. To openly dote upon a student so unabashedly is quite a spectacle. Perhaps, what of the Weasley couple? Following the incident involving Ron, there is much to be concerned about. Indeed, the Weasley couple could certainly secure 500 galleons. When Hermione mentioned the Weasley couple's name, Harry promptly dismissed the notion. It is undeniable that the Weasley family has provided substantial protection for Harry. Since the incident concerning Ron, the situation has only intensified, as if they fear losing more of their intimate friends. Harry perceives the Weasley family as capable of such actions. He believes that Beresford should prepare an internationally renowned broomstick, as it is deemed necessary. Mirabelle, of course, concurs with Harry, yet fundamentally, assistance should be extended. Ultimately, Mirabelle stands as the last candidate. If Harry wishes to defeat Mirabelle, he must be equipped with an internationally acclaimed broomstick. However, Edith, who is familiar with Mirabelle, believes otherwise. Mirabelle only acknowledges those who ascend through their own efforts, and she is willing to accept those who rise with a helping hand. So, what are your intentions? It is permissible to use it in such a manner, correct? Harry. It is crucial to comprehend the best way to utilize it. Harry yearned to ride the magnificent broomstick swiftly, yet Edith and Hermione appeared vehemently opposed. After all, they were uncertain about the source of Harry's broom or the motives behind it. The implications of a curse were beyond imagination, especially with the malevolent Sirius Black lurking nearby, intent on harming Harry. However, perhaps a competition with Beresford's Silver Arrow was in order. Was it not conceivable that Black had already calculated this move and presented it? Harry's objective was to vanquish Mirabelle. Thus, he required a broom capable of countering the Silver Arrow. In this regard, the Firebolt was entirely competent. It was the most advanced broom in existence, unrivaled by any other. Nevertheless, Hermione continued to vociferously oppose Harry's intentions. Find a teacher. At least once. Wait. Let me ride it just once. What if something happens? Harry desperately wished to mount the broom, while Hermione frantically dodged him. Edith observed Hermione's frantic movements, contemplating that she too would protect someone in a similar manner if the need arose. Following that humiliating defeat, the Gryffindor team had utterly lost its vigor, particularly Oliver, who seemed to have lost all heart. It was as if their will to win had been drained away by the Dementors. However, the only energy Harry managed to muster was during his practice sessions with Lupin, learning the incantation for the Patronus charm. Gryffindor was aware that they would not win the Quidditch Cup this year. Harry knew that if Slytherin were to lose to another team, it might be possible. But he was fortunate that Mirabel could not be so easily defeated. It was inconceivable to imagine triumphing over any opponent and forcing them to their knees with an overwhelming display. He was certain that victory was assured. The crown of triumph would be seized with overwhelming force, as if it had belonged to Mirabel from the very beginning. Harry hoped that Mirabel would continue to reign as an unparalleled champion, an absolute victor. Thus, Harry's desire grew, compelling him to overcome all obstacles in pursuit of Mirabel. How so? Well, in 1396, a griffin harmed a witch, yet the griffin was acquitted. Ah, yes. The witch was the master of the griffin, hence the acquittal. Alas, finding any case or law to exonerate a hippogriff could lead to its execution. As Christmas came to a close, the school began to regain its vitality. Harry, Hermione, and Edith gathered in the library to converse. They were investigating the incident, seeking some means to exonerate Buckbeak, the hippogriff that had harmed Malfoy. Yet they found no legal precedent or similar cases. Hey, Edith, what do you mean by wanting the innocent Buckbeak to be executed? Without articulating much, it is evident that no matter how thoroughly one investigates the case, addressing the power of the Malfoy family would prove to be a formidable challenge. Indeed, as Harry listened intently to the exchange between Hermione and Edith, he acutely sensed the difficulty in aiding the hippogriff. To the untrained eye, the execution of the hippogriff seemed utterly unreasonable. Even if it meant harming students, the death penalty was still imposed. Nonetheless, the prevailing circumstances dictated a harsh execution of the hippogriff. Thus, unless something was done regarding the Malfoy family's influence, the reality remained grim. One might ponder what could be done through conventional means. If any action could be taken, Dumbledore should have already intervened. Despite Dumbledore's considerable power, achieving an acquittal for the hippogriff appeared nearly impossible. What alternative measures could be taken? Assassinating the officials of the Ministry of Magic? Harry contemplated this while listening to the conversation. Indeed, if Mirabel were involved, she might be able to alleviate such a dire predicament. During their discussion at the villa, Mirabel expressed her intention to advocate for the laws of the magical world. If that were the case, Harry believed she could indeed make a difference. It was the right approach, yet presently, Harry could only envy such power. What would Beresford do? Well, he was uncertain. However, he firmly believed that Mirabel, in some capacity, would effectuate change. His unwavering trust in Edith's words was remarkable. Mirabel, in some manner, would surely accomplish something. Such baseless faith lay solely in Edith's assertions. Harry also thought that if Mirabel devoted her considerable abilities to righteous causes, even in troubling times like the present, he was confident she would effortlessly vindicate the hippogriff and apprehend Sirius Black. It was in recognizing the stark contrast between Mirabel's potential and the current narrative that one could find a glimmer of hope. The walls were exceedingly high. Hermione reacted to her own murmured words, while Harry pretended to be oblivious. Indeed, Harry had resolved upon an adversary that was almost indescribable. In Quidditch, he deemed this rival to be the only true competitor, although the prospect of defeat was disheartening. The walls of challenge loomed high, amidst the examinations of yet another year. Final assessments sent students into a frenzy. The Transfiguration exam, which required them to transform pets into teapots and subsequently animate them, was particularly taxing. In the examination hall, energetic students erupted with laughter. Edith seemed to exert herself immensely, nearly causing Draco to laugh uncontrollably. At last, the magical history exam concluded. Marking the end of the first segment, students who had not paid heed to Professor Binns' lectures on magical history typically stumbled through. In fact, it was estimated that 90% of students would falter. The subsequent examination on the care of magical creatures was rather straightforward, or rather, it was easily navigable. After all, any insect that subsisted solely on lettuce would thrive until the examination's conclusion. Insects that consumed only lettuce were in splendid condition, ensuring passability. Undoubtedly, this single subject would elevate the average scores. Following this, the second segment wrapped up with potions and literature. The third segment included herbology, defense against the dark arts, and Muggle studies as elective subjects. Naturally, the electives varied. and some students opted to take the divination exam. However, Mirabelle regarded it as a futile course. This was largely due to the fact that the class was overseen by Sybil Trelawney, who was merely a fortune teller. From the moment of her birth, Mirabelle was aware of her identity as a chosen one, the child of an emperor. Was it necessary to consult an oracle? Ah, it is over. The examination has concluded. And the feeling of relief is truly delightful. Alas, it seems I did not perform exceptionally well. Well, there is nothing to fret about. It is the first time I have not excelled. After the examination, Edith Mirabelle strolled back to Slytherin House. The tension of exams always lingers, but the subsequent sense of ease brings a certain joy. Surely, I should still be at the top of my year, right? Do you know? Hermione has seemingly been working diligently this year. Could you elaborate? In many subjects, she is utilizing a time turner. The time turner is a magical device that allows one to return to previous moments. Due to its extreme danger, one must acquire permission from the Ministry of Magic to use it. Typically, a student is not permitted to do so. Perhaps Professor McGonagall was moved by Hermione's thirst for knowledge and granted her the privilege of using the time turner. Just as Dumbledore loved Harry as if he were his own child, so too does McGonagall exhibit a fondness for Hermione. As she spoke, the brown-haired girl they had just mentioned came running towards them. However, her complexion was pale, revealing a sense of impatience. Edith, Hermione, what is the matter? I just received a letter from Hagrid informing me that I failed. Edith was somewhat taken aback, but Mirabelle remained entirely unfazed. After all, it was merely a hippogriff. What significance could it possibly hold? Mirabelle believed that diminishing precious magical creatures for self-gratification, much like Malfoy, was a notion of little merit. Yet that was the extent of her thoughts. Regardless of whether the hippogriff faced execution or managed to survive, Mirabelle remained indifferent. Harry, it has already been known. So, have you also met Hagrid? Of course. As she listened to Harry's conversation with Hermione and Edith, Mirabelle coldly pondered what had transpired. In the past, Ron Weasley had lost his memory due to his own actions, and Edith had joined their ranks to take his place. As if to compensate for the lost role, she now occupied the position that Ron should have held. Edith, a student from Slytherin, possessed a quiet demeanor. Yet Mirabelle began to question if she had indeed been sorted into the wrong house. Mirabelle, one of the creatures has perished. Why? Mirabelle found herself in the most reliable company beside Edith. The reason behind Edith's call was anticipated, yet the response she received was mercilessly cold. After bidding farewell to Edith and Hermione, Mirabelle made her way directly to Slytherin House. Mirabelle coldly refused, for even a single moment held no significance, even there. She remained idle, much like a year spent in Chilo or with Tom Riddle. Confronting adversaries or grappling with weighty matters was of no consequence to Mirabelle when it came to the execution of the hippogriff. Certainly, there was also the option to eliminate Wormtail. For Mirabelle, who regarded every mouse within the castle as a potential informant, it was effortless to monitor the movements of Wormtail disguised as a rodent. It seemed that until the very end, Wormtail remained oblivious to Mirabelle's constant surveillance. Nonetheless, Mirabelle refrained from taking action, for should she eliminate Wormtail, Voldemort could not be resurrected. As Mirabelle understood, Voldemort's resurrection was imperative. Mirabelle faces Voldemort in a flawless confrontation, yet the triumph becomes utterly meaningless. The pride of Mirabelle. If it were as simple for Mirabelle to organize Voldemort, it would be a trivial task. Had Voldemort not been resurrected, there would only be Dumbledore as an adversary, rendering the situation rather mundane. Even if she were to ascend as the Dark Lord and dominate the magical realm, would Mirabelle truly take pride in such an achievement? Is it genuinely a victory to claim the eradication of the old pureblood ideologies? What kind of triumph warrants such pride? Even if Mirabelle were to govern the magical world in that manner, the lingering fear associated with it would remain in the hearts of many. This existence has been deified and continues to be remembered as an absolute entity. Hence, the resurrection of Voldemort is imperative. Mirabelle Beresford must personally overthrow, trample, and utterly annihilate, seizing a clear victory in a manner comprehensible even to the feared Dark Lord, exposing the corpse to the public eye as a declaration of triumph. Only then will the dread in her heart towards the Dark Lord dissipate, and Mirabelle shall be eternally etched in memory. Voldemort and Dumbledore must remain unscathed, to be slain by Mirabelle's own hand. The reason the current Voldemort merely lingers is that Mirabelle has yet to vanquish him. To slay the Dark Lord is futile against the resistant vermin. Thus, Mirabelle has released the pest, in order to resurrect the Dark Lord. She shall eliminate that filthy brown rat. Mirabelle has been tirelessly preparing for that legendary battle, one that involves Voldemort, Dumbledore, and her own pivotal role. Soon, she will reach the pinnacle of decay, transcending all limitations of existence. Afterward, the only task remaining will be to engage in combat. Which is the true chosen one? Who will ultimately dominate the magical realm? She must remind herself and extinguish any doubts completely. This is the complete victory and absolute dominion described by Mirabelle Beresford. Therefore, she must now await the opportune moment. Of course, it is not merely a matter of sitting idly. Fortune favors those who diligently accumulate knowledge within the hallowed halls of the Academy. As Mirabelle ascended to the 8th floor, she approached a blank wall and prayed for a place to conceal her endeavors. Suddenly, a door appeared, and she stepped inside. It was one of the lesser-known areas of the school, referred to as the Room of Requirement. This enchanted space reads the desires of its entrants and transforms accordingly. Mirabelle envisioned a room steeped in sin, a place where various artifacts and forbidden tomes lay hidden. A plethora of magical tools lined the shelves, fulfilling Mirabelle's aspirations. Mirabelle squinted her eyes and picked up a hair accessory from a nearby wooden box. It was a decorative piece that exuded an aura of tranquility. Moreover, it appeared to possess a disconcerting effect on the mind, which was quite bothersome. That being said, it was enough to unsettle Mirabelle's strong sense of self, leaving her in a state of discomfort. In truth, the hair ornament had been around for quite some time. Each time she encountered it, she felt a sense of ease. Yet her focus became increasingly distracted. Truly, it was quite a nuisance. Mirabelle made a resolute decision and, for the first time, grasped the headpiece, bringing it into the room. In that moment, she sensed a malevolent intention attempting to manipulate her very soul. Undeterred, Mirabelle's courageous defiance led her to uncover the truth. A smile graced her lips, and her face radiated joy as if she had discovered a long-lost treasure. Thus, she understood the reason for Voldemort's profound weakness. Why did Voldemort succumb to Harry? That fateful moment when he did not perish? Mirabelle has deduced that the reason lies within the Horcruxes, specifically Tom Riddle's diary, which is indeed a Horcrux. For a time, Mirabelle suspected that Voldemort was invulnerable due to this artifact. However, even after the destruction of the diary, Voldemort did not perish. He continued to manifest memories of his subsequent narrative. This prompted Mirabelle to question the nature of the Horcruxes he employed. Yet, the secret to Voldemort's immortality resides within the Horcruxes themselves, which he created in multiplicity. This raises the question of why the Voldemort she encountered in her first year had transformed into such a wretched existence, akin to that of a mere specter. It is perplexing to Mirabelle. No matter how many bodies are lost, a soul should invariably weaken. Nonetheless, the Voldemort she encountered appeared as a parasitic entity, seemingly able to move yet frail in spirit. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that Voldemort's creation of multiple Horcruxes has rendered him so weakened. If the soul is divided into numerous fragments, it is no wonder that he has created so many Horcruxes. The question remains, how many has that fool made? And where are these Horcruxes now? Fortunately, the memories may provide answers, yet a clue lies in Mirabelle's hands. The diadem is a Horcrux. What could possibly qualify it as such? If she can unravel its mystery, she should be able to predict the locations of his Horcruxes. Thus, she has uncovered Voldemort's dark secret and now knows how to bring about his demise. Mirabelle felt as though victory was within her grasp. The annual year-end gala was a source of disappointment for all but Slytherin. As anticipated, Dumbledore failed to secure a win for Gryffindor, and the House Cup was once again claimed by Slytherin. This year, Harry's friends had amassed over 100 points. A curious feat attributed to Harry's actions in exonerating Sirius and saving Buckbeak from execution, both of which could be publicly acknowledged, particularly Sirius's case. Although justice was served, the underlying complexities were well known, and public revelation would undoubtedly incite panic. Thus, Dumbledore was unable to award additional points to Harry's friends. In the end, during the Quidditch match, Mirabelle successfully captured the Golden Snitch. It could be said, without exaggeration, that all the other houses were outperformed by Mirabelle. Additionally, the beloved Remus Lupin had resigned, leaving the students disheartened once more. Meanwhile, Slytherin was in a frenzy, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. The Quidditch team was jubilantly surrounded by their fellow students, and Marcus expressed his gratitude to Mirabelle. Snape, too, was invigorated, savoring his meal, and cast a disdainful smile toward Gryffindor, as if relishing in a sense of vengeance. Amidst all this, Mirabelle, the victorious protagonist, was awarded the Excellence in Magic Award in recognition of her remarkable abilities, though she was far more interested in enjoying the culinary delights before her. So, was Peter Pettigrew the true culprit? Harry felt a wave of disappointment. Edith responded with her own dismay, while Mirabelle listened intently to the unfolding details as she cut into her steak. According to what Mirabelle learned from Edith, Ron's absence had led to some rather peculiar occurrences. A desperate Wormtail had confronted Harry in an attempt to kill him. Edith was knocked down and rendered unconscious by Wormtail. Subsequently, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin stormed in, subduing and capturing Wormtail. In the end, Lupin transformed into a wolf, and it seemed Mirabelle understood the implications. Did Mirabelle believe that Black was the murderer? She was taken aback. Well, it was clear enough. Huh? Because Ron's pet, a rat, had been known to be none other than Pettigrew all along. Why had he kept it from the Weasleys? With her fork, she pierced the tender meat, bringing it to her lips and savoring each bite. The sweet and spicy sauce melted in her mouth, perfectly complementing the rice. She poured the excess sauce over her rice, delighting in the flavors. Such endless goodness could lead to a feast fit for a king. As for Ron Weasley, foolish enough to have cared for a rat that had lived for 12 years, it was a mystery how it had come to such an end. Peter had met his demise as well. Mirabelle's black rat, wasn't it? Upon returning to the dormitory after the exams, it had already perished by the bedside. Well, it had survived for 12 generations, and yet, one must ponder the nature of such companionship. Peter was acquired by Mirabelle and proved to be quite effective in suppressing the mice at the academy. However, the mice remained ever present. When it suddenly passed away, Mirabelle was taken aback. It appeared to be unwaveringly loyal, leaving behind an inheritance upon its demise, thus sparing her the trouble of procuring a new pet. Yet, the question remains, where is the tail of the creature? One could be certain that within the castle. What do you think? Well, it seems to be uncertain. Mirabelle absent-mindedly prodded the potato with her fork while speaking. Naturally, the destination was Voldemort, but there was no necessity to divulge this to Edith. Currently, Edith's original narrative found itself in a rather awkward position. If Mirabelle were aware of the consequences of imparting more stories from her memories, particularly those that influenced the realm, what might transpire? Indeed. Hey, Mirabelle, what? Will you be able to teach me the offensive guardian spell next year? The power discovered has waned. I can teach the guardian spell, but the offensive phase is still premature. Yes, that's true, but Mirabelle squinted at Edith's articulate words. At the beginning of her 3rd year, Edith confided in Mirabelle her desire to learn the offensive Patronus charm. Mirabelle had initially chosen to teach the conventional Patronus spell. Yet now she sensed a shared impatience that resonated with her own character. Was there fear? The frustration of having accomplished nothing. Only to find that Harry and Hermione had resolved everything. Mirabelle brought the tea to her lips, savoring it slowly as she gazed at Edith. Mirabelle understood. So Edith expressed her feelings of helplessness. Indeed, the year of the snake and the year of the insect tail. It is quite challenging to learn. Well then, Mirabelle extracted a piece of paper from her pocket and tossed it before Edith, snapping her fingers. The pristine white sheet inscribed with letters pointed towards Moulin Crescent Road. Subsequently, a single handheld mirror emerged, emitting wisps of smoke as it settled upon the table. This was the coordinate of the villa in question. For communication, one could utilize an owl alongside that very mirror. What? Edith inquired, astonished. It was a two-sided mirror, far more efficient than an owl in terms of delivery. This handheld mirror, part of a pair, facilitated dialogue with its counterpart. Unlike messages carried by owls, which often took considerable time, Mirabelle found this method exceptionally practical. This was also one of the reasons Mirabelle aspired to have an owl as a companion. Are you certain? It must be quite expensive, right? Do you mind? Take it. She replied. Though the two-sided mirror was indeed convenient, its availability was exceedingly rare due to regulations imposed by the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry strictly controlled items used for communication outside its jurisdiction, as these were deemed among the highest echelon of magical artifacts. Several dark wizards had exploited this method to deceive the Ministry and correspond clandestinely. Consequently, only a select few privileged wizards, trusted by the Ministry, were permitted to possess such mirrors. The cost, naturally, was exorbitant. While you search for it, speak into that mirror, Mirabelle instructed. Understood, Edith replied, timidly stowing the mirror back into her pocket, undoubtedly pondering the potential cost should she accidentally break it. Mirabelle gazed at Edith's silhouette, contemplating the fleeting nature of her own ordinary student life. If her understanding held true, the pivotal moment of her destiny would arrive in the forthcoming year. The tranquil existence of a student would soon be interrupted, ushering in a tumultuous era that would engulf the entire wizarding world. A mere year remained until Voldemort's resurrection. Harry's friends were consumed by despair upon hearing the news of Buckbeak's impending execution, yet they felt utterly powerless. How could these 13-year-old youths possibly challenge the forces that had already sealed their fate? With heavy hearts, Harry and Hermione trudged along, and Edith offered a comforting pat on Harry's shoulder to lift his spirits. Hagrid had at least managed to shield them from witnessing the brutality inflicted upon the Hippogriff. Yet the pain lingered for Harry and his companions. Even sharing the burden of sorrow felt inadequate. The certainty of Buckbeak's execution weighed heavily upon them. They could envision its head being severed. Even from a distance, Hagrid's tearful roar would resonate painfully in their hearts. How could anyone commit such an atrocity? Hermione sobbed, condemning the cruelty of the Ministry of Magic. Harry and Edith knew not how to respond, choosing silence instead. Was this truly the limit of a student's power? Were they utterly helpless? Countless times they questioned themselves, yet found no answers, only a sense of desolation. As they walked on, Harry suddenly caught sight of something familiar at the periphery of his vision, a creature he had not seen in a year, now presumably within the confines of the school. Scabbers? Harry recognized the rat, Ron's pet, now likely residing at St. Mungo's. Where was Ron S. Scabbers? Intrigued, Harry rushed forward as Scabbers darted towards the willow tree. Hey, Harry, what's wrong? Scabbers. That's Scabbers, Harry exclaimed to Hermione, who looked at him in astonishment, eager to learn more about the rat's whereabouts. Edith, somewhat perplexed by the unfolding situation, followed closely behind the two. The rat scurried into a hole at the base of the willow, and the trio attempted to follow. However, they could venture no further, as the tree began to sway ominously. What should they do? When Harry halted at a distance, Scabbers leapt onto a branch of the tree. The gnarled willow appeared to be enchanted, suddenly still and unyielding. As Scabbers disappeared into the hole once more, Harry stood in stunned silence. He attempted to pursue, but Edith intervened. Harry, wait. Is that rat trying to lead us somewhere? Do you think it could be Ron's? Edith seemed to remain vigilant regarding the rat's peculiar behavior. But it was merely Ron's pet. Ron's pet should pose no threat. Harry sought to escape Edith's constraints and ventured into the cave. Hermione willingly followed closely behind him. Inside lay a narrow and shadowy tunnel. They illuminated their wands and proceeded cautiously, searching for Scabbers. After what felt like an eternity, having traversed a lengthy passage, the trio arrived at a disheveled room. The so-called furniture was in disarray, and all the windows were boarded up. Harry screamed in the room. Hermione's gentle voice eventually brought Harry back to his senses. The room was known as the Shrieking Shack, one of the attractions in Hogsmeade, aptly named for the screams heard within on full moon nights. But how did Scabbers know this place? While pondering this, Edith suddenly noticed something concealed in the dark corner of the room. A binding spell. Ropes swiftly ensnared Harry, Hermione, and Edith, hindering their movements. Harry, filled with determination, glared at the perpetrator of the spell. A gaunt figure emerged from the shadows, with disheveled, graying hair and a balding head. His dark skin and pointed nose gave him a rodent-like appearance. In his hand, he held Ron's wand, the one issued by Hogwarts. Who are you? Harry shouted from the ground, straining to control his emotions. However, the man merely wore a grotesque smile, showing no signs of delight. Who? Just a familiar face from the beginning of your schooling, he taunted. What do you mean? I know you, Harry thought. Since entering school, Hermione had always been by his side, along with Ron. The repugnant man continued to mock them. For a moment, Ron nearly faced the spellcaster. Ron had often scolded him for being useless, envious of the owl. What? Do you still not understand? Scabbers, Harry Potter. Harry and Edith gasped at the revelation of the man identifying himself as Scabbers. Meanwhile, Hermione muttered in astonishment, realizing he resembled a rat. He was once a student at Hogwarts named Peter Pettigrew. Traitor, you should be dead. Harry instinctively denied the accusation. The name belonged to the best friend of his father. When his parents were murdered, this despicable man had challenged Sirius Black, leaving only a finger behind as a remnant of his existence. If he was here, he could attack. Yet, the man spoke as if mocking Harry, suggesting that he had once escaped death with a single finger, successfully overcoming Sirius Black. For the first time, he had surpassed the seemingly invincible Sirius, leaving everyone envious of his triumph. Peter's beady, black eyes reflected nothing but vile wickedness. What could it possibly mean? Did Lupin Black seek vengeance for his father? It was a notion widely regarded as a commendable strategy. Yet, only the Star knew the true essence of the Secret Protector. A concept that Harry found incomprehensible. He wished to accept the understated truth. What had that man just uttered? The genuine Secret Protector? Was it akin to speaking like a rodent? The Secret Protector, an indomitable shield meant to conceal the surroundings. The most advanced form of concealment magic, applicable to edifices. Unless spoken by the guardian of the place, no one could gain entry therein. James and Lily once employed such magic to attain peace, designating Lupin Black as their guardian. Thus arose the misconception that the world held, that Lupin betrayed Harry's family. Oh, mother and father? They had no choice. The Dark Lord was feared, and resistance was futile. Hence, the secret was divulged to the Dark Lord, earning his acknowledgement. Yet, the Dark Lord was vanquished by the young, losing his rightful power. The man, who had appeared so disheveled moments ago, suddenly transformed into a grotesque figure. That man betrayed Harry's parents. That man killed Harry's parents. Harry's vision was distorted by hatred. His fists clenched, blood seeping from his palms. Lupin was pursued yet emerged victorious. He was confined to Azkaban. The despicable man grinned smugly, boasting. Harry yearned to strike his face, yet his body remained immobile. Never had Harry craved freedom as he did now. He desired liberation not only to safeguard himself but also to eliminate others. However, he was relentlessly hunted, particularly by Lupin Black and his Death Eaters. It was inevitable that, due to the intelligence, the Dark Lord lost power. Thus, it was only natural to harbor animosity. For his own safety, he resolved to live a wretched life as a pet in the Weasley home, yet still felt a semblance of security and happiness. The life earned through the betrayal of friends, such was his existence. Yet, Peter seemed quite content, living unthreatened. Nothing else mattered. But everything concluded when Lupin was killed at Hogwarts. If he departed the school, the Death Eaters would find him. If he remained, Lupin would perish. He had no choice but to offer his life as a gift to the Dark Lord. Bastard! Harry's murderous intent spoke coldly, growing against Peter. The enemy of his parents stood before Harry. But what could Harry do? Was there anything more infuriating than regret? Do not hold grudges. He had no choice but to act thus. There was no alternative. With no excuses left, Peter raised his wand. Perhaps some form of dark magic would emanate from it. Even knowing this, Harry felt powerless. Frustration clenched his jaw as he continued to gaze at Peter. Edith kicked Peter. As Peter turned. He stumbled to the ground and gazed at Edith. There were no ropes in sight. Harry and Hermione were both bound, yet Edith had managed to escape. Peter felt perplexed, realizing why this was the case. Yet he told Edith it was no challenge at all. The only thing accomplished was that being tied up had granted him a wand. In a mere second, Edith noticed Peter and freed his wand. With a wand in hand, one could wield magic. This was why Edith was able to sever Peter's bindings and rise to her feet with grace. Don't interfere, Peter shouted angrily as he drew his wand. And Edith retaliated with her own spell. Disarm. Move. Edith cast a levitation charm, the move spell. A versatile incantation where the name of the object to be moved follows the spell's title. She chose herself as the target, and then soared. Dodging the red flashes and spinning through the air, she executed a roundhouse kick to Peter's shoulder, matching the speed of her descent. The frail man groaned in pain, attempting to aim his wand at Edith. But she was faster. She vanished from his sight. Where could she be? From behind the bewildered Peter, Edith struck with an elbow, a maneuver achievable only through magic. Magical battles typically involve casting spells. One aims their wand at the enemy, and then performs the incantation. Most attacks are executed in 2 or 3 moves, yet if one fails to aim, they cannot strike their foe. After falling, Peter quickly rose to search for Edith, but she had already eluded his sight. Once again, a strike from his blind spot knocked him down. Is she a wizard too? Primitive, relying solely on fists? So what? Edith was originally a student skilled in practical abilities. To be more precise, she was a wizard adept in action. She took initiative, thinking with her instincts rather than employing tactics. There was no strategy in her mind, whether through magic or fists. Effectiveness was all that mattered. There were no constraints on using magic. About half of what was taught in class had been purged from her memory. Some things were memorized for exams, but forgotten immediately afterward. Thus, she fought with a rather casual approach to magic. However, Peter's experience would prevail. The slender, cunning man caught a glimpse of Harry from the corner of his eye, a sly grin spreading across his face. When Edith glanced at Peter, she discerned his intentions. Rushing to protect Harry, she moved swiftly, but Peter was also casting a spell. Sleep. Unable to abandon Harry and Hermione, Edith was struck by a stunning charm and sent flying. Her wand fell, crashing against the wall as she collapsed helplessly. Edith was on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet she refused to succumb, for she could still fight. Peter took a deep breath, a smug smile on his face. It's over. It's over. The ropes binding Harry and Hermione remained untied. Harry struggled with gritted teeth, attempting to free himself from his helplessness. How frustrating. How pitiful. Peter aimed his wand at Harry, who was seething with anger. Suddenly, a hand seized the diminutive Peter. Oh, it was over. A punch landed squarely on Peter's face. That pitiful fellow, even skinnier than Peter himself, had disheveled hair and a face as gaunt as a skeleton. His beard grew haphazardly, and his clothes were tattered. He picked up Harry's wand that had fallen to the ground and waved it. In that moment, the bindings on Harry and Hermione were lifted, and they were set free. Harry James Potter thought of his fringed child, his heart racing with excitement as he grasped Harry's hand. It was a gesture brimming with joy, as if he had discovered a long-lost treasure. This was all that Edith had witnessed. The consciousness of witnessing the reunion of Sirius Black and Harry Potter faded into darkness. Summer. Most students would prefer to play with friends or travel with family during this time. Mirabelle did not engage in typical student behavior. Instead, she partook in an exceedingly peculiar activity. With one hand grasping a biology textbook, her gaze was fixated on a glass cabinet designated for reproduction. Several beakers and flasks were meticulously arranged around it, while she donned a long white coat and wore a pair of spectacles. Within the glass cabinet, several toads were engaged in a mysterious endeavor of hatching eggs for reasons unbeknownst to her. Mirabelle cast the Soul Snatcher spell, prompting the toad to take actions that, at first glance, appeared utterly nonsensical. What does that mean? Inquired the masked Quinarius Chilo, his voice trembling with trepidation. Mirabelle then turned the pages of the book and placed it in Chilo's hands. It reflected numerous cases related to the serpent monster. It is said that a Greek dark sorcerer named Hybor, through his studies, birthed an extraordinarily powerful giant serpent from an egg laid by a toad. Unlike ordinary snakes, it was known as the Serpent King. Merely gazing upon it could result in death or petrification. How could this be possible? The eggs within would transform into serpent monster eggs. Mirabelle reached into the glass cabinet and retrieved an egg. This endeavor proved rather troublesome. In order to transform it into a serpent beast egg, certain prerequisites had to be met. For instance, the egg must originate from a rooster rather than a hen, and it must be 7 years of age. A rooster? Naturally, roosters cannot lay eggs under normal circumstances. Hence the necessity of magically altering the rooster's body to compel it to produce an egg. Initially, Mirabelle attempted to create a serpent beast using conventional materials. However, to bypass the reasonable conditions of the rooster's egg, magical transformation was imperative. Consequently, Mirabelle performed a reasonable modification on the rooster, forcing it to lay an egg. Incidentally, the physical form of the hen, or, in this case, the rooster, could not endure the forced experiment. It perished post-labor, ultimately becoming Mirabelle's lunch. But that was of little consequence. Sister, do you intend to mass-produce serpent beasts? The dilemma was that gazing into the eyes of a serpent beast could be fatal. Thus training it to keep its eyes closed became essential. Fortunately, the serpent beast possessed an astute sense of smell, despite lacking heat-sensing organs. Even if its line of sight were obstructed, it would still be capable of navigating. Mirabelle returned the egg to its container. Then, as if anticipating the moment, the creature leapt towards the egg, donning glasses. It would indeed be a humorous predicament if one were to gaze into the eyes of a freshly hatched serpent beast and meet their demise. Oh, do those glasses even serve a purpose? It is said that the lamenting Peach Blossom Maiden also perished while wearing glasses. Thus, she had crafted a pair of magical goggles. When they detected magical energy, they would automatically activate, obscuring the wearer's vision. Mirabelle, while elucidating, gazed at the egg. Although there were no signs of hatching yet, she remained assured that a serpent-like creature would emerge. In the midst of her meticulous adjustments, she endeavored to mass-produce these serpentine beings. And now all that remained was to await the outcome. As she waited, a peculiar cawing sound emanated from the fireplace. Clearly, a visitor had arrived. Chilo, she instructed. Passing the task on, Mirabelle left the serpent monster egg for Chilo and then made her way towards the fireplace. There stood a girl known to Mirabelle, Edith Renical. Judging by her breathless demeanor, it appeared she was struggling to acclimate to the chimney's smoke. Edith surveyed the mansion, her mouth agape, revealing a rather foolish expression. "What are you doing, Edith?" Mirabelle, she exclaimed, gazing at the opulent villa, which seemed extravagant to a commoner like Edith. Her eyes spun around like a mountaineer, and she emitted a series of nonsensical murmurs, lost in wonder. Mirabelle sighed and gestured for Edith to enter her room. At the end of the long corridor, there was undoubtedly a strong stimulus for Edith. Her gaze once again fixated on the room. "Now, let us practice the spell." "Excellent." Edith clenched her fists. However, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of something mundane that piqued her interest. A pile of books lay on the table, which Mirabelle was engrossed in. They resembled Muggle literature, just a single Muggle book. A Muggle book? Does Mirabelle read it too? There are numerous valuable insights within. The books on the table chronicled various regimes throughout Muggle history, absolute monarchies, democracies, socialism, figures like Hitler, Napoleon, and Zhu Yuanzhang, showcasing both the triumphs and failures of history. Mirabelle believed it essential to possess and gather such knowledge. The history of Muggles is often ridiculed by the magical world. Yet their ability to wield creativity in the absence of magic is remarkable. They are perpetually forward-looking, striving for progress and improvement. Without magic, Muggles cannot reclaim what has been lost, which drives them to pursue efficiency in intellectual endeavors. They navigate sacrifices while continuing to advance, an approach that the magical realm currently necessitates. Given these reflections, Mirabelle was diligently studying history. Yet, the magical world remained stagnant. In an effort to preserve pureblood wizards, there was a repeated cycle of inbreedings, resulting in a lack of capability and lineage, yielding no advancement. Observing the dwindling numbers of purebloods, one could see how they were trapped in a cul-de-sac. It was rather foolish. Despite being Muggles, they are destined for extinction, yet this truth remains unacknowledged. Only the most essential numbers are accepted and progress is made, even if it leads to a dead end. Voldemort has pushed this dead end to its zenith. The chains of madness must be broken. Within the Muggle book, there was a ticket that had been used as a bookmark. Mirabelle seemed to respond to Edith's curious gaze by retrieving a piece of paper wedged between the books. It bore the inscription, Quidditch World Cup Semi-Final, Huagua vs. Ireland. Hey, it's a ticket to the Quidditch World Cup. Interested? Of course, came the reply. The tickets to the Quidditch World Cup are highly coveted within the wizarding community, making many, like Edith, yearn for them. However, on the other hand, there are some families that, despite receiving invitations, have no desire to attend. The Beresford family is one such example. Well, shall we take a look? Do you want to see it? For Mirabelle, the World Cup was not particularly thrilling. Nevertheless, this did not imply that she disliked it. If Edith wished to go, it would not be a wasted opportunity. In response to the question, Edith nodded enthusiastically. All right, let's hurry. If I recall correctly, it should be taking place today. The Patronus charm could only begin to be learned thereafter. With the basilisk now settled, Mirabelle was confident that Chilo would manage splendidly. Mirabelle snapped her fingers, and moments later, a maid entered the room. Her name was Mary, the exclusive maid brought from the estate by Mirabelle. The girl, with a doll-like appearance and flaxen hair tied back, wore a dress that would make a Muggle question its design. Without hesitation, the maid seized the bewildered Edith and took her away. Mirabelle shed her white coat and opened the wardrobe, discovering a black hoodie and jeans. With a snap of her fingers, her attire transformed instantaneously, leaving her long robe hanging on the rack. Sister, I am ready, she declared. Doesn't it look splendid? Edith, having applied a subtle touch of makeup for the first time, donned a white coordinating dress. Her hair had also been elegantly trimmed, enhancing her graceful and dignified appearance. Mirabelle gently placed a hand on Edith's shoulder, who was bowing her head, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Mirabelle relayed the message to Mary. Once they had departed, gracefully escorted by the maid, Mirabelle promptly activated her apparition, soaring towards China. China, but deep within the rarely approached forest of the city, was the venue prepared for tonight's competition. Of course, if the wizards were appropriately attired, considering the Muggles, being discovered would be inconsequential. However, wizards over 60 would don their robes. This was precisely why any Muggle witnesses would inevitably have their memories erased. The venue possessed two entrances, each exhibiting an intriguing aspect. One entrance was teeming with white wizards eager to rush into the arena. Conversely, at the other entrance, a line of yellow-skinned wizards stood in orderly fashion, seemingly unaware of the urgency to reach the competition. Edith, eager to make her way to the event, could comprehend the former but completely failed to grasp the latter. What was the purpose? The orderly nature of the Chinese race, adhering to rules and exhibiting politeness, deemed the act of queuing as a waste of time. Yet, it became apparent that the crowded entrance would expedite their entry more than the orderly queue. Upon presenting their tickets to the staff, Mirabelle and Edith were guided to their designated seats, offering an excellent vantage point to witness the entire match. As the competition commenced, many spectators had procured binoculars, tools akin to Muggle binoculars, to enhance their viewing experience. Finally, the moment arrived for the teams to enter, igniting a lively atmosphere within the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Round 3. Tonight's match features a semi-final between China and Ireland. Let us begin with the Irish team's mascot. Boomed the voice of Ludo Bagman, the Minister of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Simultaneously, two comet-like objects, shimmering with green and gold luminescence, soared into the arena, spiraling gracefully towards the goalposts at either end. A rainbow bridge connected the two comets, eliciting spontaneous cheers from the audience. As they continued their aerial ballet, they traced the image of a shamrock in the sky. Ultimately, a golden rain descended, showering coins upon the spectators and inciting a frenzy. Rushing to collect the coins, Mirabelle quietly grasped Edith's shoulder. "It's a trick. The coins will vanish with time." "Ah!" Laughter ensued. Initially believing in the authenticity of the golden rain, Edith managed to conceal her unattractive appearance with a wry smile. The thought of collecting coins only to face disappointment later made her hesitant. The entrance for the Chinese team's mascot was approaching. The Irish mascot was marvelous. What sort of mascot would the Chinese team present? As if to fulfill the expectations, two golden broomsticks soared into the arena, spiraling gracefully, followed by a thunderous cheer from the Chinese side of the stands. Wind, 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 wind. The sweeping broom danced in the air like an artist's brush, soon revealing a magnificent landscape painting. A grand great wall emerged, accompanied by a golden five-clawed dragon soaring through the sky. What is this? The Great Wall of the Celestial Empire and its five-clawed dragon. A symbol of auspiciousness that has been revered since ancient times. The dragon, an emblem of power, stands in stark contrast to the fearful depictions found in other cultures. While those dragons instill dread, the golden dragon of this realm evokes a sense of reverence, compelling one to bow in submission. Spectators from various nations gazed in astonishment at this mascot, exclaiming, "Has the Celestial Empire lost its mind? What kind of mascot is this?" Upon hearing the tale, Edith nodded thoughtfully. "Now, let me introduce our athletes. Let the applause commence. The Irish national team. Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Moran, Quigley, Dev, Lindsay." As the athletes mounted their brooms and entered the stadium, the crowd erupted in cheers, forming a long line of competitors. All brooms were like arrows, and each rider was of the highest caliber. Now, the team from the Celestial Empire enters. Xiang Xian, Wang Hongba, Shuri, Xia Houwei, Li Liang, Hua Hong, Xia Jun. The Celestial Empire's team appeared formidable, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Irish contingent. Following this, the quaffle and the bludgers were released onto the field, signaling the commencement of the match. And so the game began. In an instant, Edith lost sight of the players. They moved with incredible speed. The chasers hurled the quaffle so swiftly that it was nearly impossible to discern who possessed it. The beaters struck the bludgers at breakneck speed, leaving trails in their wake. Edith suppressed her laughter at the chaotic scene, particularly at one player's misfortune. In the midst of the fray, seekers Xia Jun and Lindsay engaged in a fierce pursuit of the golden snitch, showcasing a power reminiscent of the games seen in their school days. Yet, the battle between these elite athletes took on two distinct forms. One was a test of endurance, a struggle of stamina, while the other aimed for a swift capture of the snitch. This was Quidditch, and the latter strategy prevailed. Evidence of this was clear as the two seekers sprang into action. Each team's beaters struck at the bludgers while aiming for the seekers. However, the two seekers twirled in midair, showing no signs of slowing down to evade. In this manner, the snitch was within reach. Edith held her breath, eyes fixed on the Celestial Empire's Xia Jun as he leapt from his broom. A miscalculated move resulted in failure to seize the snitch, and he tumbled to the ground. Xia Jun fell, rolling upon impact, but then slowly rose, raising his right arm triumphantly as he let out a fierce roar. In that moment, the entire audience stood, their cheers echoing through the arena. Edith, caught up in the excitement, instinctively rose alongside Mirabelle, her voice rising in unison. Meanwhile, the defeated Irish team lay despondent on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. As the author reflected upon these events, there was a hint of playful exaggeration, acknowledging the need to temper the harshness of criticism and instead focus on joyful memories. In a villa standing majestically on Moulin Crescent Street, two girls find themselves seated face to face. The brunette, Edith Reinagel, closes her eyes, extending her wand as if lost in a reverie, while the blonde, Mirabelle Beresford, watches with her arms crossed. In Mirabelle's eyes, the silver mist emanating from Edith's wand gradually transformed into the shape of an animal, soft and fluid like drifting clouds. Yet, there was no smile upon Mirabelle's face. Instead, she let out a huff and began to lament the inefficacy of Edith's Patronus, which had formed 7 seconds too late. In the battle against the Dementor, it felt like a race against time. The later the result, the greater the sense of lost happiness, memories flooding back. In such moments, the cherished recollections that served as the key to conjuring a Patronus would surface in the mind. Influenced by these memories, one could conjure a Patronus with remarkable swiftness, as the Patronus spell served as a formidable deterrent against Dementors, and vice versa. However, the joy necessary for creating a Patronus was siphoned away by the very Dementors it aimed to repel. Consequently, the Patronus could not be conjured effectively. It would merely be exploited. To exaggerate slightly, the magic of the Patronus spell ultimately condenses into a cycle of creation followed by consumption. Even so, it remains challenging to retain such profound memories. One might wonder, what exactly is Mirabelle contemplating? Mirabelle? If not for reference, perhaps it is the experience that truly led to the creation of a Patronus. Edith pondered this question, yet Mirabelle did not respond, her expression subtly shifting. Mirabelle's expression transformed into her usual demeanor as she coldly remarked, "Let the events that bring joy be the same." Mirabelle uttered some mundane remarks before settling into her chair. She then sipped the remnants of her tea, raising an eyebrow. Edith, uncertain of what to say, muttered a confused "What's wrong?" while observing the dejected expression of the masked butler nearby, speculating that the tea was likely of poor quality. After a brief pause, Edith too took a seat. Mirabelle urged Edith to sit opposite her and handed her a cup of tea. Indeed, compared to the tea served at school, Edith found the flavor to be subtly milder. Being knowledgeable about the quality of black tea, she could not help but notice it. After a brief moment, Edith suddenly recalled something and lifted her gaze. "By the way, are you watching the Quidditch World Cup final, Mirabelle?" "The World Cup? Yes, I'm quite interested. I just watched the match between the teams from Hogwarts and Ireland, so I'm eager to discover the results." The Quidditch World Cup is an event that every resident of the wizarding world yearns to witness. It is no exaggeration to say that all wizards are captivated by it. The final between Hogwarts and Bulgaria will take place in England this year. It is the first time in 30 years that England has hosted this event, and the British magical community is abuzz with excitement. Naturally, Edith is among them. If given the opportunity, she too would wish to attend the match. "So, Edith? Can we still obtain tickets?" Edith shrugged at Mirabelle's inquiry. The tickets for the World Cup final are notoriously sought after and exceedingly difficult to acquire, regardless of how much one desires them. The sentiments of the residents of the British magical world prevail. Hence, there is fierce competition and bidding, with only a fortunate few able to attend. The Reginald family does not possess such wealth, nor do they have influential connections. Moreover, as their own daughter, she feels hesitant to broach the subject with her family. This is the first I've heard of it. I didn't mention it. No. As Mirabelle selected cookies, she awaited a word from the other person. Mirabelle yearned to immerse herself in a tale that delved deeply into familial affairs. As Edith spoke, Mirabelle listened intently, allowing the conversation to flow naturally. Edith, seemingly devoid of any particular reservations, began to speak candidly about the complexities surrounding her mother's remarriage. Long ago, there existed a couple, her biological parents, who had quarreled and subsequently divorced. It was an ordinary story, yet not without its intricacies. The discord stemmed from the differences between a wizard and a muggle. Her mother, a half-blood witch, hailed from a family that prided itself on its pure blood lineage, which leaned towards the ideals of blood purity. In stark contrast, her father was a muggle. Strangely enough, during their courtship, it appeared as though their union was akin to a summer fling, a seemingly light-hearted affair. However, the question remained as to why their marriage faltered despite the expectations surrounding pure blood unions. What truly transpired? The notion of pure-blood supremacy seemed to dissipate into thin air. Mirabelle felt a sense of disdain and urged Edith to continue speaking. After quenching her thirst with some black tea, Edith resumed her narrative. Subsequently, the father departed with the sister while the mother took her leave as well. Following this, the mother remarried, thus becoming part of the Rainagel family. Sister? I can hardly recall her visage. The mother passed away when she was merely 9 years old, which led to the current Rainagel family adopting her as a child. Could this be the reason for her reluctance to speak? As Edith savored her third biscuit, she nodded in response. However, from the expression on her face, one could detect the submissiveness of an adopted child, seemingly content with her present circumstances. How intriguing. The father treated her as if she were his own true daughter. Well, I have come to grasp the situation. It is no wonder she belongs to Slytherin, given the concerns surrounding lineage. Mirabelle offered a bittersweet smile as she toyed with an empty teacup. Curiosity sparked within her, prompting her to pose a question. By the way, does your maternal lineage boast pure blood? What is her name? Mother? I suppose it must be Valentine, so her original name should be Edith Valentine. Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering china filled the air, and fragments of the white teacup scattered in all directions. Puzzled, Edith surveyed her surroundings, her expression one of astonishment, the likes of which she had never witnessed in Mirabelle during their 3 years of acquaintance. The radiant golden eyes, which fearlessly embraced danger, flickered with emotion. Perhaps it was merely Edith's imagination, but in that moment, Mirabelle appeared to be a lost child. Mirabelle gazed blankly at Edith, her expression one of utter astonishment, as if she were rendered speechless by the unfolding events. What is happening? Mirabelle, what is the matter? She inquired, sensing the peculiar coincidence that had befallen them. But if it's about an older sister, wait. Mirabelle, what is wrong? At Edith's urgent call, Mirabelle finally regained her composure. With a sudden blink, she surveyed her surroundings. Realizing that she had momentarily lost her poise, Mirabelle snapped her fingers, summoning the butler to clear away the shattered plates, then averted her gaze. The shock lingered. What on earth was happening? It's nothing. Don't worry, she murmured softly, yet her eyes unmistakably conveyed a firm refusal. Even if Edith pressed further, Mirabelle would respond with indifference, continuing her cold demeanor. Edith had begun to grasp certain truths. The connection with her mother was merely coincidental, but for Mirabelle, the situation felt almost infernal. Edith could hardly believe it was just a coincidence. This was because there existed only one pure-blood family in the magical realm, known as the Valentines. On the train to Hogwarts, while searching for an empty compartment, Mirabelle and Edith encountered Harry, who had just boarded. Besides the usual duo of Harry and Hermione, there was also Ron Weasley, who had been hospitalized. Perhaps due to the familiarity of the setting, the atmosphere felt somewhat tranquil. Yet the past sting was still palpable. Hey, Harry, Hermione, how have you been? Edith inquired, her voice lightening the mood. Best summer ever, Harry replied, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was well known, yet there was no animosity among the three of them. Their close collaboration over the years had forged a strong bond. The unfolding events were beginning to deviate from the tales of memory, and the future held unpredictable possibilities. It's been ages, Ron, Edith exclaimed with a smile, but Ron merely responded in a hushed tone, averting his gaze. Edith furrowed her brow, curious about what had transpired. Hey, what's wrong with the Weasley? Is he still not back to normal? Ron's memory appeared to have returned, yet after a year of hospitalization, his demeanor seemed altered. Since his departure a year prior, many changes had evidently taken place, but Edith believed that the original Ron would eventually resurface. Hermione answered Edith's question with an anxious expression. Though she insisted that Ron would surely return to his former self, there was a lack of conviction in her words. In the worst-case scenario, if Ron's personality never reverted, it would indeed be peculiar. They had enjoyed the Quidditch World Cup, but was it to celebrate Ron's return to school? They had watched the final match together. Edith looked at Hermione with envy as she spoke. The Weasley family, though not affluent, was led by Arthur Weasley, a government official at the Ministry of Magic. In other words, they were quite adept, due to his clever use of connections. Arthur had successfully secured special seats for the World Cup, allowing him to watch the Quidditch match alongside Harry and Hermione, celebrating their son's return to school. Edith, in fact, Harry wants to invite you. Hermione quickly apologized to Edith, who wore a look of disappointment. Observing this, Edith gave a wry smile. She understood Hermione's connection to Harry and was also aware of Ron's friendship. It seemed that the aftermath of the competition had taken a turn. According to the reports, the collapse of the Death Eaters had incited chaos, and the Dark Mark had even appeared at the scene. Ah, yes, indeed. Harry became somewhat stammering due to Mirabelle's sudden inquiry. His friends thoroughly enjoyed the match, yet they also witnessed a group of masked muggles floating in the air. Furthermore, the Dark Mark, Voldemort's skeletal signal, rose ominously into the sky, plunging the entire venue into extreme panic. Hey, Harry, Edith timidly asked, do you really think he has returned? Is that truly possible? The Dark Mark, a symbol of Voldemort, had not been seen for years. It was no wonder that speculation arose about Voldemort's resurrection. I don't think so, Harry replied skeptically, yet he harbored a disquieting feeling, hoping it was merely a rumor. Nevertheless, he had recently dreamed of Voldemort, which left him with an unsettling premonition. Moreover, Voldemort lacked a physical form. He merely existed as a parasitic spirit incapable of survival. Harry believed that Voldemort could not return from such a state. Most importantly, he had no body. Could he truly resurrect? Harry's wishful thinking was interrupted by Mirabelle, who drew everyone's attention with her proclamation. "What is it, Mirabelle?" they inquired. "In ancient dark magic," she began, "the bones of a blood relative, loyal to their own flesh and blood, and filled with hatred for their enemy's blood, can create a potion that enables complete physical regeneration. This dark magic, known as the rebirth of the body, is what Mirabelle has been studying with the intent of integrating it into her own rituals." Despite her certainty, she acknowledged that the book she had stolen from the restricted section during her first year was incomplete. Upon reflection, it made sense. Had it been perfect, Dumbledore would have ensured its safety. Thus, Mirabelle continued her research, striving to refine it into perfection, with a particular focus on the regeneration of the body. "Wait, I've never heard of such magic or seen it in any book. How do you know so much about dark magic?" exclaimed Granger. "Do you know about Durmstrang Academy?" "Of course, I do. I heard Malfoy mention it," came the reply. "It's quite simple. There's a connection there. They possess considerable knowledge of dark magic acquired from that school." Harry, upon hearing this connection, wore a look of realization, but only Hermione seemed to grasp the significance, with her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. She recalled that the name of the current deputy headmaster at Durmstrang was mentioned in her studies. "Mavis Beresford." "Correct," she exclaimed. Mirabelle broke into a smile, her lips curving upward in affirmation of Hermione's words. Mirabelle harbors a deep affection for her mother. Yet her sole and most significant advantage lies in the title held by Vice Principal Dumbledore. Thanks to this connection, Mirabelle has never been a stranger to the arcane knowledge of dark magic, and she has eagerly borrowed as many tomes as possible from her mother. Indeed, without this critical understanding, some of the spells Mirabelle conjured would have been unattainable, and this knowledge is paramount for the successful execution of this year's ceremonial plans. Now, returning to the matter at hand, if the conditions are met, Voldemort's resurrection is indeed feasible. Can that wretched fellow truly be revived? How outrageous, Beresford. Harry felt a flush of embarrassment as he glanced at Mirabelle. Only Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Edith were all taken aback, awaiting Mirabelle's response. Harry wished for Mirabelle to dismiss it as a jest, but Mirabelle's penchant for humor was not to be underestimated. Mirabelle spoke the truth that everyone feared without hesitation. If one chooses to consider it a lie, so be it. But in one's heart, Potter, if Voldemort seeks the finest blood as the material for his resurrection, it is for the sake of humiliation and the significance of vengeance. The finest blood? Indeed, the very architect of his own downfall. Still revered as a hero in the magical realm, the adversary of revenge, and none more fitting to be labeled as the enemy than the boy who lived. Mirabelle, with a somber smile, patted Harry on the shoulder and whispered softly in his ear. The voice of Mirabelle was cheerful, imbued with an air of mystery, as if she were anxiously awaiting something. Upon hearing her words, Harry felt a paralyzing fear seep through his body, a sensation that coursed through his veins. This year, following the customary sorting ceremony, the welcoming feast for the new students commenced. Naturally, Mirabelle believed that the most valuable treasures within the school were the vast volumes housed in the library, rivaled only by the significance of the food served. Each time, the house elves excelled in their craft, meticulously altering the seasonings to prevent monotony, employing the skills of top-notch chefs to create a plethora of exquisite dishes. Since Mirabelle's early request, the Slytherin table had been adorned with international cuisine, prepared to an exceptional standard. The house elves labored diligently, without a hint of complaint, and Mirabelle wished to take them home. They performed admirably, without cutting corners. The medium-rare steak was deftly sliced into pieces and offered for consumption. Mirabelle believed that meat was best enjoyed slightly undercooked, to savor its natural flavors. On the other hand, if it approached being rare, it could compromise the meat's original taste. Thus, Mirabelle maintained that a slight degree of doneness was paramount. Of course, this did not imply that she would dismiss her baking methods. The same principles applied to savoring blood-rare beef or meat roasted to perfection. Both were delectable. Ultimately, the experience of dining and one's palate determined the enjoyment. Fortunately, this year's feast did not present any perilous surprises. As Mirabelle indulged in her culinary delights, the bloodthirsty Baron spoke beside her. To be candid, Mirabelle wished to maintain her composure, as her appearance was fit for dining. However, she squinted her eyes at the Baroness' remarks. "What has transpired, my lord?" she inquired. "It appears that the mischievous sprite in the kitchen has gone awry," he replied, lamenting its desire to partake in the feast. "Naturally, such a matter is quite unfortunate. It possesses no understanding of decorum and nearly overturned a platter in its haste. Yet, it seems to have taken this event to heart. rampaging through the kitchen and wreaking havoc upon the banquet. Edith listened intently, eager to ascertain the sprite's fate. The cause of her concern was the friend seated beside her. It was well known that Mirabelle despised any disturbance during her meals, and yet the sprite had nearly ruined the dining experience. Undoubtedly, the sprite had ignited Mirabelle's wrath, leading to a chaotic upheaval. Pots were toppled, kettles were tossed, and the kitchen resembled a veritable sea of soup. The timid spirits in the corners of the room quivered in terror. Moreover, the sprite showed no signs of fatigue, hurling water balloons at the newcomers with unrestrained glee. After listening to the story, a vein throbbed on Mirabelle's forehead, and she shattered a glass with her hand. She hurled water balloons at the newcomers with equal force. However, what the mischievous spirit did to the food was an unmistakable desecration. Even if the Emperor were to forgive, Mirabelle could not. "Well done, Baron," she remarked. The Baron, who had surely sensed the murderous aura emanating from Mirabelle, turned a shade paler and hastily departed. Edith pondered that no matter what was said, Mirabelle's wrath would not be quelled. The mischievous spirit would meet its punishment, or perhaps face annihilation at the hands of Mirabelle. It was easy to predict that she would not hesitate to obliterate any disruptions during the meal. After dining, they indulged in some desserts, steamed pudding drizzled with syrup, various cakes, and fried pastry sticks. All these delicacies were sure to stimulate the appetite, leaving one with an insatiable desire to eat to their heart's content. Mirabelle Edith placed her favorite dessert on the plate, savoring its delightful aroma. Once her appetite was satisfied, the plates were cleared away, and Dumbledore's greeting commenced. "Well, I trust everyone has enjoyed their meal. There are a few matters to discuss, so please lend me your ears." His words had a familiar cadence. The list of prohibited items had expanded to include a new prank item, although it was seldom adhered to. Dumbledore informed the students about the woods permitted for exploration on campus, while third-year students were restricted from venturing to Hogwarts. However, the content of his address remained consistent with tradition. Typically, Dumbledore would announce to the first-year students the opportunity to join the Quidditch team, a revelation most students anticipated. Consequently, his statement this year caused a profound disturbance. The Quidditch matches for the Academy had been cancelled, a painful truth to convey. The Quidditch players murmured, their astonished voices rising from all corners of the hall. Harry and others had hoped to seek vengeance against Mirabelle this year, their cries reflecting their perceived loss of opportunity. Edith, also an admirer of Quidditch, felt at a loss beside Mirabelle. In contrast, the announcement of this year's event promised to rival the Quidditch matches. It was named the Triwizard Tournament, a friendly competition among the three magical schools, Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. With a rich history spanning 700 years, the tournament had ceased for several centuries due to the inherent dangers of the competition. The stakes were exceedingly high, with representatives from the three schools vying against one another. This reality, despite the school's protective measures, had previously resulted in fatalities. However, this year, the long-standing seal had finally been broken. The International Magical Cooperation Department and the Department of Magical Games and Sports, in collaboration with the three magical academies, had revitalized the event. The first unforgettable revival would take place at Hogwarts. In October, representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive for the final selection, with the selection process for the three representatives commencing on Halloween. Subsequently, the chosen trio would compete, with only the victor earning the coveted trophy and a prize of 1,000 galleons for their school. 1,000 galleons. Edith's eyes widened at the mention of the prize, and she began counting with her hands. For a student, this sum was an unfathomable amount. If converted to Muggle currency, it would amount to approximately 700. While it seemed like a substantial figure, the context of the affordability of goods in the magical world altered the perception. Generally, wizarding supplies were less expensive than those in the Muggle realm. Due to the advantages of magic, consider this. If the magical realm exchanges 1 pound for a galleon, in the Muggle world, that amount would only suffice to purchase a single bottle of juice. In contrast, the magical world could procure at least 10 different juices for the same sum. The value of gold in the wizarding world is tenfold that of the Muggle realm. This disparity can be more easily understood when comparing developed nations to developing ones. For instance, in underdeveloped countries, an adult salary may only reach a few hundred units. Yet, despite this modest income, they can still live comfortably. As the intrinsic value of money varies, a few hundred units in China could equate to several thousand pounds. A similar phenomenon occurs between the wizarding and Muggle worlds. In other words, the aforementioned 1,000 galleons should be interpreted literally, as merely 700 pounds. Even if this is a rough estimate, for the residents of the magical world, it could be considered worth tens of thousands of pounds. By the way, Mirabelle is aware of a method to capitalize on this. As stated, bringing Muggle gold into the wizarding world holds considerable value, and vice versa. The coins of the magical realm, specifically gold coins, are merely gilded objects. Yet they possess the essence of pure gold. This is due to the existence of alchemy in the magical world, which, from a Muggle perspective, may seem absurd. Over 20 grams of pure gold is valued at merely over 80 units, which is indeed ludicrous. If one were to transport that gold into the Muggle world, of course, it would need to be melted down. It could quickly approach a value of 7,000 units, depending on market conditions. Conversely, if that 7,000 units were exchanged for currency in the magical realm, it would translate to 120 galleons. Moreover, within the magical world, there exists an item known as a pure gold canister, which, if melted and sold, could significantly augment one's capital. Naturally, smuggling wizarding currency into the Muggle world is a criminal act, and those caught would be apprehended immediately. Even 1,000 galleons would gleam enticingly, tempting one to enter a competition, wouldn't it? Edith's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Mirabelle teased her. Edith sighed despondently, resting her elbows on the table, bearing an expression that seemed to pull her from a dream back to reality. Although she yearned for the 1,000 galleons, she valued her life far more. What about Mirabelle? Curiously, she felt she could also achieve something. As she spoke, Mirabelle turned her gaze toward Dumbledore, who had just issued a new announcement stating that participants must be at least 17 years of age. Consequently, Mirabelle, who had only recently turned 14, would not be eligible to participate this year. Dumbledore's keen attention made it apparent that outsmarting him would be a formidable challenge. Mirabelle adeptly exploited dark magic to transcend the age barrier, an enchantment designed to prevent those under 17 from participating. However, Dumbledore's keen perception was not easily deceived. Most significantly, Mirabelle had not intended to be involved at all. As the night grew late, it became imperative for everyone to rest well and prepare for the lessons of the morrow. Facing the day with clarity and vigor, the students rose from their seats, engaging in lively conversation as they returned to their respective dormitories. Naturally, the topic of discussion revolved around the recent competition among the three champions. Who would be selected? What kind of students would emerge victorious? A palpable excitement began to stir among the students. Mirabelle Edith swayed with the flow as she made her way back to the dormitory. Another tumultuous year had commenced. The first elective class of the fourth year at Hogwarts was about to begin. Mirabelle Edith partook in Muggle studies, under the guidance of Professor Kairiti Bubaji, a woman in her 40s with slightly sharp teeth and broad shoulders. Let us commence with a retrospective of the years. What distinguishes wizards from Muggles? Do you comprehend? Theodore Nott, through the utilization of magic, can soar through the skies. Indeed, there is also the art of potion making and alchemy. But do these facets truly constitute a difference? When addressing the audience from the lectern, waving a wand, what delineates the divide between wizards and Muggles? Moreover, the chasm is not as vast as wizards might envision, for there exists a spectrum of strengths and weaknesses, capabilities and limitations. In essence, it is merely a slight augmentation beyond that of Muggles. Professor Kairiti Bubaji's institution is renowned for its pro-Muggle stance. Mirabelle was not particularly amiable towards Muggles, yet she also rejected the notion of pure bloodlines. The belief in pure blood still runs deep, but wizards must learn to embrace those of Muggle heritage. Had they initially shunned Muggles, wizards would have long since faced extinction. It is imperative to welcome the knowledge gleaned from Muggles for the sake of survival. Muggles must be integrated into their world. Today, the textbooks are now open as they delve into tracing the genealogies of wizards and their intersections with Muggle wizards. Following the conclusion of the lesson, they had a class on magical creatures care. In Hagrid's hut, he stood prepared to unveil the contents of a wooden crate, from which peculiar quacking sounds and the noise of an explosion emanated, as if something had detonated. From this alone, one could predict that it would be a most extraordinary creature, the blast-ended Skrut. Freshly hatched, the reason for raising it oneself was to transform it into a subject of interest, a topic that Mirabelle particularly adored. The blast-ended Skrut was indeed a repugnant creature. It resembled a grotesque lobster, devoid of a shell and head. Its pale, slimy body extended legs from various points, scuttling about. Merely a glimpse of it filled Mirabelle with revulsion, yet it was crammed into a narrow wooden box, its tail sparking like an explosion. They attempted to feed it a variety of sustenance, ant eggs, frog liver, and non-toxic dragon bones were all prepared for sampling. One by one, they tried them out. Edith's face was a portrait of disgust. Most alarmingly, Hagrid confessed to having never raised a blast-ended Skrut, indicating his utter ignorance of the dangers associated with the care of such creatures. He also understood that as the creature matured, it could become harmful. Edith truly struggled to comprehend why Dumbledore had chosen Hagrid to teach. Mirabel contemplated withdrawing from the course. Mirabel did not respond to the tear-streaked Edith. Yet, that silence spoke volumes. What on earth is that creature? It sucks with its belly suction cups. Is it attacking? Its tail exploded. Is it a magical beast of monstrosity? As the lesson progressed, it became evident that the blast-ended Skrut would indeed launch an assault, with the male exhibiting stingers, the female showcasing suction cups, and tails that would detonate. Hagrid provided no prior explanation for any of this. Why was he appointed as a teacher? Even Harry and his peers could discern the struggle etched across their faces, barely managing to endure the class. 1 year of care? How perplexing. Edith remarked that she wished to touch it again, prodding the blast-ended Skrut with a branch, to which Mirabel wearily replied. A particularly arduous lesson commenced, and Mirabel was acutely aware of what it would entail. Frankly speaking, she believed this creature offered no practical value aside from inflicting harm. Ultimately, the class concluded with the feeding of these peculiar beings. The thought of enduring more lessons left Mirabel feeling disheartened. However, this year marked her final opportunity to be an ordinary student. Given that, she resolved to embrace the futility of her daily existence with unbridled enthusiasm. Mirabel couldn't help but smile at the thought of it. It was the first lesson in defense against the dark arts at Slytherin. As she walked through the corridor and entered the classroom, she noticed the remnants of Peeves' mischief tossed into the wastebasket, a reminder of the poltergeist's antics. The subject was notoriously cursed, with the teaching staff changing every year, yet this time, a new instructor had appeared, a figure never before encountered. His name was Alastor Moody, an Auror, whose reputation was described as having buried half of Azkaban. He bore the scars of numerous battles, his appearance a testament to a life of strife. His face resembled a wooden carving, marred by countless fissures, while his mouth was twisted and his nose appeared to have been severed. His left eye, a peculiar magical orb, swiveled erratically, while his left leg, concealed beneath his cloak, was a prosthetic that emitted a distinct clatter with each step. Textbooks away, Moody commanded from the podium, as he prepared to take attendance, calling out the names of the students in turn. His two eyes were a study in contrasts, one, ordinary and focused solely on the attendance book, while the other, the magical eye, roved over the students, seemingly perceiving their situations beyond his line of sight. It was evident that the class had acquired a number of techniques for combating dark creatures, but it was too late, far too late. The most critical lessons on dark magic and curses had yet to be covered. According to the Ministry of Magic, exposure to such matters would not commence until the 6th year, yet the adversaries would not wait until then. Moody's sudden shout startled the students, causing a stir within the classroom, a complete surprise. Who could have anticipated such an abrupt outburst? Yet, Moody, seemingly unfazed, continued his discourse as if nothing had transpired. You cannot protect yourselves from what you do not recognize, he asserted, setting the bar low for the year's expectations. Knowing the spells for combat is essential for your protection. What are the 3 most severely punished curses by the Ministry? Upon hearing this, some timid hands were raised, lacking confidence. Only Draco Malfoy, with an air of self-assurance, was mentioned, but it was understandable, given his lineage as the Dark Lord's kin. However, Moody paid no heed to him, directing his strange eye and the ordinary one towards Mirabel. Why did you raise your hand, Beresford? I heard you are the best student in the school. How can you answer? Had he called her name even without her raising her hand? Pondering this, Mirabel resolved to showcase her knowledge, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Certainly. Professor Moody. The killing curse is Avada Kedavra, the Cruciatus curse is Crucio, and the Imperious curse is Imperio. Particularly the killing curse has no counter-curse or means of resistance. If one is struck by it, death is inevitable. Throughout the history of the magical world, only one has survived after being marked by it. The sole topic of discussion was none other than Harry Potter, having survived the lethal curse that was intended to claim his life. He earned the revered title of the boy who lived. Moody expressed his satisfaction with Mirabel's response, nodding in approval. Perfect, Beresford. Heathcote certainly did not exaggerate. A father of remarkable understanding, an exceptionally skilled expert in the art of countering dark magic, employing ruthless methods in the fight against it, while simultaneously studying the intricacies of dark arts. As for his mother, the esteemed deputy headmistress of Durmstrang. Her prowess is indeed commendable. Mirabel scoffed at Moody's words. Is Mirabel exceptional due to her parents? Mirabel's exceptional qualities distinguish her from others. She firmly believes that even with Muggle parents, she can still thrive. While it cannot be denied that her family has significantly contributed to her growth, that is merely one aspect of her journey. She has been honored with the Magical Excellence Award and the Hogwarts Special Achievement Award for her remarkable accomplishments in vanquishing a basilisk. She aspires to surpass her father's prowess as a dark arts expert. Mirabel stifled a chuckle, offering a brief response. An expert? It truly elicited amusement. To become a mere hound for the Ministry of Magic? Mirabel fancied the notion of training the ministry like a dog while transforming herself into one. Moody subsequently demonstrated the Cruciatus Curse on a spider, elucidating its effects for the students in an accessible manner. The spider afflicted by the killing curse showcased a remarkable display of graceful, albeit hollow ballet, while the one subjected to the Cruciatus Curse writhed in agony. As for the final victim of the Avada Kedavra, it emerged unscathed, vividly illustrating the curse's lethal nature. Next year, they would be instructed on methods to counter such dark magic. It was imperative to be informed and prepared. If understood, one should grasp a quill and inscribe the spoken words. From the results, it could be concluded that Alastor Moody's course was of the highest caliber. Remus Lupin's tenure as an instructor was commendable, yet Moody's lessons in the defense against the dark arts were exceptional. Particularly if one were to encounter dark magic in the future. This left Mirabel feeling that, should she face the Death Eaters, she would be qualified to seek knowledge about the dark arts. Minerva McGonagall remarked that the fourth-year students are currently navigating a period of considerable pressure. The upcoming year will bring the O.W.L. examinations, and their results will significantly impact their future. However, it is already too late to begin preparation in the fifth year. To be adequately prepared, one must commence their studies now. Consequently, this year's curriculum is markedly more rigorous than in previous years, with an increased workload. In potions, Mirabel has been assigned the task of creating an antidote. While in magical sciences, she is required to read 3 additional reference books and master a summoning spell. Defense against the dark arts has also intensified, as Alastor Moody attempted to cast the Imperious Curse on the students to see if they could resist it. Naturally, many students were eager to comply. But Moody paid no heed to their willingness, leading to a rather unsettling situation. Those who were subjected to the curse began to exhibit peculiar behaviors, imparting the terror of the Imperious Curse to their peers. Edith sang, Parkinson danced, Goyle and Crabbe constructed a stage with their instruments, and Malfoy removed his clothing. Ultimately, it was Mirabel's turn, and Moody cast the spell upon her. A sense of dread enveloped her. Fear of the unknown is one thing, but once clarity is attained, the fear becomes even more profound. After receiving the soul-binding spell, Mirabel felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. All her worries dissipated into thin air, replaced by an ultimate feeling of security. She even began to experience an illusion, believing that she was on the verge of discovering what she had been searching for. Mirabel comprehended the essence of the soul-stealing curse. Many sorcerers found themselves unable to resist its allure, succumbing to its dark temptations. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a coarse voice echoed in Mirabel's mind, utterly dissipating that exquisite sensation. Kneel? What? She pondered. Why should she submit? Why obey such commands? Even in the face of such delicate emotions, her overwhelming self-respect roared defiantly. Was she now to be commanded? Was she to be ordered by Mirabel? With the mere thought, all remnants of joy vanished, leaving in their wake a profound and fervent hatred for rebellion. Mirabel heeds every command, bound by any constraint, and is ready to flatter all. Only she can orchestrate her own destiny. At the moment when Mirabel's heart cried out, her thoughts crystallized, and her vision expanded. She turned to Moody, who wore an expression of astonishment, and offered a fearless smile. How awkward it was to sing. For the first time, she experienced the soul-binding curse. An incantation to be feared, one that would prove difficult to resist. On the way back to the dormitory, Edith spoke with a flushed face. Of course, the prospect of being observed by her family while engaging in such antics would be quite embarrassing. It was impossible to restrain oneself. As for the orders directed at the female students, they seemed relatively benign. At least Alastor Moody had considered that, which was certainly better than Malfoy. Did Professor Moody harbor a dislike for Malfoy? The thought of Malfoy being ridiculed in class was amusing, or rather, his father was despised. Lucius Malfoy, once a leader among the Death Eaters, had escaped from Azkaban and regained his power, becoming a nemesis of the Aurors. Mirabel's father, an expert in countering dark magic, likely shared this disdain. For 14 years, her father had sought ways to convict Malfoy. As they chatted while walking, they soon heard a cacophony of noise. It seemed that students had gathered in the foyer, creating quite the commotion. Curious about the cause, Edith dashed ahead, with Mirabel, visibly irritated, trailing closely behind. There, many students were rushing about, fixated on the notice board by the staircase. Edith stood on tiptoe, straining to glimpse the board, but to no avail. However, as Mirabel pursued, the students hastily parted, clearing a path to the notice board. A poster announcing the Triwizard Tournament caught their attention. It proclaimed that representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive on October 30th at 6:00 p.m., and all students were required to assemble in the castle for a reception. Just 1 week remained until then. Who would be the chosen champions? If she were to speculate, Marcus Flint might very well run for selection. As the captain of the Quidditch team, his athletic prowess was impeccable. Nonetheless, it seemed rather peculiar, as Slytherin did not appear to have anyone particularly special at the age of 17. Of course, it was a foregone conclusion that Mirabel would be unable to compete for the position of champion. In the week that followed, the school buzzed with discussions surrounding the tournament. What kind of students would participate? Who would run? And who would be victorious? October 30th, the eagerly awaited day had finally arrived. The hall had been adorned with a massive banner displaying the insignias of each house. The faculty table was similarly decorated, framed by the images of a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle surrounding the Hogwarts crest. A delightful sense of anticipation enveloped the entire area, which passed in the blink of an eye. At 6:00 p.m., students lined up in the castle, awaiting the arrival of the two schools. As Edith posed questions to Mirabel, her excitement caused her cheeks to flush. Finally, would they arrive? It seemed that the distance to the other schools was quite considerable. Considering practicality, a broom or a portkey may suffice, yet they lack grandeur. For wizards, the most expedient and effective means of transportation remains confined to portkeys or Floo powder. However, appearances matter. Just as Hogwarts strives for aesthetic appeal, so too must such matters be presented in a more striking manner. Many gathering places yearn to showcase their splendor. If I am not mistaken, it appears the delegation from Beauxbatons has arrived. Dumbledore's voice echoed from the front of the faculty, prompting all heads to lift. Where? The students glanced around until a sixth year pointed and exclaimed, "Over there." A colossal object soared toward the castle. What is that? A dragon. A first-year student exclaimed in a flurry of confusion. Perhaps it is a new giant broom. Another student shouted in panic. Fool, that is a flying house. Another first-year cried out. Approaching Hogwarts is a grand carriage, pulled by 12 magnificent steeds, gliding through the night sky. A boy clad in a light blue robe leaped from the rumbling carriage, ready to offer a golden stepping stone. Then, a gigantic high-heeled shoe descended the steps, revealing a lady who emerged from the carriage. She was a vision of beauty, with smooth, sun-kissed skin and a fit physique. Her face was angular, her nose elegantly high, and her neck adorned with opals, presenting the aura of high society. However, it was her stature that truly distinguished her. In fact, she stood nearly as tall as Hagrid, who was renowned as the tallest at Hogwarts, measuring 8 feet. By the way, Hagrid is 7 feet tall, so Dumbledore, who stands at approximately 6 feet, seemed diminutive beside Beauxbatons' headmistress, Madame Maxime. I concur with Edith, Mirabel added. Dumbledore is likely around 6 feet, yet beside Maxime, he resembled a child. If Edith and Mirabel were to estimate, they might only reach her waist. She appeared rather frigid. Though hailing from a warmer region, one could hardly deny her lack of preparation. Clad in a thin silk robe, merely gazing upon her attire evoked a chill. Moreover, she wore no cloak. Madame Maxime entrusted her steed to Dumbledore and gracefully strode into the castle. Shortly thereafter, the students from Beauxbatons followed, rushing into the castle to warm themselves. In the ensuing minutes, the students gazed skyward, awaiting the arrival of Durmstrang. Mirabel consciously thought, since Beauxbatons has arrived, then Durmstrang must have as well. However, the lake's surface shimmered, revealing a vast whirlpool. A colossal ship emerged from the vortex, as if it were being drawn from the depths of a watery abyss. This vessel, shrouded in an aura of darkness, resembled a ghost ship, fitting for a school dedicated to the study of dark magic. Upon reaching the shore, a group clad in thick leather garments disembarked, among them a striking figure with silver hair and a deep crimson robe, accompanied by a radiant woman with golden locks. They were Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, and Mavis Belresford, his deputy. Ah, that must be her mother, Edith exclaimed, gazing in admiration at the alluring woman exuding charm. The woman bore a remarkable resemblance to Mirabelle, with similar facial features and an undeniable confidence in her appearance, which contributed to her haughty demeanor, reminiscent of her daughter. Karkaroff approached Dumbledore, speaking animatedly. Dumbledore, how delightful to see you. You appear in splendid spirits, Headmaster Karkaroff, replied Dumbledore, pleasantly surprised. It has been quite some time, Mrs. Belresford. By the way, where is your daughter? She is over there. Dumbledore pointed towards a corner where a group of fourth-year Slytherin students had gathered. Shortly thereafter, Mavis waved, seemingly having spotted Mirabelle, who willingly returned the gesture. Fortunately, the exchange between the two was brief and unnoticed by the crowd, as the presence of the Durmstrang delegation had captured the students' attention. Hey, Mirabelle, is that Viktor Krum? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the famed Quidditch player. With his distinctive curved nose and dark brows, Krum's characteristic posture was evident even from afar, his legs splayed like a bow. Viktor Krum, a world-renowned Quidditch player, elicited excited screams from the surrounding female students, while Edith stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. She fumbled through her belongings, searching for a piece of parchment to secure an autograph. Afterward, the Durmstrang students filed into the Great Hall and took their seats. While Edith remained in a state of excitement, her enthusiasm as a Quidditch fan unabated. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests, Dumbledore began, addressing the assembly. Once again, we extend a warm welcome to you, especially this evening's guests. We hope and trust that your experience at Hogwarts will be both comfortable and enjoyable. Let the feast commence. Following his brief address, he waved his wand, causing each house's golden plates to fill with a sumptuous array of food, featuring a variety of familiar and exotic dishes prepared for the students of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Hey, Mirabelle, Krum is seated at the Slytherin table. What should we do? Should we extend the hospitality? Someone inquired, as the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. As Edith watched Viktor Krum, the Quidditch star from Durmstrang, her excitement was palpable. However, Mirabelle displayed not a shred of interest. She regarded Krum as a rather dull fellow, preferring instead to indulge in the various delicacies before her. Let Malfoy flatter Krum if he wishes. Malfoy, seated opposite Krum, gestured animatedly, attempting to capture his attention. Hey, so, did you catch the golden snitch because you believed you would win that match? As the game neared its end and the score gap widened, one must strive to minimize the difference and expedite the conclusion of the match. As a seeker, one must decide how to secure victory. Indeed, yes. Krum must be quite familiar with English. His unique accent rendered his speech somewhat difficult to decipher. The word Vok morphed into Veraver. Certain vowels proved challenging to articulate. Yet considering Krum's foreign background, he had done remarkably well. Headmaster Karkaroff and Vice Principal Mavis spoke fluently, but both were originally from England. By the way, is the food delightful? Mirabelle? Oh, you should certainly give it a try. As Mirabelle spoke, she reached for the food with her fork. The buttery roasted salmon, enhanced with herbs, presented a vibrant hue. The aroma of the buttery herbs tantalized the appetite, rendering it irresistible. Edith nodded, picking up a nearby piece of baked bread. It was one of the world-renowned French delicacies. She pierced the pasta with her fork and brought it to her mouth, enveloped in a rich white sauce. Delicious, utterly delightful. If compared to such French cuisine, one might despair at the lack of variety in British fare. Conversely, even British dishes, when prepared with care, can be remarkably flavorful. Wouldn't one think? While indulging in the British classic of fish and chips, it presents a different flavor altogether. Even the most beloved culinary creations can sometimes fall short of their potential. There exists a prevalent notion that British cuisine leaves much to be desired, a sentiment even the British themselves may concede. Not only is seasoning often neglected, but even the cooking times are mismanaged, resulting in overcooked vegetables that lose their texture and ingredients fried until they turn black. It is said that the reason for this is the British tendency to adopt cooking methods that simply heat ingredients without preserving their essence, which does not necessarily align with British palates. Generally, the British find the culinary offerings of China, Italy, and France to be far superior. Thus, the more one subjects oneself to such culinary disappointments, the more pronounced the suffering becomes. However, there are indeed aspects of British cuisine to take pride in. Moreover, the fare at Hogwarts is unparalleled, at least superior to any establishment outside its walls. Once the welcome party's feast was consumed, and desserts were savored, Dumbledore rose once more. Finally, the moment had arrived. The students were all leaning forward, and the hall was filled with a palpable sense of comfortable anticipation. Dumbledore smiled gently at the gathered eyes and, with a clear voice, announced, "The time has come. The selection for the Triwizard Tournament representatives from the 3 magical schools is about to commence." He began to explain the proceedings. Dumbledore provided a concise overview of the competition's structure. First, he, alongside Karkaroff, Maxim, the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Barty Crouch, and the director of Magical Sports, Ludo Bagman, would serve as judges. Secondly, a contestant would be drawn from each school. The 3 tasks will comprehensively test the representative's magical prowess, courage, logical reasoning, and ability to handle perilous situations. The most formidable contender shall be bestowed with the honor of 1,000 galleons. A fair selection of representatives for the Triwizard Tournament, known as the Goblet of Fire, is to be made. Those wishing to vie for the position of a contestant must submit their names to the goblet within 24 hours. Ultimately, the name that is forever disregarded shall be the one that does not emerge. Once summoned by the Goblet of Fire, the individual shall be bound by a magical contract, compelled to partake in the Triwizard Championship. There is no room for retreat once the challenge has commenced. As the explanation concludes, the welcoming ceremony shall draw to a close. Edith expresses concern regarding the accommodation for Durmstrang, yet it appears that the students from Durmstrang typically return to their ship. Karkaroff approaches the students, smiling at Krum with a paternal warmth. The headmaster evidently holds a fondness for Krum, akin to Dumbledore's affection for Harry. Mirabelle was walking alongside a group of Slytherins when, by a stroke of chance, she caught sight of Mavis beside Karkaroff. "Oh, Mirabelle, dearest Mirabelle," Mavis exclaimed, rushing to her side and ultimately receiving a warm embrace. "It has been such a long time, dear Mirabelle. You have become even more beautiful than your mother," she complimented, her face adorned with Karkaroff's smile as she extended her hand. Mirabelle did not extend her hand, feigning ignorance of her swaying mother. It seemed that Principal Karkaroff had also remained unchanged. Mirabelle harbored a fondness for men, yet betrayed her former comrades to establish her current position among the Death Eaters. Karkaroff felt a sense of relief at severing ties with the Death Eaters. However, ultimately, the act of exploiting the powerful, a display of social climbing, oscillates between certain thresholds of morality. For Mirabelle, Karkaroff represented a formidable adversary. To be candid, there was a sigh of relief. If one were to be 17 and qualified, the school would indeed be perilous. Well, should participation occur, victory would surely follow. Appearing as confident as ever, a sense of ease washed over. Yet, there lingered a fear, for such occurrences could indeed transpire. Mirabelle exuded a refreshing confidence, while Karkaroff's face contorted with unease. Surrounded by formidable individuals, Karkaroff instinctively understood the existence of those stronger than himself. Mirabelle was like an endless abyss, which is why Karkaroff resorted to flattery. Although she was merely a girl at present, deep within her, she firmly believed that one day she would become a force capable of shaking the foundations of the magical world. By the way, what of Durmstrang? Did you provide the same answer 7 times? Wouldn't it be better for the school to focus on mastering dark magic? One should also have the freedom to read at will in the library. The school does not impose restrictions on browsing. Karkaroff was subtly attempting to sway Mirabelle to his side, and then she spoke, stepping back. Mavis glanced over, expressing her regret, lamenting that Mirabelle should have been more forthcoming. "It's all right," she replied. Even if Karkaroff relinquished his efforts, he had never intended to gain anything from the start. "Let us return to the ship," she said, departing with Edith, who had been thoroughly abandoned by Krum, as they made their way towards the Slytherin dormitory. For now, Mirabelle would undoubtedly participate in the competition. Mirabelle does not mind standing out, but must act like a shadow at times. If possible, it is preferable to draw Dumbledore's attention entirely to Harry. Considering this, participating in the competition would be a foolish endeavor. Moreover, Mirabelle's mother is truly an exceptionally beautiful woman. Mirabelle possesses an exquisite beauty. Yet there exists an undeniable allure that transcends mere aesthetics, particularly in the way she carries herself. Her allure is particularly pronounced in her bosom. Well, let us not stray from the subject. Mirabelle seized Edith, who was attempting to flee, pinching her cheeks. "Indeed. Yes. Listen," she exclaimed. "Today, I shall tell Harry about the worst of it." Despite never having thrown his name into the Goblet of Fire, disbelief remained pervasive. Hufflepuff's hostility and Ravenclaw's disdain lingered. The animosity from Slytherin remained unchanged, as Harry felt indifferent towards them, yet it pained him to see the 2 houses, which had always been friendly to him, mirror Slytherin's enmity. Few genuinely believed that Harry had placed his name in the goblet. Mad-Eye Moody suggested that one who wished for Harry's demise could indeed have submitted his name. There were those who believed and staunchly maintained that Harry was a victim, earning Harry's deep admiration. Then there were Dumbledore and McGonagall. Harry worried that he had yet to provide an explanation, yet he trusted that his teachers would believe in him, underpinned by unconditional faith. Then there was Hermione, Edith, and Ron. Even in such circumstances, Ron remained concerned for Harry. Although Edith was a Slytherin, she did not wear a badge supporting Malfoy or the filthy Potter badge. Lastly, Mirabel, to Harry's surprise. Mirabel seemed to think that he had thrown his name into the goblet. According to her, Potter lacked such audacity. However, the notion of considering the girl as a friend was perilous, as only a few believed in Harry, which allowed him to navigate his days with relative comfort. Rita Skeeter's reporting also left Harry feeling quite embarrassed. The champions selected by the goblet, bound by contract, could relinquish their participation. Yet the current chaotic state of the competition was a source of great distress for Harry. He truly wished to substitute himself. The first task is a dragon. Harry declared by the lake at school, alongside Hermione, Ron, and their friend Mirabel. All four believed in Harry. Mirabel nodded in agreement. Yet she was among the few. Harry expressed his fear of facing the daunting task alone. Typically, contestants should know the nature of their tasks before they commence. But cheating has been a long-standing tradition. Hagrid, being a good friend to Harry, immediately informed him of the first challenge and took him to witness the 4 terrifying dragons on site. Moreover, Karkaroff could have placed his name in the goblet. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, had mentioned this. Harry had few allies. However, outside the school, there was a reassuring ally named Sirius Black. According to Sirius, Karkaroff had once been a Death Eater, thus caution was warranted. Hermione, surprised by what Harry relayed, insisted that the dragon posed an urgent matter. First, we must ensure you survive until Tuesday evening, she urged, then we can worry about Karkaroff. Indeed, the dragon was the most pressing concern. Edith concurred with Hermione. Glancing at Mirabel. Mirabel did not articulate much, yet Edith observed her nodding in apparent agreement. Thus, the current dilemma is how to assist Harry in outsmarting the dragon. How exactly can one triumph over such a formidable creature? A book reveals insights about dragons whose strength is immense and seems to be impervious to magic. It is recorded that a dragon can withstand the combined efforts of 6 wizards casting a stunning spell. Hermione discusses her knowledge of dragons, but with each detail Harry hears, he becomes increasingly convinced of his own defeat. The dragon is not only powerful but also resistant to magic, capable of breathing fire, and possesses great strength. How could a 4th-year Harry possibly overcome such a beast? Mirabel, the only 4th-grade student capable of such feats, became the center of attention. What would Beresford do? There were several approaches, but one would undoubtedly opt for a decisive and overwhelming assault, unleashing a barrage of attack spells until it succumbed, utterly obliterating it. Mirabel provided a remarkable answer to Harry's inquiry. The girl truly believed she could accomplish it, but Harry was ready to embrace the challenge. Edith, astonished, lowered her head and pondered, is there truly no easier way to achieve such a feat? If one wished to lessen the difficulty, the Eye-Hex could be employed. Magic affects dragons, except for their eyes. If the Eye-Hex were cast upon the eyes, it would undoubtedly yield results. The Eye-Hex is not a particularly difficult spell. If one were to begin learning it now, mastery should be attainable. However, once the dragon's eyes sustain injury, it would undoubtedly thrash about wildly, necessitating caution. Mirabel raised a finger, presenting one of the solutions. Upon hearing her proposal, Harry felt that a path had slightly opened before him, as if he had discovered an answer. One method to control the dragon involves targeting its eyes. Casting a confounding charm into the dragon's eyes would suffice to manage it. While this may sound complex, it is the most reliable approach. Raising a second finger, Mirabel proposed another solution. After all, with Mirabel by his side, the girl would undoubtedly provide answer after answer. The second method involved the use of bait. By employing a transfiguration spell to transform nearby objects into animals, one could effectively create birds with the wand. However, considering the likelihood that the dragon might shift its focus, this method was somewhat uncertain. If combined with a distraction charm, the effectiveness could potentially improve, but alas, it would require learning from this point onward. Mirabel recommended this method, yet it lacked safety, certainty, practicality, and most importantly, it lacked impact. If the objective is to conquer the dragon, there must be a flawless approach. After raising a third finger, Mirabel presented a fourth and final method, her lips curling into a joyful smile. This method, in a sense, is the most effective, a direct confrontation. It possesses the strongest visual impact, ensuring the aim is set upon the dragon. There is no fear in retreating, dodging, or fleeing. One must bravely stand and confront. The audience yearned for this boldness. Yes, Hermione exclaimed, raising her pinky finger towards Mirabel. That is the only way to truly accomplish it. How could Harry possibly defeat a dragon head-on? Listen closely, Granger, Mirabel asserted. It is about the breakthrough. Mirabel responded to Hermione's counter-arguments with a smile. Mirabel proposed several methods, yet the most pragmatic and suitable for Harry, which could enable him to achieve high scores and secure victory, stood out. When Mirabel contemplated this, it was strikingly clear that the impostor Moody would likely keep a close watch on Harry. Only after meticulously scrutinizing Harry's current abilities and strengths could the best guidance be offered. Even if Mirabel were to mentor Harry, the false Moody would also impart techniques to him. However, if Mirabel were to teach Harry, there would be ample opportunities for practice, potentially allowing him to showcase exceptional flying skills that surpassed even Mirabel's recollection. Mirabel perceives a latent potential within Harry. Now, reveal the answer. Fly, broomstick. Mirabel uttered an incantation, and a silver arrow soared from the window of the classroom, traversing the campus and striking Draco Malfoy, who happened to be passing by, landing deftly in his hand. It was undoubtedly a most exquisite method, a means to maximize Harry's potential for victory. The summoning charm. Indeed, a spell learned in the current year, and one of the few that was just beginning to be taught. Summon the broom and break through the dragon head-on. It suits you best, Potter. As she spoke, Mirabel released the silver arrow. Mirabel grasped Edith's waist, embracing her tightly, and forcefully placed her onto the broom. As the interval between classes drew near, their conversation ought to be coming to a close. The choice of how to proceed lay entirely in their hands. Having said that, Mirabel soared high into the air. Hey, Mirabel. As Mirabel entered the classroom through the window, Edith, with a voice tinged with concealed confusion, addressed her. Mirabel magically returned the broom to its original place and turned around. What peculiar event transpired with Harry? Mirabel typically assists others. A prompt and refreshing response is indeed a rarity. This year, Mirabel, using the term trouble, declined to rescue Buckbeak, the hippogriff. But why the apprehension towards trouble? Edith questions Mirabel's unusually kind demeanor. It can also be quite spontaneous. Spontaneous, indeed? Mirabel cast a wry smile towards Edith as she walked down the corridor, and Edith shot her a skeptical glance. Before them stood a magnificent white villa on Magnolia Crescent, a grand residence that no longer resembled a home. The furniture, including tables and chairs, as well as the decorative armors, had been dismantled, and the carpets had been removed from the floors. In their place, an extravagant magical circle sprawled across the entire room, while the walls were adorned with letters that were indecipherable to any muggle. Strange contraptions were scattered throughout the room, each emanating an eerie aura of magic. Satisfied with her inspection after returning from school, Mirabel nodded approvingly. Everything appeared to be in order. Excellent, she remarked. Thank you, sister. Upon receiving her gratitude, Chilo bowed deeply, while Holger respectfully lowered his head beside him. Then Chilo lifted his gaze and inquired, But, sister, are you certain about this? What troubles you? Do you truly believe that this method can yield the perfect elixir of immortality, when history has shown that such a pursuit is fraught with peril? Mirabel regarded Chilo with a slight sense of superiority. Although Chilo feared the wrath of the master, he still offered his counsel. As noted, Mirabel's method of achieving immortality was far from flawless. This raises the question of why Voldemort did not employ such a method or even consider it. Indeed, the ritual was only a half-finished product, lacking perfection. It involved a blood medium that absorbed life and soul, merging them into a singular entity or collective, resulting in a form of mutation. Numerous attempts had been made, yet none had yielded a successful outcome. What emerged was a degenerate imitation. Mirabel endeavored to transform into a creature that already exists within the realm of magic, a being of considerable renown, often hailed as a premier monster. However, this is merely a facade. The true progenitors of this creature have been drained of their essence, resulting in a degenerated offshoot. Such a corrupted product gives rise to an even further degraded entity. With the passage of each generation, the blood becomes increasingly diluted, weakened, and closer to mere imitation. Thus, it has been mistakenly recognized as the most formidable monster, relegated to the status of a powerful entity typically depicted in tales. The original vampire, in contrast, was not a feeble existence. It surpassed all in strength, swiftness, and magical prowess, instilling a sense of despair in adversaries merely by its presence. It is truly exceptional. A creature of unparalleled status, precisely what Mirabelle aspires to become. This being should reside at the pinnacle, perfectly suited to dominate the world. To this end, Mirabelle has diligently perused an extensive array of tomes, striving to comprehend the entirety of dark sorcery. Beyond the borders of Hogwarts and Durmstrang, she has voraciously amassed knowledge from across the globe, notably in England, France, and Russia, regarded as the three great magical nations. She has collected legends of vampiric creatures from around the world and integrated them into her own understanding. She has succeeded in mastering the intricate mechanisms of unexpected occurrences and the craft of creating vampires. Sister, I apologize for the intrusion. But the most crucial element is absent from the ritual. The ceremony cannot compensate for its deficiencies. Mirabelle cast a fleeting glance at Chilo, silencing him effortlessly, and then smiled boldly. It was a haughty smile, brimming with unwavering self-assurance. What is the name spoken? Can you utter the name of the master? She declared. The illustrious Mirabelle Beresford, the magnificent sovereign. In response to Chilo's words, she grinned wickedly, revealing her canine teeth. Who? Those mediocre beings? The supreme entity. The victor who transcends all, the absolute one. Indeed, it is Mirabelle Beresford, a being chosen to surpass all. So what is there to fear? Lacking the endowment? Even in the absence of success, success shall still be attained. Hail, Master! Mirabelle lowered her gaze to Chilo, who was kneeling and rubbing his head, and released her foot from his head. It was challenging to forgive the rudeness that insulted Chilo, yet he bore no malice. There was no concern at all. Do you understand? It is the fulfillment of one's duty. Chilo's head had been kicked, and Mirabelle let go. She then turned her attention to Holger. All right. Let us return to the gathering as the three-way competition approaches its conclusion. Sister, the preparations for the Mirabelle confirmation ceremony are progressing steadily, with no notable shortcomings. Kyrahold remains a source of reassurance. Back at school to watch the competition, Mirabelle is still quite intrigued by the event. The arena for the Triwizard Tournament is already abuzz with excitement even before the commencement of the games. The competition revolves around seizing the golden egg guarded by a dragon, an endeavor fraught with peril and extreme danger. The dragon, mistaking the golden egg for its own, perceives the competition as a threat. Unaccustomed to thievery, it launches a fierce attack on the contestants attempting to steal the egg. Its claws can effortlessly rend flesh, and a whip of its tail can shatter bones, while its fangs spell certain death for anyone caught in their grip, and its flames can reduce one to charcoal. Interest, anticipation, and a hint of trepidation fill the air. Ludo Bagman, with his booming voice, addresses the crowd, his words echoing throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives from 3 schools, it is a pleasure to see you. After centuries of silence, the Triwizard Tournament is about to commence. As the first task, a terrifying dragon reveals its fangs to the contestants. Historically speaking, it has often been said that slaying a dragon is a prerequisite for becoming a hero. Today, 4 brave souls dare to challenge the dragon, from Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. How will these 4 heroes outsmart the dragon? Witness history unfold before your very eyes. The official from the Department of Magical Games and Sports speaks clearly, heightening the audience's excitement. Now, let me introduce the fearsome creature that our heroes will face. First up, the Welsh Green Dragon, measuring 5 feet in length and weighing 6 tons. This dragon inhabits mountainous nests and is known for its elusive nature, as it tends to avoid human contact. But do not let your guard down. In 1932, during the Ilfracombe incident, this fierce dragon attacked a beach where muggles were sunbathing. A seemingly calm dragon, but when provoked, it can be quite fearsome. A daunting task indeed. As if in harmony with the host's introduction, Mirabelle's gaze fixates on the dragon in the arena. Its body, cloaked in verdant scales, exudes immense strength, and its tranquility is overshadowed by an overwhelming power. Next is the Swedish short snout, measuring 15 feet and weighing 4 tons. This somewhat delicate dragon is renowned for its resilient skin. Its lightweight yet robust scales make it a prized possession for crafting shields and protective gear, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. It is well known that the short snout's breath is quite unique, producing bright blue flames. How will the contestants confront this fearsome dragon? The moment of truth. A test of the champion's might has arrived. In another corner of the arena, a silver blue, luminescent dragon quietly surveys its surroundings. Its majestic appearance sends shivers down the spine. The Fireball Dragon from Asia, measuring 3 feet and weighing 3 tons. This dragon is notorious for its unpredictable temper, preying predominantly on mammals. A carnivorous creature, indeed. It is a formidable foe. Contestants must possess immense courage to engage in battle. Introducing a dragon adorned with deep crimson scales and prominent eyes. Its visage is crowned with a cluster of golden thorns, rendering it even more terrifying. Behold, the Hungarian horntail, measuring a formidable 20 feet in length and weighing 4 tons. It breathes flames that can reach an astonishing 15 feet. Its resilient horns and tough scales are complemented by barbed spikes along its tail. How on earth can one procure a golden egg from such a fearsome creature? Let us eagerly anticipate the contestants' performances. Lastly, we are introduced to a black dragon with bronze horns. Its tail, equipped with sharp spikes, boasts even more weapons than the dragon itself. Moreover, it possesses a fierce demeanor that even Mirabelle dares to confront head-on. For colossal dragons, are they truly manageable? The hero must confront them and seize their eggs. Now, let us present the first challenger. The foremost contestant hails from Hogwarts, a young hero from Hufflepuff House. As the captain of the Quidditch team, how will he face this challenge? Please, everyone, extend your warmest applause for Cedric Diggory. As his name was announced, the Hufflepuff students rose in unison, erupting in a roar of cheers. Even the distant Slytherins were startled, their eardrums resonating with the sound. Edith covered her ears, while Mirabelle furrowed her brow. How could Diggory possibly steal the golden egg from a dragon? She pondered, fearing he might be incinerated. Mirabelle, speak positively. Cedric Diggory is the first contestant in this competition. Should Cedric meet a fiery demise, the event may be cancelled once more. In such a scenario, Mirabelle hopes to devise a solution. Cedric emerged from backstage to a raucous welcome, facing the Swedish short-snout dragon. He appeared to mask his anxiety, his expression taut. The countdown began, with Bagman's words. A whistle pierced the air, signaling the start of the competition. Cedric could not retreat any longer. Under the crowd's watchful gaze, he brandished his wand and cast a spell on a nearby rock. The stone transformed into a Labrador retriever, which began to circle the dragon. The dragon appeared infuriated, evidently perceiving the intruder as a threat. A dog? Could this be the distraction he intends to use? Cedric opted for a baiting strategy. Thus far, it seemed effective. As the dragon's gaze fixated on the dog, Cedric maneuvered around the blind spot of the Swedish short snout, inching closer to the golden egg. Yet, it was too soon. The dragon had not yet vacated the vicinity of its treasure. Just then, the massive dragon's tail lashed out towards Cedric, compelling him to hastily retreat. Oh, that was perilously close. He nearly fell victim to that sweeping tail. The entire venue held its breath, exhaling in relief for Cedric's safety. It was perilous. Had he been struck just moments ago, Cedric would have been rendered as mere pulp. Once more, Cedric created some distance, anticipating the dragon's movement, yet the beast remained still. Was it not going to move? The baiting strategy had faltered. Even if the hound could instill caution in the dragon, it still posed a threat. From the dragon's perspective, there was little reason to stir, as it was preoccupied with the fear of its golden eggs being pilfered. Mirabelle elucidated Edith's dilemma. The baiting strategy was commendable. Yet, regardless of the attempts to captivate the dragon's attention, it would abandon its egg. At that moment, Cedric contemplated his next move, increasing the number of dogs. He mimicked their previous actions, racing around the dragon. He began to feign an attempt at stealing the golden egg. In response, the mighty dragon's eyes blazed with fury as it slowly elevated its massive body. Seizing the opportunity, Cedric dashed forth. A perilous gamble. Acquiring the golden egg was paramount. Resolute, Cedric launched a bold yet reckless assault. If fortune favored him, he would undoubtedly succeed in stealing the egg. However, the dragon was not merely focused on the dogs. It had other instincts. Seemingly reconsidering its target, the dragon shifted its gaze from the dog to Cedric, exhaling a torrent of blue flames. Cedric swiftly evaded. He rolled to the side, reaching for the golden egg. To escape the swiping claws, he left the dragon's immediate attack range without seizing the egg. What a pity. The arena was filled with dismay, with sighs echoing throughout. Edith finally exhaled, as if she had forgotten how to breathe until that moment, and steadied her breath. Alas, it was merely a hair's breadth away. A fraction slower, a moment's hesitation. Edith and Mirabelle exchanged impressions and continued to observe the contest. Cedric sent forth another dog, persistently evading the dragon's blind spots. Although the dragon raised its hindquarters, Cedric refrained from acting recklessly, waiting silently for the opportune moment. As time trickled by, approximately 10 minutes elapsed before the dragon surged forward, charging toward the pack of dogs. By the time the dragon noticed the theft of the golden egg, it was too late. Cedric snatched the egg and fled. Suddenly, the arena erupted with cheers, the footsteps of Hufflepuff students resonating like an earthquake. He had done it. Cedric had secured the golden egg. Naturally, the dragon redirected its attention to Cedric, launching an assault. However, with the egg in hand, the contest was concluded. The waiting wizards immediately sprang into action, subduing the furious dragon. Witnessing the still-raging beast being confined, Bagman spoke up. "Well done, Cedric Diggory. Truly splendid." He gestured towards the judges' table where Dumbledore, Barty Crouch, and Maxim Igor Karkaroff were seated. Of course, Bagman himself was also among the judges. As the scoring phase commenced, all attention was immediately drawn to the proceedings. Yet, Bagman refrained from announcing the scores aloud, wishing to apply necessary pressure on the subsequent contestants. Maxim awarded 8 points. Crouch granted 8 points. Dumbledore, 2, gave 8 points. Bagman echoed an 8. Karkaroff awarded 6 points. A total of 38 points, an ambiguous score, neither high nor low. The total score is 3 points. Considering the 50-point system, the scoring is quite reasonable. Nonetheless, mere success is truly admirable. Given the inherent risks of failure, success becomes paramount. Cedric Diggory, well done. Will a contestant follow this momentum? Welcome home. From the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, the only woman in this competition, Fleur Delacour. The crowd erupted in cheers for Fleur Delacour. In unison, the students from Beauxbatons raised their voices, with some male students joining in fervently. Her beauty captivated all. Standing there was enough to enchant the men present. To some extent, one might say that her mere presence positioned the competition in the most advantageous light. And facing the Welsh green dragon, the gentle beast, we eagerly anticipate how she will mesmerize us. The competition begins. With the signal, Fleur starts to move. Gradually, she inches closer to the mighty dragon, gauging the intervals of its attacks. Clearly employing a baiting strategy, she opts for magical assaults. However, striking the dragon from a distance would be futile, as its scales would block any effect. The only area where magic could be effectively cast upon the dragon is its eyes. To aim there, she must carefully measure the distance. Without warning, the dragon spews fire. Fleur swiftly evades, yet her garments catch flame, prompting her to hastily cast a spell to extinguish it. Nevertheless, her clothing suffers slight charring, revealing her fair shoulders. Oh dear. Bagman's cheerful voice, tinged with excitement, resonates, while the men roar in approval. Bagman fixates on Fleur, while the women gaze in admiration. Yet Fleur, accustomed to male attention, remains entirely unfazed. Instead, she utilizes the recent attack to calculate the optimal position for her spellcasting. Subsequently, Fleur strikes beautifully at the dragon's eye. Look, Fleur has secured victory in the match. Evading the dragon's fiery breath, she cautiously steps forward. Ah, how perilous! As Fleur passes in front of the dragon, despite its awareness, it breathes fire once more. Flames ignite her skirt, inciting further excitement among the men. Fortunately, the fire is quickly extinguished, but the venue is filled with gasps of concern. Ah, we thought it was over. Bagman remarks with evident disappointment, while Edith, with her pale eyes, turns sharply toward him. Only Edith stands as the sole adversary to Bagman among the women present. How unfortunate. Mirabelle gazed at Bagman, clearly aware that his evaluation had firmly embedded itself in her mind. Bagman, sensing the chill creeping down his spine, hastily shifted the topic. Now, let us review the judges' scores. Maxim, 9 points, Crouch, 7 points, Dumbledore, 8 points. Bagman, 9 points, Karkaroff, 6 points. Cedric Diggory has been pursued. Quite reasonable, indeed. Both Edith and Mirabelle found the scores to be justifiable. The audience erupted in applause as a whistle pierced the air. Only the students of Durmstrang, fervent enthusiasts of Quidditch, rose to their feet, attempting to make a lasting impression with their exuberant cheers. At last, Mr. Krum made his entrance, a well-known superstar, celebrated solely for his prowess in Quidditch. As a tall figure with bent legs strode confidently into the hall, thunderous applause erupted. Clearly accustomed to the spotlight, he appeared utterly unfazed. The moment the competition commenced, Krum fearlessly leaped forward, directing his wand at the dragon. He swiftly created distance, casting a spell aimed at the creature's eyes. Even as the dragon swung its claws, the agile Krum evaded effortlessly, targeting the openings to unleash his spell directly into the dragon's eye. In an instant, the dragon roared in agony, writhing in response. The eye contact curse was one of the most effective spells against dragons. However, misfortune befell Krum. A distressed dragon crushed half of the golden egg. Krum's complexion paled as he hurriedly retrieved the egg. Alas, the golden egg had been shattered. This would undoubtedly impact his score. Nonetheless, his performance had been nearly flawless. He had boldly confronted the dragon, casting spells directly against it. Since the genuine golden egg was destroyed, he would be spared from point deductions. Applause erupted from Durmstrang, yet a sense of disappointment lingered in the air. How could Mirabelle achieve a perfect score? Mused Edith. What might she do? Perhaps by stealthily using a movement charm to snatch the golden egg. How foolish. If acquiring the golden egg were so simple, the competition would have been rendered meaningless. Mirabelle sharply criticized Edith's methods. Certainly, the movement spells and summoning incantations, if utilized effectively, would have positioned Dumbledore as the foremost wizard. Let us examine the scores awarded by the judges. Maxim, 7 points. Crouch, 7 points. Dumbledore, 8 points. Bagman, 8 points. Karkaroff, 10 points. After all, shattering the golden egg was a significant blunder. Despite Karkaroff's evident favoritism, he still garnered only 40 points. As a professional Quidditch player, expectations were exceedingly high. Thus the disappointment was amplified. The tension from Durmstrang was more palpable than ever before. Now, let us introduce the final hero. It is well known that the surviving boy will challenge the Hungarian Horntail, the youngest competitor in this tournament, the fourth contestant, Harry Potter. As he stood at the entrance, the cheers of Gryffindor erupted, yet the applause was sparse, with bows batons and Durmstrang remaining completely silent. At that moment, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort. Being the fourth contestant alone granted Hogwarts a significant advantage, so the welcome from the two other schools was quite understandable. The competition commenced. Harry was undoubtedly the youngest, however. He had observed. After years of adventures and battles, he was now facing life-threatening danger for the first time. Yet, Harry's invaluable experience was unparalleled among the competitors. He raised his wand toward the air and cast a spell. The Firebolt Sword. A broomstick flew through the air with the incantation caught deftly in his grasp. In the dramatic tale of Mirabelle and Memory, a brilliant silver stag emerges from Harry's wand, darting towards the dragon, employing a strategy akin to Cedric's. Harry casts the Patronus charm as a decoy. This advanced magic, by its very nature, is impressive. The dragon, captivated by the silver stag, presents Harry with an opportunity to ascend swiftly into the air. He soars higher, diving toward the audience at a height where all can behold him, and brandishes his wand. Once, twice, thrice, and 4 times. A burst of red light erupts, striking the dragon's scales. However, it does not inflict any harm. This blatant attack heightens the dragon's vigilance, and it glares intently at Harry. Then, with a roar, the dragon unleashes a torrent of flames, yet Harry vanishes in an instant. The sudden disappearance of Harry astonishes the crowd, eliciting gasps of surprise. Only Mirabelle smirks knowingly, as if she can see through it all. The invisibility cloak. Indeed. At the very moment the dragon exhaled flames, Harry had donned the cloak. Yet, it is worth noting that neither Mirabelle nor anyone else witnessed Harry donning it. The cloak is enchanted with a charm that obscures the act of wearing it, rendering it perpetually enigmatic. As Mirabelle contemplates this, Harry reappears, now clutching a golden egg, causing the venue to erupt in excitement. "That golden egg!" exclaimed a fellow student. "It's just an ordinary egg." Its size is quite different from the golden egg. As Harry reveals it, another student raises his voice. "Hey, did you see the golden egg?" Indeed. The golden egg has vanished. In its place, Harry holds an egg, inciting the dragoness wrath, leading it to believe Harry has stolen its precious egg. With fury gleaming in its eyes, the dragon roars angrily. It flaps its wings and ascends high into the sky. The dragon has taken flight. Yet Harry Potter remains undaunted by the dragon's tail. He retrieves a rope, securing the egg to his arm to stabilize it. His gaze shifts to the audience, locking eyes with Mirabelle, as he silently reflects on the loss of the previous year. That humiliating defeat still haunts him like a nightmare. "Thank you," he thinks. "For this will only make me stronger, more determined to practice than ever before." "Look, the answer from Beresford," he exclaims. "Very well, let us witness the power." Their gazes meet for a fleeting moment before returning to the dragon as Harry repeatedly casts his spells. Time and again, red sparks were hurled towards the scaled beast, intensifying the dragon's ire. The creature exhaled flames that spiraled through the air in pursuit of Harry. With a swift motion, Harry dove past the dragon, veering to gain altitude as the enraged beast unleashed a stifling wave of hot air. Undeterred, it charged forward, twisting and coiling, displaying its formidable presence. The cacophony of boos abruptly ceased, replaced by exuberant cheers. The dragon had ascended far above the ground. With a gradual release, Harry let go of the rope and cast the egg aside. The dragon, hastily drawn to the egg, found itself enveloped in thick smoke, transforming into an entirely different form, until the object once again reverted to its original state. The filthy Potter batch, crafted and disseminated by Malfoy, soared towards the suddenly agitated dragon. As Harry pointed his wand and cast the stunning spell, a beam of light surged forth from the dragon's eyes, leaving it dazed and bewildered. Subsequently, the ambushed dragon lost control of its wings and plummeted. Harry swiftly conjured spells, one after another. Leviosa, Wingardium, a playful twist on the levitation spell, adding weight for a rapid descent. Leviosa, Wingardium. A flash erupted. The dragon roared. Down. Boom. The ground erupted with a resounding crash, shaking the entire arena as the dragon's massive body collided with one corner. Harry calculated the dragon's landing position, noting it was far from the egg's location. After toppling the dragon, Harry waved his wand and chanted, Wingardium Leviosa. Suddenly, a golden egg emerged from an inconspicuous spot. Edith was bewildered, while Mirabelle simply smiled. How is that possible? The invisibility cloak. Potter draped the cloak over the golden egg. The egg did not vanish. Covered by the cloak, it appeared to disappear, luring the dragon in. The creature, seeing the empty space where the golden egg had been, now resembling an ordinary egg, was akin to a Quidditch seeker spotting the golden snitch. As Harry raised his hands, cradling the golden egg, silence enveloped the arena. But soon, that silence erupted into jubilant cheers, applause resounding like thunder. Hooray! He did it. The youngest champion secured the golden egg in the most spectacular fashion, triumphing over the dragon, a flawless victory. Cheers erupted, and Mirabelle beamed. Indeed, it was an extraordinary performance. What about Harry's talent? Edith was also moved to tears, applauding fervently. The excitement of the arena culminated in the announcement of Harry Potter's score of 42 points. The first challenge was successfully completed, concluding in a manner that Mirabelle found somewhat familiar. However, the competition was not yet over. The second challenge awaited. With that in mind, preparations must commence. Yet, another matter lingered for the students, the Christmas ball. This event, designed to deepen the exchange among the three schools, required the selection of a partner of the opposite sex. Perhaps it was for this reason that an unusual warmth enveloped the school. Have you found a dance partner, Mirabelle? Edith inquired, chewing on her sausage at the dining table. Yet the topic seemed to captivate her entirely. The same conversation echoed around the dining tables. I was invited by Flint, and then I accepted, didn't I? Mirabelle responded to Edith's inquiry with a strikingly indifferent demeanor, subsequently posing the same question in return. Edith, feeling dejected, let her shoulders slump and emitted a soft sigh. Not yet. Harry and Hermione danced together, hoping for just one moment. What? Granger is dancing with Victor Krum? It was rumored that Hermione had indeed received an invitation, but her priority lay with Harry. Thus, it appeared that Krum had extended an invitation to the youngest Weasley sister. Upon hearing Edith's words, Mirabelle furrowed her brow. The amalgamation of combinations and memories was entirely identical. Ideally, Harry should have been dancing with Parvati, while Hermione ought to have been partnered with Krum. Ginny Weasley should have invited Neville Longbottom as her companion. Such a chaotic state of affairs could only be attributed to Ron Weasley. Mirabelle speculated that she could bridge the gap between Harry and Hermione. However, due to pride, neither Harry nor Ron had invited Hermione. Now, as a result of Ron's change in temperament, Harry unexpectedly became Hermione's partner for the dance. Mirabelle, can you truly lend Sidney to me in solitude? Perhaps it is best to let it go. Sidney, Mirabelle's brother, is quite handsome, and any girl would be delighted to dance with him. Even when Mirabelle insisted that her brother Edith join her for a dance, Edith felt a sense of joy. A reluctant engagement can yield sweet results. However, Edith declined Mirabelle's suggestion, encouraging her to seek out a dance partner elsewhere, assuring her that it would be all right. With Christmas only a short while away, a sense of apprehension lingered. Just as Mirabelle began to contemplate the events following the Yule Ball, Malfoy, ever the epitome of politeness, interrupted their conversation. Hey, Baron Ford. Have you secured a dance partner yet? He inquired. Well, generally speaking, one should pair with someone of a pleasant disposition. If one finds themselves without a partner, one might even sacrifice themselves to dance with a less-than-ideal companion. Malfoy appeared visibly disheartened as he trudged back to his table, responding in his usual, unfeeling manner. Edith couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Malfoy. Even in the subsequent classes, many students seemed preoccupied with the upcoming ball, paying little attention to Professor Bin's lecture on the history of magic. The atmosphere shifted as the days passed, and finally, Christmas arrived. Upon waking early, Edith discovered a pile of gift boxes at the foot of her bed, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips, though it had been 4 years. The thrill of seeing the gifts still excited her. Various trinkets from the Ragnall family awaited her, along with an assortment of sweets from her Slytherin friends, including Daphne Greengrass. Harry gifted Edith a hair accessory, while Hermione presented her with a necklace. Both gifts were perfectly suited for the upcoming ball. Mirabel presented a golden dragon-shaped statue, seemingly crafted through alchemy. As was customary, Mirabel appeared to possess an array of talents, leaving Edith in a state of astonishment. The three-headed dragon reminded her of a creature she had seen in a film. Edith placed the statue gifted by Mirabel in a corner, gazing at her friend's bed. Before her stood a mountain, a veritable mountain. The multitude of presents from fans had culminated in a colossal heap, a sight that had not been witnessed since the beginning of the year. Additionally, numerous gifts could not be delivered to the school due to the overwhelming number of owls and were instead sent directly to Mirabel's parents' home. Some of these gifts would be unwrapped by Mirabel one by one, while others, akin to mere refuse, would be discarded into the warehouse to gather dust. Mirabel retained only the gifts from Edith, Marcus, and other non-attendants, inspecting their contents. As evening approached, the long-awaited party finally commenced. Numerous students gathered in the common lounge, each adorned in vibrant attire reminiscent of a carnival. Edith donned a striking blue dress, accentuated by a shimmering opal necklace that caught the light. She found herself glancing at her reflection repeatedly, feeling peculiar about her usual appearance. As she scrutinized herself in the mirror, an unexpected silence enveloped the common room, rendering it motionless. Curiosity piqued, Edith turned around to behold a vision that seemed to have stepped from the pages of a fairy tale. Her magnificent golden hair cascaded elegantly to her waist, sculpted into graceful princess-like curls. Adorning her head was a silver tiara, and she wore a resplendent white gown fit for royalty. While typically understated in her makeup, today she sported a subtle enhancement that accentuated her beauty. Her exposed shoulders and collarbone exuded a dangerously alluring charm, harmonizing perfectly with her innate grace, lending her an almost ethereal presence. "What has happened?" Edith exclaimed, captivated by the enchanting atmosphere. "The current of Mirabel, tonight at the ball, will serve as mere embellishment. Fru Delacour from Busbarton seems capable of competing, yet she is merely another student from Hogwarts. Such attire makes it difficult to dance freely. Indeed, one would require something more fitting from the outset. A simple Hogwarts uniform suffices, though it is quite dismal. Despite being adorned with enigmatic charms, the outfit has resulted in several missteps on the dance floor. The First Empire. It is as if the spell of forgiveness walks about in the guise of clothing. The very essence of Avakivra lingers somewhere. Undoubtedly, from this moment forth, the moniker of the Walking Empire will be bestowed upon me. Well then, what of Reniger? Shall we go together? Merely a complete accompaniment. Fear not. The family is all merely embellishment. It is troublesome to say. If one is normal, confidence is key. Edith sighed and followed Mirabel further along. What? Just jesting. I apologize for being used as a point of comparison. Upon entering the hall, Marcus Flint greeted them, evidently awaiting Mirabel. However, upon seeing her, his expression froze. His body stiffened, resembling a statue of bronze. Oh, hey, Flint, wait up. For a lifetime, Marcus bore no regrets, even if he returned to the realm. He would still need to take action. Calm down, Flint. Come back. Shaking with a loss of composure, Marcus muttered a nonsensical phrase before calling out. Then he turned, surveying his surroundings. Clearly, he was oblivious to his own irrationality and could scarcely remember what he had mumbled. Oh, what on earth is happening? Hey, Flint, are you all right? It's fine. No problem. Just seeking the best equipment. It is of no use to know. With such thoughts, Edith scanned the hall for her partner. It ought to be time. However, what came into view was not her partner, but rather the ethereal figure of a stunning beauty with silver hair, Fru Delacour. Mirabel advanced towards the central hall, where the atmosphere grew tense as students exchanged glances, their voices momentarily silenced. Can we proceed? Hogwarts students, clear the way. Retreat, Beauxbatons students. Only amidst the filth of the corridor did they comprehend the necessity of yielding. Sparks danced between them, a vivid metaphor, a genuine ignition of conflict. In their encounter, both exuded an unwavering confidence in their beauty. The intensity of Fleur's gaze narrowed as she slowly raised her hand. In response, Mirabel snapped her fingers, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Stop. Do not brawl in other places. Halt the two. Edith shouted at Marcus, though her mind was already in turmoil. Even Mirabel seemed to lose her composure, and with Fleur's involvement, reason faded entirely. Edith struggled to grasp what Mirabelle and Fleur were articulating. In that chaotic moment, she sought assistance from Fleur's partner, Roger Davis, yet murmured incomprehensible phrases. In the ocean of Yangzhou, that tsunami, Roger too succumbed to confusion, his rationality slipping away. Yet, Edith found no surprise in this. Even she, accustomed to Mirabelle's presence, felt an undeniable allure. This will hinder others. We can address the fighting later. Should we separate these two beautiful girls? Edith pondered this impudent thought while forcefully inserting herself between them, disrupting their furious glares. She then grasped Mirabelle's arm, leading her away from the scene. How utterly embarrassing, caught between them. Despite the cessation of hostilities for reasons unknown, the onlookers cast Edith a gaze filled with complex admiration and respect. As her face flushed, she inwardly cursed Mirabelle. Meanwhile, Mirabelle, aware of Edith's internal monologue, maintained her usual tone in conversation. By the way, Edith, who is your partner? Theodore not. Edith halted at a sufficient distance from Fleur, searching for her partner, and spotted a slender boy approaching from the opposite side. A rather popular Slytherin lad, indeed. Mirabelle murmured in awe, her lips curling into a faint smile. The choice of dance partner was indeed erroneous. Edith, in an effort to mask her embarrassment, bluntly responded and swiftly made her way to the table. The students had already taken their seats, appearing quite bewildered. The golden platter before them was empty. Clutching the menu, they seemed at a loss as to how to place an order upon encountering someone who resembled a waiter. How does one even order? It seemed the school had put little thought into this. In stark contrast to Edith's furrowed brow, Mirabelle gazed at the menu with keen interest. After a brief perusal, she muttered about raw beef slices. The golden platter for the raw beef slices was a novel ordering method that the Slytherin students quickly grasped. Hey, is that all right? What about Scottish eggs? Edith, perplexed, read through the menu, spotting the Scottish eggs. By the way, you seem quite busy lately. What are you up to? Oh, Hermione has been involved with something called P.E., she replied. It seems to be an acronym for something like Promotion for Elves' Welfare. Hence, the aim is to enhance the rights of house elves? Hermione has recently been fervently attempting to improve the rights of house elves, being quite active in her endeavors. Flitting about the dormitory, trying to recruit anyone to join her cause, placing donation jars around, and even cornering students with lengthy speeches. However, thus far, her efforts have borne little fruit, as most students barely glance her way. Apart from Hermione, the only members are Harry, Ron, and Edith, who felt coerced into joining the group. Granger is indeed intelligent, yet she can be rather foolish at times. Merely considering the concept of elevating the rights of house elves is already quite profound. Nevertheless, Hermione inexplicably broached the subject without fully understanding the plight of house elves. She ought to know that house elves themselves do not aspire to elevate their own rights. For Mirabelle, who believes in the theory of capability, it is hardly beneficial for highly capable house elves to be exploited by inept wizards. Mirabelle shares a vision with Hermione. Both advocate for granting freedom to elves while also bestowing upon them a significant status. In essence, their philosophies align to a considerable extent. As the ball commences, the spotlight shines on the star contestants and their partners. Harry, Fleur, and Krum glide gracefully across the dance floor. And when Edith catches sight of Harry and Hermione, her eyes widen in surprise. Who is that? She muses. Ah, it's Granger. That girl possesses considerable charm. It is only now that her allure is fully revealed. Gone are the usual disheveled locks. Instead, her once unruly hair is now transformed into a sleek, elegant bun, accentuating her delicate features that are adorned with minimal makeup. The blue gown she wears is unexpectedly stunning, and without the burden of her usual stack of books, the atmosphere becomes all the more enchanting. It is time to dance. Come, Flint. Oh, my. Mirabelle vacated her seat, with Marcus hastily trailing behind her. Edith and Theodore followed suit into the grand ballroom, surrendering themselves to the music and dancing throughout the night. It was the second challenge's elegant ball, and despite its chaotic nature, everything seemed splendid. Edith pondered, grappling with the unfamiliar dance, yet hoping that the delightful school life would endure indefinitely. Harry achieved the highest score in the first challenge, although he topped the leaderboard. The margin was slim, and it was not unusual for scores to be overtaken. He needed to swiftly locate the subject for the second challenge. In the first challenge, the golden egg awarded to the participants would reveal the answers. However, once opened, it emitted only a peculiar noise devoid of any useful information. Contestants were tasked with unraveling the mystery of the golden egg to discover the topic for the second challenge and formulate strategies. This was precisely where Harry's headache began. No matter how courageous, he remained a boy, often prioritizing amusing matters. Like a child who asserts that true learning only occurs when one genuinely engages with the material, even amidst examinations. Furthermore, the lengthy interval between the first and second challenges contributed to a sense of complacency. Harry resolved to seek Cedric for guidance, as Hermione had suggested. Yet, his mind wandered to Mirabelle. Before he could locate her, Mirabelle had already been approached by another. Adorned with gaudy jeweled spectacles, curly hair, and sharply defined magenta robes. Rita Skeeter, the newspaper journalist, was known for her critical articles against Hagrid. Suddenly, Mirabelle found herself confronted by Skeeter, who approached with a sticky smile. Was she a student from Slytherin? Not quite. That was fortunate. The atmosphere was one of slow, deliberate conversation. Skeeter disregarded Mirabelle's words and seized her hand. Mirabelle raised her eyebrows in delight at the reaction, yet Skit remained oblivious. He dragged Mirabelle to a storage shed tucked away in a corner of the campus, closing the door to prevent any intrusions. Well, a few questions to ask. I have heard much about Hermione Granger from Gryffindor. What about her? So, what is the verdict? An exceptionally intelligent student, albeit with some rigid weaknesses, yet her ability to apply knowledge compensates for them. Mirabelle holds Hermione in high regard. Skit attentively listened, jotting down a few notes on the paper in his hand. The Slytherin student Mirabelle Beresford remarked that Granger is as obstinate and foolish as the lines suggest. Mirabelle squinted as she snatched the paper from Skit's hand. Did it seem as though they were saying the same thing? No need to fret over trivial details. Since it was a fabrication, an interview was in order. Perhaps even the walls could divulge some secrets. With that thought, Mirabelle casually tore a sheet of paper. Skit's eyes sharpened at her sudden movement, the previous smile fading away. It was time to return. There was no room for frivolity. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment, foolish girl. Simply answer the questions honestly. Ha. I am in good spirits today. Why then do I feel so despondent? Mirabelle cast a mocking smile at the increasingly irate Skit. Mirabelle harbored an intense disdain for being overlooked. Initially, the girl seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Accompanied by a demon, she was forcibly led to a secluded corner, where the door was shut behind them. The intent was to gather as much information about Lily as possible, subsequently relaying this intelligence to some tyrant of Slytherin, ensuring their continued dominance. Is it merely through the fabrication of tales that one can provoke ire? This manipulation of information threatened to evoke regret and sorrow. Skeet, trembling, pressed his hand against the door. Until now, he had employed various methods to shatter adversaries. He wrote things unrelated to the conflict, ensuring that the enemy could not stride forth with pride. This was all a matter of information control. The girl was no exception. Upon leaving, Skeet would pen disparaging remarks about the individual, intent on ruining their life. He had miscalculated, mistakenly bringing along a girl named Mirabelle without thorough investigation. Did she require assistance? Would she inquire if help was possible? Mirabelle raised her arms, emanating a chilling smirk. Mirabelle's hand reached towards Skit's lips, interrupting his broken front teeth. Is this merely a matter of information control? A correct response, yet perspectives remain aligned. 10 minutes later, the warehouse transformed into a hellish scene. The walls and floor were splattered with blood, saturated with the metallic scent of iron. Rita Skit lay at Mirabelle's feet, cross-legged beside an adjacent suitcase. Skit's proud glasses lay shattered, shards of glass adorning his face, while all 10 fingers were broken. A few teeth were missing, and his nose was askew. Mirabelle, with her head bowed and face stained with tears, kisses the floor, leaving a trail of snot and saliva. The simplest and most effective means of control lies in the realm of violence and fear. Is there anything stronger, more straightforward, or more elegant than this principle? Oh, I beseech you, let it be. Mirabelle observed Skit's tearful plea, her lips curling in disdain. With all her might, she delivered a fierce kick to his mouth, sending him crashing against the warehouse wall. 2 broken teeth traced a line of crimson, fluttering through the air before collapsing to the ground. Would even tears of remorse earn forgiveness? Such a curious notion. Skit was petrified by the sight of Mirabelle slowly rising, scrambling on all fours to flee, only to have his hair seized. His face was then thrust into the floor. It was utterly absurd, pleading for mercy while weeping. How pitiable, preferring death to exposing such humiliating circumstances. Hair yanked, a terrified visage lifted. Skit had lost all will to resist, trembling pathetically. Who was crying for mercy? Plead for mercy. Skit screamed, drenched in blood, tears, and snot. Upon hearing this, Mirabelle released her grip on his hair. The girl was not so benevolent as to allow it to end this way. Drawing forth the wings of a bat from her cloak, she began to infuse them with magic. Indeed, she stood as the eternal sovereign, ruling from the highest perch. If one possessed the wit to comprehend even a fraction, rewards would be bestowed. The enchanted wings ignited into flames, resting within Mirabelle's claws. Her nails transformed into a shade of blue, writhing as if alive. Skit, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, let out a shriek and attempted to retreat, only to realize his arm had already been captured. What are you doing? Do not fear. I admire your ability to gather information, as well as your capacity for control. From this moment forth, you shall be held accountable for wielding power. Mirabelle, with a sadistic smile, mercilessly sank her claws into Skit's arm. In an instant, a searing pain radiated through Skit's limb, causing him to scream and roll over. A cry echoed from the depths of his throat, and Skit was scarcely aware of the sound he was making. When the agony subsided, Rita's index finger sported a menacing blue nail, a testament to the enslavement of her claws. Should one refuse to submit or attempt to sever the claws, the color would shift from purple to a blood-red hue. When such a transformation occurred, it signified the end. The body would shatter into fragments, reincarnating as mindless insects, forever stripped of the chance for rebirth. Oh, a ruse? If you dare, give it a try. The consequences will be dire. Skit's face drained of color, his lips quivering. What sort of girl was this? Was it truly a masterpiece of cruelty? How could an ordinary student execute such barbarity with such composure? Skit was painfully aware of the girl before him, yet he could not ascertain whether what he faced was indeed real. If the teacher were to discover the horrific scene in the warehouse, it would spell trouble. Surely, he must manage to set everything right and tidy up the warehouse. Wouldn't he? What was wrong? Did he not hear? Terrified, Skit stammered, but in that moment, he caught sight of his own nails and let out a scream. The color had changed. Just moments before, they had been a brilliant azure, now transformed into a deep navy. Skit raised his voice, hastily getting to his feet. But it was of no use. He comprehended the dire realization in an instant. Now, horse. In response to Skit's demeanor, Mirabelle snapped her fingers and murmured, "It's all right. Take your time." The use of magic would complicate matters further. The terror of violence brought Rita Skit to her knees, while the demon returned to class. Her expression one of indifferent apathy. Only Skit remained, striving to clean the warehouse, the recent experience feeling like a haunting nightmare. He believed he had unraveled the mystery of the golden egg. Yet, it appeared he had not. Harry, in a fit of anger, shrank away from Hermione. With only 2 weeks remaining until the second challenge, Harry finally admitted to his falsehoods and sought Hermione Edith's assistance. With her help, he was able to decipher the golden egg's riddle. The first challenge involved water. The second challenge required him to submerge into the lake and retrieve something heavy from its depths. However, as far as Harry knew, he understood little about how to reclaim such an object. The hint provided by the golden egg indicated that the time limit for the challenge was 1 hour. This meant he would need to dive nearly a mile. How could he breathe underwater? Not to mention swimming. Harry barely knew how to float. What was needed now was a method to learn how to swim. Yet, Edith warned him that the heavy object lay in deep waters, which posed a significant problem. He had to devise a way to breathe beneath the surface. Hermione regarded the matter as rather straightforward. Swimming and diving, coupled with the ability to breathe underwater and retrieve heavy objects, while still being able to engage in combat, seemed ideal. The situation called for transforming into a submarine or a similar vessel. However, the necessary transformation magic was something they had encountered in their 6th year. So it was indeed feasible. Hermione confidently suggested this as a viable idea. Yet, Harry found himself lacking the requisite knowledge and skill to execute such a feat firstly. One of the prerequisites for participating in the Triwizard Tournament was to be at least 17 years of age, which naturally influenced the nature of the challenges presented. Consequently, these trials were tailored to a 6th-year standard, while Harry was merely a 14-year-old contestant. It was evident that Harry's options were significantly limited compared to his competitors. What about using transfiguration? Perhaps he could transform his backpack into an oxygen tank. However, the intricacies of how an oxygen tank operates eluded him, presenting a considerable challenge. Harry's friends endeavored to devise a solution, yet time slipped away, and they struggled to find an effective approach. With merely a week remaining, Harry constantly reassured himself that there was still time. As the days dwindled, he remained hopeful that a solution would materialize swiftly. With just over 3 days left, Harry still had not conceived a viable plan. As the final day approached, despair set in. Even Hermione, the ever-reliable strategist, had been summoned by McGonagall and could not assist him. Although Ron and Edith were eager to help, they lacked the knowledge and intelligence that Hermione possessed. Harry found himself in a predicament, forced to remain optimistic while believing that the collective efforts of three inexperienced individuals would yield a favorable outcome. In reality, Ron was only offering impractical suggestions, such as sticking his head into the lake and shouting at the water, while Edith proposed sneaky tactics. It seemed increasingly challenging to conjure any useful magic. Should they alter their approach? How could they rethink their strategies? Perhaps tools, potions, or magical plants could provide the assistance they needed. Edith had exhausted her repertoire of spells, leading her to conclude that attempting to tackle the challenge with fourth-year magic was nearly impossible. This was the rationale behind her similar proposals. However, Edith had not studied the requisite potions, and even if she had, would she be able to brew them in time? As for tools, her suggestion regarding them was deemed impractical. Yet, as Harry noted, they all understood the limitations and were equally incapable of crafting anything useful. Furthermore, Ron swiftly dismissed Edith's suggestion regarding tools, claiming that nothing existed that could facilitate underwater breathing. The two older prankster brothers seemed particularly knowledgeable about tools or prank items. They had a good understanding of magical plants, although Harry was uncertain about the existence of magical vegetation. Upon hearing this, something clicked in Harry's mind. What exactly was it? What had he recalled? He desperately attempted to trace the threads of memory to illuminate the fog clouding his thoughts. He recalled having seen something magical related to plants that could be used in water. But where? When? After much contemplation, Harry found himself back in Moody's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, recalling the enchanting aquatic plants from the book he had seen. Neville, he exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. Is that book still with you? Yes, why? Neville replied, slightly puzzled. Could you lend it to me? The second challenge involves water, and that book might provide some invaluable insight. Neville, taken aback by Harry's urgency, processed the request. There's a plant that could help solve the problem, Harry. Oh, really? What is it? Harry's heart raced with anticipation. It's called the gillyweed. If you consume it, you can breathe underwater. Yes. Neville, do you know where I can find gillyweed? For the first time, Harry felt a flicker of hope. He grasped Neville's shoulders, expressing his elation, but Neville seemed hesitant. Perhaps it's not available at school? Despite his anxiety, Harry's mind whirled with the implications of Neville's words, which were both enlightening and troubling. It's a very rare plant, Neville continued. I've seen it in Snape's potions lab. But besides that, do you know where else it might be found? Harry thought of Snape, his most dreaded professor, and felt a shiver run down his spine. Harry feared that if he were to ask Snape about gillyweed, the professor would delight in hiding it from him. In such a case, the only way to acquire the gillyweed would be to steal it. Harry wrestled with his conscience, contemplating such an extreme measure. Time was of the essence, and it was clear that if he delayed any longer, the upcoming challenge would become exceedingly awkward. He envisioned Hagrid's distorted face, filled with disappointment, and the taunts from Slytherin echoed in his mind, compelling him to seek an escape. Harry picked up the book, studying the description of gillyweed, imprinting its appearance in his memory before leaving the common room. Outside, Ron stood anxiously, watching Harry with concern. The only way to get gillyweed is to steal it from Snape's lab, Harry said, voicing the drastic measure aloud. Edith frowned at his words. Stealing from a professor? Regardless of the reasons, committing a crime results in consequences, and being discovered leads to penalties. Even Harry is aware of what students ought to do. However, the situation has become irreparable. Very well, stealing, Ron readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. In times of urgency, decisive action is both a strength and a weakness. Confusion enveloped Edith as she lowered her head, pondering why the two Gryffindors were lingering near Snape's laboratory. It seemed that Snape's lair was the optimal location to pilfer the shrivelfig. Everything appeared to be progressing smoothly until an unfortunate encounter occurred. Malfoy sauntered in from across the way. Hey, Potter, what are you up to? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. What exactly are you doing? If you're not engaged in anything noteworthy, you ought to speak up. Malfoy possessed an acute sense of perception, allowing him to detect the slightest anomaly in Harry's demeanor. With a smirk, he regarded Harry, as if he had stumbled upon his next prey. Nothing. Just move along, Harry retorted. Oh, really? You expect me to walk away from the vicinity of the Slytherin dormitory? Malfoy mocked, his disdain palpable. What a complete jerk, Harry thought. Yet, there was something quite typical about Slytherin's demeanor. Types like Edith were exceedingly rare. The likes of Malfoy constituted the majority, a reflection of Slytherin House's reputation. Well, what have we here? The so-called savior has appeared, Malfoy sneered. Just as Mad-Eye Moody's unmistakable footsteps echoed nearby. With a disgusted sound, Malfoy quickly turned away, for it was evident that Moody harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Lucius Malfoy, even going so far as to mock him. Malfoy vividly recalled the time he was transformed into a ferret and subjected to torment by Moody. Facing a teacher under such circumstances was already dire. However, contrary to expectations, Moody strolled past with a genial smile, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. As he departed, Harry mused about the unexpected kindness exhibited by a teacher. Reflecting on their first challenge, Moody had even attempted to offer guidance when Snape caught them in the dead of night, extending a hand of assistance. Moreover, Moody had provided Neville with that book. Though he appeared quite intimidating, Moody was indeed a commendable instructor. Harry felt a sense of gratitude as he stepped into the laboratory. He successfully passed the long-awaited second challenge with a score of 45 points. This challenge involved infiltrating a lake, overcoming various obstacles, and retrieving a precious item. Hermione expressed the gravity of the situation, highlighting the reason for McGonagall's concern. Perhaps the ball was intended to determine the significance of the item in question. Harry, being the swiftest of all, reached the object and successfully rescued Hermione, though his inclination to assist stemmed from a troubling habit. Logically, one might surmise that Dumbledore would never endanger a student for the sake of competition. Yet Harry took the test earnestly. He understood that failure would mean eternal loss, and he even endeavored to assist the object of the challenge. Ultimately, Harry noticed that Fleur seemed to encounter difficulties, and he resolutely aided her in saving the object, Fleur's sister. In the end, he secured third place. However, Dumbledore, Crouch, and Maxime all commended his noble heart, awarding him high scores and allowing him to attain a total of 45 points. Karkaroff was the only one to give a mere 5 points. Yet even with Karkaroff's favoritism towards Krum was unable to surpass Harry. Now, only the final challenge remained. The atmosphere was slightly distorted. If one's worldview felt shaken, they could simply skip ahead. The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, and the students sharing the same room showed no signs of waking. Mirabelle donned a long robe, still clad in her nightgown, and made her way towards the entrance. With a mischievous spirit, she sought to attract Felicity's attention. Using her playful antics as bait, she ventured through the school as if it were her own home, striding with pride. Upon reaching the balcony on the second floor, Mirabelle settled into a chair, embracing it as if it were a cherished friend. With a snap of her fingers, a bottle of wine and a glass materialized before her. The fleeting tranquility was about to come to an end all too soon. Mirabelle, while speaking, swirled her wine glass, her gaze shifting towards the Quidditch pitch on campus. The second challenge had been accomplished, leaving only one remaining. The final stage, the hedgerow maze, awaited just beyond. The moment she had been anticipating was finally at hand. Mirabelle conversed with the figure beside her, a silver-haired girl, a guardian spirit conjured by her own magic. The ethereal silhouette stood motionless, gazing upward at the crescent moon. Her lips pressed against the glass. The alcohol's potency was somewhat elevated, prompting Mirabelle to nod slightly. Nothing had changed. She still recalled that innocent visage. The appearance of the guardian spirit was contingent upon the image it embodied. Mirabelle once again tilted her cup, draining its contents in one swift motion. The alcohol circulated moderately through her system, bringing a faint blush to her cheeks. Mirabelle yearned for another drink, yet wished to postpone the effects of intoxication until the following morning, concealing her less than appealing visage. It was imperative to refrain from revealing any vulnerabilities to others. The world had not been designed for Mirabelle to expose her weaknesses. The coexistence of muggles and wizards had rendered her desires attainable, yet only those superior beings remained, eliminating the foolish ones who were solely concerned with lineage. The fabric of the world was undergoing transformation. Nevertheless, after speaking, Mirabelle crushed the glass in her hand. A shard of glass sliced through a finger, and crimson droplets fell onto the balcony floor. But why, oh why, did Leta smile? The guardian did not respond to the inquiry. Instead, she gazed at Mirabelle with a sorrowful expression, as if on the verge of tears. The smile that should have lingered in memory was, alas, absent from her mind. Mirabelle discerned the reason, for there was still ample time, indeed. The journey had yet to commence, yet it drew ever closer. Naturally, such a state of affairs brought her joy, albeit tinged with a hint of folly. If she wished to don a smile, she must devote herself entirely to a sanguine purification of the magical realm. Behold, Letitia. The remnants of a decayed magical world lay in blood, instilling a profound fear of existence. She would offer some of it to the moon, raising her blood-stained hands towards the sky, as if to clasp the moon itself. Soon enough, it would be possible to seize control of the entire world. She would achieve this, even if success seemed elusive. Mirabelle? A familiar voice pierced the air, interrupting what should have been a moment of silence. Mirabelle immediately turned off the Guardian and saw Edith. Edith, what's the matter? Why are you here so late? She inquired. Noticing that Edith seemed oblivious to the situation at hand, it was evident that she had not noticed the gravity of the circumstances that had unfolded. Mirabelle, feeling a mixture of surprise and excitement, quickly suppressed her restlessness. Then, as was customary, a smile graced her lips. It was nothing. She merely wished to enjoy a drink while gazing at the moon. She departed from the dormitory, employing magic to clear away the shards of the broken bottle. Upon finishing her sentence, she rose from her seat, attempting to leave. However, Edith hurriedly grasped Mirabelle's hand. Wait, Mirabelle, you're hurt. What happened? She exclaimed, her concern evident as she recalled the shattered glass. Mirabelle's words resonated with Edith, yet she remained apprehensive, gripping Mirabelle's arm tightly. For reasons unknown, Edith felt an urge to release her grip. A strong sensation coursed through her, as if a reversal of fate awaited should she let go. In that fleeting moment, when Mirabelle's golden eyes seemed to shimmer, a chill enveloped Edith's spine. It was a biting cold, akin to standing naked amidst a fierce snowstorm. Her body grew heavy, drowsy, as if she were burning with a fever of 40 degrees. Breathing became laborious, creating an illusion that she had suddenly ascended to the pinnacle of a high mountain. Drenched in an unpleasant sweat, Mirabelle often exuded an aura of dominance that could instill fear and submission. Edith summoned every ounce of her strength to release her grip. Yet her senses betrayed her, and she found herself loosening her hold on Mirabelle's hand. Though her heart screamed in protest, she succumbed to her fear. After shaking off Edith's hand, Mirabelle turned to leave. Naturally, Edith could have pursued her, yet her legs remained rooted in place. You should return to rest, she muttered, watching Mirabelle's retreating figure grow distant. Until that moment, Edith had believed they were drawing closer. They had been together since their first year, had a quarrel in their second, unilaterally on Edith's part, and by the end of the third year, they had learned the Patronus charm. However, the perceived distance between them only seemed to diminish, while in reality, it had not changed at all, erecting an insurmountable wall between them. Edith became acutely aware of this truth more than ever before. On the day of the competition, everyone eagerly anticipated who would emerge victorious. Even before the event commenced, the audience buzzed with excitement and anticipation. The final challenge took place in the Quidditch pitch's labyrinth, where seizing the trophy placed at the goalpost signified triumph. The objective was to achieve the highest score, with Harry leading the pack. According to the established rules of ranking, Harry's advantage as the frontrunner was evident. Following him were Cedric Diggory in second place, Victor Krum in third, and Fleur Delacour in fourth. While Fleur's start was dismal, it did not preclude her from having a chance at victory. Regardless of laughter or tears, the outcome of the match would ultimately determine everything. Who would emerge as the glorious victor in this century's first contest? The family watched the field intently, eager not to miss a historical moment. While the family was engrossed in the match, it was only Edith who noticed the presence of Mirabelle in the audience. In a luxurious mansion located in the suburbs of Albania, Lord Hiscott Beresford, a member of an ancient noble family and an expert in anti-dark magic at the Ministry of Magic, enjoyed a leisurely afternoon tea. Typically busy with the affairs of the ministry, this precious moment of respite was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected guest. Why? Why could it be? His daughter Mirabelle, with an audacious smile, gazed at him. The girl's face was familiar, yet Hiscott sensed an unsettling change. He recalled the holiday, pondering how things had reverted. The atmosphere in the room was filled with an essence akin to the usual, yet Mirabelle emanated a disquieting aura that felt distinctly different. The maid's demeanor was peculiar. She served tea exclusively to Mirabelle without casting a glance at Hiscott. The house elf, Holger, who had served the family for many years, appeared to be entirely devoted to Mirabelle, as if she were his sole master. With the use of apparition, she had returned home from the school grounds, prompting Hiscott to question why she had come home on a day of rest. What could possibly be afoot? After years of engaging with criminals in his capacity as an anti-dark magic specialist, Hiscott's instincts screamed at him, escape, flee. Yet, he found himself confronting what felt like an adversary in his beloved daughter. Hiscott had always been strict with Mirabelle, but it stemmed from his high expectations of her talents, which he consistently met with pride. He had done everything within his power to fulfill her requests, even providing her with literature on dark magic. He recalled the times he had thwarted the enemies that threatened their household, and how he had eradicated any knowledge that approached Mirabelle, particularly concerning those of Muggle descent. Why? Then, Did he feel a sense of dread in the presence of his impeccably raised daughter? Nothing of significance, he thought. I merely seek a bit of assistance. What do you require? Thank you, father. I wish to test some dark magic. This type of magic demands a sacrifice of fresh blood. Oh, I see. So it is a matter of publicly accessible magic. You desire to delve into darkness without concern. You intend to summon a few prisoners from Azkaban. The practice of dark magic instills a profound fear, often demanding a sacrifice of either life or soul. The endeavor of a daughter learning such malevolent arts is undeniably fraught with complications. Yet, Hiscott believes that in order to combat the shadows, one must embrace a semblance of darkness. This notion explains why, upon hearing Mirabelle's words, he was momentarily taken aback yet still assisted her in acquiring the lifeblood necessary. However, Mirabelle responded with a mocking smile, indicating that such a sacrifice is irreplaceable and irrevocable loss. In that instant, Hiscott Barinford, having uttered those words, swiftly overturned his chair and reached for his staff. Yet, by then, Mirabelle had already completed her incantation. A flash of light emanated from her wand, casting the disarmament spell that struck Hiscott's arm and sent his wand spiraling away. Simultaneously, an ethereal being pointed towards him, rendering Hiscott immobile. Mirabelle, what are you doing? Hiscott exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. Calm down, father, she retorted, as the suppressed fury within her surged forth, obliterating any remaining respect for the malevolent hypocrite. From this moment onward, he would no longer be the head of the Barinford family, but merely a pitiful victim of his own making. Where have they all gone? Hurry. His calls were met with the swift arrival of the maidservants from various corners of the estate, skilled sorceresses ready to act as bodyguards in this critical moment. With newfound confidence, Hiscott smiled, wielding his wand as he charged into the parlor. However, that smile quickly froze upon realization each maidservant had their wands pointed directly at him. What is the meaning of this? He shouted, laughter echoing in the air. Everything is as it appears. None of you have ever sworn allegiance. Mirabelle spoke to her despondent father. Heathcote observed the glimmer in Mirabelle's golden eyes and the mocking smile that curled at her lips, causing him to gasp in astonishment. The first encounter with Mirabelle revealed a visage twisted and fearsome, akin to that of a demon. Under the weight of this pressure, Hiscott instinctively clenched his sweat-drenched fists. Since when had the plans commenced? 5 years, his foolish father. 5 years during which the estate had been seized, and yet he remained oblivious. 5 years. Upon hearing the news, despair washed over Hiscott. How could this be? 5 years, and Mirabelle was merely 10 years old. The entire family had been usurped by a girl of only 10. And they had been utterly unaware. Hiscott felt an overwhelming shame at his own impotence. Why? Why had Mirabelle, to whom he had devoted his love and care, chosen to act in such a manner? Mirabelle cast a cold, disdainful gaze upon Heathscott, then slowly grasped her wand. With unwavering resolve, she directed the immense wand towards her father and unleashed the incantation without hesitation. A piercing, agonizing scream echoed through the air. The use of the unforgivable curse was now upon them. Mirabelle directed her gaze towards Heathscott, while simultaneously observing the anguished figure writhing on the ground. She then brought her foot down upon his head, compelling him to cease his movements. Love? Ah, that ineffable emotion. The bonds of parenthood, familial affection, universal compassion, and kindness, all transcending mere comprehension. The teachings that can evoke any sentiment, all in the name of love, have even led to the demise of a dearest friend. In Mirabelle's heart, there was no love to be found. Her father, her brothers, and those around her were, without exception, mere tools, adversaries, or distant figures. Mirabelle did not speak falsely. In truth, the world lacked the love that Mirabelle cherished. She sought to comprehend not only the love of others but also her own. For Mirabelle, the sensation of love felt like a shackle that would only weaken her, a sentiment that demanded understanding. The world, a mere echo of the past, was capable of diminishing her, binding her in chains. Ah, to know but one kind of love, how profound it is. Self-love, as it is understood, is indeed a remarkable feeling. To love oneself is a singular necessity. Mirabelle is solely devoted to herself. Friendship, familial bonds, and kindness all ultimately return to her own being. Everything reverts to the essence, a complete whole, thus enabling her to love others. The distortion of Mirabelle arises from her upbringing, leading her to act solely in self-interest, culminating in cruelty. She disregards the moral brakes of conscience, relentlessly pressing the accelerator. It is inherently flawed to expect a twisted girl to possess the same values as those who are normal. She requires love, yet this will only render her more vulnerable. For one who is truly strong, Such feelings are merely obstacles. The third challenge, the labyrinth, has finally commenced. As before, Harry is poised to meet the challenge with the utmost calmness and confidence. Although the labyrinth is fraught with difficulties, teeming with perilous and notorious creatures, it presents no reason for Harry to falter. In his first year, he faced a three-headed dog and a myriad of traps to protect the Philosopher's Stone, ultimately confronting Quirrell and Voldemort. In his second year, he battled Tom Riddle, and in his third, he confronted Dementors and the treachery of Peter Pettigrew. Each encounter was a fight for survival. Considering this, the labyrinth does not instill fear in Harry. Every experience has invigorated him, propelling him forward without hesitation. Gaining an early entry into the maze also benefits Harry. The scoring in the competition rewards higher points for earlier entries, and he is the first to enter the contest area. The walls of the labyrinth are tall and thick. Upon entering, he hears the crowd's voices, surrounded by darkness. Harry ignites his wand, hastening along the right-hand path. Hermione advised him that the method of following the right wall at intersections is known as the right-hand rule, a renowned strategy for navigating mazes. It feels somewhat peculiar. Up to this point, everything has proceeded smoothly, devoid of any obstacles. No traps have been encountered, nor any creatures that would impede his progress, which offers Harry a sense of reassurance. Yet, what is truly strange? Is it merely good fortune? Or is it an inherent trap? Just as these thoughts cross his mind, he hears a scream from behind. Cedric. Cedric Diggory is in trouble, crying out. Moments later, Harry observes red sparks shooting from the direction of the sound, signaling retreat. In other words, Cedric has withdrawn from the competition for some reason, with one less opponent. How fortunate. But something must be amiss within the maze. Even Cedric could not navigate it. Continuing onward, he finally encounters a boggart, which he swiftly vanquishes. However, Harry's heart remains riddled with uncertainty. The smooth progress to this point feels oddly unsettling. How could Cedric have retreated from a maze that he could master? As Harry pondered, unexpectedly, the piercing scream of Fleur Delacour echoed, followed by a burst of red fireworks. Shortly thereafter, another spark ignited, revealing that the three representatives had all withdrawn from the competition. Is it down to just one? Just one. Why? What is happening? Everything had been progressing smoothly. Yet now there was a sense of urgency. Harry was merely a step away from victory. With no opponents left, it seemed a foregone conclusion that he would achieve his goal. Even if Harry were to withdraw, considering the outcome and the fact that the others had ultimately retreated, he would undoubtedly claim the champion's throne. In that case, would it be better to simply forfeit? Lost in thought, Harry shook his head. He felt as though he was ensnared in the maze's traps, realizing that the others had not truly withdrawn, but rather were lured by deceptive signals. This false sense of security could lead one to naively believe victory was assured. Regardless, Harry's pride would not allow him to concede the match. He will not withdraw. He will continue. Visions of his triumph danced in Harry's mind. The entire school would raise the championship cup, all smiling in celebration. Perhaps Hermione would kiss his cheek. As Harry contemplated, he was determined to carry the champion's cup home, to secure a victory he could take pride in, a victory that felt almost serendipitous. Yet, if he maintained his composure, he would notice the oddities surrounding him. Why was everything proceeding so smoothly, with hardly any obstacles to impede him while the other competitors had fallen? He recalled the warnings issued on the Hogwarts Express at the beginning of the fourth year. This year, it was wise to be vigilant of his surroundings. Yet, Harry had disregarded that advice. Initially, he had been cautious, aware of the perils that could befall a contestant in a competition of this magnitude. However, his confidence in the glory that lay ahead had clouded his judgment. I can win. A 14-year-old surpassing his peers, destined to emerge victorious. Such fervent thoughts had rendered Harry overly reckless. Ultimately, after navigating a remarkably unimpeded maze, Harry stood before the champion's trophy. Is it truly over? Is it all as it seems? What is the final challenge? Is it really that easy? What is the catch? Anxiety mingled with anticipation, joy intertwined with skepticism, causing his heart to race. As Harry approached the trophy, he found it devoid of any presence. He swallowed hard and slowly reached out to grasp the championship cup. The moment he touched the trophy, he vanished. In a villa on Moulin Flower Crescent. While the Ministry of Magic tolerated the use of magic within the estate to some extent, if a formal ceremony were to take place, the Aurors would likely be alerted. Waiting persistently, sister. Indeed, Chilo graciously welcomed Mirabelle, accompanied by Heathscott, with a respectful bow. Nearby lay the pallid figure of Simon Beresford, his eyes brimming with terror. He appeared to be ensnared by a spell of complete immobilization, rendering him utterly petrified. His only movement was the frantic gaze that darted towards Mirabelle. On the other side stood a flaxen-haired maid, her countenance rigid with anxiety as she awaited her cue. Mirabelle, a maiden of the region, was engulfed in trepidation, for she was acutely aware of the fate that awaited her. What, indeed, did Mirabelle intend to do? Silence your inquiries and observe closely. The truth shall soon reveal itself. Ignoring Hithcott's questions, Mirabelle positioned herself at the center of the magical circle inscribed upon the floor. She then brandished her wand, crafted from the wood of a blood tree, and thrust it into the ground. In an instant, the magical circle radiated a golden light, illuminating the entire chamber. "Let us commence," she declared. "Tonight, I shall transcend my kind and reach the pinnacle of demonic power. I shall defy death itself and become the eternal sovereign of the magical realm." Simultaneously, in the cemetery located behind the association in Hangdun village, Harry found himself bound to a gravestone. The reasons for his predicament were evident even to him. He was expected to compete and complete the third challenge. After overcoming several obstacles, he should have been in the lead, poised to claim the trophy. However, Harry was abruptly transported to the graveyard, where he was seized by a sudden appearance of a dwarf star. "Are you ready, master?" Wurtail inquired, his voice trembling as he gazed at the ominous cauldron. In his arms, a grotesque, baby-like entity writhed. An absolute abomination. Who would bear such a nightmarish child? Harry mused. He had never encountered anything that resembled a baby yet was so utterly repugnant. The creature's head was covered in scales, and its face was as smooth as that of a serpent. With a look of disdain, Wormtail lifted the abomination and cast it into the cauldron, which was filled with a boiling, viscous liquid. Harry thought that perhaps drowning the monster would not be amiss. However, his wish remained unfulfilled. Wormtail raised his wand, closed his eyes, and began to chant under the cloak of night. "Father's bones, heedlessly donated, grant rebirth to thy son." Simultaneously, Mirabelle chanted her own incantation. "With the blood of kin, I offer this sacrifice. Let this life become sustenance." In the radiant glow of the magical circle, Mirabelle chanted. Upon hearing the incantation, Chilo unsheathed a knife and, with a careless thrust, plunged it into Simon's throat. Not even a scream escaped his lips. The cold, unfeeling brother, Simon, had his life extinguished. As his lifeless body collapsed, it gushed forth blood, transforming into a swirling mist of crimson, enveloping Mirabelle. The flesh of the servant, willingly offered, facilitated the resurrection of the master. In stark contrast to the chant, the tail, resembling a worm, extended its arms and wept with a voice that lacked any semblance of joy. Then, emitting a chilling, horrific sob, it pressed a gleaming silver dagger into its own arm and severed it. A piercing scream echoed. The detached right arm fell into the cauldron, staining the liquid a deep crimson. Despite inflicting the wound upon itself, the tail lamented painfully, rolling clumsily. An innocent maiden, would she pledge her eternal loyalty? Would she offer her immaculate flesh to become a lifelong servant? A question requiring a definitive answer was cast upon the devoted maid. Subsequently, the flaxen-haired maid, Marie, approached Mirabelle, her expression calm and resolute, and stated with unwavering conviction, "I am willing." A response filled with satisfaction. Mirabelle quietly embraced Mary, her smile enveloping Mary in a tender warmth. Then, with a gentle caress, she licked the nape of her neck 2 or 3 times, her fingers gliding softly over the skin. In a fleeting moment, she sank her teeth into the delicate white flesh. The blood of adversaries, drawn forth against their will, breathed life back into the fallen. A pained groan escaped, heavy breaths mingling with the incessant whisper of the shadows. A silver dagger was plunged into Harry's right arm, the crimson liquid collected in a vessel. As the blood poured into the cauldron, the dark red liquid transformed into a blinding white hue. A plea for salvation, a drowning in inevitable failure, Harry's last stand. Yet, contrary to his desires, the cauldron emitted wisps of white steam, and a slender, shadowy figure rose like a specter. A face whiter than bone emerged, with hauntingly deep crimson eyes and a serpentine, flattened visage, nostrils gaping like a void. An entity, repulsive and grotesque, distanced from humanity, cursed by the denial of its own soul's truth. It was none other than the Dark Lord, Voldemort, the embodiment of terror that instilled fear across the wizarding world. A name rendered taboo. Though still in a semblance of form, it was a creature estranged from humanity. Voldemort had returned. Oh, God, Father of all beings. Denial, now transcending the very essence of life. A blinding radiance filled the air, the sacrificial blood surged into Mirabelle. The sin of slaying kin. The burden of sacrificing an untainted body. A dark magic, transforming the souls of the two beyond the realm of humanity. In some sense, akin to a soul fragmented and killed, akin to a Horcrux. The appearance unchanged, yet the cellular structure morphed into that of a monster. Life ceased, time suspended. Known henceforth as the living dead. Despising sunlight, they thrived in the moonlight, the forsaken children of night. They utterly rejected the laws set forth by the emperor. Sheltered under his dark dominion, golden eyes shimmered with an ominous glow, an innate allure now more potent, claws stained crimson elongated, and canine fangs regenerated into true tusks. An abomination that denied the emperor's love, ruling as the malevolent king of the night. Progenitor, vampire, Cain, Nosferatu, Dracula, throughout the ages. Documented under various names as the Monarch of Darkness. This cursed yet infinitely beautiful monster emerged slowly from the luminescence. Ha 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 ha. Mirabelle smiled, her lips twisting in delight as she beheld her reborn self. Hearty laughter echoed through the air as Voldemort chuckled, his pale fingers caressing his own form. A smug grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The sound of his laughter resonated, a cacophony of triumph. In that moment, an empty surge of magic coursed within him, a restrained power. Suddenly, a golden whirlwind swept through, violently shaking the entire room. Mirabelle has now completely surpassed all beings. Ha 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 ha. Voldemort raised his wand, pointing it at Wormtail. Unable to resist, he collided with a tombstone, tumbling awkwardly. Indeed, it is the extraordinary power. The force has returned. Everyone is filled with dread. Voldemort has now fully regained his dominion over all things. Ha 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 ha. Mirabelle smiled. Voldemort also smiled. Was it mere coincidence or a trick of fate? The newly arisen tyrant, the once dominant Dark Lord, regained his power. The new evil and the old evil. From two distant lands, they laughed heartily. Well, let us first partake in our meal. After Mirabelle forsook her former self and transformed into a demon, her first utterance was marked by a tantalizing allure. She extended her crimson tongue, delicately caressing her fingertips, revealing a visage imbued with passion. At the farthest reach of her gaze stood her biological father, Hiscott. Mirabelle resolved that her inaugural meal would be dedicated to her father. Mirabelle was certain that if one were to taste the blood of kin, one would undoubtedly become accustomed to it. Hitherto, Hiscott found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the surreal events unfolding before his very eyes. How could his own child wield such extraordinary magic? Was she perhaps even more formidable than the renowned Dumbledore? Until now, Hiscott had always believed that his daughter was merely a suitable vessel for the legacy of Beresford. Yet, the girl, Beresford's heir, was an exceptionally fitting vessel, born to transcend all limits. Ha 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 ha. Oh, splendid. Perfectly executed, Mirabelle, a flawlessly cultivated heir. Cold sweat continued to trickle down as Hiscott laughed maniacally. Mirabelle, with an impassive expression, lowered her gaze and slowly approached. Well done, Mirabelle, the victor, the sovereign, unstoppable. As she reached the threshold of Heathcourt, Mirabelle seized Heath's head, compelling him to rise. Then, without a trace of hesitation, she leaned in and plunged her mouth into his neck. Blood gushed forth, staining Mirabelle's face a vivid crimson. He. The flawless Mirabelle. She shall transcend, surpassing the Malfoy family, eclipsing Dumbledore, and outshining all that is deemed extraordinary. In the truest sense, she shall claim victory in all. As Mirabelle's pale throat quivered, it seemed as though life itself was being siphoned away. While Hiscott's visage was stained with blood, his fingers, slender as withered twigs, framed a visage that had been shorn bare, emaciated like a mummy. Yet his eyes sparkled with a maddening brilliance as he continued to shriek with a hoarse voice. Indeed, Mirabelle's daughter is the strongest. Ultimately, the once gaunt figure, now reduced to mere bones, ceased its movements, and the light within its eyes extinguished. Casting the lifeless body to the ground, Mirabelle exhaled a weary sigh. In that moment, Holger promptly presented Mirabelle with a cloth to wipe the grime from her mouth. Holger was a remarkably astute and clever house elf. You shall always be the victor, inheriting your father's teachings. Mirabelle paid her final respects to her father's lifeless body, raising her hand in a solemn gesture. In the absence of a chant, flames erupted forth. The deceased, having vanished without a trace from the world, were meticulously dealt with. Holger, that entity, after slaying her father, Mirabelle turned her gaze towards him, seizing the stone. It was an alchemical crystal, glowing with a red light, said to be a magical stone that promised immortality. In her first year, Mirabelle acquired a fragment, having stolen the formula from Nicholas Flamel and ultimately completed it. This stone, known as the Magical Stone, bestowed upon Mirabelle the ultimate power over decay. The magical stone, combined with the progenitor, an ancient vampire, would enable her to transcend decay, achieving a true immortality never before realized in history. Mirabelle tenderly caressed the stone in her hand, raising it to her face. Yet, it was not enough. Just a mere fragment sufficed to achieve true decay. The proximity to decay signified the very essence of death itself. The death spell, which directly invoked mortality, rendered her nearly powerless. This prompted Mirabelle to resort to the dark magic of the third immortality. In pursuit of this, she even killed Hithscott, who bore no relevance to the ritual. All of this was in a bid to tear apart her own soul. Did she intend to create a Horcrux? She had proclaimed it herself. That foolish magic that undermines the soul. Chiral sensed Mirabelle's intentions and raised his voice. Indeed, a Horcrux is a formidable spell that grants immortality. Yet, to claim it weakens the soul is an inaccuracy, Mirabelle. Nevertheless, Mirabelle responded to Chiral with a carefree smile. Do not worry, Chiral. It will not harm the soul. A certain soul of the parasite was torn apart. What? The memories of the world were not disclosed until now, and they were still mistakenly believed to belong to that world. From the moment Mirabelle began to recall her memories, she possessed a legacy beyond herself, referred to as the heritage of the world. She viewed the world as an observer of a narrative, akin to a book. Much like Harry Potter, yet found herself trapped in the mundane existence of an ordinary Muggle girl. Until recently, Mirabelle believed in the authenticity of her world. But it felt devoid of meaning. She lacked aspirations, ambitions, and even a sense of identity. Was her existence truly so hollow? Upon reflection, Mirabelle came to a profound realization. Recognizing the answer had been evident from the very beginning. She had become acutely aware of a particular truth, leading her to believe that she had trampled upon and stolen memories that did not belong to her. It was as if a filthy parasite had infected her, attempting to overshadow her essence. Years later, Mirabelle finally unearthed the truth. Upon this awakening, a sense of comfort enveloped her, as though the very essence of her soul was being gently stirred, yet she was reluctant to relinquish it. The existence of souls had long been a familiar concept in the wizarding realm. When life is birthed, the body is intertwined with the soul. However, when Mirabelle was born, an intrusive force attempted to rewrite the narrative of her existence, or more accurately, to reshape her character. Ultimately, it seemed that this force was absorbed by Mirabelle's strong sense of self-love, yet she found herself unable to tolerate the impurities within her soul. She would not allow anything to cling to her essence. The soul vessel was merely a tool to achieve a purpose. The decay of the vessel was an inevitable consequence. Purging the impurities from the soul was of utmost importance. Mirabelle, even tinged with a hint of anger, was haunted by the crime of her father's murder that had torn her soul apart. Then, a faint, ethereal presence emerged from Mirabelle's chest, emitting a voice filled with terror. A dark-haired, expressionless, ordinary girl appeared, a pitiable spirit, seemingly fearful of being noticed by Mirabelle. Mirabelle seized it with a firm grip and mercilessly cast it into the location of the enchanted stone. Mirabelle wishes to acknowledge that, due to years of assimilation, her soul has become a mere fragment of its former self. This existence has compelled Mirabelle to bear a third burden, eternally tethered to the sacrifices that sustain her life. After finally purging the impurities from her soul, Mirabelle experiences an illusion of lightness in her body. It becomes clear that she has been shouldering a heavy burden her entire life. Her body has been weighed down by this load. Now liberated, the suppressed ambitions and powers surge forth, revealing her true essence. Rest assured, her other half will be intentionally reintegrated into her corporeal form, allowing it to reconnect with any soul it touches. Yet, if it is merely the physical aspect, Mirabelle will permit this for the sake of her other half-soul. As she speaks, she slowly places the magical stone into her mouth and swallows it. Naturally, Mirabelle intends to guide it to her stomach. Manipulating her body is a skill in which she excels. It requires no finesse to redirect what should reach the stomach to the heart instead. The magical stone, reaching the heart, is absorbed and assimilated by it. This stone is the sole source of the elixir of life, the essence of immortality. By merging with the heart, she gains the eternal power of the water of life. The blood that flows from her heart transforms into this life-giving essence, circulating throughout her being. Regardless of the extent of her injuries, if she possesses a philosopher's stone, rebuilding her body from the ground up becomes a simple endeavor. Even if her neck were to be shattered into fragments, Mirabelle would not perish. Bound to the soul vessel by the death of a vampire, she is resurrected through the power of the magical stone. The soul vessel, which should have been destroyed, remains within her decaying body, impervious to annihilation. This deteriorating body is safeguarded by the internal magical stone, ensuring her eternal existence. Mirabelle has transformed into a nightmarish creature. Haha, it is done. Now, it can no longer be slain. Congratulations, sister. Well, I have done my utmost in service. Without obsession, even such tasks can be accomplished with ease. Mirabelle expressed her gratitude to Chilo Holger, who was kneeling with his head bowed. Mirabelle had stated that she would accomplish everything at the swiftest pace, except for the red tea of Chilo. Indeed, it was due to her formidable power that matters progressed so swiftly and effortlessly. Thus, a reward was merited. Quirinus Chilo. A reward? The curse of the unicorn was encroaching as the body reached its limits. Preparations for a new body were underway. Chilo's form was consumed by the curse. Voldemort had possessed Chilo, feeding on the blood of the unicorn, which resulted in dire consequences. In a desperate bid to preserve Voldemort, he ingested the unicorn's blood, resulting in a curse that plunged him into a state akin to death. His loyal servant, Mary, would also receive a new body, rising once more from the depths of hell. As she spoke, Mirabelle raised her hand. Two hearts were before Mirabelle, veins extending as internal organs and bones gradually took shape. One was Chilo, with one or two arms forming fully. The other was Mary, in a new, beautiful girl-esque body. Mirabelle infused the essence of Mary into the body of a perfect maiden, bestowing upon her a breath of life anew. It is known that even with the aid of magical stones, the deceased cannot be resurrected. While these stones may reconstruct the body, they are incapable of mending the soul. The immutable law of resurrection remains an absolute truth, one that cannot be transgressed. Yet, the devoted servant, having been sacrificed for the sake of their master, dares to defy the Emperor's truth. The ritual, once completed, found Mirabelle under the Emperor's protection. The place that aided in the ritual's completion was also under the Emperor's guard, leaving only the body unchanged. Thus, the servant's soul became cursed, condemned to wander in the depths of hell, a lost spirit in the wilderness. After Mirabelle became the progenitor, her research on souls made it a remarkably simple task to summon back the recently departed souls. As for her sister's lifeless body, it presented a formidable challenge, however. She remained focused and believed in her ability to accomplish it. Mirabelle broke into a smile, her fingers gently caressing Chilo's neck. Chilo shivered slightly, but soon regained composure. Closing his eyes, the master had never faltered. It was precisely this unwavering belief that led Chilo to entrust himself. In a betrayal of that trust, Mirabelle severed Chilo's head and obliterated his former corporeal form. Mirabelle is prone to making mistakes that result in suffering. Chilo is even aware that he has already passed away. Mirabelle grasped the soul and forcefully ensconced it within a newly fashioned body, as if sealing the spirit within a vessel. Chilo's rejuvenated form rose, fearfully examining its own physique. It was over. How did the new body feel? It was almost unbelievable, as though one had been reborn. It felt as if liberated from shackles, the body remarkably light. Only now did it dawn upon Chilo. Only now did he comprehend the extent of the curses that had bound the old body. Chilo's sensations were of weightlessness, devoid of any discomfort. The new body was familiar and moved in accordance with its desires. In the previous form, he had felt nothing. Now, he reveled in the responsive nature of this new physique. Compared to it, the former body resembled an antiquated broom, trailing behind in obsolescence. Indeed, Chilo, there was trouble. The newly formed body had shed the binding curses. There were no longer blue nails. Even if he stood to confront, he would not revert to being a mere insect. The master must understand that, even without such afflictions, he would rise once more. Chilo bitterly smiled as he knelt before his eternal queen, his own sovereign, the absolute ruler. Even in the absence of curses, resistance would result in the shattering of the soul and the squashing of the body into a pulp. A part of Chilo's essence had been ensnared. Chilo was imprisoned. Though capable of betrayal, the loss of loyalty weighed heavily upon him. The pride of those blue nails lingered in his mind. He yearned for new evidence that would affirm his allegiance to his master. Very well, Quirinus Chilo. The question arises, are you prepared to become a vassal, eternally following? Are you ready to traverse the cursed path of the forsaken by the gods? Chilo nodded at these words, bowing his head, that ultimate desire, an aspiration long sought. Thus, without hesitation, Chilo responded with clarity, my loyalty shall remain, ever at your side. Mirabelle gazed at the back of Chilo's hand, contemplating. It was an irreversible situation, one that left her utterly disoriented. To unify the world, one required a formidable strength, nearly an eternal lifespan. The means to acquire such power and grow even stronger involved completely severing the frailties of humanity. The essence of power lay in Mirabelle Beresford's need to transcend her weaknesses. If that were the case, if she were to lose her current strength, she would become vulnerable once more. Weakness, weakness, Mirabelle. The words of Letus suddenly flashed in her mind. Mirabelle felt as though she could see a tear-streaked face. As a side note, echoing the first chapter, many have remarked that the initial writing felt awkward and juvenile. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern the numerous foreshadowings. The subsequent chapters elucidate the reasons behind the characters' distorted personalities. Observant friends will also uncover why Mirabelle treats Edith with such kindness, including the inquiries about her family. The narrative also addresses the essence of that world, be it through time travel or other means. The chapters provide answers, with Letus subtly alluding to it in Chapter 42. Along with an extra chapter that has already been written but not yet published. I intend to release it after the conclusion, as it weaves in essential plot elements. Suddenly, a deep crimson light flashed as Voldemort's furious voice echoed through the graveyard. The spell cast was one that rendered targets unconscious. Harry swiftly dodged, racing toward the Triwizard Cup, the key to his escape. Yet, he underestimated Voldemort, who seized him, forcing a duel surrounded by Death Eaters. Given the disparity in their magical abilities, Harry should have emerged victorious. The duel was meant to be merely a public execution in name only. However, Harry's display of courage in the face of death caused Voldemort to underestimate him. Surrounded by an enemy deemed invincible and trapped in an inescapable predicament, Harry chose to fight to the death at the final moment, exhibiting bravery akin to that of his father. The noble courage that guided Harry's decision birthed a miracle. Harry and Voldemort's wands shared a twin core, both possessing the same phoenix feather. During their confrontation, a rare phenomenon occurred, one that normally would not manifest. The magical backlash, a flaw only present in twin core wands during battle, transpired. Voldemort's wand reversed the spells he had cast thus far. In other words, the killing curse, which should have claimed lives, instead caused the souls of the slain to appear one by one. An innocent muggle, Bertha Jorkins, a ministry official, alongside Harry's parents, surged forth towards Voldemort, clearing the path for Harry. "You will die." After dispelling the apparitions, Voldemort brandished his wand. If Harry were to escape, Dumbledore would learn of his resurrection. Voldemort had to eliminate Harry swiftly. Taking into consideration a particular point, Voldemort aimed his wand at Harry and cast a spell. However, the reversed wand became sluggish, making it difficult for the spell to strike Harry. Ultimately, Harry, relying on his agility, touched the Portkey and vanished from the graveyard. Damn. If he pursued, he would inevitably encounter Dumbledore and would be able to continue the chase. Voldemort could only hope that Barty Crouch on the other side would successfully capture Harry. Frustration consumed him, but upon hearing laughter directed at him, his face morphed into a mask of fury. Who just laughed? In a moment of good humor, Voldemort would kill for such insolence. Even his loyal Death Eaters could easily become targets of his wrath. To Voldemort, the lives of those other than himself were utterly worthless. A bomb on the verge of detonation was ignited by mockery, destined to explode. Yet, the other party showed no fear. Instead, they seized the killing curse and shattered it. What? Laughter indeed, Voldemort. A girl with golden hair. She had grown, becoming even more beautiful than the last time he had seen her 4 years ago. Her golden hair shimmered under the moonlight. Clad in a sleeveless robe, her golden eyes brimmed with confidence. Voldemort remembered the humiliation that could not be forgotten. He could not forget the girl who had once humiliated him like Harry. "Long time no see, Dark Lord." "Of course, do you still remember?" the girl asked. Just like 4 years ago, her fearless face and audacious smile easily rekindled Voldemort's rage. Gritting his teeth, Voldemort shouted the girl's name in furious recognition. "Mirabelle Beresford." Voldemort glared at the girl perched upon the gravestone. What had she done? Shattered the killing curse? It was possible. A lethal spell that would result in instant death upon contact. The very moment one touched it, death should be assured. What exactly had she done? Is it strange? The trusted dark magic actually working? Answer me. What did you do, Beresford? If an ordinary wizard heard Voldemort's enraged voice, they would tremble in fear. Yet the girl maintained an eerie smile upon her face. Observing Voldemort's impatience, she seemed to find the scene amusing. "Master, leave it to me." Such a troublesome girl, indeed. As Voldemort stood awestruck by the enigmatic Mirabelle, a Death Eater brandished his wand. A green flash erupted from the wand, Avada Kedavra. At that moment, Mirabelle's figure vanished from sight. Disappeared? No, merely moving at high speed. She darted away with a velocity that surpassed normal perception, circling behind the Death Eater. HM? Such slow reflexes, I could almost fall asleep. By the time the Death Eater regained his senses, it was too late. The carotid artery was severed, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Mirabelle bared her fangs and swiftly sank them into the pulsating neck. What? The body of the Death Eater withered rapidly, its arms becoming as slender as withered twigs, having lost the essence of life. The sound of blood being consumed echoed, devoid of any speech. Ultimately, after a few fleeting seconds, the gruesome feast concluded, and the Death Eater had entirely lost its original form, transforming into a mere mummy. Discarding the useless corpse, she reported to Voldemort. Voldemort comprehended what had transpired. Indeed, it is so. The girl has become a vampire, one of the Night Clan. Has she forsaken her humanity? Regardless, she has tread upon the path of decay. Voldemort clicked his tongue and gazed up at the night sky. Alas, tonight the moon is full. Under normal circumstances, there would be little cause for concern, but one must remain vigilant against full moon vampires, even the Dark Lord himself. During a full moon, a vampire's power surpasses all limits, reaching a pinnacle. Such a perfect method was chosen. He understood the means of becoming a vampire, yet it was perfect in a way far removed from true decay. This was precisely the reason for the avoidance of such methods. When transformed into such a monstrosity, one is riddled with weaknesses. Weaknesses? A creature of instability, afraid of sunlight, unable to traverse flowing water, fearful of crosses, and repelled by silver and garlic. Only a fool would choose such a path of decay. Voldemort waved his wand and roared. Immediately, the air shimmered as if molten silver, transforming into several long spears. Weapons crafted from silver, one of the vampire's vulnerabilities. The weapons flew towards Mirabelle, only to be intercepted. With a sweep of her arm, golden lightning erupted, striking down the approaching armaments. However, one spear circled behind as if it had been waiting, piercing Mirabelle's side just as she attempted to evade. The wound would soon regenerate. Voldemort spoke with a sense of triumph, yet Mirabelle let out a cold chuckle. When she nonchalantly withdrew the spear, the wound that should have been there had vanished completely. Voldemort's eyes widened at the sight of the injury. The silver weapon should have inflicted damage. So, a mere game? The Dark Lord cursed. The girl, capable of regenerating even her tattered garments, left Voldemort unable to conceal his astonishment. Mirabelle cast a comical glance at Voldemort, her hands shimmering with emerald light. Remarkably, she wielded no wand. A wand, for one well-versed in magic, was merely a toy for practice. Having transcended such trivialities, she required no such instruments. With her right hand, she unleashed the dreaded killing curse. Voldemort evaded the initial strike, but as anticipated, a second assault swiftly followed. He rolled away to avoid the lethal spell. Yet, as he rose, the third attack was already en route. In an unexpected twist, Voldemort vanished, deftly dodging the blow. Almost instantaneously, Mirabelle pivoted, sensing a surge of magic behind her. It was futile. Voldemort, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a crimson flash that soared toward her in an instant. Summoning all her strength, she swung her arm, shattering the red flare as it struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath the overwhelming force, an intensity that required no finesse, surpassing even that of a giant. Humph, quite the adept dodger, aren't you, girl? Voldemort seethed, brandishing his wand. In that moment, a gleaming blade manifested at the tip of his wand, slicing through the air towards Mirabelle. Mirabelle deftly evaded the oncoming assault with a graceful maneuver, countering with her talons. The blades of her claws clashed repeatedly, producing a sharp sound that echoed like sparks in the air. Mirabelle's strike and Voldemort's blow. On one side stands the Dark Lord, while on the other, a new tyrant emerges. Under the backdrop of a full moon, these two malevolent sorcerers engage in a fierce battle. It is quite astonishing to witness Voldemort exhibiting martial prowess. Behold the Dark Lord. At first glance, the confrontation appears evenly matched, yet Mirabelle possesses the upper hand. In close combat, Voldemort stands no chance of victory. The disparity in physical capabilities is insurmountable. His strength pales in comparison. Against Mirabelle, who can regenerate instantly unless faced with immediate death, Voldemort's corporeal form is vulnerable. A single blow from Mirabelle would render his body fragile and shattered in an instant. Voldemort, aware of this fact, chooses to evade and maintain his distance from Mirabelle. Meanwhile, his Death Eaters, unable to intervene, grip their wands tightly. Observing this, Mirabelle clicks her tongue. Some pests, do not obstruct my path. With a casual flick, she casts the killing curse, eliminating one of the Death Eaters. In a heartbeat, Mirabelle closes the distance, seizing the enemy by the head. Dead. Mirabelle crushed the head of the creature's tail, her eyes widening in terror, as if she had just compressed an empty can. Blood, cerebral fluid, and fragments of skull scattered about, transforming the neck into a gory spectacle. She discarded the lifeless body with the shattered head. Suddenly, that beautiful visage twisted into a sinister smile, as if a thought had crossed her mind. She was elated, preparing for a most extraordinary ball. Mirabelle raised her arms, unleashing her magical prowess. The moonlight bathed the cemetery in a resplendent golden hue, casting a beautiful yet serene glow. From the depths of the earth emanated a low rumble, a sign that something was attempting to emerge. The slumbering dead of this forsaken land were summoned forth by the King of Night, rejecting the reason of the divine. They sought to return to the realm of the living. Hatred for existence, loathing for life, turned their animosity towards all sentient beings. The Mirabelle Declaration. Simultaneously, tombstones crumbled and the ground heaved. A throng of the deceased emerged, their skeletal remains partially exposed, flesh laid bare, even their entrails dragging behind them. Their commonality lay in a desperate yearning for life, a jealousy towards the living. Hence, they were driven to assault the beings of flesh. Restrain the impulse to bite into that tender meat. Much like resurrection, the creatures clawing their way from the grave were mere shells of their former selves, conforming to Mirabelle's will to attack the living, the zombies. Behold, the Death Eaters, a perfect match, are they not? Like those who self-proclaim as true Death Eaters, consuming death itself only to be reborn. Devoured, they become the genuine Death Eaters. A harrowing scene unfolded. Swarms of the undead ruthlessly charged at the Death Eaters, who were so startled that they could scarcely stand. They hastily cast spells, but to no avail. Indeed, they were already a group of the dead, embodying both death and stupor. Oh, what is this? A monster? The Dark Lord. Help! A true tragedy ensued. A Death Eater consumed became a new corpse, and a wizard bitten by the undead would likewise succumb to death. An endless cycle of demise. In mere moments, the number of Death Eaters dwindled by nearly half. A bunch of worthless fools. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort cleared the dead. The Dark Lord, though those worthless minions perished, felt no concern. Yet, this marked the resurgence of the Dark Lord's legend. He would not allow his dignity to be tarnished for the sake of a few useless pawns. A cowering lot, retreating. Let the Death Eaters vacate the battlefield. Annihilate all the undead. The Dark Lord felt a twinge of shame. But was it too late to offer assistance? Had their numbers diminished significantly? Voldemort's visage contorted with immense fury. The malevolence of a girl named Mirabelle had only just begun. She chuckled with uncontainable delight, reveling in the Dark Lord's wrath. Mirabelle, born of malevolence. Once she unleashes her malice, she transforms into an embodiment of wickedness. Under the full moon, the graveyard lies desolate. Mirabelle's fierce brutality was unable to be restrained. Do not perish so swiftly, she exclaimed with a laugh. Let us witness how the deed is done. With a swift glide, Mirabelle moved with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Voldemort retreated to a distance. In the next moment, with a flick of his wand, a multitude of flames surged forth from the void, all aimed directly at Mirabelle. Mirabelle raised her arms and struck the ground, unleashing a colossal shockwave that extinguished all flames in its vicinity, pushing them back half a step before they finally died out. Fool, do you think such a tactic would be effective against me? Mirabelle clenched her fists, gathering her magical energy. Her fingers unleashed a crimson spark, soaring towards Voldemort. Once again, Voldemort maneuvered behind Mirabelle, his wand emitting a sinister green light. Avada Kedavra, perish, Beresford, he hissed. Futile. She swung her arm to deflect the oncoming curse, then pivoted to retaliate. From her fingertips, she cast the same deadly curse, aiming at Voldemort. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort summoned several corpses, transforming them into a wall that obstructed Mirabelle's assault. However, Mirabelle's onslaught was far from over. Raising her arm, a golden pillar of fire erupted behind her, ultimately taking the form of a dragon. This magnificent creature boasted 9 heads, each exuding fierce flames. In response, Voldemort raised his wand, and a green pillar of fire ascended behind him. The serpentine body of the flames morphed into a burning snake. Devour it. Destroy it. A golden 9-headed dragon faced off against the green serpent. The two flames collided, voraciously consuming one another. Against this tumultuous backdrop, the magical exchange between Mirabelle and Voldemort intensified. With countless sparks swirling around the graveyard, Mirabelle launched her assault, while Voldemort deftly evaded. In retaliation, Voldemort unleashed his own attack, compelling Mirabelle to dodge. The Killing Curse. The Soul-Sucking Curse, the Bone-Crushing Curse, the Stunning Spell, the Disarming Charm, the Petrification Spell, the Shattering Spell, and the Exploding Curse, all conjured with the intent to bring each other to their demise, yet neither managed to land a decisive blow. The ground erupted, tombstones were shattered, and corpses obliterated, transforming the graveyard into a desolate expanse, yet the battle raged on. An exceedingly malevolent wizard faced off against a self-proclaimed witch who believed herself to be beyond limits, heedless of the devastation surrounding them as they continued their relentless onslaught. However, this seemingly stalemated conflict was approaching its conclusion. Breathless, had they reached their limits? Mirabelle, possessing what appeared to be boundless stamina, contrasted sharply with Voldemort, whose body seemed to falter. If the battle persisted, he would inevitably exhaust his strength, leading to faltering movements. Moreover, under the full moon's glow, Mirabelle's magical prowess seemed nearly infinite. With the mere illumination of moonlight, her magic would continuously replenish, while his would inevitably wane. Clearly, the odds of this confrontation were stacked against Voldemort. After all, he was but a shadow of his former self, a mere remnant of a once-evolved being. In a primal sense, was he not akin to a monkey? Die, Voldemort. Avada Kedavra. The Killing Curse engulfed Voldemort, sending him staggering back. The most nefarious incantation of the magical realm, it inflicted swift mortality upon its target. Yet, the Dark Lord, drenched in its malevolence, rose once more. His blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Mirabelle. So the Killing Curse does not slay? He conceded, acknowledging his own decay. Mirabelle let out a dull hum, crossing her arms. A single blow could send Voldemort's soul into the abyss. Yet, something thwarted this, drawing his soul back, much like magnets drawn to one another. A force compelled Voldemort's will to remain tethered to the Horcruxes. Even if the soul were to be obliterated, the Horcruxes would endure, ensuring the man's will persisted indefinitely. Unless all the souls within the Horcruxes were eradicated, he could never truly perish. Indeed, Voldemort had crafted numerous Horcruxes. As of now, it could be said that the battle had reached a stalemate. Mirabelle found herself unable to vanquish Voldemort, just as Voldemort could not extinguish Mirabelle's existence. Even when his corporeal form lay in ruins, Voldemort could endure, while Mirabelle's body, when torn asunder, would regenerate instantaneously. Their mutual entanglement and decay rendered them incapable of delivering a decisive blow to one another. Thus, the prospect of annihilating the soul directly from the Horcruxes was far from the anticipated outcome, Mirabelle mused. Having ventured across great distances to test the infamous Dark Lord, it appeared that she could not simply disregard the Horcruxes when contemplating his demise. The Horcruxes were indeed a considerable nuisance. Tonight's endeavor, aside from probing his strength, was also an opportunity to assess her own capabilities. With her objectives achieved, there was no reason to linger any longer. Acknowledging the current circumstances, she accepted that killing Voldemort was an unfeasible task. Even now, it would only lead to a futile confrontation, resulting in defeat. Understanding the path to eternal decay more profoundly than any, she recognized that he could be slain, yet there was no necessity to engage in battle. The painstakingly reborn body would likely face destruction, and most critically, at present, she could not overcome Mirabelle, lacking the firepower to combat such a monstrous entity. Unless he could deliver a fatal strike, she would simply resurrect. The overwhelming force capable of obliterating even a single cell was a requisite against such a foe. With no means to kill him, she resolved to observe who would dominate the world first. If that seemed a folly, she was eager to witness the Dark Lord's true power, rather than vanquishing her immediate adversary. It would be far swifter and simpler to reign supreme over the decaying magical realm. Thus, she concluded to harness her strength, establish a strategic advantage, seize her opponent's pieces, and dispose of them accordingly. This indirect approach, albeit circuitous, appeared to be the most effective solution. She would convey to Voldemort the death of his ambition for world domination. Very well, let them see who the true sovereign was. With an unfaltering smile, she harbored no thoughts of defeat. The prospect of losing was inconceivable, for he was the king, a being fit to rule the world. The victor would emerge, while the vanquished would meet a dismal demise, succumbing to decay at the hands of the other. With an unstoppable malevolence and bared fangs, she persevered for the sake of future triumph. The faces of those adversaries who ought to have been defeated were indelibly imprinted upon her retina, and then both vanished from their original positions. The resolution would ultimately arrive when she controlled the world. Regarding combat prowess, it had not faltered. First, Due to the full moon, Mirabelle's strength was slightly elevated compared to previous encounters. Second, Voldemort had divided his soul multiple times, impacting his combat effectiveness, which resulted in Mirabelle having the upper hand, even in the face of Voldemort's terrifying presence. Had their conditions been equal, it was likely that Mirabelle, owing to her battle experience, would still occupy the advantageous position. The end was nigh. The fierce competition concluded with Harry's triumph, marking the end of the semester. As customary, a final gala was held, and students gathered in the hall as they always did. However, Dumbledore's tone was heavy and somber. Devoid of the usual cheerfulness that accompanied his speeches, it was as if he dared to speak the truth, compelled to articulate thoughts that weighed heavily on him. He meticulously enunciated each word before delivering his message. There were numerous matters he wished to discuss that evening. Dumbledore scanned the auditorium, observing the faces of the students, ready to convey a painful reality. A future fraught with uncertainty loomed, one that he knew would inevitably come to pass. The faculty behind him wore solemn expressions, awaiting the headmaster's words. Dumbledore took a deep breath and slowly recounted the unfortunate truth. Voldemort had returned. Silence reigned over the hall as the students struggled to comprehend Dumbledore's statement, replaying it in their minds. They glanced around, questioning whether they had misheard. Gradually, the gravity of his words sank in, eliciting a mixture of fear and excitement, as they sought reassurance from their peers that they had indeed heard the same revelation. It was only after the commotion subsided that Dumbledore spoke again, patiently waiting for silence to envelop the room. The students looked at him, anticipating his next words. And he finally continued. The Ministry of Magic wished to conceal this matter from everyone, including their parents. They believed in the power of denial. However, embracing the truth is often preferable to living a lie. The inclination to deceive and hide would soon reveal itself, as next year would not be as tranquil as this one. Beyond mere concealment and deception, what alternatives remained? Was it wise to postpone the impending threat without taking action? Such avoidance of reality was something Dumbledore lamented. He articulated the reasons for his disclosure, reflecting on the fearful events that transpired after the competition. Just as Harry had bravely escaped, each of them was called to rise with courage. Even on the arduous path shrouded in darkness, mistakes would be made. But they would not be alone, for friends would stand by their sides. The elder spoke with a fervent tone, as if persuading his audience. The question remained, what would they do in the face of such astonishment? Sooner or later, the truth would confront them. It was merely a matter of time. Edith's face turned pale, her voice trembling, while Mirabelle spoke with a calm demeanor, holding a goblet in her hand. She brought it to her lips and sipped the crimson liquid. They had always known, had always lived with the truth. Yet, contemplating it was a different matter altogether. Meanwhile, the faces of the ministry's higher-ups were shrouded in gloom. Mirabelle placed the wine glass upon the table and thoughtfully clicked her tongue in interest. Mirabelle felt nothing but disillusionment towards the magical world, which merely turned a blind eye to the impending crisis, diverting attention without taking any measures to address it. The Ministry of Magic has chosen to ignore the situation, and starting tomorrow, life will proceed as if nothing has transpired, with the calm facade of normalcy continuing to shine forth. No actions have been taken against the dark forces, who remain poised in the shadows, ready for what lies ahead. Mirabelle spoke with a mocking smile, declaring that nothing had changed. The circumstances had indeed shifted, yet transformation was imminent. The current Ministry of Magic, comprised of a cadre of fools, merely sat idly by, awaiting an inevitable calamity. Then it would suddenly be obliterated by a formidable blow from the dark forces, which had long been prepared. At that moment, they would awaken to the grim realization that it was too late, a fleeting moment before death descends. As they awaken to their impending demise, the only thing awaiting them is replacement. The Ministry of Magic now resembles a congregation of infants, elderly, baby-faced figures gathered together, each clutching a pacifier and lined up with foolish grins. The ministry believes that by maintaining silence, they will provide a bottle for a child named Hope. These infants are convinced that if they remain passive, curled up in their prams, the storm will simply pass. Such is a most foolish notion. Edith, from this point forward, do not place any trust in the Ministry of Magic. It has safeguarded nothing, not even its own preservation. If one wishes to survive, they must rely solely on their own strength for protection. Knowledge can be acquired if one is willing to learn. Like Dumbledore's alliance, it is paramount to be certain in one's beliefs and to determine how to wield one's own power. Mirabelle smiled gently and addressed Edith, dismissing the inept pests and the Ministry of Magic as mere trifles. Yet, Edith, if she were the only one, could not offer protection. Edith widened her eyes in surprise, gazing at Mirabelle. It was the first time she had witnessed a smile, or more precisely, a smile devoid of the usual air of disdain that perpetually graced Mirabelle's face. However, in the span of 4 years, how many times had Edith encountered a truly sincere smile? Undoubtedly, she could count them on one hand. May I inquire about something peculiar? Is it truly you, Mirabelle? Mirabelle furrowed her brows at Edith's words, her gaze sharp as if she had been affronted. With a swift motion, she traced a circle with her finger before striking Edith's forehead forcefully. This action is commonly referred to as a head tap. So, is that eye ornament of yours merely a whimsical trinket? Or perhaps it resembles a crazy eye? Indeed, truly, Mirabelle. Perhaps it is only fitting that one should spend a stint at St. Mungo's. Mirabelle let out a soft hum of discontent as she set down the empty cup. Observing that figure, Edith thought to herself that her mood seemed to oscillate between good and dreadful. Mirabelle, a girl of undeniable strength, remained steadfast in her convictions, regardless of the opinions of others. Despite Mirabelle's numerous assertions, Edith is more resolute than ever in her belief that Voldemort's resurrection is indeed possible. When might action be taken? One wonders. It seems that the current peace may endure for a year. If the Ministry of Magic takes this matter seriously and organizes itself effectively, it should possess the capacity to resist. After all, Voldemort has been absent for quite some time, and those foolish enough to underestimate the situation may find themselves ill-prepared. Will the magical world belong to him thereafter? It seems so, unless decisive actions are taken. Mirabelle voiced her thoughts. Yet the circumstances seem to limit any potential resistance against the forces of darkness. Without the Ministry's support, Aurors would struggle to carry out their duties. If there is to be a rebellion against the Dark faction, it must surely involve Dumbledore. What plans might Professor Dumbledore have in store? One could confidently surmise that he has relinquished faith in the Ministry. In such a case, the Ministry should take heed of the circumstances unfolding behind the scenes. The Ministry is becoming increasingly threatening. It appears that Dumbledore and Voldemort have reached a tacit understanding. Who, then, can act more swiftly from the shadows? The battle behind the scenes has commenced. Be prepared, Edith. Next year will prove to be challenging. The gravity of these words caused Edith to catch her breath, her expression stiffening. The train ride back was suffused with a dark atmosphere. Those who forced themselves to appear vibrant were rendered speechless. The only thought occupying her mind was Voldemort. She suspected that Dumbledore might be lying. Yet, for once, she hoped Dumbledore was telling a falsehood. Such musings cast a pall over the compartment, rendering it eerily silent. Not even the Daily Prophet had reported a word on the matter. Edith sighed, stuffing the newspaper into her bag. The unique rustling of paper echoed as it disappeared into the depths of her satchel. She contemplated whether Rita Skeeter would deem it worthy of an exclusive story. One could only hope that such hopes would not be dashed. That reporter would certainly relish the opportunity. Clearly, Mirabelle has a fondness for Rita. Well, that journalist certainly aligns with Mirabelle's preferences. With this thought, Edith leaned back against the seat. Everything inside the train was tranquil. Edith wished that this tranquility would endure forever. Gryffindor and Slytherin, the entire school, was in a frenzy over Quidditch. Beside her, an arrogant friend, Hermione, along with Harry, found themselves in a predicament. Those days might vanish by next year. Yet, she felt utterly powerless to effect change. Hey, Mirabelle, she called. What? Will we still be friends next year? If I were to join Voldemort or the Ministry, would I still be considered a friend? Mirabelle playfully responded to Edith's question, which should have been rather serious. However, she implied that if Edith were not to join either side, Mirabelle would still consider her a friend. The depths of Mirabelle's soul remain an enigma. Azkaban, Numengard, was once conjured by the dark wizard Grindelwald to confine his adversaries. However, following his defeat in 1945 during the duel with Dumbledore, it has since been utilized as a prison overseen by the Ministry of Magic. A shadow traverses the lowest and darkest recesses, embodying a figure cloaked in a deep crimson robe, reminiscent of blood. The hood envelopes the head entirely, allowing only a glimpse of golden hair peeking from beneath. The sound of desiccated footsteps reverberates through the cell as the cloaked figure strides forth. Where are the guards stationed? Why are they absent? The answer lies in the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. The guards who were meant to secure this prison lie slain, their necks twisted by an extraordinary force. As if a giant had done the deed. A shadow stands before a cage, parting its lips. Gellert Grindelwald? Who? The response comes in an unexpectedly high-pitched yet hoarse voice. Undoubtedly weakened by prolonged incarceration, stripped of the once formidable resonance that echoed throughout the wizarding world. Yet, in the darkness, only a pair of eyes move eerily. glimmering with a light that seeks to pierce the veil of identity. A name, perhaps, but if none exists, it is convenient. Let us bestow upon him the title of the King of Night. The King of Night? Ah, a splendid name. Also known as the former Dark Lord? Once driven to transcend death? Grindelwald cast a stern glance at the mocking masked figure of the King of Night. After a few seconds of silence, the King of Night spoke first, raising the corners of his mouth in a daring proclamation. Gellert Grindelwald, I accept. Do you wish for the thunderous name to resonate throughout the magical realm once more? Mario Weir, a young child orphaned of his parents, was taken in by the Barenford family and raised in an orphanage. She played the role of Mirabelle's companion, akin to an ordinary playmate. Rather than friends, she was treated as a mere toy, subject to whims and disregarded rights. Mirabelle, having endured a near-abusive upbringing from her parents, found solace in the release of her frustrations through Mario, whose parents provided a distorted kindness that allowed Mirabelle an outlet for her anger. Such a daughter could easily be subdued by stern parenting, yet Mirabelle did not yield. Her self-esteem permitted her to unleash fury upon a seemingly inept servant. Consequently, Mario failed to fulfill her intended purpose and was reluctantly reassigned as Mirabelle's exclusive caretaker, her treatment improving slightly. Thus, Mirabelle became a benefactor to Mario. Mirabelle's pride saved Maria. Maria wished to assist Mirabelle, believing she would do anything for her. However, Mirabelle declined Maria's offer, desiring neither companionship nor assistance. Mirabelle endured her solitude with a heart heavy with unshared burdens. Yet, in a moment, a transformation began to unfold. The harshness that had enveloped her dissipated, and the fierce glimmer in her eyes, akin to that of a wounded predator, faded away. Upon encountering the silvery-haired maiden, a sense of tranquility gradually enveloped her, and she even revealed a smile radiant as the gentle sun. Mary delighted in witnessing such a remarkable change. Mirabelle, though solitary, experiences an irreplaceable joy. Hence, Mary expresses her gratitude and best wishes. May the two friends cherish a lifetime of companionship. Mirabelle Beersford Lettuce Valentine. She prays to the gods that the golden-haired, silver-haired girl may always be accompanied by laughter. If the world truly possesses divinity, or if there exists some semblance of fate, then prayers shall eternally receive their due response. For Mirabelle was inherently fashioned for malevolence, burdened with the role of an antagonist obstructing the protagonist's path. Thus, the Emperor, or perhaps fate itself, mercilessly waved its arm. The narrative holds its ground because evil is indeed evil. Where goodness is required, only the diabolical prevails. Hence, the Emperor or fate shelters the two while eliminating obstacles. A tale of transformation requires a demonic emperor. From the 5th grade onwards, students at Hogwarts are assigned the duties and rights of prefects. Each house selects a male and a female prefect, bestowing upon them badges emblazoned with their house's insignia. In Gryffindor, it is Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley. They are well-known friends, yet Ron's appointment as prefect raises eyebrows aside from Hermione's. As a habitual rule-breaker, it is difficult to regard him as a model student. Thus, it is only natural to question Dumbledore's decision in appointing him. In Hufflepuff, it is Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott. In Ravenclaw, Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil. None of these selections stand out particularly. They are all exemplary students. The real conundrum lies with the Slytherin prefects, Draco Malfoy and Mirabelle Beresford. Both are undoubtedly problematic youths, perhaps the most fitting candidates for the role of prefect. However, Malfoy's lineage and Mirabelle's prowess keep others in silence. What does Snape truly think from the perspective of the students in their house? After the upperclassmen's briefing concluded, the prefects returned to their respective houses, to their exclusive compartment. Along the way, Malfoy proudly remarked to Mirabelle, "Hey, Mirabelle, I heard you think Potter is better. It's quite evident he is not." Prefect. Mirabelle smirked. "Do you truly believe you earned this position on your own?" Malfoy was rendered speechless, while Mirabelle cast a ruthless glance his way. Even if Mirabelle were to articulate this sentiment, Malfoy was already aware. He was chosen for his lineage rather than his merit, which offered little to boast about. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he constantly compares himself to Harry Potter, even over trivial matters. If he views Harry as a rival, he ought to possess his own arsenal. Yet all that he has is borrowed. Devoid of capability, followers, and accomplishments to flaunt, he is entirely reliant on others. As Mirabelle confronted Malfoy with undeniable truths, a deep flush crept across his face. Ultimately, the golden-haired maiden comprehended the sentiments of the weak. It was simply a matter of engaging in any endeavor, taking into account the emotions of those who had succeeded. Perceptibly, Malfoy clenched his fists, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. casting a glance at him. Mirabelle let out a troubled sigh. Relying on the talents bestowed by one's parents, one can ultimately depend only on oneself. First and foremost, regardless of any exceptional skills or attributes, it is imperative to discover the weapon that best suits one's essence. Alas, let it be. As if I had said nothing at all, was it merely a fleeting impulse? Mirabelle herself found it rather peculiar why she would utter words to the worthless. Had it been Edith, she might have offered a patient counsel. Malfoy rolled his eyes, observing Mirabelle, yet her gaze was directed elsewhere. Perhaps it was time to reflect in solitude. Oh. Mirabelle departed from the head girl's exclusive compartment without even casting a glance at Malfoy, who remained transfixed, gazing in the direction of her exit as if ensnared by a fox's charm. Moments later, as if recollecting his own obligations, he rushed from the compartment. The sorting ceremony unfolded as usual, yet something felt amiss. Each year, the Sorting Hat would sing a somewhat familiar tune, but it had never delivered a song imbued with foreboding. The first-year students appeared oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, while the older students exchanged excited murmurs. Edith Mirabelle, however, stood out, her expression one of perplexity as she deliberated over the current song. Indeed, it was an unmistakable warning regarding Voldemort's resurrection. Dumbledore aimed to unite the houses in a collective stand against this threat, did he not? Alas, it was too late. As Mirabelle listened to the Sorting Hat assigning first-year students to their respective houses, she couldn't help but click her tongue in disapproval. The warnings of the Sorting Hat were indeed prescient. If Hogwarts did not unite from within, it would soon crumble. But it was too late, far too late. How many Death Eater's offspring now roamed Hogwarts? How many supporters of Voldemort? If Dumbledore truly wished to solidify the institution from within, he ought to expel those students post-haste or never have admitted them in the first place. On the faculty's side, some imbeciles dispatched by the Ministry of Magic had also infiltrated. No matter how solid the foundation, it cannot withstand the weight of rotten wood. Following the sorting ceremony, a customary feast was laid out before the students. Yet this year, the lingering taste of the meal was soured. This was due to Dolores Umbridge, who had taken charge of the defense against the dark arts curriculum. An unattractive woman clad in a pink sweater, with a shrill voice and a toad-like visage. Her jarring tone intentionally cleared her throat, casting a pall over the remnants of the feast. In short, the Ministry of Magic had begun meddling in Hogwarts' curriculum this year. Mirabelle perceived that the ministry was content with incompetence, dragging the students down with them. An inept ally is far more feared than a capable enemy. Mirabelle grew weary of the absurd antics exhibited by the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge, a combination of foolishness and incompetence, excelled only in obstructing allies. On the other hand, Edith keenly recognized Mirabelle's sentiments regarding the ministry, which had become utterly corrupt. Edith now comprehended the essence of Mirabelle's words. Following Umbridge's speech, which included an explanation about Quidditch, Mirabelle, as the head girl, took a step away from her seat to guide the first-year students. Observing her retreating figure, Edith suddenly perceived something peculiar, sensing an unusual dilemma. Such occurrences were indeed rare. The meals at the Mirabelle seat were left untouched, despite the considerable number of diners and their extraordinary obsession with the food. It seemed that the nourishment dissipated with the consumption of magic. Mirabelle indulged herself excessively, consequently gaining weight due to the draining of magical energy. Yet, why were the meals left uneaten? Occasionally, she found herself disinterested in food, a peculiar occurrence, even for Edith, who often lacked an appetite. However, it was the first time Edith witnessed Mirabelle leave her plate entirely untouched. Would her stomach feel at ease? Without further contemplation, Edith departed towards Slytherin House. Thus, the Deathly Hallows, the tale of the minstrel, Peter, revealing a hidden aspect of fairy tales that had remained concealed for many years as treasures were nearly gathered. In a darkened chamber, two figures conversed. One, cloaked in shadows and declaring himself the King of Night, and the other, a strikingly handsome man with golden curls, Gellert Grindelwald. Until recently, he had appeared as an aged man, but now his pallor had vanished, and he exuded the vigor of youth. A powerful dark wizard, restored to his youthful form, the means of which he alone understood, gathered, aside from the Elder Wand. Where else could the artifacts be? If it were the will of destiny, surely all the relics would converge in one location. Based on what is known, the tale of the three brothers exists in reality. Antioch Peverell with the Elder Wand, Cadmus Peverell with the Resurrection Stone, and Ignotus Peverell, who acquired the Invisibility Cloak. The King of Night bore a whimsical expression as he opened the tome in his hands, illustrating the well-known fairy tale of the magical world. From the narrative, the three brothers, skilled in sorcery, conversed with Death, who donned a cloak. Death praised the brothers for their magical prowess and promised them rewards. The eldest received a wand capable of vanquishing any foe. The second son was granted the stone to resurrect the deceased. The youngest yearned for the invisibility cloak, which would render him forever elusive to death. However, the eldest, in his hubris, boasted of his wand and was slain out of jealousy, while the second son, having brought back his beloved, found that true togetherness eluded him and took his own life. The tale concluded with the youngest, living to the end of his natural life, thanks to the invisibility cloak. Yet, within the fairy tale, many hidden truths lie. The three treasures belong to the three brothers. Their descendants now gather in the modern era. Upon tracing the Peveril lineage, an intriguing fact emerged. Firstly, Cadmus Peveril's descendants integrated into the Slytherin bloodline, later intertwining with the Gaunt family. Ultimately, the lineage led to Voldemort. So Voldemort is the heir of the Resurrection Stone? Moreover, regarding Ignotus Peveril, it was revealed that his bloodline flowed into the Potter family, in other words, Harry Potter. Furthermore, Harry Potter possessed a cloak that seemingly resembled the Deathly Hallows. Voldemort and Harry Potter, two adversaries united by a distant kinship, are the rightful bearers of two remarkable treasures, the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak. The last of their lineage, Antioch Peveril, embodies a bloodline that, in a sense, remains one of the most illustrious of modernity. The obsession with power and the insatiable thirst for victory, akin to a curse, has been inherited by their descendants. The cursed clan, relentlessly fixated on triumph, is none other than the Beresford family. The Dark Lord, in a mocking roar, curled his legs as he sat upon his chair, a mere semblance of a throne. The Minister of Magic overseeing the French wizarding world had metamorphosed into the Dark Lord's seat, his hollow eyes dripping with drool, even betraying a countenance of ecstatic delight. Was this a meticulously orchestrated destiny? The descendants of the three brothers had shifted allegiances, now attempting to annihilate one another. The sensation of death's manipulation was palpable. Indeed, who else but the Grim Reaper would toy with the fate of these three? Grindelwald's words elicited laughter from beneath the Dark Lord's hood, echoing in the eyes of the wizards reflected in the room. The formidable Auror stood guard, safeguarding the current Minister of Magic. Yet even so, the Dark Lord Grindelwald appeared to be a child, ultimately brainwashed as he bowed his head. How would the French magical community respond? The minister, suppressed, had truly grasped the reins of power, but only to reapply layers of veneer, unnoticed. It was all too easy to deceive. The minister had become a fool, and the French Ministry of Magic remained oblivious to the colossal conspiracy unfolding beyond their awareness, along with the malevolent force that bound everything together. In a state of ignorance, the upper echelons of the French ministry had undergone a transformation. P.S. The Dark Lord, known as Voldemort, is also referred to as Camilla Bell or Dumbledore, yet the true identity of the Dark Lord remains shrouded in mystery. In this narrative, the name serves to mislead, and the vampire is thus dubbed the Dark Lord, while Voldemort shares this title as well. The hidden identity is also known as the White King. This year's defense against the dark arts class has been deemed the worst in history, at least according to many. The newly appointed professor, Dolores Umbridge, insists that practical exercises are unnecessary and forces students to engage solely in theoretical lessons. Naturally, such a defense against the dark arts course is tantamount to futility. The primary objective of the course is to teach students how to respond to and resist dark magical attacks, which is inherently practical in essence, much like a Muggle music class. Indeed, the classroom teaches students the intricacies of musical notation. However, the significance of music lessons involving the use of any instrument and singing remains paramount. Surprisingly, few Slytherin students express satisfaction with such courses. This can be attributed to the tendency of Slytherin towards the darker arts, as some of these students are, in fact, offspring of Death Eaters. From the perspective of the dark arts, the students have not learned how to resist, which pleases them greatly. Perhaps this is why Slytherin students readily accept their circumstances, even going so far as to appease Umbridge in hopes of undermining their own house. Edith was astonished to find that Mirabelle took no particular action and chose to remain silent. Mirabelle remarked, "Let us test the theory of whether it is indeed possible to thwart dark magic solely through theoretical means. The defense against the dark arts class may seem hopeless, yet this does not imply that its curriculum is equally so." As the OWL examinations approached this year, students were tormented by the unprecedented rigor of each subject. However, there was a glimmer of hope. For some inexplicable reason, Hagrid had been assigned to oversee the care of magical creatures course. Harry's friends had often expressed their fondness for Hagrid, yet the expressions on their faces revealed a deeper sincerity. Moreover, during that lesson, Draco Malfoy, as per his usual antics, taunted Harry, but such behavior had become routine. Dolores Umbridge had been appointed as the first High Inquisitor. Truly, the Ministry of Magic seemed to produce nothing but ill tidings. In the Slytherin girls' dormitory, Edith perused the newspaper with palpable indignation. While the majority of Slytherin supported Umbridge, a few students were dissenters. Edith found herself among this minority. She belonged to the faction of darkness and was profoundly disheartened by the Ministry's senseless obstruction of education. Her anger was primarily fueled by the audacious claim that Harry Potter was lying. Had he truly returned? Upon reading the article, Edith tore the newspaper to shreds and furiously cast it into the fireplace. Witnessing this spectacle, Mirabel could not help but find it amusing. "Are you upset, Edith?" "Of course. How could they be so foolish?" "Calm down. Even if you are angry, the situation will improve." Mirabel waved her beloved wand, conjuring a refreshing cup of iced tea for Edith with a touch of magic. Mirabel is exceptionally considerate. Fortunately, Potter and Dumbledore will continue to be regarded as deceivers for a while longer. Presently, allies are inexplicably few. Is there a problem? What if the Ministry succumbs to dark forces? Edith slammed her hand on the table, leaving Mirabel momentarily stunned, only to burst into laughter shortly thereafter. She then elegantly sipped her iced tea, her voice slow and deliberate. "Hee, truly a caring friend. We all know why one might be a Slytherin." "Well, that's just a jest. There's nothing we can do about it now." Yet, doubts linger regarding Potter's words. With iced tea in her mouth, Edith wore a contemplative expression. The first thought that crossed her mind was the delightful taste of the beverage. It is said that the flavor of tea can vary depending on the brewing method, but this one tasted entirely different from the usual. Edith believed that Mirabel possessed a profound understanding of tea. If Granger comprehended how dire the situation truly was, she would surely take prompt action. Moreover, those who believe in Potter might indeed find protection. Harry still possesses a way to prevail. A friend can illuminate the path even in the most desperate circumstances. Currently, they find themselves in a precarious position, yet they are not alone. And a friend like Slytherin. Well, that is indeed fortunate. There is no power to assist. Mirabel gently patted Edith's shoulder, smiling tenderly as she spoke. Although her voice lacked an undeniable persuasive power, it possessed a serene and enigmatic calmness. "Do you know? It will teach you how to wield your power to protect yourself. It is essential to utilize such strength for safeguarding what you hold dear. Can you do it? If so, could it assist Harry?" Edith believed that she could achieve such feats. A remarkable and gifted student, she aspired to be like them. However, Edith felt she could not ascend to the same ranks as Harry, Hermione, or Mirabel. She had always thought so. Could she truly protect Harry? She would be taught. In a year, she would become a witch more formidable than any teacher at the school. Yet, would she be able to endure the challenges? Edith closed her eyes, contemplating for a moment. In that moment of stillness, she had already found her answer. She longed to grow stronger, resenting her feeling of being left behind. She would never forget the helplessness experienced in the scream room. "Be strong, Edith Rainagel. Even if you succeed, you may regret it." The words of Mirabel flashed through Edith's mind. After the events that transpired in the Scream House, Edith devoted herself entirely to her studies and embraced the art of magical training. Mirabel teaches the incantation for conjuring a Patronus. It is a yearning of the heart, yet simultaneously peculiar. After learning the spell, Edith felt an unsettling fear of remaining close to Mirabel. She sensed something unusual, as if the friend beside her were an immense abyss. Regardless of how arduous the journey may be, she is determined to persevere. Therefore, I implore you, Mirabel, help me grow stronger. I long to hear that answer. Mirabel's steadfast gaze upon Edith blossomed into a satisfied smile. Then, resting her hand on Edith's shoulder, she cast a spell. With a sensation akin to being pulled, the surroundings transformed entirely, revealing a cavernous space. Edith surveyed her environment. Where were they? A secret chamber. A place once inhabited by the Basilisk, a seldom-known locale within Hogwarts. Did she find this place agreeable? How could one utilize apparition to arrive here? Haha. The school's defenses are not as impeccable as one might envision. Edith looked at Mirabel, bewildered by her words. She spoke of the anti-apparition enchantments within the school, a barrier meticulously established by Dumbledore himself. It was evident that Mirabel had employed some sort of trickery, yet it was utterly absurd. So, let us teach what has been learned over the years. To be specific, 1 offensive spell, 2 defensive spells, and 1 movement spell, alongside the art of casting nonverbal incantations. All of these are practical, combat-effective charms that could save a life. The Death Eaters are formidable foes, and many spells are necessary to contend with them. In total, there are merely 4. Edith gazed at Mirabelle in confusion, to which Mirabelle replied that these were all that was required. Isn't that a bit scant? The more spells one possesses, the greater the array of choices, and thus the broader the strategies one can employ. Perhaps noticing Edith's scrutiny, Mirabelle offered a wry smile. I understand your sentiment, Edith. You wish to learn more spells, do you not? Indeed, was the affirmation. An ideal wizard is one who possesses an abundance of spell knowledge, capable of addressing any circumstance. The more spells a wizard commands, the better. This is a widely accepted truth. Mirabelle seems to acknowledge a certain truth and asserts its correctness. However, let us clarify, one is still lacking in that domain. Even if one possesses knowledge of 100 spells, without a solid foundational understanding, one cannot readily select the appropriate one according to the circumstances. It requires not only swift cognitive processing, but also a profound mastery of knowledge. Only then can countless spells transform into formidable weapons. Yet, if the spells learned are not applicable, they merely serve as shackles. As Mirabelle waved her wand, a blank slate emerged from somewhere. Furthermore, the pin moved independently, sketching an arrow. The tip of the arrow sprouted additional arrows, branching out in abundance. Thus, the branches were inscribed with a question mark. Similar to a decision tree, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, myriad branches would guide one on how to choose. And upon making a selection, one would also understand the ensuing consequences and effects. Thus the branches bore the question mark. In typical situations, one must first solidify their foundation. Through extensive theoretical and practical training, one learns when to act and what type of magic to employ in various scenarios. The existence of a magic school is to impart this knowledge. Thus far, all has proceeded well. After graduation, the journey of accumulating experience and learning continues. Guided by common principles and practical engagement, drawing wisdom from both failures and successes, solidifying the mastery of foundational skills. After years of refinement, those esteemed as aurors have mastered countless spells to engage in combat. Even a mere 5 years of study can suffice to attain such a level of expertise. Mirabelle elucidated the matter with remarkable clarity. Even after graduation, one could aspire to become an auror, a sentiment echoed by Edith. However, as stated, there is insufficient time. A year is required to bridge the gap and to effectively vanquish the Death Eaters. What then shall be done? Well, there is no need for haste. It has been thoroughly explained that the essence of wizarding duels lies in swift attacks or rapid responses. If one can strike their opponent and either incapacitate or eliminate them, victory is assured. The number of spells one remembers pales in comparison to the consequences of inaction or sluggishness due to indecision. One risks merely becoming a target, potentially facing death by their own spells. The killing curse and control enemy are pivotal. If both criteria are met, victory is determined. Therefore, one must possess a spell that the opponent cannot counter, and the killing curse guarantees death with no means of retaliation. If not, one might resort to disarming or stunning spells. Of course, there is a desire to learn such incantations, yet Edith shook her head. It was no jest, indeed. While she wished to wield the power to slay her adversaries, she found herself unable to do so, for the very thought instilled fear within her, knowing it could consume her mind and lead her inexorably into darkness. Mirabelle smiled, as if she had anticipated Edith's reaction. Due to her kindness, she was unable to cast the deadly curse. The spells available were thus limited, so let us exclude that option. In light of this, let us proceed with the next step. Mirabelle pointed towards a distant rock, directing Edith's gaze in that direction. Mirabelle often refines or invents spells. But is she truly like any other 5th grade student? Contemplating this, Edith gazed intently at the stone. In a duel, spells are swifter than the opponent, evading evasion and defying defense, capable of severing consciousness or subjugating the adversary. With a flick of Mirabelle's fingertips, a golden flash erupted from the rock. All that remained was the residue of electricity, and the scorched stone bore witness to the assault. A speed akin to lightning, the sole offensive spell imparted. Mirabelle flashed a grin at the astonished Edith and continued, a mere 0.02 amperes can induce unconsciousness, while 0.05 amperes can halt respiration. Should it strike the heart, the organ would cease to function immediately. Even 0.1 amperes could prove fatal to an adversary. This implies that if one can cast spells more swiftly than their opponent, the latter would be utterly defenseless and unable to evade the onslaught. Moreover, by adjusting the electric current, one can effortlessly dictate the range from unconsciousness to instantaneous demise. Indeed, even with a low current, misfortune could still lead to death, but that is the extent of it. With an air of self-satisfaction, Mirabelle spoke, but Edith, observing her, abruptly seized her. Even as Edith shook her by the shoulders, Mirabelle's smile remained unwavering. Wait, what? You would kill? If you wish to kill, just adjust the current. It's quite simple, isn't it? Even if the current varies, it won't necessarily lead to death. That sort of thing is akin to a fainting curse. No matter how you approach it, with a stroke of luck, the fainting curse might not render one unconscious at all. Edith slowly released her grip. Moreover, the curse can only kill. If wielded with precision, it may even save lives. Edith, casting aside her kindness, warned, however, if you intend to pull the trigger on the battlefield, hesitate. For the sake of those you wish to protect. Edith gazed into Mirabelle's eyes. Those golden orbs she had encountered many times before, yet they appeared more serious and concerned than ever. Swallowing hard, Edith replied in a hoarse voice, I understand. Fine. Thus, Mirabelle and Edith embarked on their clandestine training from that day forth. Concurrently, Hermione was devising a plan for independent study, though Edith remained entirely unaware of it. That was already the dark arts defense class. In the common room, Hermione called out, as if her patience had finally worn thin. For someone who once cherished learning, nothing could be more infuriating than Umbridge's lessons. With Voldemort's resurrection this year, there should have been more emphasis on mastering dark arts defense. Yet, under the current circumstances, when facing Death Eaters, one could barely safeguard oneself. Something had to be done. Poison. Shut up, Ron. Even when Hermione suggested taking action, it implied her desire to kill. Or more precisely, to reach Azkaban directly. Umbridge was deemed the worst teacher, incapable of imparting any knowledge about dark arts defense. What should they do? Self-study. Hermione confidently proclaimed it the best idea. Yet self-studying dark arts defense, practicing simple spells like the levitation charm, proved challenging without proper instruction. Nevertheless, Hermione had accomplished many things on her own. She still needed a teacher. Hermione looked at Harry, as if anticipating something. Yet Harry understood the implication in her gaze. You mean Lupin? But Harry knew Lupin was quite busy. Harry, she insisted. Harry was startled by the bombshell Hermione had just dropped. What? Can he even teach? He believed Hermione had lost her mind, yet her expression was grave. He can. How far off is he from being a teacher? He hasn't even reached half the necessary level. Harry, she argued, he's far stronger in dark arts defense than anyone else. After all, he has endured the most encounters with dark magic. It is crucial to assess whether first-hand experience in confronting dark wizards can indeed bridge the gap that mere theoretical knowledge or the practice of a few spells cannot. In terms of significance, none are more suited than Harry. He has faced dark magic on multiple occasions, often teetering on the brink of peril. Most importantly, he has encountered it thrice and emerged unscathed, a feat that surpasses any record of survival. This is a sentiment shared by others. It is certainly preferable to becoming a teacher. Ron grinned at the suggestion, showing his agreement. However, he noticed Hermione's expression of surprise as she furrowed her brow. Ron would join in the study, wouldn't he? He spent a year at St. Mungo's, yet since his return, he has tended to rely on his robust physique. Nonetheless, he would indeed participate in the learning. I am confident that other students share the same sentiment, much like Cedric or Edith. What should be done first? The gathering of allies is essential, as unity is required to stand against Umbridge. Hermione held Harry's Marauder's map, eager to locate those potential allies. Cedric was in the Hufflepuff common room, while the Weasley twins were in the library. What could they be doing in the library? Studying, of course. Luna Lovegood was in the restroom, and Angelina Johnson appeared to be near the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. Edith Reagan was spotted in the Slytherin common room. And nearby were names like Daphne, Mary, or Layla, which Hermione recalled from school. She had no doubt that these students could be friends or acquaintances worth visiting. There were many other students who could potentially become allies. The days of oppression are over. From now on, the counteroffensive shall commence. Observing Hermione's demeanor, Harry sighed to himself. Is everything all right, Edith? In the common room, Edith was walking down the corridor when Hermione rushed towards her. Hermione immediately inquired if everything was fine. Her curiosity piqued. This was particularly concerning given that Edith was accompanied by a rather dangerous object, especially following the basilisk incident, a threat that Hermione considered less severe than Voldemort himself. What's wrong, Hermione? Hogsmeade, perhaps? We decided to convene at a pub in Hogsmeade to discuss the issue of self-study and defense against the dark arts. Umbridge's lessons do not impart genuine defensive techniques, do they? Edith nodded in agreement with Hermione's assertion. This had been Edith's long-held belief. However, she pondered the matter deeply. That girl is indeed suited to be a teacher. To learn authentic dark magic defense, one must undertake self-directed study, just as Mirabelle anticipated. Edith nodded, her expression revealing little. There is nothing wrong with self-study. It is a path that should be pursued. But what happens after Umbridge? Well, I believe Harry would make a good teacher. Harry? Why? Indeed, the confrontation with the Dark Wizards is scarce. Harry, along with his peers, has not received the specialized education that Mirabelle has. Thus, he can only practice a few conventional defensive spells. Moreover, Harry's temperament is more suited for teaching. While it would be understandable for Hermione to take on the role of a teacher, it is perplexing for Harry to do so. Upon observing Edith's expression, Hermione hastily provided an explanation, acknowledging that he is the most experienced, being the only one who has truly faced Voldemort. Although the statement is accurate. In terms of practical experience, Harry undeniably ranks among the best in the school. After all, he finds himself embroiled in troubles and various adventures each year. From the troll in his first year, to the dark-cloaked Quirrell in the second, Tom Riddle in the third, the Dementors in the fourth, and even battling Voldemort himself. However, upon reflection, one might question whether he truly believes himself capable. Thus, the inquiry arises as to whether Edith would join. Many have participated, including Harry, Ron, and of course, Neville, Dean, and Lavender, as well as Cedric, Parvati, Padma, Katie, Alicia, and Angelina, among others. Edith swiftly covered Hermione's mouth while simultaneously providing an accurate response. Indeed, participation is possible, but why? The Slytherins, wherever they go, perceive Umbridge spies. They might seek to disrupt this special gathering, so perhaps it is best to abandon the idea. Truly, most of the Slytherin students are aligned with Umbridge, and Malfoy is particularly active in supporting her. Edith is no different. However, if Slytherin students intermingle, it could potentially disrupt the atmosphere, causing some to leave. Given that Hermione and others are diligently studying to gain the strength to combat dark forces, Edith is reluctant to jeopardize their efforts. She believes she should remain in her rightful place. Yet, what if she were to study defense against the dark arts, and later encounter a dark wizard? Hermione raised her voice in concern, worrying that Edith might become a target, especially since Edith was already attacked by the basilisk in her second year. Edith shook her head, reassuringly stating that it would be fine, as Mirabelle would study alongside her. Beresford, perhaps? Fortunately, both Edith and Mirabelle share the same magical system, allowing them to study nearly side by side. Therefore, in this scenario, Edith would be guided unilaterally by Mirabelle. Under Mirabelle's tutelage, Edith's abilities have indeed seen a remarkable enhancement, which is quite reassuring. Thus, there is no need for concern, Hermione. Very well. Hermione appeared somewhat resigned, yet she willingly relinquished the invitation to Edith, as the dynamics between the Slytherin and Gryffindor houses were rather intricate. Observing the look of disappointment etched upon Hermione's face, Edith managed a faint smile and remarked, "Good luck, Hermione. You can attend, but it may be perilous, and you shall undoubtedly encounter challenges." "Thank you, Edith," Hermione replied, and after their brief exchange, she hurried away. Edith watched as Hermione's silhouette faded down the corridor, silently hoping for her success. Several weeks have since elapsed. Harry's self-study sessions progressed smoothly, despite his attempts to remain incognito. It seemed that Umbridge had become aware of the self-study sessions, yet she was unable to gather evidence, perpetually lurking in the corridors, which greatly vexed her. On another note, under Mirabelle's tutelage, Edith's combat skills saw a significant enhancement, now limited to dueling, even surpassing those of seventh-year students. In the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Gryffindor triumphed as usual, leaving Malfoy infuriated by his customary humiliation. Mirabelle did not participate this year, as she had initially agreed only to assist Marcus in finding a seeker. In an effort to prove himself, Malfoy believed he could lead the team to victory even without Mirabelle, only to be severely beaten by the Weasley twins. As a Quidditch player, he was mediocre at best, yet undeniably irritating, a top-tier annoyance. In a brief interlude, there was another matter. A group had escaped from Azkaban. You see? In the hall where breakfast was served, Mirabelle, while chewing on her morning bread, spoke with a tone laden with disdain, seemingly directed at the Ministry of Magic. She remarked that if they could return from such a prison, it rendered the Ministry utterly inept. Having reached this point, one should heed Dumbledore's words regarding Cornelius Fudge, who was merely a pest to the magical world. He truly deserved to be confined to Azkaban. Sipping corn soup, she crushed the newspaper in her hands. Mirabelle uttered a thoughtless remark, yet it resonated with undeniable truth. It is fortunate that Cornelius Fudge, a parasite within the magical community, has taken no countermeasures, allowing his allies to languish while he clings to power. Would it not be preferable if he were to be slain by the Death Eaters? As the Ministry of Magic hinders its own allies, the forces of darkness steadily advance their preparations. One cannot help but feel that this is exceedingly foolish. With a ministry of such caliber, would they not notice an invasion? Perhaps it has already commenced. Mirabelle savored the remnants of her soup, basking in the afterglow of her meal. Upon witnessing the disdain of the Ministry of Magic, she managed to maintain her composure. Mirabelle initially hoped that the Ministry of Magic, under Dumbledore's guidance, would delay Voldemort's advances. However, it now appears that her optimism was misplaced, as she has become disillusioned by the Ministry's influence. In such circumstances, how might Harry safeguard himself? This is a question worth contemplating. Edith. Mirabelle offered a wry smile to Edith, who was still preoccupied with worries for Harry and others. With the Ministry of Magic in turmoil, one should first consider their own safety, wouldn't you agree? No matter. Edith, much like Harry, found herself in a perilous situation. She was aware of this, yet Mirabelle cast a doubtful glance at her. Edith reassured her, insisting that everything was fine. She smiled mischievously, reminiscent of a playful child. As she looked at Mirabelle, after all, she believed that the most formidable wizards she knew would provide protection, and thus, all was well. Mirabelle pondered. What illusion could lead one to believe they would be protected? The Ministry of Magic in France, one of the 3 magical nations, stands as a symbol of order within the magical realm. Numerous employees toil there, each dedicated to maintaining the public order of the magical world. At first glance, it may appear to be a typical scene. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that something is amiss. All the workers possess hollow eyes, functioning like automatons, devoid of concern for physical fatigue or even engaging in conversation. To any observer, it would seem entirely normal. Yet, the perception has shifted dramatically. They have all transformed into selfless puppets, and the beings within the building share the same fate. The Ministry, as if it were entirely mechanized, retains only a couple of monsters that cling to their self-awareness. Currently, the French Ministry of Magic is under their control. Fearful, what shall be done next? The King of Night, cloaked in a deep crimson hood, spoke with an unsettling cheerfulness. His interlocutor, Grindelwald, once a harbinger of terror, now walked the pristine halls that should belong to humanity. Both were formidable creatures capable of shaking the entire magical world, yet they traversed the immaculate architecture with caution, embodying a prudent diligence. How could such caution harbor ambitions of seizing a nation? Yet, it was this very meticulousness that allowed for the careful stacking of plans, ensuring every action was thoroughly prepared. The King of Night's robe twisted his mouth into a crescent shape, a sinister and malevolent grin, as if his very visage had contorted to reveal the monstrosities within. Fangs protruded from his gaping maw, exuding a dim glow, as though hunting for prey. Next, Ireland would be targeted. Ireland? Ah, it seems the Ministry has already infiltrated, encountering some trouble perhaps. France is entirely under control. Should the adversary desire Ireland? Let it be taken. Concurrently, the German Ministry of Magic shall be obliterated, followed by an assault on England. The monsters moved quietly and fearlessly across the surface, unhindered by any obstacles. The world could not contain the emissaries of evil. Beresford returned to the main estate in the suburbs of Albania. Upon entering, Mirabelle arrived home to the sound of footsteps. Her mother, Mavis Beresford, greeted her with a smile. A loving mother, she always awaited Mirabelle's return, but this year, her anticipation felt stronger than ever. Mirabelle returns home every Christmas, yet seldom has she experienced such joy as this year. Welcome home, Mirabelle. Dearest Mirabelle, how fares your school life? Are you still finding happiness? Everything is quite well, mother. Mirabelle entrusted her luggage to the servant and proceeded to the drawing room. Heathcote Simon, who should have been seated there, was conspicuously absent this year. At the end of the year, he unexpectedly succumbed to a mysterious illness, falling into a state of unconsciousness. He had yet to awaken, leading a life confined to bed at St. Mungo's, or so Mavis believed. Mirabelle is acutely aware that Heathcote has long since passed away. A year ago, during a ceremony, her father sacrificed his life for his daughter. St. Mungo lies in a soulless shell, conjured by a magical stone to feign life. Mirabelle Potter wonders if that incident has been revisited, yet she remains regarded as a deceiver. Mavis, with her long lashes, lets out a melancholic sigh. She secretly believes in Harry. Initially, she stood firmly by his side, but the transformation of her beloved husband has left her in doubt. As it seems that apart from Voldemort, no one else has undergone such a change. Mirabelle feels that her words ring true. If that is the case, her father could have been saved from illness, yet he was attacked. Mavis's thoughts are not unfounded. As it has been said, Heathscott's condition is a result of the assault, stemming from his illness. However, Mavis seems oblivious to the fact that the true culprit is her cherished daughter. Consider this, Mirabelle. Does her devoted maid Mary also know the truth? Just a servant, could she possibly escape? Sighing, Mavis refrains from pressing further and once again lowers her head in sorrow. Mirabelle averted her gaze, recalling the years. The ritual. Mary Orwell. The ritual played a significant role. A significant role? The maid Beresford, Mary Orwell, felt a sense of confusion. This was due to the protagonist, Mirabelle, suddenly making a solemn declaration. Everything was abrupt and selfish, yet it was as such. Mary did not pay it much mind, patiently awaiting her mistress's words. The ritual required certain elements, lacking in several aspects. Do we need to purchase something? She asked. Sister. We do. Mary was already aware of what Mirabelle intended. To bare her fangs, severing her own life. Yet, Mary understood. Ever since Mirabelle had lost her only friend, she had transformed into a demon. In truth, Mirabelle had been a demon from the very beginning. What she sought was the pure blood of a virgin. Thus, the command was to die for it, Mary. Mary pursed her lips. She knew well, vaguely aware that such a fate would eventually arrive, even from their childhood together. She would be discarded as carelessly as a tattered rag. This included her very life. As you wish, sister. Very well. Mirabelle smiled contentedly as she delicately combed through Mary's hair. Her gaze towards Mary was imbued with a mysterious allure that even captivated those of the same gender. Do not fret, Mary. A suitable companion will be revived, one that can be easily discarded. Thank you. I am happy, Mary replied, her smile tinged with sadness and self-deprecation. They had been together, yet remained unable to forge a true friendship. The girl named Mirabelle seemed to require no friends at all. All she needed was a girl. But that girl was long gone. A more formidable task shall be bestowed upon you. A task? After death. A body would be reconstructed using the power of a magical stone. A corporeal form, yet it would be guaranteed to be the finest in the world. The finest? Indeed, that body will be utilized to deceive all. Except for one, the role of which no one else could fulfill but you, Mary. In that moment, Mary comprehended the role she was being asked to assume. Only she could accomplish it. Mirabelle must continue attending school as usual to avoid any necessary disturbances. The power would be aligned. A soul akin to a parasite would be assimilated into a part of her being. It was essential to harness a power close to that. For even with all her strength, there would inevitably be a discrepancy. The prowess of a sorcerer is significantly contingent upon the soul. For instance, a dark wizard may harness dark magic to obtain a new body, yet their magical potency would diminish drastically due to the soul's strength. The second-year student Tom Riddle's diary housed fragments of his soul, which similarly employed powerful magic, thus substantiating that magic relies on the physical form as well as the soul. Can this be accomplished? Mirabelle inquired rather than merely confirming. Mirabelle scarcely considers the feelings of others, her inquiries often veiled in a semblance of care, yet lacking genuine concern. As for Mary, her memories of her parents have faded into oblivion. In the orphanage, she is bereft of companionship, always solitary. Even after being taken in, loneliness persists. The presence of others, particularly girls, only serves to amplify her sense of alienation. If only there were a way to help, how delightful that would be. Her soul worth seems tethered to proving herself, to being of use. Mary's heart trembles, a silent scream echoing within her soul. Mirabelle? Mirabelle? What troubles her? Upon hearing the call, Mirabelle opened her eyes. She glanced to the side, where Edith looked on with a face full of concern. Are you daydreaming during lunch? It's nothing. Just a fleeting memory. Really? Are you tired? Perhaps. Even doing nothing at Hogwarts can be exhausting. Edith offered a wry smile. Seemingly in accord with Mirabelle's sentiment, Dolores Umbridge has been appointed as the headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And the grim news has spread throughout the student body. Why has this come to pass? The reason lies in Harry and his organization, the Dumbledore's Army. Umbridge's clandestine training and defense against the dark arts was uncovered, and those who supported Dumbledore faced expulsion. Marietta Edgecombe, a student who betrayed Harry by informing Umbridge, played a key role in this treachery. Following Dumbledore's departure, Hogwarts fell under Umbridge's dominion. An unprecedented regime emerged. one that dismantled the system of mutual point deduction among the Guardians, giving rise to arbitrary disciplinary actions. Some Slytherin students naturally seized these positions of authority, reveling in their newfound power. They wielded their ability to deduct points without justification, targeting the Weasleys, those of impure blood, and others they despised. This indiscriminate penalization rendered the House Cup meaningless, a dire example of imbeciles wielding power. A warning was in order. Forget it, it's futile. Edith averted her gaze from the foolish members of the disciplinary committee, knowing that even Mirabelle's caution would not awaken their senses. Nothing is more challenging to manage than a fool in power. In this context, allowing them to bask in their authority seems the wisest course of action. If warnings are ineffectual, then perhaps it's time to take drastic measures. Let's not act impulsively, there's no need for that. Although Edith spoke thus, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her demeanor. She turned to Mirabelle, who regarded her with a skeptical gaze. Just puppets, after all. The only one who truly needs to be removed is Umbridge. Only by expelling Umbridge from the school can normalcy be restored. Speaking of which, it seemed that Edith was reminded of something regarding the Weasley twins. The floor trembled, emitting a sound reminiscent of an explosion, interrupting the conversation. Upon hearing the commotion from the students above, those in the hall all turned their attention towards the source of the disturbance, eager to discover what was transpiring. The Weasley twins were evidently the architects of the chaos. Mirabelle and Edith exchanged nods, akin to students, and departed from the hall. Suddenly, a dragon of sparks erupted, the staircase rolling and scattering countless magical fireworks. Just a few, 10, 20, converged in a splendid display, igniting sparks everywhere. What is happening? A bewildered Umbridge watched as a firework with a diameter of 1.5 meters soared. Sparks surrounded it, and the rocket fireworks on the floor were ignited, cascading through the air. The firecrackers on the ground triggered a series of explosions, each revealing a different kind of firework. Hurry, Filch. Extinguish some of the fireworks, Umbridge commanded, her wand emitting a red light that struck a rocket firework. Under Umbridge's spell, the rocket firework exploded, amplifying the chaos. What are you doing, Filch? Umbridge exclaimed, casting a spell, seemingly attempting to feign that Filch was responsible for the fireworks mayhem. Alas, as a squib, Filch could not wield magic. Acknowledging one's incompetence is one thing, but at least choosing the right scapegoat is paramount. Umbridge cast a vanishing charm, which had the opposite effect, causing the dragon's flames to burst into 10 fiery dragons, making them even more difficult to control. Filch, make some of the fireworks disappear, Umbridge shouted. Despite her irritable temper, she persisted in attacking the fire dragons. Again, it transformed. Filch, apologies, headmistress. The more magic the fireworks encountered, the more potent their effects became, as if the magic were charging them. Such a fearsome sight. Truly alarming was the ability of the Weasley brothers to create such chaos. A tragic spectacle unfolded. Yet even Professor McGonagall seemed indifferent. On the contrary, she even made a face, calling out to Edith nearby. Sister Rainagel, could you run to the headmistress and inform her that there are still runaway fireworks in the classroom? Oh, certainly. Of course, to Professor McGonagall and other teachers. These fireworks appeared to be mere children's toys, easily dispelled. But how to proceed? If one were to inquire why, it would be due to their awareness of Umbridge's restrictive authority. Malfoy, what are you doing? Hurry and help. Umbridge shouted in a panic, but her cries were futile. The reason was the proud inquisitorial squad, trembling in fear. After all, a group of fools, devoid of intellect beyond seizing power, was hardly capable of offering any assistance. Ultimately, Umbridge's tenure as headmaster was marked by chaos, instigated primarily by the infamous antics of Fred and George, which have since become legendary at Hogwarts. The turmoil they caused was so profound that it rendered Umbridge's attempts to maintain order utterly ineffective. The students, emboldened by the chaos, began to rally towards the investigation task force. Slytherin corridors were littered with stink bombs, and Peeves seemed to have found a renewed sense of purpose, relentlessly shadowing Umbridge and vocally taunting her. Peeves persistently urged Umbridge to vacate the school, wreaking havoc by setting fire to rooms and tearing apart important documents. Thanks to Peeves, Umbridge was deprived of restful sleep, leading her to the brink of mental collapse. Whenever she succumbed to fatigue and found herself unguarded in her quarters, Peeves seized the opportunity to attempt to toss her into the fireplace. Since her encounter with Mirabelle, Edith had been grappling with suppressed emotions. Amidst the joys and challenges, the looming O.W.L. examinations, an event that instilled dread in the fifth-year students, were fast approaching. Edith remained uncertain about her future career aspirations. yet recognized the importance of achieving commendable results, as both good and poor grades would significantly influence her options. The examinations progressed reasonably well, with a few incorrect answers. But overall, things seemed to be on track for securing satisfactory grades across subjects. However, Edith harbored doubts regarding her literature exam, particularly after Hagrid was attacked by Aurors under Umbridge's command while attempting to intervene, leaving McGonagall incapacitated by a barrage of stunning spells. As a result, Edith found it nearly impossible to concentrate during the exam, submitting numerous blank responses. During the History of Magic exam, an unexpected incident occurred when Harry suddenly screamed, further disrupting her focus. Consequently, her overall performance fell short of expectations, leading to a regrettable examination experience. She hoped fervently for better results this time around. Should she not be accustomed to achieving excellent outcomes by now? After the examinations concluded, Edith trudged back to the dormitory. Upon seeing her distressed demeanor, Mirabelle offered a wry smile, as if observing a troubled child. Certain matters weighed heavier on her mind than her studies, making it difficult to concentrate. "Mirabelle, might I open that gift now?" she inquired, wondering if the significance of the present was only revealed at the end of the academic year. Edith puffed up her cheeks in response to Mirabelle's teasing remarks. The gift was an annual exchange tradition during Christmas, and last year Mirabelle had gifted Edith a three-headed dragon statue, while this year, she had presented something rather enigmatic. Edith was aware that the contents were protected by powerful magic, and it would only reveal itself at the appropriate moment. She lamented that such mysteries hindered her studies, though she recognized it was merely an excuse. "Well, let us look forward to it," she mused. Mirabelle spoke confidently as she continued on her way. "Edith, oh, Hermione." On her way back to the dormitory, she encountered Hermione, who had just emerged from the classroom. A group had gathered, comprising Harry, Hermione, Cedric, Ron, Ginny Weasley, and the eccentric Luna Lovegood. After a moment of hesitation, as if caught in a clandestine act, Edith's expression relaxed upon recognizing Hermione. "Edith, just in time. What's the matter, Hermione? It's urgent. Can you help me?" Hermione's words filled Edith with confusion. Yet the urgency in Hermione's demeanor conveyed the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, Edith nodded swiftly. "What has happened?" "Sirius has been captured by Voldemort. He is being tortured." "What?" Edith's eyes widened at Harry's impatient tone. She was familiar with Sirius from their third year when they had encountered him in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius was Harry's godfather. Why had he been captured so abruptly? However, the details eluded her. Sirius should have been in a safe place. Why had he suddenly fallen into captivity? It was believed that Voldemort had laid a trap. Harry had seen it in a dream, which was how he learned of Sirius's capture. Yet Dumbledore had taught Harry the technique of occlumency. This led to the concern that Voldemort might be exploiting some connection to lure Harry. Hermione's anxiety was understandable. Edith remained composed, analyzing the situation with clarity. Thus, it became imperative to ascertain Sirius's safety. To achieve this, they needed to enter Umbridge's office, the only place in the school where they could still establish contact with the outside world. Mirabelle interrupted Hermione's explanation. Although Mirabelle was a fearful student, she was at least somewhat reliable. Recently, Umbridge had been exceedingly cautious, feeling that merely stepping into the office would result in discovery and capture. What should be done? A simple matter. There was no need to resort to foolish methods to keep her at bay. Mirabelle wore a resolute smile, her right hand poised with the purple lightning. To annihilate, to wield force. In a certain sense, it was a straightforward answer. Even Hermione was taken aback. Yet it seemed that only Harry felt a sense of anticipation. After all, he had endured the most profound oppression from Umbridge within the school. If Mirabelle were to attack Umbridge, Harry's dark delight would be uncontrollable. "Wait, Mirabelle, it's all right. After all, having spent a considerable time at Hogwarts, one can hardly care about life or death." Edith attempted to intervene, but Mirabelle was resolute. The decision to eliminate Umbridge had taken root in her heart. Regardless of whether Potter's dream was indeed a trap, it signified that Voldemort had already set his plans in motion. Such an event would inevitably unveil the truths that the Ministry of Magic had long concealed. At that point, who would still care about Umbridge's fate? Voldemort's actions would soon come to light, validating what Harry and Dumbledore had spoken of. Should such a scenario unfold, public opinion would turn against the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge's relentless obstruction of Dumbledore within the school could very well lead the Ministry to abandon her entirely. Mirabelle led the family to Umbridge's chamber and, without hesitation, swung the door open. She candidly declared, "Hey, what's the matter? Hurry up." At this point, Hermione's plan had fallen apart. The original strategy was to locate Umbridge first, guide her in the opposite direction, and then create some chaos to distract her. Mirabelle's violent approach directly thwarted Hermione's plan. At the entrance, as she spoke, Mirabelle strode towards the door and unexpectedly encountered Malfoy nearby. Mirabelle swiftly pointed her wand at Malfoy, casting a stunning spell that struck him squarely in the face. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, he was sent hurtling to the ground. "What are you still staring at?" Harry swallowed hard and approached the fireplace. Mirabelle truly relied on her companions. She swiftly dashed to the fireplace, seizing the Floo powder and casting it into the hearth. The Floo powder not only facilitated travel but also established a connection between fireplaces, much like the link to the Gryffindor common room used by Harry. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry called as he leaned into the fireplace. Umbridge hurriedly rushed in. Upon spotting Mirabelle, Umbridge appeared quite taken aback. "Beresford, what has transpired?" Mirabelle's words are imbued with violence towards women. Mirabelle quietly brandished her wand, striking Umbridge's face with it. Umbridge was taken completely by surprise. She cast the stunning spell repeatedly at Umbridge, who rolled her eyes back in response. Mirabelle seized her hair and kicked it into the vanishing cabinet. How fortunate. Oh, perhaps it was a tad extreme, yet Mirabelle remained as merciless as ever. Humph, she had already shown some restraint. Mirabelle spoke, her eyes sparkling with clarity as she fixed her gaze upon the cabinet, only to swiftly divert her attention back to the room where Harry and the others were situated. Shortly thereafter, Edith followed suit. Upon returning to the office, she discovered Crabbe and Goyle engaged in a brawl with Neville. It appeared that members of two investigative teams were attempting to apprehend Harry, while an unaware Neville stood by, ready to assist his friend Harry. Mirabelle struck Crabbe with a stunning spell from behind, tossing the unconscious body into a nearby trash bin. "What is happening?" "Sirius, it must be the Department of Mysteries," Harry exclaimed in response to Mirabelle's inquiry, pacing the room in growing frustration. Indeed, as anticipated, if the Department of Mysteries was involved, Sirius would be in grave danger. However, Harry S. Broom was currently under the watchful eye of a troll. How disheartening it was, knowing the dire situation at hand. Harry fell silent, exchanging meaningful glances with Hermione. The Department of Mysteries required a means of transportation, specifically the fireplace in Umbridge's office that led to London. Unfortunately, the broom, intended for that purpose, was now trapped. "We must go," Harry said impatiently. He yearned to take flight immediately. If that dream held any truth, Sirius was currently enduring torment, and every wasted moment would only amplify his suffering. With a fervent rush, he dashed toward the basement, Mirabelle closely in tow. Along the way, they encountered a stirring Malfoy, whom Mirabelle promptly subdued once more with a swift kick. Upon reaching the basement, they were confronted by a formidable troll standing before a thick iron door. However, Mirabelle assessed that the creature was merely a pile of rotting flesh. There was nothing to fear. Mirabelle's speed in wielding her wand surpasses that of Harry by a considerable margin. In her own words, battles among wizards primarily hinge on the swiftness of reflexive attacks. The ability to swiftly draw one's wand, direct it towards an adversary, and promptly conjure a spell is paramount. This triad of rapidity often leaves an ordinary foe with little opportunity for reaction. Even if they manage to respond, they seldom possess the time to counter or evade, particularly when faced with a typical wizard. Thunderbolt. The two wands unleashed azure and golden bolts of electricity, striking directly at the chest of the ogre. The electric jolt, aimed squarely at its heart, proved unbearable even for the highly resistant giant. Its massive form lurched, and it began to froth, succumbing to unconsciousness. Well done. Swift indeed. Now, pay attention to your initial movements, Edith. Both toppling giants simultaneously cast a spell, the unique guardian spell of Mirabelle. After 2 years of training that began in the 3rd grade, Edith has finally mastered the art of magic. Summon the Guardian. Behind Mirabelle stood an ethereal guardian emanating a silvery glow. It transformed, akin to a boggart, into a knight clad in western armor. On the other side, Edith was accompanied by a winged horse, its alabaster wings glistening. The steed seemed reminiscent of those conjured by Slytherin students, known for their penchant for summoning cold-blooded creatures such as serpents or lizards. The knight mounted upon the horse charged towards the entrance. As the two guardians collided with the door, they employed all their strength, launching an assault against it. Open. The iron gate creaked and groaned under the relentless attacks of the guardians, eventually fracturing and shattering. Harry stood in astonishment, having done nothing but silently observe the two display their magical prowess. Impressive, he thought. What a remarkable display of magic. Hermione rolled her eyes, glancing at Edith. Mirabelle was undoubtedly powerful, yet Edith was even more astonishing. Well, we must converse while soaring through the air. Time is of the essence, isn't it? Edith remarked awkwardly, scratching her cheek and gesturing towards the broomstick. Harry quickly altered his decision and picked up his broom. I'll manage on my own, he said, glancing at Ginny. The Ministry of Magic, perhaps Voldemort's lair. A perilous place where one could meet their demise. Thus, Harry contemplated bringing Ginny and Ron along. Among the assembled, only Hermione and Cedric were capable of assisting him, along with Edith, whose abilities had proven invaluable up to this point. Mirabelle, at the very least, possesses a reassuring strength. It seems that, regardless of the circumstances, she is the only one capable of safeguarding the home, and thus, in such situations, the family is willing to accept any tyrant. Indeed, there is the same concern for Wolfstar. Harry attempted to dissuade Ginny, yet she showed no signs of retreating. Neville, Luna, and Ron nodded in agreement. Harry, establishing a strategy for the impending confrontation, realized it was no mere discussion. It is too late for withdrawal now, Harry. There was no intention of retreating. Harry felt a blend of surprise and delight at the bravery of his companions, casting a complex glance around. Very well, let us unite. Harry regretted wasting time on the argument. He mounted the firebolt, soaring high towards the Ministry of Magic. After a lengthy flight on their brooms, Harry and his companions burst into the Ministry, entering the Department of Mysteries. Aside from Harry, there was an eerie silence, the darkness enveloping them. The only source of light was a solitary candle flickering against the wall, its azure flames dancing ominously. The circular room was fraught with doors, leaving them uncertain as to which one to choose. In his dreams, Harry had seen the entrance from the opposite direction, yet each time he entered the chamber, the circular room would rotate, obscuring the location of the doors. Hermione had marked the entrance to the room, ensuring they could return to the same place, but even so, the multitude of doors left them guessing which was the correct one. They entered a dimly lit rectangular chamber, hollow in the center, with steep steps leading down. Harry followed the spiral staircase around the room, moving towards the center. There stood a stone pedestal, facing a stone archway. A black veil shrouded the archway, undulating silently despite the absence of wind. Who is there? Harry resisted the urge to peer behind the veil. As he circled the back of the archway, he found nothing. Oddly, he was certain no one was hiding there, yet he still felt an unsettling presence, even hearing whispers. What was that? Who is there? If one were to pass through the stone archway and venture beneath the veil, what might be discovered? Harry pondered. Harry, let's go. He heard a voice within. Did you not hear that? There is no sound. Harry, Hermione exclaimed, gripping his arm in terror, attempting to pull him back. Yet Harry resisted. He was drawn to the veil, as if beckoned to enter. However, Mirabelle grasped his arm. Stop, Potter. If you step through, there will be no return. What? Even the Ministry dares not approach there. No one knows who created the archway or when it was made. The Ministry only knows one thing. It always seeks to lure others in. Should you succumb to temptation and enter, you will never return. Harry was taken aback by Mirabelle's words, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. Mirabelle fixed her vigilant gaze upon the stone archway, a look Harry had never before witnessed. It was presumed that beyond lay the realm of the deceased, but could one truly ascertain the veracity of such peril? Even the bravest dared not venture forth. Gulping, Harry shook his head, dismissing the ominous sound. Mirabelle's words startled Harry, leaving him utterly astonished. Ginny, who was gazing at the stone archway, appeared equally perplexed, as they collectively ventured into the room. Subsequently, they reached a locked chamber, yet Harry's dream had revealed that the lock would thwart Voldemort's entry. Upon opening the adjacent door, a breathtaking sight unfolded, a room illuminated with diamond-like lights, adorned with an array of clocks. It was undeniably the very room from his dreams, the one where Sirius had endured torment. Filled with urgency, Harry yearned to rush in, yet he understood that he must remain composed. Despite Edith's reminders, he found himself unable to quell his sense of disorientation. Sirius was indeed within. They navigated through a row of tables, passing by a crystal clock, until they reached the innermost door. The tension was palpable among them. Apart from Mirabelle, everyone clutched their wands, anxiety etched on their faces. Slowly, they opened the door and stepped inside a chamber that, aside from towering shelves, held nothing else. Glass orbs were meticulously arranged upon the shelves. Had they noticed something peculiar? Silence enveloped the room, raising the question of whether Sirius was truly enduring torment. Upon entering, Mirabelle and Edith immediately sensed the oddities. The stillness was unsettling. If Sirius was indeed suffering as Harry had suggested, they would expect to hear screams or cries. Yet, there was nothing. What could this mean? They braced themselves for a possible ambush. After a while, illuminated by the soft glow of blue candlelight, Harry seemed to have found his destination. He spotted a shelf marked with the number 97. "It's right here," he declared, moving towards the adjacent area. However, there was nothing, no signs of a struggle whatsoever. Sirius must be nearby, Harry's voice tinged with palpable excitement. As Hermione had mentioned, could this all stem from a simple dream fueled by his longing for Sirius? Reluctantly, Harry began to search the shelves, one after another. Despite the numerous risks he had taken to arrive here, he discovered nothing, only the disheartening realization that a mere ordinary dream had led to this misunderstanding, leaving him at a loss on how to confront his companions who had accompanied him on this journey. Mirabelle grasped Harry's shoulder to prevent him. "Potter, Sirius Black was lured by Voldemort. Have you discovered something? Look." Mirabelle pointed to a dusty glass orb on the shelf, upon which was etched the name Harry alongside the date of 2016. Harry reached out to grasp it, but Mirabelle interrupted once more. "A prophecy, Potter. A prophecy?" The fates of both Voldemort and himself were inscribed within. It was all predetermined, hence the reason for revealing a dream and bringing it forth. The glass orb, aside from its essence, could not be taken from its place. Mirabelle lifted the corners of her mouth, casting her gaze toward the rear. There was nothing there. Yet, while speaking, it was as if she had already perceived the lurking adversary hidden in the shadows. "Right? Lucius Malfoy." The darkness distinctly echoed with the sound of heavy breathing. In an instant, Harry turned around, wand at the ready. Simultaneously, a pallid man with pointed features approached, his expression one of delight. Moreover, he was followed by a dozen dark figures. "Damn Beresford." Lucius displayed his anger, directing his wand at Mirabelle. "Hand over the glass orb." "Harry Potter, do it, and you shall be harmed. If you refuse, will it cause you injury?" Harry scoffed. Did Lucius truly believe that Harry could be deceived by such childish words? Sirius would not allow himself to be captured easily, not twice. Mirabelle endeavored to correct Harry's thoughts. Yet Harry yearned to confess. He wished to acknowledge the foolishness of his laughter, which endangered his friend. In that moment, he felt a sense of foreboding, as a chilling voice emerged from beneath a hood. "Ha ha, my dear Potter." The woman's voice sent shivers down his spine. Ron, startled, hastily considered launching an attack. But Harry quietly restrained him. Wait, Harry decided, for their opponent had yet to strike. In other words, the adversary would not launch an assault with ease. Harry understood the fragile glass orb he needed. "Hey, did you hear that? A fight?" Giving orders to the children, the woman sneered. From her perspective, Harry's bravery appeared to be a mere facade of bravado, eliciting mockery from the Death Eaters. "You look quite like your father, don't you? Now, Potter, hand over the prophecy orb," she commanded. Harry, still fixated on the orb, contemplated the reason for the impending attack. As Mirabelle had said, the orb could only be seized by him. It summoned his dreams for a reason. He understood the orb's significance, yet only he could wield it, forever able to strike first. Thus, he pondered whether the girl, who tormented his companion in plain sight, would obediently comply. The woman raised her wand, seemingly desensitized to Harry's refusal to submit. Yet, at that moment, Mirabelle sprang into action, casting a spell. "Shatter!" she exclaimed. Mirabelle's wand cast a severing spell, tearing the woman's long robe and blooming a flower of blood. It was the first time Harry beheld her face, the visage of the witch from the newspaper. Bellatrix Lestrange, a dark-haired sorceress with a devilish countenance, was glaring at Mirabelle with bloodshot eyes. Reckless, a Death Eater. Remember, think. The girl. Mirabelle cast a glance at Bellatrix, who appeared to be weaving her magic, and scoffed softly. However, Harry was acutely aware that the situation was on the brink of eruption. Mirabelle smiled comfortably, pointing her wand at the Death Eater. "Potter, hand me the prophecy ball from the shelf." It seems you truly desire the prophecy ball, intending to use it as a shield." To be honest, Harry trusted Mirabelle. He also contemplated how to break through the encirclement, which was indeed a reality. Mirabelle's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. However, Harry was reluctant to entrust his own prophecy ball to anyone else. After an internal struggle, Harry ultimately decided to hand the prophecy ball over to Mirabelle. Slowly, he lifted the ball from the shelf and handed it to her. "Potter, take a step back and do your utmost to protect it." "Wait, what are you saying? You want to kill Harry?" Hermione Granger opposed placing Harry in the line of fire. Yet Mirabelle coldly elucidated the rationale. The attack aimed to destroy the prophecy ball, which was indeed peculiar. If Harry were to be killed, the significance of his prophecy ball would diminish. The prophecy ball itself conveyed that it would inadvertently lead to Harry's demise. Most likely, this was due to Voldemort's intentions, as he desired to personally eliminate Harry, daring to defy Voldemort's command. The Death Eaters did not respond to Mirabelle's explanation, yet their silence spoke volumes. Mirabelle clutched the prophecy ball tightly, and upon witnessing this, Bellatrix felt a surge of frustration, her teeth grinding in agitation. "Do not move, or I shall crush that ball," she threatened. Yet, one might ponder whether her attack would be swifter than the act of shattering the orb. Unless, of course, she desired to invoke the wrath of their master. Listening to Mirabelle's words, Bellatrix felt her anger mounting, her teeth itching to retaliate. The situation was overwhelmingly in their favor. Yet with merely a prophecy ball, the tide had shifted against them. For the Death Eaters, it was preferable to face death than to provoke Voldemort. Should they fail to meet his expectations, they would be left to endure the terrifying consequences of his wrath. Mirabelle accurately struck at the psychological torment, halting their actions. Perceiving that the situation had reached an impasse, Harry timidly spoke up. "What prophecy? What prophecy? Are you jesting, Harry Potter? Is this a jest? Why inquire? Is it concerning Voldemort?" At the mention of Voldemort's name, Bellatrix's face contorted in rage. A half-blood dared to utter the name of our beloved master. Her forehead throbbed with veins, unable to conceal her fury. How dare one speak the name of the master? Suddenly, her words were interrupted by the sharp sound of shattering glass. The silver Patronus emerging from behind Mirabelle was shattering several glass orbs on the shelf. The sound of the prophecy erupted, a deafening chorus that rendered the Death Eaters pale. The prophecy orbs were still in Mirabelle's possession. Nevertheless, without hesitation, she destroyed the prophecy orb, leaving the Death Eaters unsettled. "No need for superfluous chatter, Bellatrix," she retorted, answering nonsensically like a fool. Harry found himself in a seemingly hopeless predicament, yet Mirabelle appeared as though she had encircled the Death Eaters. Bellatrix, infuriated, bit her lip but remained motionless. "The Master's command is absolute. That orb must be shattered. Keep your robes close. Do not draw attention," Mirabelle whispered softly. Edith quickly grasped the implications. Seizing Mirabelle's robe and clasping Harry's hand, Mirabelle's apparition shifted, taking the family away from the confines of their surroundings. Harry endeavored to suppress the joy that was about to reveal itself on his face. Indeed, there was still one more trick up their sleeve. Mirabelle has refined the technique of apparition. Understanding its principles, even within the confines of her protective barrier, she should still be capable of utilizing apparition. Once Harry grasped this concept, he seized Hermione's clothing. The moment they established a connection, they would escape using apparition and return to school. The prophecy concerning Potter and Voldemort suggests that Voldemort is also fixated on other matters. Please divulge the intricate details of the prophecy. Hermione and Ron held hands with Cedric, while Mirabelle engaged in conversation, striving for a moment of connection. Cedric held Ginny's hand, Ginny held Luna's, and Luna clasped Neville's, thereby completing the web of connections. Mirabelle received a signal from Edith and nodded in response. Grasping her wand and gathering her magical energy, Mirabelle set off to create a magnificent tribute, grand and powerful enough to attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic officials. However, she suddenly changed her mind. Yearning to hear the details of the prophecy, a surge of electricity erupted from the tip of her wand, ensnaring the Death Eaters. The resulting jolt shattered the shelves and crushed the floral decorations, producing a tremendous roar. Simultaneously, Mirabelle envisioned the exterior of the Ministry of Magic and utilized apparition. In that moment, the Death Eaters could no longer prevent their escape. Harry and the others were convinced they could reach safety, their faces reflecting a profound sense of relief. Yet, misfortune often arrives when one least expects it. Harry, Sirius, the very person they had just been searching for, Sirius Black, was not captured by the Death Eaters. But he had inadvertently led Harry into Voldemort's trap. He rushed onto the battlefield to rescue his beloved Harry, just as the crucial moment of retreat was upon them. "Let go. Quickly. Hand." Edith urgently attempted to reconnect their hands, but it was too late. Mirabelle's mobile magic was executed with astonishing speed, allowing her and Edith to successfully escape the scene. Indeed, Harry had left a member of the group behind. The sound echoed ominously as Mirabelle and Edith vanished. Harry, witnessing this, realized he had squandered the best opportunity to flee. Most regrettably, he had also left his friends behind. How foolish and selfish. Harry's short-sightedness had deprived them of their chance to escape. As the Order of the Phoenix arrived, chaos ensued, and Harry remained lost in self-reproach. Harry, Hermione. No. What should be done? It was all his fault. He must let go. Let go, Potter. Meanwhile, Sirius Black found himself fortuitously outside the Ministry of Magic, where Edith was in a state of panic. Harry's friends were encircled by Death Eaters. Edith held Harry's hand tightly, fearful of drawing the attention of the Death Eaters. Their fingers merely brushed against each other, a gentle contact born of anxiety. If she had only grasped his hand more firmly, perhaps they could have escaped. We must go back. We must help Harry. Calm down, Edith. That place has become a battlefield between the Order and the Death Eaters. It is too dangerous now. But what should we do? We must do something. Mirabelle grasped Edith's shoulders firmly, tears glistening in Edith's eyes. Edith, what can we possibly do even if we return? She had just witnessed the faces of the advancing group. Among them were not only the infamous Sirius Black, but also the formidable Auror Mad-Eye Moody and the skilled Nymphadora Tonks. Additionally, she recognized Remus Lupin, who taught the third-year class, and Kingsley Shacklebolt. They were all exceptional wizards, possessing far greater experience and capability. The situation within the Department of Mysteries was now unmistakably clear. Yet, there was no doubt that a fierce battle awaited them. Mirabelle believed that bringing Edith back to safety was paramount, regardless of the student's training. Yet, what of Hermione? If anything were to transpire, Potter would be in peril. Surely, Granger's intellect would ensure her survival. But what about Ginny, Cedric, Ron, and Luna? The cries of Edith were met with Mirabelle's unyielding response. Mirabelle wished to deceive and soothe, yet she understood that lies would soon be unveiled. Thus, she spoke only the harsh truth. Well, perhaps everyone would perish. What could be done upon returning? Such stern words served as a compelling argument. Even when safeguarding herself, she fretted over others, plunging into a perilous vortex, offering assistance while becoming a burden. Reckless. Edith was aware of this herself. However, despite her partial understanding, the light in her eyes remained unchanged. Knowledge could accomplish anything. Yet if she were to abandon Hermione, allowing her to perish in such a manner, she would lament it for a lifetime. Therefore, Mirabelle bit her lip as she gazed at Edith. Should she strike a blow to dispel the foolish thoughts? Yet, she knew that such an action would leave her with a lingering sense of regret. What course of action should she take? Mirabelle? Edith called out in confusion. Her eyes shut, observing Mirabelle's subtle movements. Gradually, Mirabelle opened her eyes, locking her gaze onto her friend. Even in this perilous situation, there was no assurance of safety. The prospect of death loomed should they be captured, and the thought of potential torment weighed heavily on her mind. It was truly exasperating. Indeed, she was exceptionally kind-hearted, not at all resembling a Slytherin. It was clear why Edith belonged to that house. Mirabelle's friend let out a deliberate sigh, while her Slytherin companion possessed remarkably clear eyes. Mirabelle concealed the prophetic orb within the nearby thicket, casting a charm of disguise upon it. Truly, it is a hopeless endeavor, a display of utter foolishness. It is bewildering and clumsy to accompany such antics. By Merlin's beard. Edith, upon hearing all of this, wept. Forever distanced from her side, the peril within is grave. One must tread carefully, for it could lead to demise. Thank you, Mirabelle. Mirabelle firmly grasped Edith and smiled. Friend. The term seemed unfamiliar to Mirabelle, even though she understood its meaning, believing it had little relevance to her. However, the current Mirabelle felt peculiar. Edith? She pondered whether things had improved since their first year, or if they remained the same. It was a curious question, as if she were contemplating her own existence. Without hesitation, Edith smiled and replied, sensing that Mirabelle had suddenly become more amiable this year, as if something had changed. Is that so? Even if we are still the same friends? Upon hearing the response, Mirabelle squinted her eyes, as if catching a glimpse of something dazzling, and gently caressed Edith's head, whispering a heartfelt thank you in a voice only she could hear. Edith? In truth, there was something she had kept hidden since returning from the Department of Mysteries. Would you like to hear about it? It's all right. We can talk about it slowly when we get back. Mirabelle was filled with joy as she grasped Edith's hand. Though the surroundings were perilously treacherous, she was resolute in her vow to protect her newfound friend, willing to face any danger that lay ahead. Let us go, Edith. Come, Mirabelle. Mirabelle smiled at Edith, her face radiating warmth and kindness, the most amiable visage Edith had encountered thus far, youthful and beautiful. Mirabelle's escape shattered the stalemate. With the prophecy orbs in her possession, Mirabelle departed, prompting the Death Eaters to abandon their hesitation and commence their assault, turning everyone except Harry into targets for murder. Yet Harry was swift. He immediately cast a spell on the prophecy rack, causing numerous orbs to tumble and provide cover for their escape. grasping Hermione's arm. He returned to the entrance of the prophecy room, ensuring that all members of the Order, including Sirius, had passed through before he closed the door. "Sirius, you fool. Where are you running to?" Moody shouted. Harry quickly opened his mouth to succinctly explain the situation. "The Death Eaters are pursuing us. We must flee." "Right. Head for the exit. I'll hold them off." Harry attempted to protest against leaving Sirius behind. However, Cedric seized his shoulder and shot him a stern glance. If they escaped through the exit, Sirius would be left behind, forever unable to follow. Exposed to Cedric's accusatory gaze, Harry clenched his fists in frustration. With a thunderous explosion, the door was breached, and the Death Eaters surged in. The Order faced them head-on, and the Department of Mysteries instantaneously transformed into a battlefield, a brilliant light flashing. As Harry and the others advanced toward the exit, they encountered difficulties. The room was a circular hall surrounded by numerous doors, each leading to a different destination, shifting each time one entered. "What now, Harry? We can't just stand here. Any door will do. Let's go." Harry, Hermione, and Cedric dashed through one of the doors and locked it behind them. However, perhaps due to a lack of prior coordination, Ginny, Neville, Ron, and Luna had entered a different door. There was no turning back. Even if they tried, the doors continuously changed, making it impossible to determine where they had ended up. The room they entered appeared entirely unfamiliar. Surrounding them were tables and chairs, along with glass cabinets containing hourglasses of various shapes. A time turner. Are all these cabinets filled with time turners? After a moment's hesitation, Harry reached into a cabinet and retrieved a time turner. Certainly, without the permission of the Ministry. This act constituted theft. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had little time to ponder the morality of his actions. Moreover, the time turner might serve as a crucial trump card, perhaps capable of altering their dire situation. Hermione cast a disapproving glance at Harry, yet said nothing, sensing that the urgency of the present situation outweighed the gravity of theft. Almost simultaneously, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Harry and the others quickly hid beneath a table. "Potter, where are you?" 3 Death Eaters burst into the room, searching for Harry. Had the Order been defeated? Was Sirius all right? Harry felt a surge of anxiety, gripping his wand tightly as he prepared to cast a spell from beneath the table. Stupefy. He unleashed the spell with fervor. The stunning spell struck the leading Death Eater, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 Death Eaters aimed their wands at Harry, but Cedric and Hermione were swifter. The formidable competitors of the second and third years swiftly brandished their wands, unleashing a spell that sent the 2 Death Eaters sprawling. One fell to the ground, while the other, a man with hair resembling a hedgehog, was propelled into a large bell. In an extraordinary turn of events, the man's head retracted, his hair and beard receding, transforming him into an infant. Harry's face paled at the bizarre occurrence. Cedric quickly twirled his wand and cast another stunning spell. Hermione gasped. But the infant-headed Death Eater was blasted away, collapsing unconscious. "How can one harm a child?" "Calm down, Granger," Cedric advised steadily. "The commotion will surely attract attention outside, and we must address the issue of the infant." The second wave of Death Eaters appeared to be absent for the moment, yet they could strike at any moment. "Regardless, we cannot afford to lower our guard. We must retreat inside," he urged. "It is perilous out there, but remaining here is futile." Cautiously, they pushed the door open and returned to the circular chamber, only to encounter 2 Death Eaters gleefully advancing towards Harry. The Order of the Phoenix seemed outnumbered. Harry spotted Tonks tumbling down the stairs, hearing Bellatrix's triumphant laughter. Mad-Eye lay incapacitated, leaving only Sirius, Lupin, and Kingsley fiercely retaliating. "Silence," Hermione incanted, casting a silencing charm on one of the Death Eaters. The man's mouth opened and closed, mocking laughter escaping as he waved his wand. A burst of purple flame struck Hermione's chest, sending her soaring like a kite severed from its string. "Hermione," Harry cried out, rushing to embrace her body. She still breathed, yet her consciousness appeared irrevocably severed, devoid of any movement, not even a twitch. Cedric aimed his wand at the man attempting to cast a spell. A flash of light erupted, but it merely grazed the Death Eater. The mask was blown away, revealing his true identity. Antonin Dolohov. Cedric recalled from the newspapers. Antonin had murdered someone named Purvis. Dolohov then brandished his wand, and Cedric was instantly knocked to the ground. Suddenly, the door behind Dolohov swung open, and Luna sprang forth. She cast a stunning spell at Dolohov, rendering him unconscious. In that critical moment, Harry had not anticipated Luna's timely intervention. "Are you all right?" Luna inquired. Concern etched across her face. Luna charged forward, stepping on the fallen Death Eater's face, ensuring that he had lost consciousness. Neville followed closely behind, but appeared rather perplexed. Ginny was bouncing around, while Neville wore a vacant smile, leaving one to wonder what was amiss. Ron was nowhere to be found. It seemed that only Luna had emerged unscathed. "Luna, what has happened?" she inquired. It turned out that Neville had been struck by some spell, while Ginny had been hit by the shattering curse. A Death Eater had seized Ginny's ankle, forcing her to retaliate with the shattering curse against her captor. And what of Ron? He was still engaged in battle with the Death Eaters. The Dumbledore's army had regrouped, but only a handful remained capable of fighting. Hermione lay unconscious alongside Cedric, and both Ginny and Neville were incapacitated. Only Harry and Luna were left, yet honestly, their strength was waning. Could they truly escape this nightmare alive? Harry's mind was engulfed in an unprecedented terror. In the Ministry of Magic, a slender arm emerged from behind a concealed shrub. Grasping a prophecy orb, clad in a deep crimson robe, golden hair peeked from the garment's edge, and golden eyes sparkled with intensity. The figure placed the orb within the robe and raised their gaze towards the Ministry, then set forth with a determined stride. Regardless, the priority was to escape. Harry hoisted Hermione onto his back, grasping Neville's arm. Luna dragged Cedric along, while Ginny stumbled behind them. At that precise moment, several more Death Eaters came rushing forth, prompting Harry to swiftly dart into the nearest door. Where does this lead? To a dead end? Harry pondered, scanning his surroundings, only to soon realize that he had once again miscalculated. Quite the contrary, the situation had deteriorated further. The room led to death, the stone archway, Alohomora. Simultaneously, the door swung open once more, and the Death Eaters surged in. Luna hurriedly attempted to close the door, but a red flash struck her chest, sending her flying. Luna fell to the ground, rendered immobile like Hermione, leaving Harry in a dire predicament. 5 Death Eaters had breached the room, and now only Harry was left to confront them. With desperation, Harry retaliated with spells, seeking refuge behind nearby cover. He realized he was cornered. Capture was merely a matter of time. "What can you do now, Potter?" Lucius Malfoy sneered, unmasking himself with menacing confidence. There was no one left to protect Harry. Lucius grinned, as if assured of his impending victory, and taunted Harry, "I will kill you, Master. It matters not if I retrieve the prophecy orb." Lucius advanced slowly, closing the distance. Is this how it ends, with nowhere left to flee? Clutching his wand tightly, Harry's fortune appeared to have abandoned him. Yet, just then, Sirius, Kingsley, and Lupin burst into the fray. After dispatching the Death Eaters one by one, Sirius and the others charged forward. "Harry, get out of here." As Harry beheld the faces of the reinforcements, a smile broke through his tears. Yet, this did not signify that they were safe. The Death Eaters charged in, pursuing Sirius with fervor, led by Lucius. And there stood Bellatrix. Did she truly wish to battle for the precious Potter? What a disgrace, such a pure blood. Bellatrix was not even worthy of uttering such words. Sirius' wand shimmered with a flash as he unleashed a spell, determined to vanquish his foe. This was a brutal clash, a far cry from a typical duel. Bellatrix's incantation was narrowly dodged by Sirius, while his spell grazed her cheek. This time, he aimed for her head. Sirius evaded Bellatrix's spell, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Though he appeared relaxed, he was merely putting on a facade, attempting to draw Bellatrix's attention and buy time for Harry's friends. However, calamity ensued. The red flash from Bellatrix's wand struck Sirius in the chest, sending him hurtling away. His body arced through the air, drawn into that ancient and ominous archway. Harry looked towards Sirius, desperately reaching out, but his hand fell short. As his godfather was pulled into the archway, Harry's face contorted with a mixture of fear and astonishment. He sprinted towards his godfather, determined to save him. Just at that critical moment, Edith Mirabel appeared, grasping Sirius and pulling him back. Edith, Mirabel. The two girls fell before Harry, who rejoiced and embraced Sirius. Though gravely injured and unable to move, he was still alive. More good fortune followed, as Harry's most trusted ally, Dumbledore, arrived by his side. Dumbledore and Mirabel formed the most formidable lineup Harry could imagine. They stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to confront the Death Eaters. "Incredible, Headmaster." "Indeed, Mirabel," he replied with a chuckle. 2 Death Eaters, Rookwood and Bellatrix's brother, aimed their wands at the two engaged in conversation. Yet, when Mirabel and Dumbledore pointed their wands, the counterattack was already underway. Mirabel Dumbledore wielded her wand with dazzling speed, casting spells and sending them crashing against the wall. She should have done this sooner. It would have ensured Edith's return to the battlefield. Dumbledore gazed down at the quietly amused Mirabel. As if smiling with the affection of a grandfather delighted by his grandson's growth, his eyes filled with deep emotion. Mirabelle felt a surge of happiness. What? Do you remember? 3 years, they say, are the greatest treasure of friendship. But the response was elusive. Dumbledore was reminiscing about the quarrel between second-year Mirabelle and Edith. At that moment, Mirabelle valued her friend deeply, despite the merciless nature of the world surrounding her. Mirabelle cherishes her friends, safeguarding them as she stands resolutely on the battlefield. Dumbledore is filled with joy at Mirabelle's growth. Let us unite in battle, Mirabelle, for the future of the magical realm. The magical community will extend a helping hand. For the sake of friendship. Ha ha ha, I understand now how delightful it is. Mirabelle remained tranquil, while Dumbledore laughed heartily. Suddenly, his expression transformed into that of a hunter driving away foes, piercing through the enemy with a sharp gaze. Let us proceed. Mirabelle wielded her wand with fierce determination. Dumbledore brandished his wand. A golden explosion erupted, illuminating the Department of Mysteries with vibrant red streaks. Mirabelle struck the Death Eater fiercely with her vampire wand, while Dumbledore aimed at Lucius Malfoy, positioned behind her. Dumbledore's magic activated a magnificent golden bronze statue, which subdued the Death Eaters one by one, while Mirabelle's electric shock pierced through to Lucan, targeting his back. The scene unfolded like a breathtaking performance, transforming into a stage for Mirabelle and Dumbledore, where the elegant wand orchestrated a dazzling display of vibrant sparks. They shot at their foes, thwarted incoming attacks, and covered each other's vulnerabilities. It was a duet of extraordinary prowess, performed by two of the finest wizards in the realm. Ultimately, they turned and cast spells at Harry and Edith, correcting their aim towards the Death Eater Nott, who menaced Harry with his wand. Nott, struck by their joint incantations, tumbled to the floor, rendered motionless. Edith and Harry watched in awe as the spectacle unfolded. With merely 2 spells, they had single-handedly banished over 10 Death Eaters, the young talent of the magical world. A new generation of the most formidable white wizards dispelled the ominous clouds of despair with their dance, instilling an unprecedented sense of hope in all present. Only Bellatrix Lestrange remained. Her defeat would signify the conclusion of this ordeal. Dumbledore and Mirabelle charged forward, closing the distance to Bellatrix. Damn it! Bellatrix exclaimed in fright, hastily casting a killing curse, only to have it intercepted by Dumbledore's golden statue. The lightning unleashed by Mirabelle's lost wand seared Beatrix's arm, causing her wand to slip from her grasp. Thus, the outcome was determined. With 2 wands raised, Beatrix was vanquished. Harry wept. Victory. Beatrix was disarmed. Liberation from the nightmare of the Department of Mysteries. Triumphant. Edith also held unwavering faith in their success. The duo, an elder and a youth, were poised to shatter any obstacles. Yet, doubts lingered among many. However, the situation began to unfold further, as they prepared to deliver the final blow to Beatrix. Mirabelle's peripheral vision caught a glimpse. There, in the vicinity, was a figure that bore a familiar visage. It was at that moment, when Edith pointed her wand towards Harry, that Dumbledore noticed, albeit too late. Mirabelle Dumbledore observed the pallor on her face as she wielded her wand to cast a spell, her expression radiating triumph. Her eyes, a chilling shade of red, were complemented by a long, narrow nose and a mouth that seemed grotesquely stretched to her ears. Undoubtedly, it was Voldemort, the Dark Lord. A silent plea echoed within her. Find Harry. It was precisely in this moment that she resolved to act. In the dim light, Mirabelle took the initiative, casting a short-range invisibility spell to shield Harry Edith from harm. Although this spell could only render him invisible over a limited distance, it was insufficient for true defense. The invisibility charm alone offered no protective capabilities. If he were discovered, Harry Edith would ultimately be vulnerable to attack. Yet, Mirabelle's intention was clear. She merely needed to buy a moment's time. In the end, Mirabelle chose to use herself as a shield, her very essence infused with pure magic, enveloping her body as she spread her arms wide to embrace Voldemort's assault. A blinding explosion erupted. As the dazzling light faded, Edith gradually opened her eyes. What had transpired? Was she still alive? Why was she still alive? She lifted her gaze, searching for answers to her questions. Then she beheld the scene before her. A despairing cry escaped her lips, an utter disbelief at the sight that unfolded. She longed to believe it was not true. There, standing protectively, was the silhouette of a friend, once adorned with beautiful golden hair, now singed and charred, their garments in tatters, skin marred and blackened. Mirabelle's back was drenched in blood, so fresh that it made her want to cover her eyes. Tears streamed down her face as her vision blurred, witnessing Mirabelle's body slowly tilt. Helplessly, She collapsed to the ground, as if in slow motion, not even a finger moved. Mirabelle. No. Hold on. Don't sleep, Mirabelle. Edith screamed with the clarity of a divine being, cradling Mirabelle in her arms. Yet, she was struck by a profound sense of helplessness regarding the frail body she held. The lifeless form seemed impervious to any restorative magic. She opened her mouth to utter something, but only crimson blood spilled forth. Harry's complexion turned ashen at the sight, while a flicker of fury and sorrow ignited in Dumbledore's eyes. In stark contrast, Bellatrix erupted into a raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Dead, dead. The cursed Barinford girl is dead. Oh, not quite gone yet. But she will be soon. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Edith could even hear Bellatrix's unrestrained cackles. Her mind went blank, her throat ablaze. She could scarcely believe the scene before her was real. Her mind refused to accept it, and her heart ached with anguish. Mirabelle was attempting to articulate something, her lips cracking with the blood that flowed from them. A faint voice emerged, barely audible if one were to concentrate. Was she injured? No, no, for Mirabelle had shielded herself. Very well, very well. It's all right, it's all right. Do not speak. She was nearly beyond endurance. Thus, in her final moments, she wished to convey something. Despite the agonizing effort of breathing, Mirabelle did not cease her words. Weakly grasping Edith's hand, she squeezed and uttered, "Sister Mirabelle." What? Edith's mind was a blank slate. What does Mirabelle truly signify? Looking back over the course of a year, it seems everything has transformed entirely. The physical embodiment is merely a replica created by my sister. Only her soul has been transferred into this corporeal form, merely a substitute for her. I must apologize for the deception that has persisted for an entire year. Is this not an impostor? The most precious and significant of friends. Mirabelle, a girl who resembled her, offered a gentle smile, as if to convey that hearing a few words was enough to dispel any regrets. She caressed Edith's cheek with warmth and tenderness, a grace that the true Mirabelle would embody forever. Thank you, even in times of sorrow, for the weight of those words was profound. The year spent together had truly been a joyous one, and with tears of overwhelming gratitude, the substitute girl expressed her feelings. For this was the last time. Due to a final act of selfishness, she implored the Lord for but a moment to relinquish her role as a replacement and to allow herself to simply be. Thank you for your love, Edith's sole companion. Mirabelle? Edith called out to her friend, who had ceased her movements, a smile still gracing her lips. Yet the girl remained still. Edith cried out frantically, shaking her in desperation. Hey, this must be a joke, right? She is just asleep. Isn't she? She shook, and shook again, unable to accept the harsh reality. A lie. Edith convinced herself that she was merely sleeping. Like a malfunctioning machine, she continued to shake. Her hands were restrained by Lupin. Stop it, Edith, he urged. She will not return. Tears surged in Edith's eyes, an endless stream of clear droplets cascading down her cheeks, nourishing the broken girl. But the girl would no longer move, nor speak, nor smile. Edith had lost her dearest friend. A silent scream escaped her lips as she attempted to call out a name, but she could not muster the strength to do so. She knew the name all too well. Ha ha. She is dead, dead. That brazen girl is gone. Soon, sadness will carry her to the same place. Beatrix gleefully twisted her face, raising her wand. Then, with her wand aimed at the sorrowful Edith, she proclaimed, "You need not grieve. I shall send you to the same place, where you can join your friend and be happy together." However, Edith noticed something peculiar. The wand seemed strange. Not merely the wand, but the entirety of Beatrix's arm appeared to be ensnared. "Oh, so you too shall be sent to an appropriate place." A voice resonated softly and elegantly. It was the familiar voice of a girl, lying somewhere, Mirabelle's voice. All gazes turned towards the source of the sound. They beheld a figure emerging behind Beatrix. A bloodied arm extended from Beatrix's chest. So delightful to see you, Lestrange. Farewell. Behind Bellatrix, who was unable to comprehend the unfolding events, the voice of the master emerged. Clad in a deep crimson robe, golden hair peeked from the hem, and fangs protruded from the figure's mouth. With a swift motion, the master withdrew an arm from within Bellatrix's body and, with the other hand, slashed her throat. In an instant, the dark-haired witch collapsed as if severed by an unseen thread. It was a chilling spectacle. While the orchestrator of this grim scene leisurely adjusted the folds of his robe, a wave of nostalgia washed over him as he surveyed the scene. Reassured by the apparent calm, the first thing that caught the eye was the shimmering golden hair, seemingly woven from threads of gold. The golden locks sparkled brilliantly, while the eyes, glimmering with an enchanting light, appeared to perceive everything. The skin, pale and translucent, exuded an allure akin to a curse, overwhelming those who gazed upon it with an irresistible fascination. It had been an age since they last met, and the many misunderstandings had accumulated over time. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 seasons, and indeed, a year had wrought significant changes. Mirabelle, lying there, appeared unchanged, as if a year had not passed at all. Undoubtedly, the girl who had just fallen was none other than Mirabelle Belsford, the very essence of the Master-S intrigue. All were engulfed by the overwhelming presence that consumed them. Truly, she had always been a figure of trepidation. But why? Is Mirabelle Belsford truly as fearful as she appears? Mirabelle audaciously eliminated her most trusted subordinate in the presence of Voldemort, who astonishingly displayed no anger, seemingly harboring a sense of trepidation towards her. Mirabelle scoffed, seemingly mocking, as she retrieved a glass orb from her robe and cast it upon the ground, as if to present it. Initially, Voldemort was unaware of its significance, but as comprehension dawned, his countenance turned ashen. That prophecy, yet Voldemort, and it unfolded as he had envisioned. What? Reflecting upon the deeds of the past year, Voldemort felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, believing he would at least bring the Ministry of Magic to its knees. Mirabelle stood high above, facing Voldemort with an air of provocation. She found his abilities amusing and intriguing, genuinely laughing at his pretentiousness. What a proud year. Yet he had gained nothing. The Dark Lord knew everything, Belsford. Everything about the British magical world. This year, he had achieved nothing of significance, just empty boasts. Voldemort roared in fury, condemning Mirabelle. Yet her expression remained unmoved. On the contrary, her lips twisted into a smile. Harry vaguely sensed her emotions. Joy. It was akin to a protagonist in a story concealing their true power, only to delight in witnessing someone boast about their own, even if it fell short. Mirabelle exuded a thrill at the sight. Harry gleaned from her expression. The Dark Lord was utterly oblivious. Ha ha ha. What was so amusing? Hey, Voldemort, do you truly believe you have accomplished anything this year? Did you genuinely think you achieved nothing, even employing a decoy to divert attention? Foolishness. Mirabelle laughed, brimming with superiority. Her expression was twisted, akin to a child flaunting a new toy before a peer. A malicious display, indeed, especially from the decoy Mary, who had always been with Edith, and had never exhibited such behavior. A year abroad, and yet, a decoy ensured that everyone remained unaware of the domestic turmoil. Mirabelle, always the observer. Ah, but now she noticed Dumbledore. Quick-witted like the serpent beside him, he had become rather muddled. Dumbledore's complexion paled, starkly contrasting with Mirabelle's increasingly amused visage. She was right. Up until now, it had been all about Germany, the minister of the German Ministry of Magic's household. By the way, for the last 6 months, residing in the home of the French Minister of Magic. Quite comfortable, given the prominence of the magical world. Harry, Dumbledore, and Voldemort all appeared ashen. The reality was so mundane, far exceeding the worst-case scenarios, that they had forgotten how to think. They had already taken over the magical realms of France and Germany. Every official in the Ministry of Magic was now a mere puppet, a troupe of obedient marionettes, who would smile even in death. Ireland had also fallen under their control. The Empire, what had Mirabelle done? Dumbledore's outrage failed to reach Mirabelle. With a huff, she continued, Look, Voldemort, this is the difference. While you pursue a glass sphere, I have already claimed dominion over 3 regions of the magical world. Mirabelle exclaimed triumphantly as she stepped on the fallen glass orb. Another year has come to a close. How do you feel, Voldemort? As if desperately searching for treasure with the aid of a treasure map, which promises the finest adventures yet to be had. Oh, come now, do not be so incensed. Your blood pressure is rising to alarming heights, resembling that of an octopus. The more enraged Voldemort became, the more delighted Mirabelle felt. Harry recalled the true Mirabelle Beresford. Malice continued to escalate ceaselessly, an evil that a mere substitute could never hope to attain. What is Mirabelle planning? Has she already conquered 3 magical realms and now sets her sights on England? Dumbledore's inquiry was met with an unexpected response from Mirabelle. With a serious demeanor directed at Dumbledore, she posed the question, Do you believe the magical community in England is corrupt? Over the course of the year, he must have witnessed firsthand the extent of corruption within the Ministry of Magic. Not just the Ministry, but the entire magical world is mired in decay. Such words, indeed. Despite Dumbledore's reluctance to acknowledge them, the Ministry's greed for power and its willful blindness to the truth have ensnared its allies. Even the entire magical community supports this corruption and moral decay. Throughout the year, Harry and Dumbledore have witnessed all the ugliness. Rotten branches must be pruned, however. If the rot extends to the roots, what then? Should one consider replacing the entire tree? Do not jest. Such thoughts linger ominously. A chill ran down the spine, and every hair stood on end. The lady can, in any case. Thus, one might think it necessary to incinerate all that has led the magical world to its current state. It can be done. It must be done. Ireland, France, Germany. With all might, reduce the magical community of England to ashes. Madness. Utter, boundless madness. A utopian world. An ideal nation. An ideal exchanged for an ideal. For this, everything must be trampled, everything destroyed, even at the cost of countless tragedies. The magical world has been decaying, perhaps since the very moment the founders of Hogwarts fell apart. Even earlier, the only way to rectify it, to set it right, is to bring a definitive end to the magical community in England. Foolish, Beresford, to consider burning down such a great legacy of magical history to ashes. Indeed, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, to erase the foolishness from history and return everything to a blank slate. Then began the ideal magical realm conceived by Mirabelle, a sanctuary where only the chosen may dwell. It is madness. Everyone has truly succumbed to this belief. A dark force of justice and malevolence has transcended all descriptive words. What kind of girl possesses such notions? Utterly unprecedented and unparalleled, rendering even Voldemort's malevolence seemingly juvenile. It is sheer madness, Beresford. If everything in the world has succumbed to insanity, it implies that only one remains sane. Mirabelle did not anticipate the potential for error. Eternally infallible, yet some opposing views are erroneous. To hold a belief that may waver, yet remains unshaken. Once a correct answer is determined, action is taken regardless of mistakes, and errors can be forcibly transformed into the right answers. A kind of madness enveloped the girl entirely. Did she initially find it strange? Did she truly believe that the current state of the magical world was just? A minority exists in mere hundreds, with each nation establishing communities that perpetuate incestuous relationships, leading to recurrent genetic degradation and gradual decline. The rampant incompetence stemming from bloodline selection stifles potential, and in the face of external threats, there is no unity, only mutual annihilation. If the magical world were to accept Muggle newborns, it would face extinction, yet it remains oblivious to this reality, continuing to repeat its mistakes. And even now, it persists in its decline. This is the present state of the magical world. The truth of a realm established by a foolish generation that deems itself great. Mirabelle's eyes were filled with fury as she spoke. The purebloods are akin to a malignant tumor within the magical realm. The disdain for Muggles? Utter foolishness. After generations of inbreeding, how can they expect to evolve? If such occurrences are permitted to persist, the only fate left for wizards is extinction. The magical world must transform. It shall transform. It will obliterate the ancient histories that have rendered the magical realm stagnant. Ignorance is a curse. How many lives will be sacrificed? How many innocents will weep? Can one truly comprehend? Dumbledore's ire is unmistakably revealed through Mirabelle's defense. Will it succeed? Yet, regardless of one's talents, there can be no implementation of change without sacrifice. Revolution will be drenched in blood and tears. Dumbledore lamented, but Mirabelle responded with an even fiercer gaze. What right do you have to utter such words? What? Do you possess the right? A ruler endowed with wisdom to govern the magical world, yet you have entrusted it to the likes of Fudge, a feckless individual. Can one who tolerates corruption, shirks responsibility, and lacks the courage to shoulder the burdens of the magical world truly criticize? Albus Dumbledore. This is a condemnation of Dumbledore's anger. For he believes Dumbledore should occupy the pinnacle of the magical world and bear the weight of the strong. It is a venting of frustration towards Dumbledore's perpetual evasion. A resolve to assume responsibility for the magical world, to build an ideal world at the end of blood and tears. No matter the sacrifices made, one must be willing to stain their hands with blood to establish a utopia. Can you, Dumbledore? Tell me, is it possible? Will you bear the countless responsibilities and sacrifices? Or will you merely scoff and trample them underfoot, continuing on your path? If you can, then simply keep your mouth shut and remain the coward you are. The world should be ruled by Mirabelle Beresford. Mirabelle can no longer be swayed. Words fail to reach her. To speak of justice has become mere noise, a fade. Dumbledore's face contorted with sorrow and rage, his teeth clenched tightly. It is truly lamentable, Mirabelle, indeed regrettable. It is a pleasure to witness an understanding of the profound nature of friendship's bonds. The kindness of that substitute girl instilled hope, yet, to speak of it, nothing has altered. The situation has become even more dire. Friendship, huh? Cough, cough. I sincerely apologize, Dumbledore. Why does comprehending such matters only render one weaker? And what of Edith? What relation does that girl weeping over there have? Dumbledore, brandishing his wand, shouted in fury as if casting a spell. Mirabelle's response cast a fleeting glance at Edith, as if she had only just noticed her, directing an impassive gaze her way. Only Mirabelle understood the emotions concealed within that glance. Yet, she turned her attention back to Dumbledore and uttered a phrase. Well, though it is part-time, I can still relish the 4 years of student life. Nevertheless, it was merely a preparatory phase for accumulating strength, something she deemed of great value. The light of camaraderie shared with friends had come to an end. Edith was taken aback. The sincerity of her friendship with the doppelganger Mirabelle was evident. Even if it was a facade, there existed a solid bond. But what of her friendship with the true Mirabelle? Was it a mere illusion? Tears streamed down her face as her heart cried out in despair. Do not say anything more. I long to see or hear something again. Yet, Mirabelle paid no heed to Edith, turning instead to face Dumbledore. Had she truly fallen to such depths? Mirabelle Belfort. She had not fallen. She had merely come to comprehend the ultimate truth. Dumbledore drew his wand, and Mirabelle raised her hand. An explosion of light ensued. The magic unleashed from her fingertips collided with the spell of the wand, producing a tremendous roar. Magic without a wand. Dumbledore. Was this the realm of the first White Wizard? As Mirabelle looked down with a sardonic smile, a devastating spell hurtled toward her from the opposite direction, a strike of unparalleled might. However, Mirabelle merely smiled and transformed the stones beneath her into a shield, deflecting the assault. Ah, what an intriguing spell. Was it an enhanced version of the Killing Curse? A potent strike, specifically crafted for preparation? Voldemort let out a frustrated huff at the sight of Mirabelle emerging unscathed. Mirabelle floated in the air, without a broom, surveying the ground below. There is quite a bit of litter. Shall I clean it up first? Mirabelle's expression radiated a cruel delight, her mouth contorted into a crescent shape. She then extended her hand into the void, summoning a sphere of golden flames from the abyss. Dumbledore, Voldemort, Lupin, and Kingsley swiftly cast protective charms to shield Harry and the others, yet their efforts bore little purpose. Infernal fire. With that proclamation, the flames erupted in all directions, narrowly missing Harry, but consuming the fallen Death Eaters. Rookwood, Ravistrange, Antonin, Augustus, Lucius, Crabbe, Goyle Knott, Avery, Jagson, and many more of their ilk. In an instant, the Department of Mysteries was engulfed in flames, the engulfed Death Eaters letting out desperate cries of despair. They were met with a ferocious assault, their combat capabilities utterly obliterated. Harry furrowed his brow in response to this cruelty, his face betraying disgust. Trash deserves to be incinerated. Most of the Death Eaters perished in the ensuing attack, leaving only 4 survivors, Lucius, Walden, and Augustus. From the throng of dozens, merely 4 remained. Their faces and arms bore unsightly burns, wounds inflicted by the infernal flames that would never heal. Voldemort, incensed, unleashed the Killing Curse. Yet Mirabelle casually swatted it away as if swatting a fly. Why does Mirabelle kill? There is no remaining strength to resist. A foolish question, Dumbledore. Why inquire about the burning of refuse? Is there a need for justification to incinerate rubbish? Every antiquated pure blood scum shall be disposed of without exception. Dumbledore believed that everyone deserved a second chance, but Mirabelle deemed this a grave error. She had been given warmth, yet exploited it. If mercy were afforded, mistakes would inevitably recur, just as they had now. A life that should have been tranquil had reverted to that of a Death Eater. Compassion should be met with an unrelenting fate, one that is rightfully deserved. Mirabelle's hand conjured a golden lightning bolt, emitting a sharp crackling sound. The substitute unleashed a paralyzing current upon her adversary, an evidently lethal surge intended solely for the purpose of annihilation. Die, Lucius Malfoy. A golden jolt emanated from her hand. A flash of lightning so swift that no one could react in time. Yet, the attack was thwarted by a protective charm. What was Harry Potter doing? He had shielded Lucius, raising his phoenix feather wand, glaring at Mirabelle, breathing heavily. In his eyes shone an undeniable, righteous light. It was evident that the young man had endured considerable hardship, yet he remained steadfast in his role as a son. Why protect him? The hatred surged within him, longing to strike until his opponent's face was unrecognizable. But that did not signify the right to kill. As per usual, still aiding the malevolent. Mirabelle raised her hand to Harry with a mocking tone. Yet, the magic had already been unleashed. Dumbledore confronted Voldemort, who brandished his wand against Mirabelle. Dumbledore pondered, Voldemort, Mirabelle, both equally perilous. If I intervene at this moment, the magical realm shall plunge into darkness. I must rise. As the protector of the magical world. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, most importantly, as Albus Dumbledore, I cannot allow devastation to befall the magical realm, nor can I permit the extinguishing of hope. Voldemort considered. Dumbledore and Harry Potter are sworn adversaries. Yet, the true menace lies with that demon. If I thwart Mirabel Beresford, everything the magical world has built thus far will meet its end. I shall eliminate them all, be it the obstructive Dumbledore or the boy foretold in the prophecy. Harry Potter. Most crucially, that arrogant golden demon. Let it be known, I am the terror of the magical world, the Dark Lord Voldemort. Observing the two, Mirabel displayed a warlike, twisted smile. Finding oneself amidst this clash has become rather exhilarating. Dumbledore, the guardian of the magical realm. Voldemort, a relic of archaic ideologies. There is no avoiding the path of destiny. Therefore, it must be buried, severing the rotting roots. Tom and Mirabel had strayed onto the wrong path, and thus, they must be stopped. To sever the chains of evil, one must also cut through ambition. Dumbledore's countenance transformed from serene to demonic. He cast aside the mask of the benevolent teacher, resolute in seeking vengeance for the future and for his students. Those who defy the Dark Lord invariably face a cruel fate. Now, he would stand alongside those who have suffered. The acts of resistance would serve as the finest testament. Around Voldemort, a twisted aura emanated, instilling fear in the magical world. Harry felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the Dark Lord's incarnation was about to unleash his full power. Very well then. The symbol of justice, Dumbledore, against the embodiment of evil, Voldemort. The two shall be obliterated by my own hand, beginning from within. A new history of the magical world shall be forged. Mirabel radiated with golden flames, her wand raised in allegiance to the first white wizard and the Dark Lord. Harry gazed in a daze. Thus began a terrifying battle, one never before witnessed or experienced. A confrontation among wizards, each capable of altering the very fabric of the magical realm with a mere flick of their wrist. An unimaginable pinnacle of conflict. Mirabel raised her hand. Dumbledore lifted his wand. Voldemort brandished his wand. Subsequently, the entire Ministry of Magic trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Voldemort initiated the battle with the Killing Curse, the most formidable spell of death, unleashed like a breath of air. It soared towards Dumbledore, lacking precision, and missed him. Seemingly due to Voldemort's distraction with Mirabel, Dumbledore swiftly waved his wand, seizing the opportunity. The power of the spell cast by his wand was so immense that even Harry, observing from a distance, felt his hair stand on end. However, Voldemort conjured a silver shield from the air to deflect it, while Mirabel evaded it with astonishing speed. Mirabel's figure became blurred, transforming into a golden flash that appeared behind Voldemort. However, Voldemort swiftly spun around and vanished from sight. He then materialized behind Mirabel, unleashing flames towards her, yet she effortlessly dispersed the fire with her hands. Are you intent on killing him, Dumbledore? Voldemort roared in frustration, having yet to employ a lethal curse against Dumbledore. Do you deem such barbaric actions appropriate? As you are aware, Tom, there are methods to dismantle such threats. Dumbledore replied in a calm voice, waving his wand. Immediately, the surrounding bronze statues sprang to life, animated by one renowned as the greatest controller in the magical realm. These bronze statues possessed a secret art that repelled magic, known as the Mage Slayer, a force of overwhelming power. The robust warriors, under the command of the ancient wizard, charged valiantly. Of course, the lives taken were no small matter. Nothing is more fearsome than death, Dumbledore. You are gravely mistaken. A half-horse statue surged forward to shield Dumbledore from Voldemort's spell. Yet, Voldemort was not the only one engaged in battle. A blonde girl casually smashed, tore, and shattered the approaching warrior statues. Thus, the pursuit of immortality becomes evident. The Dark Lord is, in essence, merely a coward who fears the concept of death. Mirabel wielded her 10 fingers as if they were a wand, casting a series of incantations: death, paralysis, machinery, petrification, explosion, and shattering. Each spell was imbued with lethal power, unleashed with a relentless ferocity akin to a machine gun, toppling the bronze statue to the ground. It shattered walls, excavated floors, and even caused the armor to creak and crumble. Voldemort gritted his teeth, enduring the chaotic barrage of spells that contorted his face in agony. That girl, is she more formidable than in battle? The distinction between Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Mirabel was stark. The most significant difference lay in her youth, a stage of growth not yet reached its zenith. She had paused her development there, suggesting a perpetual state of growth, having relinquished the pursuit of maturation. But how could one conceive of such a notion? To exist in a constant phase of growth, perpetually striving for an ideal state of perfection. In other words, not reaching the pinnacle of an endpoint. What if such traits persisted? Would it imply that a monster could continue to grow indefinitely? Foolish thoughts. Voldemort dismissed the fanciful notions that flitted through his mind. Such a creature could not endure. Strengthening his protective enchantments, he sought to dispel his fear. A series of spells, even described with awe, fell cold. Yet Dumbledore remained unyielding. With a mere flick of his wand, he repelled the magical onslaught with a single strike, pushing it back. Mirabel was repelled by an extraordinary magical force, crashing against the wall. Subsequently, she wielded her wand with a whip-like motion, unleashing slender flames that ensnared the young girl. Yet, despite this predicament, Mirabel maintained a faint smile. Understanding the gravity of the confrontation, in an instant she dashed towards Dumbledore, raising her arm. The claws of the demon tore through steel as easily as if it were paper. However, upon nearing Dumbledore, the slightest movement of his wand conjured an armor that repelled the assault. Moreover, as if to carve a breach, a swarm of serpents coiled around Mirabel's arm. The Dark Lord summoned hundreds of snakes, directing them towards the tyrant, their venomous fangs creating an inescapable space. In a fleeting moment of intersection, the bodies of the waiting serpents were torn apart in a mere tenth of a second, a supernatural ability manifested by the girl, a skill that transcended reason, halting the very fabric of the world. With a swift kick, she sent Dumbledore's body flying. Had Dumbledore been an ordinary individual, a single strike would have claimed his life. Regardless of how exquisite the disguise, he remained a trapped figure, an elderly man fleeing from the specter of death, paralyzed by fear. Was there truly a way to halt the inexorable advance of time? A fiery serpent surged from behind the girl, yet it was intercepted by a golden nine-headed dragon. In the next heartbeat, Mirabel leaped towards Voldemort, raising her right arm. Voldemort reacted instantly, attempting to evade, but she seemed to anticipate his movements, turning and jumping directly in front of him, akin to a lamb terrified of death. Yet, entering the path of decay, striving for eternal dominion. To escape death and embrace decay, forever capable of vanquishing, to rule through decay. The spell shattered Voldemort's defenses, fracturing his wand and sending him spiraling away. Dumbledore's shattering curse also found its mark, striking Mirabel. Nonetheless, she did not cease her advance. Even as her body was propelled away by the explosion, she retaliated against Dumbledore. He swiftly conjured a protective armor, but the shield creaked ominously, forcing him to retreat against the wall. The three-way confrontation had transformed into the most advantageous battlefield for Mirabel. Dumbledore and Voldemort were still burdened by their physical limitations. In this chaotic clash, they were wary of numerous factors. Yet Mirabel, with her speed, closed the distance in a whirlwind, casting spells with her wand as if no effort were required. The vampire's resistance to magic allowed her to maneuver with greater freedom than the two. The battle between the strongest seemed evenly matched, yet gradually, the tide began to lean towards Mirabel. Harry contemplated the formidable figures of Voldemort and Dumbledore, who, despite their renowned prowess in the magical realm, found themselves propelled into battle by a mere girl. In a one-on-one confrontation, the outcome might have been different, however. The triad of combatants rendered the situation exceedingly advantageous for both parties involved. Nevertheless, the reason they had fought until this moment was due to the presence of the two most powerful beings. Had it been any other wizard, they would have perished long ago, consumed by fear. Terror gripped Harry as he trembled, his legs quaking and teeth chattering. He had never experienced such dread, not even when encircled by the resurrected Voldemort. Yet now, merely gazing upon the girl instilled a profound fear within him. What could he possibly do? Though hailed as the boy who lived, he found himself paralyzed by trembling fear. Even so, he felt a compelling urge to act, to contribute something to aid Dumbledore, lest it be too late. Driven by this impatience, Harry raised his wand and shouted, "Disarm." It was a clearly rash attack, a desperate act of self-sacrifice. To interrupt the fierce battle between the three with such a spell was utterly foolish. Mirabel, struck by the incantation, regarded him as if unaffected by the assault. "What are you doing?" Fear coursed through Harry. Their mere eye contact rendered him a pitiful creature, akin to a mouse confronting a lion. What can I do? I want to use magic to stop this monster." The anguish of fear propelled Harry to cast the Cruciatus Curse, a spell he had never intended to use. Yet, in a moment of desperation, he unleashed it. To his astonishment, Mirabel bore no anger from the torment. Rather, she seemed elated, almost relishing the sensation of pain. Well done, Potter. I enjoy a bit of cruelty, she remarked with a mocking laughter. No matter how eloquently one might speak, when faced with the necessity of action, one often resorts to the choices that must be made. Unfettered by the constraints of moral codes, she engaged in merciless attacks while retaining a certain gentleness. Do you understand, Potter? To wield the Cruciatus Curse requires a heart capable of inflicting suffering. Only then can one truly torment their opponent. Mirabelle explained and then cast a spell upon Harry. The moment the incantation took effect, he was engulfed by an unprecedented agony. The pain was excruciating, a torment that made him feel nauseous. It was unbearable. As if every inch of his skin were being flayed by a knife, needles piercing his fingertips, his nails being wrenched from their beds, and a searing iron plate pressing down upon him. In moments of heat, it felt as though he were being scorched upon a pyre, while in the cold, it was akin to being utterly exposed and trapped within ice. The intensity of the suffering was as if his very nerves were laid bare and ground away. It was horrifying, as if his innards were being vivisected. The Cruciatus Curse eroded his sanity. Such pain, such pain, such pain. Oh, please, kill me. In the face of such torment, what is death but a mercy? As such desperate pleas filled his mind, the suffering finally ceased, leaving him writhing on the ground, gasping for breath. That was the true essence of the Cruciatus Curse. When casting the spell, one must envision a particular agony, a heart brimming with the malice of torment. Mirabelle murmured softly, raising her hand towards Harry. The protagonist, if slain, would forever reveal where the tale concludes. Yet Mirabelle remained indifferent to what might transpire in the world. The outcomes, whether favorable or adverse, were of equal weight, for inevitably it would be obliterated once more. Typically, one who comprehends the original narrative would first eliminate the protagonist, striving to render the story more exquisite. However, Mirabelle sought to dismantle the narrative entirely. Therefore, there was no reason to hesitate. Lightning. A bolt of azure lightning struck Mirabelle, causing her body to momentarily stiffen. The recent magic was a spell of her own invention. If she were to employ any other form of magic, it would undoubtedly be that of Mary, the follower, the doppelganger. Yet, for the first time, it became apparent that a third entity possessed the ability to wield magic. A truth even Mirabelle was unaware of. Mirabelle gazed at Edith in astonishment, her eyes glistening with tears, yet fixed on Mirabelle with a shattered heart. What a surprise, Edith. When did you learn that spell? A dear friend taught me, she replied. A dear friend, you say? I see. It seems that Mary has taken it upon herself to teach magic without permission, as if she truly delights in it. Mirabelle's demeanor remained serene. She was not angered by the attack. In her view, Edith's electric shock was merely a resistance born of affection. With a smile, she reflected on this, devoid of any feelings of wrath. Mirabelle launched her merciless assault, even finding it rather amusing. Mirabelle directed her fingertip towards Edith, who swiftly raised her wand. Oblivion. A formidable shield enveloped Edith as a translucent membrane materialized before her, transforming the dim light into a radiant spectacle. As a defensive spell, it exhibited unparalleled strength, providing perfect protection. This was a magic typically taught at a certain age, showcasing the extraordinary level of Mary's instruction. Oh, she teaches as well? It must be an exceedingly challenging spell. Is Mary truly suited to be a teacher? Observing the lethargic servant, Mirabelle reassessed her previous conclusions. To be honest, it was quite astonishing. Such a remarkable talent. If Mirabelle were aware of this gift, she would surely employ it with finesse. Thus, the narrative continues. Mirabelle extended a silver arm, casting an aggressive guardian spell to strike her opponent. However, Edith swiftly summoned her own guardian, which countered Mirabelle's magic. The thwarted Mirabelle let out a joyful laugh, realizing the stark truth of the situation. She comprehended how a mere substitute could evolve so significantly in just 1 year. Surely, one must grasp the absolute distinction between them, for the power obtained, even by a mere doppelganger, was an undeniable fact. It was precisely due to the immense effort expended that she could now perceive what had previously been only a vague sensation. Edith's mind acknowledged a certain truth, having grazed the level of Mirabelle's obedience, and she found it unbearable to let such youthful talent dissipate. Must Dumbledore and Voldemort meet their demise together? She stood beside her qualifications, yearning to grasp Mirabelle's outstretched hand. How delightful it would be to seize that hand in thought. Memories of the 4 years spent alongside Mirabelle flooded Edith's mind, causing her heart to tremble. Over the course of that year, she must have realized the sheer folly of those who now claimed leadership in the magical world, and the incompetence that must have enraged her. Edith paused in her thoughts. Indignant and outraged by the ministry's incompetence, appalled by the newspapers, and shocked by their foolish actions, She even wished for their resignation. Would it not be better to perish outright? The only reason Voldemort was allowed to invade so easily was due to this ineptitude. How could one claim to govern the magical realm? Or did Edith wish to join those fools and stand against them? Such thoughts shook Edith's resolve and determination. Everything seemed to waver, blurring the lines of right and wrong. As if to fill the void in her heart, Mirabelle spoke. She would construct a new world. One that had long been marred by discrimination, a world that was decaying. One should live in such a world, she said, holding Edith's hand. Edith's inner voice seemed to echo, wishing for her friend to laugh once more. The voice of reason articulated that it would be futile to oppose this. That holding hands was indeed wise. Yet, something within her whispered of the treacherous path she would tread, one that betrayed Harry and his friends. Edith wavered, uncertain of her next step, when a frantic voice broke her thoughts. What was happening? What had transpired at the ministry? The face of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, appeared, surrounded by numerous Aurors. Upon seeing that countenance, Mirabelle's expression shifted dramatically, morphing into one filled with furious hatred, like that of a predator stalking its prey. "Run, Cornelius," she urged. Dumbledore's voice echoed in his ears, yet the bewildered and sluggish Fudge found himself unable to move. A nearby Auror swiftly cast a spell at Mirabelle, but it proved utterly ineffective. The golden curse surged forth, toppling the Auror who stood in its path, severing heads, piercing hearts, tearing apart internal organs, slicing throats. Cleaving the body asunder and crushing skulls, it created a deep crimson map of hell while drawing near to Fudge, before entirely shredding his body and reducing it to mere pulp. Poor Percy Weasley, the sole survivor, crouched in trembling fear as he witnessed an unstoppable tragedy unfold before Dumbledore. Despite the harrowing circumstances, Mirabelle's expression remained unchanged as she magically cleansed the bloodstains. She then noticed Percy Weasley and raised her hand. "Stop," Harry barked, his throat constricting with rage. A dismemberment curse was unleashed from his wand with remarkable speed, representing his best possible choice. The spell was released with an unprecedented force, slicing through Mirabelle's wrist. For the first time since the battle commenced, genuine astonishment crossed Mirabelle's face, as she had not anticipated that Harry's skill could lead to such a self-inflicted wound. Mirabelle gazed at the arm that was missing from her wrist for a moment. Then it regenerated before Harry's eyes. What? A remarkable scene, one that was meant to unfold. The severed arm had grown back. It was destined to occur. And now, both Dumbledore and Harry understood the reason behind it all. Everything that had been said was indeed true. The girl had truly transformed. To his astonishment, Harry Potter genuinely admitted that he had seemingly underestimated this phenomenon, believing he had fully grasped the sheer power of it. Yet it had surpassed his expectations. The creature was indeed formidable, an indomitable beast. As she spoke, Mirabelle radiated an even more dazzling light that enveloped the Department of Mysteries. Her golden hair rippled, and the weight of her magic pressed upon her, even though she had yet to cast any spells. The monster finally revealed its true nature, those eyes tinged with madness glimmering with brilliance. The blood-stained Department of Mysteries bore witness as the creature glided forth in its flowing robes towards the fortunate boy. Dumbledore cast a spell using his wand, followed closely by Voldemort. However, Mirabelle effortlessly evaded Dumbledore's attack, turning her attention to Voldemort and striking with her arm. Fresh blood splattered, and Voldemort's arm fell limply. That attack was sufficient to sever bone completely. Voldemort's magic could easily mend his arm, yet in such a battle, the loss of an arm would undeniably diminish his combat prowess. She then cast a disarming spell at Dumbledore, sending his wand flying and preparing for the final blow. In a moment of peril, Dumbledore managed to evade, but the speed differential between the two monstrous beings was evident. Mirabelle swiftly moved to Dumbledore's side, her hand plunging deeply into his leg, bringing the old man crashing to the ground. As she attempted to deliver a final third strike, she grasped his arm. "Why do you stop, Grindelwald?" she inquired, amused, addressing the golden-haired youth known as Grindelwald. Mirabelle, similarly adorned in a deep crimson gown, bore fangs in her mouth. Upon recognizing her, Dumbledore's face was instantly adorned with an expression of astonishment. What a surprise to see an old friend after such a long time. However, before he could articulate further, Dumbledore found himself muttering in disbelief, while the young one, undeterred, grasped Mirabelle's arm. Mirabelle appeared quite satisfied, for her enjoyment had been interrupted. Yet the youth seemed unwilling to retreat. Mirabelle placed her claws upon the young one's neck, gradually sinking them in. Crimson blood then trickled down the neck, causing the youthful visage to contort slightly in agony. To explain, why the interruption? "Speak, what purpose do you serve here?" Have you forgotten the objective? Will you lead France and Germany to obliterate the magical realm of England? I understand. Why prevent the demise of Dumbledore? Would it not be far simpler to annihilate the wizarding world of England? Mirabelle drove her elongated nails deeper, blood spilling from the young mouth as sweat trickled down her face. Yet, she maintained her composure, speaking softly. This was the prey that had accepted the proposal, agreeing to allow Dumbledore to handle the situation. If any attempt were made to wrest something from her grasp, silence would prevail. After a few seconds of intense scrutiny, Mirabelle let out a sigh, withdrawing her hand from the throat and turning away, appearing quite disinterested. One could ponder her thoughts, yet the struggle between them seemed utterly futile. Respect for one another as well was paramount. Thank you, but if the path were obstructed, one should be prepared, for there was no capability to survive from such hands. Mirabelle languidly closed her eyes, retracting her nails. The golden light that had enveloped the entire Department of Mysteries had just dissipated, alleviating all pressure. Dumbledore had lived long enough. Lacking the ability to intervene, he ought to continue existing as a coward. One should comprehend the chasm that lies between them. Mirabelle gracefully pivoted, turning away. She did not believe she would be assailed from behind, convinced that the field was not foolish enough to engage in such a suicidal act. She allowed herself to be assured that the only outcome for those who dared to stand was death. Yet, there was an appreciation for talent. If one were to follow, it would guarantee the taking of any life save for Voldemort's. If one so desired, it would offer eternal life. A voice, even one that evoked pity, emerged. It was warm, sweet, and unapologetically selfish, a tyrant's temptation, disregarding the plight of others. Nevertheless, an enigmatic allure of terror still beckoned. Consider, what is more justifiable? To perish for an injustice or to embrace a renewed existence? Which choice is wiser? Edith and Mirabelle's gazes met for a fleeting moment. These words were directed not merely at Voldemort's Death Eaters, but bore a particular weight when aimed at Edith. Mirabelle lifted her long robe. Casting a final glance back at Edith, Edith pondered carefully over her words. Was it truly grounded in emotion, or entirely based on capability? Edith's thoughts were numbed by the situation, leaving her unable to comprehend the present moment. Mirabelle was aware of something and averted her gaze, refraining from mentioning the matter again. Meanwhile, Edith held the lifeless body of her substitute in her arms. Wait, take it away, Edith cried out. However, her desperate pleas did not reach Mirabelle. The eyes of Edith, filled with sorrow for her friend and the body, vanished into the abyss. Dumbledore sighed with relief and then turned to Voldemort, who reciprocated the gesture, signaling a continuation of the battle. In response, Voldemort picked up Bellatrix's wand that lay nearby, but was interrupted by the sudden intrusion of Ministry officials. It was evident that Mirabelle had already slain the officials and the rest present. Voldemort could only snort softly before vanishing without a trace. As anticipated, the battle had inadvertently led to such chaos. A girl, truly terrified. Undoubtedly, the wizarding world of Britain would face a catastrophic blow from a single confrontation, which caused such devastation. Whether Death Eaters or Aurors, they all represented a new threat that belonged to no faction, as they would spill blood and claim lives. Be they Death Eaters or Ministry personnel. From this moment forth, the wizarding world would not only remain vigilant of Voldemort, but also of the girl's every move. Dumbledore pondered what would transpire next, aware that he had never witnessed anything of this nature. Yet, despite it all, they must continue to fight. For there were those who needed protection. Dumbledore's words seemed to resonate with his own thoughts. Following the battle at the Department of Mysteries, Edith appeared to have lost her soul. Regardless of what Harry and Hermione said, she remained unresponsive, her gaze vacant and filled with despair. She even considered skipping the end-of-year gathering, as Dumbledore had ordered her family not to disturb her. With weary legs, she returned to her dormitory and sat down, believing everything to be merely a dream, a nightmare, indeed. Upon awakening, Mirabelle was once again at school, smiling beside her. The days resumed their tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. This was how it should be. She hoped to awaken from this ordeal soon. By her bedside lay a gift box. Mirabelle. A gift from a friend of her double. A friend's present that can only be unveiled at the end of the term. Edith slowly picked it up, cradling it in her arms. The protective enchantment had faded. It was time to open it. Gently, she unwrapped the box to avoid any damage. Normally, the packaging should be properly disposed of. Yet now, even such a simple box held an irreplaceable treasure within. Inside lay a beloved plush toy, handcrafted by Nissel. Along with a letter, Edith hurriedly, yet cautiously, unfolded the letter, a slight thrill of anticipation coursing through her. It had been meticulously prepared for her to unveil at the year's end. Did this imply a foreseen possibility? Perhaps so. Was there a chance of survival? Merely pretending to be lifeless? Indeed, it seemed plausible. Surely, Mirabelle had conspired, planning this from the very beginning. What might the letter reveal? Typically, Edith would dismiss such thoughts, immediately recognizing the illusion. She would have been lost in fantasies from the outset. But now, reality had suddenly bared its fangs, suffocating her with anxiety and confusion. With trembling hands, she broke the seal of the letter. As expected, the words echoed her own thoughts. What was her reaction upon seeing the letter? Sadness or anger? The fear of knowing gripped her. It was revealed that she had been deceived all along. The true name was Mario Owl, merely a loyal follower of Mirabelle, active abroad. He had impersonated her to deceive Dumbledore and Voldemort. Everything she knew was but a mere fade, a web of lies. Yet, her perception had begun to regard him as a genuine friend. Would he smile? Would he be angry? She knew of his selfishness, playing the role of Mirabelle Beresford. Yet still, she wished for a fresh start, to be known as herself, untainted by deceit. She longed to meet his Merry Owl once more. The thought of seeing him again stirred a mix of fear and anticipation. If he were still angry, what would she do? But still, Edith could read no further. Tears blurred her vision, rendering the words illegible. The letter conveyed a girl's unfiltered emotions, yearning for an apology upon their next meeting. If they could be friends again, she wished to speak the truth. She longed to explore Hogwarts together. The letter painted a vision of a lost future, and now, more than ever, Edith craved it. She longed for their reunion, to see the true him, to engage in meaningful conversation, and to rekindle their friendship. Yet, whether that could be realized remained uncertain. It has become a wish that can never be realized again. It has departed, lost forever, eternally beyond reach. Ah! Tears fall like raindrops. Memories of the past years surge within, the beautiful days flowing vividly through Edith's mind, smiling wickedly. She speaks with a smile, laughing joyfully. Yet those days will not return. Embracing the sealed letter, the girl weeps profusely. She confides in Mirabelle, who is the closest to Mary, understanding her well. Clever yet stubborn, she articulates her thoughts with unrestrained candor. Oftentimes, Mirabelle feels a heavy weight upon her, wishing to escape into the sky like smoke. Yet, when that oppressive feeling dissipates, an odd sense of emptiness remains. Perhaps it is the consequence of taking existence for granted. Is Mary the answer? Mirabelle lowered her gaze upon a lifeless body that bore a striking resemblance to her own. The corpse of Mary, a devoted vassal, had deceived Dumbledore for an entire year and executed her treachery with success. Death loomed, instilling fear. Mirabelle optimistically believed she had succeeded in resurrecting Mary. However, Mary did not return. Her soul had already crossed over to the other side, rendered irretrievable. Mary was destined to remain in this world, as the deceased possessed the power to determine whether to transition to another realm or linger as a ghost. Thus, in death, she could have chosen to remain as a spirit, awaiting Mirabelle's revival. Yet, Mary did not take this path. It was due to her friendship with Edith that she could betray her master, Mirabelle. However, she could also choose to stand against Edith. Ultimately, Mary opted for the choice of dying in the identity of Mirabelle. This situation unfolded in a manner that was, indeed, reasonable. Mirabelle became acutely aware of her profound regret regarding the loss of Marie. In the end, she remained obstinate, her body devoid of a soul, a mere facsimile of existence that she had conjured for herself. Ultimately, a proper burial would have sufficed. Despite her contemplations, she perceived the corpse as her loyal companion, Marie. Up until this moment, everything had been executed impeccably, Marie Orwell. It was a period of arduous rest. Harnessing the power of the enchanted stone, she transformed a body that mirrored her own appearance, restoring it to its original state. Then, Mirabelle tenderly embraced and interred the last remnants of her being. At long last, Mirabelle grasped the essence of her regret. She understood why a tinge of remorse lingered within her. The entity Letus had perished, leaving behind a multitude of names. Mirabelle only referred to Edith and Marie. The rest were addressed by their surnames, such as Granger and Potter. Those who could be named had returned to life. The announcement from the Ministry of Magic sent ripples through the entire British wizarding community. Since the revelation, Harry Dumbledore had been revered as a hero, enduring harsh slander while embodying the tragic figure who cried out for truth in solitude. After being regarded as an anomaly for so long, Dumbledore's fate underwent a dramatic reversal. However, what disappointed Harry's friends the most was that the newspapers were consumed by the terror of Voldemort, oblivious to the other horrors that lay beyond. Mirabelle Beresford Gellert Grindelwald. A perilously dangerous duo, harbored the singular ambition of dominating the magical realm and utterly annihilating it. However, the Ministry of Magic remained skeptical of the threat articulated by Dumbledore. To their astonishment, Voldemort had already caused considerable turmoil, yet they were inclined to believe that this new menace was even more formidable. Regrettably, they maintained a state of vigilance. Yet their misjudgment led them to dismiss it as mere deception. At present, Mirabelle was merely regarded as missing. Concurrently, the Ministry capitalized on Harry's notoriety, suggesting that he be elevated as a beacon of hope. Yet, Dumbledore vehemently declined such notions and even forbade any approach to Harry. Confounded by this resolute stance, the Ministry announced a decisive action to exonerate Sirius Black, removing him from the wanted list. But Dumbledore perceived this as a natural course of action and chose to disregard the Ministry entirely. Dumbledore's affection for Harry intended to shield him from burdens, however. This very action deepened the chasm between Dumbledore and the Ministry, obstructing potential collaboration. Following the death of Cornelius Fudge, the new Minister for Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, maintained a facade of cooperation with Dumbledore, yet failed to mend the rift left by his predecessor, placing both parties in a perilous standoff. Meanwhile, Heathcote Beresford and Simon Beresford were confirmed dead at St. Mungo's Hospital, while their youngest brother, Sidney Beresford, had vanished without a trace. Mavis Beresford, having lost her beloved husband and children, succumbed to anxiety and resigned from her position as deputy headmistress of Durmstrang Institute. This role appeared to have been taken over by a mysterious masked figure known as Sirius. It was rumored that the vacant position of headmaster, due to Igor Karkaroff's disappearance, had been assumed by a strikingly beautiful young man with golden curls, though details remained unclear. Concurrently, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France continued to be led by Olympe Maxime. Yet it was said that a positive atmosphere enveloped the entire nation, urging students to remain vigilant. After the end-of-year festivities, Hogwarts fell into its customary tranquility as students returned home. However, even as the majority departed, it seemed that the faculty remained on the premises. Dumbledore sat in the chair of the headmaster's office, gazing at an object upon his desk, a cruel and tantalizing artifact. He recognized the folly of his thoughts. Yet his gaze remained transfixed. A ring. The old hand grasped a wand, observing as magic began to shatter it. Yet he hesitated, confronting a resurrection stone, a fragment of a deathly hallow known to be a family heirloom of the Peverell lineage, its significance now reduced to this. A Horcrux, a form of forbidden dark magic that involves the division and sealing of the soul, bringing one infinitely closer to decay. Dumbledore sought the secret of Voldemort's deathly form and discovered it. If his conjecture was correct, Voldemort had indeed created 6 Horcruxes, and, as he knew, there was actually a 7th. Unless all the Horcruxes were destroyed, Voldemort would never truly die. One had already been shattered, the diary of Tom Riddle from 3 years prior. Moreover, Dumbledore was convinced that the ring was also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. However, Voldemort seemed unaware that the ring was merely an ordinary piece of jewelry. More precisely, the stone embedded within it was nothing but a common gem. This so-called Resurrection Stone, a legendary artifact, was said to allow communication with the deceased. Dumbledore felt the flicker of a long-abandoned desire reignite within him. This was a longing he should have relinquished. He could succumb to that yearning. Yet he should impart a lesson to his students, but found himself unable to restrain his own impulses. Could he see his father, his mother Ariana, and offer them an apology? He reached out a trembling hand, forever haunted by the regrets of his youthful mistakes. Dumbledore had never forgotten the sins he had once committed. Not even a single one. His usually wise and luminous blue eyes flickered feverishly, fixated on the ring that gleamed with fervor. If only he could behold the home he had lost, to atone for the errors he had made. The temptation was unbearable, the sweetest of all lures. Albus Dumbledore had once been ambitious, intoxicated by his own gifts, and had taken it for granted that he could wield power over those he deemed incapable. That mistake had ultimately led to the demise of his own sister, and he had grown accustomed to desiring the worst outcomes. Dumbledore's theory, once imparted to Mirabelle and Harry, resonated back to him. It was simply a matter of presence. Deep down, Dumbledore yearned for the Resurrection Stone. He found it impossible to resist. Regardless of how eloquently he spoke, such was his nature. A girl's voice echoed in his mind, seemingly proud of her triumph. A fearsome demon, a manifestation of malice, lurked within Dumbledore. That elegant voice, resisting temptation, was undoubtedly an illusion crafted by his own self-doubt. Yet, it spoke to him now in his own voice. Slowly, as if entranced, Dumbledore extended his hand. 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter. A calm and wise voice within him urged him to touch it. But Dumbledore, yearning to see his family, banished the inner voice. At last, his fingertips made contact. Enough, Albus. In the face of a curse. If he wished to grasp the resurrection stone, he would meet his demise. Hearing the sound at the door, I lifted my head as if a secret had been uncovered. The figure standing there was unmistakable, Gellert Grindelwald, with his silver hair and neatly defined features. He was the closest friend of a young Albus Dumbledore, appearing to be of the same age, yet somehow ageless, leaning against the wall with his hands on his hips. What was Gellert doing here? A foolish question, I mused. Why did I think the protective enchantments would suffice? At the entrance stood a statue. Ah, that statue. If one whispered the name of their favorite candy, the statue would grant passage with ease. As always, he had a fondness for the sweets of the Muggle world. Dumbledore greeted Grindelwald with a cheerful smile, though he was careful to temper his emotions. In the face of such familiarity, one must remain composed and poised. Ah, Muggle confections would forever remain delightful, akin to those of the magical realm. Oh, what about Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? They always led to poor choices. Who could ever predict the flavor? It was precisely why they were so beloved. Was it because he once tasted a vomit-flavored bean? With a mischievous grin, Grindelwald made Dumbledore feel as though he had returned to those carefree days spent laughing with friends, devoid of worries. Yet, their paths had diverged long ago. Though they might mock each other now, the course of their lives had irrevocably changed. What was Gellert up to? Surely reminiscing about old times? That was a misapprehension. He was merely there to collect what had been entrusted to him. He swept his hair back, his lips curling into an elegant arc. The Elder Wand remained with him, I presumed. A grave expression crossed Dumbledore's face. The Elder Wand was the most potent weapon in the magical world, ensuring victory for its wielder. In truth, it signified unparalleled triumph. In other words, its power was only as strong as its master. Yet, if it were given to a first-year student, could that novice truly defeat Dumbledore? What was he saying? He was content with his own wand, feeling fortunate. There was no other wand like it. You excel at deception, Gellert, Dumbledore remarked. The Elder Wand had once belonged to Grindelwald. Dumbledore had usurped it, becoming its new master. Implicitly, Dumbledore would never entrust such a dangerous wand to Grindelwald again, nor would he relinquish his hold on it. Did Gellert wish to have it back? He had already lost mastery over it. Indeed, Gellert, but mastery was a two-edged sword. The question remained, how could he ever reclaim it? In the final battle of the Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore was the possessor of the Elder Wand. In that confrontation, for the very first time in his life, Dumbledore was defeated by Grindelwald. The wand was disarmed, and his leg was pierced. Had Grindelwald not been present, he would have already lost. Thus, Dumbledore became the master of the Elder Wand. The wand's loyalty was always directed towards the strongest. Without such loyalty, the wand could not unleash its full potential. It was capable of being entrusted to a mere girl. What was to be done? Engage in a duel? With that loyal Elder Wand? The Elder Wand chose the powerful. Its allegiance shifted. If it won, it would select a stronger master. The means of defeating an adversary, whether through a duel, disarming, or even killing, was solely dependent on being stronger than the wielder. The Elder Wand would then transfer its loyalty. Particularly, a remarkable characteristic of the Elder Wand was that even if a duel was conducted using it, the wand would favor the stronger party as its master. Unlike ordinary wands, which maintained a degree of loyalty to their current master, the Elder Wand lost all allegiance. Due to this unique trait, the Elder Wand has been the subject of much debate, leading to the demise of all its previous owners. If this battle were to occur, its master would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Did he believe that his friends could prevent this? Undoubtedly, he thought that those teachers were formidable. Grindelwald and Dumbledore stood coldly facing each other, ready to draw their wands at any moment. With just a single movement or a moment of vulnerability, the place would swiftly become a battlefield. Yet that moment never arrived. Grindelwald sheathed his wand. There was no turning back. Would they engage? After all, they would eventually meet at the end of the world. But the venue required the right stage. Grindelwald leaped to the windowsill, lifting his long robe. Ultimately, his suggestion was to always wear that ring, hoping to perish from that foolish curse, as it was a mere prey. He would keep that advice close to his heart. Grindelwald nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the response and soared out of the window. His arrival was completely unexpected, yet the fact that Dumbledore was saved remained undeniable. Without Grindelwald, Dumbledore would have succumbed to the curse of the ring, which had already ensnared him. In such a scenario, even if he escaped death, his arm would be rendered entirely useless, and his life would dwindle to a mere whisper. Upon reflection, one could assert that Dumbledore had indeed found himself in the right place at the right time, even with the enmity that lay between them. This encounter with his former best friend granted Dumbledore a fleeting moment of respite. Gripping his wand tightly, he summoned flames from within. The fiery curse of ambition burned within the young. The name of the first White Wizard became a jest. Through dark magic, he represented a faction of the world steeped in such sorcery, of which Dumbledore was well aware, albeit reluctant to wield it himself. Yet, shattering the ring was solely to prevent his own faltering resolve. If Dumbledore claimed to miss his home, it would be a deceit. He still longed for it, yearning for another realm. But what could he do now? He fought merely for a wand, to protect the young and innocent. Dumbledore quietly resolved himself amidst the chaos enveloping the magical world. Despite the turmoil, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry continued its tradition of welcoming students. Hogwarts remained the safest haven in the English magical realm. Children needed a secure place, especially knowing the threat posed by the Death Eaters. This was why the Hogwarts Express operated as usual, ensuring that its compartments were filled with students. Yet, not everything was as it appeared. In a solitary compartment, Edith Renagel sighed with hollow eyes, her face devoid of the joy that once accompanied learning. Ever since the incident at the Ministry of Magic, she had been unchanged, feeling lethargic and disinterested in all pursuits. Some friends from Slytherin were concerned for Edith, but she had not uttered a word. However, this state of being did not seem destined to last forever. As the scenery outside began to darken, Daphne Greengrass entered the compartment. "Edith, we're almost at school. Hurry and change your clothes." "Oh, thank you," Edith replied, sluggishly preparing to don her school robes. At Hogwarts, students were permitted to arrive in casual attire. Edith took her time changing, stepping out of the compartment to find nearly all the students were already in their seats. As she traversed the corridor between train cars, she stumbled over something on the floor, nearly losing her balance. Turning around to ascertain what had tripped her, she found nothing there. It was peculiar to be ensnared by an absence of anything. In rare instances, one might stumble. Yet now, she felt something soft ensnaring her foot as she fell, a gentle obstruction. Edith, curious, extended her hand to investigate the spot where she had just tumbled. To her astonishment, she discerned an object lying there. HM? Touch, touch, touch. It was firm, yet it possessed a softness that allowed her hand to sink in. A faint warmth radiated from it, rising and falling like a breath. It appeared to be a form. Ah, at last, Edith grasped the truth and moved her hand, seemingly brushing away the covering that concealed the figure beneath. An intricate expression graced the face of Harry Potter as he emerged from the invisibility cloak. His visage was marred with blood, and his nose was askew. It appeared that some enchantment had rendered him immobile as he gazed at Edith, pleading for assistance. HM. The spell must be halted. She uttered a counter-curse for Harry's release. Harry swiftly regained his footing, expressing his gratitude to Edith. She then employed a healing charm to mend his nose and inquired about the incident. He recounted how he had been struck by Malfoy at school, detailing the events as they walked. Harry and Edith had not yet disembarked from the train when the last car had departed. If they lingered any longer, they risked becoming the source of embarrassment for arriving late at the start of the new term. Hastily, they pursued their fellow students, pondering Malfoy's antics. Harry, cloaked in invisibility, had sought to engage Malfoy in conversation, only to be discovered. With a look of frustration, Harry nodded in response to Edith's inquiry. The enmity between Harry and Malfoy had persisted for years. For reasons unknown, Harry had never been thoroughly vanquished. He remained the perennial victor. Yet this time, Harry found himself unexpectedly vulnerable. Undoubtedly, Malfoy was scheming something sinister. During the summer, he had seen Malfoy enter Borgin and Burke's, as if the proprietor had intended to enlist him for some nefarious task. The words exchanged had hinted at compliance with Voldemort's directives, though not explicitly stated. It felt like a subtle play on words, as if Malfoy was boasting while masking his intentions. Edith pondered, had Voldemort indeed tasked Malfoy with such endeavors? Malfoy, being Lucius's son, aligned himself with Voldemort's ranks. Yet, it was perplexing to consider why Voldemort would exert effort in utilizing a mere 16-year-old Malfoy. If that were the case, what was the rationale behind it? Edith contemplated whether she could keep a watchful eye on Malfoy's movements. As a Slytherin, she was in a prime position to observe him more closely. Well, she would give it a try, albeit with tempered expectations regarding their relationship. Edith knew what responsibilities Draco Malfoy had been assigned, yet she believed there was nothing of significant weight involved. She considered Malfoy to be particularly incompetent, especially for a student of limited capabilities. More precisely, it was absurd to entrust a substantial task to a student like him. If it were a remarkable student like Mirabelle or Hermione, it would be a different matter entirely, but Malfoy lacked such talent. If Voldemort indeed entrusted a critical mission to Malfoy, it would be sheer folly. Moreover, there was a necessity to play a role outside of the confines of the academy. After bidding farewell to Edith, the discussion momentarily ceased. Harry joined Gryffindor, while Edith became a member of Slytherin. Daphne was quite concerned about Edith joining so late. But Edith did not respond to her queries. Following the customary term gathering, Dumbledore announced the new professors. The former potions master, Horace Slughorn, was reinstated to oversee the potions class. In a corresponding shift, Snape transitioned to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which astonished the students, particularly Harry. Snape had long desired to teach defense, yet Dumbledore had never acquiesced to his requests, a fact known throughout the school. This year, however, Snape's long-held wish was finally granted. Additionally, the feast continually urged students to prioritize safety, emphasizing unity among the houses. Afterward, further explanations were provided. Edith momentarily lost herself in thought until she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. "Hey, what are you doing, Reynald? Hurry up and escort the new students back, swiftly." "Oh, head boy. There's no train patrol at all, so I wondered if we should still take the train, but I seem to have forgotten," Draco Malfoy exclaimed in frustration. Sniffing the air, the head boy was Mirabelle, who had now gone missing. Edith was now appointed as the new head girl. Apologies were exchanged, and she was tasked with guiding the first-year students to the Slytherin dormitory and teaching them the password. Finally liberated from the responsibility of supervising students, she made her way to her own dormitory. "Hey, Reynald, what's the matter? I wanted to ask about what happened to Beresford." In the eyes of the public, Mirabelle was considered missing. Only those within the Department of Mysterious Affairs truly knew what was occurring, as they were plotting something extraordinary abroad. Malfoy had initially intended to hear the story, but upon reflection, he realized Lucius was imprisoned, leaving him in the dark. As for Voldemort, Edith speculated that he would deliberately inform Malfoy of certain matters, so his ignorance was indeed perplexing. "She is still alive. I understand how easily one might perish, but where is she?" Edith mused, pondering whether she could be in the offices of the Ministry of Magic in France, Germany, or Ireland. What on earth could she be doing there? In the presence of three nations poised to dismantle the magical realm of Britain, Malfoy found himself at a loss for words. He understood that Mirabelle could merely exist as an ordinary student, yet he never anticipated that within a mere few years, she would come to command the magical world of those three nations. With an expression of unwavering belief, Malfoy gazed at Edith, though she seemed to reject that notion as a mere fabrication. "Are you jesting? One can only hope it is a jest. If it were merely a joke, how splendid that would be. Yet it has escalated to a point beyond humor. In that department of mysteries, Mirabelle laughed while orchestrating countless deaths. What sort of jest is this? Malfoy should turn back while there is still time for laughter. What to say? Deception is a familiar game to him, especially within the Department of Mysteries, where he at least understands the ties of the Malfoy family. Ah, indeed. One can only hope to tread the right path. Eventually, Edith Malfoy arrived at a crossroads, halting there. From that point, the path diverged into the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory, thus they could no longer walk together, as Malfoy remarked. Edith departed from Malfoy, who still wished to say something, and made her way toward the girls' dormitory, closing the door behind her. Truth be told, she yearned to discuss matters regarding the Death Eaters or Dark Factions. The memories evoked thoughts of the events that transpired within the Department of Mysteries, particularly concerning Edith's obstinate decision to rescue Harry and the girl who perished in the process. With a sigh, Edith settled into a chair within the girls' dormitory. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone would eventually find their purpose and act accordingly. Yet, Edith remained in a state of precarious stability. The Ministry of Magic could no longer be trusted. However, if Mirabelle's intent was to shatter that trust, then the implications were profound. If Mirabelle's faction were indeed undertaking a righteous endeavor, Edith found it hard to fathom that the side of justice could engage in dark deeds while the forces of darkness masqueraded under the banner of noble ideals. Then there was the matter of Dumbledore. In the eyes of Gryffindor, he was the most reliable and astute, yet to Slytherins, he was merely a figure of disdain. Who could discern what was right? What delineated right from wrong? It often felt as though all matters were inherently flawed. In such circumstances, Choosing to grasp Mirabelle's hand seemed to be the right decision. She also realized that she still cherished the 4 years spent with Mirabelle. Caring about what is right and wrong, nothing is more precious than the smile of a true friend by one's side. Yet, to deny it felt like a betrayal to Hermione and Harry. She questioned how she could be so weak and indecisive. Edith covered her face with her palm. In the drawing room of the French Ministry of Magic, a man's exasperated voice echoed. However, the girl, Mirabelle, was savoring the sauté foie gras placed before her, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. With each bite, she nodded in satisfaction, her face adorned with a childlike joy, reminiscent of her youthful years. Yet, one should not be deceived by her appearance. After all, she was the very architect of the downfall of the French Ministry of Magic. Hey, Beresford. Indulging in this meal seems to weigh heavier than the destruction of the British Ministry of Magic, thought Mirabelle, fully engrossed in her feast. Although her true sustenance was blood, she still relished the act of dining. Thus, she chewed her dinner, completely disregarding the uproar surrounding her. After moistening her throat with wine, she finally cast her gaze towards the man, Grindelwald, who had been causing the ruckus. How long do you intend to stay, Beresford? Will you be leaving soon? It has only just begun to be dinner, she mused, not quite grasping the implications of his words. Mirabelle squinted her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. What exactly was said about the invasion of the magical world in Britain? Was it merely a ruse to transform the magical realm of Britain into ashes? There was no deceit in those words. But why arm themselves and stockpile Muggle weapons? Then why launch an assault? Shouldn't the preparations have already been completed? Mirabelle took another sip of wine, holding her breath. For the first time, Grindelwald was astonished by the sight of her flushed face. A soft intoxication lending it an unusual hue, harmonizing with her childlike appearance, captivating and misleading like a devil's charm leading one astray. Initially enticing, it had now spiraled out of control, this allure escalating to a lethal degree. Most men, upon first encountering it, would instinctively cast aside their rationality. Well, wait a moment. Do not rush. Invasion and destruction are easily accomplished, yet such actions would provoke the populace's fierce animosity. Animosity, reducing the entire British magical world to ashes? Foolish. Regardless of the timing, the citizens would be reluctant to see their homeland turn to cinders. Thus, no matter the timing, the outcome remains unchanged. Did Grindelwald misunderstand his objective to annihilate all British wizards? Indeed, he would obliterate the magical realm, but he had no intention of slaughtering those who dwelled there. If everyone were to be killed, it would be impossible to establish the new nation he envisioned. To be honest, this realization left Grindelwald quite astonished. Mirabelle's objective is to utterly annihilate the magical realm. Thus, her initial consideration is to extinguish the lives of its inhabitants, aiming for complete destruction. Yet, the nefarious demon insists on maintaining a semblance of concern for the populace, claiming that the goal is to eliminate the residents. Moreover, as articulated, there exists a desire to preserve the best among them. In the ideal state, one hopes that inept individuals, akin to Dolores Umbridge or Cornelius Fudge, merely cling to the nation's vitality like leeches, or that decayed purists reminiscent of Voldemort or Lucius Malfoy continue to exist. Undoubtedly, Mirabelle's true intention is to retain only the exceptional. There is no denying this fact. However, in truth, only a select few belong to the category of the exceptional. If the remainder are purged, the nation shall be restored. Consequently, a compromise is reached. The path taken is to eliminate those incompetent individuals who pose a threat. Instilling a sense of surrounding peril serves as a model to encourage growth, which is indeed a sound strategy. This approach embodies a fundamental method of elimination that has been practiced since ancient times, fostering a culture of progress. Those who wish to avoid elimination must strive diligently. Even though it is commonly said that a lifetime of effort may only equal a single year of merit, what is to be done? Merely destroying the nation would inevitably lead to antagonism with the populace, without a doubt. Yet, the aim is to minimize such hostility as much as possible. The nation cannot be destroyed and rebuilt. The salvation of the people must emerge from the depths of a beleaguered state. Mirabelle flashed a smile and snapped her fingers. Instantly, an image materialized, depicting the magical world of Britain, where Death Eaters and Dementors roamed freely, leaving a trail of death in their wake. Of course, this was merely a vision of a potential future. Yet, should Voldemort seize control, such a scene would undoubtedly come to pass. Imagine a nation plagued by the vile presence of dark wizards and their ghastly Dementors, where death lurks around every corner. A self-proclaimed ruler, devoid of foresight, would blame others for their own blunders and resort to murder. They might even irrationally turn to the extermination of Muggle infants, targeting those born of Muggle lineage, who now constitute nearly a third of the magical realm. Would one truly wish to inhabit such a nation? It seems they might. Indeed, history has shown us that in times of great despair, a populace may bizarrely yearn for the dominion of their adversaries. Ultimately, the act of invasion bears no distinction. To believe that the prevailing sentiment will change is to indulge in naivety. However, the unilateral invasion of a sovereign nation and its transformation into mere territory is fundamentally different from the obliteration of lives in a hellish existence. As the motivations of the populace and the nuances of their circumstances diverge greatly. Furthermore, if one is aligned with Voldemort's purist faction, then the ensuing bloodbath against purists would be rife with hostility. Thus, Mirabelle awaited the opportune moment to surrender the magical world of Britain entirely to Voldemort. Just as she had conveyed to Dumbledore regarding that decaying ministry of magic, handed over to Voldemort, the perfect plaything, she was certain he would relish it. This would incite public animosity, drawing hatred. Fear would ensnare all who were not of pure blood, making it nearly impossible for them to exist in this world. How splendid! Then, pure-blood wizards would congregate, forming a formidable force. They would become aware of the stark contrast between the atrocities committed by a minority and their own struggle for redemption. Even as they engaged in slaughter, believing that the common populace would instinctively know how to choose, this would facilitate their actions. A comprehensible villain, ensuring that evil remains unchallenged. The oppressed would decry their rulers, ultimately becoming the champions of justice. Justice, Grindelwald chuckled derisively, swirling his glass. Does such a term truly align with the essence of justice? A lifetime steeped in malevolence, and yet they dare speak of justice. The mere thought elicits a blend of amusement and disgust. Is this the goal? Is this what they deem justice? How ironic that one fails to recognize their own true nature, a notion that breeds revulsion. Grindelwald closed his eyes, silently contemplating. Mirabelle was genuinely terrified, while Grindelwald was convinced of his impending success, contemplating more than he had initially considered. With overwhelming power and the ability to manipulate hearts, he possessed an absolute dominion that seemed akin to the fall from grace of a hellish envoy. I express my gratitude to the audience for their attention and their generous gifts. I am aware that many harbor disdain for Edith and wish to sever ties with her. However, I have laid the groundwork for numerous elements, making it impossible to abruptly cut the narrative. I wish to gather opinions on why Edith inspires such dislike, hoping to later revise her portrayal and redeem her character. In truth, I did not initially seek input, as the groundwork has been sufficiently established, and the overarching storyline is nearly complete. As for academic matters, beginning in the 6th year, T-level courses will only be accessible to students who pass the O.L. examinations. In accordance with previous years, certain courses will be taught independently, meaning that Gryffindor and Slytherin, traditional rivals, must face each other at every opportunity. The first lesson of the day was Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by Professor Snape. Slytherin students were elated, while Gryffindor students wore expressions of discontent. Yet the teacher remained unchanged. Snape was in high spirits, as his dreams had seemingly materialized, and he informed the students that dark magic is diverse, multifaceted, and eternally fluid. Battling it is akin to confronting a many-headed beast. Even if one head is severed, another emerges, often more ferocious and cunning than the last. The adversaries one faces are unpredictable, ever-changing, and formidable. This sounded almost like a warning against underestimating dark magic. Yet it also resembled a love letter read by an infatuated boy. The tone was so compelling that it led one to question Snape's true allegiance to dark magic. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. Harry and Edith were akin to two monstrous entities, Voldemort and Mirabelle, both cunning in their own right. Subsequently, they learned the tongue-tying curse. And the first lesson concluded. The tongue-tying curse, known as Lagulk, is a malevolent spell that renders the victim's tongue glued to the roof of their mouth. This incantation was invented by Severus Snape during his time at Hogwarts in the 1970s and was recorded in advanced potion-making texts. Ultimately, only Hermione and Edith succeeded. Yet Snape did not award Hermione the points most expected. Instead, he granted Edith an additional 20 points, showcasing the age-old favoritism of Slytherin. As this had always been the practice, if Dumbledore were to show a similar bias towards Gryffindor in an emergency, no one would complain. Next, they attended Slughorn's potions class. His visage reminded one of a plump walrus, and he welcomed the students with exuberance, especially those like Harry. Thus, the current atmosphere was one of balance. The potion bag. Advanced potions. Professor? Ron had no books or anything of the sort. He hadn't thought about the inn, W. T. Oh, Professor McGonagall must have mentioned it. Harry, do not worry. There is nothing to concern yourself about. Clearly, Harry and Ron were unprepared, but it was of no consequence. After all, Snape had made it abundantly clear that he would accept any exceptional students. Slughorn seemed to be aware of the situation and, without a hint of complaint, lent his textbooks and tools to Harry and Ron, who had already concocted some potions for home. By the time the N.E.W.T. concluded, they should be able to brew something of a similar nature. Who knows what might happen? Hermione, as per usual, answered Slughorn's questions. The Veritasirum, a potion that compels the drinker to speak the truth, the Polyjuice potion, which allows transformation into another being, and the Amortentia, the most potent love potion, which creates an intense infatuation in the drinker. As Hermione articulated the characteristics and effects of the potions with clarity, Slughorn seemed to recognize her talent, exclaiming in admiration and awarding Gryffindor an additional 20 points. However, one potion remained unexplained. It was a golden, luminous potion contained within a black cauldron. The liquid inside the cauldron bubbled like bouncing goldfish, yet not a single drop spilled over the edge. Let us begin the practice, sir, one student interjected, sensing the lack of explanation. Heh. In response to Edith's question, Slughorn revealed a satisfied smile. And Edith realized that he must have intended to engage the students from the outset for dramatic effect. Such dramatic flair surely indicated his confidence in the potion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the most intriguing potion is known as Felix Felicis. Surely you know what it is, don't you, Miss Granger? Slughorn queried of Hermione, who was visibly excited at the mention of the potion's name. Hermione eagerly replied, "It is a luck potion. It brings good fortune." The entire class buzzed with excitement, sitting up straighter in their seats. Even the typically aloof Malfoy was momentarily captivated. The mere mention of good luck carried an irresistible allure. Indeed, another 10 points for Gryffindor. This potion is fascinating. Its brewing is quite perilous. If one makes an error, the consequences could be dire. However, if successful, one will find that all endeavors tend to flourish. Sir, then why not consume it continuously? Because excessive consumption leads to an overreaching, reckless form of confidence, which can be dangerously misguided. Edith contemplated Mirabelle. All plans seemed to lean towards success, and she was elated, reckless, and imbued with confidence that everything was suited for that girl. Consequently, Edith's heart perceived the elixir as a potion that could transform one into Mirabelle, a rather ludicrous notion. The reward for the day's lesson was a vial of the elixir, sufficient to bestow 12 fortunes. From dawn to dusk, whatever one undertook would be met with luck. As anticipated, she excelled in captivating her students, just as she had been taught. The endeavor to reward the first attempt with the elixir achieved monumental success. All the students were immersed in the tale, even Malfoy fixated on the vial, not wasting a moment. It is worth noting that the elixir was permitted for use in organized competitions or contests. The student who won could only utilize it during ordinary days. To witness how beautiful normalcy could be. Clearly, competitions were prohibited, for employing the elixir therein would be tantamount to cheating. After all, if it were allowed, anyone could consume the elixir. So how could one attain such a splendid prize? Now, let us turn to page 10 of the Advanced Potion-Making book. Additionally, it was hoped that within the segment, the study of the draft of living death would be conducted. Those who excelled would be awarded the cherished elixir. Let us begin. Fishing with bait, a simple yet effective method. The students approached the cauldron with singular focus, ardently commencing the potion-making process. The elixir, a potion imbued with good fortune, was desired by all. Edith was no exception. She exerted herself to the utmost, yet deep within, she relinquished hope, resigned to the thought that no matter how hard she tried, the prize would ultimately belong to Hermione. Her prediction proved accurate at the conclusion of the class. Edith did not win the elixir. However, the elixir was won by Harry Potter, although, for some reason, it aligned with Edith's forecast. An undisputed champion. Upon hearing Slughorn's jubilant voice, Edith felt a twinge of discomfort. It was certainly said that Harry excelled in potion-making. He often received zeros. But that was merely Snape's grading issue. Conversely, despite the seemingly fair course, when it came to the N.E.W.T. class, his competence was assured. However, it did not equate to sufficient skill to surpass Hermione, who leapt to first place, even more impressively, achieving a perfect potion on her first attempt. Ron inquired, "How did you manage that?" Harry replied, "I suppose it was sheer luck." Luck, undoubtedly. Hermione's prowess was exceptional, so there must have been other reasons. But what sort of fortune could enable one to flawlessly concoct a potion on the first try? One could only hope that strange occurrences would transpire again. The trouble of curiosity always began with Harry Potter. As Edith watched Harry walk away joyfully, she sensed that a new trouble had already commenced. The rhythmic footsteps echoed within the cavern. Sidney Beresford, the brother of Mirabelle Beresford, walked with his golden hair swaying gently. Mirabelle wandered through the cavern with her hands nestled in her pockets. Upon finally reaching a wall, she employed her vampiric strength to kick it. In that fleeting moment, the rock shattered, yet it swiftly regenerated, obstructing her path. Surely, this was not mistaken. Mirabelle, with an expressionless visage, murmured softly to herself as she gazed at the rock face. After approximately a minute, she suddenly beckoned Sidney, presenting him with a dagger. A silent command, inflicting harm upon her own arm. In response, Sidney, without a moment's hesitation, severed her arm, allowing the crimson fluid to adhere to the rocky surface. Immediately thereafter, the rock wall vanished as if it had never existed, revealing only a path of utter darkness. Let us proceed. Follow me. Mirabelle continued her journey through the cavern, her expression remaining equally serene. There was no need for illumination, for the eyes of a vampire perceived the darkness with utmost clarity. Before long, she arrived at the shores of the Black Lake. Upon gazing across to the opposite bank, she ascertained the elevation of the floral platform. In the heart of the lake, an object emanated an eerie green luminescence, casting reflections upon the water's surface. A corpse drifted in the lake, its eyes wide open. A lifeless body. It posed a threat to any who dared approach. Stay back, Sidney. Mirabelle soared into the sky without hesitation, plunging into the lake. The lifeless bodies floated to the surface, encircling her. Unless she adhered to the correct protocol, an assault was almost inevitable. Conversely, it would be prudent to prevent the cunning trap set by the sorcerer Voldemort from inflicting harm. Yet, such concerns were of little interest to Mirabelle. If the path was obstructed, she would cast aside logic and force it open. If the path was blocked, let death come. What of it? Could a mere death impede her way? Raising her hands above her head, she unleashed a resounding golden thunderclap. Its brilliance was unmatched by that of Marie Edith. Dazzling and sharp, it illuminated the entire cavern. The true golden fury revealed its fangs in such a vivid manner that its intensity could devour adversaries merely by its radiance. Perish, wretches! Lightning scattered across the surface of the lake surrounding Mirabelle. It incinerated the nearby corpses, evaporating the lake water and collectively annihilating the lurking dead. It shattered the bedrock, scorched even the depths of the lake, transforming the lifeless corpses into mere charred remnants. Moments later, the assault concluded, leaving Sidney as the only object still capable of movement apart from Mirabelle. Nothing remains. If Voldemort's traps were all he could muster, then this was the extent of his prowess. Mirabelle, having uttered words deemed contemptuous or mocking, then traversed the now desolate surface of the lake, landing upon an island. Sidney followed closely behind, also alighting on the isle. At the heart of the island stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a basin filled with a phosphorescent emerald liquid. Mirabelle attempted to reach in, but her hand remained motionless, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. As a test, she summoned all her strength to strike with her fist, the force penetrating the water's surface and shattering the island upon which she stood. Sidney was startled by the tremor, the entire cavern shaking as if an earthquake had occurred. Yet, her hand still did not breach the water's surface. She observed, contemplating the liquid she had nearly consumed. Mirabelle murmured in astonishment, "What a remarkable ability! The vanishing spell works on water. Even if the liquid is poured out, some of it will return. Yet, there is no reason to quietly drink it. It would be wiser to take the entire tray of water home rather than consume it." Just as Mirabelle was contemplating this, Sidney suddenly approached, unhesitatingly lifted the tray, and in an instant, drank from it. It was a gesture filled with loyalty, yet also marked by a hint of recklessness. Mirabelle offered a few words of encouragement to Sidney, whose complexion turned pale before she fainted on the spot. However, her expression soon morphed into one of disappointment. The cursed pendant had been replaced with a counterfeit, which Mirabelle had discovered. Upon opening it, they found a piece of parchment inside, addressed to the Dark Lord. As they read the letter, it became evident that he had long since perished, yet he wished to reveal a secret that had been uncovered. The true Horcrux had been stolen, and there were intentions to destroy it swiftly. Faced with the specter of death, thoughts of returning to mortality loomed. A return that would inevitably lead to demise once more. R.A.B. seemed to possess knowledge of the true name of the Horcrux. If the letter were indeed authentic, then the physical object could very well have been obliterated. It was imperative to learn how to destroy the Horcrux. R.A.B. must have been acquainted with the seer. Perhaps it was time to capture a few Death Eaters and interrogate them. Mirabelle discarded the useless Horcrux and departed from the cavern, leaving behind only the charred remains of bodies strewn haphazardly in the brutally ravaged cave. In a weary office, a solitary man sat, his disheveled hair and unkempt beard framing a gaunt face. Gazing into the mirror, he mocked himself, reminiscent of the Prime Minister. Why did he appear so haggard? A wizard, a wielder of supernatural powers, occupying the role of Prime Minister, had always deemed such notions fantastical. Yet, they undeniably existed, known only to those who had held the office before him. More disturbingly, a faction of dark wizards known as Death Eaters had wrought havoc upon the world. If memory serves, a bridge that had stood for a decade was shattered in two, with over a dozen vehicles plunging into the river. 2 heinous murders had occurred, and an anomalous hurricane had wreaked unprecedented devastation in the western regions, resulting in colossal material losses. Even the air had turned peculiar, as an eerie fog enveloped all of Britain. All these calamities were instigated by wizards. It was utterly foolish, completely foolish. Why, even in the face of such adversaries, was he subjected to such assaults? The Death Eaters inflicted harm, simply for appearances. Due to their existence, he faced relentless criticism day after day, year after year. Even now, the telephone reception rang incessantly. Damn it, he had endured unspeakable hardships to attain the position of Prime Minister. His school days had been filled with diligent study, and even after graduation, life had offered no respite. Bowing to scoundrels, being blamed, he took antacids daily, yet he devoted himself to work, driven by the ambition to transform the nation as Prime Minister. However, because of a circle of understanding individuals, such as wizards, his position was perilously threatened, nearly dragged under. He had no fondness for wizards whatsoever. If it were permissible, he would launch a missile at the world. But how could he battle against an enemy he could not see, an enemy of unknown power? If he could prove their existence, he would strive to find them and deploy the military. But given the current circumstances, the public would only perceive the Prime Minister as losing his sanity. He pondered why. He was even unaware of the existence of wizards. He bore no hostility towards them. So why was he subjected to such rational actions? What had he done? He wished to shatter it all. As these thoughts coalesced, a dark and ominous presence filled his heart. The Death Eaters, reveling in murder, while the Ministry of Magic remained powerless against them. He hoped that any threats would be obliterated, even if it meant selling his soul to the devil to fulfill such desires. A soft voice resonated, as if entering the crevices of his heart. The Prime Minister turned, startled by the sudden sound. Was it a demon? Regardless of how one puts it, a remarkably beautiful girl, almost ethereal in her allure, was seated at the table. The Prime Minister had encountered many who were labeled as top models and glamorous beauties. Yet, in comparison to the girl before him, their charm seemed to fade into insignificance. She possessed a simple beauty that captivated attention, evoking a sense of wonder about the magical world and a desire for harmonious coexistence. The girl adorned her childlike visage with a delicate smile, and every movement she made drew the gaze of those around her. The Prime Minister had never believed in magic as he did at that moment. Even without the tangible use of magic, he found himself embracing the possibility of its existence in the mundane world. The Prime Minister's ire towards authority had been redirected, and in a moment of vulnerability, he approached the girl, who spoke with an air of innocence. If he wished, she might be able to assist him. He swallowed hard, gazing into her eyes, never having imagined what such a girl could accomplish. What could she do? What did she want to do? The question seemed to echo back, suggesting she could achieve anything her heart desired. Beads of sweat formed on the Prime Minister's brow as he boldly inquired if she would collaborate with him to rid himself of those who threatened his existence. Upon hearing his words, the girl smiled mysteriously, as if her expression conveyed a promise of understanding. If she desired, she could present the severed heads of his enemies to him. The Prime Minister felt a chill of trepidation, yet also a flicker of hope. He masked his fear with a smile, responding that it would be unnecessary, as he could manage the bodies himself. Clearly, if a deity could dispose of something, they could just as easily retrieve it. The Prime Minister realized his fortunes had shifted and began to contemplate how far his power could extend. Nicholas Flamel, a rare visitor and the first in many years, had come to see him. Though his lifespan was waning, he was delighted to welcome a friend. As he reached for his wand to entertain his guest, a gentle hand restrained him, and he heard the words, "That is quite sufficient, Nicholas. Well then, I shall receive you properly." The visitor was none other than Albus Dumbledore, one of the few wizards whom Nicholas held in high esteem, having once studied alchemy together. Although Dumbledore had specifically come to visit, Nicholas felt a sense of unease. "So, Albus, what brings you here?" he inquired, noting that the room seemed devoid of anything noteworthy. Nicholas, an elderly man on the brink of death, found his life drawing to a close. His affairs were in order, and there was scarcely anything around him. However, Dumbledore's presence signified the necessity of certain matters. Under normal circumstances, things might unfold without reason. Yet now, the magical world was ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Nicholas surmised that during such times, it was not uncommon for individuals to vanish without explanation, especially when Hogwarts was in peril. Indeed, Nicholas required memories. What did he wish to know? He would divulge anything. At present, there were no secrets from Dumbledore. If he needed to share, it would undoubtedly be for the future of the magical realm. Nicholas was prepared to reveal whatever anyone sought to understand. However, Dumbledore, with a calm demeanor, shook his head. "Nicholas, I believe you know something. Do you not know? The memories?" "Well, to be more precise, I wish to remember," Dumbledore cheerfully replied, and Nicholas appeared slightly pleased. He was indeed old, yet he recalled being so elderly that he had forgotten certain matters. Dumbledore's words brought him some joy, and he too was aged. Likely aware of Nicholas's contentment, Dumbledore continued to smile. "Nicholas, do not be upset. The issue with memory can be attributed to the effects of a forgetting charm." Dumbledore's casual remark caused Nicholas's eyes to widen in realization. Ah, the forgetting charm. No wonder he struggled to remember. Truth be told, he felt like an old rascal. Pondering how anyone could perform a forgetting charm in his current state, it made sense now. Thus, the first step was to locate that memory from so long ago. Even a forgetting charm could be perfectly executed. Regardless of how memories were altered, one could still delve deeply into the mind to retrieve the true recollections. For any modified memory would inevitably conflict with the authentic one. For instance, one might wake up early, see that it was only 6 o'clock, decide to snooze for 5 minutes, and upon rising again, find it to be 9 o'clock, convinced they had only slept for 5 minutes. Having fallen under the influence of a forgetting charm, Dumbledore had once managed to retrieve genuine memories from a house elf named Hoki, whose memories had been fabricated. Given this, it would likely be challenging to recover the true memories from Nicholas. This was merely speculation. Yet he believed it occurred after one of the Christmases 4 or 3 years prior, in the year of the conflict with the Department of Mysteries. Mirabelle exhibited an astonishing decay. She was capable of withstanding the killing curse and even instantaneously restoring a severed limb. Observing this phenomenon, Dumbledore was convinced of the utilization of a Horcrux. Given the lack of any visible alterations, it was probable that there was but a singular entity. The feared practice of soul-splitting, if excessive, would inevitably distort one's physical form. This explains why Voldemort, once youthful and handsome, had transformed into his current visage. Another matter that captured Dumbledore's attention was Mirabelle's regenerative ability. This extraordinary power to swiftly restore lost physicality, even when employing magic, was remarkable. Even Pomfrey, a skilled healer, required an entire night to mend a broken bone, yet Mirabelle effortlessly healed her arm in an instant. It was evidently unnatural. This reminded Dumbledore of the Philosopher's Stone, a target once pursued by Mirabelle. The stone had been shattered, yet if Mirabelle had not relinquished her ambitions, it was conceivable that she might endeavor to create another. However, the profundity of the alchemical art required to forge the Philosopher's Stone, a goal deemed the ultimate aspiration within alchemy, would not be easily achieved, even by her. Creating the stone would be one matter. Replicating the wisdom of the sage who originally crafted it would be an entirely different challenge. Dumbledore had journeyed a great distance for this purpose. In such a case, it would be prudent to retrieve it. Nicholas placed his wand to his forehead. Emitting a mist-like substance, he deposited it into a nearby vial and handed it to Dumbledore. "Thank you, Nicholas," Dumbledore said, effortlessly acquiring the memory, due to Nicholas's trust in him. Moreover, the quest for memories was notoriously arduous, relying heavily on speculation and intuition, particularly concerning the young woman, who undoubtedly posed a significant challenge. In exploring Mirabelle's inescapable path, it was essential to obtain memories from her formidable adversary. Would Mavis Beresford, the mother devoted to her daughter, act in her best interest? Alas, that seemed quite unlikely. The hidden secrets of Mirabelle and Voldemort must ultimately be unveiled. However, the path to such revelations is fraught with challenges. Voldemort possesses the ability to utilize Horcruxes, yet the sheer number of these dark artifacts renders them impossible to locate entirely. Mirabelle has already employed one Horcrux along with a magical stone, capable of restoring her essence, one fragmentary, the other cohesive. Both present equal threats, albeit from similar directions. Nevertheless, in this world, nothing is absolute in terms of conquest. Both Voldemort and Mirabelle are no exceptions. They have each made their share of critical errors. Firstly, Voldemort has committed numerous logical blunders, particularly when confronted by Harry, as if he were dancing with fate. Meanwhile, Mirabelle appears to be somewhat impatient. She ought to have waited, biding her time for the opportune moment. Once she has completed her studies and adequately prepared herself, advancing further would no longer be a concern. Otherwise, nothing could hinder her, and even the most fanciful hopes could be extinguished. Had it not been for Dumbledore's interference, Voldemort would have recklessly executed his plans. If Grindelwald had not intervened, Dumbledore might have perished. Thus, it was not solely Voldemort who hindered his own actions. However, his deeds have already laid bare his true nature. Should one investigate further, they might uncover significant truths, some pressing matters that could reveal the very roots of ambition. As Dumbledore departed from Nicholas's abode, he sorrowfully closed his eyes, contemplating the two who had spiraled out of control. Yet, he swiftly transformed his countenance back to that of a sage, arriving at the Beauxbatons estate. Edith's predictions were accurate. Events were indeed unfolding. Recently, peculiar occurrences had transpired within the school. Hogwarts, the most secure haven in the magical realm, had witnessed 2 attempted murders. The first involved Katie Bell from Gryffindor, who encountered a cursed necklace in Hogsmeade, narrowly escaping death. Having touched it with gloves, she survived, though she was hospitalized at St. Mungo's, causing quite a stir within the school. The second incident involved Ron Weasley, also of Gryffindor. In Slughorn's classroom, he was offered a cup of wine, which turned out to be poisoned. Fortunately, the presence of a dung bomb in Slughorn's classroom spared him from severe injury. Without it, he would have required hospitalization. Naturally, Slughorn has come under suspicion for his involvement in the affair, albeit he was unaware of the wine's toxicity, which apparently was originally intended as a gift for Dumbledore. Was this an attack directed at Slughorn, or was it aimed at Dumbledore, who is the true instigator of the troubles? Initially, Harry and Edith suspected Malfoy, as it was evident he intended to cause some mischief this year. The absence of Quidditch matches and his furtive behavior raised suspicions. Furthermore, Harry had evidence. Malfoy frequently vanished from the Marauders map, and Harry observed Snape plotting something sinister. The nature of their conversations seemed to indicate that Malfoy was indeed the culprit. Additionally, these discussions led Harry to believe that Snape was also in league with Voldemort. For some reason, Malfoy and Snape appeared to be communicating, with Malfoy exclaiming, "The unbreakable vow." The choices made among their ranks hinted at an allegiance to Voldemort. Harry was certain of Malfoy's involvement, especially as he had grown increasingly gaunt, suggesting something was amiss. "Shut up, Ron," Harry insisted. "We should leave the questions for Edith and focus on retrieving Professor Slughorn's memory." As usual, Harry, Edith, Ron, and Hermione congregated in the library to converse. With the rift between Gryffindor and Slytherin, there were only a few places where they could speak freely. The library was one of those limited spaces. They hoped to find an opportunity to administer a dose of the truth serum, but Edith preferred to keep things private. Harry's thoughts were flawed. If magic or potions could provide answers, Dumbledore would have known long ago. Feeling disheartened by Hermione's incessant chatter, Harry turned to Edith for assistance. But she merely shrugged, appearing equally powerless. Hermione was fundamentally correct. Harry had been exploring Voldemort's past under the guise of Dumbledore's special lessons this year, with Slughorn's memory being the most crucial piece. Unraveling it could reveal Voldemort's dark secrets. In such circumstances, acquiring that memory was of utmost importance. Harry believed he should concentrate on dealing with Professor Slughorn. Edith, in her moment of contemplation, advised him to focus on what needed to be done. Indeed, Edith, being a Slytherin, was better equipped to investigate Malfoy than Harry from Gryffindor. Harry nodded in agreement and said to Edith, "All right then. Let us confront Malfoy and see what we can do to persuade Professor Slughorn." In a certain manner of confronting Malfoy, Edith stood before a wall on the 8th floor. Harry informed her of the existence of the Room of Requirement. Although Edith had never utilized it herself, Harry assured her that with determination, the desired room would manifest. He had already discovered that Malfoy was making use of this place. Therefore, the remaining task was to locate the room in use, thereby uncovering its purpose. Edith mused that even by merely wishing for the room occupied by Draco Malfoy, the Room of Requirement would reveal itself. Hermione emphasized the necessity of carefully considering the nature of the room they sought. In other words, they needed to decipher Malfoy's intentions and the kind of room he required. What kind of room would that be? After all, Harry's information served as the foundation for their deductions. Malfoy had visited Borgin and Burke's, coercing the proprietor into compliance. Additionally, he had nearly caused the demise of Katie Bell through a cursed necklace, which seemed to originate from that very establishment. But what was the significance of these actions? What was he planning? If Harry's suspicions were correct, then Malfoy was orchestrating 2 attempted murders. This would indicate a desire to kill. But whom? Katie Bell? There was hardly a motive for such an act. Ron Weasley. Their families were indeed at odds. Yet there was no compelling reason to resort to murder within the confines of the school. Thus, the remaining candidates were Horace Slughorn and Albus Dumbledore. Fortunately, Edith lacked the sharp intellect to discern which of the two was Malfoy's true target. Nevertheless, it was evident that Malfoy could execute a direct kill. He could kill on his own. Why then resort to tools? This explained the rationale behind the cursed necklace and the poison. In essence, it hinted at assassination. However, it was crucial to understand the childish means by which the intended victim was to be dispatched. So, what course of action should be taken to accomplish the assassination? A more potent magical instrument was required. Yet, without such tools, one would be immediately discovered if examined closely, even if concealed. If hidden in an inappropriate location within the school, the professors would uncover it at once. A place was needed where it could be hidden without detection. If it were so simple, Harry would have discovered it long ago. Edith let out a wry laugh as she paced back and forth along the wall 3 times. According to the information Harry had provided, she needed to traverse it thrice while contemplating the room she sought. Edith believed that although the answer might be easily guessed, there was no harm in attempting to see it for herself. With a spark of inspiration, she thought of a potential hiding place and successfully summoned the room. It truly manifested. Well, no matter, at least I shall take a look, she murmured to herself as she turned the doorknob and opened the door. Inside lay a chamber as expansive as a cathedral, with towering stone walls resembling those of a fortress. For centuries, numerous artifacts and tomes were concealed within. Of course, there was Draco Malfoy, his countenance pale as he gazed upon her. Draco Malfoy. Regardless of the perspective, the true essence of Draco Malfoy is palpable. Oh, is that all right? Malfoy's once pallid visage now appeared even more ashen, his eyes wide with a mix of trepidation and eagerness to be seen. He swiftly drew his wand, pointing it menacingly at Edith, who deftly evaded the impending attack. A spell was uttered, and in an instant, it struck the wall, leaving behind a faint scorch mark. What are you doing? Silence. You've been spotted. Malfoy unleashed a barrage of spells, yet for Edith, who had been trained by Mary for an entire year, Malfoy's magic was but a trifling challenge. Silently, she conjured a protective armor spell, successfully deflecting each of his assaults. In her mind, Edith formulated a spell, directing her wand to unleash a bolt of electricity. The strike was unavoidable and unyielding. However, if it failed to hit its intended target, it would hold no significance. The inexperienced Edith's lightning missed its mark, instead striking a cabinet positioned at a distance from Malfoy, igniting it in flames. What have you done? Malfoy exclaimed, his complexion turning a ghastly hue as he rushed towards the burning cabinet, momentarily forgetting the duel with Edith. He attempted to extinguish the flames with water magic, but the fire persisted. Edith observed his frantic back, contemplating a splendid opportunity. Petrificus totalis, she whispered, casting a petrification spell that rendered Malfoy immobile. Seizing his wand, she lifted the spell of paralysis. In haste, she attempted to douse the flames, but it was too late. The cabinet had been utterly consumed by the fire, reduced to a mere semblance of charcoal. Malfoy stared at the charred remains in shock, his pallor deepening. Eyes glazed with disbelief. Clearly, the cabinet had held significant value for him. Like a marionette with severed strings, he collapsed, succumbing to tears. Edith was taken aback by his vulnerability. It was all over. Witnessing such a dismal spectacle, a cold sweat broke out upon Edith's brow as she thought. Only a fool would strike the cabinet. This must be a mistake. Ha ha ha. Will I truly receive 2,000 galleons for this? She mused. Fear not. I shall keep my word. In a shadowy alley, a gathering of dark figures assembled. There, a man and a woman concealed themselves, evading the prying eyes of the crowd. One was Mundungus Fletcher of the Order of the Phoenix, while the other, Mirabelle Beresford, was a striking young lady whose beauty contrasted with the grimy surroundings. Mundungus, of dubious reputation, had previously been questioned about his motives for joining the order, betraying friends for monetary gain, and thieving personal belongings for cash. Now, he had pilfered a pendant from the estate of Sirius Black, bringing it to this clandestine rendezvous. despite Sirius's apparent indifference toward the Black family legacy, dismissing it as mere rubbish. It appears the Horcrux is indeed genuine. Gazing at the S-shaped gold pendant embedded with green gemstones, Mirabelle was convinced it was indeed a genuine Horcrux. Upon acquiring the counterfeit pendant, her first course of action was to return to England in search of a suitable Death Eater, one who roamed the area and preyed upon children. If memory served, there was a particularly foolish Death Eater named Fenrir Greyback. The dim-witted wolf was caught off guard by Mirabelle's cunning trap and met a pitiful end. His remains dismembered as she extracted vital information. Subsequently, armed with the intelligence gleaned from that encounter, Mirabelle learned that RB referred to Regulus Black, prompting her to make an immediate attempt to infiltrate the Black estate. However, the Black Manor, seemingly the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, was safeguarded by protective enchantments, accessible only to members of the Order who were privy to its location. This meant that Mirabelle would forever be thwarted in her quest to locate the Black estate, as her powers would avail her nothing. Yet fortune favored Mirabelle. After discovering the Order's most foolish member, Mundungus Fletcher, she reached out to him and arranged for the theft of the pendant box. In gratitude, she rewarded him with 2,000 galleons. Thank you, he stammered, handing over a bag brimming with gold coins. Mirabelle then tossed the pendant into the air. In an instant, flames erupted, consuming the pendant until it vanished without a trace. Confirming the destruction of the fragment of Voldemort's soul trapped within, a scream of death echoed as it dissipated from the world, and a smile graced Mirabelle's lips. What now? The pendant has been destroyed. She pondered. Is it really necessary to handle the aftermath of one's purchases? She mused. Well, yes. But even if the pendant is obliterated, I shall return the money. It has already been sold. The money is mine. Fear not. The funds are secure. Mirabelle smiled wickedly as she turned to Mundungus. How could one bear to reclaim the price of a ticket to hell? What does it mean? Mundungus Fletcher, who burdened his friends, would sell anything for money, which Mirabelle loathed the most. Indeed, it was a method employed for a lethal purpose. The mere allure of wealth drove him indiscriminately. Yet, one who betrays friends for the sake of money would undoubtedly betray Mirabelle for even greater sums. Thus, he became a pawn of no consequence. Therefore, Mirabelle had no reason to allow him to live. He had outlived his usefulness. A green flash flickered down a popular alleyway, located in the suburbs of Albania at the Beresford Manor. In the drawing room, Mavis was waving her wand, serving tea upon the table. For some reason, the lady of the manor engaged in tasks typically performed by house elves or other servants. Or perhaps it was a sincere gesture for the rare visitor. Sipping tea was Albus Dumbledore, who wore a cheerful smile. How may I assist you, Mr. Dumbledore? Mavis inquired. To be honest, she longed to see anyone. Her husband had passed, her eldest son was deceased, and her daughter's son had gone missing. Few could remain composed under such circumstances. Dumbledore was aware, but spoke with his usual calmness. Well, the truth is, I am currently investigating your daughter, Mirabelle. Why? To prevent her from committing something dreadful. A rather euphemistic way of expressing it. The implication was equivalent to stating, the daughter had already engaged in something quite terrifying. In response, Mavis raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat amused. Oh, do you believe it? Of course. Mavis adored her daughter. Thus, even when faced with the stark reality, Mavis was willing to believe. However, Dumbledore had already concluded Mavis's response. As for the tragedy that befell her husband, Mr. Heathcote, she found it difficult to accept that he might have had the answers. Her husband had merely fallen ill. There could be something mysterious at play. Certainly, that was the initial thought. Yet, with the sudden disappearance of her daughter and the vanishing of the house elves, one might begin to understand the reasons behind it all. Dumbledore's words caused Mavis to shudder slightly, as an inescapable truth settled upon her. Engaged in tasks typically reserved for house elves, she found herself compelled to take matters into her own hands due to a lack of alternatives, despite her earnestness towards Dumbledore. Indeed, the estate was devoid of any house elves. The disappearance of her daughter, Mirabelle, coincided with the vanishing of Mary's servant, as if orchestrated by fate itself. The demise of Simon Hiscott seemed to signal the conclusion of a role, and Mavis could not help but notice the connections between these events. After all, she was acutely aware of Mirabelle Beresford's abilities, which were evident in her lineage. The daughter of Beresford possessed a lineage that was both formidable and alarming. Thus, she reached a disconcerting conclusion: a woman abandoned by her daughter, bereft of her role, contemplating the murder of her husband, Simon. Regrettably, Dumbledore shared his speculations with Mavis while sipping his tea. Mavis yearned to delve into the truth, wishing to confront reality and pursue a different topic. That girl had slain numerous Death Eater Aurors at the Ministry of Magic, even going so far as to kill Cornelius Fudge, especially when she leaped forth with a fiery vengeance towards Fudge, as if she had finally found the prey she had long sought. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, was a blight upon the magical world. Given Mirabelle's claims, her fury towards him was understandable. In discussing the ineptitude of that girl, Fudge epitomized the very essence of what ought to be vanquished. But was such rage truly warranted? Though it was a polite assertion, he was, in fact, even more incompetent than Fudge. For instance, Gilderoy Lockhart. Although Mirabelle expressed her anger, she did not exhibit any hatred. And could it truly be solely due to Fudge's incompetence? One wonders what could have distorted that girl so deeply. Mavis remained silent, her lips sealed, her shoulders trembling as if she were enduring some unseen torment. Observing this, Dumbledore became increasingly convinced that his suspicions were indeed accurate. Undoubtedly, the hatred lurking within Mirabelle's being and its origins were significant. "Please, do return," Mavis implored. "There is nothing to convey. Did I ruin it?" Dumbledore felt a flicker of impatience rising within him as he sought the words to continue the conversation. "Why not wait until after tea to discuss this?" "Sir, there is nothing to say." Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, chastising himself for his own thoughtlessness. Clearly, his intervention had been rather hasty. His uncharacteristic rush had led him to misjudge Mavis's composure. Perhaps there was a stubbornness at play, rendering any persuasion futile. It was evident that it would be best to cease the conversation here. "I apologize for the intrusion, madam." Dumbledore departed the room, leaving his tea unfinished. Mavis's tea was indeed delightful. Perhaps next time he should bring Honeymade. In any case, the remaining time had become excessive. At one point or another, Dumbledore wished to extract some semblance of memory, yet it proved to be anything but simple. With everything concluded, he pondered, what exactly did Edith do? Hermione spoke with disdain. Having witnessed Malfoy in the library, muttering to himself, seemingly quite affected. It was not uncommon to see Malfoy disheartened or subdued by Mirabelle on several occasions. But never had he appeared so profoundly despondent. His despair was such that it seemed to fundamentally disrupt Hermione and Harry's plans. Was it a good plan, after all? Why did Edith? Edith appeared quite uncomfortable, and Harry asserted vehemently, "I believe Edith should be concerned." Malfoy's plans had never been sound. Hence he must surely be harboring ill intentions this time as well. Harry's assertion was tinged with bias, yet it was undeniably tragic. Malfoy, perhaps in the depths of despair after all his schemes had failed, lamented, "Oh, Potter, you will forever know what it is to endure everything." He could not comprehend the pain experienced, wishing to see Dumbledore dead. "What? You wish to kill Dumbledore?" "Indeed, it is imperative." But now, a traitor had appeared. Edith had never aligned herself with Malfoy from the very beginning. However, it was futile to attempt to explain anything to a desperate, dazed Malfoy. He raged like a madman, trying to seize his wand, but alas, it had already been taken from him by Edith. He then attempted to throw a punch, but Harry's spell struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Did you hear that, Hermione? I was right. But wait a moment. Did Malfoy also do something to Katie?" Hermione interjected, shifting her gaze from Harry. Malfoy, having resigned himself to his fate, began to spout nonsensical accusations. He claimed to have cast the Cruciatus curse on Rosmerta to compel her to hand over the cursed necklace. He even alleged that he had Rosmerta brew poison mead. How did he communicate? Hermione pondered. All means of communication into the school are monitored. How could he have reached out to the outside world? In response to Hermione's inquiry, Malfoy scoffed derisively. "Humph, how do you think I got those methods, you filthy mudblood? A coin with a spell, one to command at will. It's just like the way you thought to communicate in Dumbledore's army." Hermione appeared deeply wounded, as though she had never fathomed that her ideas could be twisted for such malevolent purposes, while Malfoy laughed mockingly. "Look, mudblood, Hogwarts has nothing that Filch couldn't find, including poison. You should see how clever the idea was. It almost killed Katie Bell, those two damned idiots." "Oh, are you crying?" "You should be crying for being a mudblood." Malfoy's tirade came to an abrupt halt as Hermione's heart was pierced by his filthy insults, and Harry had reached his breaking point. Clenching his fists, Harry delivered a powerful blow to Malfoy's face, sending him crashing to the ground, breaking his nose and two front teeth. "Shut your mouth, Malfoy." Harry mounted Malfoy, striking him relentlessly. Malfoy attempted to fight back, but Harry did not relent. The two were indeed mismatched in combat. Harry had faced life-threatening dangers since his first year, even having endured the Cruciatus curse. while Malfoy had been coddled and protected by his minions throughout his life. Even if their physiques were comparable, their thresholds for pain were entirely different. Moreover, Harry and Hermione shared an extraordinarily close bond, one that could even be described as affectionate. Fueled by the anger of being insulted, Harry had transformed into a truly furious beast. Do you understand? Because we nearly died. Katie Bell was fortunate, and yet you laugh like a fool, completely unrepentant. Does life mean so little to you? Strike, strike, strike. With a tooth knocked out and blood gushing from his nose, even after Malfoy's resistance ceased, Harry did not relent. His face was smeared with blood, and the arm he had struck felt even more painful. Regardless, once he reached Pomfrey, the wound would heal completely, as if nothing had transpired. However, once life is lost, it cannot be reclaimed. The lost home can never be retrieved. Malfoy aimed to inflict upon Katie's family, the Weasleys, the anguish of losing a home. Forgiveness. Surely forgiveness. Surely they will evade justice. Engaging in vile deeds under the guise of Hermione's intentions for her friends. The worthy shall forever remain in sorrow. Today, I shall shatter that malevolent heart. Silence, 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 silence. They wish to act this way too. Tears glistening in Malfoy's eyes, he struck Harry's face with his fist. Even if Harry was in the wrong, what could Malfoy do? With his parents held captive, what more could he accomplish? In a frenzy of frustration, he struck Harry repeatedly, and the more he hit, the more Harry retaliated. They rolled on the ground, furiously pounding each other. Stop. Stop. Potter, what are you doing? Fighting in the library would be as conspicuous as performing on stage. He heard Professor McGonagall's voice. Yet Harry continued to throw punches. What significance did all this pain hold? The suffering should be etched more deeply within. Compared to the anguish of never seeing home or friends again, a bit of physical pain was akin to a mere mosquito bite. Stop. I command you, Potter. With Professor McGonagall's furious roar, Harry felt the flow of magic. As he stood up from the pain, McGonagall glared at him in anger. He saw a timid Hermione, Edith crouching down, and Malfoy weeping uncontrollably. What on earth has transpired, Potter? Why did you strike Malfoy? Look at him. Not nearly enough, Professor McGonagall. I nearly killed Katie and Ron. What? McGonagall's face turned crimson with anger, yet Harry's uncontainable words startled her. It was as if he had delivered a slap. Malfoy had just confessed to casting the Cruciatus curse on Rosmerta, giving Katie a cursed necklace, and delivering poisoned mead to Professor Slughorn. A grave accusation, Potter. Do you have evidence? Upon hearing the word evidence, Harry immediately recalled Malfoy's earlier words. He seized Malfoy, reaching into his pocket to search. His fingertips brushed against a coin. Harry swiftly retrieved the coin, casting a quick glance before showing it to McGonagall. Examine this coin. It has been enchanted to connect with Rosmerta. And in the room of requirement on the 8th floor, there was also a remnant of the cabinet used to kill Dumbledore. Let us observe as McGonagall, with trembling hands, grasped Harry's coin. After examining it for a moment, she tapped it lightly with the tip of her wand. From the other side of the coin, the voice of Rosmerta could be heard, inquiring, Mr. Malfoy, how may I assist you? McGonagall's expression turned grave as she gazed down at Malfoy. This is absurd, Malfoy. Do you comprehend the implications of employing the Cruciatus curse? Her earlier display of anger had morphed into a more profound rage. In other words, her fury now resembled that of a mother chastising her wayward child. Beneath the surface, there lingered a hint of goodwill. However, the true ire was now evident on McGonagall's countenance. Yet, Malfoy could only respond with pitiful whimpers. Regardless, the curse on Rosmerta must be lifted immediately, and Professor Dumbledore must be informed. Harry, Granger, Edith. To the headmaster's office at once. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office was thick with solemnity. McGonagall, Harry, Hermione, and Edith Malfoy stood before Dumbledore, who leaned on the desk. His expression stern. Tension filled the room, particularly for Malfoy, who appeared pale and on the verge of collapse, as if he were ready to crumble under pressure. The curse on Madame Rosmerta had been lifted, and evidence suggested that Draco Malfoy had indeed employed the Cruciatus curse. It was also confirmed that the cabinet in the room of requirement had been incinerated, just as Harry had reported. Dumbledore listened silently as McGonagall explained in an unusually heavy tone, her face reflecting curiosity, as though some impressions lingered despite the threat to her life. Ah, I see. The one from the 3rd floor that year. Quite clever, indeed. Trying to pair them. Are we, Mr. Malfoy? Investigations are underway. But Potter mentioned it was connected to Borgin and Burkes, Dumbledore noted. Oh, I see. Minerva, it is quite evident. Undoubtedly, it corresponds with Borgin and Burkes. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, as if examining the student's answers. He turned to Harry, who felt both perplexed and irritated. Why was Dumbledore not furious? Instead, he seemed to commend Malfoy. The Vanishing Cabinet had been examined with detection magic, revealing Malfoy's fingerprints. It seemed he had indeed been laboring on the cabinet throughout the year. A splendid scheme. It appeared that the Death Eaters were assisting Malfoy through Borgin and Burks. A clever plan, an exceedingly astute strategy, and how audacious it was under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Dumbledore smiled warmly, praising Malfoy's ingenuity. Yet, one could not help but think that he had underestimated the challenge of repairing the Vanishing Cabinet. In his desperation, he resorted to a reckless and intentional act, sending a cursed necklace that would ultimately end up in the hands of another, or perhaps even poisoning someone with a tankard of mead. Asclepius, it is evident, yet this is a grave matter. A student from Hogwarts is entangled with the Death Eaters and has even nearly taken 2 lives, which is unprecedented. I truly regret this. But I fear there is no alternative but to hand this over to the Ministry of Magic. Draco shuddered at McGonagall's cold pronouncement. To use the killing curse would result in a life sentence in Azkaban. Draco understood one thing, the source of his fear. However, Dumbledore offered solace to McGonagall. Wait, Minerva. The boy has indeed committed a crime, but it is a crime of equal complexity. What do you mean, Albus? In truth, he is implicated in 2 attempted murders. And he is indeed engaged in something. Dumbledore's revelation left the assembly astounded. Their expressions varied, yet all regarded Dumbledore with skepticism, particularly McGonagall, whose voice bore an edge of anger, as if challenging Dumbledore. Then why not intervene? Potter has expressed doubts about Malfoy. Yet, foolishly, he dismissed these concerns. It all stemmed from ignorance and a lack of foresight. But you just stated you were aware. How did you know? Then why do you stand by, witnessing the crime? Oh, Minerva, please quell your fury. Anger is justified, but first, I hope to be heard. Dumbledore found himself flustered by Minerva's outburst, which was quite disconcerting. McGonagall huffed, hands on her hips, prepared to listen. Thank you, Minerva. Now, let us address why we should intervene. There is no definitive answer to the question. Yet we must consider. What do you mean? Acting under Voldemort's orders. So, if the Death Eaters uncover our plans, what do you suppose they would do? At this, McGonagall was taken aback. If one acts under the mysterious command, failure could mean death. In other words, Dumbledore was willing to take risks to protect Malfoy. Handing him over to the Ministry would yield the same dire outcome. Ultimately, the Ministry would fall into Voldemort's hands. If sent to Azkaban, Voldemort would undoubtedly see to Malfoy's demise. Albus, are you suggesting the Ministry will collapse? Indeed, Minerva. It is fortunate that countermeasures have been taken, albeit too late. If we had acted a year earlier, or at least appointed Rufus Scrimgeour as minister a year sooner. Rufus Scrimgeour's capabilities were admirable, unlike Fudge, who turned a blind eye to blatant threats, clinging to a false sense of security. Yet, his tenure was marked by incompetence. We have already reaped the negative legacy of an entire year wasted. Although we could have achieved much, our efforts are inevitably constrained. Fortunately, Dumbledore believes the Ministry's decline is merely a matter of time. Now, Draco, let us discuss our options. There are no options. We must act. Otherwise, the mysterious force would annihilate his family. Malfoy screamed in response to Dumbledore's calm words, a genuine cry of despair. A lamenting boy's wail echoed, as the very essence of his family's existence rested in the hands of another, leaving them no choice but to comply. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore nodded, comprehending the dire predicament. As he had stated, there was no reason to oppose the inevitable. He understood that if Voldemort sensed any suspicion, he would resort to murder. Dumbledore's words silenced Malfoy. Truth be told, the situation had deteriorated to an exceedingly grave extent, prompting Dumbledore to attempt to console Malfoy. In other words, if Malfoy did not act swiftly, it would soon be too late. Regardless, the time had already elapsed. Even if the pretense of the mission had not failed, the use of the Legilimency spell would inevitably expose him. Voldemort was a master of Legilimency. To thwart such an intrusion necessitated extraordinary magical prowess or a formidable strength of soul to prevent anything from invading one's mind. Yet, Malfoy possessed neither. In essence, a single encounter could culminate in the termination of Malfoy's life. Assistance was essential. Anyone could fulfill that command, but to do so would result in death. There was no other option. Draco, come here, he beckoned, offering a sanctuary more perfect than one could imagine. Most importantly, that night, a member of the Order of the Phoenix would be dispatched to conceal his mother. His father was secure in Azkaban, but when the time came, protection would be assured. The plan had failed, necessitating that Malfoy's mother be hidden from discovery. Malfoy now faced but two choices: to seek Dumbledore's aid or to perish. In some sense, this was his best chance. Dumbledore spoke in a grave tone and unfolded the Daily Prophet. The front page announced that Gringotts Bank had been attacked. Eyewitnesses reported that the perpetrator, Mirabelle Beresford, was presumed missing, while the media blamed the goblins, questioning how a girl could attack the bank and escape unscathed. The goblins, in turn, refused to believe such claims. Yet, everyone within the article, including Dumbledore, was aware of the truth. Undoubtedly, Mirabelle had committed the crime. Aside from that girl, who else would undertake such a foolish act? The bank heist seemed to indicate that the Malfoy family's vault had been breached. Their family vault. Indeed, that was correct. This audacious conjecture suggested that the vault concealed something of tremendous significance to Voldemort. Mirabelle must have sensed something and launched an assault on the vault. Furthermore, the subsequent loss of weight would inevitably provoke Voldemort's wrath towards her mother. Malfoy appeared to have lost his voice. Thus, the Malfoy family had repeatedly caused Voldemort significant losses. The first instance was the destruction of Tom Riddle's diary, which had divided Voldemort's soul, amounting to a fracture of his very existence. Lucius Malfoy exploited this diary to undermine the Weasley family, only for it to be destroyed by Harry's companion. The second instance was the Ministry of Magic's failure to secure the prophecy. The prophecy revealed something Voldemort had not foreseen, and he spent a year attempting to seize it. However, Lucius Malfoy failed to reclaim the prophecy orb, resulting in the loss of many Death Eaters. Then came Mirabelle's attack. 2 Horcruxes. 1 prophecy. Voldemort's fury over these losses was palpable. Once again, it was a matter of assistance. The remainder rested upon Draco. Having listened to Dumbledore's words, Malfoy silently nodded, tears streaming down his face. Severus Snape was visibly agitated. Shortly after, Dumbledore informed him that Malfoy's plan had utterly failed. To save Malfoy's life, Dumbledore concealed him in the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Yet his mother remained at Malfoy Manor. Therefore, it fell upon Snape to persuade Narcissa Malfoy, a task that was a reasonable choice. As a double agent among the Death Eaters, he was regarded by Voldemort as an ally. In other words, he was the only member of the Order suspected of approaching Narcissa. Yet in Snape's eyes, it was already too late. Narcissa Malfoy had entrusted him with the weight of her burdens. "Forgive me, my lord," she implored. Her husband's betrayal had shattered her hopes, and the Ministry of Magic had left her utterly despondent. For a moment, she too had betrayed expectations. It was a painful admission of disappointment. "Please, my lord." Voldemort, seething with rage, strode towards Narcissa, who continued to rub her forehead against the floor in apology. His furious tone was so palpable that even the Death Eaters who were uninvolved trembled in fear. It was no wonder. How could one remain calm when Voldemort's 2 Horcruxes were destroyed? How could peace be attained when the vessels of his soul were shattered? Punishment was necessary for the 3. The parents and child, who needed to serve as examples. "Please, I implore you." Silence. Narcissa. The Cruciatus curse pierced through Narcissa, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded. A piercing scream echoed in the air, and Snape instinctively turned his head away. Dumbledore had instructed Snape to save her. But in such a situation, what was Snape to do? Even though Snape suggested it, the enraged Voldemort would listen. However, if Snape made a misstep, his espionage would be exposed, and he would surely face death. He feared mortality, yet he did not wish to perish before accomplishing what remained on his agenda. It can be said that Voldemort was in a rather good mood. 2 separate battles had taken place, one in a graveyard and the other at the Ministry of Magic, with the Death Eaters suffering heavy casualties, losing dozens of their finest pieces. Although they had not yet lost even 10% of their total number, the loss of Bellatrix was a significant blow to Voldemort, who had once paid particular attention to her, imparting the dark arts. They had also ambushed Muggle-born families to undermine the British Ministry of Magic. But some Death Eaters never returned. Some were slain by Aurors, while others fell to the hands of Mirabelle. In any case, this was sufficient to incite the Dark Lord's fury. Naturally, the Death Eaters endeavored to mend their standing in some manner, as they felt the peril of living under the wrath of the Dark Lord. They understood that at any moment, they could be struck down by the killing curse. This is why Axel controlled the Magical Law Enforcement Department, overseeing Pierce Sinkness, and infiltrated the ministry with a significant number of agents. Walden McNeil also successfully introduced a large force, and after Fenrir's demise, he adeptly took over his role, allying with the Werewolf clan. The ranks of dark creatures steadily grew, preparing to overthrow the Ministry of Magic. The Werewolf clan seemed to have its sights set on Mirabelle. despite having recently lost nearly half of their members. Nevertheless, Voldemort's mood did not improve. Rather, it worsened. To contend with Mirabelle's lurking forces, he needed to swiftly acquire the British Ministry of Magic and its influence. However, things did not proceed as smoothly as hoped, leading to considerable frustration. Then came the loss of the Horcrux. The Death Eaters had a premonition. Voldemort's wrath would be unending upon witnessing the blood. He would become food for Nagini. Voldemort's merciless decree sent shivers down Narcissa's spine. Nagini, Voldemort's pet, his only trusted companion, to whom he had entrusted his heart. It is indeed a peculiar matter that Voldemort could open his heart to a serpent while remaining closed off to all others. Thus, it was only natural that the serpent became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the sole companion that could provide him solace. This explains why it was worthy to become one with Voldemort. His concern for the serpent surpassed that for all his Death Eaters. Voldemort believed that the value of a Horcrux outweighed that of his followers. This is why he did not hesitate to punish the Malfoy family for the loss of 2 Horcruxes. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Spare my son. Betraying the Dark Lord's expectations, such treachery warranted punishment. Thereafter, he would let his son face the depths of hell. Voldemort snapped his fingers, summoning Nagini. Under the weight of his gaze, Snape was finally confronted with a pivotal decision. Should he concentrate on his own position, allowing Narcissa to fend for herself? Or should he abandon his espionage efforts to save her? Yet, in retrospect, such concern seemed excessive. For no matter how many times Voldemort called, Nagini did not respond. Nagini? Voldemort pondered, perplexed. He had never witnessed Nagini failing to heed his summons. She should have been nearby. Even while feeding, she would typically respond to his call. Had she wandered too far to hear him? No, she had not. Voldemort had instructed Nagini to keep her distance, particularly since the Horcrux hidden in the bank had recently been destroyed, raising his anxiety for her safety. Had something attacked Nagini? It was also worth noting that Voldemort himself had cast a protective charm on her. Initially, he was unaware that Nagini was a Horcrux. It was possible that she had gleaned information from elsewhere, identifying the location of the Horcrux or discovering its existence. Voldemort had to acknowledge that Hufflepuff's cup had likely been revealed by the house elf, Hagrid, making its discovery quite reasonable. As for the diary, Lucius had proven himself to be foolish. He claimed that none of the Death Eaters were aware of the Horcrux's existence, either through interrogation or information obtained from elsewhere. However, Nagini was different. Only Voldemort knew her true nature. He had not disclosed to anyone that she was a Horcrux. Thus, the question remained, how could Nagini be under threat? A wave of nauseating coldness slithered down Voldemort's spine as a vision of a golden-haired demon flickered in his mind. Unable to maintain his composure, he stormed from the room. Snape, execute the witch. As Voldemort departed, Snape realized this was his prime opportunity. Pointing his wand at Narcissa, he silently cast the stunning spell without a moment's explanation. She collapsed, her wrist slashed, blood splattering the floor, but he swiftly healed her, allowing just enough blood to flow to deceive Voldemort. Snape completed his task with ease, cradling the unconscious Narcissa in his arms before disapparating away. Absurdity enveloped him. Voldemort gazed down at the ground, stunned. His eyes trembled with a sorrow that even the Death Eaters could not comprehend, realizing that he could be discovered. There was no information pointing to him or his Horcrux. Never had she revealed anything to anyone, nor whispered a single word. Thus, there must have been some grave error, regardless of Voldemort's intentions. The landscape of perception will inevitably transform. In her line of sight, she beheld the lifeless form of a serpent. The corpse lay motionless, its eyes wide open in a rigid stare, as if petrified by some enchantment, frozen in place, devoid of any signs of struggle. Its body bore fresh wounds, as if savaged by a colossal fang, the memory of the attack vivid and haunting. Kill them, roared the Dark Lord in fury, veins bulging and throbbing upon his brow. He was aware of Dumbledore and Barinford, yet felt powerless. He knew who was responsible. Dumbledore and Barinford would not allow such a transgression to go unpunished. And he swore that they would pay dearly for this affront. Quickly, stop them. The Hall of Souls has already been breached. What of the dragon? The dragon has been subdued. It is obeying the commands of the enemy. In that moment, chaos reigned within Gringotts Bank. Once deemed the second safest haven in the magical world, it had succumbed to theft on several occasions. The undeniable truth was that a group of criminals had successfully executed a heist, albeit with considerable audacity. Yet, none had ever been foolish enough to attempt an outright assault. Until now. Where are the trolls? They have been eradicated. Eradicated. 38 trolls. A spectacle of unprecedented scale, marred by vile occurrences. Suddenly, a girl named Mirabelle Barenford burst into the bank, kicking aside the goblins that barred her way, vanquishing the trolls, smashing through the obstinate doors, taming the dragon, and forcefully advancing deeper into the vaults. No traps, defenses, or curses seemed to impede her progress. Traversing the cursed path was akin to embracing the curse itself. She shattered protective barriers, endured traps that ignited her with flames, yet remained unfazed. Fortunately, the bank had no means to thwart the onslaught of the undead creatures. Of course, this method was rather unconventional. Utilizing the Imperieuse curse, she commanded the trolls to incite chaos and secure treasures from the bank, reaching her destination without detection. However, Mirabelle possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities, believing that she was more than a match for Gringotts. She moved stealthily, akin to a nimble sprite. Thus, she adopted one of the most audacious strategies in the annals of history, a frontal assault on Gringotts Bank, a brazen provocation. As if to declare, if you can stop me, then do so. Quickly, stop her. The honor and reputation of Gringotts will be reduced to ashes. Under the command of the goblin, dozens of magically animated puppet behemoths surged towards Mirabelle. Yet, her composure remained unshaken, with a devilish smile gracing her lips. She crushed and severed the encroaching titans, obliterating them in the blink of an eye. As her final punch struck the ground, a cataclysmic explosion engulfed the remaining puppet behemoths, scattering them into fragments. The bank ignited, debris scattered amidst the chaos. The fairies, stunned by such a vivid spectacle, beheld the demon emerging from the flames as if nothing had transpired. The demon's beauty remained unscathed by the fire, yet twisted by the ecstasy of her own power. She sneered disdainfully at the unfolding scene. Choices, she mused, to perish or to yield. Mirabelle presented two choices, and the fairy surrendered without hesitation. Instinct whispered to the fairy of an insurmountable beast, a creature that could never be vanquished through one's own efforts. Grasping the fairy by the neck, Mirabelle continued onward. Upon finally reaching her destination, the Malfoy family's vault, she unleashed powerful magic, shattering the door protected by arcane enchantments into oblivion. Stepping over the remnants of the door, now reduced to mere scrap, the demon finally breached the vault. What a troublesome affair. Mirabelle hesitantly lifted a cup from the vault, a cup belonging to Helga Hufflepuff, a Horcrux of Lord Voldemort, entrusted to him by his own hand. Originally, it was meant to reside within the treasury of the Lestrange family. But after Mirabelle's swift act of slaying the Lestranges, it was hastily transferred to the Malfoy estate. Ironically, this action piqued Mirabelle's curiosity, as it involved the movement of treasures between the top Death Eaters, from the Lestranges to the Malfoys. Mirabelle, aware of the situation, apprehended several Death Eaters, subjecting them to torment and execution in a quest to uncover the secrets concealed by Voldemort. The vault held an abundance of treasures, a truly warm sanctuary. The goblet had been enchanted. A mere touch would unleash countless instances of the infinite replication spell. However, to Mirabelle, it seemed rather trivial. Fiendfire. Mirabelle extinguished the cup in her hand with the flames of the demon, lifting her gaze as if utterly indifferent to the treasures of Gringotts. She then unleashed her magic to shatter the wooden boards, summoning a dragon to approach. A sorrowful dragon, bound for many years by the constraints of the family bank. Mirabelle, despite being a higher species, found it challenging to grant freedom to the pitiful dragon. She tended to its wounds, and the dragon, feeling her gentle touch, willingly accepted its fate as her steed. Mirabelle still clutched the fairy, signaling from the head of the dragon. She then soared into the sky, not glancing back at the bank that lay in ruins. After safeguarding Malfoy and his mother, Harry ultimately succeeded in obtaining Slughorn's memory. By utilizing the pensieve, he beheld the remorseful recollection that revealed to Tom Riddle the knowledge of Horcruxes. However, Slughorn himself was not held accountable. At that time, Tom Riddle was merely an exemplary student, seemingly not abusing magic. Slughorn had been deceived. This particular memory led Dumbledore to guide Harry towards the secrets of Voldemort's decay. The essence of that decay remained the Horcruxes. By destroying the Horcruxes, Voldemort could be vanquished. Furthermore, the memory disclosed the number of Horcruxes. The young Tom Riddle once stated that 7 is the most potent number in magic. Thus, the total count of Horcruxes would be 6, while the primary soul would be 7. To date, 3 Horcruxes are known to have been destroyed. Firstly, the diary was destroyed in the second year. The ring of the Gaunt family was also obliterated by Dumbledore. Additionally, Mirabelle, seemingly, destroyed the Horcrux within the Gringotts vault. However, aside from the ring that Dumbledore had destroyed, Several questions remain unanswered. Regarding the diary, Harry indeed severed Tom Riddle's illusion with the sword. Nevertheless, the essence of the diary as a Horcrux, having not been damaged, cannot be deemed destroyed. In other words, the diary escaped Harry's grasp while still intact. Yet, if it was secure, why did it release Ginny Weasley's soul? Is it plausible that Mirabelle destroyed Tom Riddle's diary? One more matter, the Malfoy family vault was indeed attacked, yet the existence of a Horcrux there is merely conjecture, as it has never been truly witnessed. It may not even contain a Horcrux, or perhaps Mirabelle knew how to obliterate it. Moreover, Mirabelle's intent regarding the Horcruxes remains uncertain. Considering this, assuming it has been destroyed might be overly optimistic. Regardless, Harry and Dumbledore had resolved what needed to be done to conquer Voldemort. They must locate and destroy the Horcruxes. As for the decaying monster, Mirabelle shares a similar fate, but may possess more Horcruxes like Voldemort. The primary objective is to obliterate Voldemort's Horcruxes. Fortunately, Dumbledore seems to have identified the location of the Horcruxes. Harry and Dumbledore promptly set off towards the cave where they believed the Horcrux was hidden. However, it turned out to be a futile journey. Upon their arrival, they discovered the place had been devastated, yielding nothing but a heap of corpses. Headmaster, what on earth? Mirabelle contemplated, lost in thought. Dumbledore murmured in response to Harry's trembling voice. Voldemort, ensconced within the cave of his protective Horcrux, would undoubtedly employ every conceivable means to set traps. Only a select few could penetrate such defenses and so ruthlessly dismantle them. Without a doubt, it was the work of Mirabelle. That fearful girl had contemplated ways to vanquish Voldemort and obliterate the Horcruxes. Mirabelle is endeavoring to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. While it may seem daunting, there is nothing more exhilarating than the clashes between formidable adversaries. However, both Mirabelle and Voldemort himself are acutely aware of the significance of the 7 Horcruxes, a number steeped in magical potency. It is widely believed that Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes, a notion he himself subscribes to. Yet, when the ignorant Dark Lord attempted to take the life of the infant Harry, he was thwarted by Lily Potter, who wielded an ancient spell of love. In that fateful moment, Voldemort inadvertently split his own soul and transferred a fragment to Harry, rendering Harry the final Horcrux of Voldemort's own making. This explains Harry's ability to communicate with snakes and his psychic connection with Voldemort. Had Mirabelle realized this truth, she would have undoubtedly eliminated Harry without a trace of remorse. Voldemort would have discovered this eventually, perhaps due to the ancient protective spell surrounding Harry, or perhaps because the bond between them had become commonplace, going unnoticed. Yet, there may come a moment when Mirabelle becomes cognizant of this fact, believing she has eradicated all the Horcruxes in her quest to vanquish Voldemort, only to realize the existence of the final one. Should such a scenario unfold, the Dark Lord would undoubtedly trace it back to Harry. With a melancholic sigh, Dumbledore stroked his long beard. The end of the year had once again arrived. The year-end ceremony was held as usual, and Dumbledore delivered his third warning, the first having occurred in the inaugural year, and the second in the subsequent year. The fragile peace of the magical world had been increasingly disrupted by the Death Eaters, who were now resuming their nefarious activities. Numerous victims had already fallen, including the families of students who had met with tragedy. At present, Scrimgeour of the Ministry of Magic is valiantly striving to combat this menace, yet the outlook remains grim. At this rate, the collapse of the Ministry is merely a matter of time. Dumbledore believes the magical world is at a pivotal juncture. Grindelwald, Voldemort, and Mirabelle each is a formidable dark force, capable of shaking the foundations of the magical realm single-handedly. For reasons unknown, they all seem to be converging at this critical moment. Conversely, the forces of justice opposing the darkness have grown increasingly feeble. This year has been remarkably subdued, yet all are aware of the calm before the storm. Perhaps next year will herald a tempest that engulfs the entire magical world. Fortunately, they all stand a chance of surviving the impending storm. However, such a tempest would undoubtedly bring about a multitude of deaths and countless tragedies. Despite this, Dumbledore remains hopeful, wishing to witness unity among families in the coming year. Grindelwald, indeed, conjures some rather intriguing thoughts. Mirabelle walked through the halls of Durmstrang with a sense of delight. Beside her was Grindelwald, the wizard who had once instilled fear in the magical realm. Many students at Durmstrang had relatives who fell victim to his wrath. For instance, Victor Krum had lost his grandfather due to Grindelwald's actions. Nevertheless, no one in the school harbored any resentment. Not even a fleeting thought crossed their minds about transforming the castle of Durmstrang into a mobile fortress. What had Grindelwald accomplished? A significant renovation of the very castle itself. What sort of mindset could provoke such an endeavor? Grindelwald had turned the fortress into a floating, moving stronghold. Beauxbatons Academy had previously arrived at Hogwarts in luxurious carriages for the Triwizard Tournament, and now Durmstrang had replicated that grandeur on an even larger scale. Of course, no matter how wondrous the creatures, they could not possibly pull an enormous castle. Thus, the castle itself was transformed into a magnificent magical object, achieving the same effect as a levitation charm. This was a daunting task, yet not impossible. For instance, the Weasley twins had created hats with effects akin to the ironclad charm, the only difference being the scale. If one desired a mobile base, a ghost ship would suffice, similar to a flying base the size of Beauxbatons. Yet, the choice of a castle seemed deliberate, as if Grindelwald wished to position himself on par with Dumbledore. Just as one might choose a school. As Mirabelle noted, renovating the castle was a waste of time. Especially when preparing as many mobile bases as possible would be more prudent than creating a slowly flying castle. Nonetheless, the insistence on transforming the castle seemed to reflect a desire to stand equal to Dumbledore. Like Dumbledore, he occupied the role of headmaster, and similarly, he commanded a castle that was called a school. Grindelwald appeared eager to compare himself to Dumbledore on the same footing, outside the realm of combat. But had he not already accomplished half of this? He had deliberately expelled all students and teachers, filling the void with brainwashed aura zombies. Even the children who had not completed their studies were rendered useless in battle. It seemed rather foolish. Mirabelle scoffed derisively, yet Grindelwald merely chuckled. How progressed are the preparations? According to estimates, Voldemort would soon seize control of the Ministry of Magic. No issue. The war could commence at any moment. The total number of Aurors from France, Germany, and Ireland amounts to 500, accompanied by 600 vampires and approximately 1,000 zombies raised from graves. Additionally, there are hundreds of puppets crafted from the power of magical stones, as well as around 1,000 borrowed Muggle soldiers. Furthermore, there are 60 dragons, 10 mass-produced basilisks, and 300 trolls that Chilo fellow procured from some unknown place. An abundance of magical creatures, an overwhelming array of various entities, far too many to count. A formidable force that is indeed staggering. The scale of the magical world is considerable. However, in comparison to the conflicts against Muggles, tens of thousands are merely the norm. And the scale of inter-country conflicts is limited to mere points. Naturally, the population of wizards is vastly inferior to that of Muggles. While the total is known, even if all the wizards in the world were to be counted, they would barely reach 100 million, perhaps at most 10 million. Considering the total population of the Earth, the ratio stands at approximately 1 in 1,000. The nation also possesses several hundred Dementors. Are they employing any Dementors? Eliminate them all. I wish for those wretched beings to remain in the nations they are currently constructing. In terms of combat capability, I believe those wretches hold some utility. Let me reiterate, they are utterly useless. Grindelwald silently twisted his lips. Clearly, Mirabelle harbored a deep disdain for Dementors, seemingly loathing their very existence and questioning their role as a combat force. If this were the case, further probing would only provoke her ire. Suddenly, a vampire from Mirabelle's side rushed in, appearing quite flustered. Mirabelle, what is the commotion? It's noisy. At 2 a.m. today, Voldemort attacked the Beersford Manor in England. The manor has been destroyed. Fortunately, Mavis was under Dumbledore's protection and seems to be unharmed. Upon hearing the report, Grindelwald's expression darkened considerably. This was an event that could have been anticipated. After such a spectacular act of destruction involving the Horcruxes, Voldemort would inevitably seek retaliation. Moreover, it was predictable that the family would be chosen as a target for revenge. However, Mirabelle had allowed her loyal Holger Sidney to depart England, leaving her mother Mavis behind at home. Mirabelle's mother remained at the estate, so that Dumbledore could maintain his focus on the decoy. Regardless of how long the decoy stayed in England, if her parents were present, it would appear entirely natural yet strikingly out of place. However, the decoy was no longer an option, exposing their vulnerability, and they should have evacuated their home immediately. Accepting Grindelwald's reproachful gaze, Mirabelle did not alter her expression. She merely murmured, "Understood." Was that all? Just what was asked. As if genuinely intrigued, Mirabelle listened with an air of profound indifference, as if she were hearing gossip about a stranger's murder. It seemed a deliberate facade of aloofness. Deep within, she believed her true home was under siege. And that was all. Regarding the destruction of the house where she grew up, there was no love, no anger, nor lamentation. Only a brutal coldness. Is that all of it? Very well, then. Continue to focus on gathering information. As the messenger withdrew, Mirabelle turned her gaze to Grindelwald, noticing a complex expression on his face, seemingly in good spirits. What is it? You appear quite cheerful. Not at all. She believed in a home she had never seen, but was there a problem? This caused Mirabelle concern regarding Grindelwald's plans. If Mavis Beresford Demstrong, the headmistress, intended to exploit this, it would be a considerable misstep. If Grindelwald were to utilize it for any purpose, it would indeed pose a significant issue. Facing such a dangerously misguided girl, Grindelwald shook his head. Nothing, Beresford. Is that so? Well, since you say so, I shall not probe further. Grindelwald watched the girl walk away, horrified by her relentless detachment. The girl felt no affection. Even Voldemort harbored love for his mother, yet Mirabelle exhibited not a trace of such sentiment. She loved nothing and felt nothing. Could one truly create an ideal magical realm in such a manner? Grindelwald dismissed the notion with a shake of his head. In the chair of the headmistress's office, Mavis looked utterly exhausted. It was no wonder, having recently been attacked by Death Eaters and losing her home. Even more shocking was the fact that her beloved daughter had become the target, and yet the daughter was left to fend for herself. In other words, she was abandoned in the eyes of her daughter. Drink this. It will warm you, a gentle voice said, as a mug of butterbeer was placed before her. If Dumbledore were to visit, Mavis might still find solace. When she thought for a moment, Dumbledore had saved her life, but her daughter's adversary remained. As for their home, it was unprepared. It would become the guardian of secrets, protected by magic. Mavis found herself unable to respond to Dumbledore's words. She knew she must say something, yet she did not even know what to utter. Dumbledore spoke, seemingly attempting to evoke tranquility. Well, Beresford has now entrusted the memories to the candidate, suffering. Wishing to share the pain, Mavis's memories tormented him. Dumbledore was aware of the nature of those memories, yet through numerous encounters, he could fathom the depths of such anguish. The torment, a burden shackled by sin, weighed heavily upon her, a denial of calculated schemes. On the other hand, Dumbledore genuinely desired to save her. He wished only to accomplish one thing, a touch that love could not reach. Dumbledore, please look, he implored. I shall certainly respect your wishes. Should I be permitted to view those memories, it would be an act of profound courage. Dumbledore spoke with warmth and persuasiveness, offering the utmost comfort to Mavis's fragile spirit. Placing his wand upon his forehead, he conjured a haze with trembling hands. He took it and cast it into the pensieve. At last, Dumbledore comprehended the origins of Mirabelle. He restrained his distraction and took a deep breath. Even though he could not predict future circumstances, he now understood. The girl was ensnared by malevolence. He hoped to find even the faintest glimmer of light. With these thoughts, Dumbledore delved into Mavis's memories. He descended upon a stately manor. It was grand, yet not as magnificent as Beresford Manor. Nevertheless, it was a fine residence, a life visibly superior to that of an ordinary existence. A girl dashed down the corridor. At first, Dumbledore believed her to be Mirabelle. However, she was not Mirabelle. Upon closer inspection, while the details were similar, this girl's countenance radiated happiness. A smile adorned her face, and her life appeared devoid of hardship, suffused with the love of her parents. Hey, Mom, did you receive the letter from Hogwarts? Exclaimed Mavis. The girl, Mavis, joyously accepted the letter, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Externally reminiscent of Mirabelle, her facial expressions, however, evoked no such associations. Cautiously holding the letter, she jubilantly declared, Mom, I got into Ravenclaw. That splendid academy for exceptionally intelligent children? Indeed, her mother replied. I believe you will excel. Thus, she envisioned a beautiful life, akin to a storybook, filled with love, eventually becoming a mother as wonderful as her own. It will be a family brimming with love and happiness. Oh, how swiftly time passed. In the blink of an eye, Mavis had transformed into an elder. The floor vanished, and the surroundings of Dumbledore transformed. He now stood in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, where numerous students had gathered to witness the sorting of the first-year students. Mavis's heart raced in anticipation as she awaited her turn. Dumbledore called out the names of graduates, each one taking their place at the respective house tables. Among them, Mavis spotted a boy making his way to Slytherin. He was a striking lad with silvery hair and keen eyes. For reasons unknown, Mavis found herself captivated by his confident demeanor. Mackenzie Mavis. When her name was announced, Mavis approached the stool and donned the sorting hat. After a few moments of contemplation, the hat roared to life, seemingly deliberating her fate. At last, it reached a conclusion and declared, Ravenclaw. Mavis dashed toward the Ravenclaw table, greeted by the enthusiastic applause and cheers of the upperclassmen. Her face radiated with the promise of an exciting school life ahead. Dumbledore then found himself in a more pristine version of the Beresford family's living room. He stood and surveyed the scene, spotting a younger Mavis Beresford seated at the table with another girl on the opposite side. The girl was slender, adorned in a dazzling outfit embellished with sequins. Her wrists and fingers adorned with bracelets and rings that made her resemble a magnificent, shimmering dragonfly. This was Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor at Hogwarts, often regarded as the harbinger of all things disastrous. The entire saga between Harry and Voldemort began with a prophecy, which ultimately led to the tragic fates of James and Lily. Dumbledore knew, as anticipated, had it resurfaced, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. If he returned to his memories, he might find answers hidden therein. It was no exaggeration to suggest that the prophetic girl had a connection with Mirabel, a figure who would profoundly impact the wizarding world. Perhaps, unbeknownst to her, she was guided by fate, and in the very place where the prophecy was uttered, the true prophecy was unleashed. Well, that determined a position at Hogwarts for him. Did he hear the voices from Durmstrang? Their conversation was akin to that of relatives, speaking as friends. United by their shared experiences as Hogwarts classmates, they harbored the same professional aspirations to become educators. Consequently, both secured teaching positions and celebrated their informal career opportunities in a joyous manner. Additionally, they spoke of an impending child, evoking feelings of envy at such happiness. Trelawney often spoke in a mysterious tone, reminiscent of whispers carried through the fog, yet it now sounded quite natural. It seemed unnecessary for an old friend who knew her true identity to maintain such an image. Dumbledore believed that if she continued in this manner, she would be more popular among the students, creating an aura of mystique around her. However, at that tranquil moment, something unusual transpired. Trelawney suddenly spread her arms, rose to her feet, her eyes turning a ghostly white. Trelawney? A demon born under the balance of the moon, guarded by Venus. The demon wields the power to tilt towards either redemption or destruction. Her voice, thick and resonant, exuded a masculine quality. Not again, Dumbledore thought, his nerves taut. From this moment forth, not a single word could be overlooked. Perhaps, an exchange of words that could alter the course of the magical world was underway. Fortunately, only Mavis heard the words spoken. Hence, nothing was preserved within the Department of Mysteries. The demon would acquire the half that it sought, and balance would be restored. To deprive the demon of its purpose would result in an inclination towards destruction, and the fixed future would be upended. Even if the clock's hands were turned back, once the balance tipped, it would never return to its original state. The notion of half made Dumbledore's mind drift to Edith, a student who had always been alongside Mirabel. Yet, the prophecy had not mentioned her. Edith had never left Mirabel, while Mirabel had chosen the path of destruction. So who could it be? Who could prevent Mirabel? If so, who could redirect her talents towards redemption? The scene shifted once more, now entering the study of Heathscott. There, Mavis faced her husband, Heathscott. Mavis sat in a chair, seemingly lost in thought, while Heathscott wore a bewildered expression. They were presently discussing their beloved daughter. Has Mirabel been laughing a lot lately? He inquired. Yes, she seems quite happy, Mavis replied. The child laughs with such joy. Typically, that is a good sign, a normal family. Yet, Beresford, a cursed lineage, sought power above all else. Common sense did not apply. She has been ensnared by a muggle girl. A true nuisance, he continued. Yet it is the duty of parents to rectify their daughters' mistakes. The obstacles must be removed swiftly. After uttering these words, Heathscott took a drink. However, Mavis appeared less than enthusiastic about this. Are you certain that is the course of action? She pressed. Have you already informed Umbridge and Fudge? Do you think they would be saddened by this? Mavis, while waiting for her daughter, had dreamed of a future. She envisioned a future where she would love and nurture her child just as her mother had done, aspiring for a happy family. Yet now, dreams have become a distant vision. Perhaps the moment I chose to love a man named Heathcott, I lost my sanity. Having become a parent, I failed to bring joy to my child, instead becoming a figure that deprives smiles. Mavis grapples with her own vulnerabilities, unable to convey her strong opinions to her husband. Such matters weigh heavily. The primary task at hand is to eliminate those pests trailing behind Mirabel. The talents of a child king, a ruler for a lifetime. Even surpassing Dumbledore, demand the power to govern, coupled with parental favoritism. But does one not sense the decay enveloping everything? Ah, Letus Valentine. Indeed, a bloody wretch, deceiving Mirabel. She is on the verge of destroying a masterpiece, a true work of art. Heathcott, without hesitation, refers to the child as the highest form of praise. An expression of love often misunderstood. Yet, such love has never brought happiness to the child. A family steeped in madness, resembling the patriarchs of generations past, has, to some extent, succumbed to insanity. This case shall be treated as an unauthorized act of the Dementor. Regardless, Dementors are loathsome creatures. Should a Muggle be extinguished now, suspicion would arise. At such times, the creature would prove useful. Letus Valentine, a childhood companion, requires that entity. Even as a ghost, it is permitted to reveal itself to Mirabel, a soul buried deep. Dumbledore, having completed his journey through memory, gazes quietly at Mavis. Mavis is terrified by his gaze. Her beauty contorted. The prophecy has been accepted. Had her husband been able to intervene, perhaps Mirabel's fate would have been altered. She feels remorse for this, her face twitching in fear, as if condemned for an unforgivable crime. Yet Dumbledore gently reassures her, commending her for expressing her feelings. Dumbledore, the wise mentor, is taken aback. Everything has become twisted. Everything has become distorted. One wonders why that child attempted to bring about death as if it were a familiar act. Enough is enough. They have endured sufficient suffering. To love, in its essence, signifies an eternal bond. If such love becomes distorted, it becomes even more poignant. Dumbledore, a true lover of love, has been deeply wounded by the misunderstandings between parents and children. Is Heathcott truly foolish? What is the source of that distortion? Letus, the childhood companion. Clearly, a name holds significant importance. Thus, it seems imperative to understand the circumstances surrounding it. After making a resolute decision, Dumbledore quietly departed from the room. Number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursley residence, is a place that evokes fond memories for Harry. Yet, it remains Harry's home, a sanctuary for him, regardless of his feelings towards it. The protective enchantments left by Dumbledore safeguard Harry from the Death Eaters. However, this protection will cease upon Harry's 17th birthday. Such safeguards endure until adulthood, allowing Harry to return annually to what he considers home, a place imbued with protective power. Yet, once he turns 17, this protection will dissipate, leaving him vulnerable to the assaults of Voldemort and his followers. Harry must depart before such events unfold. Are you ready, Harry? The Dursleys had long since vacated the premises. In light of Voldemort's impending attack, they had been relocated to a secure location by wizards. In their stead stood a coalition of trusted friends, unified in their commitment to protect Harry. Ron, robust and sturdy, stood by. Hermione had gathered her thick hair into a braid, and the Weasley twins, Fred and George, along with Bill Weasley, retained their usual handsomeness. Uncle Percy sported a gleaming bald head, while Fleur remained closely beside Bill. Tonks, an experienced Auror, stood next to Mad-Eye Moody. Harry's godfather, Sirius Black, shared a confident smile with Remus Lupin, while Hagrid's massive head loomed above the others, displaying his usual restlessness. Kingsley, a dark-skinned wizard, and Snape, the irritable bat-like wizard, were also present. Dumbledore, a formidable sorcerer, was the first to inquire if Harry was prepared. Harry felt a swell of happiness at the sight of his friends, who had gathered even at the risk of their lives. Plans were about to change. Dumbledore spoke, his ancient blue eyes shimmering with light. Pius Thickness had aligned himself with Voldemort. Thickness had imposed restrictions on the house, preventing connections to the Floo network, forbidding the placement of portkeys within, and even obstructing apparition into the house. The authority wielded by Pius Thickness, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was truly menacing. Should any of these agreements be violated, individuals would bear the mark of a criminal and be incarcerated. Officially, these measures were claimed to be for Harry's protection, forbidding the Death Eaters from directly entering his home. However, the true intent was to hinder Harry's safe departure. Additionally, there were traces of a tracking spell. Tracking spell? There are no traces, Harry remarked. The Ministry employed this spell to monitor underage magical activities. Dumbledore responded to Harry's inquiry with a cheerful laugh. One of the most vexing aspects of the tracking spell was its very existence. If Harry were to be taken from the house, for instance, the Death Eaters would be alerted to his whereabouts through Thickness. Thus, they needed to leave the house in a manner that could not be traced. The broomstick and Nightshade's motorcycle, after all, require the application of magic. In comparison to the instantaneous travel akin to apparition, these methods pose a heightened risk of being attacked. This elucidates the multitude of reasons for the protection surrounding Harry. Once more, Harry is reminded of the gravity of the situation and the significance of their whereabouts. It is said that Voldemort is aware of his departure tonight. Rumors from Voldemort's side suggest that he intends to leave on the 30th. If Snape continues to act as a spy, he was meant to provide the correct information to gain Voldemort's trust, but everything crumbled the moment Narcissa was taken away. although some efforts were made on Snape's part. The identity of the spy has regrettably been exposed. Once they depart, Harry will head to the Tonks residence, where protective enchantments will be discovered. However, if they are all at the Tonks house, wouldn't that be quite conspicuous? Oh, fret not, for all 16 will be at the Tonks abode. The illustrious Harry Potter will fly to the same location tonight. With that, Dumbledore retrieved a bottle filled with a muddy substance from his pocket. Harry recognized the potion. The Polyjuice Potion, a concoction that allows one to assume the appearance of another. Utterly useless. In an instant, Harry comprehended the entire scheme. Regardless, the plan was exceedingly perilous, involving 7 decoys to extricate Harry from danger. He feared for his own safety, but more so for the safety of others. Yet Dumbledore resolutely shook his head, dismissing Harry's concerns. Harry, it is imperative. Voldemort cannot be kept waiting, and half of the Ministry of Magic is already opposed. The location of the house has been compromised, and will soon lose its protective enchantments. Worst of all, it is not just Voldemort, but also Bellatrix. But you must understand. Harry, gazing into Dumbledore's clear blue eyes, Harry found himself at a loss for words. He considered that he would rather sacrifice himself than allow harm to befall others. Yet, in doing so, he remained oblivious to the gravity of his own existence. With a pained expression, Harry pulled a few strands of hair and cast them into the muddy liquid. The Polyjuice Potion then transformed into a transparent golden liquid. It was golden yet possessed the self-assured, fierce quality reminiscent of Bellatrix. It was a transparent gold, imbued with a hint of warmth. Wow, Harry. It looks far more appealing than that of Beresford's. Upon hearing Hermione's praise, Harry felt a blush creep onto his face, embarrassed yet flattered. Fred and George began to whistle, teasing him. Now, those who could transform into Harry lined up. Dumbledore remarked that 7 members had departed, and the bottles were lined up neatly. Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, Fleur, Tonks, and Sirius had all consumed the Polyjuice Potion, transforming into Harry. They then donned clothing and glasses, forming a line, a total of 8 Harrys. It was exceedingly difficult to discern the true Harry amongst them. A decision was made regarding their formation. George Weasley would accompany them. Dumbledore's words startled Harry. He had assumed Dumbledore would remain by his side. The headmaster, he thought, would surely accompany him. Indeed, Voldemort would likely think the same. But why then? The decision to part ways? Dumbledore's presence represented the safest haven in the world, thus leaving no place to conceal the genuine Harry. Everyone believed this. Hence, Dumbledore had the audacity to confront Voldemort with what everyone deemed to be a foregone conclusion. The belief that the genuine Harry was undoubtedly beside Dumbledore kept Voldemort at bay from the real Harry. Kingsley, Hermione Granger, Moody, Sirius, Arthur, and Fred followed closely behind Ron Weasley. The pairing arrangements were announced, and everyone moved to their respective companions. Fleur was with Bill Weasley. Tonks would likely prefer to be with Remus. As the pairing list was revealed one by one, and each individual found their partner, Harry thought to himself, "This must be a jest. How could it be anything but disheartening?" He had hoped Dumbledore would remain by his side. If only he could have Sirius or Lupin with him. But if he dared to hope, he could not. Yet, Snape had been entrusted with Harry. If the headmaster had not spoken, the most crucial was Snape. The worst of it was, Harry could still articulate. The partner chosen, in other words, was to share a fate. They were individuals he trusted, to whom he would entrust his back. However, to be candid, Harry felt that Snape was not someone he could trust with his back. Certainly, he harbored feelings of dislike, but not entirely. A Death Eater's history weighed heavily. He had relayed the prophecy of Sybil Trelawney to Voldemort. Because of his disclosure regarding the prophecy, Voldemort had taken action, leading to the deaths of those who had sought to eliminate him, resulting in the demise of Harry's parents. They had indirectly fallen victim to the hatred he bore. The thought of entrusting his back to him was simply unfathomable. The headmaster, Harry believed that Severus concealed the most effective means of hiding the truth. He trusted that an enemy would assume that, even as a spy, he would deliver the authentic Harry to Voldemort. The decision was undoubtedly sound. At least it posed significantly less inherent danger compared to allowing Dumbledore and Sirius to accompany him. Yet, despite understanding this to some degree, Harry felt an overwhelming reluctance. He could not bear to be apart from them, regardless of the logic. Well then, Harry, would you prefer to borrow the firebolt? Such an act would render the situation more genuine. The Death Eaters were acutely aware of Harry's exceptional talent for riding brooms, particularly his fondness for the firebolt. Severus Snape, who was covertly monitoring the situation to gain Voldemort's trust, had naturally acquired this information. Harry glared at Snape with accusation, Yet Snape merely turned away, seemingly indifferent. "Ride the Thestral, Headmaster," Harry asserted, expressing his desire to ride the broom. Dumbledore encouraged Harry to mount the Thestral, but Harry declined. He struggled to trust Snape, questioning whether riding the broom would be advantageous to his plans. Snape was known to be a foe, the very enemy whose actions had led to the demise of Harry's parents. Now, this enemy had assumed the role of protector, leaving Harry to rely solely on his own abilities in times of peril. Even without the firebolt, he still possessed the Nimbus 2000. "I wish to defend myself with my own strength," he declared, essentially proclaiming his utter disbelief in Snape's capacity to safeguard him. In truth, Harry sought to conceal his thoughts, driven by an overwhelming rage and hatred towards his adversary. "Very well, Harry, you may leave on your broom," Dumbledore acquiesced, but added, "Please understand that Severus is also here to protect you." Harry remained silent, respecting Dumbledore's wisdom, yet aware that even the wisest could err. Trusting Snape was perhaps Dumbledore's singular misjudgment. With only 3 minutes remaining before departure, Harry recognized that locking the door would be futile. He gathered his belongings and stepped through the door, his backpack containing precious items such as the mirror gifted by Sirius and the Half-Blood Prince's textbook. This particular textbook had been invaluable to Harry throughout the year. Although he harbored no knowledge of the Half-Blood Prince's identity, he contemplated discarding the book. He also carried Hedwig's cage, a heavy reminder of his cherished friend, knowing he could not abandon it. "Are we ready, everyone? Let us meet again safely." Dumbledore signaled for departure. At that moment, all took to the sky, dispersing into the air. Harry ascended, soaring aloft without casting a glance at Snape. It had been years since he had ridden the Nimbus 2000. While it was not as splendid as the Firebolt, it was his first broom and still a treasured companion. As he flew, the scenery blurred past him at a remarkable pace. "What are you doing? Get back, Potter!" Snape shouted furiously, pursuing him. Abandoning his protector was not a wise decision, but Harry was resolute, accelerating further in an attempt to shake Snape off. Snape's irritation was palpable as he shouted with increasing intensity, "Enough. This is child's play. You must come closer so I can protect you." Harry scoffed at Snape's words internally. Protect? The notion elicited laughter from Harry. How could someone who despised his father and scorned his mother possibly harbor any genuine sentiment of protection, even in the present moment? One must always consider the possibility of an attack from behind. Is it truly a matter of trust, akin to selling oneself to Voldemort? Much like one's parents. Professor Sybil Trelawney made the prophecy regarding the one destined to vanquish Voldemort, even unaware that she, on rare occasions, could make genuine predictions. This raises the question of why. Despite her ineptitude, she was permitted entry into Hogwarts. Severus Snape overheard the prophecy, and as a Death Eater at the time, relayed this information to Voldemort. However, he only grasped half of the prophecy, which left him unable to discern the identity of the Chosen One, merely informing Voldemort that the child would be born to parents who had thrice resisted him. Ultimately, Voldemort opted to pursue the child of Mr. Potter. Consequently, James and Lily Potter were slain, leaving Harry with a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. In a sense, Snape bore responsibility for the demise of Harry's parents. Upon discovering this, Harry sought out Dumbledore, questioning why someone like Snape was allowed to teach. Yet, Dumbledore provided no clear answer, merely expressing regret. This only intensified Harry's sense of frustration. Regret? How could that be? Snape harbored a disdain for Harry's father and held contempt for his mother. Harry would wager that had his parents lived, Snape would have found great amusement in their existence. How could Harry place his trust in such an individual? How could he be deemed a friend? Thus, Harry was left to grapple with the notion of Snape as either friend or foe. What a paradox! He was aware of the prophecy and knew that it led to Harry's parents' deaths. This culminated in an eruption of frustration. Perhaps, had Dumbledore provided a more satisfactory explanation, the outcome might have been different. Instead, Dumbledore merely entrusted Harry with vague information and insisted on unwavering faith in Snape. This ultimately resulted in a dramatic confrontation. It must have felt magnificent. He didn't even know how his mother perished, did he? A life so desperately sought after. Extinguished by Voldemort as one might squash an insect. All of this was orchestrated by Snape. Upon hearing Harry's words, Snape's face contorted into an expression that could convey either fury or sorrow. Yet, all Harry perceived was anger. He felt bewildered by such a countenance, devoid of any remorse. Trust? A vendetta against the one who caused his mother's demise. The words cut into Snape's heart like a knife, deeply etching the sins and errors that would forever be erased. They now serve as the blade of text piercing his very soul. As for Chapter 98, featuring illustrations by Letitia Valentine Mirabel, those interested may wish to revisit it. In summary, Harry Potter's endeavors proceeded remarkably well. Upon encountering Dumbledore, the Death Eaters patrolling near the Dursleys' residence found themselves unable to cope and, anticipating Voldemort's arrival, immediately initiated a pursuit. The losses were significant for Harry's friend. As Voldemort had already arrived at his destination, Tom slipped away, and Harry, now 17, found himself immobilized by the binding spell. In other words, he had no choice but to remain indoors, leaving the activities of the Order of the Phoenix to his companions. Even if he were able to move, what could he accomplish? The task of searching for Horcruxes had become utterly meaningless. If Dumbledore's conjecture were correct, Mirabel had already located and destroyed some of them. Mirabel was powerless against the circumstances in the UK. As time progressed, Harry became increasingly impatient. The relentless passage of time weighed heavily on him, and with it, the world around him transformed dramatically. 3 days later, at Bill and Fleur's wedding, the most dreadful news arrived: the death of Scrimgeour and the collapse of the Ministry of Magic. A month after Voldemort seized control of the Ministry, the magical realm in Britain had devolved into a living nightmare. A sinister fog enveloped the suburbs. Gripping his wand tightly, he wore a resolute expression. Just a month prior, the town had appeared normal, but now it was nearly unrecognizable. Kidnappers had become a frequent presence in the area, even showing up at the doorstep. These corrupt wizards stood alongside the Dark Lord, capturing Muggle-born wizards and delivering them to the Ministry for rewards. Naturally, the fate of the Muggle-borns once handed over to the Ministry was all too predictable. They faced a so-called fair trial and were subsequently devoured by Dementors. Among them was a young wizard named Alan Moom, a 22-year-old Hufflepuff graduate of Hogwarts. He was a half-blood wizard, but his love for a Muggle-born wife marked him as prey. He had hidden her in the basement of their home. Numerous kidnappings had occurred recently, casting an air of suspicion over the neighborhood. He was now contemplating a move. However, being a half-blood did not guarantee safety. Standing with Dumbledore could lead to death at the hands of Death Eaters. Yet, Alan was not afraid of his own demise. His greatest fear was that his beloved wife would fall into the wrong hands. Since their first meeting, he had been captivated by her unwavering spirit and kindness, treating her like a sister, a daughter, and a mother all at once. Her resolve was strong, which was why, when placed in Hufflepuff, she always offered help and support. Whenever neighborhood children bullied her, he would rush to her defense, willing to do anything to protect her smile, regardless of the circumstances. As he walked home, he felt the weight of being followed, often taking longer routes and using apparition. The scenery flowed around him, pulling him toward the familiar house. It was a dilapidated home. Chairs and tables lay strewn about, furniture was damaged, and signs of disrespect marred the space. Of course, his wife would never allow it to remain in such disarray. There was no earthquake. What had happened? A cold sweat broke out on Alan's brow as he became pale, feeling as though he had been struck. It must be safe. I must not let her know about the basement. With that thought, he dashed toward the basement, only to be met with a catastrophic scene that shattered his hopes. The door to the basement stood ajar. It had been broken. Damn it. This can't be true. Please, let her be unharmed. Desiring wealth to acquire anything one wishes, he fervently opened the door to the chamber, revealing the sight of his beloved wife bound by a stranger. Hurry, stop fooling around. You will never escape. He sneered. A fine job indeed, capturing Muggles for a reward. So everything revolves around that. The man whispered, indulging in his whims without regard for others' feelings. Seeking to abduct another's loved one merely to line his own pockets with a meager sum. Alan seethed with anger, his wife a victim of the kidnapper's filthy hands, sacrificed for a handful of galleons. Remove your hands from her, he shouted, unleashing a stunning spell towards the intruder. However, outnumbered, the remaining spells rolled off ineffectively. Alan was struck by another binding curse, rendering him immobile. The kidnapper, wearing a wicked grin, taunted him. Oh, sir, is that your wife? How unfortunate. The mudblood must be delivered to the Ministry of Magic. Quite a difficult situation, I must say. Truly heartbreaking. The kidnapper appeared entirely unfazed by Alan's despair, who stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, seemingly pleading for his wife's assistance. The Ministry of Magic was tasked with a most arduous job, cleansing the magical world of mudbloods. With a smile of perverse delight, the man gloatingly remarked that the current magical realm was an exceedingly easy place to work. Those dealing with mudbloods could do whatever they pleased, and any harm inflicted would go unpunished. The ministry itself encouraged such actions, rendering any legal protection meaningless. Do not worry. We will safely escort your wife to the ministry, he continued mockingly. What a delightful endeavor. A Death Eater, perhaps? Certainly, a mere kidnapper, purely for amusement. He let out a filthy laugh, speaking as he pleased. Alan felt utterly helpless, unable to shield his beloved from such malevolence. The Dark Lord allowed such scoundrels to flourish, while the Ministry of Magic succumbed to his tyranny. Consumed by hatred for it all, he thought, if only enough hatred could lead to destruction, how wonderful that would be. A reminder of the time I sought a non-Muggle-born witch. Damn it, there was no one more suitable. Let us go. Get away. The kidnapper's boot struck Alan's face, knocking out his teeth. Then, with his grimy hands, he seized Alan's wife's hair, lifting her up. Turning back, he saw the tender boy, who had chosen a Muggle-born. Hey, hurry up, or we will be late. Do not rush, perpetually in heat. Just a monkey. Subsequently, Alan comprehended what would befall his wife. Even though he yearned to understand, he sought clarity, yet grasped the harsh reality. Halt. Do not take her away. Alan's aspirations remained unfulfilled. As those audacious men vanished from the scene, nothing stood in their way. The laws that ought to have rendered judgment now stood idly by. A mockery of justice within the realm of magic. Damn it. Curse Dark Lord. Alan could only scream, tears streaming down his face, cursing his own immobile body. Biting his lip, his vision blurred by tears, a profound sense of loss and helplessness enveloped him entirely. Where was the law? Where was the justice? How could such atrocities be permitted? Kill, kill, kill them all. The cries of hatred dispersed silently, unnoticed. Inside the Ministry of Magic's court, a scene of terror unfolded. The corridors outside were teeming with dementors cloaked in black hoods, flitting about as if organizing their prey. Meanwhile, the Muggles huddled together, trembling, many shielding their faces with their arms, desperately attempting to protect themselves from the soul-sucking effects. Furthermore, in the dungeon, a place scarcely deserving the title of court, the numbers grew even more staggering. In that dim space, where light barely penetrated, Umbridge sat in the judge's seat, a radiant smile gracing her face. At her feet, a silver cat paced back and forth, safeguarding the judge from the despair unleashed by the Dementors. It was evidently Umbridge's Patronus, exuding a perverse joy in its participation in the distortion of the law, casting a disheartening glow. Mary Elizabeth Catermore? Umbridge's voice echoed with a quacking sound. The questioned Catermore sat bound in a chair at the center of the room. An iron chain extended from the armrest, securing her in place. The wife of Reginald Catermore from the Department of Magical Buildings? Yes, his wife. A figure from the audience stood up, raising their voice. However, Umbridge merely cast a glance and continued her inquiries as if indifferent. Maisie, mother of Alfred? The children were terrified to return home. Oh, speaking such words. How could a mother be so feeble? One must strive harder, do you not think? Umbridge attempted to bolster the weak Catermore. Yet, faced with Umbridge pressure, she found no power to resist. Catermore, today, retrieved a wand from the department. 22 centimeters, cherry wood, with a core of unicorn hair. Do you understand what this description refers to? Catermore nodded at Umbridge's inquiry. How could one possibly know? After all, it was my wand, purchased at Ollivander's shop when I was merely 11 years old, and I have wielded it ever since. Yet Umbridge, devoid of any evidence, recounted a fabricated tale as though it were an undeniable truth. Could you reveal from whom this wand was acquired? A witch or a wizard? From whom? I received it from no one. I purchased it, and at the tender age of 11, the wand chose me. The wand selects the wizard. This is a truth known to every wizard. When Umbridge accused me of theft and wove her absurd narrative, Catmull let out a shriek that made Umbridge laugh like a girl, as if she found genuine delight in the spectacle. In contrast, Umbridge seemed to revel in the suffering of her prey, her face contorted in twisted joy. Do not be misled, Catmull. The wand chooses only witches and wizards. A witch. Do you remember? The answers to the questionnaire. Umbridge took the questionnaire from Mafalda beside her, her voice rising to an odd pitch as she inquired about the parents' professions, vegetable and fruit merchants. Umbridge chuckled at this, seemingly aware of the absurdity. In the magical world, there are no vegetable vendors of that sort. So, they must be Muggles, Catmull. Well, of course, the parents are wizards. But what? Would they lie and claim to be Muggles while being wizards? Lying is a most reprehensible act. When Muggle parents can indeed give birth to wizards, Umbridge undoubtedly knows this. Yet she willfully disregards the truth. The weight of truth is paramount. Presently, how could she ensnare her prey, reveling in their agony? Observing the husband in the audience roaring something, she felt a sense of wrongness. The more Umbridge laughed, the more her feline companion appeared to glow with delight. Come now. Catmull, if you persist in your falsehoods, your guilt will only deepen. Speak the truth. Oh, dear me, will you continue to lie? If such a deceiver exists, what benefit does it serve the education of children? Why not directly inquire of the child? Is the mother a muggle? Umbridge whispered in a repugnant tone. Her face contorted with a growing delight that resembled a grotesque glee. Yet, her words bore the weight of a threat. Umbridge insinuated that should one confess, she would meddle in the affairs of the child. Hold on. Please, do not harm the child. Alas, is there such fear that you would harm a child? Your face resembles that of a toad, twisted in a particularly gleeful manner, almost as if you were a toad yourself. In that fleeting moment, Camille beheld a long tongue extending from Umbridge's mouth, snatching at a fly. This vision caused her heart to ache. Yet, all was for naught. For what good comes from deceit? Hence, your heart is turned to that of a demon, and thus I reveal this to you. From the expression on his face, it was evident that he was deliberately unrepentant, or perhaps he had never intended to conceal his intentions. Umbridge regarded the sobbing Cattermole as though he were a delightful plaything. Now, reveal the truth. From whom did you steal? Naturally, Cattermole had no answer to this inquiry, for he had stolen nothing from anyone, rendering him incapable of responding. Yet, had he answered, the witch would undoubtedly have inflicted some harm upon the child. His motivations were partly to protect the child, and partly due to the soul-sucking Dementor's presence, which had robbed him of the ability to think clearly. As Cattermole's thoughts aligned, he uttered a fabricated tale. I took it from Ollivander's shop. Oh dear. Cattermole's lie brought forth a radiant smile from Umbridge, her body leaning in, imbued with a sense of joy, as if this moment were the epitome of bliss. In stark contrast, the audience erupted with shouts from Cattermole. Yet, Cattermole remained oblivious to their outcry. Well, so, you confess? You shamelessly admit to stealing that wand? He pressed. Then please, do not harm the child. Umbridge bounced with glee, akin to a girl cradling a new doll, tiptoeing with delight. A muggle. So it surely was stolen. Her predictions had never faltered. Umbridge reveled in finally ensnaring her prey, her voice rising above the din. Then, to conclude the torment of her beleaguered quarry, she uttered a callous remark. There is no choice but to send you to Azkaban. Azkaban. The actions committed were wholly unforgivable. Indulgence of wrongdoing must be met with appropriate and just punishment. The Dementor seized Cattermole's arm, his face contorted in despair. The creature's visage, obscured by its hood, emitted breathy sounds that resonated like a chilling bell. Even from afar, it was repulsive to behold. Cattermole was dragged away like a marionette with severed strings, stripped of any energy to resist. Of course, Mr. Cattermole did not remain silent in the face of this injustice. In a fit of rage, he pointed his wand at the Dementor, but anticipating his actions, he was struck by a spell from the judge's seat, rendering him immobile. Ah, help me, help. To Azkaban. Umbridge closed her eyes, intoxicated by the sound, as if the screams were the finest music. She swayed rhythmically, delighting in the cacophony until it faded, releasing a contented sigh. Yet, the revelry was not over. The exquisite prey remained. Now, please. A nauseating sound calls forth its prey. Such occurrences are not particularly tragic. They are merely among the many calamities prevalent in the wizarding world of England under Voldemort's reign. The Ministry of Magic has fallen into Voldemort's grasp, plunging the English magical realm into a dark abyss of terror. The Ministry, which ought to safeguard its citizens, has been manipulated to act with impunity, now teeming with Death Eaters and Dementor kidnappers. Instances of pureblood families being ruthlessly slaughtered are not uncommon. Individuals are taken to the Ministry under the guise of reason, only to be deprived of fair trials, often at the hands of Dementors. There is no respite, no sanctuary to find solace. Thus, a fervent yearning for a savior arises within the magical world, a champion destined to liberate them from such dire straits. An opportunistic hero, poised to vanquish Voldemort, who precisely embodies the malevolent desires of the Golden Demon. It is said that the best signal for action is one that requires no sacrifice. Without sacrifice, there is no revolution. Within the dimly lit castle, a young girl begins to speak. Her visage has remained unchanged since the age of 14. Untouched by the passage of time, radiating an enchanting demeanor that even maturity cannot diminish. Each word she utters captivates the assembly. Every gesture has the power to steal hearts. Beside her stands Quirinus Quirrell, a loyal retainer permitted to stand in her presence, a striking young man silently complimenting Mirabelle as if she were a masterpiece. Whenever a new era of history unfolds, an old chapter is invariably cast aside. Piles of corpses lay in tragic disarray, rivers of blood flowing freely. Thousands of followers gather in the hall, listening intently to her words. Vampires, ghouls, zombies, puppets, muggles, wizards, dragons, all enthralled by the king's proclamations through the frenzied gaze of madness. They perceive it as a necessary evil. Whatever sacrifices must be made, they are deemed essential for a greater evolution. The true malevolence lies in stagnation. It is the foolish, shackled by antiquated notions, who embody evil. Evolved beings should progress towards the unknown. Development permits forms of evolution. Whether wizards or muggles, stagnation leads to oblivion. In this process, victims are certain to be forsaken. Victims who possess genuine goodness are deserving of love. To deny this will yield a torrent of tears and sorrowful lamentations. Yet, only by tilling the land with corpses will a new world arise. Glory will triumph over sacrifice. Thus, the cycle of evolution continues, and it shall remain so. Mirabelle holds a steadfast belief in the essence of truth. In pursuit of greater good, she embraces the youthful maxim of Albus Dumbledore, asserting the importance of authentic representations of reality. Every significant advancement comes at a cost, yet such sacrifices are essential for the greater benefit. Those who fear sacrifice, the hypocrites who resist progress, shall never attain genuine goodness. Cowering in fear of bloodshed, they remain stagnant and untransformed. Mirabelle Beresford was unafraid of sacrifice. From the very beginning, she wholly cast aside her sorrowful heart. Her eyes discerned only the radiant path to glory that lay beyond the end of sacrifice. She had resolved to trample upon the lamentations of the weak, who weep in despair. Thus, she embodied a wickedness unparalleled, believing herself to be more virtuous than any other. Consequently, she yearned and commanded, "Let her hands be stained with blood, giving birth to countless tragedies. Let death multiply, paving the way for her ambitions." The throne of Mirabelle speaks with a malevolence unmatched, instilling a fear deeper than any abyss, yet it radiates a brilliance surpassing that of all life. The tales of mythology suggest that such a descent into darkness is perhaps inevitable. Despite the wickedness that may reside within, the girl shines more resplendently than any being in her realm. Once ensnared by her allure, escape becomes an impossibility. To act, to kill, to die, such resolute determination has taken root in the heart. Sir, are you willing to embrace death? An invitation to the depths of hell, a summons to madness. The girl insists that one must be willing to die, to relinquish everything. She speaks without a hint of remorse. There is no deception, no comforting words. Only the grim reality of a tragic demise. The command is to die, to become a mere shell, a lifeless cadaver exposed. In response, the soulless ghouls and the nearly decayed vampires that inhabit this world echo in unison. For greater gain. For greater gain. Is it brainwashing or mere hypnosis? Or perhaps a form of threat? Regardless, it remains the same. Mirabelle indeed once employed the soul-snatching spell as a means to gain access to the magical ministry of a nation. She has also utilized coercive methods on 1 or 2 occasions. However, she has long since liberated herself from such incantations. Is she in a lucid state? Perhaps. Yet how can one maintain rationality when their eyes are permeated with madness? So why then does she follow? What drives her to the brink of insanity? The answer is singular. Mirabelle Beresford herself possesses an unparalleled and formidable ability for brainwashing. The girl named Mirabelle inherently resists the Empire. She has lost all reason for judgment because her heart has succumbed to Mirabelle, the embodiment of absolute justice. Anything that opposes her is deemed evil. Regardless of how beautiful one's beliefs or ideologies may be, if they conflict with Mirabelle, they are merely annihilated foes. It is a distorted and precarious existence, akin to a band of fanatics ensnared in delusions of the Empire. How splendid! Mirabelle nodded in satisfaction at the response, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Rising from her throne, she announced in a resounding voice that echoed throughout the hall, inspiring all the soldiers present. Excellent! Henceforth, we shall declare total war on the magical realm of Britain. Let us eradicate the fools shackled by antiquated beliefs and reduce to ashes the history forged by their ignorance. We shall forge a mighty nation, nurture esteemed schools, and those who dwell within shall know forgiveness. Yet, without hesitation, we shall obliterate it all. Thus, Mirabelle roared. Once the declaration of war is made, we shall deploy swift blitzkrieg tactics. Vampire battalions launch an assault on the settlements of the wolf tribes. Any wolf remaining in Britain who chooses to side with Voldemort is but a coward, so let them retreat. We shall restore the pride of the Night King and massacre those dogs who grovel before Voldemort. In Britain, the wolves who align with Voldemort shall find protection under Mirabelle's hand and be relocated to France. Therefore, every wolf remaining in Britain, without exception, is a dog of Voldemort. There is no room for hesitation. In response to Mirabelle's command, the vampire leaders saluted with reverence. Once feared and forgotten, the pride of the Night King S lineage. A name synonymous with terror in ancient times, now returned to attention. Sydney, take care of the Muggles. Utilize the firepower of modern weaponry to surprise those colossal settlements. Eradicate those filthy giants. In this world, anyone standing with Voldemort shall be left behind, regardless of their status. Sydney accepted the orders without a flicker of emotion. If my sister wishes it, I shall comply. If the command is death, then death it shall be. That is the essence of existence. Chilo, leave the goblins, trolls, and ghouls to us. Use our resources to suppress the ongoing resistance at Busbarton School of Magic. Chilo, undaunted by the bestowed power, bowed to his beloved master. Perhaps the most arduous task lies ahead, as the necessity of slaughter must be controlled to a minimum. My master desires to snuff out the nascent sprouts of potential before they can thrive. Let us accomplish this. If the power given cannot fulfill this task, it would indeed be a failure. We shall see it through, regardless of the resistance. We will twist and crush it, bringing victory back to our master. Such determination shall remain unshaken. Holger, lead the Wizarding Air Force to attack the hideouts of the Death Eater kidnappers scattered across the nation. Send those who support Voldemort straight to hell. The lairs of the Death Eaters are shielded by protective magic, yet the secret guardians have long lost their significance. The Mirabel faction undertakes a mission, launching a stealthy ambush against the Death Eaters. Mirabel cast the soul-snatching curse and uncovered the hidden secrets. Any protective enchantments were effortlessly vanquished by the knowledge of the Ministry of Magic. In such circumstances, protection ceased to exist. Should the base be obliterated by overwhelming firepower? It would signify the end of all. The remaining forces shall launch a coordinated assault on the Ministry of Magic. Let every corrupt individual be held accountable. Until the fools of today bleed, and burn every shred of decayed flesh. The other Aurors, dragons, magical creatures, and Muggle serpents are determined to eradicate the Ministry of Magic from existence. Naturally, the employees working there are exceptions. After all, Voldemort has already conquered the Ministry, and the remaining factions are merely the parasites of his regime. Mirabel would not hesitate to eliminate them. Let us proceed, sir. Mirabel gazed at the obedient soldiers, her golden eyes narrowing. In them flickered the glory of a triumph yet to be fully realized, a vision of annihilating their foes. It was time to bring an end to the British magical realm. The illustrious history of this realm, which has persisted since ancient times, reflects the narrative of its own existence. Each faction believed that the moment of its demise had arrived. France, Germany, and Ireland declared war, sending shockwaves throughout the British magical community. The assault on the British magical world unfolded through land, sea, and air, employing various strategies. The foundation of warfare in the magical realm lay not in conventional combat, but in the magical duels against their adversaries. Consequently, the coalition led by Mirabel found it effortless to invade the British magical domain, launching simultaneous attacks across various regions. In a haunting tableau, the sorcerers of Mirabel engaged in a fierce confrontation, while the steel birds, crafted by Muggles, glided effortlessly through the air. Heavy-duty tanks rumbled along the terrain, and a horde of grotesque vampires dashed wildly beneath the night sky. A legion of ghouls, paralyzed by their fear of death, trampled the ground, while an endless swarm of zombies advanced, serving as a shield for their allies. It was a vivid depiction of hell, marking the largest invasion in the annals of the magical realm's history. In the depths of the mountains lay a village, a place where giants resided. Steel wings circled ominously above, and the giants looked up, bewildered by the inexplicable events unfolding. What they witnessed were the remnants of battle aircraft descending from the sky, their purpose unfathomable. As they plummeted to the earth, they exploded violently, a machine of death engineered by Muggles. The giants were utterly ignorant of this contraption's nature. Overwhelming firepower shattered the very fabric of magical understanding, exhibiting a ruthless manifestation of scientific fury. No matter how resilient the giants were or how formidable their resistance to magic, they could not escape the clutches of death. Limbs were torn asunder, flesh incinerated and ground to dust, leaving behind nothing but remnants. From a distance, Sydney Beresford observed, issuing commands from his battle chariot. Warnings had already been dispatched, messenger relaying to the giants that should they continue to align with Voldemort, they would be met with no mercy. On this basis, a choice remained. To side with Voldemort would invite compassion, otherwise they would be slaughtered by the unyielding wrath of steel. Attack! The order was given, and the waiting chariots surged forth in unison. The battlefield, once teeming with trees, now lay devastated, nature obliterated, as the giants, eager for combat, prepared to engage. The chariots unleashed their steel artillery, with each deafening roar that shattered eardrums. The giants' bodies were torn asunder, swept away like mere paper. Desperately attempting to retaliate, the giants found themselves powerless against the might of a steel vehicle, one that could withstand even the direct assault of tank cannons. No matter their size, their fists could not rival the destructive force of the artillery. Instead, they were mercilessly crushed by the advancing tanks, their weight bearing down tragically upon them. After witnessing the stark disparity of power, the giants had lost all will to fight. Like displaced refugees, they fled, only to be gunned down from behind. A few giants managed to survive, retreating into the depths of a mountain cave, erecting barriers of rock for protection. But what good would that do? A bomb was hurled into the crevice of the rocks, releasing a toxic gas that filled the cave within mere minutes. One by one, the giants succumbed, struck down by an incomprehensible agony, blood frothing from their mouths. The vitality of these colossal beings was formidable. Even when inhaling copious amounts of toxic gas, they would perish instantaneously. Yet that was the extent of their resilience. Any living creature, should its internal organs be ravaged, would inevitably meet its demise. Thus, one giant vanished from England, leaving naught but a lifeless husk. More precisely, the giants who supported Voldemort had vanished from the realm. The most grievous error of the werewolf clan lay in their alliance with Voldemort. The leader gazed upon the unfolding hellscape with a heavy heart. A massacre erupted between the werewolves and vampires. With a declaration of war, hundreds of vampires, devoid of hesitation, descended upon the werewolf settlement under the moonlit sky, initiating a slaughter without uttering a single word. The claws of the demons were unleashed, their fangs piercing deeply. 600 vampires, once forgotten demons, inundated the land, embodying the terror that had once swept through the night, an embodiment of Voldemort's dread. Yet, a long-lost pride rekindled in the eyes of the vampires, instilling fear in all living beings. This was the source of the werewolf leader's regret. Witnessing the claws that claimed his life, his consciousness severed, akin to a power source being abruptly cut off. A vampire hoisted the lifeless head of the werewolf leader and let out a furious roar. The ancient history of the British wolf tribe was on the brink of obliteration. The esteemed Busbarton School of Magic was ensnared in a nightmare. To the students of Busbarton, it resembled a poorly crafted third-rate horror film. Thousands of undead giants besieged the time-honored institution, mirroring the scenes within the screen. The undead, fearful of death themselves, were thus rendered ineffective. Even after losing a leg to a magical explosion, they would continue to crawl. Ironically, the giants trampled over their erstwhile allies, the zombies, as if they were mere students rushing into the school. Of course, Busbarton did not capitulate without a fight. Under the leadership of Maximoff, they valiantly defended their alma mater. Countless spells soared through the air, as magical creatures guarding the school repelled the undead. Yet, the disparity in numbers was overwhelming, and many non-combatants required protection. In this manner, the children were at risk of perishing. The premonition of Maximoff compelled him to allow the students to flee, retaining only a handful of teachers. The teachers stood as protectors of the students. Even in the face of bodily disintegration, Maximoff vowed to safeguard his beloved pupils. He permitted certain lawbreakers to act at will. With a noble resolve, the teacher Maximoff charged into the throngs of the undead. He unleashed magic from his wand, trampled upon zombies, and, wielding the strength of a half-giant, toppled trolls as if they were mere dominoes. It was a solitary struggle, a true testament to the battle of the wizard Maximoff. He cleaved through 100 zombies and sent 100 trolls crashing to the ground, advancing with a demonic ferocity. He intercepted a troll that dared to challenge him head-on, wrapping his arms around it. In the ensuing chaos, the troll's arm tore from his shoulder, and Maximoff's fist collided with the troll's face. One by one, the zombies clung tightly, yet Maximoff dragged them onwards. Even with broken arms, shattered legs, and his body riddled with wounds, he pressed on undeterred. Ultimately, he beheld the General Kiro, leading the enemy forces, and leaped towards him with his injured body. The Death Eaters, who had long regarded wizards as mere tools of the Muggles, now found their perspective irrevocably altered. Ruthless bombardments rained down, a torrent of shattering projectiles. Suddenly, missiles emerged, miraculously concealed within their homeland, piercing through the layers of the Death Eaters and igniting colossal explosions. The so-called protective magic rendered obsolete by these scientific weapons. Comprehensive firepower enveloped them, revealing the hidden sanctuaries with ruthless precision. Should they flee in terror to their hiding places, the wizard's spells would promptly greet the horde of Death Eaters, and the infantry's gunfire would send them spiraling into the abyss. Pleas for life would hold no meaning. The command was simply to kill. Kill, kill. All the Death Eaters must perish, all for the greater good. without a shred of hesitation. "Mirabelle, are you certain of this course of action?" "Of course. Everything is prepared for today." The Ministry of Magic lay empty as Grindelwald and Mirabelle gazed down upon it. Yet there were no broomsticks in sight. Instead, two creatures conformed to the framework of common sense awaited. A broomstick was now necessary. Voldemort had executed his plans flawlessly, perhaps even exceeding expectations. The entire magical world was engulfed in terror, inciting fervent resistance and recruiting pure bloods into his ranks, becoming the enemy of the entire magical realm. Mirabelle, particularly hoping for Voldemort to fulfill this role, recognized that the latter's realization of her desires would inevitably lead to a cleansing of the pure bloods as well. Certain factions are utterly devoid of merit and ought to vanish from existence. However, should it merely be a matter of extermination, the populace would not derive any joy from it. Yet, if it pertains to Voldemort's followers, the situation alters significantly. The pure bloods seize the opportunity to promote their own agenda, positioning themselves as allies of Voldemort rather than adversaries. They embrace his ideologies, believing in a shared purpose. It is rather disturbing to witness them capitulate to fear. Swaying to and fro in submission, they align themselves with Voldemort's ranks, providing Mirabelle with a compelling justification for her lethal actions. Dolores Umbridge embodies perfection in this regard. Her amicable collaboration with dark forces and her so-called fair judgment of those deemed non-purebloods render her an exemplary villain, so perfectly crafted that one might almost wish for her demise. Mirabelle was toying with a square box, a mere beautiful container. Within it lay a Muggle device, a camera that thoroughly documented Umbridge's misdeeds. That girl infuriated others with her mere presence, standing there in a most unseemly manner. Innocents were unjustly judged. Her face adorned with a smile, her voice dripping with unrestrained delight. She fabricated accusations solely based on blood purity, claiming that the wand in her possession was stolen, turning the blameless into prey for dementors. Witnessing someone act with a genuine smile, if manipulated, could evoke expressions sufficient to undermine confidence in the Ministry of Magic. Such loathing had already spread throughout the magical community, fueled by Rita Skeeter's sensationalism. Rita had been lamenting, claiming her nails were nearly crimson, yet at her current pace, she might just endure until the very end. Indeed, public dissent against the Ministry had reached a critical mass. The war had been declared and had commenced. The actions of Umbridge were laid bare to the light of day, leaving the Ministry in utter disillusionment. As the media churned out narratives favoring dark forces, Rita's reporting seemed to present the only semblance of truth. Consequently, the Ministry sought to erase all traces, without any repercussions. The clarion call for attack would soon sound. Following this, the forces would charge forth, indiscriminately slaughtering. "Do you understand?" "Indeed," Grindelwald replied to Mirabelle with a sense of boredom. Mirabelle smiled in an amusing manner. Did Dumbledore truly seem so content? Indeed, it appeared that he was oblivious to the fact that the best opportunity lay in the hands of the fishermen. Thus, Dumbledore seemingly opted to allow as many as possible to evade capture, aiming instead for the fishermen's advantage. After all, several purebloods had fled. Undoubtedly, Mirabelle championed the eradication of all purebloods. However, this included the parents of children studying at Hogwarts. To eliminate them would cause tears to flow from the children, leaving indelible scars upon their hearts. Dumbledore's remarks to Mirabelle regarding the tears of the innocent reflect his tolerance towards her. He chose to assist, as an educator, prioritizing his beliefs over a golden opportunity for the fishermen. A noble act, indeed, a behavior that ought to be held as a mirror for educators. Yet, foolishness. Grindelwald scoffed. Mirabelle gazed at Fong, caught in a paradox of agreement and dissent. Ultimately, Dumbledore chose to be an educator rather than a leader until the very end. In that fleeting moment, a look of sorrow crossed Mirabelle's face. If one were to choose between being a leader and an educator, what would Mirabelle decide? Nothing of consequence. Let us proceed. In an instant, vivid memories of joyous moments spent with friends flooded her mind. Though the fangs of time had dulled, those blissful days remained etched in her memory. Scenes of what could have been played out before her, yet those days were now lost to her. The fragile self she once was had been entirely cast aside, along with the remnants of a mundane existence. What remained was a singular, unrelenting demon. Therefore, let us commence. Let destruction reign. Let us obliterate the very symbol of the Ministry of Magic, where we shall plant our own banner. With her own hands, she would bring an end to the era of the magical world. The inhabitants of the surrounding regions, both wizards and muggles alike, had already been evacuated. There was no longer any room for hesitation. Act. The radiant light emanating from Mirabelle cascaded forth, unveiling the Ministry of Magic, which had hitherto remained concealed. The protective enchantments safeguarding the ministry dissipated, leaving it exposed and utterly unprotected. Mirabelle unleashed a spell that signified the commencement of war. A series of lightning bolts descended, shattering and incinerating the traditional ministry of magic. Justice was at hand, as the soldiers recalled the divine judgment that loomed over them. After a preemptive strike executed without discernment, the demon commanded his troops to charge forth. Hundreds of proud Aurors, 60 dragons, over 500 magical creatures, and 10 basilisks surged into battle alongside Muggle infantry armed with firearms, followed closely by tanks. The Aurors, wielding their wands, rallied as defenders against the dark forces. All rushed into the Ministry of Magic, leaving a gruesome scene of bloodshed among the workers within the building. The relentless lightning of Mirabelle cascades down, while Grindelwald's deathly magic mercilessly reaps lives. Dragon flames incinerate edifices, and the thunderous roar of tank artillery reverberates. The basilisks gaze and snares all, as magical creatures voraciously consume flesh. Muggle machine guns reduce wizards to mere fragments, denying them the opportunity to cast spells, while house elves tend to the fallen. A wife, taken by kidnappers, unleashes a curse steeped in vengeance, while a family, offered to Dementors, stains the ground crimson with their blood. Tremble in fear. Today, everything shall come to an end. Has Voldemort ensnared all? Each soul is an adversary. Half of the building lies in ruins, as Mirabelle charges forth, soaring low, as if gliding along the ground. With a swift motion, she rends the bodies of her foes, and a wizard attempting to flee is struck from behind. She steps on the shrieking female form and seizes the neck of a concealed official, extracting his very spine. Roncon, Travers, and Axel Malfolda fall one after another, their demise accompanied by maniacal laughter, staining the Ministry of Magic a deep crimson. As she traverses the path, Mirabelle spots a conspicuous pink witch, her face twisted into a cruel devilish grin. Dolores Umbridge, is it? Stop. Spare me. I beg you. In an instant, Mirabelle closes the distance, grasping her hair, her voice filled with terror. Mirabelle gazed down, her voice imbued with warmth and a hint of compassion. Do you truly wish to die? She inquired. Indeed. Yes. I wish to die. Then show me an imitation of a toad. Umbridge shuddered at Mirabelle's words. Look, imitating a toad? Doesn't that seem fitting? She retorted. If I were to do that, would you let me be? Umbridge asked, her teeth chattering, yet Mirabelle offered no reply. Instead, she pressed her foot firmly against the floor. Who authorized such a retort? Indeed, a toad. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Mirabelle observed with a sense of disdain, likening the scene to a wretched imitation of a toad. Such an insult inflicted profound damage upon one's dignity. Yet, Umbridge, consumed by a desire for oblivion, tragically emulated the toad, prompting an amused chuckle from Mirabelle. So it is a toad, a creature of the lowest order, a mere toad. At that moment, a look of relief washed over Umbridge's face as she lifted her gaze to Mirabelle. Mirabelle bestowed a serene smile, which instantaneously morphed into a devilish grin. Such lowly creatures must perish. Accompanied by a sound that rendered one speechless, the devil's foot crushed Umbridge's head. Mirabelle, with her grotesque and unnatural strength, crushed the skull, obliterating it and rendering the brain into a pulpy mass, transforming the neck into a bloodied and mangled wreck. Mirabelle gazed upon a wretched corpse, the shattered essence of a soul, a cursed creature. She hoped that in the new world now being forged, the tattered robe would continue to unfurl, and interest would reignite. After the battle, the remains lay in ruins, obliterated beyond recognition, yet Mirabelle acknowledged that a life had indeed come to an end. The demon pressed on, ultimately entering the sanctum where the minister concealed himself. A sorcerer stood guard, but only a solitary battalion remained. With a mere flick of her claws, Mirabelle transformed them into a mass of flesh and turned her attention to the minister. Pius Ness, the former director of the Magical Law Enforcement Department, who had held the ministerial position ever since Voldemort's reign. A puppet minister, manipulated at will. Stop. No. As Mirabelle approached with a cruel smile, Pius screamed in terror. He frantically waved his wand, disarming, petrifying, even unleashing the killing curse. But none of it had any effect on Mirabelle. The demon advanced, effortlessly evading the curses hurled at her. Then, with a swift motion of her outstretched claws, Pius's head was severed, and his body crumpled to the ground, the head rolling away. With a swift step, Mirabelle's eyes widened in terror. Her youthful beauty contorted into a triumphant smile. Attention, all troops. "Withdraw immediately," she commanded. "Clean up the remnants." The soldiers were ordered to retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Once the task was completed, Mirabelle ascended into the sky, raising her hand towards the void. Any wizard of a certain caliber can employ the magic currently utilized by Mirabelle. Even Harry and Hermione can wield such magic, as it is rooted in fundamental knowledge. However, the effects are akin, overshadowed by Mirabelle's overwhelming magical prowess. The Accio spell, also known as the Summoning Charm, activates magic through the use of a wand, which is crafted from the body parts of magical creatures. The essence of Mirabelle's being, a true descendant of vampires, serves as the very material from which a formidable wand is crafted. Thus, Mirabelle envisions the formation of 206 bones, the flowing blood within her veins, and the corporeal organs that constitute her body. Each strand of hair transforms into a wand in its own right. Concurrently, the retreating sorcerers collectively raise their wands in unison. Mirabelle lacks the vocabulary to express anxiety. If one believes in their capabilities, then they shall achieve them. Thus, one continues to engage in their endeavors, steadfast in their pursuits. Henceforth, it is essential to believe in one's potential. Behold, the divine hammer. The wrath of the stars. At the edge of the void, something responded to Mirabelle's voice. There was no sound, no will, only the distant emptiness and a golden call. A meteor departed from its trajectory, descending through the Earth's atmosphere. As it burned away its corporeal form, it transformed into a radiant blaze, plunging forth and obliterating the foolishness of the Earth. Witnessing such a phenomenon, one entrusts their wishes, grappling with fear, and beholding the empire. This phenomenon is known as a meteor. Mirabelle sensed the presence of the falling meteor shower and the magic that had been released, causing the meteors to descend. Positioning herself as a beacon, she guided the meteors along their trajectory. Now, the path was set. The meteors had entered their course. To avert collateral damage, Mirabelle soared to greater heights. With Grindelwald in close pursuit, the wrath of the divine shattered everything, crushing all in its path. The fury resulted in a colossal crater, with devastation stretching for miles around. A wave of exhilaration coursed through Mirabelle's entire being, as she had long awaited this moment. She yearned to create a spectacle, to unveil the scene before others. "Look, Letus, the disappointment can finally be rectified." "Ha ha ha," she exclaimed. "Hey, look at Grindelwald. Just like the Ministry of Magic. It has collapsed in an instant." "Ha ha ha." Giggling, Mirabelle laughed with the satisfaction of a child playing with toys. Observing Mirabelle's figure, Grindelwald broke into a cold sweat. The summoning spell indeed is a magic that calls forth material from the ether. The theory held true. Yet, to summon meteors from outer space using a summoning spell? Absurd. Truly absurd. However, the outrageous became reality, embodied by the being known as Mirabelle Beresford, a creature without boundaries. An endlessly expanding demon. The more space she was given, the more control she exerted. Walking a path of ordinary struggle, she remained oblivious to the road ahead. Perhaps the greatest, one that would eternally re-emerge, was a prodigious talent, and a heretical entity capable of steering it in the right direction. As if life itself existed solely to bring about the world's destruction. Imposing such ludicrous thoughts upon himself, Grindelwald revealed a self-mocking smile. Subsequently, the assault on Azkaban commenced, rescuing the wrongfully accused, while public opinion had shifted entirely. The conspiracy that Dumbledore feared most had now come to fruition. On the second morning following the Blitzkrieg operation led by Mirabelle, Harry's friends congregated in the halls of Hogwarts. Only Harry's friends and the surviving Aurors from Beauxbatons, who had managed to escape, were present. The remnants of the anti-Mirabelle forces in contemporary British wizardry, including wizards who sympathized with Mirabelle's ideology, also gathered there. Naturally, the aforementioned remnants did not include Voldemort's faction, as the majority had already perished. The number of wizards present had diminished, as most living within the British magical community held a favorable view of Mirabelle. Her interventions ensured the protection of Muggle-born rights and vanquished the most formidable adversary of the magical realm, Voldemort, a leader who sought to purify the decaying Ministry of Magic and infuse it with new vitality emerged. A savior who exploited opportunities, entangled in an intricate dilemma. The divine, prepared for the absolute, suddenly manifested there to resolve all with undeniable power. A savior who conveniently overlooked the intricate processes of causality. Viewed as a narrative, it would certainly be deemed mediocre, a solution unworthy of commendation, merely a complaint voiced by a reader or spectator. From the perspective of the Empire, their grievances were articulated. For those who lived through it, the story's external perception held little significance. If it could aid in extricating one from a predicament, whether through opportunism or substandard storytelling, it could not negate the savior's role. Thus, support for Mirabel persisted, amidst the sudden and causally oblivious absolutists, engendering profound skepticism. A fallacy. Support for those who upheld the natural truths. If indeed there existed a true savior, Mirabel Beresford, the savior, is, in essence, further removed from goodness than anything else and closer to malevolence than any other force. A mad tyrant, more disastrous than Voldemort himself, would undoubtedly surrender the magical realm to such a being. This determination compelled Dumbledore to make his final declaration. He was pleased that all responded to the old man's call, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. They awaited a battle with exceedingly slim chances of victory, a clash against the overwhelming terror that sought to obliterate Voldemort's faction. A nearly decayed vampire clan and zombies resurrected from the dead, alongside a Muggle army wreaking havoc, and magical creatures, including dragons, once instilled fear in the world. The great dark wizard, along with the tyrant he controlled, was the subject of jest. Though amusing, it was also true. To confront such entities was tantamount to inviting death. Nevertheless, Dumbledore felt a sense of joy at such a gathering. He was already aware that the Ministry of Magic had been devastated by Mirabel Beresford. The monstrous Dementors had been eradicated, completely vanishing from England. Reports indicated that many of the Death Eaters once in Voldemort's service had been slain. This only elucidated the fearsome actions of the devil. The magical community has never witnessed such heinous acts as those perpetrated by that wicked demon, Mirabel, who even sent a letter to Hogwarts urging capitulation. Should they resist, she threatened to inflict grave harm. Mirabel's ambition is to establish a new society of wizards composed of the most extraordinary individuals. The question arises as to why the renowned Hogwarts has yet to be assailed, even in the event of Hogwarts' destruction. Mirabel is determined to preserve the lives of its wizards as much as possible. This is a haughty concession, yet it also stands as Mirabel's final act of compassion. Her deepest desire is to relinquish the magical realm to the capable hands of others, opting instead to make a last stand. There exists a peculiar gift, one that mocks the path and tramples upon it, yielding only results. A mysterious force of destiny can steer all toward success, inciting envy among rulers throughout the ages. Yet, it fails to regard the paths taken. The lamentations for those sacrificed by the ruling powers fall upon deaf ears. After handing over the magical world to that girl, numerous tragedies will be birthed as the cornerstone of a new era, all for the sake of greater interests. Dumbledore's youthful ideals had once been deliberated with Grindelwald, yet they were naive notions that lacked profound contemplation. In pursuit of greater benefits, all is permissible, even if it necessitates sacrifices. This dream, discussed in such a manner, did not take into account the innocent and powerless victims. The foolish aspirations culminated in the tragic demise of Dumbledore's sister. This stands as Dumbledore's gravest error. There was no justification for Ariana to become a casualty, no reason for that kind-hearted sister to perish. All of it constitutes an irretrievable tragedy, wrought by foolish arrogance. A battle won brings only hostility. Had that girl shown mercy, the outcome might have differed. Now, the haunting nightmare has resurfaced across generations. Mirabel Beresford gazed upon the youthful visage of Dumbledore, a reflection of dreams shared with friends that had endured the test of time. The pressing question remained, why must they be halted? As one who once harbored the same aspirations, as an educator, and most importantly, as Albus Dumbledore, he had long evaded the inevitable, yet now found himself questioning whether he was prepared to sacrifice for the magical realm. The weight of Dumbledore's inquiry drew the collective attention of the assembly, for the answer had long been apparent. Those unprepared would have already fled the scene, having succumbed to the despair that accompanies the dangers they faced. Indeed, as Mirabel articulated, it was a world fraught with myriad challenges. Nevertheless, her affection for it remained steadfast. She cherished the enchanting universe. This was precisely why they fought, risking their very lives. Dumbledore, observing the courageous eyes surrounding him, nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing the valor that had been bestowed upon them, there was no further need for words. For the sake of the magical world, they would stand united in battle. He urged them to entrust their courage and lives to the elder. His words were met with a resounding cheer that reverberated throughout the hall, a chorus of shared resolve. The sentiments of unity and purpose intertwined, vowing to safeguard the world as they knew it. Within the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, a magnificent celebration was underway. The room was adorned with opulence, tables laden with a bountiful feast. Members of the Order of the Phoenix, along with students and faculty alike, relished the moment. their spirits elevated in joyous camaraderie. All present were acutely aware that this was but a fleeting glimmer of light amidst the encroaching darkness. Mirabel has only given Hogwarts one response. An imminent attack is forthcoming. When the battle commences, it is certain there will be numerous casualties. Some may not survive. Marking a final supper of sorts. To rid oneself of fear is merely an empty mental endeavor. Harry and Edith have been summoned to the headmaster's office, far removed from the hall, to discuss the upcoming final confrontation. Harry shares a profound connection with Voldemort, while Edith is deeply linked to Mirabel, thus rendering them pivotal to the battle, at least in Dumbledore's estimation. Well, Professor, what is it, Harry? Is victory attainable? Are there chances of winning? Harry's inquiries are those he has pondered endlessly. He is prepared to fight unto death, yet yearns not to perish in vain. If there exists a chance for triumph, he wishes to at least die with purpose. Dumbledore responds with a gentle smile. Rest assured, Harry, we will prevail. And those two, the decayed ones? How do we intend to defeat them? Mirabel, akin to Voldemort, is a creature that has traversed the path of decay. In any battle, without a corresponding strategy, victory remains elusive. Certainly, Dumbledore is aware of this to some extent. Therefore, he has prepared countermeasures. It is said that Voldemort can only be vanquished through the destruction of his Horcruxes, and he believes he has but one left, which is perilously close to being destroyed. Dumbledore has devised a plan to eliminate Voldemort. His words provide Harry with a sense of relief, yet he quickly recalls another formidable adversary. What of Mirabel? Without a Horcrux, purely a being of decay, how can one contend with her? Mirabel undoubtedly poses a more daunting challenge than Voldemort. Even in direct confrontation, she is capable of inflicting fatal wounds. Severing her head or dismembering her would still lead to her demise. The notion of a Horcrux is irrelevant, as even the killing curse would prove ineffective against her. Given her inexplicable regenerative abilities, she could withstand even the most formidable of foes, akin to a vampire, possessing a magical stone within her very being. The most alarming possibility is that she may have concealed the magical stone within her own body. There is no such thing as perfect decay, yet the current iteration of Mirabel is perilously close to it. Furthermore, even in a state of apparent death, defeating her remains exceedingly challenging. Certain outcomes are unavoidable. Dumbledore approached the rear of the room, placing his hand upon an object concealed beneath a cloth. Upon seeing it, a wave of perspiration washed over Harry. This object was something far more fearsome than Mirabel herself. It appeared to validate a belief within him, as Harry gazed upon the most enigmatic and terrifying entity he had ever encountered. That was the portal to the realm of death, the Archway, a manifestation of the very concept of death. If the words of the seer are accurate, the Archway would usher one directly into the world of the deceased, from which there would be no return. It is the singular instrument capable of utterly annihilating Mirabel. He pondered the question, how could one defeat a girl who fears even the killing curse? The answer became clear. Regardless of Mirabel's prowess, once she steps through the Archway, decay shall prevail. Harry swallowed hard. Even in a state of undying flesh, it would be utterly meaningless. Once cast through, anything, without exception, would vanish forever, marking it as the ultimate weapon of slaughter. The very existence of such an object underscored Dumbledore's gravity. Yet, the Ministry of Mysteries. How could one possibly obtain it? In truth, retrieving it was no simple task. The struggle against Mirabel necessitated it. Kingsley Moody had performed admirably. Dumbledore responded to Harry's words with a playful smile. Clearly, he had taken the Archway to the Ministry without authorization. Well, while it could be used to defeat Mirabel, it would also serve to conquer Voldemort. Mirabel's singular error was sealing the Horcrux within herself. This means that if she were to be cast into the Archway, the Horcrux would perish alongside her. However, Voldemort's Horcruxes existed externally. Thus, even if Voldemort's corporeal form were sent to another realm, the Horcrux would remain in this world, inevitably returning. To eradicate Voldemort, the Horcrux must be utterly destroyed. At this juncture, Dumbledore paused. Professor? Harry interjected. In fact, the final Horcrux resides in this very room. What? He responded, or more precisely, it exists here at present. Harry comprehended Dumbledore's implication. The Horcrux existed in this space, yet there was nothing within it, save for Harry himself. What did this existence imply? It was as if the Horcrux were alive. Harry understood, albeit the notion eluded his grasp. Dumbledore continued, when Voldemort attempted to kill you, your mother served as a shield, and the killing curse rebounded upon him, obliterating a fragment of his soul. That fragment remains trapped within the only living entity in that crumbling edifice. A part of Voldemort resides within you. the very essence that grants you the ability to converse with snakes, and it forges a mental connection to Voldemort. As long as that fragment of Voldemort's soul within you is alive, he cannot truly die. Do you grasp the meaning, Harry? The last Horcrux. Perhaps even Mirabel was unaware. The ultimate truth has now been revealed to Harry. Edith understood, yet she still grappled with the emotions that would inevitably guide her. The ominous clouds over the magical realm were dissipating. The dark forces led by Voldemort had been vanquished by the army commanded by Mirabel. And the oppressed populace opened their arms in celebration of their savior's arrival. Those captured in the photographs appeared entranced, adoring, as if enchanted by magic. Her heart, which had been shaken, was torn between affection and disdain, akin to a mother, a daughter, a sister, or a sibling. The images had firmly entrenched themselves in her mind. An idealized vision that scorched her reason like a curse. An allure to grasp the essence of her initial belonging lingered, and even through the photographs. That image continued to captivate her. It had reached a point where its mere existence became a curse. Yet, Edith still sought a place for herself somewhere. Gradually, she began to perceive that the space beside Mirabel was where she truly belonged. There, she found a semblance of inner peace. Despite understanding Mirabel's brutal misdeeds, her heart struggled to relinquish that connection. Uncertain of her next steps, Edith murmured to herself on the balcony, recalling the moment she released Mirabel's hand. Since departing, Edith felt drawn back to that place, perhaps out of a desire to witness the view Mirabel had seen. Though she teetered on the edge of betrayal against Harry and sought to trample justice, she still yearned to be by Mirabel's side. Even a misguided path may lead to numerous tragedies. Is it dependent on that? A voice resonated. Edith regained her focus, lifting her gaze to the heavens, where she beheld an ethereal girl hovering, reminiscent of a fourth grader, the silhouette of a friend, shimmering with golden light. Mirabel, would you care to share a drink in this midnight realm? I trust that Felicity will uncover it, correct? Mirabel spoke without hesitation, as if conversing with a long-lost friend, maintaining the same casual demeanor as before. After such a long separation, Edith found it difficult to remain composed. Well, it was fortunate that they had avoided the trouble of invading the school. Mirabel jestingly uttered a remark before perching herself upon the balcony's railing. Nothing had changed. Yet, change was inevitable. The unaltered reality posed a challenge for Edith, as it made her acutely aware that transformation was more profound than anything else. Why was this so? To seek the answers, Edith knew that understanding would eventually dawn upon her. She recognized that she must make a choice. Presently, she feared the decision that loomed ahead. Mirabel inquired of Edith, her tone surprisingly gentle and reassuring. They were left with no choice but to obliterate Hogwarts, the last bastion of the British magical realm. As the impending attack loomed, to remain would mean certain death, not only for themselves, but also for Hogwarts. Thus, she posed the question one final time. Let us depart, Edith Ranichel. As she spoke, the golden-haired maiden extended her hand. Mirabel reached out one last time. If she were to take the ride, it would be her final ticket. Edith's trembling eyes fixated on the girl's hand, aware that this was a pivotal moment. The choice made would determine the entirety of her future. Edith closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She found her answer. Whether it was right or wrong remained uncertain, for there was never a correct answer from the very beginning, regardless of the path chosen. One would inevitably betray the unchosen option. With her eyes wide open, Edith made her decision. Edith believed in the wisdom of her choice. The ultimate confrontation loomed ahead. In the headmaster's office, a singular piece of information was entrusted solely to Edith, Trelawney's prophecy regarding Mirabel and its ominous depiction of the apocalypse. Indeed, annihilation awaited. Destiny foretold the impending ruin that lay before Mirabel. Until now, Mirabel had performed admirably, rescuing many and winning public favor, though there were whispers of surrender. The truth was that the magical realm's theft was proceeding in an almost flawless manner. She resolved matters deemed insurmountable, having saved Britain from Voldemort's grip, albeit through force. As a commander, she bore the weight of her choices, yet a fragile part of Dumbledore's mind suggested that relinquishing the magical world to Mirabel might be a prudent idea, a solution for the ages. However, the prophecy held Dumbledore back, particularly the mention of Mirabel's sister, Letitia Valentine. This implied that Mirabel was indeed on a path to destruction. Dumbledore pondered how an eruption of chaos might ensue. Would his own demands lead him to seek more adversaries? Would he become overly fixated on diminishing the weak, thus exceeding necessary limits? Or was there another factor at play? The potential peril posed by Mirabel, capable of instigating her own demise, was a matter of grave concern. Even if the present appeared favorable, such abrupt reforms could echo into the future, leading to the world's ruin. One might dismiss it as mere prophecy, yet to this day, the magical realm remained in turmoil over Voldemort's foretelling, with the greatest fear being that prophecies never truly miss their mark. Would one dare to mock the old man? The apprehension lingered that the girl might ultimately bring about total devastation. Edith could not suppress the exhaustion-laden chuckle that threatened to escape her lips, for a part of her reluctantly agreed with the sentiment. Mirabelle is indeed eager for quick results, to the point of feeling anxious about the future. This kind of fear. If Mirabelle continues down this path, she fears her world may face annihilation. However, it is precisely this reckless ambition that makes Mirabelle a perilous companion for Edith. Mirabelle desires to embark on this journey together, yet Edith has grasped the hand of the devil. At Durmstrang Institute of Magic, countless non-human beings coexist with wizards and muggles alike. Within the castle, the master, Mirabelle, has returned, accompanied by a brown-haired girl who appears somewhat listless. This is only to be expected, as the guilt stemming from ultimately betraying Harry and others seems to weigh heavily upon her. Edith's arrival has bestowed upon Mirabelle more advantages than she could have imagined. She never anticipated utilizing the Ministry of Mysteries archway. Dumbledore had remained vigilant until the very end. The information Edith brings is of great benefit to Mirabelle. Harry possesses the last Horcrux, and Dumbledore has already uncovered the secret of decay. Furthermore, the archway serves as a means to vanquish their foes. Mirabelle firmly believes that she can indeed bring about her own demise. If her vulnerabilities are discerned, the means to her destruction will be revealed. The basilisk is undoubtedly formidable, yet it possesses a certain fragility, as all its essence is concentrated within its heart. Should the fangs of the serpent or a similar instrument pierce this heart, the magical stone in the vampire's soul container would shatter, leading to inevitable death. The flames of the phoenix present no issue, for they can reach the heart and facilitate regeneration. However, if pierced by the basilisk's fangs or akin objects, the scenario would be entirely different. In tomorrow's battle, employing the basilisk would be most advantageous. Furthermore, the chamber must be destroyed along with the archway. Mirabelle rested her hands on the table, deep in contemplation. The initial strategy she had considered mirrored Grindelwald's intentions. The original plan was to incite conflict between Hogwarts and Durmstrang, leading to Durmstrang's conquest of Hogwarts, which would inevitably provoke public dissent. Thus, the notion of obliterating Hogwarts itself was never entertained. Moreover, the enchantments that rendered scientific endeavors futile meant that any missile launched at Hogwarts would merely transform into a useless hunk of iron, at best creating a mere hole in the castle. Dumbledore was evidently aware of Mirabelle's network of informants. When protective measures were enacted to shield the school from Mirabelle's assault, several of these informants were isolated. Consequently, unable to communicate with her spies, Mirabelle found herself reliant on Edith for information about the situation within the castle. Indeed, Grindelwald. Mirabelle mused, I regret to say that our plans must undergo a transformation. Tomorrow, we shall preemptively annihilate the castle itself. Edith raised her gaze, curious to discern the true nature of Grindelwald. The striking young man with golden hair bore a resemblance to Grindelwald, his mouth agape in frustration. And what about that old man? He will not perish easily. Once the castle is destroyed, we shall locate him and deal with him then. As Edith listened to this exchange, a weight pressed heavily upon her chest. Destroying the castle would mean obliterating the institution where she had spent 7 formative years. Now a part of her very being. Casting a sidelong glance at Edith, Mirabelle let out a weary sigh. You appear quite fatigued, Edith. Perhaps you should rest for a while. I am indeed exhausted, Edith admitted, though her heart felt like a heavy burden, rendering her almost immobile. Yet, resting seemed futile. The weight of her existence could not simply be alleviated. Do not be so pessimistic. Your choice is not misguided. You are joining the right side for the future of the magical world. Edith offered a faint, weary smile to Mirabelle, who responded with her customary words of comfort. That tired smile bore the semblance of illness, frail and morbid. The decisive moment had finally arrived. The magically suspended Durmstrang was hurtling towards Hogwarts, and with each passing second, Edith felt her heart constricting. If Edith were to succumb to despair, the battlefield would only bring her anguish. Mirabelle, seated upon her throne, rarely spoke with such tenderness as she called out to Edith. However, Edith silently shook her head. She had betrayed Harry and willingly joined Mirabelle's ranks, thus at least evading a certain guilt. This was the only resolution Edith could cling to. Mirabelle also sensed it, murmuring, Is it? Midnight has arrived. At last, they reached the skies above Hogwarts, and the moment of the final confrontation had come. Break the magical shield. The entire crew, following Mirabelle's command, began to chant spells in unison. Shortly thereafter, the magical barrier enveloping Hogwarts creaked, twisted, and shattered. The original plan was to breach the defenses of science in a single stride and launch missiles at their target. However, the plan had now shifted. If Edith's information was accurate, that castle concealed a tool of annihilation. The moment of reckoning had arrived, together with the ancient Hogwarts. It was time for Dumbledore to meet his doom. The Mirabelle Castle, with its arms outstretched towards the full moon, emanated an aura of seemingly boundless magic. Accompanied by a resonant rumble, the earth screamed, the air twisted, suffused with golden light. Echion. The incantation was a mere summoning spell. Simple enough for even a fourth-year student to master. Yet, it invoked the judgment of a universe conceived in imagination. Streaks of meteors pierced the stratosphere, engulfing Hogwarts. Any semblance of protection or magic was rendered futile. Should one wish to resist, they might attempt it. Should they desire to flee, let them try. All resistance would be crushed, obliterated, reducing everything to ruins. The valiant students of Hogwarts braced themselves for a decisive battle. All gazed skyward, their faces contorted by despair. Hogwarts was reduced to dust. The outcome of the battle had been determined. The first assault by Mirabelle had utterly annihilated Hogwarts, stripping it of its fortifications. What remained was merely a struggle for numerical supremacy, and for Mirabelle's forces, there existed no factors to suggest defeat. Under Mirabelle's command, all troops, except for Holger and Edith, surged into the ruins of Hogwarts, inflicting harm upon the few survivors. Edith yearned to turn away, yet she restrained herself, continuing to witness the massacre unfold. Mirabelle appeared to have exhausted all her strength, leaving the castle utterly defenseless. It seemed to be awaiting a moment, when a group burst into the hall of Durmstrang. Amicus Carrow, Alecto Carrow, and Dalahav Rorjban, the last of the Death Eaters, entered. Upon seeing them, Mirabelle twisted her lips into a mocking smile infused with joy. Ah! Is this the extent of your final resistance? How pitiful! Silence, Bellisford! You fiend! Alecto shouted furiously at Mirabelle, his grip on his wand so tight that blood began to flow from his hand, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Forgive. How can one forgive those who slaughter their own kind like refuse? Edith felt as though she were cursed. Yet Mirabelle, undeterred, listened with almost amused interest, as if the words were nothing more than the buzzing of flies. Oh, what a predicament! Death Eaters slain like vermin. Be quiet, one of the Death Eaters shouted, pointing his wand threateningly at Mirabelle. Just as he attempted to cast the killing curse, his elbow was severed in a swift motion. The spell's cutting force unleashed with terrifying speed. A deafening scream erupted from him as blood gushed from the severed limb. Upon witnessing this, Mirabelle cast a reproachful glare at Holger. Holger, too, shared a similar sentiment with Edith. What would happen if a stray bullet pierced one's heart? It only took an instant. The wand raised by the Death Eater vanished from elbow's reach in the blink of an eye. Edith was astounded by the sheer swiftness. She pondered that perhaps indulging in another round wouldn't be detrimental. How many dark wizards have fallen to such arrogance? The prey licked its lips in anticipation. After Mirabelle listened to Holger's advice, she smiled. Holger is indeed a rather intriguing fellow. However, what truly matters is that Holger treats Mirabelle with genuine sincerity. Baronford. The chatter of the Death Eaters is but a fleeting concern. Soon enough, it will dissipate into ease. Mirabelle languidly remarked, gracefully waving her arms. Suddenly, a colossal nine-headed flame dragon materialized behind her, emanating a golden, searing inferno. The cursed flames danced and devoured the hapless souls, even ensnaring those who attempted to flee. It was a ferocious assault that permitted screams, an utterly harrowing spectacle. As the flames extinguished, only charred remnants of blackened ash remained. Such tedium ensued, devoid of any response. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence, for it was merely the significance of the champion's battle. Mirabelle possesses a penchant for reveling in battle, driven by an innate desire to exert her strength, even if just a modicum. Yet, her singular vulnerability lies in the pride that Holger cautions her against, urging her to shun vices. In the climactic finale of Harry Potter, the last Horcrux is vanquished, leading to the ultimate defeat of Voldemort, thus bringing an end to the turmoil. Dumbledore, in a twist of fate, succumbed to Grindelwald. As a meteor plummeted, a formidable magical barrier enveloped the school, a feat achievable solely by Dumbledore himself. This signified the team's retreat, for remaining would render them susceptible to grievous injuries from the falling debris, making the prospect of overcoming Grindelwald nearly impossible. Master, Quirrell materialized, bowing with utmost reverence. In this instance of conflict, He led trolls and similar creatures, yet upon returning, he bore the weight of the report. Mirabelle silently observed, and then spoke softly. The sword of Gryffindor had been successfully destroyed, and now it had been cast into the basilisk. Well done. The final Horcrux had been obliterated. She struck Harry Potter with fiendfire, which Quirrell proudly proclaimed. Yet Mirabelle sighed faintly. Quirrell felt a sense of unease, clearly anxious. Did it provoke his wrath? Yes, Mirabelle replied coldly. So is Harry Potter's demise confirmed? What? Is Potter's death confirmed? Quirrell was chilled to the bone by Mirabelle's furious expression. Death has not yet been verified. After all, Harry was struck by fiendfire. So there was no need for confirmation. A spell capable of shattering even a Horcrux. The incantation had indeed struck, and with Quirrell's inherent vampiric sensitivity to life and death, he sensed the fading of vitality. Thus, he believed confirmation was unnecessary. The fool had slain the fragment of Voldemort within Potter. Now, he and Granger had escaped together. Mirabelle let out a sigh, resting her forehead against her hand. Edith revealed that Voldemort's soul resided within Harry. In such circumstances, Voldemort's soul ought to have perished first. Harry should have sustained severe burns, yet he undoubtedly remains alive. Quirrell's efforts to destroy the Horcrux were in vain. But the crucial point is that Quirrell always appeared so negligent. Mirabelle resolved to postpone any punishment. Indeed, with the absence of Dumbledore from Hogwarts, there was little anyone could do. Moreover, leaving a hint of suspense could prove to be quite intriguing. The sweet treatment of Mirabelle. After uttering her words, she turned to Edith. What do you think, Edith? After all, living means occasionally rebelling, providing a bit of excitement, which holds its own significance. Moreover, she is a remarkably gifted sorceress, qualified to thrive in the new world that Mirabelle is creating. The conclusion of Mirabelle, currently addressing the remaining obstacles. Yet it appears that challenges still lie ahead. Mirabelle laughed joyfully as she gazed upon the entrance of the castle. At that moment, the doors were blasted open, and the Dark Lord strode in with a countenance filled with fury. How shameful, how disheartening, having just been resurrected. All the darkness he had wrought was swept away by Mirabelle's golden light. If only Mirabelle had not existed. If only Harry had not existed. If only Dumbledore had not existed. The world could have been his dominion. Yet now, such grand ambitions lay in ruins. Stripped of everything, he stood as a bare king. Utterly devoid of worth, a failure. Welcome, Voldemort. But is it not reckless? To venture forth alone, believing he could triumph? Mirabelle's words were both provocative and grounded in pure fact. Within the castle, beside Holger, there lingered an unsettling atmosphere. Moreover, if one were willing, they could even summon back all that belonged to them. This implies that Voldemort stood little chance. The best course of action would be to flee. Yet, Voldemort brandished his wand, roaring with the unyielding authority of the Dark Lord, even in isolation. Who could underestimate him? Voldemort, the Dark Lord. Even when everything was stripped away, he remained the Dark Lord. Do not be deceived by the mere 17 years of a girl's existence. Such a commanding outcry. Imbued with the pride of being the sole force destined for the throne and the unwavering menace of the Dark Lord. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was once deemed the most malevolent entity in the magical realm. Although Mirabelle concurred with this notion, she found herself feeling a newfound respect for Voldemort since his arrival. Well roared, Voldemort, she thought, acknowledging for the first time the dignity he commanded. While she recognized that his ideals were devoid of worth, his presence undeniably embodied that of a true sovereign. Mirabelle rose from her throne, suspended in the air. Haldrukilo attempted to lift his wand but was halted by his own hand. A battle between kings commenced, devoid of any interference. The weight of expectation hung heavy. As the ambition to thwart the Dark Lord's pride loomed large, it was indeed an honor to confront such an adversary. To vanquish a Dark Lord of this caliber commanded respect. In the Grand Hall, they glared at one another, each refusing to yield. Then, without any prior signal, they bowed to each other. The tyrant Dark Lord, a clash of emperors through the ages. They acknowledged one another and exhibited a semblance of respect, despite the inherent discord between them. Thus began the final confrontation, a battle where the outcome seemed predetermined from the very outset. On May 2nd, 1998, the British magical world fell into despair. A shockwave reverberated throughout the wizarding community, met with a grim acceptance. The ultimate showdown, truly befitting the title of Dark Lord, found Voldemort standing before Mirabelle. His arms were torn asunder, his legs shattered, his body pierced, and organs spilling forth. Yet he continued to fight for the honor of the Dark Lord. However, confronted by a decayed abomination, it became evident that a withered monstrosity could not prevail. In a valiant struggle till the very end, the Dark Lord finally met his demise, his head displayed as a grotesque symbol of evil. In the end, Mirabelle paid homage to Voldemort, yet her actions remained unchanged. She continued to embody the malevolence of the magical realm, compelled to embrace the name of evil before departing, allowing her kin to acknowledge their defeat. Nevertheless, Mirabelle cast a protective enchantment, rendering her impervious to the stones hurled at her, swiftly burying the truth from public scrutiny. Dumbledore also took his leave. Everything seemed to resonate with the essence of Gellert Grindelwald, evoking a final display of a wizard's lingering resentment. Deeply saddened by the demise of the Rite, Mirabelle orchestrated a lavish funeral as a final tribute. Even now, she restrained herself from pondering the implications of her rule over the magical world, which had proven to be a futile endeavor. Mirabelle and Edith shared a moment of laughter. The magical realm of Britain had been reduced to ashes, yet life within it had not been extinguished. It was merely a question of how much could be rebuilt. After ultimately seizing control of the British wizarding community, Mirabelle did not relent in her pursuit of hegemony. Aspiring for the complete unification of the magical world and the conquest of the entire globe, including the Muggle realm. Thus, the tyrant of the Empire would not cease. Despite numerous tragic sacrifices, the Magical Alliance under Mirabelle's leadership continued to aim relentlessly at their ambitions. On July 6, 1999, they took control of the American magical world. On September 1, 2000, they dominated the magical community of Italy. By April 4, 2001, the Japanese Magical Society was utterly obliterated. As it seemed the Japanese populace could not withstand the grim reality, with the remaining survivors resorting to seppuku. On November 21, 2002, they extended their dominion over the magical realms of Asia, excluding Japan. The following day, the magical community of China joined the Magical Nations Alliance, becoming its foremost member. On October 23, 2010, they seized control of the global magical world and joined the Federation. Eliminating all obstacles, Mirabelle faced no adversaries. As she painted the world crimson with her fervent ambition, she eradicated dissenters and garnered supporters, relentlessly pressing forward. Afterward, centuries passed. At last, Mirabelle the Emperor had arrived, and her agenda for the day included a meeting with the president of the American Muggles. Mirabelle rose from her bed to greet a dignified maid. For a fleeting moment, she recalled her former attendant, Mary, but quickly remembered another. Which maid was it? If memory serves, the previous maid had grown feeble and thus replaced after 5 years of service. Ah, very well. She dismissed the maid and rose from the bed. The maid's appearance had not altered in the slightest. She remained as stunning as ever, youthful and radiant. The girl, Mirabelle Beresford, the sovereign of the magical realm that had unified for centuries, donned a golden embroidered robe and cast a sudden glance at the framed photographs on her dresser. There were 2 images. One depicted a silver-haired girl waving, while the other captured a brown-haired girl smiling serenely. Mirabelle gazed at the photograph, a gentle smile gracing her lips for a moment. The 2 reflections captured within the image had long since departed. Letitia had left this world long ago, and Edith had also faded into the ether. Edith Rain-Hagel, until her final breath, yearned for immortality. Perhaps she could not bear the thought of betraying a friend, or perhaps it was simply a fate that was destined from the very beginning. Her body deteriorated year by year, and she succumbed at the tender age of 32. Undoubtedly, salvation posed no challenge. Mirabelle, in her quest for the elixir of life, sought to extend her existence, even at the peril of transforming into a creature that defies rationality. Yet, Edith harbored a desire for a mortal end. Perhaps Mary found solace in her own realm. There were whispers that Hermione Granger from Harry Potter had married. But the truth of the matter remained elusive to Mirabelle. As she articulated, to qualify for a new world, she refrained from seeking trouble. Although Mirabelle yearned for rebellion, to inject some excitement into her life, it seemed she led a relatively contented existence, for she did not rise against the destruction of Hogwarts even once. Letitia, Edith's image, turned the pages of her flowing robe, revealing vulnerabilities that could be perceived by any observer. The loyal retainers, including her brother, would inevitably expose the fissures within their hearts. Mirabelle's complexion exuded the same resolute confidence as ever. Upon entering the hall, she found Chilo Horg kneeling there, seemingly in wait. In response, her subjects collectively acknowledged the courtesies of their vassal, and Mirabelle took her seat upon the throne. The magical realm had come to encompass the entire earth. Every Muggle prime minister had drawn inspiration from Mirabelle, a result of generations of meticulous renovation. The assembly was merely a formality. In reality, The world was under Mirabelle's autocratic dominion. Of course, one could not single-handedly manage the entirety of the world. Each nation had its own leader, ostensibly coexisting with wizards and muggles. Yet, the final decision always rested with Mirabelle, embodying a singular form of governance. Nevertheless, the populace accepted this arrangement. They found solace in their obedience to Mirabelle, comforted by the belief that their allegiance placed them on the righteous path. They entrusted everything to the absolute ruler, following her lead towards happiness, much like a child entrusts themselves to their father or a dog surrenders to its master. This highest echelon of leadership resembled a pack of well-trained hounds, and Mirabelle betrayed this profound trust. She unified the magical world and reached an accord with the Muggles, allowing the world to recognize the wondrous race. Ultimately, she innovatively employed magical science to explore the cosmos, even extending humanity into the heavens. The advancement of every domain was entrusted to the chosen elite. Those who obstructed progress were secretly eliminated. Corrupt politicians, the societal scourge, were purged to the point of extinction. Power surged forward. What remained would be guided towards the correct path, ensuring natural development. All weapons capable of destruction, including nuclear arms, had been dismantled. If any nation threatened war, its leadership would be eradicated, possibly even obliterated by meteorite strikes. By preemptively neutralizing potential risks to global stability, such as archaic pure-blood ideologies. Every individual worshipped and respected her, yet none stood by her side. There were no friends to reveal any vulnerabilities. The burden of Mirabelle's decree has become unbearable. Even now, she has been unable to confront it directly, as the path of growth seems endless. The pinnacle of the pyramid remains eternally solitary. Nevertheless, Mirabelle's strength continues to advance. Her psychological framework diverges significantly from the ordinary. Regardless of her solitude, she presses onward. She finds herself disheartened by the incessant failures of those around her, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration that no matter the efforts made, new challenges continuously arise, inciting a desire to extinguish the entire species. Yet, within the fissures of her heart, a flicker of hope persists. Letitia Edith speaks to Mirabelle, serving as a substitute for the sisters who have departed from this world. The only remnant of conscience left within her. Even when cast aside, it remains merely a wedge. Reflecting upon this brings forth an odd sense of humor. This wedge is now the sole connection she retains. Her ambitions have been realized, and the world will continue to evolve, yet her aspirations remain unfulfilled. However, the girl of the heart, even now, does not smile. Edith, you don't. Never mind, she states before the final confrontation. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore attempts to convey something to Edith, yet he shakes his head with concern, swallowing his words. He had intended to speak of Edith's sister, but refrained, knowing it would only bring her pain. Some matters in this world are better left muddled, and Dumbledore believes this may be one of them. Must we fight Mirabelle? Can we not progress hand in hand? To surrender and collaborate is indeed tempting, but in this instance, I must bear the weight of many of my students' families. The elder replies wearily, appearing markedly different, less reliable than usual. This sentiment likely resonates with Harry and the others as well. They have lost their pursuits, and with justice now shifted to another side, their anchor has vanished. This is why Edith cannot abandon her friends. Mirabelle, I'm sorry. I cannot betray everyone. That day, Edith Reniger released her friend's hand. I understand, was Edith's conclusion. Mirabelle quietly lowered her eyelids. There was neither anger nor lamentation upon her face. Only a serene stillness akin to the surface of water, concealing an unfathomable emotion. Then I shall remain silent. From this moment forth, you shall be my adversary. I will vanquish my foes, and you, Reinhard, shall be no exception. Mirabelle is resolute. The next time they encounter each other as adversaries, she will undoubtedly unleash a lethal curse upon Edith without a moment's hesitation. This is her inevitable course of action. That is precisely why she is Mirabelle Beresford. Do not ever show your face to me again. Wherever you may be, death shall greet you. She uttered coldly, devoid of mercy. There is no longer a path they can tread together. Now that they have diverged, Edith is merely an obstacle to her dominion. Mirabelle turned on the spot and departed without uttering a single word, vanishing into the ether. That day, fear and tension reached a crescendo at Hogwarts. The younger students, unable to fight, were concealed deep within a secret chamber, while all those capable of combat stood resolutely at their posts, armed and prepared. Grop, the last surviving giant, stood alongside a band of centaurs, a handful of aurors, and the esteemed professors of Hogwarts. Graduates returning in times of crisis brought with them a profound love and sense of pride for the magical realm. They remained steadfast in the face of overwhelming evil. Embodying the essence of heroism, this confrontation was a full-scale defensive battle, with Hogwarts serving as the bastion against the impending invasion. The school represented the final stronghold. If it were to fall, there would be no turning back. Beyond Hogwarts, the magical world possessed no other stronghold capable of resisting Mirabelle. Damn it. If you dare to come, then come. I shall vanquish you with my magic, Edith muttered under her breath, gripping her wand tightly. Where will Mirabelle launch her assault? How will she strike? Everyone might be pondering these questions, yet Edith already possesses the answer. A frontal assault. That girl would never resort to stealthy side attacks. She would undoubtedly charge forth with vigor and dignity. As anticipated, Mirabelle's actions manifested as a preemptive strike. A cacophony of shattering sounds echoed through the air. Everyone glanced around, bewildered, questioning the source of the disturbance. Nothing appeared amiss. Everything seemed normal. They thought so due to their lack of magical understanding. The teachers, particularly Dumbledore, whose usually gentle countenance had morphed into one of impatience, exclaimed, "No!" Everyone immediately cast the suppression enchantments. In that outcry, realization dawned upon all. The protective magic had been breached, the very barrier safeguarding the castle from scientific devices. The defensive measures effective against the Muggle army, which had prevented any machinery from functioning within its domain, had suddenly been compromised. And only one individual could achieve such a feat indeed. It was that woman, arms crossed beneath the full moon, seemingly surveying the castle. It's Mirabelle. Mirabelle Beresford. 500 meters from the castle, shouted Lee Jordan, vigilant with his enchanted telescope. His Quidditch-trained eyes clearly discerned the former and long-standing adversary of the magical realm. Her waist-length golden hair shimmered in the moonlight, and her golden eyes sparkled with an otherworldly glimmer. Such inhuman beauty seemed capable of stealing one's soul with a mere glance. Following closely behind her were steel missiles, approximately 10 in number. Missiles are launched. This was a sudden and ruthless preemptive strike. The unforeseen situation incited panic within Hogwarts, morale plummeting in an instant. Yet, the opposing force was a monster, while this side boasted a heroic warrior. Dumbledore and the other instructors quickly re-established the scientific suppression magic, averting the missile's explosion and preventing catastrophic devastation. However, the velocity of the launched missiles could not be curtailed. The steel projectiles, released at breakneck speed, directly struck Hogwarts, breaching its formidable walls and transforming numerous individuals nearby into mere remnants. It was now impossible to intercept Mirabelle. Chaos ensued in an instant. But misfortune continued to unfold, as Mirabelle had already initiated her next course of action. No. Everyone brace yourselves for impact. As Dumbledore issued his commands, he conjured a magical barrier. Within his line of sight, he beheld the Durmstrang Institute plummeting towards them. Much like Hogwarts, a transformed castle descended from the heavens, poised to collide with Hogwarts as a formidable weapon. Shock, screams, and tremors ensued. The cataclysmic clash between the castles wrought tremendous devastation, with some individuals at the point of impact tragically reduced to mere fragments. Yet, the misfortune was far from over. Countless soldiers and vampires leapt from the encroaching Durmstrang, surging into Hogwarts with fervor. Mirabelle had completely gained the upper hand, an occurrence that should not have transpired. Most of the pre-established defense strategies had been rendered futile. The undead minions of the Suicide Squad and the Auroras assailed the students and wizards one after another, creating a cacophony of screams. Beresford, Hagrid, with an expression of fury that Harry had never witnessed before, charged at Mirabelle. He leapt into the air, soaring towards Mirabelle, and swung his fist with an arm as thick as her waist. The sound of something shattering echoed, and blood danced in the air. Indeed, Harry and the others, witnessing this scene, instinctively clenched their fists. What is this? A welcoming handshake. It did not connect. Mirabelle gazed at Hagrid, her beauty, which was typically laced with disdain, remaining unblemished. Hagrid's fist was halted by a delicate, youthful hand, which only served to tighten his grip. Huff. What's the matter? Surely you must take pride in your remarkable strength? The sight of this towering giant, standing over 3 meters tall, being subdued by a girl scarcely half his height, was an utterly surreal and terrifying spectacle. Mirabelle did not relinquish her cruel smile. Instead, she directed her attention towards another giant, vaguely visible from behind. Hagrid, do not torment me. Hagrid, return him to me. The last of the giant kin, Glop, who was also Hagrid's brother, swung his fist in an attempt to rescue Hagrid. Mirabelle clutched Hagrid firmly as they soared through the air, effortlessly evading all assaults. Oh, is this fellow truly so significant? Then I shall return him to you. Mirabelle revealed her fangs, her smile deepening as she spun in place. Hagrid, being twirled around by Mirabelle, let out a sharp scream. Mirabelle's fingers were utterly shattered, appearing as though they were on the verge of being torn apart. When sufficient centrifugal force was applied, Hagrid was flung away, hurtling towards Glop at an astonishing speed. The two colossal figures were sent crashing, skidding across the ground before finally breaking through a wall. The chaos of the skirmish saw zombies and Hogwarts students meeting their demise beneath the weight of the collision. Witnessing this scene ignited a fierce anger within Harry, prompting him to draw his wand. Stupefy. He unleashed a spell akin to a cutting incantation, the Stupefy, even more potent than the ridiculous that had severed Mirabelle's wrist. However, unlike before, Mirabelle did not underestimate Harry. With a swift motion of her arm, she repelled the spell. And in turn, a flash of counterattack grazed Harry's shoulder. Do not rush, Potter. You may play with the Vanguard for a while. Vanguard? What is Mirabelle truly saying? A man appeared beside Mirabelle, and Harry revealed his anger. He was certain it was Gellert Grindelwald, a dark wizard who had once swept through the magical world before Voldemort. Go seek Dumbledore, Mirabelle declared, leaping high into the air, leaving Grindelwald alone. She regarded Harry and his companions with utter disdain, not merely ignoring them, but perceiving them as bothersome insects flitting about. Once I have dealt with the trash, should you still be alive, I shall personally end your existence. For Mirabelle, Harry and Dumbledore were akin to the final sweet course. However, the unwelcome insects landing on the table marred her appetite for dessert. Thus, she resolved to eliminate these nuisances first. If her intuition served her well, the insects would soon arrive at this dining table. Farewell, Potter. Do not disappoint me. With those final words, Mirabelle vanished. For the moment, the greatest threat had temporarily left the scene, yet this did not signify the end of the crisis. Even now, within Hogwarts, Mirabelle's vanguard and the last remnants of the magical world's resistance continued to clash. Harry, Hermione rushed to his side. Seeing he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly regained her composure. This was a battlefield. One could perish at any moment if vigilance faltered. Hermione, where is everyone? I don't know. We've become separated. Prior to the onset of the battle, those in Dumbledore's army had remained together, but Mirabelle's preemptive strike had scattered them, and now their whereabouts were unknown. They could be fighting somewhere within this hall, but were they safe? Harry, behind you. Now was not the time for contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, zombies were closing in from behind, their arms raised in the air. Caught off guard, Harry was doomed. He shut his eyes. Yet blue lightning pierced through the zombies faster than their reaching limbs. Harry, are you all right? Edith, you saved me, just in the nick of time. Edith struck another nearby zombie with a bolt of lightning, dispatching those surrounding them. The situation had not improved. Edith had merely slain a few more zombies than the rest. The only way to end this battle was to defeat the commander. There was no other recourse but to vanquish Mirabelle. You both must listen to me. If this continues, we shall be exterminated. Harry's words ring true. The only advantage they possessed was geographical, yet that has now dissipated. The current struggle is merely a contest of numbers and quality. However, the adversaries are formidable, teeming with immortal beings. The prospects of victory seem bleak. Thus, we must find a way to vanquish Beresford. Both of you, please assist us. We must defeat her, but what is your plan? She is not someone who can be easily thwarted by conventional means. Even by herself, Mirabelle possesses an overwhelming force. Should one dare to summon her back, the moment she arrives would herald an inevitable tide of bloodshed. In response to Edith's apprehensions regarding this matter, Harry acknowledged his awareness. We must go to the chamber. The chamber? The chamber, where that object is concealed. Edith grasped Harry's intentions and pressed her lips together. The archway leading to the afterlife, Harry resolved to utilize it. Ordinarily, this would not be the appropriate moment for such a course of action. In truth, he should have lured Mirabelle into its embrace with the assistance of his teachers and others. However, with the current circumstances, should they confront Mirabelle again, the toll of death would only escalate. Well, this is all we can do for now, Hermione asserted firmly, while Edith lowered her gaze. The longer they hesitated, the greater the loss of life would become. Time was of the essence. There was no room for indecision. Harry and the others exchanged resolute nods and began their sprint towards the chamber. Fortunately, most of their adversaries had congregated in the great hall, presenting little hindrance along the way. I see, it seems you harbor grievances against my sister. A striking boy stood before them at the door. His silver hair cascaded down to his waist, and at first glance, he resembled a beautiful girl. Edith recognized this boy. She had noticed him upon her arrival at the school, for he was Mirabel's brother, Sidney Beresford. Edith, do you know him? I only know he is Mirabel's brother. It was evident that Harry was unaware of Sidney's existence. This was hardly surprising, for the boy was the antithesis of his sister, utterly unremarkable. Unlike his self-assured, prominent sister, he exuded an aura of insignificance, as though he were a mere phantom. Now, he stood before them as a distinct adversary. I shall not allow anything to obstruct my sister's path. I will annihilate them, the boy declared in a voice devoid of emotions, as if he were a mere automaton. Mirabel's brother. If the assault on the Berenford family was orchestrated according to Mirabel's design, it implies that he was deliberately spared. This alone seems sufficient to attest to his formidable capabilities. Yet, Harry and his companions remain oblivious, as everything is shrouded in uncertainty. What manner of personality does he possess? What magical arts does he excel in? They have no information whatsoever. Sidney gradually raised his wand, the air quivering with tension. He has arrived. Everything about this boy is enshrouded in mystery. His fangs lunged at Edith and the others. The Grand Hall of Hogwarts had transformed into a hellscape, with no sanctuary to be found. Nevertheless, even amidst such inferno, some souls clung to hope and continued to fight. Ron, Fred, George, and Ginny, the Weasley family, including Arthur and Molly, Cedric, Krum, and Fleur, the original Triwizard Tournament competitors. Alongside them stood Neville, Luna, and members of Dumbledore's army. All who cherished the magical world were valiantly engaged in battle, wands in hand, with none faltering. Yet, it remained insufficient. The disparity in numbers was still alarmingly vast. Zombies and trolls surged forth in relentless waves. Additionally, numerous Aurors, vampires, and a host of other dark creatures were present. A legion of muggles armed with enigmatic weaponry advanced. At present, Mirabel commands 3 factions, including even muggles, all targeting a singular institution, Hogwarts. Moreover, the majority of British wizards stand in solidarity with Mirabel. From the outset, Harry's side was devoid of any prospects for victory. Fred, George, are you not fatigued? Your magic has slowed. Isn't Percy being deceived by the Ministry of Magic? The Weasley brothers encouraged one another, steadfastly guarding each other's backs. In truth, there was little room for jest. Yet, if they refrained from such camaraderie, the overwhelming disparity in numbers could easily lead to their despair. The sole consolation was that they were not the only ones engaged in battle against Mirabel. After the conflict commenced, several allies breached the scene. Dozens of Acromantulas, along with approximately 100 remaining Dementors, joined the fray. Furthermore, the last contingent of Death Eaters, who managed to elude Mirabel's grasp due to their close ties with Voldemort, also entered the battle. However, even when combining the forces of Hogwarts and Voldemort's squad, their numbers fell short of Mirabel's coalition, which boasted tenfold the strength. What Mirabel represents is not merely a battalion or an academy, but rather 3 nations and an unparalleled monstrosity. Naven Lombardon wielded his wand, his heart in turmoil. As long as they continued to engage in battle here, the prospect of victory remained elusive. The adversary to be vanquished is the Golden Tyrant. Unless she is defeated, this struggle shall never find resolution. Thus, they must venture to Durmstrang to confront her. Yet, who shall undertake this perilous journey? Who can extricate themselves from this chaotic battleground? What calamity might befall them if they withdraw more forces from this already precarious position? What if, in their attempt to vanquish Mirabel, their comrades fall? Contemplating this, he resolved that he could not abandon this place, regardless of the circumstances. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Madame Hooch, with hearts brimming with pride, had previously triumphed over their foes at an unprecedented level. Yet it seemed that the enemy's numbers had not diminished. Their assault remained relentless. The malevolent Golden Legion pressed onward, undeterred by the corpses of their allies. Death held no terror for them. The act of killing was not to be feared. For the greater good, they would transcend the bounds of life and death. When this conflict culminates, the world shall undergo transformation. That golden girl will be the catalyst for this change. This enchanted realm, which has remained stagnant for centuries, has borne witness to an interminable rift between the pure blood and non-pure blood, with the sparks of conflict eternally ignited. All of this shall fade away, paving the way for a resplendent future. Once the supreme power is entrusted to that eternal girl, or shall cease to exist, everything will be unified, and the elements that disrupt the world's stability will be eradicated in advance. Muggles will no longer need to hide, nor will they live in fear of dark forces. They cast aside their lives to forge that world. This is why they shall not relent. to ensure that this becomes the final battle of the magical realm. They abandon all compassion and press onward. Breaking down the barriers surrounding them, a fearsome creature known as the Authority of Fear is unleashed. It is the King of Serpents, possessing venom capable of obliterating Horcruxes and eyes that instantly kill any who gaze upon it. A monster from Slytherin once plunged Hogwarts into terror. The loathsome basilisk unexpectedly appeared in droves. One by one, the unfortunate souls who beheld its eyes lost their lives, pierced by its fangs, ensnared by its body, and crushed to death. If they attempted to avert their gaze, they faced the death curse from the opposing Aurors, gunfire from Muggles, or the crushing force of giants. Unfortunately, it was Percy who first laid eyes upon the basilisk. Percy collapsed to the ground, and Fred and George let out piercing cries upon seeing him. The Death Eaters were systematically devoured by the basilisk, and the hall transformed into a hell of blood and screams. Before long, Voldemort's squad was utterly annihilated, and the Mirabel Legion ceased its assault. No, it was the commander who ordered them to halt. Gentlemen, brave boys and girls of Hogwarts, you have performed admirably. You fought valiantly against this number and quality. This was the voice of a teacher of defense against the dark arts, known to any student or faculty of Hogwarts, who had passed away 6 years prior. The voice's owner traversed the ranks, revealing himself to the warriors of Hogwarts. But do you understand? You have only defeated a mere fraction of our total number. And, with the Master's aid, even in death, they can be resurrected. To vanquish that small contingent, a considerable number have already perished. Have you taken notice? Warfare is a matter of numbers. At times, quality can overturn quantity, but often, if the opponent holds a numerical advantage, it results in an overwhelming victory. As the man spoke, McGonagall and others raised their voices. You fool! What are you doing here? How can you command them? Quirinius Quirrell. Once, those who taught here were attempting to dismantle this very place. McGonagall and others were incensed by the situation, shouting in outrage, momentarily forgetting the wonder of his continued existence. Yet, Chilo remained impassive, speaking as if to admonish them. You ought to comprehend the reality, do you not? You cannot prevail against us. Any further conflict will only lead to needless casualties. Therefore, I beseech you, are you now willing to set aside your differences and follow us? He suggested surrender in a gentle tone. The outcome was already apparent. There was no need for further sacrifice. Join us instead. Arrogantly and selfishly, he proclaimed, my master favors the virtuous. She believes that the demise of good souls such as yourselves would be a loss to the magical realm. Thus, you ought to thrive in the new world my master is forging. Now, those who wish to dwell in this new world, please step forward. Who would rise? McGonagall was about to speak, but someone was quicker than her words, Marcus Flint of Slytherin. More students followed suit, including those from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and even Gryffindor. Mirabel was captivated by her followers during her time at school, yearning for their allegiance. Together, they knelt before Chilo in a display of loyalty. Perhaps this understanding had been reached from the very beginning. Marcus Flint appeared to have fallen for Mirabel during her school days, standing alongside her at Hogwarts. From the outset, it was a trap. We all swear our allegiance to the new world. Welcome, Marcus Flint. Welcome. This is when the psychology of the group comes into play. Even if it is merely a battle, there is no prospect of victory. If this continues, it can only culminate in a fight that is certain to end in death. At this moment, when someone stands up, the delicate balance within will instantly shatter. The courage that had been desperately sustained until now evaporated. One by one, they moved forward as if drawn in, kneeling and pledging their loyalty, regardless of house or stance. Wait, you people, have you forgotten the pride of Hogwarts? Come back. Come back. McGonagall desperately tried to halt them, but none would heed her call. With wide eyes filled with despair, she watched. Neville, one of her most forgetful and challenging students, was among them. Yet the harder he tried, the more endearing he became. She cherished students like Neville. Even he had turned away, and McGonagall's heart screamed in anguish. Just then, something was amiss. Neville rushed into the throng and drew his wand. He then cast a spell at Chilo. Chilo swiftly blocked it with a shield charm and sent Neville sprawling with a disarming spell. I never thought you would still have the spirit to resist. When I taught you, you were nothing but a foolish student, but you have changed. Rejoice, child. You are now worthy to serve the master. Upon hearing Chilo's words, Neville spat defiantly. Bloodied saliva stuck to the ground as he rose with determination, wiping his mouth. I will join you when the fires of hell freeze. Neville roared, unabashedly locking eyes with Chilo, wand unraised. I am a member of Dumbledore's army. It was a courageous declaration. It awakened the shattered hearts of all present. The hall, once shrouded in silence, erupted as everyone regained their fighting spirit. Tears streamed down McGonagall's face as she thought, "I have never felt prouder of a student than I do now. And he, a student, has uttered this brave cry. I cannot bow my knee so easily. I cannot allow this remarkable young man to perish." Gripping her wand tightly, McGonagall surged forward. It was not over yet. Hope still lingered. Despite being Mirabelle's brother, Sidney Beresford also pledged his loyalty to Mirabelle. Mirabelle perceives this as a consequence of her training. However, this is a misconception. Even if she had not trained Sidney, he would still be captivated by her. He would follow her with the same unwavering loyalty he exhibits now, without any alteration. His adherence to Mirabelle is not born out of loyalty. In Sidney's realm, there exists but a singular hue. His world is dominated solely by the supreme golden shade. There is no need for any other colors, nor is there any necessity for them. Everything else is mere dust, unworthy of being acknowledged. Sidney's universe is delineated between gold and colorlessness, with nothing else to be found. Mirabelle possesses an innate and profound sense of self-love, while Sidney harbors but a singular affection for her. From the very moment of his birth, he yearned for gold, his heart devoid of any other sentiments. Sidney Beresford adores Mirabelle. Whether she is his biological sister holds little significance. She is the sole figure visible to him, thus she becomes the only object of his love. For Sidney, everything apart from Mirabelle is inconsequential, and he is even a stranger to himself. Consequently, he exists without a heart, without an identity. His thoughts perpetually consumed by Mirabelle. Sidney possesses nothing. Mirabelle embodies everything in the world. Sidney is at a loss to comprehend the depths of his fascination with her, a thought he has never entertained. Perhaps Mirabelle has stolen the emotions and spirit that Sidney was destined to possess. Regardless, such considerations are trivial. This profoundly distorted affection is beyond the grasp of someone like Mirabelle, who fails to comprehend the essence of love. It matters not, Sidney muses. I refuse to tarnish that golden essence with a blemish named Sidney. As long as she remains true to herself, all will be well. Should anyone dare to desecrate this gold, irrespective of their identity, I would bestow upon them a fate far worse than death. I shall extract their soul, ensuring they shall regret their transgressions, even if that person is their own father. Mirabelle remains unaware of her father, who, even in death, lingers in this world. His soul, Heathcote, is not one that can traverse to the beyond. He is an unfinished specter, striving to witness his daughter's departure, yet he is ensnared by Sidney. His essence is violently severed and extinguished, enduring a torment so profound that it transcends corporeal experience. Should anyone obstruct her path, let them vanish without exception, regardless of their identity. This is the very purpose of Sidney Beresford's existence and everything that unfolds. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts lies the Room of Requirement. Outside its threshold, a fierce skirmish unfolds between 2 boys and 2 girls. The odds are 3 to 1, with 3 of them being among the most formidable students at Hogwarts. Harry Potter, the hero of the magical realm, who has vanquished Voldemort on 2 occasions, ranks just below Mirabelle in defense against the dark arts, despite her Muggle heritage. Hermione Granger's performance is second only to Mirabelle's, placing her third in the same subject. Additionally, Edith Renault, guided by Mirabelle's doppelganger, excels in magical combat beyond the capabilities of the former 2. Nevertheless, throughout the confrontation, it is not the trio that holds the upper hand, but rather a singular individual. Sidney Beresford, Mirabelle's brother, single-handedly overpowered 3 adversaries. Guardian of the Divine, Edith summoned the Guardian of the Pegasus and charged towards Sidney. Yet, at the moment of impact, Sidney's body contorted. Before Edith's very eyes, the boy's arm transformed into a colossal canine visage, bearing its fangs. The sheer chaos of the assault left Edith in a state of panic, forcing her to retreat and distance herself from the boy. It was merely a transformation spell, a form of magic that Harry, Hermione, and Edith could all wield. However, its speed was astonishing. No magic was as unruly as the transformation spell. Defying the laws of physics. The disparity in size was inconsequential. It could even transmute inanimate objects into living beings. The incident where the foe Mad-Eye transformed Malfoy into a ferret remained a striking testament to how transformation spells contravene physical laws. Now, Sidney had turned his arm into a living entity. Come forth. Sidney waved his wand, and a diminutive creature materialized. Edith was the sole individual to recognize this small being. It was Mouse, a black rat named Peter, which Mirabelle had kept as a pet. Hundreds of them. They multiplied at an astonishing rate, each rat following Mirabelle like a loyal soldier. If the transformation spell that turned humans into rats could be reversed, it meant that all these rats could be transformed into soldiers. No, quite the opposite. They could be transformed into an even greater menace. Only the heads would remain intact, while their torsos morphed into gun barrels, reminiscent of the firearms wielded by Muggles. They were even endowed with wings, rendering them a truly self-sustaining ranged weapon. Edith and Hermione immediately raised their wands and cast spells. Protego. A barrage of attacks surged from all directions. Harry barely managed to fend off the rat onslaught with his shield charm, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Sectum Sempra. The slicing curse, a form of dark magic, struck Sidney. His arm was severed, blood gushing from the missing elbow. Yet, Sidney's expression remained unchanged. For reasons unknown. He transformed a nearby piece of rubble into an iron rod and thrust it into the stump of his severed arm. Without a flicker of emotion, he embedded it straight into the wound, then cast the transformation spell. Subsequently, even the inanimate object morphed into a new arm, as if nothing had transpired, allowing Sidney to proceed with his next incantation. Cannons materialized at both ends, roaring as they launched an attack against Harry and the others. This is utterly absurd. Hermione screamed as she sprinted away, followed closely by the other two. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted. They did not lose consciousness, thanks to the shield charm they had just employed, but the damage was inescapable. The three of them tumbled across the floor amidst the explosion, groaning in agony. Electrocute. Edith unleashed an electric shock spell taught to her by a friend, striking with an unavoidable and defenseless speed. It hit Sidney in the chest, knocking him down. Yet, the boy regained his stance as if nothing had occurred, regarding Edith with cold, mechanical eyes. This was an electric shock magic that was inescapable and impervious. Crafted by his sister. Naturally, he knew how to counter it. Sidney transformed all his garments into insulated attire through a transmutation spell. Thus, no matter how much electricity Edith unleashed, it became utterly futile. Thunderous explosion. The boy intoned coldly. Then, Edith's feet erupted with a blast, a shock wave striking her forcefully. The impact sent her crashing against the wall. Avada Kedavra. The pain was so intense it felt as though her bones were shattering. Yet, she could not succumb here. She immediately leaped aside, evading the streaking green light. Huff, 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 Edith gasped, contemplating. I know he cannot be weak, but I never expected such a vast disparity. Of course, there is also a difference in the quantity of magical resources, but it is not solely that. He possesses a level of magical prowess that surpasses ours. No wonder he hails from the illustrious Beresford family. Their specialized education is truly disheartening. The target still has combat capability, Sidney murmured in a high-pitched, girl-like voice, a cold, inorganic tone akin to a machine. In some sense, this was entirely opposite to Mirabelle, who radiated a greater will than anyone else. Damn it, Edith managed to rise, contemplating her next move. A direct assault held no chance of victory. If that were the case, then the only course was to secure a victory through a flanking maneuver. Thunderous explosion. The explosive incantation shattered the floor, emitting plumes of smoke. Shielded by the obscured view, Edith dashed towards Harry and the others. Harry, Hermione. Find a way to open the room of requirement. In this situation, we have no choice but to outsmart him and reclaim the archway. That is the only way. No. Let us use that approach. We will push Sidney into the archway. Hermione nodded at Edith's suggestion, while Harry refined the proposal. The only method to deal with this boy was to employ the very concept of death. Edith remained reluctant, but hesitating on the battlefield was a foolish endeavor. They exchanged glances, and Harry resolved to take on the role of opening the door. Edith and Hermione would buy time. Let us go, Edith. Very well, I have no other choice. Two girls dashed outside, while Harry stood before the room of requirement, awaiting the door's appearance. To summon the door, one must traverse the wall 3 times, all the while firmly reminding oneself of their purpose. Do not run. Do not let thoughts wander. A simple request, yet it seemed rather challenging amidst the chaos of battle. Edith and Hermione unleashed spell after spell to subdue Sidney. However, Sidney's counterspells swiftly forced them into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Harry approached the wall, pacing back and forth. In the throes of battle, such movement felt utterly wasteful and unnatural. Sidney's gaze shifted toward Harry, laced with caution. He aimed his wand, attempting to cast the killing curse, but Edith swiftly advanced, compelling him to redirect his aim. Yet, nothing was more foolish than engaging Sidney in close combat. She could even alter her own form. Sidney's hand morphed into a grotesque, massive appendage, akin to that of a troll, grasping Edith's slender neck and lifting her effortlessly. A second pass. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Harry stood before the wall, growing increasingly impatient. He had never imagined that walking could be so exasperating. With each back and forth, Edith's resistance waned. Her arms and legs began to convulse. Hermione desperately sought to aid Edith. Yet the swarm of rats encircling her rendered her powerless, preventing her approach. Instead, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, Hermione found herself trapped as well. No. If I do not act, he will kill them both. This was no longer merely a matter of the room of requirement. Unable to bear the thought of losing his friends, Harry reevaluated his priorities. First, save them. The room of requirement could wait. Harry drew his wand, heightening his focus, and cast a spell at Sydney. Just as he was about to launch his attack, Sydney's cold voice echoed, Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light hurtled toward Edith's body. What? Edith's hands released from her neck. Her eyes widened as she collapsed to the ground. Everything around her seemed to unfold in slow motion. Harry reached out to her, shouting something. Hermione wept and wailed. With a thud, Edith finally realized her body had succumbed to the earth. She lay still, her eyelids heavy. Her vision gradually darkened, an odd sense of release infiltrating her being. I understand now. As she beheld Harry and Hermione in anguish, Edith comprehended what was occurring within her. What had transpired? What would come next? I will die. Gradually, her eyelids descended, and she could no longer hear any sounds. All the senses of her body faded away. Edith ceased her movements. It was profoundly quiet. Everything was enveloped in a serene stillness. Edith lay on the ground, allowing herself to bask in this comfort. Is this death? Is this the gentle slumber of demise? Such were her thoughts, and she felt a peculiar certainty that death indeed existed. Edith opened her eyes slowly and rose. The first thing she noticed upon awakening was her complete lack of attire. She hastily covered herself with her hands, her cheeks flushed, yet fortunately, she was alone. Despite the absence of others, being unclothed was far from comfortable. She yearned for at least some clothing. Then, as if to answer her unspoken wish, a folded uniform materialized before her. A wish-granting room. It appeared to resemble such a place, yet Edith harbored an odd conviction that this was not a wish-granting room. As she donned the clothing, she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in a world of pure white. Everything was shrouded in a misty haze, obscuring her vision of the entirety. Where on earth could this place be? With this thought, Edith stood and began to walk forward. It was then that she became aware of another person standing before her. A girl clad in a maid's outfit, her features sharply defined. Her flaxen hair was tied back. And upon noticing Edith's gaze, she offered a warm smile. Edith had never seen this face before. No, wait, could that truly be so? Upon seeing her, a wave of nostalgia washed over Edith. She felt an uncanny familiarity, as if she had encountered her before. Was it before she and Mirabel attended the Quidditch match? Perhaps she was a maid who worked in her home. The girl in the maid's attire approached Edith, extending her hand with a smile. We meet again. Though Edith had never previously encountered her, an inexplicable certainty lingered. Was it due to the uniqueness of this space? Without any clear explanation, Edith felt she knew who she was. Could it be that you are? My name is Mary Orwell. The maid responded with a playful laugh at Edith's inquiry. She politely lifted her skirt and curtsied, perhaps reflecting her unexpected fondness for jesting. Tears welled up in Edith's eyes as she instinctively embraced her tightly. Is this not a dream? Is it truly you? I long to see you. I have always wanted to see you, to apologize. You foolish girl. There is nothing to apologize for. Mary gently patted Edith's head to calm her down. Once she released Edith, she extended her hand. Come, let us walk together. Edith wiped away her tears and placed her hand in Mary's. The two girls began to traverse the ethereal white expanse. Unlike Edith, who moved with trepidation, Mary walked with unwavering purpose, as if she possessed an innate understanding of her surroundings. Hey, Mira, no, Mary, where are we? I do not know. How does it appear to you? With that, Edith glanced around once more. Surrounding them were several structures, a tavern, and what seemed to be a honeyduke's shop. In the distance loomed the Shrieking Shack. Is this Hogsmeade? Indeed, it appears so to you. There was no sign of life. Yet Edith instinctively recognized this as Hogsmeade Village. As the mist began to dissipate, she could discern the entirety of the locale with greater clarity. However, the fog still enigmatically shrouded certain indistinct areas, remaining elusive to her gaze. Conversely, the Honeyduke's shop she had once visited with Mirabel and the Shrieking Shack, where she had battled Wormtail, were enveloped in a remarkably thin haze. Is this heaven? Or hell? Haha, why do you think that? Because I perished under Sydney's curse. Edith vividly recalled the events leading up to her loss of consciousness. There was no doubt that the killing curse had struck her directly. Thus, she must have died. If she had not, the situation would indeed be peculiar. Moreover, there was the matter of the deceased Mary. Well, I am uncertain. Perhaps it is akin to what transpired with Harry Potter. What do you mean? During the battle at the Ministry, I sacrificed my life to protect you. At that moment, the protective magic that consumed my life was completed. Protective magic? Edith had heard of a sacrificial protection spell from Harry. His mother had once given her life to shield Harry and repel the Dark Lord. Had something similar occurred to her? If so, then Edith was not truly dead. Yet, this still did not add up, for at that time, Mary had been slain by Voldemort, not Sidney. Mary smiled, as if she could read Edith's thoughts. I understand your inquiry. However, the power of protection does not solely pertain to those who take lives. In fact, Harry Potter remained untouched by the Death Eaters for 17 years due to the protective magic. The protective magic is not solely aimed at those who seek to take lives, but also at their followers. A glance at Harry Potter reveals that he has never been influenced by the Death Eaters throughout his life, which is precisely why Dumbledore went to great lengths to place Harry in the wretched environment of the Dursleys. However, Edith remains unconvinced. Sidney is not a servant of Voldemort, but rather of Mirabelle. She fails to comprehend why Sidney would be included among those under the protection of magic. Mary explains to Edith, as a teacher would, Voldemort is not the only one to whom I have sacrificed my life. It is no wonder you do not know that before Voldemort took my life, I had devoted it to Miss Mirabelle. The protective magic itself was activated during the battle in the Department of Mysteries. This is irrefutable. Yet, as Mary states, certain events transpired that should never have occurred. Typically, only one individual or the person who has accepted their will can be protected by the magic. However, the condition for activating the protective magic is death. Once a person dies, it is all over. They cannot possibly be protected. Yet, that individual twisted destiny and granted me an impossible second chance, a twice-dead scenario that should never have existed. Both conditions for the protective magic, as a form of sacrifice, were thus fulfilled. Moreover, there may be other influencing factors. Mary's blood was used when Mirabelle transformed into a vampire, and conversely, Mary was endowed with something that could be described as part of Mirabelle's soul. A profound bond akin to the connection between Voldemort and Harry Potter. The protective magic created by Mary may have reacted with far greater intensity towards Mirabelle. Regardless, this implies, am I still alive? This indicates that Edith remains among the living. However, Mary does not clarify whether she is dead or alive, but instead exclaims, from now on, the choice is yours. With a wave of her hand, the scenery surrounding Edith transforms, transporting her to a place she has never seen before. It resembles a Muggle school, bustling with boys and girls, among whom is a familiar golden-haired girl with striking blue eyes. Despite the painful scars adorning her body, emanating a sharpness that would deter anyone. There is no doubt this is Mirabelle Beresford. What is this? These are memories of the past that I know. Memories of Mirabelle and your sister. And the things you need to understand. Mary squints, as if gazing into the distance. Edith cannot discern the emotions present in that place. Yet she can see that Mary is deeply saddened. Come, let us embark on a journey through memories. Thus, the images of the past begin to unfold. It was Mirabelle who gradually transformed and became more benevolent. From Mary's perspective, the image of today's Mirabelle is beyond imagination. Initially, there was not much difference from now. It was not as chaotic as it is today, yet the shadow of a tyrant could already be discerned, exuding the essence of a ravenous beast, unwilling to tolerate others. The gifted education she received was so close to abuse that Edith felt compelled to cover her eyes, trembling with anger and humiliation. As the malice she harbored within steadily increased, she trusted no one, perceiving her parents and siblings as either foes or mere instruments. Which was precisely the Mirabelle Beresford that Edith and her friends knew. However, there was one individual who changed Mirabelle. A silver-haired girl approached her, while others kept their distance. Even in the face of unkindness, she continued to draw near. Edith found it hard to believe that she was not intimidated by Mirabelle's extraordinary abilities, which had already begun to manifest, allowing her to seamlessly slip into Mirabelle's heart. Mirabelle found herself captivated, gradually bridging the emotional distance between them. I shall not go anywhere. I will forever remain by your side. I will always be with you, Mirabelle. From this moment forth, we shall be together eternally, Letus. Edith beheld a Mirabelle she had never encountered before. Laughing heartily with friends, she appeared to be liberated, revealing her vulnerability. It was a sight beyond imagination. No one could believe that Mirabelle would rest peacefully upon someone's lap. This transformation resonated beyond the immediate scene as her countenance softened, and her demeanor towards her attendants and others grew gentler. Should she continue on this path, she might evolve into an exceptional leader akin to Dumbledore. Perhaps she would become one who delights in aiding others, rather than reveling in the subjugation of those beneath her, as she does now. Yet, this remains merely a tale of what if. In the present reality, Mirabelle reigns as a tyrant, casting a shadow over the magical realm. The landscape shifts once more. Mirabelle and Lettuce have vanished, replaced by the dim corridors of the Beresford estate. There, amidst the tidying up, the maid Mary inadvertently overheard a conversation seeping through the crack of a door. Typically, she would not rudely eavesdrop on her master's discourse. Yet the mere mention of Mirabelle and Lettuce's names instilled a sense of foreboding within her. Lowering her voice, she pressed her ear against the door, despite knowing such behavior was impolite. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" "Yes, I have already informed Umbridge and Fudge." "But do you think she will be heartbroken?" "That is of no consequence. Our primary objective now is to eliminate those pests trailing after Mirabelle." This exchange was between Mirabelle's parents, a cacophony of foolishness, as a jester poured his twisted love and expectations upon his daughter, all the while oblivious to the malice he inadvertently nurtured within her. This child possesses the talents of a king. She is a natural ruler, surpassing even Dumbledore. What she requires is power and dominion, not the affection of her parents. Yet, you are aware that everything is rotting, are you not? Indeed, it is Lettuce Valentine. Precisely. A wretched little girl, devoid of discernment, deceiving Mirabelle. She is ruining the masterpiece we painstakingly crafted. From a human perspective, Mirabelle is now on the path of righteousness. However, from the Beresford viewpoint, this is not justice, but rather malevolence. For them, justice equates to being the victor. They cannot relinquish their talents while simultaneously possessing the abilities that render such a feat possible. This is why Lettuce is deemed an obstacle, the angel of the devil. Lettuce Valentine is considered superfluous by them. Such a lowly person is unworthy of being Mirabelle's companion. She ought to be surrounded by individuals of nobler lineage, of purer blood, and of superior stature. Though that may be so, fear not, there will be no evidence left behind. The Dementors will run amok. Umbridge should have already unleashed the Dementors upon that little girl's abode. Fudge might feel a twinge of discomfort, but I believe that fool will do nothing but regard it as an accident. Upon hearing this, Mary discarded her cleaning tools and dashed out. She rushed to Mirabelle's private chamber, bursting in without even knocking. Mirabelle turned around, seemingly taken aback, but her expression transformed into a smile upon realizing it was Mary. "What is it, Mary? It is rather impolite not to knock." "Never mind, come here quickly, I have something to show you." With that, Mirabelle produced a silver necklace. "Look. Today is Letitia's birthday, so I attempted to create this as a gift for her. Miss Letitia. Letitia, what has happened?" Observing Mary's unusual demeanor, Mirabelle's countenance shifted. It was the first time Edith beheld Mirabelle's face marked by fear. Upon hearing what Mary had to convey, Mirabelle's complexion turned pale, her pupils dilated. Then, after absorbing the entirety of the situation, she dashed out of the room, followed closely by Mary. The scenery changed once more. In front of Letitia's house, the rain fell heavily, creating a somber atmosphere. Mary sprinted towards the house, indifferent to the rain soaking her, as she dashed through the already open door. Then, a scene that should not have unfolded appeared. Letitia. Mirabelle remained silent, enveloping the girl's frail body in a tender embrace. The girl's form was held tightly, as if clinging to every last shred of warmth. Yet, she no longer responded. Her eyes had lost their vitality, rendering her motionless, akin to a lifeless doll. She was still alive, but in her existence, she had already succumbed to death. This was the fate of those who had been assailed by Dementors, their souls mercilessly devoured. Nearby sat a man with a vacant gaze, presumably Letitia's father. As a Muggle, he was powerless against the Dementors, a truly lamentable circumstance. Soon after, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and Dolores Umbridge arrived, albeit belatedly. In many respects, it was the most inopportune moment. "Miss Beresford, what are you doing here?" Fudge's eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps he was unaware of the incident, recognizing only that an unfortunate event had transpired. Yet, it was evident that this was a premeditated crime. And Umbridge could not conceal her sordid smile. She reveled in the reduction of a Muggle's existence, her delight palpable. "We, received reports of a Dementor's escape. We rushed over, but it appears there are victims, which is most unfortunate. But I am rather pleased that the losses are minimal. I am truly glad that no precious pure-blood wizard has been harmed." Mirabelle's shoulders trembled. Umbridge remained oblivious to the number of landmines she was currently treading upon. She had uttered a plethora of perilous remarks, and Mirabelle was on the brink of an explosive outburst, threatening to stain the surroundings with blood. Are you feeling sorrowful, Miss Beresford? No, no, that cannot be the case. After all, you hail from one of the most illustrious bloodlines in the magical realm. And you are a descendant of a noble family. You should never feel grief for someone so ordinary. Moreover, there are numerous alternatives to such matters. You could cultivate friendships more befitting your pureblood status. Upon reflection, this would indeed be a beneficial course of action. After all, those of Muggle descent have never entered the world of wizards. It is imperative to expunge tainted blood from the magical community. This individual fancied herself offering gentle consolation, her voice oozing with insincerity. Both Mary and Edith were already on edge. Mirabelle was on the brink of an outburst at any moment. Such was their perception. Yet, she stood up, cradling Letty's lifeless form, turning around with an air of nonchalance. Her expression was as it always was, the Mirabelle Edith was familiar with. I understand. You are absolutely right. Trash is merely trash, regardless of their actions. If we desire a future for the magical realm, we must rid ourselves of them by any means necessary. Indeed, yes, you are correct. I am delighted that you comprehend. Yes, I quite understand. Umbridge and Fudge remained oblivious. Mirabelle's words were directed precisely at them. They were the refuse she spoke of that needed to be eradicated. Miss Beresford, leave that girl to us. Step aside. What? Step aside. At that moment, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the space. Mary, Fudge, Umbridge, and even the mere onlooker Edith were overwhelmed by the weight of the atmosphere. They were submerged beneath the immense mental force radiating from Mirabelle, rendering them breathless. Fudge and Umbridge, who faced her directly, even collapsed under the strain. Without casting a glance at the discarded trash sprawled on the ground, she exited the house, walking into the rain. Mary hurriedly followed her. And soon they stepped into the woods. Letus, I will not allow you to become a Dementor. I would rather kill you myself. Those whose souls are drained by Dementors become new ones themselves. To prevent such an occurrence, there exists but one recourse: cradling Letus in her arms. Mirabelle drew forth her wand and placed it against Letus's back. Before Mary could utter an exclamation, the incantation was unleashed. Avada Kedavra! A beam of green light surged towards Letus, abruptly halting the flicker of life that had been hanging by a thread. This marked the first murder committed by Mirabelle Beresford. Why did she exhibit no hesitation in taking a life? Edith understood all too well. For she had slain the one who held the most significant place in her heart, the one who encompassed her entire existence. After extinguishing the life of her sole confidant, everything else in her eyes turned to dust. She could no longer afford the luxury of indecision when it came to taking other lives. Fear not, Letus. I shall not leave you alone, she murmured, gently laying down the silent corpse and closing its eyelids. With a wave of her wand, a small beam of light erupted from the corpse's chest, a remnant of the soul, a shimmering silver glimmer. It was but a fragment of the soul, a leftover morsel, devoured incompletely by a Dementor. Mirabelle has conjured her own guardian spirit, infusing it with her essence. Subsequently, the guardian transformed its form, assuming the visage of Letus. We shall remain together for eternity. Together, we shall alter this decaying realm of magic. Mary could not discern the expression on Mirabelle's face. Yet she could perceive the conflicting emotions of joy and lament woven into her voice. Isn't it marvelous? I shall obliterate everything, only to create anew. I will eradicate all those who cling to their lineage and connections, and I shall establish an ideal magical kingdom, a place where individuals of your exceptional talent can thrive. Mirabelle smiled, her lips curling into a crescent shape, and the once tilting balance tipped back to normalcy in an instant. No one could thwart her malevolence any longer. She would no longer rely on anyone. Thus, the possibility of relinquishing her desire to obliterate everything had vanished here. What remained was an unstoppable, shattered demon. Yes, this is splendid. Let us proceed. No filthy soul-sucking creatures, no ministry of magic, no pure bloodlines. I renounce your magical world, this world that has driven you to despair. I will deny everything. I shall annihilate it. I refuse to accept such a world. If the world forsakes you, I shall personally destroy it. On this day, the magical realm made a grievous error. On this day, it erred in its choices, offering the worst possible answer. Consequently, there was no room for cessation. The sole chance to halt this demon had been lost. They had obliterated the singularity. After that, there was no path but towards annihilation. Ha 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 ha! Mirabelle laughed. A wild and unearthly cackle that echoed through the torrential downpour. As the rain fell relentlessly, her laughter mingled with tears of crimson. Ha 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 ha! Thus, on this fateful day, the most formidable and malevolent demon in the annals of magical history was born. Synopsis: a demon, bearing the memories of a past life, descends upon the mortal realm, driven by an unwavering obsession to obliterate the entire magical world and to reconstruct the utopia that resides within her heart.